The man had been immersed in formaldehyde for a full 3 years, and everyone thought he had long been dead, but the school beauty's simple "you're so handsome" unexpectedly brought him back to life. At this moment, you kicked the glass tank filled with formalin, landed steadily on the ground, slightly moved your body, and said satisfactorily, "My own body is still the best, comfortable." The high ponytail girl in front of you, seeing you, the big teacher, suddenly resurrected, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Just as she was about to let out a piercing scream with her mouth wide open, you indifferently said, "Shut up, kneel down." The girl trembled suddenly, knelt down on the ground without hesitation, and tightly covered her mouth with her hand, making a whimpering sound. She also didn't know why she was doing this, just feeling a terrible pressure enveloping her heart, an inexplicable sense of fear constantly reminding her that if she didn't do as the other said, she would die. You walked up to the girl at this moment, looking down at her and asking, "What time is it now?" The girl shivered and replied, 2024, February 29th. You were slightly surprised. When I left Earth, it seemed to be the beginning of 2021, which means that in the 10,000 years of the 9 heavens continent, only 3 years have passed on Earth. The girl on the ground bit her lip and blushed, saying, "Can we chat in a different way? At least you should put on your clothes first." It was only then that you realized that you were completely naked at the moment, and the girl was kneeling in front of you, facing that part of yourself. You asked, "What's your name?" The girl truthfully replied, Li Yao. Li Yao, where is your home? Point the direction." Li Yao was suddenly shocked. She was surprised to find that even if she clenched her teeth, her mouth would unconsciously open to answer your question. My home is in the Jinqiu Qincheng community, Phase 3, Building 3602. You reach out your hand and give it to me. Li Yao's beautiful eyes widened. Tremblingly put her hand into your hand, thinking about the appearance of home in her mind. After saying that, you turned and took steps with Li Yao. Li Yao was stunned to see that at the same moment you took a step forward, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of you. As she stepped into the crack, the surroundings plunged into an incomparable darkness. After a brief sense of nothingness, when she took another step, she found herself back in her own bedroom. Is this home? This is too amazing. Li Yao was shocked, looking at you in disbelief. Who are you exactly? Am I dreaming? You let go of Li Yao's hand and said, "Find some clothes that I can wear." Li Yao wanted to say something, but found herself losing control of her body again. Following your instructions, she started searching in the wardrobe. A few minutes later, she brought a white short-sleeved shirt and a loose pair of blue jeans to you respectfully. These are the only slightly neutral clothes. You just glanced at them, and the clothes and pants were already on you. Then you asked, "Earlier?" The body saw the nameplate in front of the glass tank and learned that 3 years ago, after falling into the river, the body was indeed dead. So the body wants to ask you, who donated the body to Donghai University to make the specimen? Li Yao's face instantly turned pale. What did you say? Are you really that anatomy teacher who cheated? You know that you are invincible in this world. There is no need to hide. So you tell the truth about your time travel. And finally say, so to be precise, the original body is not a zombie but a resurrection. Li Yao looked incredulous. It took a while to recover. Wait, let me digest it first, and rebuild my worldview. After a moment, you calmly speak. Have you digested it? After a long silence, Li Yao nodded and said, "Well, all right, you just asked me who donated your body to the school? Of course, it was your parents. As far as I know, you were unmarried and only 18 when you died. In such a situation, the only ones who can decide how to handle the body are your parents." Upon hearing this, you couldn't help but feel emotional. Your parents knew that your dream was to get into East Sea University. Since you couldn't achieve it in your lifetime, they used this method to get you to your dream place. It's fortunate that they made this decision, otherwise, your trip back would have been in vain. Even though you have become an invincible demon lord, to step into the realm of immortality, you must have your original body. If your parents hadn't donated their bodies to be used as cadaver teachers, by now, if you hadn't turned to ashes, you would have long since decayed. So, you are very grateful to your parents. You secretly swear that this time you must make your parents live forever and become rich and noble. Seeing you silent for a long time, Li Yao trembled and said, "From what you mean, you accidentally fell into the river. Not the official announcement of suicide, right?" Han Qianlong came back to his senses. 100,000 years ago, I was a bit naive, but not stupid enough to do something as stupid as suicide. Chen Shui was surprised. "But I've heard that you chose to kill yourself lightly because you were begging for a woman and couldn't get it. That woman is called Lu Jiaozhou. She's also a student at East Sea University now. And she's also the class flower of class 203 of the Department of Economics and Management." A reporter interviewed her at the time. She cried and told the reporter, there was indeed this incident. She also said that she had rejected you many times before, and that it was you who chose to jump into the river because you couldn't think of anything else to do after stalking yourself to no avail. Nothing to do with her. Han Qianlong's face didn't change. Do you know Lin Ruoyu? Where is she now? 100,000 years of grinding had long since worn out a tough heart. Just know where Lu Jiaojiu is and what's going on now. If you come across it again, just kill it. To make a demon lord who has dominated the other world for 70,000 years and has been invincible for 10,000 lifetimes. Fluctuate his emotions for her? She's not qualified for that. Compared to revenge on an ant. At this moment, Han Qianmo cares more about the fat deskmate who saved him at the beginning. Chen Shui shook her head. Never heard of it. Did she offend you too? She didn't know what the old Lu Jiaojia thought. She only knew that the current Han Qianmuo was bullish. And it's not just any bull. It's the kind of bull that has never been seen before or since and is unrivaled in the world. A seemingly casual remark can make others bow their heads and kneel in obsequiousness. With one step, he was even able to cross a distance of more than 10 kilometers, faster than an airplane. In this world, the best people are those who are rich and in control of power. But in front of this man, it's just a bunch of mortals, not in the same dimension at all. Chen Shui couldn't stop sighing. If Lu Jiaojiu had known that Han Qianma had not only survived, but had also become so heaven-defying, I wonder what the reaction will be. Han Qianlong did not answer the other party's question. 3 years ago, Lu Jiaojiu threw her bracelet into the river. Without a personal item, there's no way to use miles of tracking. He had just used the devil's presence, also known as divine sense tracking. However, it was found that there was a layer of obstruction. This layer of obstacles seems to be protecting the people here. But in the end, it is not good to protect a little resistance, but instead of the person being probed to death. For example, the passerby who was first probed by him exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. To this point, he knew that divine sense could not be used indiscriminately in this world. Han Qianlong looked at Chen Shui in front of him. Normally, you're the only one who lives here? Chen Shui nodded. Well, my family is out of town and I don't like living in school. Right here, rented an apartment. Live alone. Cautiously looking at the other party, Chen Shui was nervous and scared, and deep down, there was even a small hint of anticipation. You, what do you want? Han Qianma said blandly, it looks like you don't lack money. You and this honored one are also destined to be together, plus you've kind of helped this honored one time. Say, what do you wish for? My father will help you realize it. Chen Shui's beautiful eyes widened. You can still grant wishes for people? Also, you keep calling yourself honored one. What exactly does this honored one mean? Han Qianma blandly said. It's not important. State your wish directly. Chen Shui scratched her forehead and fell into anxious thought. Wishes? What wish? How about, you make me prettier? Will this do? Han Qianlong nodded. Could be, but there's no need. You're pretty enough as it is. And making you prettier means that your features, for sure, will change. When the time comes, how are you going to explain this to your loved ones and friends around you? Chen Shui was slightly embarrassed. And yeah, they'll definitely say I've had plastic surgery, and then despise me. Looking up at the other woman, her mind was very pleasant. I didn't realize that you were quite the compliment. In fact, she doesn't really want to be prettier. Rather, others think she's pretty and getting prettier. Han Qianma's praise, in a way, is also considered to help her realize her wish. Han Qianlong opened his mouth faintly. Say, what do you really want? Money you don't lack. Power. My father just came back. It will take some time before I can give it to you. Longevity, kung fu, or else, this honored one will grant you long life. Chen Shui's beautiful eyes widened. You can still make others live forever. Sucking in a breath of cold air, she was just about to question it when there was a loud bang. The door to the apartment was suddenly forced open. Grass. That's a tight door. Almost broke my bones. Knives. Please. Chen Shui rushed to the living room with panic, and the moment she saw the group of people, her willowy brows tightened together. You guys again. Are you guys done or not? Yo. So our beautiful college student is home. One of the men carried a baseball bat and had a sinister look on his face. The original owner of this house has sold it to our boss. Now, you have no right to live here. Chapter 4, Long time no see. Chen Shui was furious. Do you say there is no power without power? I have a rental agreement. It's reasonable and legal to live here. You guys said the landlord sold the house to you. Won't let me keep living here. Then give me my rent back. I'm not short of money, but I'm not an ingrate. This is a high-class apartment, and the rent alone is 6,000 per month. At 72,000 a year, she rented it for 3 years in one fell swoop. As a result, not long after moving in, I was told by this group that the house had closed. Prior leases don't count. After that, she called her landlord and found that the number had gone blank. That's when I realized that I was being set up. Seek out the street office and relevant units to report. The other party, however, said that they could not find the original landlord, so they had to negotiate with the new landlord themselves. She thought that the boat would be straightened out, and that if she didn't compromise, she would surely find a solution. As it turned out, it was only now that she realized that this group of people was even more unreasonable than she had imagined. The man at the head stood out and looked at Chen Shui playfully. Know who I am? Chen Shuechuan looked terrified. No. The little brother next to him coldly grunted. Humph, you don't even recognize Brother Blade, and you still dare to hang out in East China Sea? Stupid bitch, you've got some nerve. Chen Shui was speechless. Whether you're a knife or a sword, no matter how bullish you are, you can't do illegal it. This house, I paid to rent it legally. What you are doing is breaking the law. The leader of the group, Blade, had a gloomy look on his face. Dare to threaten me? You don't move if you're told to. That's fine. We'll move it for you. A few of them smiled at each other. Their sinister evil grew even more, and as they surrounded them, they brought their hands to each other's faces. But there's a fee if we move. What are you going to do? Chen Shui's pretty face changed color as she kept retreating. This is a society of law and order. You guys don't mess around. Yikes. Just at the moment when Chen Shui raised her hand to fend off and cried out in despair, an emotionless greeting rang out leisurely. Co do. It's been a long time. Su Dao, who was known as Brother Blade, subconsciously looked up and frowned. You are. Han Qian Mo didn't answer, just looked at the other party so faintly. Swish dash. In the next moment, Su Dao seemed to think of something and his face changed drastically. You're the idiot who jumped in the river and killed himself? Han Qian Mo? A ghastly white face stared at him. No, aren't you already dead? How can you stand here for good? Could it be that I'm misremembering? The henchman on the sidelines seemed to hear the end of the story and was not impressed. No way, Blade. You don't think that this guy is really the idiot who jumped into the river and killed himself 3 years ago, do you? Obviously. He just looks like that idiot. His face sank as he opened his mouth while greeting his surrounding companions, carrying baseball bats and walking up towards the other party. Unbelievable? Then we'll beat him down. Let him kneel before you and tell you what his name really is. Previously, he had always thought that Chen Shui was single, and even had a high probability of being a virgin, only to find out now that the other party actually has a boyfriend. So he thought of another way to play. That is to beat this boyfriend down, and then play hard with each other's pretty college girlfriends in front of each other. The little brother next to him seemed to understand what he meant, and with all his companions, he walked up to Han Qianma. Kid, I'll give you a chance to get on your knees. Chen Shui's pretty face changed drastically and she just wanted to open her mouth. You guys. Whoosh dash. A breeze blew through, including the gangster who opened his mouth. All the gangsters except Su Dao, together with the baseball bats in their hands, all turned into a burst of colorful mist, scattered with the wind, as if it never existed, disappeared without a trace. Chen Shui opened her mouth wide. She had just been exasperated by the gang of punks, and it was only at this moment that she snapped back to her senses. The man in front of me without underwear was no ordinary man at all. He's an immortal who calls himself the Honored One 100 miles a step, pretending in front of the immortals. If you're not looking for death, what is it? Swish dash. Su Dao jolted and looked at the place where his companion had disappeared, constantly wiping his eyes. Where are the people? You got them too. Got them where? Although he didn't see the other party make a move, he knew that it must be because of what the other party did that his own men suddenly, all of a sudden, disappeared. The reason is simple. Because from the moment the other party appeared, he felt a wave of unprecedented fear deadening his heart, and the source of that fear was the other side. Han Shenlong's face was expressionless. Remember what happened 5 years ago. Swish dash. Su Dao trembled violently, his pupils narrowing to the extreme. You're really Han Qianmore? You're not dead? The news is a lie? Boom dash. The words just fell. Su Dao only felt that the top of his head pressed a huge mountain. No longer able to stand steady, his legs were soft, violently kneeling on the ground. Mr. Han, calm down. 5 years ago, we were just messing with you. Please, if your lordship doesn't remember the faults of the little man, just spare me this time. He wondered what the other man had been through in those 5 years. All he knew was that this despairing pressure could not be given by ordinary people. If you dare to be bossy in front of each other again, you will really die. Han Qianlong clouded over. This honored one remembers that at that time, besides you, there was a male, called Zhao Tai. Responding to the other party, Su Dao's eyes widened as annoyance grew in his heart. You still won't leave me alone? It was just a joke. Not really. Inquiring about the names of the participants. It was obvious that the other party not only had no intention of letting themselves go, but also wanted to drive them out of business. I'll tell you what, Han Pathfinder. Whatever the hell you've been through these past few years, today's tie are all existences you can't afford to offend. And me, I'm his beloved. If you dare to touch me. Whoosh dash. Before the words left his mouth, another breeze blew by. Under Chen Shui's wide-eyed, open-mouthed, stunned gaze, Su Dao's body, like a wind-dried sand sculpture, drifted away with the wind. Chapter 5. My father is not angry. How the hell did you do that? Chen Shui looked at Han Qianma in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, admiration, and fear. Han Qianma said as if nothing had happened. Want to learn? Chen Shui's eyes twitched slightly. May I? An ordinary person like me. Learn it? Han Qianlong sized up the other man. Average qualifications. Take a little time. It's not a big problem. Chen Shui pursued. How long was that? With a casual grab, from the invisible Qiankuan pouch, he pulled out an elixir that emanated a faint smoothness, and Han Qianma handed it to the other party. Earth's aura is too thin. Without increasing your lifespan is definitely not enough. Here, eat it. Chen Shui stretched out her jade hand and cupped it in her hand. What a beautiful pearl. Such a beautiful thing. But it's edible? I can't swallow it. After lamenting for a few moments, in the end, she ate the elixir with a trace of reluctance. That's right. The hesitation is only because of reluctance, not distrust, because she knew that if Han Qianmo wanted to kill herself, or had any thoughts about herself, she wouldn't need to use medicine at all. After consuming the elixir, Chen Shui instantly felt refreshed and relaxed. So I am now. Have lived forever? Han Qianlong responded. Eternal life isn't that simple. You are now, after all, flesh and blood, unable to withstand pills of too high a grade. This elixir will help you increase your lifespan by a small amount. If you want to live forever, you have to cultivate more in the years to come, as a way to get a better physique and eat better pills. Chen Shui had a curious look on her face. By small amount do you mean? Han Qianlong spoke faintly. Not much, 1,000 years. This is not the limit of his grant. Rather, it was the limit of what the other party could bear at the moment. After all, it is a medicine that is 3 times poisonous. Even if it is a panacea, it needs a corresponding body type to be able to take it. Han Shui. That freeze was 10 minutes. It was only after 10 minutes that she slowly snapped out of her shock and looked over at Han Qianlong, who was sitting at his computer. What are you doing? Han Qianlong said. This honored one has roughly understood the current social situation. It seems like, over? Chen Shui was stunned before she responded and said, yes, it's been over for over a year. Han Qianlong nodded. The graphics card has also been updated to 4090. What a change in the last 3 years. Chen Shui looked at the other party and cried and laughed a little. At this instant, she suddenly had some doubts. This guy, has he really lived for 100,000 years? That, you should, by now, be demoralized? Han Qianlong didn't understand. What do you mean? Chen Shui glanced at the ground. The few insignificant traces. Didn't you kill them out of anger? There wasn't even any dregs left, directly turning the other party into a mist of blood. How angry does that have to be? Chen Shui dryly laughed. I can understand. Listening to you. If it wasn't for that deskmate of yours called Lin Ruoyu, you must have frozen to death in a freezer 5 years ago. There's no trace of sincerity in the apology either. And they keep emphasizing that it's a joke. If it were me, I would have been unable to resist and thwarted them. Han Qianlong rose blandly. My father is not angry. Turning into a mist of blood is not my upper limit. Rather, it's my lower limit. If you're really angry, it's not just a matter of a few people turning into a bloody mist. Ah, Chen Shui was astonished. Not mad? Then how did Su Dao and the others die so tragically? Han Qianlong didn't explain. Come with my father, or go back to school? Chen Shui snapped back to her senses. I don't want to go back to school yet. The bulk of the teachers are gone. By now, people at the school must be frantically searching for. The police have even been called. Being the last person to see the bulk of it would certainly be investigated. What will we say then? Tell them straight away, the big body of teachers came to life on their own. Then he kicked the glass cylinder and walked out on his own. And from a handsome corpse, to an even more handsome, but also invincible, overbearing, and capable of blasting people into a bloody mist with the slightest movement of anger. A demonic father? Tell me about it and the devil will believe it. In her opinion, the school should never go back until she had figured out how to explain it. Han Qianlong didn't say anything more. Then follow my father. After saying that, he grabbed the other party's hand, directly into the feet out the door now in the space crack, without waiting for the scarlet on her face to spread. In the next moment, Chen Shui realized that she had followed the other party and arrived at a desolate clearing. Here is. Han looked around. My father's home. Didn't go home first because he was afraid that his naked self would scare his parents. As a result, he now realizes that there are no parents here. Not even a home? Chen Shui was a bit surprised. Home? You mean, you used to live in this wasteland? It's more than difficult. It's like survival in the wilderness. From the other side of the words, she learned, 5 years ago, the other side is precisely because of the family's poverty, so they do not have the courage to tell their own life-saving benefactor confession. Before coming here, she guessed that the other family would be more difficult. Turns out I didn't expect it to be so difficult. There's not even a shelter from the wind and rain, so you just sleep in the wasteland. Han Qianlong frowned slightly. Although this honorable family is poor, but it's not so bad that it doesn't even have a place to live. He knew the location was right, just the house was gone. After raising her eyes and scanning around, Chen Shui suddenly discovered the end. By home, you don't mean the shed and the dump, do you? Looking along with the other parties pointing, Han Qianma took a step and led the other party directly to the outside of the shed. Chen Shui was just about to open her mouth when the woman's raving suddenly came from inside the shed. I thought I heard my son's voice. Pathfinder, back? Chen Shui was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked at Han Qianrua next to her. Suddenly, he realized that a complex look had surfaced on the other party's face that had never rippled before, and even his eyes were trembling slightly. Just then the sound of talking came from the shed again. Only this time, it was a man. Yes, my son misses you. Definitely will come back to see you. I've told you before, my son loves you more. Why else would he keep going to your dreams all these years? In my dreams, not once. The woman cried. Nonsense. A son is never partial. There has always been as much love given to me as there is to you. The man with a sob. Then why hasn't he come once in 3 years? Is he still blaming me, as a father, for not catching him then? Chapter 6 Repaying Parents. Hearing these words, Han Qianlong recalled the scene where he fell off the bridge. The heart couldn't help but tighten. He remembers, at the time, his father, who had thrown away his battery-operated car, was indeed not far away, and was rushing towards his lost footing. Now that I think about it, I guess the father was on his way home from work and just happened to see this. Then he thought of rushing over and grabbing himself. As a result, in the end, but still did not come, could only watch himself fall into the river. As a father who saw his son commit suicide, he must have been devastated. And how could Han Qianmo not have thought that his father would blame himself for 3 whole years because of this incident? Still haven't gotten over the guilt and grief. A slight exhale. He knew that everything in the past could no longer be changed, and there was no point in dwelling on it. The best thing to do is to live in the moment. Let the 2 oldest know the fact that they are still alive. Forget the hurt, and will be the future. Happy. Think about it. Han Qianlong no longer hesitated and took a big step forward. Dad. Mom. I'm home. Slightly stunned, Han Wei looked at his wife in front of him in surprise. I think I hear my son's voice too. Is it hard to believe that this is my dream? Son, finally come to my dreams? Without answering the other's question, looking at the doorway, Yang Hui covered her mouth and burst into tears of excitement. No, this is my dream. My son came in my dream again, and it's more real than any other time before. Suddenly realizing something, Han Wei turned back violently. The moment he saw Han Qianlong, he subconsciously pinched himself. A bruise was pinched out of his arm and he winced in pain. No, wife. This is not a dream. This really is reality. Celebration only appeared for a second, and immediately afterward, Han Wei shuddered violently and subconsciously stepped back, blocking his wife's face. You, who are you? What's the point of coming here? Why does it look exactly like Pathfinder? As a father, he couldn't possibly forget what his son looked like, but he knew that his son was dead, and his body was in a glass tank at the medical school of Tunghai University. This person in front of him was definitely not his son. It just looks a lot like the son. Han Qianrua pressed down his excitement and roughly told the experience of 100,000 years in the 9 heavenly continent and 3 years on Earth. After hearing his words, Han Wei and Yang Hui's faces were nothing but stunned. Chen Shui knew that the 2 old men would not believe it easily and took the initiative to speak. That, his word, I can prove it. I know you probably don't believe me. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Han Wei and Yang Hui spoke in unison. I believe it. Chen Shui was astonished. Han Wei and Yang Hui look at each other with firm eyes, the latter looking at Han Qianmuo in a daze, tears breaking the bank. My son, can I not understand him? The moment he opened his mouth, I knew that he didn't look like Pathfinder. He's Pathfinder, in the eyes of an outsider. 100,000 000 years of experience was enough to make a person shed his bones 100 billion times and become completely different. But for parents, a child is a child and will never change. After all, they were the only witnesses to watching those few pounds of flesh slowly grow into manhood. In a sense, those 10 or 20 years are going to be longer than 100,000 years. In a sense. Chen Shui breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Han Qianrua on the side. It looks like your parents are more capable of accepting things outside of their perceptions than I thought. At this moment, she even felt a kind of envy, family circumstances aside. It was indeed a blessing for the other to have such parents. Janeway herself stepped off the bed and couldn't wait to grab her son's hands and stroke the other man's head. What have the years put you through? To give birth to such heavy vicissitudes? How bitter it must be to be alone in the field and have no one to tell your heart to. Han Qianrua noticed that although his father on the side was very excited, 1,000 words came to his heart, but for a moment he did not know how to speak. But the vicissitudes of the eyes still hid a trace of sadness. Plus, he had smelled the sickness, so he didn't exchange pleasantries with his mother and asked directly, "Mom, are you sick?" Han Wei shuddered slightly. "How do you know?" Without waiting for him to continue speaking, Yang Hui hurriedly interrupted him. "No, Mom's not sick." Looking to the girl next to her, she asked curiously, "This is your girlfriend? It's beautiful, much prettier than that Lu Jiaojiao," partly to change the subject, and partly because she really liked the girl, nothing else. From the time he came in until now, there was never a trace of impatience or dislike on the person's face, enough to say that people are not bad. With such a beautiful face and good character, anyone would want the other person to be their son's girlfriend. Chen Shui's pretty face flushed and she looked flustered. "Auntie, my name is Chen Shui. That, actually while shy, her mind, in fact, was still thinking about the topic just now, because she could also see that Han Qianlong's mother was so emaciated and abnormal that it was hard for her to even stand still. Now this spirit is more like a return, gives the feeling of leaving. That's what these days feel like." Han Qianlong grabbed his mother's hand. "Mom, there's no need to change the subject. I know you're sick and terminally ill. You're worried that I've just come back and my family doesn't have the money to cure your own illness and will be a burden to me. It's really not necessary, because your illness, for this world, is terminal, but in front of me, it's nothing at all." Han Wei's eyes widened as he looked at his wife with a look of disbelief. "Honey, this..." Yang Hui looked at Han Qianlong with a dumbfounded expression. "Son." As a result, before he could finish his words, he saw the other party casually waving his hand. Next moment, a cool sensation spread from the heart cloth and spread all over the body, and immediately afterward, the pain that was still being held back dissipated. Not only was his body as light as a swallow, but his ears also became more sensitive, and the images in front of him, he could see more clearly. The whole person, as if 20 years younger, was incredibly relaxed and full of strength. Well, Yang Hui touched her chest and cheeks, not knowing what to do. On the side, Han Wei's mouth was wide open, shocked to the core. "Honey, you've gotten younger. Does your stomach still hurt? Feel it, does it still hurt?" Yang Hui rubbed her stomach and kept shaking her head. "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all." Han Wei turned back incredulously, looking at the son in front of him who was both familiar and unfamiliar. "Really good? You really cured your mom? Son, you're too good." Chen Shui, who was on the side, was staring blankly. She knew that this devil father fighting strength is very fierce, but she had never thought that his medical skills would be so heaven-defying. With a wave of his hand, he could restore health and even youth to a dying man. Chapter 7 Great Wealth and Long Life. Han Qianma said blandly, "I said, your son, now, is a geisha demon, omnipotent." Han Wei was overwhelmed and hugged his wife tightly. "Great, it's really great, how virtuous I am, Han Wei, to have a son as good as you." Yang Hui nodded repeatedly. "All this, it can't be a dream. If it's a dream, I wish it would never wake up." Han Qianlong smiled. "Mom, don't worry, it's not a dream. Dad, you got it backwards. You were here first, then I was here. To be celebrated, I should be celebrated too. Be glad you have parents who love me as much as you do." Han Wei and Yang Hui glanced at each other and were silent for a moment, as if there was something that they wanted to say. Han Qianlong, however, was the first to speak. "There's no need to say anything. This time when I came back, I wanted nothing more than to repay you all." After saying that, he took out 2 pills and handed them over to the second old man. Han Wei wondered, "Is this?" Yang Hui couldn't help but marvel. "What beautiful pearls. This should be worth a lot of money." Chen Shui recognized at a glance that this was the elixir she had eaten before and opened her mouth in excitement. "Auntie and uncle, these are not pearls. These are elixirs. Eat it and you'll live for at least 1,000 years. Swish dash. The second old man's eyes widened. Hanwei was filled with disbelief. Can live 1,000 years? How much is this going to be worth? After what he had just experienced, he no longer doubted his son's ability. As the head of the family, his habit of thinking is to consider everything from the perspective of money. Han Pathfinder responded. For me, it's not worth much, because I have, here, plenty. If it weren't for your physique, which limits the upper limit of the pills you can take, how could I possibly take such trash and honor you? There is garbage? Not only the two old men. Even Chen Shui couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth twitch as cold sweat oozed from her forehead. Exhaling slightly, Yang Hui looked at Chen Shui. Yuki ate too, right? Then, in the future, won't we, as a family of 4, be happy together for a long time? Chen Shui's delicate body trembled. Auntie, actually, he and I are just ordinary friends? Looking at Han Qianmo, she seemed to be inquiring, does it count? Am I qualified for that? Han Qianmo did not respond to her gaze and responded directly to the mother in front of him. 1,000 years is not considered a very long time. What I really want is for you and Dad to live forever. But in the current situation, you guys, like Chen Shui, can only take millennium-level life extension pills at most. So, my suggestion is that you find a more secluded and scenic place to recuperate during this latter period. Cultivate the techniques I gave you to improve your physique and realm. I don't want to increase my strength by much. I just want to be able to eat better pills. After all, something like the spirit-gathering pill. Your son has plenty of it. There is simply no need for you to use cultivation to increase your strength. All you have to do is to improve your physique. Take more life extension pills and gain a longer lifespan. That's all. Yang Hui looked at Han Wei. Going to stay at the View? That's going to cost a lot of money. Han Wei just wanted to open his mouth and say, you don't have to worry about the money. Han Qianma then already saw the concern of the two old men. You don't have to worry about the money. Glancing at Chen Shui, he said to the three of them, you guys wait here for a moment, I'll be right back. After saying that, he turned around and took a step, walking into the middle of the spatial rift. The second old man looked dumbfounded. Hanwei kept wiping his eyes. Where are the people? Why is it gone? Chen Shui, who had already experienced it twice, could be said to have seen it all. I think he went looking for the money, didn't he? Don't worry, it's one of his spells in the same vein as the one that cured Auntie. Just get used to it. Looking at the place where the spatial crack disappeared, her heart was a little lost. If you want money, just ask me to borrow it. Or is it true that you don't consider me a friend? A slight sigh of relief. Hanwei looked over at Yang Hui and snuggled up with the other. Stepping out of the spatial rift, Han Qianlong came to a narrow, unoccupied alley. Step out of the alley and into the sparsely populated street. Following his memory, he found a pawnshop called Wanbao with a very old feel to it. According to Earth's timeline, 3 years ago, he came here once to pawn something in order to buy a gift for Lu Jiaojia. In his perception, in this day and age, the existence of pawnshops, as such, has almost disappeared into thin air. Instead, there are online second-hand deals that are faster and more transparent in terms of pricing. If there is still a pawn store and this one has been open for a long time without going out of business, the odds are, then, that the owner who opened it didn't do it to make money, but for some purpose or sentiment. Under these circumstances, the probability of this pawnshop going out of business in 3 to 5 years is almost zero. Because it exists, it is not there to make money, and no amount of bad business will affect it. When he saw the word business hanging on the door of the pawnshop, Han Qianmo knew that his guess was right. Without hesitation, he casually pulled out an ordinary jade tablet from his invisible Qinkuan bag. He walked straight into the pawn store. On the counter, which was taller than a man, an old man wearing round glasses and a long shirt was napping. Noticing that someone had entered the store, the old man wiped the corners of his mouth and spoke casually. Honorable guest, how may I help you? When he finished, he went back to snoozing. Han Qianma didn't say anything more and directly placed the jade tablet on the counter. Upon hearing the commotion, the old man casually glanced at it and closed his eyes. Next moment, he shuddered violently and stood straight up. I'll be damned. This jade tablet, where did you get it from? The texture is so good that it looks like a fake. Natural jade is the most valuable, but the texture is often uneven. Artificial ones have a good texture but don't have much value after all. Things are rare. Natural jade has a texture comparable to man-made jade. So far, it was the first time he had seen it. Look, why do you say it's natural jade? Because artificial jade is formed under high temperature and high pressure. No matter how much polishing is done, there will always be traces left by rapid cooling and depressurization. This is different with naturally occurring jade, which is also formed at high temperatures and pressures, but cools down much more slowly, basically in centuries or millennia. That, manually, Certainly can't be done. Realizing that the guest in front of him was not small, he rushed to show his hand. It looks like you're professional, but it also boosts the air pressure. That way, when it comes time to negotiate the price in a moment, you'll be in better control of the initiative. Chapter 8 Supreme VIP. Han Qianlong's face was expressionless. Just tell me how much it will pawn. The old man thought for a moment and asked cautiously, taking the liberty of asking, can you tell me where this came from? The stuff is too good. He's a little scared. Han Qianlong looked at the other party faintly. Can't. How? From the continent of the 9 heavens. The texture is average. There is a better one in the Qiankuan bag. The special effect is comparable to the best jades. Just afraid that you don't dare to accept it? The other side wouldn't believe it if they said it. Might as well not say anything. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched. It's okay. It's okay. Our store. We don't have a rule that you have to expound on the origin of the pawn. Looking lovingly at the jade tablet in his hand, the old man exhaled slightly. However, if proof of origin cannot be provided, the price will be a little on the low side. Looking to the other man, he spread out 5 fingers. At most, $500,000. Han Qianlong's face didn't change. It's only worth $500,000? It was also true that the texture of this jade tablet, compared to Earth's jade, belonged to the very best of the very best though. But after all, the origin is unknown. General pawnshops, no identification certificates, purchase invoices, collect all dare not accept. It's good enough for people to give $500,000. The point is, although jade tags of this quality were hard to find on Earth, they were plentiful here on their own. There's no need to count that much. Not in the habit of haggling, Han Qianmo took back the jade tablet and prepared to remove the demonic chi on it. The jade tablet has been with him for too long and has been tainted with demonic energy. Mortals who hold it will be corrupted by demonic energy. So the best thing to do is to remove the demonic aura before trading. Seeing this scene, the old man thought that the other party felt that the price was low and didn't want to sell, and his face changed drastically. Wait a minute. The old man may not have been clear just now. $500,000 is not RMB. It's. In this instant, the old man's mind raced, taking the ability to detect words and colors to the extreme. Looking at the other party's bland face and ancient eyes, he knew that this person had an extraordinary temperament and was most likely after the top dignitaries. This top is not the top of the East China Sea, but probably the top of Daxia, or even the top of the world. Otherwise, it would be impossible to take such a valuable thing out to pawn and still look like you're on cloud 9 and fearless. A moment of reflection. The old man finally took a deep breath and spread out his palms once again. But the Kuwaiti dinar, converted to RMB? It's about 10 million. Han Qianlong still had a calm face. Kuwaiti dinars? It's the first time I've heard of this currency. If you convert it to RMB, almost $10 million. Well, 10 million isn't a lot, but it's almost enough for mom and dad to use within a year or two. Nodded. He then pulled out another handful of jade medallions from a position unseen by the other party and placed them on the counter. First, then, as $10. It's all back already, so I'm sure it's going to be a good time for mom and dad. 10 million is just enough to eat. Let's start with $1 billion for a change. 100 million would be enough to eat and drink. Swish dash. Looking at the entire 10 pieces in front of him, the top jade tiles of the exact same quality. The cold sweaty old man's head, the corners of his mouth twitched. You're messing with. I'm a bit confused. Taking a deep breath, he took a half-hearted reprieve. I'm sorry sir, this order is too big for me to make. You have to ask. Ask the owner of our store before you do. Han Qianma faintly said. Go. Hurry up. My lord. There's no time to waste with you. Well, you wait. The old man nodded repeatedly and turned to walk into the account room. 3 minutes later, with a fawning smile, he bumbled his way out of it. It's been a long time. The old man's name is Huan. Dare I ask what the gentleman's name is? Han. Huan went straight around the high counter and invited Han Qianlong to the VIP reception room. Good tea greetings. It's like this Mr. Han. Our boss is willing to accept your pawn. And, raising the price of each jade token, to 13 million renminbi. That means 10 jade tiles, totaling 300 million. But we have one condition. Han Qianma asked. What conditions? Huan was all smiles. That is, you must allow us to upgrade you to a VLP in our pawn store, and leave a phone number. In the future, if there are similar treasures that you want to pawn, you have to give priority to our pawn shop. Han Qianlong didn't refuse. Could be. Of course he could hear that the other party wanted to make friends with him, daring to accept things of unknown origin and giving prices so generously. Apart from this pawn shop, I'm afraid I can't find another one. Obviously, the owner of this pawn store. Uncomplicated. He doesn't care who the other guy is. All he knew was that if that was the case, It would be easy to find them to pawn things in the future. As it is, it's not impossible to give them a chance to flatter themselves. Huan smiled with a raised eyebrow. Mr. Cool, there's $30 million on this card. It's a deposit. 300 million is not a small amount, and it will take some time to transfer the funds. In this case, we will only take one jade tablet for the time being. After the rest of the money arrives and it's all transferred to your name, we'll send someone, door to door, to take the goods. Han Qianma picked up the bank card and put it into the Qiankuan bag at an angle that the other party couldn't see. Don't bother. The jade tags you guys take straight away. Within a month, just credit the rest of the money to this bank card. Dare to play a trick. Consequences are at your own risk. Huan was astonished. Since the gentleman is so straightforward, the old man has nothing to say. This is our pawnshop's supreme VIP card. With it, you'll be able to directly participate in the top auctions in the Eastern Sea and even the whole country, and enjoy the best of the best. Currently, the only person who owns its valued guest is you, receiving the VIP card. Han Qianmo didn't say anything more and turned around to walk out the door. Huan hurriedly got up, wanting to see him off in person, only to be rejected by the other party. After returning to the pawn store, he took a deep breath and immediately called the owner. Boss, it's done. He took the bank card with $30 million in cash and left behind 10 jade tablets. Your guess is right. This person is either rich or noble, and the power behind him is definitely ranked in the first tier of Daxia, even entering the world-class level. Otherwise, it's impossible to be so generous and not worry at all that we dare to play a trick. The boss on the other end of the line asked, "What's his last name?" Huan responded, "Surname Han." Han? Could it be someone from the imperial capital's Han family? Huan didn't retort. Not sure. The old man gave him the VIP card of the pawnshop. If he has a need to participate in the auction, he should be able to know his identity when he arrives at the auction site. After all, every venue has an explicit rule that you must provide exact and valid identifying information in order to attend. Otherwise, one will not be able to participate in the auction. The owner responded, "You did a good job. Pay more attention to this Mr. Han behind. If it's really after power and wealth, the tiger will definitely encounter some trouble. Help when you can." Huan understood the other party's meaning, and his eyes flashed with a fine light. "Yes, boss." Chen Shui visited the second old man's place and realized that they had only recently moved here. Can't help but wonder. Uncles and aunts, why do you guys live in a place like this? I mean, this wasteland, there are obviously places with better environments. How about that? There's no need to live next to a dump, right? Even if it's for picking up trash. You don't have to live directly in the trash, do you? She wasn't flirting, but was genuinely puzzled. Han Wei glanced at Yang Hui and sighed deeply. Hey, we don't want to live here if there's a better option. Chapter 9 Robbery of Bank Cards. What do you mean? Chen Shui knew that her intuition was right. The second old man really had something difficult to say. Yang Hui looked at the trash pile outside and explained. This was a suburb before. That area is Terran Elias. Only this area nearby is our family homestead. Our house, which was previously built in this location. Han Wei sighed. The top sold the land to a developer. We were the only residents. So they told the developers to negotiate compensation with us themselves. As a result, the developer didn't even look for us to discuss. Directly called people and pushed the area into ruins with a forklift. Bulldoze our house. All of it. Yang Hui's heart palpitated. Luckily we were out there that day, busy with the donation procedures for Pathfinder's remains. Otherwise I'm afraid we'll be buried alive on the spot. Han Wei looked indignant. Then we went to the top to report it. The developers' people produced so-called evidence that the agreement had been signed and compensation had been paid. We're the ones being unreasonable, unable to judge the authenticity of the evidence from above. They left us to negotiate our own solution. After that, the developers' people found us and threatened us, telling us to get lost, that it was impossible to ask for money, and that if we kept pestering them, they would send us to the west. Yang Hui sighed. We had no choice but to post about it online, and send out regular videos to tell the internet that any day we go off the air means we are out of it. That's why the developers don't dare to lay hands on us, and can only use various means to force us to leave voluntarily. Han Wei pointed to the dump outside. There wasn't supposed to be a dump here. It was the developers' people, who kept dumping garbage into the area, that eventually created a dump. If we don't go, it's like there's still a dispute issue with this project, and if there's a dispute, we can't start construction. By taking out the trash, they are trying to force us out. Chen Shui clenched her pink fists and huffed. It's 2024. I didn't realize that such evil people still existed. Yang Hui had a sincere face. Miss Chen, this matter, you mustn't tell Qianlong. Chen Shui froze. Ha, what's that for? Han Wei nodded. With his temperament, he's sure to go to that group of developers to get a statement. We're both old, barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes. He's different. He's too young to take risks. Chen Shui smiled bitterly. Uncle and auntie, I don't think I need to explain more about how powerful he is, right? Han Wei had a serious face. So what if you're a great healer? So what if you can come and go as you please? At the end of the day, he's just a guy. Yang Hui nodded. When we posted this online, it caused a furor. And then what? What did we get? Things still haven't been resolved. And in just a few days, the heat of the incident died down. Right now, the videos we post are pretty much only visible to those few fans. Han Wei sighed. The background and power of that group of developers is far beyond the imagination of us ordinary people. What's the use of an individual's strength? In front of behemoths like them, it's still not just a matter of being slaughtered. Not to mention, do you really think that they don't have, at their disposal, wizards with superior medical skills, superior force, and who can also come and go as they please? Chen Shui looked at the two old men in a daze. Suddenly found. These parents are poor and haven't seen much of the world, but they really don't have narrow eyes. If she hadn't seen the means by which Han Shenma killed people, she might have actually supported the second old man's opinion. After all, it did seem to her that the other was right. What are you guys talking about? Right at that moment, Han Shenlong walked out of the spatial rift. Why do the faces look all so stony? Yang Hui drifted back to his senses. Son, you're back. Nothing. Just some family talk. Tired, aren't you? Come on. Come sit. Han Xianrua said that he was not tired, but still followed his mother's hand and sat down on the chair. Dad. Mom. There's $30 million on this card, with another $270 million to follow. A total of $300 million, which should be enough to cover your expenses for 3 to 5 years. In a moment, let's determine which viewpoint to go to, and then my son will take you directly there. You will first recuperate there for 3 to 5 years, while practicing the techniques given to you by your son. After 3 or 5 years, my son will give you more advanced life extension pills. Strive to within 500 years. Raise your lifespan to the 10,000 year level. Chen Shui stared blankly at Han Shenma's handsome face. Can't help but lament, if only my parents could have a son so awesome. No, it should be a son-in-law. That would be so nice. Han Wei was astonished. It's only been less than half an hour. Where did you get $30 million? Son, you're not going on a robbery, are you? Heart tightening, he frowned. Dad taught you before. We may be poor, but we don't steal. We don't rob, and we don't take what doesn't belong to us. Han turned back. Dad, who have you seen robbing bank cards? Han Wei was slightly stunned and glanced at Yang Hui and Chen Shui with an embarrassed look on his face. This money of yours? Where did it come from? Yang Hui was equally curious. Responding to his mother's gaze, Han Shenrua spoke blandly. Too much stuff in my pockets to fit. Just sold some worthless stuff, including Chen Shui. Han Wei and Yang Hui were all shocked. Too much stuff? Sold something worthless? And then, it made the first $30 million, the last $270 million, for a total of $300 million in cash? Obviously speaking Daxia, how does it sound? It always sounds like something is wrong. Returning from her trance, Yang Hui glanced at the time and subconsciously glared at her husband next to her. Han Wei, who had suddenly returned to his senses, rushed to speak. Let's not talk about the money. Whether there's money in this card or not, the day has to go on. The most important thing is that my son is back, and that's the most rewarding thing of all. Son, you said you would take us to the scenic summer. Nope. Cultivation? Mount Qingcheng then. How many people can you take at once with that spell? Why don't we leave now? Chen Shui saw the other party's meaning and didn't retort, but only asked tentatively. Mount Castle is a bit far from here. Can you take me along? Chapter 10. Not just wealth, but invincibility. It didn't matter to Han Qianlong, no matter how many people he brought. It was all the same to him. Could be. However, just as he got up and was about to take everyone in the shed and shrink the ground, outside the house, there was a sudden tirade of abuse. Why is it still here? Looks like you two old things really want to be thrown into the river and fed to the fish. Bang dash. The battered door, kicked open, fell to the ground in pieces. Next moment, 5 men in undershirts and machetes, led by a man in a suit, strutted in from outside. It fucking stinks. The man in the suit at the head of the group covered his nose. The target targeted was not whisked away, and he was almost driven back by the stench. It stinks so bad you can't get rid of it. What a pair of fucking extremes. Chen Shui, who had a face of abhorrence, subconsciously hid behind Han Xianma. Looking faintly at the group of uninvited guests in front of him, Han Xianrua spoke quietly. You are Han Wei and Yang Hui, who had long since turned pale. hurriedly pulled him behind them. Yang Hui said, "Friends, you haven't seen them before." Han Wei nodded. "It's okay, Mom and Dad will take care of it, so take Yuki outside for a walk. Mom and Dad will meet you guys again when it's taken care of." It wasn't that they didn't believe in their son's fighting ability, they just didn't want their son to offend this world, an existence that ordinary people absolutely couldn't afford to mess with. See this scene. The man in the suit at the head of the group pulled out his ears and looked impatient. "What friends? Who are your friends? You two pariahs are also worthy of being friends of my old man?" Yang Hui's face changed drastically, and she subconsciously opened her arms in front of her son and daughter-in-law to be. Seeing that the group was about to make another move, Han Wei clenched his teeth and charged up without hesitation. "Anything comes at me, it has nothing to do with the child." The man in the suit at the head of the group smiled coldly. "That's what you said." As soon as the words left his mouth, he directly raised his foot and violently kicked towards the other party's stomach. When he came over today, he had no intention of negotiating properly. Han Wei's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously wrapped his arms around himself. Whoosh dash! Just then, he suddenly felt something and subconsciously opened his eyes. He was shocked to see that his son, without knowing when, had stood in front of him. Seeing this scene, Yang Hui also subconsciously turned back, only to realize that the object he wanted to protect was not behind him at all. "Son, no!" Han Qianlong's face was gloomy. A close call. Standing in front of his father, he just glanced indifferently at the man in the suit who had kicked his foot over. What? The moment the force was applied to his forehead, the man in the suit shook violently, and immediately afterward, his eyes rolled over and he completely lost consciousness. Whoosh dash! After losing consciousness, he didn't just fall down. Instead, like a cannonball, it struck through the scaffolding and flew into midair 1,000 meters away. It exploded into a bloody mist with a pop. See this scene. Chen Shui's chest continued to rise and fall, although she had seen the other party's power a long time ago, but seeing the other party striking out again and teaching this group of villains a lesson, her heart was still very excited. And in front of her, Han Wei and Yang Hui had already stared in disbelief long ago. What the fuck kind of weird strength is this? The man in the suit's men were terrified, cautiously looking at Han Qianrui as they kept backing away. One look and you can bounce people off. This is what people can do. The man at the front wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stared dead at Han Qianma. "You, stay back. We're Zhao Tai Zhao boss's men. Accepted the commission of the Han Yuan Group, on behalf of the #1 real estate in Daxia, the Han Yuan Group. If you dare to offend us, the consequences." Phew, shoo dash. Before the words left his mouth, a breeze blew by, and all the men in suits, including the man who spoke, turned into dust, scattered with the wind. Throughout the entire process, Han Qianlong did not move like a mountain and did not walk towards them. Yang Hui rushed up and checked if her son was hurt. "Are you okay? Did that just hurt?" Han Wei, who had returned from his trance, smiled bitterly and shook his head. With just a glance, people disappear without a trace. Pain? It would be them who would feel the pain. No, he couldn't help but look at the huge hole in the shed fabric. Even that guy probably didn't get a chance to feel the pain. After all, in that instant, the person is gone. Looking toward Han Qianma, his eyes were covered in disbelief. Looks like Mom and Dad are really narrow-minded. Looking at Han Qianlong with a face of adoration, Chen Shui's chest was still slightly heaving. "Auntie and uncle, I've told you before, your son is not an ordinary man. No matter how scary they are, with him around, there's nothing to fear." Han Qianlong looked at the two old men. "Your son is back. There is no one else in this world who can hurt you. It's on its way to being driven to extinction." Yang Hui, however, catches him. "Forget it. They were mean, but they didn't really hurt us, and in the end, they're just part-timers. There's no need." Han Qianlong thought about it. Indeed, most of all, he could see that his parents did not like to rush to the end of the world, but they were still mainly mortal mentality, unlike him who was fearless. In that case, let's settle the two old men first, and take revenge one by one. Slowly, Han Wei and Yang Hui looked at each other. 1,000 words can't express how I feel at this moment. The only way to express trust and care for each other is to embrace each other. A moment later, Han Qianlong looked at Chen Shui. "Wait here for me." As soon as the words fell, he took the two old men and disappeared in place. Chen Shui didn't stay idle, tidying up the clutter around her in the meantime. A few minutes later, Han Qianlong stepped out of the spatial rift and came behind her. "What are you doing?" Chen Shui turned back in a daze. "So fast." "Oh, I had nothing to do and thought you'd have to come back, so I just went ahead and organized the place." Han Qianma said, "My parents are healthy and intellectually normal, and there's still $30 million in the card. They can take care of themselves without me worrying much." I'm just sending them over. Glancing around at his surroundings, which had indeed become tidier and cleaner, he didn't say anything more as he turned and headed outside. No need to sweep. Go. Chen Shui hurriedly followed her opponent's footsteps. Oh, is it safe over at Castle Mountain? Will my uncle and aunt be in any danger if they live over there? And, we're not going? Han Qianlong responded as he stepped forward. I left the demon seal on them. Those who injure them will be rebounded by the seal and go up in smoke. For my part, I'm not going over there for a while, because I want to get this side cleaned up before I go over there. I had thought that mundane grudges were not worth wasting energy on. It is the right way to bring your parents directly to cultivation so that they can step into immortality as early as possible. As a result, I now realize that there are some things that I will never be at peace with if I don't do them. Some people are weak, but it does get annoying. Han Qianlong stopped and looked sideways at the other man. If you want to go, I can drive you there. Chen Shui hurriedly shook her head. No, don't want to. I'm not trying to go to Mount Qingcheng, not trying to practice, much less trying to follow your parents. I was trying to follow you. Taking a slight breath, Chen Shui raised her head and looked at the other party with a straight face. And what do you mean by things? Although the odds are against you needing my help, I still want to help you. Han Qianlong didn't hide it. I hadn't wanted to have karma with mundane forces, but Tian Gang or Han Yuan group. This group of people is, indeed, annoying. If they dare to come looking for trouble again, I will definitely drive them out. Also, I want to find that schoolmate. Chen Shui was suddenly stunned. You mean, Lin Ruoyu? Han Qianlong nodded. In Earth time, 5 years ago, she saved my life after all. I want to repay her. Chen Shui asked tentatively. It's just, repayment? Han Qianlong looked to the other side. What are you trying to say? He knew what the other man meant. He just didn't know how to answer. Lin Ruoyu at that time was very fat. 1.7 meters or so tall, close to 200 pounds. You could call her cute, but definitely not pretty. But even so, he had a not-so-weak favor with this schoolmate who had been demoted to his class, who had also become a tablemate with him, and who had been very kind to him in every way in his life and studies, especially when he knew that the other party was the one who saved his life. Not Lu Jiaojiu, but also the idea of responsibility was born. But these things, according to Earth's time, only 5 years had passed. But according to the time of the Nine Heavens continent, 100,000 years had passed. Plus in the middle of it all, he was still in love with the Devil's Road Empress for such a long time. Now when asked if he still liked that fat schoolmate, he couldn't really give an accurate answer. Chapter 11. The human race is full of flowers on the other side of the river. Chen Shui, who was asked rhetorically, subconsciously looked away and gestured her fingers. I mean, you swoosh your way from Tokai University to the suburbs. Wouldn't it be easy to find someone? Han Qianlong waved his large hand casually as he faced the wasteland, where his family's small building had previously been located. Shrinking requires knowing the exact location. I've only been at the same table as her, and the East Sea is so big, how would I know the exact location of her house? Chen Shui nodded. Lin Ruoyu, right. Tell me the name of your school, and the class you were in before, and I'll find a friend to ask for you. As she opened her mouth, her beautiful eyes gradually widened. Dullness covered her pretty face. You can still build houses? Looking at the small 2-story building in front of him, which gradually rose from the ground and was made of dust and rocky soil that converged and was eventually restored to its original state, Chen Shui kept wiping her eyes and almost dropped her jaw in shock. Demon Lord, you're so awesome too. Han Qianma's face was expressionless as he casually waved his hand. Boom dash! A powerful chi force shattered all the surrounding trash and weeds. It was immediately followed by a strong wind that swung violently with himself at the center. Less than a second, the junkyard and wasteland were gone, leaving only a flat, muddy area that was incredibly smooth and clean. Only after doing this did Han Qianlong look at the house, as opposed to creating. I'm really better at destruction. After being frozen for a long time, it was only after Chen Shui, who had her mouth wide open, came back to her senses from the shock. What a cow! But don't you think it's more or less monotonous to have only an open space? How about some flowers? Can it be done? If it doesn't work, I'll go buy seeds in the back and we'll grow our own flowers. Han Qianlong thoughtfully looked back at the surrounding wasteland. Next moment, a shoot bursts through the soil and emerges from the ground. Immediately afterward, it grew tender green stalks as well as scarlet buds at a speed visible to the naked eye. The buds bloomed quickly and were as bright red as flames. Soon, this plant, which has only stalks and flowers and no leaves, then spreads rapidly in all directions, centering on the first plant. In a matter of half a minute, it covered the entire dirt floor and surrounded the small building. When he or she says flower, there is a flower. Looking at the bright red flowers that spread to her feet and surrounded her, Chen Shui was so beautiful that she burst into tears by the scene in front of her. It's the flower of the other side. Lots and lots of flowers on the other side. Han Qianlong's face was expressionless. I cultivate the devil's way. Acting on normal plants will only cause them to wilt. Only the manjusri that grows in the land of the underworld. Not only will it not wither, but it will also absorb my demonic energy and grow recklessly. Turning back to Chen Shui, he faintly asked, "Well, do you like it?" Chen Shui nodded her head repeatedly, looking like a chicken pecking at rice. "Aha! So beautiful. What girl roars?" Without saying anything more, Han Qianmo turned around and walked into the small building. A few moments later, Chen Shui, who had awakened from her intoxication, realized that the other party had already entered the house and hurriedly turned around. "Wait for me." Upon entering the house, she realized that although the small building was beautiful, there was not a single piece of furniture inside. Looks like you're going to have to change some furniture to do that. Otherwise, there's no place to sit, let alone sleep. Han Qianma said blandly, "I won't. Like I said, I'm better at destruction than creation. I was able to build this little building. It's because I've lived here a long time before and know the details of the place. Furniture and all that, I don't really understand its structure. Therefore it cannot be created out of thin air." Chen Shui scratched his head. "Okay, then I'll take the time to purchase a batch, provided you trust my aesthetics." Han Qianma directly pulled out a jade token. "This one's for you. Sort of money for furniture. Wanbao pawnshop will collect. To liquidate, just call them. When they ask, tell them I gave it to them." Of course, the jade tags he gave the other party were higher in both quality and rarity compared to those jade pendants before. Those jade tiles before. One is worth $30 million. The piece in front of you will at least multiply several times. Chen Shui took the jade tablet and looked at it for a long time. Looking up again, a wide smile covered her pretty face. "Okay, and do you have any special requirements for the style and function of the furniture? If not, I'll get it the way I want it." "Selling? I'm not for sale. Anyway, it's not like I'm short of money." Han Pathfinder responded. "Do as you wish. Just don't go too far." Chen Shui carefully placed the jade tablet into her pocket, her face full of joy. "Yes, then you can rest here for a while. I'm going to the furniture market now. No need to send me. I'm afraid I'll scare the people at the furniture market." Han Qianlong didn't retort. Good. Suddenly having a feeling of being a hostess, Chen Shui was happy in her heart and bounced towards the door. Just over the threshold, in the field of flowers, came a grumbling noise. "Who grew this? What the hell? Blind couple of messy growths. It's blocking the road." 2 men and 1 woman. It was one of the men in jackets who opened his mouth to complain. The woman in the center in a dressy wraparound skirt and heavy makeup was a sight for sore eyes. "Dirtbag. It's called a manzanita. There's a more romantic name for it, called the Yellow Spring's other side flower. But it's also the first time that this young lady has seen so many, so well-bloomed pigeon flowers. Such a big piece of. It's simply beautiful. Not like reality." Another man in a suit looked surprised. "Strange. I remember. Not so long ago, this was a wasteland to be developed. Where did the flowers come from? Where's the little 2-story building?" The man in the jacket realized this as well, wrapping his arms around himself and shaking uncontrollably. "And haven't you noticed? It's eerie in here. It feels like this isn't the Yang world, but the so-called netherworld." The woman didn't notice these details, still immersed in the beauty of the sea of flowers, until Chen Shui, who was standing in the doorway, frowned and spoke. "Who are you? What's the point of coming here?" The 3 of them drifted back to the front door. The woman in the lead seemed to be sensing that the other party's posture and figure exceeded her own, and unconsciously developed a distaste. "Just this one house. If this lady is not wrong, this should be the Han Qianlong's house, right? Come to Han Qianmo. The age is still similar to his own." Chen Shui snapped back to her senses, her willow brows slightly furrowed. "It's hard to believe that you're the class flower that killed him in the first place." Lu Jiajiao? Chapter 12 Breaking Down Intentions. "Wrong." The woman wrapped her arms around herself with a haughty look on her face. "This lady is not Jiao Jiao. Instead, it's Jiao Jiao's high school classmate and best friend." Next moment, without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Han Qianlong, who had walked out of the house, spoke quietly. "It's been a long time. Wang Fengxia." Of course he remembered the woman. At the beginning of his, "Can be Lu Jiajiao play death? Have this woman half of the credit?" Because every time he was about to give up on Lu Jiajiao, this woman would appear in time, find him and encourage him. "Hang in there a little longer. Jiao Jiao will definitely understand your feelings." And then, Han Qianmo would think, repaying the favor of saving one's life really shouldn't be given up so easily. Continue to pay for Lu Jiajiao. He didn't think about it until the moment he fell off the bridge. The so-called encouragement is just a means for these 2 women to keep teasing themselves. Wang Fengxia absently turned back, her pupils gradually dilating. What a handsome man, but why does it feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Where is it? Swish dash. The next moment, her face went white. I remember. Han Qian mo. You look exactly like Han Qian. It's just that he's more handsome and more graceful than he was 3 years ago. Wang Fengxiao was confused and looked at Chen Shui, who was on the side, in shock. What's the situation? How could he look exactly like Han Qianma? Can't it be that he's Han Qianma's twin brother? I should have known that loser had such a handsome, classy brother. Shouldn't have played him to death 3 years ago. In that case, now maybe, even order the other person to introduce this brother to himself. Chen Shui didn't respond, and with a hint of gloating, she retreated behind Han Qianma. Beside Wang Fengxia, the two companions looked unhappy. Boy, our goddess is asking you a question. Still playing it cool there? Do you really think that both of our fists are vegetarian? Han Qianma casually waved his hand. Who dash? A breeze blew over the two lickspittles and they were reduced to ashes and dispersed with the wind. Swish dash. Her face changed drastically. Wang Fengxia's eyes widened and she sat on the ground in fear. I shouldn't be dreaming. You, what the hell did you do to them? How did they just disappear into thin air? Han Qianma did not answer, just glanced at the other party's eyes. The other party's pupils were lax and dull. Master, Wang Fengxia is your bitch, willing to do anything for you. Chen Shui exhaled slightly and looked at Han Qianma on the side. It was a scene she knew well. Han Qianma looked at Wang Fengxia and spoke faintly. Did Lu Jiajiao send you here? Come to me. To do what? Wang Fengxia had a wooden face. Yes. Not to you. It's to see your parents. She asked us to come over here so that we could force your parents to go to the school, to make trouble with her. Chen Shui frowned slightly with a surprised look on her face. Looking for her to make a scene? What's the fuss? Wang Fengxia did not respond and was silent. Chen Shui could only look at Han Qianrua on the side. That's what makes sense. Even in this state, the other would only answer his questions. Han Pathfinder said, answer her question. Only then did Wang Fengxia open her mouth. Lu Jiajiao's boyfriend, Wu Zihao, is the scion of one of the top 10 families in the East Sea, the Wu family. The other day, in a club bet, he was set up, lost tens of millions of dollars and is in debt, not having the face to ask his family for it. Wu Zihao thought of a way to make money. That would be to find someone to threaten the master's parents and force them to use the master's death as a reason to go to the school and find trouble with Lu Jiajia. When public opinion is big, Lu Jiajia will come out to explain and pretend to be pitiful. Say, back then it was the owner who committed suicide, and she had nothing to do with it, as a way to gain sympathy. When the majority of netizens condemn the owner's parents and have compassion for her, she will then open a live broadcast to earn rewards and bandwagon money. Hearing this, Chen Shui could no longer hold back the anger in her heart. Deceiving the internet while ripping open someone else's scars? This kind of person, for the sake of making money, really doesn't have any face. After meeting Han Qianmore's parents, she knows that Han Qianmore's death for the two old man's blow, in the end, how big? More crucially, she knew that a person like Lu Jiajia would never be able to give Han Qianmore's parents the appropriate compensation after the fact. The hurt and misunderstanding is someone else's. Care and benefits are their own. It is not just selfish. It's just shameless. Han Qianlong's face was expressionless. Where is Lu Jiajia now? Wang Fengxia answered truthfully, to avoid debt collection. She and Wu Zihao went on an out-of-town trip. When my side is done, they'll come back and manipulate the hype and live bandwagon. Han Pathfinder said, call and tell her it's done. Wang Fengxia was coy and pulled out her cell phone. Hey, honey. Being controlled by Han Qianmore's words follow law does not cause him to lose consciousness. In other words, she now knew what she was doing, but just couldn't fight it. The moment the call was answered, she was devastated. Keep shouting. Han Qianrua is not dead. He's back, and powerful in ways you can't imagine. Hurry up and react. Noticed my tone was off. Help me. That's right. Wang Fengxia has long realized that the man in front of her is not Han Qianmo's twin brother at all. Rather, it's Han Qianlong himself. He's changed. It became unrecognizable to all at first glance. Come back with a vengeance. Unfortunately, Lu Jiajiao on the other end of the phone didn't seem to hear the other party's tone was wrong. Honey, so soon? Wang Fengxia nodded her head numbly. Yes, done. You can come back. Together, we'll use Han Qian's parents to hype, broadcast, and make money. Hearing this, Lu Jiajiao screamed in delight. Oh yeah, worthy of being my Lu Jiajiao's good bosom friend. The ability to do things is just tough. But you'll have to wait a few more days. Pride and I are out of town right now, getting ready for a fancy party. I'll be back for you as soon as I'm done with the party. Wang Fengxiao looked at Han Qianma and nodded after realizing that her counterpart was expressionless. Okay, as soon as you can then. Hanging up the phone, she was, inwardly, completely devastated. Next moment, she snapped, her eyes widening. Without waiting for her to speak, a breeze blew her right into powder. Not caring about Wang Fengxia's ashes, Chen Shui took a deep breath and walked over to Han Xianlong. What's next for you? Han Xianlong looked at the sky. It's getting late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Chen Shui looked at the empty house. So I go furniture shopping now? Directly grabbing the other party's jade hand, Han Xianma led the other party into the spatial rift. We'll talk about it tomorrow, and tonight, stay at your house for now. Chapter 13, More Skills. No more pressure. Back to the apartment. Chen Shui looked at Han Xianma, her eyes dodging. Are you sure you want to sleep with me? Sleep at my place? Turning to sit on the sofa, Han Xianlong picked up the remote control on the table and crossed his legs. Otherwise, where do you want me to live? With her heart beating wildly, Chen Shui's heart was filled with anticipation and fear, and rightly so. Then you take the bed. I'll sleep on the couch. He was at least a Gaijin demon lord. It was inappropriate to sleep on the sofa. Han Xianlong didn't dwell on such trivialities. Get me a cell phone. Chen Shui was slightly stunned. Cell phone? Does a demonic father have to use a cell phone too? I saw the immortals and powerful people on TV. They all use 1,000-mile voice transmission. Han Xianlong looked to the other side. I can use transmission on you. Can you use it on me? Scratching her head awkwardly, Chen Shui hurriedly turned around and walked towards her bedroom. And rightly so. At least for now. Aunts and uncles, they don't know these spells. It's easier to use a cell phone. Soon, she found an old cell phone, then put her usual calling card in it, and handed the phone she was using to the other person. Here, the pictures in it, I've deleted. Formatting it would be the equivalent of a new phone. Phone cards too. I've always used 2 phone cards before, just enough to give you one. Receiving the cell phone, Han Xianlong was ready to pull out the jade tablet. Chen Shui hurriedly waved her hand. No need to pay. You've given enough before. Han Xianlong didn't make a pretense. Thanks. When he finished, he continued to watch TV. It's obviously your own home, but you always feel like you're the outsider. In order to break the weird atmosphere, Chen Shui sat on the sofa, separated from the other party by a distance. By the way, said I'd ask Lin Ruoyu for you. I'll call and ask for you now. Pulling out her phone, she called her friends and family. Yes, Lin Ruoyu. Used to go to the 4th high school. Checked it out? Yes. Thanks. Excitedly looking at Han Xianma, Chen Shui spoke. My friend said she found out Lin Ruoyu's information. She'll organize it into a file and email it to me in a few minutes. Han Xianlong nodded. Thanks. Chen Shui shook her head. You're welcome. After a few moments of silence, a complex look emerged on her face. I helped you. Can you, please, answer me a question? Han Xianlong seemed to know what the other party wanted to ask. Not sure. It still depends on whether she likes me or not. I guess. If I liked it, I would have stayed with her. He had lived in the 9 Heavens continent for 100,000 years, and had been roaring with the absolute beauty emperor for 100,000 years. Back to Earth. He takes things between men and women with a grain of salt. Looking for Lin Ruoyu, it's still mostly about payback. So, from the beginning, he never cared what the other side now really looked like. Chen Shui's heart sighed. You're so handsome, and so powerful. How can Lin Ruoyu not like you? Even more so, which woman, who can hold on to her heart, will not be attracted to you? Already probably guessed the backstory. Chen Shui frankly smiled. Pretty good. A lover is a lover. It's a bit bizarre, but it's kind of a beautiful story. Wanting to speak, Chen Shui seemed to be thinking about something. Just as she was slipping into her reverie, a crisp text message beat brought her back to reality. Coming. Picking up her cell phone and tapping on the email from her friend, Chen Shui placed the photo and handed it to the other party. Is she? Han Xianlong nodded. Right. It was probably a photo taken 3 years ago, and it was exactly the same as the Lin Ruoyu he remembered. Chen Shui read. Lin Ruoyu, 4th middle school class of 2021, height 173, weight 96 kilograms, high school grades, 679 total. Chen Shui couldn't help but lament. I'll go. A proper schoolteacher. These grades. No kidding. Domestic universities at random. That is to say, she is now. The probability is that she is studying in Qingbei or Dongji University. Looking down the information, Chen Shui was astonished. The column for school attended. Why is it empty? The home address field, too, is empty. There's no rush. I'll ask again for you in a minute. Immediately calling her friend. The moment she connected, Chen Shui frowned slightly. What information did you give? Just a height and weight and a total score and nothing else. What can one tell? The friend on the other end of the line responded. Aren't there hobbies, horoscopes, zodiac signs, mottos and whatnot? It's such a long string. You didn't look hard enough? Chen Shui was somewhat speechless. It's not like I'm going on a blind date with her. Knowing her astrological preferences for what? Home address. Which college you went to? Those are the things that I want to know, okay? The friend responded decisively. No. Her family was just in the middle of a demolition at the end of the high school year. So even her high school teachers don't know where she moved back there. As for the application institution, originally filled in was East China Sea University. But I asked our school's admissions office teacher and she said there's no such person. Where Lin Ruoyu is studying now. And whether she's still studying or not. I guess no one knows except herself and her family. Chen Shui sighed. So, okay, thanks. I'll buy you dinner someday. My friend asked. What day is the other day? I'll remember. Chen Shui had a black face. You decide. You set the line. My friend couldn't stop laughing. That's a good feeling. Okay, I'll let you know when I'm done. Hang on. Moa. Chen Shui put down her cell phone and looked at Han Qianma next to her. You should have heard it earlier. That's about the way the situation is. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. Han Pathfinder responded. I don't blame you. You've done enough. Chen Shui was curious. So what are you going to do? Next, Han Qianlong, who was watching the TV, was expressionless. What do you think? I'll go back to school and continue my studies? Chen Shui was slightly stunned. Reading? Is the knowledge of this world still nutritious to you? The Gaijin? Han Qianmuo said blandly. Skillfulness is not a problem. Besides, I've only lived in the Nine Heavens continent for 100,000 years, so I know things there better. Here, the level of cognition, essentially, remains about the same as in the general population. It's never a bad thing to learn more. Having reached his realm, if he wanted to raise his strength again, he could only rely on a higher state of mind. The so-called state of mind is the combination of cognition and mindfulness. That's right. For him, immortality was not the end. He still wants to get stronger. Because he knows that there is still something he can't do now. Beyond that, he had a hunch. The only way to find that cute, nice, fat schoolgirl is to go to school. The most important reason, of course, is because, invincible. What do you do if you don't play the game? Chen Shui smiled bitterly. You're the demon lord. You decide. But there's a problem. What identity do you use to go to school? Sociologically speaking, right now you're just a big body in the collection at the medical school at Tunghai University. Chapter 14, Cousin. Cousin take you to cultivate immortality and fly with you. In your current situation, let alone going back to school to read. Chen Shui had a bitter smile on her face. Just going out on the street would scare a lot of people to death. Suddenly she thought of something, and her eyes were clear and wise. Ask you a question. Can you use a spell and modify everyone's memories? Make them forget you're dead. So you can go back to this society and get on with your life like a normal person. Han Qianlong watched the TV. What category of people does all people refer to? Do unborn babies count? There are no boundaries to the existence of dead things. Is it just a memory about my fall into the river? Or does it include its involvement in the cause and effect? I can erase people's memories, but conceptual blurring, I can't do that. Chen Shui looked embarrassed. That won't help. Without solving the memory problem, your appearance will surely cause a sensation in the entire East Sea. Even the whole country, the whole world. The consequences are unimaginable. Han Qianlong used the remote control to change the channel. Actually, this matter is not as complicated as you think. Or rather, not yet. He knew this. What would be enough to shatter 3 minds for an ordinary person would likely be just routine for the people in power in this world. Theoretically, all that was needed was to cover their eyes and they could be fooled. Ordinary people, no matter how unbelievable it is, after 3 or 5 days, it's forgotten. As long as it doesn't affect their lives, no one cares at all. Besides, it's simply not there yet. So in his opinion, Chen Shui's worries were purely superfluous. Chen Shui sighed. It's not to that point, but I thought you said you were going back to school to continue your studies. So that ground will come sooner or later. It's always good to prepare in advance. Han Qianma said blandly. No. Chen Shui had an afterthought. The glass jar that held you before is probably at the police station by now. School security, the police department task force, are more than likely looking for you all over the world right now. And you call that a no? Han Qianlong said blandly. Did you receive a call that you were asked to cooperate with the investigation? Chen Shui shook her head. No. In the next moment, she drifted back to her senses. Yeah, as one of today's visitors, the bulk of it was lost, and it's amazing that up until now, no one has called me. Make me cooperate with the investigation? How come? Seeing that Han Qianmuo had a calm face, Chen Shui hurriedly took out her phone and called her classmate. Hey, are you at school? Our school today. Did something big happen? The student on the other end of the line responded. It must be a big deal. The big body exhibit room at the medical school is on fire. The contents, all burned up. Fortunately, there was no one there at the time. The fire was burning heavily, but there were no casualties. But the losses, I'm afraid, are incalculable. Hearing this, Chen Shui instantly understood that this fire was burned by this man in front of her. Really? Like this? That's really a shame. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shui looked at Han Qianrua on the sofa. Murderers in the movies destroy other people's bodies. This is the first time I've ever encountered someone who has destroyed the body on themselves? So true. Exhaling slightly, Chen Shui asked. The problem of the corpse is solved. What about the problem of identity? Nope. One moment the body, the next moment the destruction of the body. Why does it always feel like the topic of discussion right now is a little weird? Han Qianma responded. 3 years on Earth, 100,000 years on the 9 heavens continent. Nowadays, how many people can see me and recognize, at a glance, that I am Han Qianrua? As for identity, it's simple. Just need to take care of the guy who helped me with enrollment. That's all. Chen Shui snapped back to her senses. Yeah, you can modify people's memories. Just modify the teacher in charge of this when you go through the transfer process. As long as no one scrutinizes it, no one will even notice that there's a problem with your identity until you graduate. In that case, you can really act like a normal person, together with me, and go to East Ocean University to study. At this moment, Chen Shui's face was covered in elation, and it looked as if she was going to be happier than the other party. Han Qianlong remained expressionless. Rest. Tomorrow, I'll go back to school with you. He didn't go to East Sea University to pretend to be a pig in a poke. Rather, it was because, after the intuition appeared, he divined a fortune for himself. The trigram showed that going to Donghai University was the fastest way to find Lin Ruoyu. Chen Shui nodded. Aha! Well, do you want to take a shower first? Tonight, you take the bed and I'll take the couch. Han turned off the TV. No need. Scrubbing the bones and marrow is a necessary process for cultivation. This process washes away the dirt from the body and soul, bringing it to a purer state. In this way, it was possible to absorb and store more aura or demonic energy. He who had already become a demon dignitary, his soul had long since undergone no less than 1,000,000 washes. It gets clean as a whistle. The body, although just taken back, but the process of repairing it also washed him. The degree of purity, although not as good as the body of the companion spirit cultivation, but it's also 10 million times cleaner than the cleanest body on earth. In such a case, not to mention the water of the earth, whether it would make his body dirtier and dirtier the more he washed it, even if he could wash away the surface stains, he wouldn't dare, because the demonic energy will penetrate the water with this process. Sewage flows into water pipes and down sewers into rivers. A little bit of luck. It's just that the fish and shrimp in the rivers are impregnated with demonic energy and mutate into demonic beasts. Bad luck. Sewage is pumped out by the water plant, purified, made into tap water and delivered to the city. Normal purification methods can't get rid of the demonic qi in the water. By then, the entire East Sea would be saturated with demonic qi. Become his servant. That would be fun. Seeing that the other party had no intention of explaining, Chen Shui did not pursue the matter. Okay, I'll go wash up then. After saying that, she went to the bedroom to find some change of clothes and brought them into the bathroom. After a long day of running around, I went to the dump again. She was all over the place without a shower. The bathroom door was closed. Not long after, Han Qianlong, who was sitting on the sofa, heard the sound of clattering water. With no distractions in his mind, he always looked at his cell phone, and after retiring Chen Shui's WeChat, he boarded his own WeChat. Just after boarding, he saw many unread messages, without exception. All memorialize him. It was a pity that when he was in high school, he was not allowed to bring a cell phone, and at that time he did not add Lin Ruoyu's WeChat. Otherwise, there should be a message from Lin Ruoyu as well. Han Qianlong glanced at the unread messages on WeChat. One of them caught his attention. 3 years. Every time I go to that place, I think of you, and then I'd be thinking, how great would it be if you were still alive? The last message shows a date of February 9th, 2024. Less than a month has passed since then. Looking at this name Blossom Fortune, very strange WeChat name, Han Qianmo still cannot help but return a sentence. You, who is it? Chapter 15 Chen Shui, do you know perspective? Han Qianma, yes. A few minutes later, the beeps of new messages went off continuously. What's going on? What? Looking at the screen full of question marks, Han Qianlong replied back. I'm Han Qian's father. May I ask who you are? After receiving this answer, the other party returned a sweaty expression, and introduced himself. Hello Uncle Sam. I'm your niece. Han Qianlong muttered. Soon. The image of a young girl came to his mind. That's his ninth uncle's daughter. 5 years younger than him. Name's Han Xinwan. When he was 12, the other man was 7. Because of the small time back home, always take each other to play. Plus he was already handsome. The other side is always yelling, grow up later, want to marry him. The family took it as a child's game and didn't take it seriously after the fun. He didn't take it to heart himself. After that, Han Xiaowan's family moved out of the country and seldom returned to their hometown for Chinese New Year. After a few years, he forgot about the existence of this cousin. Remember the last time you saw each other? It was still during the Qingming festival, when the elders of the family organized a group visit to the graves. At that time, Han Xinwan was 13 years old and he was 18. At that time, at the first sight of the other man, he did not recognize him. Just think, this niece looks familiar, and always likes to peek at herself, and her face is always red. After the sacrifice was over, he asked his parents, and only then did he learn that the other party was the little cousin who had clamored to marry him. It's been a few years, and it's really changed a lot. Han Qianlong murmured faintly. A few years have passed. She's grown from 12 or 13 to 17 or 18 too, I think, and she certainly couldn't have imagined that my father is still 18 years old. Probably saw that. After his death, many people were tweeting their remembrances. On his face, a faint trace of casualness emerged. Picking up his cell phone, Han Shenrua sent a message back to Han Xiaowan. Don't mess around with your mom's WeChat in the future. He didn't think that a 17 or 18-year-old girl would have such a mature name. Blossoms of Fortune? It sounds ripe for the picking, and it's the ripe and rotten kind. This time, the message was returned, and fortunately, it was the other person who saw it. If her mom saw it, she'd be scared out of her wits. Tink dash. Soon the other side sent another message. But I don't have Pathfinder's WeChat. When I could add. I was too embarrassed to ask. And when I had the courage to ask, the other person was gone. Han Qian asked. The man is gone. Why do you think so much? Han Xinwan. Leave a thought. When I was a kid, it was Brother Pathfinder who treated me the best. Han Xianlong replied without changing his face. Okay, you add him on your own WeChat and I'll put you through. Soon after, Han Xinwan sent a smiley face. Thank you, Uncle Sam. It wasn't long before the ad request came in. Boring anyway. After adding it successfully, Han Xianrua used his father's identity and the tone of an elder to ask about the other party's recent situation. Like how about studying? At this age, you should be taking college entrance exams. Which college are you going to apply for? It's okay if you don't study well. Cousin takes you to cultivate immortality. No, it should be cultivating demons. It's more dickish than fixing a fairy. Bathroom. Chen Shui was meeting the clear splash of water and cleaning herself. After the ponytail was untied, the waterfall like green silk clung to her delicate jade back, outlined slender curves. After washing her hair, Chen Shui planned to use a hair bouquet to tie up her hair first. This makes it less likely to tear your hair when you rub the bubbles. As a result, because of the water stains on her face, she accidentally touched her hair strands to the floor. The strands of hair from the landing rolled into the crevice under the sink. It was too dark down there, and she couldn't help but sigh after bending down and groping around for half a day and still not finding it. She seemed to have thought of something at this time and asked casually, His Excellency the Devil, in your continent of the 9 heavens, can you learn an ability like the knife perspective? She wondered if she knew this ability. She might not be so embarrassed right now. Han Pathfinder in the living room responded, Yes, but you can't learn it until you reach the Nirvana realm at least. Chen Shui asked, Then what realm are you in? Immortality. Okay, let me rephrase the question. An ability like perspective. Do you know how to do that? Will. Suddenly stunned, Chen Shui looked at the bathroom door with a flushed face. Then you. Then I. So now, I'm not all over you? Han Qianma responded. I am a demon lord, not a pervert. Relief. Chen Shui lamented in her heart. Yeah, he is the unparalleled demon lord. Beside them, they were all stunning women like the Devil's Path Empress. How could he be interested in the body of a mortal girl like himself? To think like that is simply an insult to the word demon. After resting for a while, Chen Shui once again slipped her jade arms into the slit below. Look again. Find it if you can. If you can't find it, forget it. Just then, a faint reminder came from the living room. To the left. Yeah, that's the place. Hearing this, Chen Shui subconsciously did as she was told. The next moment, her hand, indeed, touched the strand of hair. Phew. Finally. Thank you, Lord Demon. After cleaning the hair bundle and putting it over her hair, Chen Shui met the splash of water and continued to clean her body. Seemingly realizing something, suddenly, her beautiful eyes snapped wide open. The already flushed face became even more scarlet. The next day, the duo who arrived at Tunghai University went to the medical school first. After determining that the bulk of the exhibition room had been burned to the ground, Chen Shui heaved a sigh of relief. While stroking his chest, he led Han Qianlong in the direction of the office building. The plan is to directly modify the other person's memories, right? So, ID cards, transfer applications and all that. But to make it easier to explain where you came from to others later, we still have to get the statements right ahead of time. Han Qianlong nodded. You say. Chen Shui took out the information background that she had thought about all night. You'll be called Han Pathfinder, despite being 17 or 18 years old looking, but the real age is 21. Born in an orphanage. Fatherless. Daxia people. Previously, I studied at the University of Tokyo. It was only because of special reasons that I applied for a transfer and returned to Daxia to study. Han Qianlong's face was indifferent. You're insulting my father. Slightly stunned, Chen Shui snapped back to her senses and hurriedly erased the words University of Tokyo. Sorry. Just thinking about not being easily noticed. Ignore that there are no universities in Tokyo, only farms. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. After thinking about it, Chen Shui took out her pen and made the changes. Closer then, Imperial University. How's that? Han Qianlong took a step with his hands behind his back. There's no need to make this stuff up. The more lies there are, the bigger the hole. Chen Shui looked worried. And how do we answer when people ask, how did you get to this school? Han Qianlong didn't turn around. Let's just say I haven't studied before. Spend some money to get a taste of college life. After hearing the other party's overbearing reply, Chen Shui stood dumbfounded, and for a while, was actually speechless to retort. Chapter 16, Director, stop it. Isn't this the flower of our medical school? Haven't seen you in a few days. Got a boyfriend? Seeing Chen Shui walking with a boy she hadn't seen before, the pedestrians on the road, their eyes burned. Groups of girls whispered, that guy is so handsome, so graceful, and a new face. In my opinion, it's either a rich second generation, and Chen Shui is with him because she's eyeing someone else's money. Either you are looking at the person's parents who are too handsome, innocent on the surface, behind the scenes, a total horny girl, pure curiosity. Why couldn't it be? He's both rich and handsome? The one who opened his mouth froze for a moment, then spoke righteously. Anyway, Chen Shui is definitely not with him because of true love. What hospital flower? Still not a superficial woman who looks average but likes rich and handsome guys. It wasn't just the girls, but the boys passing by had grim looks on their faces as well. The eyes that gazed at Han Qianmo were filled with envy, jealousy as well as hate. Chen Shui looked embarrassed. Why does it feel like everyone's weird today? Usually walk down the street and turn around. There were even boys rushing up to her and offering her flowers for love. But this is the first time she has encountered a situation like today's God hates ghosts. Forget it, leave them alone. Unable to figure out exactly why, she sighed. Chen Shui turned back and took Han Qianruo's hand. Let's go. This scene, moreover, caused a sigh of relief from the people around. There were even boys with wide eyes and bruises, crushing and popping the coke in their hands. Leading the other party to the entrance of the admissions office. Chen Shui exhaled slightly. What the hell? Why does it feel like there's something weird about the school? Today, it's like being on the wrong medication. Turning back to see Han Qianlong looking away, she beckoned. Forget it, don't care about that uselessness. Lord Demon? Han turned back. You say. Chen Shui pointed inside and said, this is the enrollment office. I just looked and the teacher in charge of the admissions office is in there. Wait here for a minute. I'm going to make a head start. I'll text you when I'm sure there's no one else and you come back in. Han Qianlong didn't say anything. Following that, Chen Shui pushed open the door and walked in. Coming to the office door, she knocked. A response was heard from inside before she opened the door and entered. Director Luo, you're here. I wonder if this is a good time for you. Dressed in a white shirt, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an ocean on his head, the obese director of the admissions office, Luo Chao Kai, lit up before his eyes. Putting down his cell phone, he surveyed the female student in front of him. You are? Chen Shui responded politely. I'm a student in the 4th class of my sophomore year at the medical school. My name is Chen Shui. The purpose of coming here is to ask Director Law. Are you available now? I have a friend who wants to transfer to our school. Need to consult with you on the exact process. If the person says they're available, that proves that someone probably won't be coming in a while. His Excellency the Devil can make a bold move. If you're not available, then you'll have to pay a little attention and find another time. Otherwise, if the process of memory modification is seen by someone, if word got out, it would be a problem. Luo Chaozhai licked his lips and eyed his opponent. What college? Your friend? Male or female? Why don't we talk about subterfuge first? Ha! Chen Shui froze, thinking that her ears had misheard. You just said. What rules? It took Luo Chao a moment to snap back to his senses and hurriedly manage his expression. I mean, talk about transfer rules. You answer my question first. What school does he go to and what are his grades? You know, our school's acceptance score, it's not low. Chen Shui scratched his head and blurted it out. He didn't go to school. I wonder if it's okay to spend money directly. There was no intention of chatting about the so-called process. These things, after all, don't matter at all. She just wanted to know if the other person had asked someone else to meet her here or not. If no one is there, then the demon lord, Dada, will have to come in. Luo Chaozhai smiled and nodded. Okay, but this kind of violation is risky. You'll have to show a little something. Chen Shui was slightly stunned. Indication? What do you mean? She was just kidding. I didn't expect the other side to take it seriously. And still claiming representation? The joke, I'm afraid, is a little too big. Luo Chao just got up and circled around to his opponent. Actually, I remember you. The flower of the medical school. Chen Shui. Tell you what, Chen Shui-san. I can help you with your friend's transfer. But only if you let me. Get it? Don't worry. When it's done, it doesn't matter what your friend's grades are or how many points he can get. I can even get him to come to our school. More even. Just pick any major you want. As long as you can serve me well. Hearing these words, Chen Shui subconsciously backed up and almost threw up. Director Luo. You're not sick. Luo Chaozhai smirked and walked towards his opponent. Fist pumping. As a medical student, you can't tell? Ah, the director is sick. That's why you, the doctor, need to be healed. MS. Doctor, please, save me as a patient. Chen Shui kept backing away. A wave of nausea. You're not afraid of being seen when you fuck like that? Luo Chaozhai kept swallowing his saliva. Don't worry, it's my day off. No one's coming for me. Do whatever we want to do here. No one will bother us. Hearing this, Chen Shui sighed in relief. Director Luo, one last reminder. Don't ever do this. She had read such a bridge countless times in novels. How could you not expect that? In reality, it would actually happen to you. But she didn't panic at all. Having read the novel, she knew. In such cases, the leading man rushes in and stops the situation when it matters. She didn't want to be the heroine who pretended to fight. But the other side can't resist jumping into the pit with an iron will. Luo Chaozhai became even more excited. What? You want to resist? Do you think that you can resist me? Stop struggling. Come on, my beauty. Chen Shui, who was standing in place, sighed, the entire time, without a hint of panic. Hey, what's the point? Buzz dash. The next moment, the hero she expected did come in from outside. At the same time, the entire office space, as if frozen, was completely still. Even Luo Chaozhai looked like a wooden man, keeping his teeth and claws open, staying where he was, not moving a muscle. Chapter 17. Choose what identity you want. Sorry for the joke. Chen Shui looked embarrassed. Honestly, I've been in contact with this director of admissions. A few times before. He wasn't like this at all. I don't know what's wrong with it, including those students I ran into outside earlier. It always feels like, today it's all a bit off, but I can't tell you exactly what's wrong. Han Xianlong sat down on the couch. Doesn't it feel like they've gotten worse? Or rather, those real thoughts in their hearts, which they were afraid to show before. And now, they dare. Chen Shui snapped back to her senses. Yeah, that's what it feels like. You'd have to say it's gotten worse. Not really. After all, being mouthy and horny is supposed to be a human instinct. The key lies in the ability to temper that instinct with reason. After all, the most essential difference between humans and animals is that animals cannot use reason and morality to restrain instincts, whereas humans can. So I think your second statement, as opposed to the gone bad one, is really more accurate. Chen Shui looked puzzled. But why on earth would that be? I don't understand. Han Qianma explained. Because of the demonic aura in me. As a matter of fact, I have been suppressing my own demonic energy. But even so, within a radius of almost 100 meters with me at the center, if there are living beings, they will still be affected by my demonic aura. In turn, the instincts are aroused to amplify the evil in the heart. Chen Shui looked surprised. So that's it. It's no wonder that from the moment we left the house, all along the way, everyone we met looked at us with what seemed to be malice in their eyes. So it's because of the influence of the demonic aura. The negative emotions in my heart, such as jealousy and anger, have all been amplified? It's worthy of being a demon lord. Other people walk with the wind. You walk with magic. It's hard to ignore you. Seemingly thinking of something, Chen Shui was astonished. It's not right. Why am I okay? Besides me, the aunts and uncles, they seem to be fine? Could it be that your demonic chi, which only targets those outside, has no effect on those around you? After saying this, she looked at Han Qianma with anticipation in her eyes. Han Qianma blandly said, "No, it is because there is no evil thought in your hearts. Or rather, the evil thoughts are few and far between, so few that they are not affected by the demonic aura. That's why it looks like there are no repercussions." Oh, Chen Shui was expressionless. It is a great compliment to have no evil thoughts and to be pure of heart. Yet when it came to her, there seemed to be nothing but disappointment. In order to hide her emotions, Chen Shui hurriedly changed the topic. Then this physique of yours, wouldn't it be the physique that only the protagonist has? In novels, everywhere you go, you pull hate and cause conflict. This is an ability that only the protagonist of a novel possesses. Yeah, Han Qianlong disagreed. Everywhere you go, you can incite the people around you to become bad people. This is the protagonist physique? This is clearly the villain physique. Chen Shui scratched his head. That's right. You're a demon lord. It's an identity that really is more suited to being a villain. But it doesn't matter. Smiling brightly, Chen Shui said in a joking tone, even if you're a villain, it's still the most handsome, the most temperamental, and the most likable villain. Han Qianma didn't hear the meaning of the words and said bluntly, "It's getting late, so it's better to get down to business first." Oh, Chen Shui snapped back to her senses and looked helplessly at the director of the admissions office in front of her, who was already kneeling on the ground. That, His Excellency the Demon Lord first. Han Qianmo didn't say anything more, just glanced at Luo Chaokai who was kneeling on the ground, and the other party's eyes were filled with grayness. It was only then that Luo Chao looked up. "Master, please command." Han Pathfinder responded. "Listen to her, and do whatever she tells you to do. This is a dead order. No matter when, no matter if you are awakened or not, even if you are reincarnated and reborn, it is still valid. This is a seal imprinted on the soul for a period of eternity." Hearing this, Chen Shui was slightly stunned, her beautiful eyes trembling. At first she felt that this was a bit over-punitive or unnecessary, but soon she reacted to the fact that the other woman was looking out for herself. Although under normal circumstances, Luo Chao can only use reason to restrain instincts, but subconsciously, the idea of misbehaving against her had already been born, or had been born long ago. The best thing to do with such a hidden danger is to just destroy it. The other party, on the other hand, was directly turning Luo Chaokai into a slave who was absolutely loyal to her. This eliminates the hidden danger and keeps her in school. With an extra layer of connections, it can be the best of both worlds. Chen Shui thought. Regardless, the other person is also protecting themselves. Realizing this, her heart could be very happy. Thanks. Han Qianlong was slightly stunned. Thanks for what? What's next? Over to you. Chen Shui snapped back to her senses and hurriedly looked at Luo Chaokai. Go, open the computer, and register Han Qian's information as I requested. Also, this pile is the files and photos of Han Qianmo. Make a complete file of them and put them in a filing bag. You're the director of enrollment, so you should know what to do without me teaching you. The information and photos were what she got for Han Qianlong when she went out. She didn't know exactly how it would work, but she knew that it would definitely be okay to give it to Luo Chaokai. Luo Chaokai nodded numbly. Yes, master. Then he sat back down at his computer and got busy. Chen Shui watched the computer to prevent Luo Chaokai from waking up midway and messing around. Are you going to the class I'm in, or to another major? Han Pathfinder responded. I want to be free. Chen Shui nodded. Then we'll make you a special student. Similar to international students. There are no set classes. You can take whatever classes you want. Live in a fancy bachelor pad and have a one-on-one companion of the opposite sex. Han Qianlong was a bit surprised. The treatment of international students. Is it that good? Chen Shui sighed. Yeah, after all, people are high-end talents from abroad. Han Qianlong muttered, accompanied by. Chen Shui looked up and wrapped her arms around herself. Yes, the companion. Both men and women, as long as the other agrees. What? Interested? Do you want me to pull up pictures of all the grades, all the classes, and the female classmates for you right now? Let's, pick them one by one? Han Qianlong shook his head. There's no need. If I really had to choose, it would only be you. The others, I can't trust. Hearing these words, Chen Shui froze for a moment and instantly realized that she had once again insulted the word demon. Yes? Feeling ashamed, Chen Shui lowered her head, and in order to hide her embarrassment, she could only pretend to look at the computer screen, out of the corner of her eye. However, she noticed something. Lord Demon, I think I found the person you're looking for. Chapter 18, The Secret of Success. Han Qianma's figure flickered and arrived beside Chen Shui. Deep eyes gazed at the computer screen. As expected, there were 2 names written on the transfer registration page. From the bottom to the top, the first one is himself, and the second one is Lin Ruoyu. Seeing the photo displayed on the data card, which was indeed the Lin Ruoyu he remembered, Han Qianruo's breath slightly shortened by half a point. Yes, that's her. Feeling the other party's hot breath, slightly moving half an inch would even touch the other party's pectoral muscles. Chen Shui's pretty face flushed red as she forced herself to maintain her composure. Information shown. On her volunteer form 3 years ago, she filled in East China Sea University, but for some reason the school didn't accept her. And after that, she applied to MIT and was accepted successfully. Looking at the photos on the computer screen, Chen Shui couldn't help but feel emotional. Right now, it seems that the only school she wants to attend is Donghai University. Enrolling in MIT is just a way to transfer, face those teachers who refused her enrollment in the first place, and to successfully enroll in Donghai University. Because, to get into MIT is to be recognized by a top international educational institution. As long as she is willing to return home, the educational institutions in the country, so to speak, will accept her unconditionally, and all sorts of great benefits will be given, not to mention those few universities in the imperial capital. She could have chosen any of them, and after the election, if the other party is not willing to accept her, all right, the other party will instead be held accountable from above. After all, such a talent, when placed in any country, is an unattainable existence. Being willing to come to East China Sea University is a blessing for East China Sea University. I don't know exactly what the situation was 3 years ago, but now, if anyone in our school dares to reject your high school friend, not just the school's top brass, but even the East Coast's agencies and institutions won't let them off the hook. With a slight sideways glance, one could see the other's handsome face, and a little closer, one could even kiss. Chen Shui carefully looked at the other and blushed. This high school classmate of yours is not an ordinary cow. Han Qianlong didn't retort, perhaps out of guilt, or perhaps the person simply didn't provide a current photo. Hanging on the profile card was the same picture of Lin Ruoyu in her high school uniform 3 years ago. Looking at the familiar, chubby face in the photo, Han Qianruo had a trance-like feeling that everything happened yesterday. MIT is frying an American chestnut, right? Come on, let's go find her. Chen Shui froze and hurriedly pulled the other party back. Wait a minute, Ms. Yuri Fry is across the ocean. Are you sure you can go so far away? Han Qianma said blandly. Shrinking into the earth has a distance limitation, but it's not as short as this. Short to a place like this? The corner of Chen Shui's mouth twitched twice. Okay, even if you can shoo right through, and with no problem finding her in person. And then what? Bring her straight back? That's a merry chestnut fry. I've heard that Dasha people who go there are under FBL surveillance. Lin Ruoyu is so bullish. The likelihood of being watched is much greater than normal. What if they find out about your ability to shoo? Do you think they'll let you out of there? Han Qianlong was unimpressed. It's none of my business if they let it or not. Not to mention this low martial world. Even the 9 heavens continent, there is no place I can't go to, much less someone who can stop me from going there. Chen Shui stared at her beautiful eyes. And then what? They do it and you fight them? And then the World War? And then you destroyed the world? In that case, what's the point of looking for Lin Ruoyu? Han Qianlong had a needless look on his face. If it's gone, it's gone. And it's not a nice world. When the time comes, the big deal is to take my parents, Lin Ruoyu, and you, and ascend to the upper realms where aura is more abundant. Make sure that the environment and order there is much better than here. Chen Shui sighed, with a hint of tenderness and emotion in her eyes. Thank you for being willing to take me when the world ends. But just because you're willing to take me doesn't mean you're also willing to take my parents, my family and friends, my parents' family and friends. Just because you're willing to take Lin Ruoyu doesn't mean you're willing to take Lin Ruoyu's parents, Lin Ruoyu's family, friends, classmates, and all the people she cherishes, or can't part with. You're a demon lord. You can cut off unnecessary ties, but we can't. We're mortal. As mortals, we can only go on loving the world. As much as it's not pretty, it's also a lot of good. More importantly, it was always our home. The place where we cried, laughed, had fun and suffered. Not everyone wants to practice immortality or magic. You're not sure if Lin Ruoyu is willing to follow you out of this world. Then don't try to upset the original balance and peace of this world just yet. Leave it the way it was, okay? Han Qianlong nodded. Good. There wasn't much thought or hesitation, and it seemed incredibly casual. If we didn't know the identity of the other party. Chen Shui almost thought that the other party was being perfunctory. So easily persuaded to come back? Is it hard to believe that the secret of this gaijin's success is to listen to advice? Han Qianlong looked at the computer. The registration information says she'll be back next week. When the time comes, if she hasn't reported for duty, then we'll go find her. Chen Shui came back in a trance. Ha! Oh, this will do. Han Chen Mo turned back and looked at the other party faintly. The condition for the use of shrinkage is that when using it, you must think of the appearance of the target location, or the appearance of the target person. 3 years have passed on Earth. Lin Ruoyu's appearance had, more than likely, changed quite a bit. Meaning, thinking about what Lin Ruoyu looked like 3 years ago was probably useless. The only way to get to her would be to go to MIT first, also through online photos. Universities are generally very large. It's not only hard to find out this way, but it's also really suspicious. That's the main reason he listened. Chen Shui didn't understand the other party's meaning and tilted her head, asking, so what? From a distance, it looked like she was being held in the other woman's arms. 4 eyes. Han Qianlong looked at the other party's clear eyes. So you'd better not get plastic surgery in the future. Otherwise, I might not be able to find you. Bang, bang. The moment she heard the last sentence, Chen Shui's heart violently jumped twice, and faster. Chapter 19. Done. Chen Shui took the information in Luo Chaokai's hands and handed it to Han Chen Mo. Here's your student ID. Here's your meal card. Here's your. With these things, you're in our school, and it's impossible for the average teacher or classmate to notice that there's something wrong with you. At that, she came up with an envious look on her face. More to the point, you don't have a regular class schedule. Just pick whoever you want to take a class from directly inside the course selection system. It's okay if you don't want to go to class. Go wherever you want. Sleep in your dorm room all day. Nobody cares. Cool. Such a dreamy way of taking classes has been a dream of hers since she was in elementary school. Han Qianrua recalled the scene before his rebirth, when he was in high school. In those days, you had to get up at 6 in the morning, read early at 7, attend classes officially at 8, and get off the evening study hall at 11 at night. It's more fulfilling than jail. If he had been in the mindset of then, and substituted it for the situation now, he felt, can't say I'm upset. Let's just say, cool. People's sorrows and joys are sometimes connected, and seeing the other person happy makes Chen Shui even happier. Come on, let's go check out your quarters. Han Qianlong froze. I have a home to stay in. Even if you don't live at home, it shouldn't be a problem to stay at your place. Chen Shui's pretty face blushed, counting her fingers and looking away. You're certainly welcome to stay at my place if you'd like, but whether you live in the dorms or not, they're going to be empty there for you. Because as a matter of principle, the school doesn't allow students to rent a house outside. Han Qianlong nodded. Good thing too. That way, at least there's a place to stay at school. I usually stay at Chen Shui's place, but I can go home if I want some peace and quiet. And I can live in a dormitory when I'm at school. It's not a bad thing to have more places to land. Aha! Chen Shui nodded her head and looked at the dull-eyed Luo Chaokai. What about him? Han Qianlong spoke faintly. Don't mind him. After saying that, he headed outside, glancing at Luo Chaokai, who was sitting on the swivel chair. Chen Shui turned around and followed the other party's footsteps. The duo had just left in front of them when Luo Chaokai regained consciousness. Looking to the computer in front of him, he tapped the keyboard twice. 2 transfer students. Got one taken care of now. Heavily relieved, he couldn't help but sigh. They're all tough guys who can't be messed with. Already got one done. I hope the rest of that one goes well, too, and that nothing goes wrong. Hostel office. The person in charge handed the key to Chen Shui. Head for the hills. Those are the top 2 buildings. On the left are the senior apartments, and on the right are the international student apartments. Your apartment. On the left. Right. A reminder. The international student apartments have recently been under renovation, and there are 2 international students, temporarily moved into the senior apartments, living right next door to you. Pay attention to the harmony among your classmates. Don't fight. Don't make trouble. And if you have any problems, come directly to the teacher. Chen Shui nodded. Okay. Thank you, teacher. The resident teacher looked up. And, it's okay to fall in love. Don't mess with group activities, not to mention letting loose in the hallway or on the balcony. Being found out by a teacher or reported by a classmate. It's a straight-up expulsion. Chen Shui looked embarrassed. Teacher, you're mistaken. I'm not actually his. The resident teacher waved his hand. Okay, whatever your relationship is. Anyway, mark my words, this is a college campus. Before you do anything, think about the impact it will have on the school and on your future. Chen Shui glanced at Han Shenma next to her and nodded awkwardly. Okay, teacher. On the way to the top of the mountain, Han Xianrua couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the endless stream of students around him. Still, college life is good. Chen Shui smiled bitterly. Compared to high school life, college life is definitely a lot better. There's no need to study early or late, and when you don't have classes, you don't even have to get up early. If you're willing to spend the money, you can even have a dormitory to yourself. It's a lot freer than high school life. Han Qianlong didn't retort. I know college students are very liberal, and yet, I didn't expect to be free to this extent. Not only can you fall in love casually, but you can also live with your significant other while you're in school. It's a different world compared to high school. Chen Shui sighed. Actually, it's mostly just that high school is so depressing. It can't be helped. That's just the way it is in the country. If you don't roll, someone else will. Han Qianlong breathed a small sigh of relief. No more rolls. From now on, the game is on. It's already rolled into an invincible devil. What else is there to roll? Lay flat. The pendulum swings. Do what you want, do what you want. Youth should be used to indulge, not to disappoint. Looking at the other party's cozy look, Chen Shui's face also bloomed into a sunny smile. Yes, no more rolls. Whoever wants to roll it can do so. Being happy with yourself is more important than anything else. At the moment, Han Qianmo is wearing white short sleeves, blue denim 7 pants. Instead, she had a high ponytail and was wearing white short sleeves and blue slim jeans. Pedestrians on the road couldn't help but turn around and watch when they saw them. The eyes are full of envy and jealousy towards this high-value couple. When he came to the door of the dormitory, Chen Shui was still talking and laughing to Han Qianmo. Suddenly sensing something, Han Qianmo casually grabbed and caught the basketball that flew towards Chen Shui. With a sudden shock, Chen Shui was astonished. What's with the basketballs in this dorm? Just then, 2 stocky, dark-skinned men with rap accents walked toward them. Hey, monkey, throw the basketball in your hand. Over here. Remember, never, ever, mess up. Yo, your rhythm. Looking at the dormitory that had been transformed into a basketball court, Chen Shui was again and again sure that she hadn't made a mistake. You guys aren't sick, are you? This is someone's dormitory. What gives you the right to take someone's dormitory and turn it into a basketball court? The 2 men looked at each other and wiped the corners of their mouths. One of the men walked up to Chen Shui and said in a commanding tone, Are you also a student of this school? I'll give you a chance to be both of our girlfriends. I promise. I will make you experience the joys of heaven. Chen Shui looked disgusted and subconsciously backed away. Are you sick? The other man walked up to Han Qianmo and threatened in a cold voice. Yo, monkey, if your girlfriend doesn't say yes, then we'll be here to beat you up, and then the school will, well, expel you. Yo, cuz. Whoosh dash. Before he could finish his words, a breeze blew by, and his body turned into a thick smoke like kerosene burning out, drifting away with the wind. Throughout the entire process, Han Qianlong didn't look at him more than once. Chapter 20, Blind Date. Chen Shui's chest continued to rise and fall. It was much better to see this scene. Subconsciously, he hid behind Han Qianmo. Now she could be said to be growing more and more fond of this demon lord's way of doing things. What? The remaining man was first stunned, and after scanning the circle to make sure that his companions had really disappeared, he realized the seriousness of the problem. Miao? Chinese Miafu? What's this Chinese Miafu? How can it be so magical? Han Qianmo said indifferently. Within 10 minutes, restore this room to its original state. Swish dash. The man's face changed drastically, and the whites of his eyes looked unmistakably white as he stared. It was as if the other man's words really did have some sort of magical power that made him unconsciously reach out and take a step. Heart, full of fear. I have to say, the other side of the labor talent is really not ordinary. Han Qianlong said 10 minutes, and he completed the task in 7 minutes. Class, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have offended your girlfriend. I promise God that something like this will never happen again. Please forgive me this once. Until then, he had always thought that those magical daxia kung fu actually only existed in movies. The reality of the Daxamites can be overwhelming. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that he was wrong. The real daxia kung fu is far more amazing and terrifying than in the movies. Han Qianlong walked into the dormitory. Get out. The man thought the other man had spared him, and smiled with an open brow. Thank you, friendly daxia friend. As a result, just as he stepped out of the front door, a breeze blew by, and his body turned into dust, drifting with the wind into the flower bed downstairs. It becomes a fertilizer that nourishes the flowers and plants. Chen Shui did not care about this scene, and waited for the black smoke to completely dissipate before stepping into the dormitory. Just as she stepped through the front door, she couldn't help but cover her nose. Good. What a great flavor. Han Qianlong didn't retort. Too lazy to get it. Get another dorm room. Chen Shui nodded. Aha. Luo Chaokai is the international student counselor, and those two men just now should be under his control as well. When the time comes, you modify his memory. Plus these so-called foreign students, in their own countries, are supposed to be refugees. No one should care if they disappear. As for the room change, why don't we go ahead and see which rooms are empty? After you've made your selection, then let Luo Chaokai arrange it. Han Qianlong nodded. Could be. Eventually, the duo chose a penthouse apartment. The view of the entire East China Sea University can be quite empowering. Who dash? Standing on the balcony, facing the breeze, Chen Shui opened her arms with a cozy face. You know what? I saw this apartment when I was enrolled in school. I can say I'm very satisfied. But I didn't, in the end, choose to live here. Han Qianlong asked casually. Why? Chen Shui sighed. Because the first time I came here, I saw someone performing in the hallway. The fact that it's the next building over and it's so far apart speaks volumes about the environment here and just how bad it really is. The so-called high-class apartments are actually entertainment venues for those rich kids. Most of them are not here for the purpose of learning. Usually there is nothing to do and plenty of time for relationships and entertainment. Plus each has an extraordinary origin and background. The hostel manager dared not do more than indulge them in their indulgence. Chen Shui didn't have any idea of falling in love during college. At the same time, it is not acceptable for them to think and act in such an open way. That's why I chose to rent a house outside, for no other reason than to have some peace and quiet. Han Qianlong didn't care. They don't mind showing it themselves. What do I mind? It's fine. It's fine here. It's here. Chen Shui smiled bitterly. All right. You're a demon. Only you bring distress to others. Who can bring distress to you? Han Qianmo turned back and looked at the other party faintly. Am I giving you trouble? Chen Shui looked at the other party in a daze and replied in her heart. Bring it on. You broke my principles. Suddenly thinking of something, Chen Shui asked tentatively. His Excellency, the Demon Lord, you're not, by any chance, even capable of something like eavesdropping on the heart, are you? Han Qianlong's face didn't change. You guess. Chen Shui scratched his head. How's that for a guess? In the next moment, she had the bright idea that she was going to test it. So in my heart, I said, Han Qianruo, you are a big fool. Whoosh dash. The next moment, a slap was directed at her cheek. Chen Shui's eyes widened, her forehead covered in cold sweat. Looking at the palm of her hand that was less than a centimeter away from her face, she gulped deeply. You heard that? Han Qianlong spoke faintly. You don't have the right eyes. Smiling slightly, he lowered his palm. Just kidding. I'm not going to hurt you as long as you don't do anything to wrong me. Chen Shui sighed in relief, her eyes reddening. Oh, Han Qianlong froze for a moment. Why are you still crying? He was pretty sure that he hadn't been serious just now. And he didn't even have a murderous aura. Otherwise, even if they didn't hit each other, the other would instantly turn into dust. Chen Shui turned her back and wiped her tears. I thought that you really wanted to kill me just now. Han Qianma said blandly, overthinking it. You've seen me kill, and more than once. Which time? Did you see me do it? Chen Shui's heart still couldn't be calmed. I'm sorry, my bad. I won't make that joke again. A drop of cold sweat oozed from Han Qianlong's forehead. Still don't have a good handle on it? Guess I'm really not cut out for jokes. He doesn't resent jokes. He was even willing to joke with the other guy. He just overestimated his level of joking. Let me buy you dinner. Chen Shui turned around, very coaxing. I'll have the fatty fish. Han Qianlong cried and laughed. Okay, pipe down. Chen Shui turned around and walked ahead. I'll have one of those barracudas without the spines. $29 a pound. Han Qianlong nodded. The whole strip is yours. Don't. That way, you won't have the stomach for fat sausage. You have no idea how great the fat sausage at that restaurant really is. Would like to hear more. The next day, together, the two left the rented apartment and made their way to the school. At the main entrance, Chen Shui, who was wearing a high ponytail and a dress, was still the center of attention. And in her eyes, there was only His Excellency the Demon Lord in front of her. It's Friday, and the classes you've chosen won't go into effect until next week. So today, you don't really have to stay at school. You can hang out somewhere else. Han Qianma, who had originally looked away, turned back bashfully. It's okay, I'll sit in with you, learn about modern medicine. Maybe it'll improve my ability to fix and create things. Chen Shui nodded happily. Good. When he turned around, he saw a slightly familiar face, stepping out of a BMW X6. It's getting late. Let's hurry inside. Just then, the man who had long noticed her rushed to speak. Chen Shui, why are you avoiding me? Han Qianlong looked at Chen Shui's tense demeanor and asked curiously. He is? Chen Shui shook her head. Just classmates. Let's go. You're a Gaijin demon lord. There's no need to greet such mortals. thinking that Geisher Demon was a screen name. The gentleman smiled and said, "My name is Feng Tingxiu, the son of the head of the Feng Group in East China Sea. Also her blind date." Looking towards the man beside Chen Shui, Feng Tingxiu's face was covered in a warm-hearted smile. "May I ask who your honor is?" Chapter 21. This man is not ordinary. Han Qianma looked at the other party faintly, said nothing, and turned to leave. Chen Shui subconsciously followed him, and just after running 2 steps, she ran back and said to Feng Tingxiu, "When my mom gave me your picture, I told her that I don't want to be in a relationship yet. Then you called me, and on the phone, I said the same thing. I don't want to be in a relationship yet, much less a blind date." A bit perfunctory over the phone. You might think, then I'll tell you to your face one more time now. This blind date thing, just pretend it doesn't exist. Please don't ask me out again. Sorry. With a hint of guilt, giving the other party a bow, Chen Shui said no more and turned to leave. Feng Tingxiu didn't say a word. After watching the other party turn around, he quickly caught up with the man he called His Excellency, the Demon Lord, who was always wearing a smile on his face. The other side, Chen Shui, who had caught up with Han Qianrui, exhaled heavily. "So I was overthinking it," Han Qianlong faintly responded. "What?" Chen Shui looked embarrassed. "I thought before that this Feng Tingxiu would be difficult, so just keep avoiding him. It turned out that I didn't realize that people were quite nice. Just make it clear to your face that, in reality, people don't mind at all." Han Qianlong's face didn't change. "Yeah." Chen Shui nodded. "Yeah. Can't you see that he just kept smiling and never got angry or impatient from the beginning? You said before that if a person has evil thoughts, within 100 meters, he will be affected by you, amplifying the evil thoughts in his heart and becoming twisted and hideous. But it's clear that he didn't react similarly to Luo Chaozhai just now." Han Qianma responded. "Those who are slightly eroded by demonic qi and reveal their nature are just the purest of the wicked. One cannot say that such an evil man is not evil, but it is true that he is purer and comparatively less dangerous. In contrast, those who have a kind face, always keep a smile, feel good to get along with, but in fact, have a dark heart are more dangerous." Chen Shui froze. "Are you saying that he's deliberately hiding? To be able to remain sane and not expose one's nature despite the erosion of demonic qi? If that's true, then this kind of person is indeed even more terrifying. But how did you see it? I thought you said you couldn't read minds?" Han Qianlong turned and took a step, killing breath. "You can't hide the eyes of a wannabe knife man." Chen Shui was pondering, and after returning to her senses, she hurriedly followed the other party's footsteps. "What do you mean?" Han Qianlong spoke blandly. "He tried to kill me." Chen Shui was startled. This isn't going to happen. You're meeting him for the first time, and I'm meeting him for the first time. Even if he thought you were my boyfriend and in turn developed a grudge against you, it's only the first time we met and he's thinking of killing you. How dark this heart must be." Seeing that Han Qianlong didn't respond, Chen Shui looked grave. "So what are you going to do? After following the other party for so many days, how could she not know the other party's style of doing things?" Han Qianma said blandly. "A mere mortal. Just kill it." Chen Shui didn't retort. "If he really has a murderous intent towards you, then indeed he should be killed. But if you kill him straight away, what if my parents ask about it later? Or if his parents get a clue and find someone to investigate us?" She wasn't afraid of retaliation. She just didn't want her peaceful life to be shattered. Han Qianma blandly said, "Don't worry, it won't. There's only one thing you have to do, and that's to forget he exists and pretend he never existed. This killing thing, he's a pro." Chen Shui stood still, her beautiful eyes wide. Nightfall. Fang's group building. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the president's office, wearing a shirt with a wide-open collar, Feng Tingxiu looked out the window with a glass of red wine. "Find out? That man beside Chen Shui. What exactly is his identity?" Chen Shui's father is a Wenzhou businessman with a fortune of over $100 million. He met Feng Tingxiu's father at a Chamber of Commerce event. The two had the intention of joining forces and discovered that their children, both of whom were of marriageable age, were also fortunate enough to be studying at Tunghai University. So the blind date was arranged. As soon as they find each other suitable, they will choose an auspicious day and hold an engagement ceremony. In this way, the two families will be able to work together in an intimate way. At first, Feng Tingxiu, like Chen Shui, did not take this matter to heart, intending to go through the motions, perfunctorily, and then continue his indulgent life of pretending to be a man by day and a ghost by night. Business cooperation, in his opinion, is mainly about profit. The Feng and Chen families had already reached an agreement to cooperate, and the cooperation would have taken place with or without this marriage. The union is just a way to add a guarantee to the cooperation. There can be, but it's not necessary. However, After he learned that Chen Shui was the flower of the medical school department of Donghai University and had never had a boyfriend until now, he had a change of heart, because he knew one thing well from reading women. In this day and age, women who are good-looking, have a good body, are still in the right family, and are clean are as rare as they come. In his opinion, a woman like Chen Shui was indeed very suitable for marriage. Playing is fun, but sooner or later a home must be made. Otherwise, on his parents' side, he wouldn't easily let himself inherit the family business. The so-called starting a family. First you start a family, then you can start a business. It's hard to do great things when you don't have a family and your heart is restless. These truths, he still knows. In his eyes, Chen Shui is his own inheritance of the family business. Perfunctory offspring quality tools. Now, however, this tool has rejected him in favor of someone else. He had never suffered a woman's rejection before. How could he swallow this in his heart? Behind him, the male secretary wearing gold-rimmed glasses kept his head down, his forehead covered in cold sweat. This man's name is Han Qianmore. The information shows that he's not your average guy. Instead, it's in the collection of the medical school of Donghai University a large body. Raising an eyebrow, the surprise on Feng Tingxiu's face turned away in an instant. Yet in reality what? Big body. That's a dead man. How can a dead man be alive and well out there and be the boyfriend of a houseflower? Obviously, the information is wrong. The reason for this situation is also simple. This man is not simple. Read a book that hides who you really are. The family background behind it is certainly not ordinary. Chapter 22 Atonement. The male secretary responded. My guess is that the real situation would be, the original Han Pathfinder is, indeed, dead and transformed into the bulk of the medical school's collection. Then his family was demolished and his parents received a large sum of money for the demolition. After that, relying on that money, Han Qianlong's long-lost brother or brothers were found, and it follows the name Han Pathfinder. Feng Tingxiu turned around and looked at the other party as if he was looking at a fool. You guess? The male secretary looked embarrassed. Our people. We didn't find Han Chan's parents, so there's no way to be sure that the information on the enrollment information card is accurate. One can only make reasonable assumptions based on the information available. Feng Tingxiu frowned and kicked his opponent. Reasonable your mom. You need to listen to what you're saying. Listen to how fucking bullshit it is. The male secretary who fell to the ground didn't dare to retort and hurriedly got up, bending over where he stood. Beyond that, I really can't think of any other possibility. Drinking the red wine in his glass, Feng Tingxiu looked out the window with a gloomy face. Anyway, at least one thing is certain. That is, his family doesn't have much of a background. It's purely just a thug. In that case, at this point, he raised his hand and made a neck-wiping motion. The male secretary nodded. Have the slayer wait for him on his way home from school, then pretend to brush past him. Smeared him straight across the neck. It doesn't take much preparation or a professional killer. A knife to the head is a matter of $100,000 or $200,000. Feng Tingxiu gave the other party a blank look. Do I need you to tell me the details? The male secretary apologized repeatedly and then changed the subject. So how does Ms. Chen get it? Or are we still pursuing her as originally planned? Feng Tingxiu looked out the window coldly. Chase your mom. Prepare me the latest model of medicine. Tomorrow night, I'll take her down. In his opinion, the probability that Chen Shui, who already had a boyfriend, was still intact was almost zero. A woman who is not a perfect woman, no matter how beautiful she is not qualified to be her wife. But not for marriage, but for fun. A sinister smile surfaced in his eyes as Feng Tingxiu played with the wine glass in his hand. After tomorrow, I'll let her join the club. A month later, I'll make a collection of videos of her poo-pooing and put them in the company's safe. It's something that is much more binding than a marriage license. Cold and evil. He smiled with a confident expression. I'm sure with it, her dad will work with our company. Well, after saying that, with a cozy face, he handed the wine glass to the male secretary behind him and asked the other party to pour the wine for him. What was received, however, was an indifferent response. Buying murders and destroying people's honor seems to be just a family affair for you. Swish dash. Feng Tingxiu's face changed drastically and he subconsciously turned around. It's you? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that a wisp of green smoke cleared and the male secretary who was supposed to be standing in front of him was nowhere to be found. His heart snapped, and for a moment he thought, he was dreaming. Where's Joe? Why are you here? Who let you in? Han Qianlong did not answer. As if taking a walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out the window. The view from here, it's really nice. Suddenly he remembered the secretary's earlier words. The real Han Pathfinder is actually a large body in the medical school's collection. Feng Tingxiu's back went cold and his entire face was bloodless. Ghost? Are you really a ghost? Ah. With a terrified scream, he turned and ran. Dreaming or not, there was only one thought in his head: get the hell out of here. The farther away from the man in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the better. In the apartment, sitting on the sofa, Chen Shui held the remote control and kept changing the TV station, mentally apprehensive. She had, in fact, no idea what was being broadcast on television. It was then that an interstitial news item nudged her out of her trance. Latest news: Feng Tingxiu, the heir to the Feng Group, jumped off the roof of the Feng Group building half an hour ago and died by suicide. And before he died, he left a video of his last words titled Atonement. Chen Shui's beautiful eyes widened, and in the next moment, she saw Feng Tingxiu, who had a lax gaze, appear on the TV drama screen. On July 6, 2012, I abused my neighbor's cat and posted the video online. On January 25, 2013, experiencing the joy of it, I encouraged my playmates, together with firecrackers, to blow up 30 dogs bought from the pet market. In June 2014, I started trying to kill people, and carried out my plan by targeting a neighbor's child. For various reasons, I was eventually acquitted. Since then, I began to regard human life as grass, but anyone who doesn't see eye to eye, as long as they don't have a background, I will find a way to get rid of them. In October 2016, I took out my classmate and forced myself on his sister. After that, I learned to have fun as an adult and started a club. In March 2017, the club topped 5, and finished with 1,000 kills under my belt. We played our first woman to death in April 2019. Looking at Feng Tingxiu on the TV, Chen Shui covered her mouth in shock and fear. She shuddered to think, if Han Xianma hadn't perceived the other party's true colors, how bad it would be to end up on your own. A few minutes later, TV's Feng Tingxiu finally finishes his crime and makes a confession. I feel deeply guilty about what I've done over the years. The only way is to die. End of video. The crew broadcasting the news sighed deeply. A sad end for Mr. Feng Tingxiu. With this, I hope that the general public will take warning and never follow in the footsteps of Mr. Feng Tingxiu. At the same time, I hope that his father, the city's outstanding philanthropist, Mr. Feng, chairman of the Feng Charity Foundation, will be able to express his condolences. Chen Shui and a bunch of ordinary people were not the only ones who saw this news. There was also the Feng family's congregation as well as Feng Tingxiu's parents. Feng Tingxiu's mother, Ma Huilan, was still bawling as she was comforted by a group of relatives. Feng Tingxiu's father, Feng Dekai, gritted his teeth as he watched the TV host. Who told them to publicize this? Who let them show the video? The secretary had just gotten off the phone and bumbled over. Chairman, I've found it. The video of Gongzi jumping off the building was captured by the next building's surveillance. The atonement video was posted online by the male himself. Feng Dekai had a gloomy look on his face. The building next door? Are you saying that the person who paid the TV station to report on this matter is the chairman of the Hangyuan Group, Su Wanjun? The secretary did not retort. Not necessarily Su Wankai himself, but this matter, certainly, and Hangyuan Group, and the Su family cannot be unrelated. Chapter 23 Yellow Realm Martial Artist. Feng Group and Hangyuan Group are competitors. The targeting of each other never stops. But how could Feng Dekai not expect that the other party would take his only son? Woe to the family! Feng Dekai was so angry that his face was bloodless. Since you don't follow the rules, don't blame me for doing whatever I can. After glancing at his wife who was still crying, he turned around angrily and brought his bodyguards to the deepest villa in the mountain village. Master Ma, please be sure to avenge Ting Xiu. The murderer is Su Wanjun, the chairman of Hangyuan Group. No matter how much it costs. No matter how much it costs. I want him dead, dressed in a tang suit and sitting cross-legged on a futon. Ma Guobao opened his eyes. The old man has heard about Ting Xiu, but I still want to ask one more question. Do you really believe that Hangyuan Group is the real culprit behind this incident? Feng Dekai, who was still angry and had long lost his mind, looked puzzled. Master, what do you mean? Ma Guobao was thoughtful. The video. The old man has seen it. Ting Xiu's eyes are lax, and he has gas and no spirit. It's obvious that either he's been poisoned, or he's been subdued. But no matter which means it is, I don't think that the truth of the matter is really as simple as it seems on the surface. Other than that, with the old man's knowledge of the figure of Su Wanjun, he just isn't such an impulsive person. Really such a person. He wouldn't be the boss Su of today. Hearing this, Feng Dekai calmed down a little. On the side, the secretary said, is it possible that the one who made the move was a senior member of the Hangyuan Group? Or more directly, even Su Wanjun's son? Su Wanjun didn't know about it in the beginning, and only ran out to tout it later. Feng Dekai didn't retort. It's possible. Therefore, I would like to ask you all whether or not you have any substantial evidence so far to prove that the Hang Yuan group is the driving force behind the Tingxiu suicide. If not, you can't be so impulsive. Beware of falling for someone else's plan to drive a tiger to swallow a wolf. Hiss dash. Everyone around them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. After a moment of silence, Feng De asked calmly, then, according to Master's high opinion, this matter, how should it be handled? Manhwa thought about it and snapped twice. The crowd then saw a tall man in a black trench coat, walking out from the shadows. Manhwa said, this person is the old man's close disciple, named Wang Dong. It is a genuine Yellow Realm martial artist. Hearing this, the surrounding bodyguards were stunned. A Yellow Realm martial artist? Better than special forces, an existence where one person can fight dozens of people. Tisk. This kind of legendary level martial artist. This is the first time I've seen it. Feng Dekai looked at Wang Dong and nodded. Hello, Mr. Wang. This unruffled aura. Truly a master teacher produces a master student. Wang Dong did not respond. Manhwa, who was on the side, said, the old man intends to let Wang Dong go ahead and conduct a secret investigation. Start with Tingxiu's life path in the recent past and see who he's been in contact with and what he's done during his lifetime. This murder was not as if it had been planned for a long time, but more like an impulsive act. After all, if it had been planned for a long time, no one would have gone to such extremes in this realm of the Eastern Sea, so the probability of finding out the truth, instead, will be greater by looking at who Tingxiu has recently contacted and offended. Feng Dekai nodded. Worthy of a master. Every word. In the apartment, Chen Shui is still on the phone with her mother. He's asked me out a dozen times before and I haven't said yes. He and I just kind of officially met this morning at school. The mother on the other end of the phone was beyond blaming herself. It's all your father's fault for letting you go on a blind date with someone without even investigating their details, just based on the other person's identity. It's scary to think about it now. Chen Shui sighed. Hey, who says it isn't? But you can't blame Dad entirely. Knowing people doesn't make it so. Who would have thought that gentle, bookish rich boy is, behind his back, a total big pervert? The mother said, whatever. I mean, when you get a boyfriend and what kind of boyfriend you want, your father and I will never interfere again. It's all up to you. At the most, we'll keep an eye out for you when you bring him home. Lest, when the time comes, such a thing should arise. Before that, she had always thought, parents can't go wrong with what they choose for their children. Now she realized that anyone who chose would be wrong. Let your kids choose for themselves. They can be wrong, but at least they won't regret it. Chen Shui was ecstatic. What about Dad's side? Will he agree? The mother responded. I'll do the thinking on his end. Honestly, I think the family has a thick enough base. In my opinion, there is simply no need to do whatever it takes to move up the ladder anymore. It's almost enough. Climb further and get richer. But get pleasure. Not so much. What do you say? Chen Shui was relieved. Mom, you finally figured it out. Talk to each other for a while and explore the meaning of life. She heard movement coming from the living room before she hurriedly hung up the phone. I almost forgot. There's water boiling in the pot. Mom, I'm going to stop talking to you for now. The mother took it at face value. You little fuddy-duddy, how dare you run around with the pot boiling? Hurry up and check it out. Live alone. Be safe. Got it. Chen Shui responded and casually hung up the phone, rushing out of the bedroom, and sure enough, she saw His Excellency, the Demon Lord, sitting on the sofa and watching TV. You're back. I got new towels. Do you want to take a shower today? Don't worry. I had the bathroom remodeled. Used wastewater. Instead of going down the drain, now goes into a closed cistern. The workers got it done during the day. You shouldn't have any problem washing it now. Han Qianlong didn't refuse. Good thing too. Seeing the other party get up and take a step in the direction of the bathroom, Chen Shui hurriedly took out the newly purchased clothes. This is the short sleeve, 7-point pants I bought for you. Here's a pajama top and pajama pants for you. A blush surfaced on her pretty face, glancing at the other's crotch and rushing to look away. And panties. It's all about estimating the size and buying roughly. Try it to see if it fits first. If it doesn't fit, then take it and exchange it. Han Qianlong took the pajama pants as well as the underwear from the other party's hands and glanced at the cartoon pattern on top of the underwear. His expression unchanged. Good. Who dash? Seeing that the other party didn't mention any comments and walked directly into the bathroom with the clothes and pants she had bought, Chen Shui unloaded the heavy burden in her heart. It looks like he's kind of happy with it. This young lady's vision is truly extraordinary. Take your pick. He likes them all. Lying on the sofa as if relieved, Chen Shui's face was covered with coziness. A few breaths later, the bathroom resounded with the sound of water clattering. Her heart, which had been calm, stirred again. Chapter 24 Chen Shui, I want you to hug me. Bathroom. Han Xianlong took the removed shirt and pants in his hands, ready to throw them into the basket with the dirty clothes, only to find that it held a black bra as well as a pair of very small, black, panties in the same style as the bra. He felt a twinge of surprise. These are her panties? It doesn't feel like it's the size of a fist. In his impression, Chen Shui was slim but dimpled. The lower body, in particular, can be very aroused. So he was puzzled. It's so small. Wear it on your body. Won't it strangle? The reason, of course, is because he doesn't realize that girls' clothes and pants, which are generally stretchy and look small, actually fit. The basket contained the clothes that Chen Shui had changed into, and it was impossible to mix his own clothes with someone else's. So Han Qianrua casually placed the clothes in his hand on the vanity, walked under the rosette and washed his face while wetting his hair. It was only when I took the shampoo and body wash that I realized that the only thing sitting on the vanity was the shampoo and body wash that Chen Shui used. The moment I opened the cap, a Chen Shui's fragrance came out. Not caring about these details, it only took him 10 minutes to wash his hair and body, and after drying himself and steaming all the water in the cistern, he put on clean clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Chen Shui, who was wearing white loose short sleeves and pink loose shorts, was sitting on the sofa, her eyes unfocused as she watched the TV, a pair of well-proportioned white long legs, brightly juxtaposed. Han Qianlong asked casually, "What do you want? Shouldn't you be in bed at this hour?" With a sudden shock, Chen Shui subconsciously turned back. I want you to hug me. Next moment, the air was suddenly quiet. Han Qianmo, who was wiping his hair, stood still and looked at the other party expressionlessly, a drop of sweat seeping out from his forehead. Did I just use the word follow the law on him? Why else would she say what's on her mind? Wait a minute, that's not even the point. The point is, she said she wanted me to hug her? Why? Is there a special meaning to it? Spending 100,000 years with the Devil Dao Empress, but in reality, it had always been the Devil's Path Empress who had been chasing him and taking the initiative on him. Plus, with her understanding and gentleness, the Devil's Path Empress almost never lost her temper with him and kept him guessing. In the end, even though he had 100,000 years of love experience, he still hadn't learned to guess the girl's thoughts. Poof, poof dash. Chen Shui's beautiful eyes widened as her heart beat faster and faster. Did he just use a spell on me? Definitely. Why else would I say what's on my mind? Yeah. Blame him. That comment just now was certainly not something that came out of my mouth from the bottom of my heart. Who dash? Taking a deep breath, Chen Shui was just about to open her mouth to explain, but suddenly realized something. Can't initiate the conversation, much less explain anything. I'm under his control now. People who are controlled are unable to do anything on their own accord. Right. Don't move. Don't talk. Calm down. Calm down. Seeing that the other party was silent, Han Qianmo thought that he had really used the words follow the law unintentionally. Snap. Snapping his fingers in a slightly embarrassed manner, he said, to keep my used bath water from leaking. Just now, after taking a shower, I used hellfire to vaporize the water in the cistern. It may be that the demonic aura has not yet dissipated. The words spoken became words of the law. Sorry. Hearing the other party say so many words in one breath for the first time, Chen Shui breathed a sigh of relief and hurried down the steps. Nope. It's okay. It's just that her heartbeat, up until now, has been fast. I'm a little cold. I think that what I need more than anything else right now is a jacket. Yes, the jacket. Seeing the other party go to get his jacket, Han Qianlong returned to his senses and said, "Oh, so it's because you're cold that you want a hug?" Thought it meant something special. What I'm trying to say is, you take the bed tonight. I'll sleep on the couch. After all, it was the bed the other man had slept in, and he could smell the other man all night long when he slept on it. Waking up in the middle of the night and thinking the other person is there. There is always the illusion of sleeping with each other. Chen Shui scratched his head. You're a gaijin demon. Sleeping on the couch. It's not appropriate, is it? Pathfinder Han walked over to the couch and sat down. Don't worry, even though I'm a demon lord, I'm not as pretentious as you think. The 9 heavens continents 100,000 years were not all about game life and extravagance. In the previous tens of thousands of years, when he led the demon race to conquer the world, not to mention a bed, he couldn't even find a flat stone. Although he was a demon lord, he was also a demon lord who had suffered. It's not that preachy. Chen Shui still didn't think it was appropriate. Why don't we get together? I mean, we sleep in the bedroom together. I also have an airbed that one of us can sleep on. Her mom has a key to the apartment and comes here to visit her when she's traveling. And the kind that never says hello in advance. She was worried that it would be hard to explain in case her own family came over and saw a man sleeping in the living room. Sleeping in the bedroom would be no problem, because she knows that her parents get it. Although you don't say hello in advance before coming over. Trespassing into your children's bedrooms is something you never do. No need. Han Qianlong turned off the TV with the remote control. Sleeping on the couch as it were. Go inside and sleep. Don't you have class tomorrow? It's fine. Don't mind me. Chen Shui hesitated. No. Mostly because my family could come over at any time. It's really not convenient for you to sleep in the living room. After hearing the other party's explanation, Han Qianma hesitated. But it's even more inconvenient for a lone man and woman to share a room, right? Chen Shui smiled bitterly. Don't worry. I'm not in the habit of sleeping naked. Sure. If you have. Forget I said anything. Han Qianlong's face didn't change. Neither have I. Chen Shui had a subdued look on her face. That won't do. You're a hallowed demon sovereign. Is it hard to believe that you wouldn't be able to hold on to a mortal like me? If I really had that idea, with your ability to sleep anywhere, I wouldn't end up the same. Han Qianlong smiled. You're quite thoughtful. Seeing the other person smile, Chen Shui had a fascinated look on her face. As far as I can remember, this is the first time I've seen you smile. That's nice. Han Qianlong got up and walked over to the other man, looking at him at close range. In a joking tone, he said, saying that I want to plot against you. In fact, the one who wants to plot against you should be you, right? Poof, poof dash. So close that they could completely feel each other's breath. Chen Shui's heart was beating wildly and she forced herself to be calm. You're an invincible devil. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't help you. No? Han Qianlong was unimpressed. That's natural. It's late at night. Sleeping on the air mattress bed, Chen Shuixin's heart was in turmoil, and the only thing in her head was the other person's even breathing. Fall back to sleep. Devil Emperor greatly. Your sleep quality is also too good blah blah blah. After several breaths of silence, Han Qianruo, who was sleeping on the bed, faintly replied back. Something? Chen Shui was slightly stunned. You weren't asleep? Han Pathfinder responded. Sleeping, but I can hear you talking too. Under the moonlight, Chen Shui's beautiful eyes widened. What kind of amazing skill is this? Hesitate for a long time. Breathing more and more rapidly, she managed to gather her courage. That one I was going to say. Can you hug me slightly? In her opinion, the other person is not asleep. And what can hear you when you are asleep is just lying to herself. That means the other guy can't sleep either. Even at the moment, the heart has the same thought or throb as his own. In that case, be proactive. A quiet night. Maybe something can happen to the story. Chapter 25, Laying Down. Confessing. Communicating. As it turns out, the probability of a lone man and woman sharing a room and nothing happening is pretty much zero. Not to mention, one of them likes the other. Noticing that Han Qianma had remained silent, the pretty red-faced Chen Shui was violently stunned and hastily apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those words. I'm sorry. Oh, my god. Chen Shui. What the hell are you talking about? How can you be so unreserved and shameless? He is good-looking and a gaijin. He is the finest, most dominant man in the world. But you two have only known each other for a few days. Besides, people don't like you. As a girl, how can you take the initiative to say such shameful words? You, angry? Noticing that the other party didn't answer, Chen Shui panicked a bit. Sleeping on the bed with his arm resting on his back, Han Qianmo responded faintly. No, why get mad when you're happy to be liked? He thought it was an illusion at first, but he didn't realize that the other person really liked him. Chen Shui wasn't relieved. Then why don't you say anything half the time? Gives me the feeling of being pissed off. Han Pathfinder responded. I was thinking about the probability of resurrecting her, and just how big it is, if it can't be resurrected, or if it can't be resurrected until tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years from now. Should I follow her last words and find a new Taoist? Otherwise, this long road to immortality would be too boring. Chen Shui asked. How long have you been separated from her? Less than 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Chen Shui smiled bitterly. That's right, compared to 100,000 years. 1,000 years really isn't that long. Turning back to the other woman, she hesitantly asked. So, do you want to find a new partner? If you're looking for it, are you looking for Lin Ruoyu? Or, Han Qianlong sighed. I don't know. When she comes back, payback is a sure thing. But it's not really certain if it will be with her. After all, being together is for two people. In case she doesn't like me now, I can't force people, can I? Chen Shui had a certainty on her face. Don't worry, you're so strong and unique. She's going to love you. And don't forget, in high school, she liked you. Even transferring from MIT to Tokai University is fulfilling your previous agreement. It's definitely not a problem on her end. Now it's up to you, whether you like her or not. Han Qianlong shook his head. I don't know. Chen Shui was mentally prepared, but she was still a bit anxious by the other party's answer. Then do you like Lu Jiajiao? Han Qianlong didn't hesitate. Not like that. One might even say, never liked it. Being nice to her in high school was just trying to return the favor. Of that he was quite sure, because even now when I recall the time spent with Lu Jiajiao, there was only anxiety, uneasiness and apprehension. In contrast, getting along with Lin Ruoyu was rather more relaxed and pleasant. Even if Lin Ruoyu was indeed fat at that time, Chen Shui was silent for a moment, but she still asked the question she was most concerned about. If Lin Ruoyu came back and told you that she still likes you, would you choose to be with her? Han Qianlong nodded. Will do. Chen Shui's eyes were flashing. Biting her lip, she managed to gather her courage. What about me? Have you ever liked me? Really? I fucking feel like a green tea. No, a bitch right now. I knew you were looking for Lin Ruoyu, but I couldn't help but fall in love with you. I even suspect now that I'm in love with you because you're handsome, powerful, and unrivaled. Put it in a TV show. It's a shameless mistress, a green tea whore. Look in the mirror and be disgusted. But I just fell in love with you. This is reality. What can I do? Han Qianlong's expression remained calm. Don't get so excited. Nothing to get excited about. He's the demon lord, the bad guy of bad guys, the leader of the demons. There is no need to care about so-called morality, let alone the eyes of the world. In his opinion, not to mention that Chen Shui was not a mistress, even if she really was a mistress, what did it matter? The key is still to see if you like it. Take it easy? Chen Shui clutched the quilt tightly, and even her expression became slightly distorted. Green tea. Mistress. Bitch. I didn't used to be like this. I don't know why, but I'm like this now. Really, even I'm sick of it. Want to puke? Han Qianma responded. First of all, Lin Ruoyu and I are not together. I'm single now. There is no such thing as a so-called mistress. And then, did you forget what I said before? Looking to the other man, he looked calm. I am the demon lord, the dark lord, the root of all evil. The evil thoughts and desires of the heart are magnified by the mere fact of being near me. Not to mention, all these days, you've been with me and are now still sleeping in the same house. Suddenly stunned, Chen Shui's eyes widened. You mean, really you influenced me? Han Qianlong nodded. After all these days with me, you just can't control the urge to like me and the instinct to have sex with me either. It's been very simple and kind in comparison. Really, I'm not kidding. When he was in the Nine Heavens continent, he had personally seen those demonesses and magical girls seducing strong men. They don't need to get along with each other. Just a look. The so-called righteous people, the strong immortal cultivators, will be eliminating the devil and defending the Wade banner. Do something about it. Switch genders and it's the same. In front of those demon emperors and devil emperors, female cultivators with insufficient realms were equally unable to control themselves. The reason is simple. The devil's way cultivation was originally to follow one's heart, unrestrained and at one's will. The demonic aura that has been accumulated must be a miasma that ingests the soul and disorganizes the mind. It's just that each individual has a different level of ability to resist the charm. So it is. Suddenly feeling much better inside, Chen Shui looked at the other party with a suspicious face. Wait, you didn't say that on purpose to comfort me, did you? Han Qianlong looked at the other party indifferently. Is that necessary, do you think? An ordinary person's life was only a few dozen or 100 years, and Chen Shui, who had eaten the life extension pill, had a lifespan of only 1,000 years. In front of 100,000 years, in front of the Gaijin devil, it was really too small. He didn't have to go through the trouble of lying for such a small being. Heavily breathing a sigh of relief, Chen Shui seemed to look away quite a bit. So, is there a way, then, to fix this? Han Qianlong nodded. The solution is simple. First, you go to cultivation. Abstinence, cultivate sex, cultivate to the extreme. Not only can you achieve no desire, but you can also prolong your life and gain strength beyond that of mortals. Chen Shui shook her head. It's too bitter. I don't want it. Han Qian continued. Second, leave me. I don't want it. Chen Shui didn't hesitate and blurted out. Han Qianlong didn't retort either. Third, leave it alone and go with the flow. Chen Shui thought about it. If you leave it alone, what if one day, can't control it, what should I do? Han Qianlong had a disinterested look on his face. Then there's no need for control. It's all about what if someday. If one day, my father finds you pleasing and wants to take you in, won't all these problems be solved? So, there is no need to think so much now. The magic, just do what you want. If you can't do whatever you want, Why call yourself a devil? Why don't we just call him Model Heavenly Father? Chapter 26, Chen Shui was planted with the demon seal. No need to control is mean? Chen Shui spread her legs apart and sat on the air mattress bed, staring at each other in a daze. Han Pathfinder said bluntly, no need to control means, when that happens, just eat you. Looking at the other side of the face, unprecedented evil charm. Chen Shui's heart plopping straight to the heart, breathing more and more rapid. Eat me? Yeah, he's a demon lord. If you really have that idea, you don't need to ask anyone's opinion. You can just do it. What about me? Chen Shui clenched her thin red lips and looked away with a face full of shame. I can't control it. What should I do? Han Qianlong was silent for a moment. Depends. It's not impossible to be in the mood to satisfy you. Swish dash. Hearing these words, Chen Shui's delicate body trembled and her pretty face was covered in scarlet. So how are you feeling? Right now? It's not that I can't control it. It's mostly that I really want to be hugged, or even kissed by you. Sitting in the moonlight, she wore a loose white t-shirt and loose pink shorts, her long hair falling wantonly over her bare shoulders. Under the moonlight, her petite body looked extraordinarily soft, as if it had merged with the moonlight, her skin glowing with a faint shimmer. A pair of curved thin legs, as delicate and beautiful as a work of art. Han Qianlong looked at the other party indifferently. Come. Chen Shui's delicate body trembled. Ha! She also never expected the other party to be so straightforward and direct. Han Pathfinder responded. Forget it if you don't want to. Sleep. Think. Chen Shui no longer hesitated and hurriedly stood up, walked to the bed and sat down on her side. 2. How? Over the course of 100,000 years, he and the Devil's Road Empress had done all sorts of attempts and research. He can't fall in love, but when it comes to skill, he doesn't lose to any dude on earth. Open your arms. Hold me. Chen Shui nodded and opened her eyes with a shy face, and slowly closed them. The next moment, she felt an extreme warmth that wrapped around her entire body. Good. So warm. Is this what it feels like to be in a hug? With someone you like? It's really so happy. Just as she was about to open her mouth and speak her innermost thoughts, a softness that wrapped around her softness. Woo! Snapping her eyes open and looking at the man in front of her, she was instantly mesmerized and her jade arms couldn't help but wrap around the other's neck. Han Qian asked, You've never had a boyfriend? Chen Shui nodded. Well, then you're done. The moment they parted, Chen Shui looked at each other in surprise. Finished? What's finished? Han Qian Mo said blandly. Not having had a boyfriend means that, just now, it was your first kiss. Yeah. What's the problem? Han Qianlong looked at the other's red lips. My demonic yuan is the most powerful male breath in the 9 heavens continent. It will carve its mark on your body, so that you will never again be able to take a weaker masculine scent than this one. To put it simply, in this world, there is no man whose manly breath compares to mine, which means that you, from now on, will only be able to pick up one man, me. Instead of feeling frustrated, Chen Shui was happy. Isn't this pretty good? Han Qianlong was slightly surprised. You probably didn't get it. Put it this way, that kiss just now has planted the demon seal in your body. You will not be able to fall in love with anyone else in the future. And if you forcefully have sex with another man, you will be revolted by the mark and explode to death. This imprint, unlike the one he left on his parents, was not protective. The only function is restriction. Similar to the ancient chastity belt, once there is a betrayal of him, whether active or passive, will burst and die. Chen Shui nodded. Well, I accept. Isn't it just being your maid and only being faithful to you alone? I do. Breathing heavily, her heart racing, this was the moment she felt closer to the other than she had ever been before. Then I won't call you your demonic excellency from now on. Calling you Lord Demon, or Master? Han Qianlong didn't retort. I actually prefer it when you call me by my first name. Of course, what you like to call it is your business. I don't care. Chen Shui's chest continued to rise and fall. Then outside, I'll call you Brother Pathfinder, and in private, I'll call you Master. Little Snow. Little Snowy still wants a hug. Han Qianlong had a bemused look on his face. Want to cuddle? Then cuddle. Welcome to the demons. Uninhibited. Do whatever you want. Without returning to the air mattress, the two embraced each other. This night, though, was just a little bit of a fight and nothing of the sort. However, the relationship between the two is visible to the naked eye more and more intimate. Yuki, what happened to your lips? Why does it look, well, a little swollen? In the classroom, the dazed Chen Shui was woken up by the classmate next to her, and her face instantly turned red. It's okay. Had a mango. A little bit allergic. She knew that Han Qianlong was gentle enough but my lips are too fragile. A female classmate off to the side since the end. Allergies are a little red dot. I guess. It's pretty obvious that you've been kissed like that. Chen Shui's face reddened into an apple. Go go go. Don't talk nonsense. The classmate laughed. This is college, not high school. They are all adults. It's normal to fall in love. But this sneaking around and not telling everyone is just wrong of you. Someone noticed the new face sitting in the back. Handsome as hell. It can't be him, can it? Yuki, there you go. Such a handsome boyfriend. No wonder he won't tell everyone. So it's because you're afraid of people robbing him. Cluck cluck cluck. Chen Shui stifled her red face, unable to say a word. A classmate on the sidelines rushed to stop. Okay, he's handsome, and she's still the flower of our medical school? It's not certain who makes and who loses. Looking to Chen Shui, she had a serious look on her face, but the rules can't be broken. As I said before, whoever gets a boyfriend first in our dorm has to treat the whole dorm to a big dinner. You may live out here, but essentially, you're still in our dormitory. This meal, don't even think about reneging on it. Chen Shui took out her cell phone and sent out a big red packet in the dormitory group to spell out her luck. How much you eat depends on the individual. I'll pass on the meal, mainly because I've been taking a lot of classes lately. Really don't have time. She'd like to please as well. The key is that the other person, Lord Demon, is still not her boyfriend. The roommates grabbed the red envelopes and said nothing more. Okay, that's a bit of sincerity. In that case, we'll just have to give you our blessing. Right, Chen Shui? What's his name? Which major? Which class? Don't worry, we're just gossiping. We're definitely not going to go around talking about it. Chen Shui's face was flushed red as she sneaked a look at where Han Xianlong was sitting. In the next moment, she was violently stunned, and only then did she realize that that position had long been empty. After class, she found each other first thing. Noticing that the other woman was standing in the center of the playground, she hurried over to her. My demon lord, there's a surveillance camera in the classroom. Aren't you afraid that you'll be filmed using whoosh like that, and it'll be posted on the internet and described as paranormal? Seeing that the other party did not respond to her, Chen Shui immediately realized what was going on and subconsciously sidestepped, bypassing the other party and looking ahead. The next moment, her eyes snapped open. She's Lu Jiajiao? Chapter 27, Lu Jiajiao. Chen Shui had seen the other side, because Lu Jiajiao, this person, in the school is very high profile, even if it is by the same class of boys to pursue such a small matter, but also made everyone know. On the contrary, she, the academy flower, who was being pursued by a dozen or 2 dozen high rollers at the same time, had even less of an existence. Pulling Han Qianma aside, Chen Shui asked in a low voice, You're going to kill her here? Han Qianlong's face was bland. Or else, I, the demon lord, need to pick a day to kill someone? Chen Shui's willow brows furrowed. It's a school, there's surveillance everywhere. Can we change places? Or ask her out somewhere less crowded and do it? Han Qianlong didn't retort. Could be. Ah. Chen Shui froze. Never in a million years would I have thought the demon lord would listen to himself so much. Just then, Lu Jiaojiao opened her mouth. So what the hell is going on here? Looking up and down at the woman in front of her, whose face was no worse than her own, she looked unhappy. You know this lady? And who is he? Your boyfriend? Looking to the somewhat familiar man in front of her, she always felt like she had seen him somewhere before. How does it feel? Where have I seen it before? Can it be that he was one of my lady's suitors? Before? Wu Zihao is going to a private party organized by a friend. Let her come back first. With her heart bottled up, she called her suitor at the first opportunity. Ask the person to buy them breakfast for the next day and make an appointment to meet them at the playground. Only then, she would feel better inside. I didn't expect to meet another suitor before I got my breakfast. Seeing this situation, in her heart, she had a guess. This guy, he's kinda handsome. If he was really my lady's suitor, my lady would, at that time, certainly not have rejected him. There's only one reason for not being impressed. That is, the guy wasn't that handsome at the time. It was only after being rejected by myself that it changed. And, also found a girl, whose face value is not inferior to my lady's, to be her girlfriend. The purpose, is to come back to irritate this lady and hit her in the face. Smiling in her heart, Lu Jiaojiao wrapped her arms around herself, her face full of coziness. It wasn't as if she hadn't encountered situations like this before. So much so, she has learned from experience. That is, such a situation is even more indicative of one thing, in the other person's heart. There is no real letting go at all. If it's really put down, wouldn't have pulled these boring tricks. Get someone to come back and punch themselves in the face. More than anything else, it shows the importance of yourself in the other person's heart. And that so-called beautiful girlfriend is, essentially, Just a tool to cover up the sadness and stimulate oneself. In terms of importance in the other person's heart, it was nothing compared to his own. After having a number in her heart, Lu Jiajiao's face was covered with complacency, and her eyes, looking at the other party, were filled with disdain. On the side, the boy who brought him breakfast realized the sense of crisis and looked at Han Xianlong unhappily. Jiao Jiao is asking you. Hurry up and answer. Chen Shui hurriedly pulled Han Xianrua back and gave the other party a clear look. You are? The boys were full of confidence. Fei Xiaoyang, class president of class 203 of the Department of Economics and Management. Zhi Jiao's classmates. Speaking here, he couldn't help but look at Lu Jiaojiao and said tentatively, and also Zhu Jiao's best friend. Bar none. Seeing that Lu Jiaojiao did not retort, his heart was very happy and his smile was all sweet. Oh, Chen Shui indifferently said, that would be licking dogs. You have no business here. Stay where you are. The corner of Fei Xiaoyang's mouth twitched. You, seeing as how the other party was so beautiful, even quite a bit more beautiful than his own goddess, he didn't dare to get angry at all. Even, if not for the presence of Lu Jiajiao, he wouldn't be standing here at all. After being scolded by the other party, they just turn their heads and walk away, not even having the courage to talk back. Without bothering with this licking dog, Chen Shui directly looked at Lu Jiajiao, who was sizing up Han Xianmu and thinking, don't look, he's Han Xianma's brother, an existence that women like you can't afford to reach. Swish dash. Suddenly stunned, Lu Jiaojiao had a look of dismay on her face. Han Xian's brother? I told you how he looks so much like Han Xianmo. Yet the temperament and the feeling he gives off is completely different from Han Xianmo. So it's Han Xianma's brother? Scrutinizing the man in front of her, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. But how come this young lady hasn't heard of it before? Han Xianmo has another brother who looks so much like him? Where the hell did he come from? Chen Shui coldly said. Stay out of it. Now, let's just ask you one thing. Whether or not Han Xianrui committed suicide, shouldn't you give his family a due account of what happened 3 years ago? Lu Jiajiao didn't pay attention to the other party's question and always looked at Han Xianma's brother in front of her. Are you really big brother Han Xianmo? Where's my bestie? Where did you get her? Wang Fengxia called to tell her, the plan to force Han Qianmuo's parents to find her in trouble, and then make a big deal out of it to gain public sympathy, has completed the first step, just waiting for her to come back to act. She called Wang Fengxia after she came back, but found that no one answered the other party's phone how to call. Now it seems, the other party probably fell into the hands of the brother in front of me. Han Qianmo blandly said. Kill. Swish dash. On the side, Fei Xiaoyang's face changed drastically and his heart tightened. What the hell? Is this dude so fierce? How dare you even kill someone? The enemies in this session are too fierce. Lu Jiaojiao was first stunned, then smiled disdainfully. You think you can scare me by saying that? It was meant to be a plastic love affair between her and Wang Fengxia. In her opinion, that nymphomaniac Wang Fengxia most likely chose to submit after seeing the other party's face value, and then betrayed herself. It is now a society governed by the rule of law. Really killed someone. There's no way he's still standing here unharmed. Brother Han. Right. After a moment of silence, an enchanting smile surfaced on Lu Jiajiao's face. I'm sorry about Pathfinder. Tell you what, tonight, I'll buy you dinner. Apologizing to you while we chat about the Pathfinder in the meantime. Honestly, I really feel guilty about his death. Although, it's true that this incident has nothing to do with me. Dinner tonight? More alone? Hearing this, Fei Xiaoyang was instantly displeased. Jiao Jiao, are you crazy? You didn't hear him say that he's killed people? Lu Jiajiao blanked the other party. Kill you? You believe whatever people say? With a brain like yours, it's no wonder you've been chasing this lady for so long and you're still only able to be a spare tire. Fei Xiaoyan lowered his head. Even if it's a spare tire, it's your spare tire. I'm willing. Lu Jiajiao liked the other party's humble appearance. Dinner tonight. You pay. Oh, good. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and make a reservation? Noticing that brother Han didn't refuse, she knew that her seduction had worked. Brother likes himself and brother can't resist his charm. LOL, they really are brothers. Oh, coldly glancing at Han Qianmo, Fei Xiaoyang knew that with the other party's face value, something was bound to happen with his goddess tonight. Though hating each other, but he was still calculating, not only would he have to make dinner reservations later, but he would also have to buy props and safety tools, because the only way to behave well is to wait around when they are happy. When the other person is tired, push the other person and continue to please their goddess. Chapter 28 Fei Xiaoyang, I want to play auxiliary. Seeing Fei Xiaoyang leaving, Lu Jiaojiao, who had her arms wrapped around her, turned her head and looked at Big Brother Han's girlfriend. What is your name? Chen Shui. Sister Chen Shui. Don't misunderstand. I'm asking Brother Han out just to talk about Han Qian. The dead are great. There are some things that should not be known to outsiders, can only be talked about in private, so I hope you don't mind. Chen Shui glanced at Han Qianma next to her and smiled bashfully. Don't worry, it won't. Failing to irritate the other party, the corner of Lu Jiaojiao's mouth twitched. Just pretend. After tonight, you'll know what it's like to be out of love. At that time, you will be able to understand where the gap with this lady really lies. Nightfall. Inside an upscale couple's hotel room, a variety of exquisite dinners were laid out on the tables, and the very special beds were filled with various props as well as safety items. Looking at these things, Fei Xiaoyang's heart kept pumping. Jiao Jiao, are you really going to do it with him? What if Wu Zihao finds out? He knew his goddess. After recognizing the face value of Brother Han, he knew that his own goddess. Absolutely impossible to let go of each other. It didn't matter if the other party was Han Shenmo's brother or not, or if the other party was here to trouble her. Tonight, it's all going to be taken down by her, not for anything else. He still had considerable confidence in the goddess's face value. In his opinion, even if the other party is really here to ask for the crime, in the end, he would obediently surrender under the goddess's active offense. He also wanted to be the object of the goddess attack, but he didn't have the opportunity to do so. Lu Jiaojiao wrapped her arms around herself. Get the hell out of here when the stuff is done. You're a mature lickspill. Don't make this lady fucking despise you. Fei Xiaoyan looked aggrieved. I am. I was afraid Wu Zihao would beat you up. You know, my family isn't as rich as his. It's not like I can fuck him. I can't do anything if he hits you. Can only comfort you afterward. Just like last time. As soon as she mentioned the last time, Lu Jiaojiao became angry. He can find other women, even with his own friends, to go to private parties. Why can't this lady have sex with other men? Besides, it's not like he knows anything about it. Unless, of course, you have plans to snitch. Fei Xiaoyang waved his hand repeatedly. No, no, no. How could I possibly do anything to betray you? After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath. So can you let me serve you guys on the side? He looks fit and intimidating though, with a body that rivals a fitness trainer. But you should know that fitness trainers have imaginary muscles. Explosive power alone. Endurance is shit. I'm afraid he can't satisfy you. If he can't move later, I can help you. Lu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes widened in shock. You want to fuck me? Fei Xiaoyang. You've changed. Become strange and frightening to me. Fei Xiaoyang hurriedly explained. No no no. I mean, if he doesn't have the strength, I'll hold him for you and continue. Only after hearing this did Lu Jiaojiao reveal a gentle gesture. You, then, are so thoughtful. Patting the other party's shoulder, she said gently. Tell you what, next time we'll play auxiliary. I'll try his output ability first. See if it needs to be paired with an assist. I promise you, if I need it, I'll get you next time and no one else. Hearing this, Fei Xiaoyang's face blossomed into an excited smile. Yes, just look for me, not looking for anyone else. Sure enough, the goddess only has me in mind. With a heart full of joy and anticipation, Fei Xiaoyang no longer lingered and turned toward the door. In the corridor, his face sank as he brushed past Han Xianlong. I'll keep watch out there. What happened to your brother is in the past. Don't try to use it to get at my goddess. And, I'll forgive you if you wear it. Han Xianlong ignored it and walked straight into the room. Bang! Hearing the sound of the room door being closed, the corners of Fei Xiaoyang's mouth twitched, followed by a smug smile appearing on his face. What a drag! To Jiao Jiao, you're just a temporary toy. When Wu Zihao returns, you'll still be the only one left behind. I'm different. Jiao Jiao said that in the future, even if she changes men, she will only consider letting me play as a support. You can only accompany Jiaojiao for a while. I, on the other hand, can stay with Jiaojiao all the time. It's clear which is stronger and which is weaker. With this thought, Fei Xiaoyan no longer lingered and happily took his steps. Room. Lu Jiaojiao, who was sitting at the dining table, deliberately crossed her legs the moment she saw the other party come in. Tonight she was wearing a black dress wraparound skirt that was short enough to just cover her hips. Here, have a seat. Seeing that the other party still looked expressionless after sitting down, she said gently, don't be so nervous, Brother Han. Relax. Why don't we get something to eat first? Or, maybe some wine first? Eating replenishes energy. Drinking, on the other hand, moderates the atmosphere. She knew that the other party must have something to ask herself. Before going to war, a heated discussion would definitely start between each other first. About Han Qianlong, her thoughts were simple. Keep the discussion about the process as short as possible so as to leave more time for deeper exploration. Han Qianlong didn't look at the meal on the table for a second. This honored one is Han Qianruo, Pathfinder Han. No older brother. Lu Jiaojiao, who was pouring wine for the other party, was slightly stunned and looked at the other party in dismay. It took a long time for a dumbbell laugh to escape his lips. Cluck cluck cluck. Brother Han is so good at joking. Han Qian is dead. How could you be him? Besides, in high school, I knew Han-chan for 2 years, although you and he are very similar. But in terms of temperament, in terms of body, him and you, they are worlds apart. Han Qianlong said blandly. Does it feel like the difference between my father and him is like Captain May chestnut fry before and after injecting the serum? Lu Jiaojiao nodded her head repeatedly. Yes, 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 yes. It just doesn't look like a person at all. Okay. As soon as the words left her mouth, she was violently stunned, and the smile on her face had frozen. It doesn't even look like the same person. But actually, that's the same guy. Wait a minute. Her body tensed. Lu Jiaojiao's eyes widened as she and carefully scrutinized the man in front of her. No way. You're really Han Qianma? Chapter 29, The Game. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. Sitting in the chair, Han Qianmo crossed his legs. Calm. But the other party has always told him do not be nervous. Relax. Tense the whole body. Tell me why you were screwing my father 3 years ago. The reason why they didn't kill each other in the school playground wasn't just because of Chen Shui's discouragement. The main reason, again, was because he realized something was wrong when he recalled the past. At that time, Lu Jiaojiao was, in the end, just a student. Family conditions are not exceptional. How could she be so twisted as to deliberately induce her suitor to commit suicide by jumping into a river? Behind this, there must be some kind of hidden secret. He wanted to get to the bottom of what was behind this. That's what prolonged the life of the other. Lu Jiaojiao's eyes widened in shock to the point of being unable to speak. What the hell? Is he really Han Qianrua? If so what is this? Fraud? Haunted? Or is it a dream? How could she not have imagined that the loser that she had rejected 3 years ago and finally driven to jumping into the river was now transformed into a big handsome man? Appear to yourself again. He also made a girlfriend of the level of a houseflower and came back to punch himself in the face. What's more crucial is that the other party has obviously been dead for 3 years, and now it's alive and well. Sitting in front of you like it's nothing? What is this? Dead or alive? Seeing that the other party did not respond for half a day, Han Qianmo no longer hesitated and directly used the words follow the law. Say, whether it was just now or now, from the beginning to the end, he didn't have any semblance of anger. With a violent shudder, Lu Jiaojiao was shocked to find that her mouth, in fact, moved unconsciously. It's because of a betting game. Han Qianlong clouded over. Go on. Sure enough, what happened 3 years ago was not as simple as it seems. Not knowing whether the other party was a human or a ghost, Lu Jiaojiao was terrified to the extreme and shed tears while opening her mouth. 5 years ago, on the opening day of high school, I overheard that the chain on your hand was exactly the same as the one I bought. Just assumed that the bracelet you were holding was mine, and then took it upon herself to come up and question it. Back there. You should know. You think of me as Lin Ruoyu, and I think it's comforting to have a dog licker who treats you unconditionally and buys you breakfast every day. Just didn't tell you the truth. But in reality, long before I met you, I knew one of the top 10 families in the East Sea, the young master of the Wu family, Wu Zihao, and became his girlfriend. Han Qianlong's face didn't change. Omit what I know and get to the point. Lu Jiaojiao had a mute face, but she could never stop her tears. Wu Zihao knows what's going on between the two of us. And even more so, it was he who brought up the idea of dangling you all this time. After you took me for Lin Ruoyu and started being nice to me, he would ask about you every day and then laugh at you and call you an idiot. Until one day he took part in a bet. It reads, when you are rejected by me, will you not be able to bear the blow and choose to live lightly? He's betting that you will, and laying down some pretty heavy cash, and then set me up to reject you and blow you away. As a result, you are indifferent and don't care if I like you or not. Han Qianlong had a bemused look on his face. He remembers the mentality of that year. Being nice to Lu Jiaojiao is purely just to return the favor. For the other person to be moved by the event and want to be with them is sort of a much better ending. It doesn't matter if you're not moved, or if you hate him. The big deal is that this whole payback thing is over. So, when the other guy offered to get him to stop pestering himself, he could be described as not half as emotional. Lu Jiaojiao continued. The duration is 1 week. Look at the bet being lost. Wu Zihao was forced to threaten me and asked me to induce you to commit suicide at all costs. I thought about it for a long time. That's what led to the scene 3 years ago, when I asked you out on the bridge across the river. Han Qianma said blandly. That is to say, the person who really wants to mess with my father is Wu Zihao. Including the bracelet was a trick of his playfulness. Lu Jiaojiao nodded her head. Yeah, right. With those words, she realized that the power controlling her was gone. The mouth is no longer at the beck and call of others. There was silence for several breaths. Next moment. Yikes! The screams resonated throughout the room. Horrified, she stumbled and fell to the ground, backing up on the floor as if she had seen a ghost, pointing at the other side with a trembling hand. Are you a human or a ghost? Even if you are a ghost, it's been so long. Can't you just be generous and forget about it? Outside in the corridor, Fei Xiaoyang, who only heard the screams, frowned, his heart like a knife. That guy looks fit. Is it actually that fierce? Making my goddess, all made to cry? Looking at his legs, he leaned back helplessly against the wall with a self-conscious look on his face. No wonder Jiao Jiao refuses to honor me. So it really is me. No better than anyone else? Inside the house, Han Xianlong did not answer the other party's question. Where is Wu Zihao now? The bloodless Lu Jiaojiao kept shivering. In the imperial capital. He should be at a private party with his friends. Right now. Where exactly? I don't know. Who the hell are you? Please, won't you stop scaring me? I'm afraid. Thinking of Chen Shui's reminder, Han Shenmo felt that there was no need to bring Lu Jiaojiao over right now. Tell him to hurry back. After 3 days have passed. If he doesn't come back, my father will kill his entire family first. Looking at the other party's back as he turned to leave, Lu Jiaojiao pressed herself tightly against the wall, her face covered with tears of collapse. Woohoo! How come? This can't be. Like a nightmare. It's horrible. I need to wake up now. Hurry up! Pinched himself hard. Sharp pain shot through his arm and hit his brain. Yikes! Wide-eyed, she was completely frozen. This really isn't a dream? At the door, seeing the other party come out so quickly, Fei Xiaoyang, who was squatting on the ground, froze. So fast? Kid, it looks like you can't either. Han Shenmo ignored it and walked directly past the other party. Cut. With a little confidence restored in his heart, Fei Xiaoyang hurried into the room. Jiao Jiao, am I right? That guy is simply strong on the outside. Looks strong. In reality it's false. The endurance doesn't work at all. In the next moment, he snapped to attention that his goddess, Lu Jiaojiao, was huddled in the corner, coiled up on her legs, shivering. What's the situation? Is this fucked up? It wasn't that his staying power wasn't good, but that his own goddess was too delicate to resist his ravages. Jiao Jiao, suddenly returning to his senses, Fei Xiaoyang subconsciously wanted to comfort the other party. The moment he lowered his head, he suddenly realized that his hands, which were turning into dust, were slowly disappearing. What's going on here? Cold and powerless to move forward, he could only look at Lu Jiaojiao in front of him and shed tears of despair. Jiaojiao? Who dash? As soon as the words fell, his body completely turned into dust and drifted away with the wind. Lu Jiaojiao is still useful. And he didn't. This scene, which happened to be seen by Lu Jiaojiao who raised her head, violently covered her mouth that almost screamed out. In this instant, not only was she certain that this was not a dream, she was even more certain that Han Xianma had really returned. And it turned into an existence that was so terrifying that it was unimaginable and one could never afford to mess with it. Chapter 30. You shouldn't be here. Inside the apartment, Chen Shui, who was counting noodles in the kitchen, heard the commotion coming from the living room. Hurriedly, he took off his apron and rushed out. When she saw Han Xianma, a smile that she couldn't hide emerged on her cheeks. Is everything okay? You've already killed Lu Jiaojiao? Han Xianlong sat down on the couch. No. The matter that Wu Zihao was the one behind the scene was briefly mentioned. After listening, Chen Shui sighed slightly. So what you're saying is, wait for her to call Wu Zihao back. 2 more to kill together? When she heard the other side said did not kill, she thought that the other side and Lu Jiaojiao rekindled. So she was merciful. His heart couldn't help but tighten, and even his face changed a little. Han Xianlong didn't retort. In the past you've talked me out of killing people. This time, why does it look like, instead, you want me to kill her? Do you have a grudge against her? Chen Shui shook her head. Before I met you, I had only heard of one of these people. Don't even know her, so how can I have a grudge against her? Mostly, I still think that she has fooled you. Such a person. Damn it. Han Xianlong looked at the other party indifferently. What's cooking in the pot? It smells pretty good. Suddenly returning to her senses, Chen Shui rushed back to the office. Boiled big bone broth. I'll serve you a bowl first. In a minute, down there for you. Han Xianlong was a bit expectant, and in the next moment, he seemed to sense something and looked at the door. Someone's coming. Is it your family? Chen Shui in the kitchen snapped. I don't know. It's not like I have perspective. Just in case, you're still. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, she suddenly realized that Han Xianrua, who was on the sofa, had already disappeared without a trace. a slight sigh of relief. Running pretty fast. Ding dong dash. Just then, the doorbell rang. She hurriedly wiped her hands and ran to the door. Coming. As a result, the moment she opened the door, she realized that the person who came was not her mother or her family. Instead, it was a tall, unfamiliar man in a black bodysuit with a hat covering half his face. Are you? After glancing at the living room and realizing that there was no one else, Wang Dong directly walked in and casually closed the door. Wang Dong, the Feng family invited me here to investigate the case of Feng Tingxiu's murder. Swish dash. Chen Shui's pretty face changed color. Killed? Didn't the news say that he committed suicide? The video of the jump, the video of the last words and everything was released. How? How could he kill it? And you don't look like a cop, either. Wang Dong did not reply and coldly looked at the outstanding-looking female college student in front of him. I found out that the last outsider Feng Tingxiu saw before he was born was you. It seems to me that even if he committed suicide, it certainly had nothing to do with you as a blind date. After all, he never acted erratically before meeting with you. It only got so weird after I met you. Chen Shui was in a cold sweat and kept retreating. You? What do you mean? Can't blame me for his perversity, can you? And what makes you think that I was the last person he saw in life? From the time I met with him to the news release about his jump, a full day apart. How do you know that in the middle of this, he hasn't seen anyone else? He told you in a dream? Wang Dong craned his neck. I have no intention of arguing with you. Pulling a knife from his waist, he slowly approached the other man. My intuition tells me that Feng Tingxiu's death must have something to do with you. I trust my instincts. So now, you have only one choice. Either honestly explain whether or not it was you who found someone to use means against Feng Tingxiu. Either that or I will cut the clothes on my body with this knife and throw them into the street to be abused by beggars. At this hour, there are only 1 or 2 beggars roaming the streets outside. A girl as beautiful as you, I'm sure, would be of great interest to them. When the time comes, it will be too late to call out to the world and regret it. Chen Shui looked furious. You're sick. Suspecting someone as a murderer on the basis of mere intuition, and unreasonably forcing a confession with a knife. What are you if not sick? Wang Dong smiled bashfully. What are you trying to say? Just a reminder. The time to consider is only 1 minute. It's just a curse word. It counts for time. Oh, already cornered. But Chen Shui had a calm face. What I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't have come. Noticing the fearlessness in the other party's eyes, which did not look like a fake at all, Wang Dong suddenly realized something and subconsciously turned back. Sure enough, I saw it. I don't know when, but behind myself, there was a man standing. You're her boyfriend? Surveillance shows that you were present the day Feng Tingxiu met with her. Say, was it you and her who teamed up and killed Feng Tingxiu together? Seeing that the other party was indifferent, Wang Dong backhanded the hilt of his blade and stored up his strength to dive. Answer me. Buzz dash. In the next moment, a powerful force was like a mountain, weighing heavily on his body. Boom dash. His legs went limp, and when he didn't stand still, he directly fell to his knees. How? Looking up again, what he saw was the other party towering over him, looking down with might and dominance. True qi leaving the body is as powerful as a mountain. This is a move that only Xian realm powerhouses can use. You? Who the hell are you? How is it possible to be more powerful than me? Chen Shui walked to Han Qianma's side, with only the other party in her beautiful eyes. Just kill him? At this moment, she was like a demon girl beside the demon sovereign, with a hint of enchantment and evil in her clear eyes. Han Qianma said blandly, kill one, and a second will come. Sometimes the solution to a problem is not always just killing. Giving it enough fear is often more effective. Chen Shui nodded, with a hint of coldness, and looked faintly at the man on the ground. He looked at the couple in front of him, who never answered his question and didn't even give him a second thought, like being in an ice cellar. Wang Dong finally realized something. Shouldn't have come here myself. In the Feng family's villa, in the dead of night, Ma Guobao sat cross-legged on his futon, waiting for the first morning rays of vitality. Such a habit he has maintained for decades. This was also the reason why he possessed Xian realm strength and had crane hair. Who dash? After some exhalation, Ma Guobao felt that his heart was relaxed and refreshed, and within a few days, his realm would be able to go to the next level and break through to the peak of the Xian realm. Just as he was relaxing and ready to devote himself to cultivation, there was a sudden ringing from the doorway. Crunch dash. In the next moment, seeing that the one who pushed the door in was no other than his most favored disciple, he exhaled slightly. Coming to the master so early, can it be that there is a clue to Feng Tingxiu's death? Wang Dong slowly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes, as if they would explode at any time, were incomparably hideous. Master, don't mess with him. Don't mess with him. Don't mess with him. He's simply not an existence we can fight against. Noticing that the other party's state was a bit off, Magua Bao looked puzzled. Just as he was about to open his mouth, there was a loud bang, and Wang Don's body, in front of him, directly exploded into a bloody mist. What little blood remained splattered all over his mute face. Chapter 31, Second time out of control. Woken up in the middle of the night by the butler, Feng Dekai was furious, but he didn't lash out on the spot, because the butler's words made him realize that now was not the time to lash out at all. What did you say? Master Ma is leaving? Why? Did my Feng family not give him enough offerings? Why is he leaving? The butler shook his head repeatedly. I don't know. He's still packing now. Can't stop him. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. Feng Dekai accelerated his pace and arrived at the villa where Magua Bao lived. Seeing that the other party had packed up and was leaving before dawn, Feng Dekai blocked the doorway with a stunned look on his face. Master Ma, why is this? Is there something my Feng family did wrong? There's really something we've done wrong. You say, can't we change it? Why do you have to go? A single Shen realm martial artist alone was not an existence that could be easily invited. Not to mention, under the other party's hand, there were still a dozen or 2 dozen yellow realm martial artists like Wang Dong. He knew that under normal circumstances, with the other party's strength, there was no way they could even look at the Feng family. It was even more unlikely that he would condescend to be the Feng family's offering. The reason why he was willing to stay in the Feng family was more to repay the late master's favor back then only. Feng Dekai was very clear. Once they were set free, it would not be a matter of how much money they would spend if they wanted to hire a similarly strong offering to work for them and guard their clan. So anyway, this old man in front of me can't even be let go. Magua Bao summoned all his disciples, none of whom had packed up their fine linen and had a determined face. After helping the Feng family do so many years of wrongdoing, any more favors have all been paid back long ago. The karma is over. Forcing them to stay will only bring disaster to each other. Mr. Feng, farewell. Feng Dekai's face changed drastically as he hurriedly grabbed the other party's wrist. Master Ma, I don't understand. Looking at the other party's cloudy old eyes, Magua Bao sighed deeply, and he knew that the other party would simply not stop until he made his words clear. Let the old man put it this way. The murderer of your son has indeed been found, but he's so strong that he's even surpassed your imagination and mine. If you make an enemy of it, the old man will die, and the mixed Yuan sect will be destroyed. Feng family will die. Don't ask the old man who he is, and there's no way the old man is going to tell you. I just want to remind you, don't look into it, just call it quits. Your son is to blame for what happened to him today. Follow the destiny of heaven. To investigate further is to disobey heaven's order. The consequences are unimaginable. After saying that, he stopped talking and directly broke free of the other party's restraints, taking his disciple with him, and left. The butler and the Feng family's crowd were sweating and looking at Feng Dekai with shocked faces. Master? Chairman? Feng Dekai was silent for a long time, gradually clenching his fists. I don't believe it. How can there be such a heaven-defying existence in this world? The steward came to a realization. Your lordship, what do you mean by? Feng Dekai gritted his teeth. Obviously, the old thing did find out the identity of the murderer, but it wasn't out of fear that he gave up on pursuing the matter, or even giving up sheltering my Feng family. Rather, he took favors from the other side. It dawned on Feng's relatives. I'm sorry to eat from both sides, and feel ashamed to do so to the old man who has been so kind to him. That's why I'm playing the coward here, saying that the other party is not to be messed with and that I should give up pursuing them. In reality, it's just that he betrayed the Feng family and has a ghost in his heart? Feng Tingxiu's mother was furious. This damn Magua Bao, having taken so many favors from our family, in the end, you're not satisfied, but you still want to eat your way out. What a cunning, despicable old man. Everyone around her, including her, all looked at Feng Dekai with an angry face. Feng Dekai's eyes were covered in gloom. Whoever the killer is, if you dare to kill my son, I'll make his whole family die with him. Think you can buy off a Magua Bao and end this? I've got money. Even if I scatter my family's wealth, I will find a martial artist stronger than Magua Bao, kill the murderer, and avenge Tingxiu. In the crowd, an underling who saw this scene quietly walked out the door and, in an unoccupied corner, placed a call to his real boss. Boss, the Feng family now. That's how it is. The man with his legs crossed in the dimly lit clubroom hung up the phone and took a drag on the cigar in his hand. As long as Feng Dekai doesn't suspect that we got his son killed. In this matter, there is no need to get involved. Just wait and watch the show and reap the benefits. The man sitting at the top, whose face could not be seen, and who was being served by the innocent young girl did not retort. Zhao Tai, when the hell is that nail house on the outskirts of town going to be done? Standing in the center, Zhao Tai, dressed in a suit, snapped to attention. The situation is a bit complicated. Su Dao is missing. A couple of the brothers who were responsible for greeting that nailed household have also lost contact recently. The man spoke again. I'm asking you, when will it be done? Zhao Tai fretted, but made a promise. Give me another week. After a week, that place is guaranteed not to have a single foreign object in it, not to mention the so-called nail biting. Upon hearing this, the man sitting at the top of the table didn't pursue the matter further, but instead reached his hand out to the woman next to him. In the apartment, looking at the stars outside the window, Chen Shui counted them one by one. However, after counting for an hour, she still couldn't sleep and was distracted. Turning back to Han Qianlong on the bed, she took a deep breath. Demon Lord, are you asleep? Han Qianma responded indifferently. I don't want to say the same words a second time. Just say what you have to say and stop asking such pointless questions. Chen Shui sat up cross-legged, looking at the other party and counting her fingers. Today I laid down the pasta I put down. Was it good? Han Qianlong told the truth. Not good. Chen Shui looked embarrassed. Oh, yeah, sorry, it's my first time cooking at home too. In hindsight, I really don't have that talent. Han Qianmo didn't want to pull these useless things. Want to cuddle again? Chen Shui was violently stunned. Her pretty face flushed red, and she shook her head repeatedly. No, 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 it's not like that. Okay, people do get a little, again out of control. Han Qianlong sat up and turned his head to look at the other man. Come on up. The demonic aura can catalyze evil thoughts, instincts as well as desires, especially lust, and it's an effect that grows stronger the closer you get and the more time you spend together. He knew that Chen Shui was always just a mortal. Compared to ordinary mortals, such endurance was already good enough. Chen Shui trembled slightly, then she carefully climbed in front of the other party with a face full of shyness. Demon Lord, you, without saying anything more, Han Qianmo directly pinched the other party's chin, which was so white that it glistened in the moonlight, and kissed it. Today, my father is in a good mood. It can be favored. Chen Shui, who was already intoxicated, snapped her eyes wide open, her eyes trembling. You mean? Han Qianmo did not answer, telling the other party with his actions what he meant. Exactly. Chapter 32, I don't believe it. Living room, kitchen, bathroom, balcony, all the lights in the house were all on. Inside the bedroom, curled up in the corner, Lu Jiaojiao shivered and finally called Wu Ziheo's phone. Hey, Ziheo, are you coming back? On the other end of the phone came Wu Ziheo's impatient response as well as an indescribable voice. Who told you to call this young master now? Don't you know that this young master is usually busy at this hour? Lu Jiaojiao pressed the anger in her heart. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Han Qianmo has been resurrected and learned special powers. You hurry back. If I don't come back, he'll really get me. Wu Ziheo on the other end of the phone froze for a moment and said in a strange tone. By Han Qianmo, you don't mean the loser you played to death 3 years ago, right? What did you just say? Resurrected? And learned special powers? Not waiting for Lu Jiajiao to respond, the phone came from the other end of the woman's silver bell-like scoffing. I'm not kidding. Lu Jiajiao was fearful and angry. He's really back. Fei Xiaoyang is all over him. If you don't believe me, you can ask when you get back. Let's see if we can find him now or not. Wu Ziheo scolded. You've had too much fucking fake wine. Or maybe it's kowtowing. Or maybe, when you get back, you're looking for fun behind my back. Played dumb by that crowd? Know what your last name really is now and what you're really talking about. Lu Jiaojiao roared. I know. My name is Lu Jiaojiao. You're Wu Ziheo's woman. 3 years ago, if you hadn't forced me to get Han Qianrua killed in order to win that bet, and he's not going to turn into a ghost and come back to me now. Wu Ziheo on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, realizing that the other party's mind was clear. Not at all like he was stoned or drunk. That licking dog, did he really kill him? Lu Jiaojiao cried and nodded her head. I wonder what he did. Fei Xiaoyang didn't even have a chance to resist before he turned into dust, vanished without a trace, disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, Wu Ziheo questioned again. Shouldn't, you gave it to that licking dog. Worried I'll find out, let him run away, and worried that I would become suspicious of his sudden disappearance. That's why they made up these lies. Not only dead, and disappeared without a trace? This is too much of a stretch. A fool would believe it. Lu Jiajiao looked desperate. Even if I had to lie to you, wouldn't I make up a lie that sounds more reasonable and logical? Why make up a lie that sounds, well, so outlandish? I'm not smart, but I'm not that stupid. Wu Ziheo smiled. What if you're doing this on purpose? Reverse lasso me? Lu Jiajiao's beautiful eyes widened as she suddenly felt a sweetness in her chest and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You, Wu Ziheo comforted. Alright, hearing is believing and seeing is believing. Tell you what, On Monday you'll go back to that Han Xian and talk to him face to face. Don't think of him as Han Xianmo, just do what the other side said before. Think of him as big brother Han Xianma. In front of everyone, accusing him of threatening you with Han Xianlong's death, terrorizing you, and even forcing you to use your own body as compensation. Let's make a big deal out of it first and see how he reacts. Lu Jiajiu was confused. At this point in time, what reaction do we need to see? Wu Zihao said with cold solemnity, without seeing his reaction. How do I know if he is really Han Xianma? Don't worry, I'll call 2 men to protect you. You go ahead and do. I'll buy a Monday morning flight and I'll be back at school in the afternoon. When the time comes, it doesn't matter if he's Han Xianmo or Han Xianmo's big brother. I'll make him eat his words. Lu Jiajiao looked helpless. Then you find someone who is reliable. The current Han Xianmo is really scary. I'm afraid that ordinary martial artists are simply no match for him. She also didn't want to face the person who had died again, but she knew that if she didn't do it, Wu Zihao would come back and wouldn't let herself go just the same. At the moment, in her eyes, the resurrected Han Xianmo was a terrifying demon. Some people, however, she knew, were a million times worse than the devil. Wu Zihao responded, "Don't worry, I'll have those martial artists who are protecting me to protect you. With their protection, absolutely no one can hurt you in the entire East Sea University." He simply didn't believe that Han Xianlong would be resurrected. In his opinion, the person who was looking for Lu Jiajiao's trouble was, in all probability, Han Xianma's brother. It was only the fact that the other party knew some special martial arts or alien arts that made Lu Jiajiao mistakenly think that the other party was some kind of demon or alien. One of the purposes of letting Lu Jiajiao condemn each other in public is to ensure Lu Jiajiao's safety, because he knew that in front of everyone, even if the other party was a martial artist, he wouldn't dare to kill easily. The most important reason, of course, is still because he knows. The biggest problem right now is not Han Xianlong's family coming looking for trouble, but the lack of money. Since Lu Jiajiao hadn't found Han Xianmu's parents, it would be the same to use Han Xianmu's brother to hype him up. Even, because he was Han Xianma's brother, his age was similar to Lu Jiajiao. You can also mix the dirty water a little more dirty. Han Xianmo, the brother, said that there is no bottom line pervert, threatening Lu Jiajiao to lose money and body. The actual fact is that you will be able to get more sympathy at that time, and then let Lu Jiajiao go live to bring goods. Business absolutely exploded. Lu Jiajiao nodded. Okay, then you hurry. Hanging up the phone, she looked at the brightly lit house. Still looking back, it always felt like that resurrected Han Xianmo was hiding in a corner somewhere, secretly looking at himself. The next day, Han Xianlong awoke handsomely from his bed. In the process of sitting up, he overheard a red flower blooming on the floral white sheets. Get dressed and walk to the living room. Chen Shui, who was carrying breakfast, just happened to come out from the kitchen, and the moment she saw the other party, her pretty face was covered with a delighted smile. Wake up, cooked 2 poached eggs. Come and try them. Han Xianmo looked at the bowl of egg drop soup with a smile on his face. Pretty good. Took a sip and realized it was sweet. A frown came to his face. Hollandaise can be sweet. Egg drop soup is sweet, which is always a bit strange. What? It's not good? Chen Shui, who originally had an expectant face, was somewhat disappointed after seeing the other party's reaction. Han Xianlong's face didn't change. Delicious. I would say delicious. Chen Shui raised her eyebrows and smiled. He. It seems that I have some talent in this cooking thing. There's more in the pot, so drink as much as you like. Han Xianlong hurriedly changed the topic. You're hurt. Take this elixir and you'll feel much more comfortable. Receiving the elixir, Chen Shui had a puzzled look on her face. Injured? The next moment, as if she had thought of something, swish, her pretty face became incomparably scarlet. Chapter 33, You've earned it. That's not an injury. Chen Shui lowered her head, not daring to look directly. You're a demon venerable and have lived for 100,000 years. It's not possible that you don't even know this. She thought that it would be a long wait. It took a long time for the other party to raise the favor from willing to kiss to willing. The results were not expected. It was all so sudden. Then it has to be watered down. Have to say, it's really comfortable to be a demon. Han Xianlong had a bemused look on his face. No, but in my opinion, essentially, that's the injury. Although he had lived for 100,000 years, before that, he had only been with the Devil Dao Empress. On the night of the wedding, the power of the two was so astounding that heaven and earth trembled violently, and it was only with a little bit of real strength that he was able to break the defense of the Devil's Road Empress. After that, the other party also appeared to bleed. It seemed to him that the engagement was like a battle, and the shape was like a fight. That's what hurts. Of course, how could he, who had once lived on Earth and been an ordinary person, not know what this really meant. In the end, giving each other healing pills was just a way of caring. Don't worry, you're not losing. Han Qianlong looked at the other party indifferently, because I, too, am a first-timer. Chen Shui turned back with a complex meaning. First time? I think it's the first time since we got back to Earth. Han Qianma said blandly. You forgot. This body, I've only just gotten it back a few days ago. Until then, it was stored in a vitrine at your medical school. More ago, while still alive, it didn't have a girlfriend. Chen Shui was suddenly stunned. According to you, that's true. Surprised, she looked at the other woman, her breath catching. In that case, I still earned it? Han Qianlong didn't retort. I've been frowning at the look on your face before. I'm sure it's not a bad injury. Hurry up and eat the elixir, so that you will be much more comfortable. Chen Shui shook her head. No need. It's been better, I think. Her heartbeat gradually became faster as she slowly walked up to the other woman. It's Sunday, no classes. What are you going to do? Han Qianlong sensed something and turned back to the other side. Whatever. At the moment, the other party was wearing only a loose short sleeve above. And then, there was no more. There is only one sentence in his memory that describes, and pure and lustful. Chen Shui opened her mouth slightly and exhaled. Pathfinder brother. Lord Demon. Master. Han Pathfinder corrected. I was 18 when I died. That means the age of this body is frozen at the age of 18. You should be a few years older than this body right now. Calling my brother. Not really appropriate, is it? Chen Shui was coy. Your real age, then, is 100,000 years away. If we go by your real age, shouldn't I call you dad, grandpa, Taiji, or even ancestor? Han Qianlong had a straight face. On Earth, it should be counted according to Earth's time. 3 years ago, I was 18, and you were, Chen Shui scratched his head. 19, but does it? Important? Han Qianma said. Then when you're outside in the future, call me brother, whatever at home. Chen Shui seemed to understand something, and her pretty face was covered in scarlet. Brother. So this demon lord prefers his sister? Han Qianlong still had a subdued look on his face. At home now. No need to be so polite. It always feels like the other person is doing it on purpose. Chen Shui was ashamed and angry. She could no longer hold back the fluttering in her heart and hugged the other party. Demon lord. Master. Brother. The last one was called, and she just smacked her lips up and down twice and exhaled a mouthful of orchid scent. Monday morning. At the door of his home, Han Qianma looked at Chen Shui, who was staggering on her feet, and blandly said, I'd better use shrinking ground directly to take you to school. You're like this. You feel like it's hard to get down the stairs. Chen Shui shook her head. There's no need for spells or anything. It's better to use them sparingly. This is Earth. You'll have to take your time getting used to life here. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time before someone finds out and then exposes it. Han Qianlong did not care. Took a look at the other party's blue jeans, slender legs, and directly picked them up. Then get a cab downstairs. Chen Shui's delicate body trembled, not daring to move. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked deeply into the handsome face in front of her. I felt that I was the happiest woman in the world. Right now. Theoretical physics, particle physics and nuclear physics, basic quantum mechanics, advanced quantum mechanics. In front of the door of the printing room, Chen Shui handed the printed course schedule, reluctantly, to the other party. Worthy of being a demon lord, the classes you choose are all so different. But can you really understand such a high-level theory class with your 100,000 years ago high school knowledge? Han Qianlong didn't care. Try it. Chen Shui sighed slightly. As of today, the classes you've chosen are in effect, meaning, you don't need to follow me around on the sidelines anymore back there. Just pick whatever class you like ahead of time and go to it. Han Qianlong took the course schedule. Good. Chen Shui was still unwilling to separate from the other party right now. I'll call you at lunchtime and we'll have dinner. Good. Also, the renovation of your old home. Before, because it was too remote, I asked several renovation companies, but no one was willing to take it. This morning, I finally got a call from a remodeling company that said they were willing to take the order. The day after tomorrow at the latest. They should be over there. Han Pathfinder responded. Call me when you have them go over. Preventing someone from trying to get on my family's bad side and ending up getting them involved. Chen Shui snapped back to her senses. And only then did she remember that the problem in her old home had not actually been completely resolved. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Okay, I'll talk to them. Don't worry. The school bell rang. Chen Shui looked at each other fondly. I'll go in first then. Han Qianlong nodded. Go on. Noticing that there were a lot of people around, Chen Shui hesitated for a moment, but still stood on her tiptoes and kissed the other party on the mouth. Wow. A cheer went up from the classroom. Even the boys passing by, going to other classes, looked at Han Xianmo with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Isn't that our academy's houseflower? I can't believe I took the initiative to stand on my tiptoes and kiss that man. Who is that man? I'm afraid I saved the galaxy in my last life. This is too happy. Han Xianlong's face didn't change. Get in. Chen Shui nodded. Yes, demonic father great. Demon Zun brother. Watching the other party walk into the classroom, not caring about the reactions of the people around him, Han Xianlong turned around before walking into the deserted alley. Next moment, Pathfinder Han? The teacher at the podium called out the name for the third time and had a look of displeasure on his face. Didn't come, did you? Just as one was about to draw a mark against the name. In. From the last row, the innermost seat, came an echo. Glancing at the closed classroom door and the unopened window, she looked confused. Chapter 34, Lin Ruoyu pushed the black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose. The young but flirtatious female teacher had a hint of sternness in her tone. Next roll call. Please don't drift off. Okay, everyone's here. Classes. Han Xianlong took out his textbook with a bashful face. He wasn't even worried that the surveillance would catch that scene just now, because, before he came here, he had already used his demon aura to block out the surveillance here. Halfway through the class, the beautiful teacher with the black-framed glasses noticed that the student who had called out 3 times before answering was the most attentive in class out of everyone. Couldn't help but feel a twinge of interest. Now you should be able to understand why Newtonian mechanics can only be used in the macroscopic world. And in the microscopic world, relativity or quantum mechanics must be used. Sure, whether it's Newtonian mechanics or relativity, they are also only a stage of perception, and are not, and do not exist as, so-called truths. Science is not the truth, but a spirit of exploring the unknown and never compromising. Anyone who tells you that science is truth, that the science or cognition that he holds, is the essence of the world and cannot be questioned, don't hesitate to call the police, because such people are attempting to establish a religion, and today's society does not allow for new religions, so even if he founded it, that would still be a cult. As the words fell, the eyes of the beautiful teacher looked towards the corner of the last row. Han Xianlong didn't notice the other party's gaze, because at the moment, he was in deep thought. He realized that he had actually touched the threshold of breakthrough. The continent of the 9 heavens was full of aura and demonic energy. People only focus on cultivation and put all their energy into becoming strong and living forever. In this process, people only know what is true, and do not care about what is true. On the contrary, Earth, the aura is so thin that ordinary people cannot cultivate it. If you want to improve your life and sustain civilization, you have to go into the nature of things. Thinking about the underlying principles as well as the nature of the world could be said to be far beyond the 9 heavens continent. From a certain perspective, the civilization of Earth was actually no lower than the 9 heavens continent. It's just that the path taken doesn't make sense. Who dash? Exhaling slightly, Han Xianlong realized that when he forgot everything and concentrated on thinking about the nature of the world, the nature of aura, and the nature of demonic aura, the demonic chi in the body would unconsciously undergo a qualitative change. In turn, it becomes more simple and refined. Even, there was a hidden tendency to break through. However, he only knew that the pinnacle of cultivation was the realm of immortality, a layer above. What realm it was, he didn't know and couldn't imagine. At this moment, he realized that it didn't matter if it was a low martial civilization or a high martial world. The essence of cultivation is all about a cognitive enhancement. On Earth, finish elementary school and go to middle school. Finish middle school and go to high school. Then go to college. It's all a perception as well as a strength. The same is true in the 9 heavens continent. After nirvana, the absorption and utilization of aura or demonic chi had reached the extreme. The best thing to do if you want to continue to elevate your realm is to elevate your mind. In the end, state of mind is really a manifestation of perception. The Han Pathfinder knew. After cultivating to the demon supreme realm in the 9 heavens continent, one's knowledge of all things had already reached a peak. However, it was only now that he realized that this pinnacle was only relative to the 9 heavens continent. Back to Earth. When new knowledge is received, barriers are broken down, as if a cup of overflowing water were released into a dry sea. The apex of the beginning of this. Thinking of this, Han Xianlong couldn't help but murmur. It's impossible to imagine what realm is above immortality. It's essentially cognition or state of mind that doesn't reach that level. To force your way through that barrier is not only fruitless, it's hopeless. The only way to break through the barriers is to figure out what, exactly, is behind them. In this way, only then can one be considered qualified to enter that realm. Understanding this, Han Xianmo's heart was incomparably free, because he knew that as long as he continued to study and improve his cognition, one day, his own state of mind would be elevated to the height of breaking through barriers. Thus, one breaks out of one's existing situation and steps into a higher dimension. That way, it might be possible to resurrect a strong person of the Demon Emperor realm, or even the Demon Zune realm. Okay. Seeing that the other party had not noticed her gaze for half a day and had been thinking about something, the beautiful teacher smiled with great satisfaction. Class dismissed. Maybe it is engraved in the bone memory. Heard the word class. Han Xianma's body, the body of their own movement, pack up things, toward the door to go. Taking out his cell phone, he looked at it and realized it wasn't even lunchtime yet. He was just about to turn around and head for the next class in the parlor when an angry voice suddenly came from behind him. Mr. Han, please stop torturing me. Turning back to look, the one kneeling on the ground was no other than Lu Jiaojiao, who had been threatened by himself earlier. Han Xianrua had a bemused look on his face. Finding a melon to eat, the surrounding students immediately gathered around. Even the beautiful teacher who had finished packing up her things and walked out of the classroom couldn't help but stand still and take a curious look. Feeling that there were already enough onlookers, Lu Jiaojiao glanced at the bodyguard hiding in the crowd, and only after receiving a nod from the other party did she look at Han Qianmuo in front of her, tears streaming from her eyes. I've told your family, many times, on that day 3 years ago, it was your brother who asked me out and then threatened me, asking me to be his girlfriend or jump off a bridge if I didn't agree. I thought he was joking, so I kindly advised him to hurry back and do his homework. We're not right for each other, and when it comes to feelings, you can't force them. As a result, who would have thought? He really jumped, although I am also responsible. But essentially, I'm not to blame for this. After all, I'm just a student too. What can I do? The people around them were talking and started pointing at Han Xianma. Han Xianlong was unimpressed. What the hell are you trying to say? Lu Jiaojiao had a pitiful face and even started kowtowing. Please, stop threatening me and harassing my family about this. And I really can't sleep with you. I have a boyfriend. I can't betray him, and it's immoral and illegal to do so. I'm really sorry about your brother, but you can't force me with this and make me give you money and forget about it. And also, still want me to sleep with you. I really can't do it. Upon hearing this, the crowd probably got what was going on, taking advantage of people's kindness, morally abducting them, forcing them to give money even if it's not enough, and asking them to give their bodies? This man, what a fucking disgrace. Yes. And it sounds like what happened 3 years ago didn't have anything to do with people. It was his brother who couldn't love himself and threatened people with suicide. And that's how he ended up with a bad death. As far as I'm concerned, his brother just got what he deserved. For everyone to be like his brother and like someone else has to say yes. And if they don't, they're threatened with death. Then the world, wouldn't it be all messed up? The people around them all looked at Han Xianma with a look of contempt. My brother is a glassy-eyed coward who likes to push people around. Brother is even more of a moralizing and shameless asshole. It's not a family that doesn't enter a family. His family, I reckon, are all oddballs. Not only the surrounding passers-by, even that beautiful teacher was frowning slightly, looking at Han Xianma with a complicated expression, although she also felt that the surrounding classmates said a little too much. But now this situation, it was not good for her to open her mouth and say anything. After all, she couldn't tell who was telling the truth and who was telling lies. In the face of Lu Jiaojiao's acting, the surrounding people's abuse, Han Xianma has always been lighthearted. He wasn't angry, just thought, it's a bit noisy. Fatally glancing at Lu Jiaojiao, who was on the ground and acting like a victim, Han Xianma didn't say a word more. Just as he pulled out his ears, he was about to casually kill all the people here to restore peace. A pleasant, celestial-like chortle came quietly from behind him. Forcing you to give yourself up? Are you looking down on my boyfriend or me? Swish dash. Hearing this pleasant voice, everyone present turned around in shock. At once, the men were silent and the women were shocked. This man, who is this man? It's so pretty, too. No, not beautiful. It's simply amazing, perfect to the core. Not only the surrounding passers-by, even Lu Jiaojiao on the ground stared with wide eyes, so shocked that she forgot to shed tears. What's this woman's story? It's so pretty to look at. Why have I, before, never seen or even heard of it? In order to keep Wu Zihao on a leash, she researched the school and almost all the pretty girls. Eventually a conclusion was reached. There are quite a few that are comparable to their own face value, but those that are far superior simply don't exist. The possibility of Wu Zihao falling in love with someone else and then abandoning himself is almost non-existent. Yet now, her investigation, she realized, didn't seem as thorough as she thought it would be. Here, there's another leak, and the kind that is, well, big enough to be a threat. Han Xianmo looked at the woman who was gradually walking towards him. always feeling somewhat familiar, but could not recall where he had seen her before. Just when he was also wondering, in the crowd, the beautiful teacher finally couldn't hold back her excitement and exclaimed, "Student Lin Ruoyu, you're back." Chapter 35, Hello Class Flower, I'm the school flower. Lin Ruoyu? I remember. That's when she transferred back from MIT. The strange woman who became the school beauty of our school before she even arrived. Lin Ruoyu. The crowd snapped back to attention. Right, that's her. On the school posting, there's a picture of her at MIT, and pictures of him with MIT professors and local celebrities. I thought before, those pictures, they were all PD. It doesn't look as good in person as it does in pictures. It's even less likely that the person will be blown away as a schoolgirl before they even get back. Now I realize, it's my pattern that's small. People's photos, not at all P. What's more, it's in person, more beautiful than the photo. At least 10 times, the surrounding female students, none of them were silent, stunned and secretly saddened at the same time. The surrounding male students had long since widened their eyes, wishing that their eyes would grow on each other. The ground. Lu Jiajio was dumbfounded, like a wooden stake, foolishly kneeling on the ground, not moving at all. In her mind, she remembered the fat schoolmate who weighed close to 200 pounds 3 years ago. Numerous comparisons were made with the slender, long-haired, fairy-like, unearthly woman in front of her. Still can't believe that the two of them could be the same person. No way. Isn't Lin Ruoyu a fatty? How did it get so beautiful? Even prettier than me? No way. Absolutely not. At the moment, Lin Ruoyu, who had walked in front of her, seemed to be towering over the heavenly maidens, princesses or even queens who had just descended to the mortal world. It was a stark contrast to her kneeling on the ground, her posture humble. On the side, Han Qianma, who was watching the scene, couldn't say that he wasn't surprised. He didn't expect it either. It was surprising that Lin Ruoyu would come back early. 3 years ago, the fat schoolmate even turned into this, wearing a white dress, waist-length hair, fluttering in the wind, the beauty of the fairy. Such a contrast. Even though he was a noble demon sovereign and had seen countless worlds, he could not help but be surprised, because the matter of losing weight, down to the actual, even in the 9 heavens continent, very few people can do it. Lin Ruoyu, is it really you? Looking at the woman in front of him, who was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time, Han Qianrua asked tentatively, subconsciously. He still didn't want to believe that the woman in front of him was the schoolmate who was chubby, smiled cutely, and then downgraded for her own sake 3 years ago. Lin Ruoyu glanced back at him, her eyes flashing. What a likeness. It's okay, I'll take it from here. With me, no one, no matter who it is, will harm his loved ones. That's right. In her opinion, the man in front of her was Han Qianlong's brother. When she first saw the other party, she was also stunned, thinking that the other party was Han Qianrua. But after calming down, she instantly realized Han Qianlong was dead, and his body was placed in the large body exhibition room of this school. People can't come back from the dead. There is only one possibility for the situation at hand. That is, this person is Han Qianlong's relative. Even more so, it was the brother of Han Qianlong that outsiders didn't know about, but did exist. At first, she hoped, too, that her suspicions were wrong. The knowledge one has learned, the perceptions one has accumulated, are all wrong. In this world, ghosts do exist, and even more so, resurrection, and what is called reincarnation. However, when she noticed Lu Jiajiao's presence and heard the other party's tirade, her heart went cold. Understand that you were right to guess wrong. In this world, there are no ghosts at all, let alone the so-called reincarnation. There is only cold science and harsh reality. A slight exhale. After organizing her thoughts once again, Lin Ruoyu then retracted her sight and looked at Lu Jiajiao at her feet. One day 5 years ago, on my way home from school, I coincidentally saved Han Qianmo. At the time, for some reason, I didn't fight him, so much so, that he thought, back there, that the bracelet, you dropped it, and in turn, have been quietly working for you for 2 years to make you a regal princess. When she said this, regret covered her pretty face. Until 3 years ago, when he lost his footing and fell into the river. I went to his house to offer my condolences, and that's how I learned that. Before, he had always thought that you were the one who saved him. Regretting that I didn't just tell him doesn't help anymore. I just want to honor my promise with this tablemate, who agreed to go to Donghai University together. As a result, my scores arrived and I still wasn't accepted into East China Sea University. Icy coldness surfaced in her eyes as Lin Ruoyu coldly looked at Lu Jiajiao. Only after asking around did I realize that it was because I had offended you and the young master of the Wu family behind you. Wu Ziheo. before being kicked off on purpose. I don't remember where I offended you guys. Just because I went to offer condolences to Han Pathfinder, his best friend in life? Doesn't matter. You have the money and connections to make the people at Donghai University reject me. Admission scores simply aren't enough for you guys. Then I'll go abroad, get into MIT and transfer back. This college, it's not worth the obsession. But I will never give up on my commitment to him. Now, I'm back. And also with his brother, who became boyfriend and girlfriend. What about you? The same underachieving, vain, selfish, ignorant and narrow-minded class president. Lu Jiaojiao on the ground stared at the other party in a daze, her body stiffening. Lin Ruoyu gently and sternly shouted without anger. Answer me. Lu Jiaojiao shuddered violently. Yes, she was referring, of course, to her status as class president. Lin Ruoyu was indifferent. Hello class flower. I'm the school girl. Excuse me, where did you, the class flower, get the courage to steal a boyfriend from me? The school flower, and throwing dirt on my boyfriend. Say he forced you to give yourself up? By this time, the people around had already begun to sigh, and turned their heads and looked at the poor woman with hateful eyes. Lin Ruoyu smiled contemptuously. I'm curious, who the hell gave you the courage to make up such a bullshit lie? Lu Jiaojiao's eyes widened like a sculpture. At this moment, the eloquent and most skillful at feigning pity was so disliked that she couldn't say a word, completely suppressed by the aura of the woman in front of her. Even raising her head was trembling. Around them, the crowd watching this scene had long since changed their faces, coldly looking at Lu Jiaojiao, exasperated. That look, there was an aura of wanting to rush up and whack each other to death after being deceived. Shame on you. You don't save people on your own, but you lie to them and say you did. Getting 2 years of people's favors and not even telling the truth. At the end of the day, they accuse people of being stalkers, playing the poor guy there, and shirking their responsibilities. Forget all that. People are dead and she's not letting go. Finding connections to keep someone's best friend from getting into the promised college, and in those 3 years, uninterruptedly consuming the dead, feigning pity, and lying to everyone's sympathy. What's the idea now? Cheat the big one again. Hype it up. Build up your popularity. And then go live on air to bring in the goods. This kind of person is more than shameless. He has no bottom. Hearing the word live, Lu Jiaojiao was shocked. No, not live. No, we didn't think about helping the Nanda group carry the goods. Don't you guys talk nonsense. The people around him looked and laughed. Look, that's not even a fight. The Nanda group? Isn't it the foreign enterprise that rumored about people's laughing haha group before? Bring on the goods for this trashy foreign corporation that cheats consumers and will do anything to get what they want. Enough to see how black your heart is. Lu Jiaojiao kept shaking her head. What Nanda group? I didn't say that. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Don't you dare accuse me there. Seeing that things were going in a worse direction, the bodyguard hidden in the crowd couldn't stand up and rushed to Lu Jiaojiao to help her up. Lu, it's time to go to class. A large group of righteous men, seeing that the other wanted to slip away, with invective, pursued them. You want to leave without having wronged someone? Under the sky, it's never that easy. Stop, and get it straight before you go. They certainly weren't trying to do justice to Han's brother. Rather, he knew his goddess, who had suffered at the hands of this bad woman before, trying to get justice for the goddess. Beauty was worried that if the bickering continued, there would be a confrontation. After glancing at Han Shenma and Lin Ruoyu, he hurriedly chased after them. Han Shenmo's face didn't change, and he was just about to kill Lu Jiaojiao as well as the group of bodyguards protecting her when Lin Ruoyu walked up to him. What do you call Han Qian's brother? She also didn't know whether this man in front of her was Han Shenma's older or younger brother. She just wanted to tell the other person, she had just posed as your girlfriend to help you out. I hope there's no misunderstanding. Han Xianlong returned to his senses with a faint trace of excitement on his face. Senior sister, I'm not Han Shenma's brother. I am Han Shenrua. When these words came out, Lin Ruoyu's beautiful eyes gradually widened. Chapter 36 Dismissal. Being sent back to the apartment by the bodyguard. The moment she opened the door, Lu Jiaojiao could no longer suppress the fear in her heart, took out the phone, and called Wu Zihao. Shake shake shake. Social shake. As a result, the cell phone rang from her bedroom. Suddenly stunned, Lu Jiaojiao seemed to realize something and rushed over, pushing open the door of the room. Sure enough, she saw that her boyfriend was with another woman, in her bed, frolicking wildly. Wu Zihao, if you're already back, why don't you go meet me at school? Still in my house, in my bed, playing with other women. You're an asshole. Seemingly not expecting that the other party would come back so early, Wu Zihao frowned and waved his hand. signaling the two demonic women to leave on their own. Then walked to Lu Jiaojiao in front of the slap sound. Will slap loudly on the other side of the face. Number 1. This is the house that the old man bought. Secondly, you're just my girlfriend, not my wife, and have no right to care who or where I play with. Lu Jiaojiao covered her face and curled up on the ground with a look of despair, breaking down into tears. At this moment, for some reason, in her mind, she remembered someone, Han Qianmo. Wu Zihao didn't care about the other parties crying and looked at the bodyguards behind him. How are things going? This woman, did she do what I told her to do? The money was lost to him, and telling the family would get nothing but a torrent of abuse, coupled with his eagerness to prove his ability so that he can ask for more money from his family. This is the reason why the live selling thing is so interested in. The lead bodyguard shook his head. Things are not going well. Frowning tightly, Wu Zihao looked at Lu Jiaojiao on the ground. What the hell is going on? Did you not do what the old man said? Seeing that the other party only cried and didn't respond for half a day, he dispersed the anger on his face, and his tone was filled with warmth and gentleness. Okay, you know, I've had a lot of women, but you're the only one I really feel sorry for. Normally, have you ever seen me hit another woman? What does that mean? It means I don't care about them from the bottom of my heart. If you don't care, you won't get angry. And if you don't get angry, you naturally won't do anything. Helping the other party up from the ground, Wu Zihao touched the other party's head. Caring is not a good thing. I'm hitting you because I care about you. Lu Jiaojiao looked at the other party with a resentful face. Having eaten this set too many times, she was already tired of it. You're right. That man, he might really just be Han Qianmo's brother. It's just a resemblance to Han Qianmo. In fact, it's not Han Qianmo at all. But there is something even more troubling that I must warn you about. Lin Ruoyu. Back. Now. She's from our school too. Hearing this, Wu Zihao instantly recalled his impression of Han Qianmo's chubby, pig-like deskmate and smiled contemptuously. Meh. And then what? What does this have to do with your errand being unfavorable? Lu Jiaojiao didn't answer. The bodyguard on the side took out his cell phone, took the video he had shot, and clicked it out. After reading it, Wu Zihao realized what had happened. But his first reaction was, the girl in the video is so pretty. It was almost as beautiful as a heavenly maiden. Playing me, are you? Wu Zihao held the cell phone and looked at the bodyguard in dismay. Looking at Lu Jiaojiao in front of him. Is this the same fat chick that was almost 200 pounds 3 years ago? It's not even the same fucking person. Okay. The bodyguard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned over the school forum. About Lin Ruoyu's introduction. If it wasn't for the official certification, I wouldn't have believed that she was Lin Ruoyu. After reading the whole story, Wu Zihao was completely dumbfounded. They say fat people are potential. This potential, it's fucking too big. Other people lose weight by replacing their heads. This guy did more than just get his head replaced. I'm afraid that the whole body have given a change. The bodyguard knew what the other man meant and responded. MIT is a world-class school. Students shouldn't be allowed to get plastic surgery while in school, or such a complete facelift. His words were direct. Unbelievable though. But it's true that people don't have plastic surgery. Hiss dash. Wu Zihao sucked in a breath of cool air. That is to say, old me back then, looked away? Even he, who had read countless women, could tell that the current Lin Ruoyu's face value could be said to be 1 in a million. Compared to that, a face like Lu Jiaojiao's couldn't even be considered ordinary. It should be considered ugly. Just one look at the other side of the video. He felt, in front of this class flower is weeds, tasteless. Wu Zihao's heart trembled. Oops. It's heartwarming. The old man shouldn't have fallen in love with her at first sight. Should he? Kind of interesting. Not feeling nervous because of this, the corners of Wu Zihao's mouth sketched out a touch of sinister evil. This woman. This young master will take her. To the side. Lu Jiaojiao jolted and fumed, tugging at the other party's arm. Wu Zihao. It's that time of day and you're still here being a nymphomaniac? Have you not figured out what the hell is going on right now? Buzz dash. A stunned trance. Wu Zihao woke up from the intoxication. This shake really woke him up. Take it easy. Just kidding. Yes, the current Lin Ruoyu. What exactly is the situation? Has not even been mapped out yet. It's too early to say those things. More importantly, Lu Jiaojiao's strength is not in her face value, but in her like-mindedness and obedience. Even if she could take Lin Ruoyu, Lu Jiaojiao didn't necessarily want to abandon it. At least not now. Lu Jiaojiao didn't believe a single punctuation mark of the other party's words. Just kidding. Right. That's fine. You had your uncle. 3 years ago. Dismiss her application for admission. Now. Call your uncle again and tell him to fire Lin Ruoyu. Wu Zihao looked at his opponent. Good. then literally pulled out the phone and called. In his opinion, having the school expel Lin Ruoyu wasn't a bad thing. On the contrary, this kind of operation can make Lin Ruoyu feel helpless, so that she can have the opportunity to help her and gain goodwill. Fourth uncle, why is Lin Ruoyu back again? Just do me another favor and fire her for any reason you can find. Seeing this scene, Lu Jiaojiao widened her beautiful eyes and suddenly felt that the other party still loved herself. Next moment, a response came from Uncle 4 on the other end of the line. You're fucking crazy. People are transferring back from MIT. Drive her? Why don't you just fire me? Wu Zihao froze. Coming back from MIT. And it doesn't work? Uncle 4 on the other end of the phone gritted his teeth. What do you say? Your fourth uncle is just the head of the faculty. Not the principal, much less the head of the board. Besides, people are top talent who transferred back from MIT. Even if it's a school principal or a bureau chief who dares to reject her, not only will they be investigated, it will also be laughed at by the entire educational community and even the nation. Other people's nephews, at most, get their hair cut in the first month. You are good. Want your fourth uncle me to be shattered to pieces and never recovered? Lu Jiaojiao's face turned white. So, serious as this? It's just good grades. It's not like you can do whatever you want. Uncle 4 on the other end of the line heard her. You got it. People with that score can really do whatever they want in Daxia. Wu Zihao sucked in a breath of cool air. Is there really no way out? Fourth uncle? Instead of feeling frustrated, he felt like he had the right vision. This Lin Ruoyu was truly a superb woman who was both beautiful and intelligent. Worth taking. Fourth uncle responded indifferently. You go and cut your hair. In this matter, fourth uncle can't help you. Wu Zihao didn't dwell on it. What about the other one? Looking towards Lu Jiaojiao, he signaled with his eyes for the other party to hurry up and say. Lu Jiaojiao snapped back to her senses. He calls himself Han Qianmo. He should be a student who recently transferred here. Specifically, I don't know. Uncle C checked it out. I know. This person, although labeled as a special student, doesn't have much of a background. Should just be a thug. Wu Zihao knew that Han Qianmo's family had been demolished, and was even more convinced that the current Han Qianmo was Han Qianmo's brother. Fourth uncle, my mom asked you to take care of me at school, and this man has not only cursed me, he's beaten me. If my mom finds out, you know what the consequences are. Fourth uncle became furious. There's such a thing? Outrageous. Don't worry, as the school's dean, I will never condone such bullies who bully their classmates. Just wait. The director will definitely give you, the victim, a satisfactory answer. Wu Zihao smiled. Thank you, fourth uncle. Hanging up the phone, on his face, a thick haze emerged. Mr. Han, please stop following me, okay? Lin Ruoyu, who had already reached the bottom of the dormitory building, stopped and turned back to look at the other party. Her willow brows furrowed. She also did not expect that this Han Qianmo's brother would be a scoundrel. Kindly helped the other party. But the other party did not have a word of thanks, but instead, posing as Han Qianmo. He has been following himself. Such behavior made her sick. Chapter 37, I'm really Han Qianruo. I'm really Han Qianruo. Han Qianmo said blandly. Also, I want to ask you, what have you been through these past 3 years and why would you want to lose weight? Without waiting for Lin Ruoyu to open her mouth, a blonde woman in a slim-fitting wrap dress with a hot body and snow-white skin walked over. She didn't lose weight. It's because of the death of that man. The grief is too much. Lin Ruoyu's willow brows furrowed. Emily, he's not my friend, so you don't have to explain so much to him. Emily snapped back to her senses and nodded bitterly. Sorry, I saw you guys came here together. Tell you what, I'll go back to the dorm and wait for you, and help you carry your stuff up there on the way. Lin Ruoyu didn't retort. Seeing Emily leave, she also wanted to get out of here as soon as possible, lest you cause unnecessary trouble. Mr. Han, please return. I will honor the Pathfinder myself some other time. Don't worry about it. Emily was a friend she had met at Missouri Frying, and if she hadn't relied on the other person's connections, this transfer wouldn't have been as smooth as it was. To her, Emily was not only a friend, but a benefactor. Since they are benefactors, how can they let each other move things while they are being a dumpster fire? Han Qianlong snapped back out of his trance. Lin Ruoyu, what the hell do I have to do for you to believe me? From nearly 200 pounds to less than 100 pounds because of heartbreak? How sad does that have to be? Lin Ruoyu turned back, wrapping her arms around herself and smiling disdainfully. Didn't you say that you're the Han Qianrui after the resurrection? Well, prove it then. I'll believe you if you can prove that such a thing as resurrection really exists. Can't do it? Then back off and don't be so frivolous in the future. Like your brother, be a man of integrity, sincerity, and detachment from vulgarity. Can you do it? There's no way it can be done. Han Xianlong was silent for a moment and slowly extended his left hand. Then you watch it. The moment his palm spread out, there was a loud bang, and a powerful pressure suddenly spread, covering the entire school in an instant. The entire East Sea, the whole of Daxia, Buzz Dash, deep in the East Sea, the bottom of the sea obscured by fish. In the cracks of the stone, a string of glass bracelets covered in silt and algae trembled wildly as if by some kind of induction. Next moment, the shaking stopped abruptly. Immediately after that, it popped up like an arrow shot out, weaving all the way along the bottom of the sea, from the East China Sea into the river, and then the river breaks the surface, flying in the direction of Donghai University. After a short silence, whoosh dash, downstairs in the girls' dormitory of Donghai University, in the sky, it was as if a meteor appeared, trailing a long haloed tail, and fell into a man's hand. The moment, looking at the other party's hand suspended, like a new bracelet, and the purple haze that wrapped around it making it constantly tremble. Lin Ruoyu's beautiful eyes widened. One moment, kindergarten, elementary, middle school, high school, and then to MIT. All the perceptions about science that had been learned collapsed. Like a fish in a barrel, she fell into a deep trance. He looked up at the man in front of him who looked very much like Han Xianlong. She even suspected. This can't be a dream? How do you prove resurrection? Kill a random guy and bring him back to life? It's okay, but it's sick. And that, for sure, would scare the other guy. So, he changed his mindset. There's no need for direct proof of resurrection. All it takes is proof that supernatural forces exist. Like right now, Han Qianma, who had a bracelet suspended in his palm, was bland with a hint of gentleness. So, you should be able to take my word for it after all. Lin Ruoyu covered her mouth and stared blankly at the man in front of her. So you're really Han Qianmo? You really resurrected? Before the words fell, 2 lines of crystal tears, like a flood, fell from the corners of her eyes uncontrollably. Han Xianlong smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm resurrected. Long time no see. Schoolgirl, after I don't know how long. A cackle broke the silence. Lin Ruoyu wiped her tears and looked at the other party, her beautiful eyes smiling into a pair of crescent moons. Welcome back, schoolboy. Chapter 38, I want to repay you. In front of the ruins. Putting things in context, briefly, Han Xianma turned his head to look at Lin Ruoyu beside him. The thing, probably, is this. This ruin is the former exhibition room of the medical school's main body. Lin Ruoyu took a deep breath, still feeling like a dream. You're making this identity too perfunctory. Aren't you afraid someone will notice a problem? Han Xianlong had a needless look on his face. Not important. Staring blankly at the man in front of her, Lin Ruoyu was in a trance. It feels like a dream. I thought I had changed enough. I didn't realize you changed more. Not only did it go from a large body to a living person, and also became an otherworldly invincible demon lord and descended to earth. It's unbelievable. After a long period of silence, Lin Ruoyu's heart regained a trace of calm. So what's next for you? Han Qianma said bluntly. It's all invincible. So what else can be planned? Enjoy life, play the game, and repay you. Lin Ruoyu was slightly stunned. Repay me? You mean 5 years ago? Shaking her head with a bitter smile, she looked relieved. It's been so long, and at the time, I just happened to be passing by. You don't really have to take it to heart. She wasn't kidding. She knew that if the other person hadn't taken that incident to heart, there wouldn't have been the misunderstanding 5 years ago, the tragedy 3 years ago. Han Qianma said blandly, it's not just that one time 5 years ago. I did mention the heart chain to you earlier, didn't I? He remembered clearly. At that moment, his mind remembered someone. This person is not someone else. It is in front of this no longer fat sister. Then the heart chain appeared, guided him back to earth. So he understood that the person who happened to also be pining for him at that time was definitely Lin Ruoyu. In other words, he would not have been able to return to earth without the other parties just missing. One could only turn around and return to the 9 heavens continent, waiting for the big day to come. In his mind, in a way, the other man had saved himself once more. With that earlier one, that's 2. Save your own life twice. How could he not repay such a great favor? Lin Ruoyu smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's really not necessary. I'm not fine now. She opened her arms and spun around in front of the other, a sunny warm smile spreading across her stunning face. The family is tearing down the house and there's no shortage of money. And now managed to get into the college of my dreams. And also weight loss success. I have no regrets anymore, okay? Han Qianlong didn't retort. You're only mortal. After all, you can't have everything. Lin Ruoyu didn't want to dwell on it. It's dinner time. Why don't we talk after dinner? I'll call Emily first. She's not used to Chinese food. Why don't you just let her stay in her dorm room and order home delivery for her? Dash. Before the words left her mouth, she shuddered violently as she held the phone. Wide-eyed and stiff, he looked at his chest, stunned to see a large hand, entering through his back, penetrated his body. Why? Turning back stiffly, Lin Ruoyu looked at the other party with extreme surprise and complexity. Stunned, she couldn't figure it out. Why would the other guy want to kill himself? Just because of your own refusal? Is this the so-called demon lord? It's also too unreasonable. Han Shenmo's face did not change as he looked at the other party and spoke gently. Open your mouth. There was no use of the words follow the law, but the stunned Lin Ruoyu still subconsciously opened her mouth, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. People really do change. The person in front of him was no longer the simple and handsome schoolmate from back then. Rather, as he said, the real deal. A murderous fiend, feeding the elixir into the other party's mouth. Han Xianmo used his hand and wiped the tears from the corner of the other party's eyes. Why are you still crying? Does it hurt? The moment I pulled my hand out, it was covered with black sludge. Lin Ruoyu's body tensed up until the other party's hand completely withdrew from her body, before she sat down on the ground, gasping for air. What's going on here? It was then that she realized that the body that had been penetrated by her opponent was recovering quickly, and it was only now that she realized that the whole time, she hadn't actually felt any pain. It's more about the fear and shock of seeing your body penetrated. Han Qianma helped him up and with a whoosh, brought him to Chen Shue's apartment. I said I would repay you. You have no shortage of money or prospects, but your liver cancer, it's terminal. But don't be afraid, it's all right now. And, you also gained at least 1,000 years of life. Lin Ruoyu looked up in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. How did you know that I'm sick? Han Qianma blandly said. I said that I am the omnipotent, invincible demon lord of the ages. It did feel like my body was much more relaxed. Even my breathing was much smoother. Lin Ruoyu looked at the other party in tears. How so? Your appearance really gives me the illusion that the previous 10 or 20 years of effort were a complete waste of time. In this moment, she had only one thing on her mind: physics didn't exist. Han Pathfinder explained. It's not the same. Science still exists. It's just a different height and stage of cognition. Earth's aura is too thin to cultivate, so studying basic physics is really the best way to develop. Of course, with me around, you can also choose to cultivate immortal or demon. It's all right. It's up to you. Lin Ruoyu finally accepted what was in front of her and shook her head with a bitter smile. Forget it. Although science has become less reliable because of your presence, but still, I want to keep working on it. After all, it's always been an interest of mine. Han Qianma knew that the other party liked physics, which was why he didn't directly let the other party follow him to cultivate magic, but let the other party make his own choice. Whatever. Anyway, with me around, you're pretty much invincible. Finding a piece of clothing in the closet, Han Qianlong handed it to the other party. Wear this one. I'm sorry for accidentally ripping your sundress when I was healing you. Unlike his mother's case, the other's was much more serious, so he could only use radical methods to remove the other's lesions completely. Suddenly back to his senses, Lin Ruoyu had a face, and only then did he remember that there was a big hole in his back. At the moment, her back, as well as her chest, was being exposed to the other party. Then you first, turn around. Han Qianmo didn't say anything, turned his back to the other side and looked out the window. The next moment he heard the sound of clothes hitting the floor and suddenly realized the glass window would reflect. Through the reflection of the glass window, you can clearly see each other's nearly perfect torso. Chapter 39, The Feng Family's Revenge. Because of the different angles, Lin Ruoyu didn't notice the scene. Thinking that she couldn't see her opponent once her back was turned, she quickly changed her clothes. This dress, it's your girlfriend's, isn't it? This is where you usually live. Han Qianlong didn't hide anything, including the fact that he knew Chen Shui and had a relationship with her. Though in his elaboration, he did not explicitly state that Chen Shui was his current girlfriend, but Lin Ruoyu could still hear that they had already established their relationship. After all, this is the Earth, not the Nine Heavens continent. In her opinion, even a demon lord should be responsible. Han Qianlong responded. It's Chen Shui's. You wear it first, change it later. That. Scratching his head, he was a little unsure of what to say. Why don't we go eat first? Lin Ruoyu kept her smile and nodded. Good. Looking at his cell phone, now that it was time for school to end, Han Qianmo took out his phone and called Chen Shui. The cell phone, which had fallen to the floor, vibrated continuously. After being seen by the female bodyguard, she picked it up and looked at it, handing it over to Feng Dekai. Boss. Without looking at it more than once, Feng Dekai directly threw the cell phone on the ground and crushed it with one foot. He then brought his wife, as well as a large group of henchmen to the window opening, and looked at Chen Shui, whose hands were bound and hanging in mid-air, with a gloomy face. Tell me, who the hell put the compulsion on Ting Xiu? If you don't tell me, not only will you die, but your parents, your family, and the Chen group behind you will all be finished. This is a rotten building project bought by Feng's group, which has not yet entered the development stage. For several kilometers around, it can be described as deserted. Chen Shui, who was hanging in mid-air with her face covered in blood, still didn't compromise. I told you, Feng Tingxiu's death has nothing to do with me. I don't know what under compulsion is, much less have done such a thing. While in class, she received a text message that a special piece of a package had been delivered to the school gate and she needed to sign for it in person. I thought my family had sent me some more nutritional supplements. She didn't think much of it, got out of class, and went straight to the front door of the school. Suddenly a van pulled up in front of her, and in it, a group of female thugs in suits gave her a cold smile before, and here it was. Seeing that the other party was still talking tough, Ma Huilan picked up a stone and smashed it directly on the other party's head. Bang! You bitch! You still won't admit it, do you? The surveillance cameras caught it all, and my son saw you adulterous couple before he was born. The murderer is either you or the adulterer. How dare you talk tough? Chen Shui, whose head was broken and bleeding, almost fainted. If you can, you will kill me. She doesn't want to admit that Han Xianlong is the murderer. She was worried that the people of the Feng family would expose Han Xianlong when they knew his identity. By then, it will surely lead to unexpected trouble. What's more, from now on, Han Xianlong will never have peace, forever living in the midst of being hunted by the gentry, the powers that be, and even the state. After all, such an existence as the demon father did not belong to this world in the first place. Feng Dekai had a gloomy look on his face. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Do you really think that allowing you to be matched with my son means that your Qin family can be on par with my Feng family? Ma Huilan gritted her teeth. Cooperating with your Qin family is only because we have our eyes on a certain project in your Qin family's hands. A successful blind date and just an engagement. During the engagement, my son can play with you all he wants, but when it comes time to get married, it's not always true that I'm going to marry you. According to the original plan, after taking away that project in your Qin family's hands, and after my son has played you enough, the Feng and Chen families will part ways. Why do you dare? It's because your Chen family, in front of my Feng family, is a small player. Even if you know you've been tricked by us, you wouldn't dare say anything. With a cold smile, Ma Huilan's eyes surfaced with an anger that could not be suppressed. And it turns out you're a bitch who didn't know better than to reject my son. And with another man, coming together, the thing that gives face should be thrown into the street and lynched. Chen Shui was indifferent and unmoved. Seeing this situation, on Feng Dekai's face, a touch of icy killing intent surfaced. Don't say it, then you go down. Snap dash. Clap your hands. The men behind him immediately stepped forward, ready to cut the rope hanging the other. At that moment, the man standing at the highest point overlooking the land of Daxia, dressed in a kimono and clutching a katana, opened his mouth. Are you guys sure you want to kill her? If you're sure, leave it to me. Feng Dekai had a respectful face. Mr. Miyamoto Wuji, are you trying to? Miyamoto Wuji turned around and looked at the Daxia girl who was hanging in midair, and in his eyes, there was a hidden greed. She's a student at Tunghai University. Tunghai University, too, is one of our research subjects. You're going to kill anyway. Might as well let me have a good torture. Maybe something valuable can be asked. The bodyguards on the side looked at each other, and Ma Huilan even looked at Feng Dekai with a confused expression. The face does not change color. Feng Dekai is a veteran of the Jianghu. How can not see? In front of the eyes of this singing killer. In fact, want to ravage this beautiful Daxia female college students. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Okay, then she's all yours. It didn't matter if the other party was trying to help the Eastern Empire behind it, investigating Donghai University, or just simply wanted to have some fun with this female college student. It didn't even matter to him. He was just a little saddened. The assassins of the East were really different. Other assassins just kill people. They, on the other hand, have a mind of their own. Sure enough, there is indeed something to be said for cheap prices. Doesn't matter though, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Ringing his katana, Miyamoto Wuji jumped down from the top, brushing past Feng Dekai and the others and heading straight towards Chen Shui. Chen Shui looked furious. Kill me if you can. Miyamoto Wuji smiled bashfully. Don't worry, this master will definitely kill you. But before that, there's more fun to play with, waiting for us. Ma Huilan felt much more comfortable in her heart, and the corners of her mouth sketched out a pleased smile. However, the next moment, when she turned back and looked ahead, she was shocked to find a tall black shadow blocking everyone's way. Chapter 40, The Nine Hells of Purgatory. Manhwa was first stunned, and immediately after, her expression instantly twisted. You're that bitch's boyfriend? With that bitch, the murderer of my son. What are you guys waiting for? Get him for me. The bodyguards snapped back to their senses, clenched their teeth, and charged straight up. Han Qianlong spoke faintly. On your knees. Boom dash. As soon as the words fell, a powerful pressure suddenly descended. Like a mountain, it pressed down on the heads of the group of bodyguards, causing their legs to weaken and uncontrollably kneel on the ground. Even breathing became incredibly difficult. Swish dash. The moment they fell to their knees, all the bodyguards' faces changed drastically and their hearts clenched. What kind of terrible trick is this? Or was it just the other party's martial pressure? Not even qualified to resist. That's too scary. Seeing this scene, Manhwa froze in place, staggeringly looking at her husband, who had been silent. Honey, he must be the one who bewitched our son. Call out. He must be made to pay in blood. However, from start to finish, Feng Dekai did not even look at her. Sweating profusely and full of fear, he looked at the man in front of him. He himself didn't know why. At this moment, all that was left in his heart was fear, not even the strength or courage to move his feet. You, who the hell are you? How can there be such a strong force value? Miyamoto. Feng Dekai was just about to open his mouth when Han Qianmo spoke indifferently. Beat her alive. Buzz dash. When these words came out, Feng Dekai's brain was like a heavy hammer. After a trance, there was a voice in his head that echoed, beat her to death. Beat her to death alive. Beat her to death alive. Seeing her husband suddenly turn around and stare at herself with an indifferent face and empty eyes, Manhwa shuddered violently and her face turned pale. Honey, what's wrong with you? No. Stay back. I'm your wife. Ah ha ha ha. The next moment, screams rang out, followed by the sound of bricks hitting heads, one after another. At first, every loud bang was accompanied by a miserable scream. Soon, the screams are getting smaller and smaller. Even so, Feng Dekai still didn't stop, because that voice, it was still echoing in his head. Beat her to death alive. Beat her alive. This scene was seen by Chen Shui, who was lying on the ground, shocked. His face had long since been covered with tears of celebration. To the side, Miyamoto Koji, who had originally planned to make a move on him, but ended up being stunned by the scene in front of him, seemed to realize something, drew his own katana, and walked towards the other party. What you used on them just now? I believe it was the illusion technique of our Eastern Kingdom. It's also one of the ninjutsu. The moment he was about to walk in front of his opponent, he pointed the katana in his hand at him. This lord also didn't expect that in the place where the sick man of East Asia lives, there are actually people who can use the illusions of our Eastern Kingdom. Moreover, it shall be used without the use of seals or formations. I have to say, it did take this lord by surprise. Although the other party's illusion was very powerful, he realized that there was no fluctuation of true chi on the other party's body. It also meant that the other party was not a martial artist. He knows that illusion magic can be launched without real chi, relying on more volatile hallucinogenic drugs, as well as certain special props. It can also be used, and it can be equally surprising. However, illusions used by drugs have limited combat power and have no problem dealing with ordinary people. Against a Xian realm powerhouse like himself, it was like child's play. So he didn't panic at all, because he knew that the other party's illusions, which were useless to him, were a breeze when he wanted to kill the other party. Here's the deal. This lord is giving you a chance. Miyamoto Oji looked at Han Qianma contemptuously and said in a commanding tone, take the prescription for the illusion spell you cast and give it to this lord. In that case, this lord might consider leaving you a whole body after you kneel and kowtow. Smiling contemptuously, Miyamoto Musashi fixed his eyes once again, but suddenly realized that there was no so-called master of illusion. The Daxia youth. In front of him, where a young man should have stood, there was nothing. On the ground, there was only the Feng family bodyguard who was kneeling in place with a stupefied look on his face. The already smashed body and the Feng Dekai who had already smashed the body but was still swinging the brick. Nari? A chill in the heart. No, it should be a chill all over. Miyamoto Wuji seemed to have sensed something and turned around violently. Instead, he stumbled and fell to the ground, looking at his legs in dismay. His face was covered in extreme shock. Rond. Scar? Whoosh dash. A gust of wind blew his stunned, resigned, desperate, regretful face away. Without a second glance, Han Qianma walked to Chen Shui and casually waved his hand, removing the restraints on his body. Why don't you tell them that I killed Feng Tingxiu? Chen Shui, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, cried heartily. There's a lot of them. I'm afraid they'll expose your existence. It will bring you danger. Han Qianlong picked him up. Don't ever do anything stupid like that again. Even if exposed, it wouldn't be myself who was in danger, but the world. Chen Shui did not retort and followed the other party. Returning to the stairway, Han said to one of the bodyguards on the ground, "Kill them and then kill yourself." The bodyguard snapped to his feet, his eyes determined. He then pulled out the Swiss Army knife at his waist and stabbed his companion directly in the temple. One cut. After stabbing all of his companions, including Feng Dekai, to the ground, he didn't hesitate to stick the knife into his own head. Right hand wrapped around Chen Shui, left hand spread out a moment. A reddish-purple flame issued a crackling explosion. With a casual wave of his hand, the flames turned into a pike, wrapping up all the surrounding corpses as well as the unseen, but real thing, burned to ashes. It's cold. Chen Shui, whose cheeks were illuminated by the purple fire, subconsciously pressed close to the man beside her. What kind of fire is this? It's not hot at all. Instead, it's cold as ice. Han Qianma said blandly, the underworld flame in the 9 hells purgatory. Being scorched by it will be imprisoned in the 9 hells of purgatory. For all eternity, suffer the agony of burning fire. Chen Shui turned back in a daze, her beautiful eyes trembling. She knew that it was because the other side is so angry. Demon Lord. The bland-faced Han Qianmo turned back at the sound of his voice. Why? Chen Shui can no longer suppress the heart of the moving in adoration. Tiptoe. Hold each other's neck. Will be their own red lips, pasted up. Yuki, love you. Chapter 41, I'll be small, you'll be big. Back to the apartment. Chen Shui subconsciously tried to push the other party down onto the sofa, but realized that the other party was somewhat resistant. Why don't I take a shower first? Noticing the other woman's eyes, which had been looking elsewhere, she realized what was going on and turned back to the living room. Yikes! You! Who are you? Why are you in my house? Lin Ruoyu, who was sitting on the extended sofa, smiled awkwardly. Hello, my name is Lin Ruoyu. Looking toward Han Qianmo, she said shyly, why don't you take me back to school first? Chen Shui snapped back to her senses. You're Lin Ruoyu? But you're not. Lin Ruoyu smiled gently. It's changed a lot, hasn't it? The me you remember would be the me from 3 years ago. It's been 3 years. It's normal to change a little bit. Chen Shui looked dumbfounded. You call that a big change? It's a complete change of pace, alright. That's not even the point. The point is, Lin Ruoyu, who has successfully lost weight, has too good a body and looks too pretty, right? You. Hello? After freezing for a long time, Chen Shui slowed down and shook the other party's hand. My name is Chen Shui, and I am a friend of Lord Demon Lord. Lin Ruoyu smiled and said, Qianmo told me all about it. He's always been a brother to me. To be able to find a girlfriend as beautiful as you, who understands and looks out for him, I, as a sister, am definitely happy for him. Chen Shui looked at Han Qianlong in surprise. Sister? Han Qianlong did not respond and drew a symbol on Chen Shui's forehead. Instantly, a purple mark, like a watery stain, dipped into the other party's brow. Then, Han Qianmo walked over to Lin Ruoyu again and did the same to the bewildered-looking other party. When they finished, the two women looked at each other, not knowing why, and spoke in unison. What have you done to us? Han Qianmo said blandly, I have left the same mark on you as my parents. That way, when others harm you, they will be corrupted by the demonic energy. Also, it will form a barrier around you to ensure your safety. Of course, more importantly, I can sense your condition at all times, and if something goes wrong, you'll be the first to go to your rescue. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui looked at each other. Thank you, Brother Pathfinder. Chen Shui nodded along. Thank you, Demon Lord. Demon Lord, wait for us outside for a while. She then directly stood up from the sofa, pulled Lin Ruoyu, walked into the bedroom, and closed the bedroom door. Should I call you sister? Sister, you really want to be his older sister? Lin Ruoyu shook her head. I didn't get your point. Chen Shui had a sincere face. He told me all about you guys, as a woman as well. How can I not see that you actually still like him? Hearing this, a blush surfaced on Lin Ruoyu's pretty face, and she lowered her head, forcibly denying it. You misunderstand. He and I are just classmates. I'm still a year or two older than him by Earth time. In my mind, I've always seen him as a brother and never thought about those things well. Chen Shui looked at the other party seriously. Then don't you dare look me in the eye and say that you don't like Demon Lord. Lin Ruoyu looked up with a bemused expression. I don't like Lord Demon. Chen Shui froze. Eyes clear. More than a college student. What the hell? It's hard to believe that she's really looked down on it. No way. I don't believe my instincts can be wrong. Wait a minute. Seeming to understand something, Chen Shui changed her words. Look me in the eye and rephrase. Say you don't like Han-chan. Slightly stunned, Lin Ruoyu spoke seemingly casually. I don't like Han Qian. However, Chen Shui realized that the other party's eyes appeared to be visibly dodging. When he said Han Qian more, he even unconsciously looked away. Don't hide it. Your eyes, they betray you. Chen Shui wrapped her arms around herself with a confident look on her face. You do dislike Lord Demon, but you like Han Qian. The Han Qian of 3 years ago, and the Han Qian of now. This time, Lin Ruoyu surprisingly didn't retort and just sighed. Why bother? Right now, you're his girlfriend. It doesn't matter if I like it or not. Chen Shui's expression softened. I was right in my guess. You still love him, but are afraid to express your true self because of me. Taking a deep breath, she took a step back and bent down sincerely. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have meddled in your love. All the more reason not to have sex with him. She then pulled the other woman and sat down on the bed. But it can't be helped. What should have happened? What shouldn't have happened? Has happened. And to be honest, I really don't want to let go. The moment she looked at the other woman, her beautiful eyes flashed with hope. So let's make peace. Don't care about things that don't make sense. We'll be his women together. You met him before me. So from now on, you'll be the big one and I'll be the little one. As long as he's happy, as long as we're happy, is enough. Lin Ruoyu's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the other party in dismay. Do you realize what you're saying? Chen Shui nodded heavily. He's the demon venerable. An absolutely invincible and domineering existence in the 9 heavens continent. Over there, he can have countless women. And even all the women in the 9 heavens continent are his if he wants them. So what reason do we, 2 mortals, feel special, and thus to monopolize people? Lin Ruoyu's expression didn't change much. But this, after all, is Earth. Bigamy. It's against the law. Chen Shui laughed. Who said anything about getting married? He should have already fed you the medicine. That means you now have at least 1,000 years to live. As do I. And his parents. Not to mention 1,000 years from now. Even 200 years from now. What will become of this world? And who can say? At that point in time, it's not certain whether or not that law even existed, or whether the world was still the way it is now. Why bother? For us it's just a rule that exists temporarily. After a long silence, Lin Ruoyu exhaled slightly. Yeah, if we can really live for 1,000 years, then a lot of things in this world don't have much to do with us. The only thing that has anything to do with us is the change in the world. Chapter 42, Letting Nature Take Its Course. 3 years, 1,000 days and nights. Lin Ruoyu never thought that she would ever see that man again. Much less did I think that the man would be like the protagonist of the novel, Otherworldly Rebirth and the Return of the Invincible. Not only did he cure himself of his terminal illness, it also gave itself a life expectancy beyond the norm. But longevity, eternal youth and all that, she doesn't care one bit. She just hoped that it wasn't a dream. And everyone will have a better time. Slightly relieved, after returning to her senses, Lin Ruoyu looked at Chen Shui next to her with a relieved smile. Go with the flow. If life has really become so long, why should we agonize over what to do at a given moment? Just follow your heart and live in the moment. After a moment of silence, Chen Shui sighed with an embarrassed expression. Okay, it does seem a bit abrupt to ask you to just join in now. Then I don't care what happens between you. Still, I'd like to make a comment. Even if you choose to go with the flow, I'm not going to change my current attitude. I'll still do it with him when it's time to do it with him. A drop of cold sweat seeped from Lin Ruoyu's forehead. Aha. Aha. She wondered if the schoolmate in front of her was this kind of character before. Or maybe it's because she became so direct after being with Han Qianma. After all, Han Qianma told her that the aura of a demonic father will amplify a person's desires as well as their instincts. She did think, the schoolgirl in front of me is rather blunt. You can even say that there is no heart at all. Sure, this is also the reason why she is not willing to join now, because she felt that even if she wanted to be with Han Qianmo, it would be because of a watery love. If the demonic aura really affects people's thinking and makes them become indulgent, that love is like an angel that has fallen into the mortal world, lost its wings, lost its mystery and holiness, and is no longer desirable. In her opinion, one should still keep some visions and thoughts to live a positive life. Looking at the dazed Lin Ruoyu, a bright smile surfaced on Chen Shui's pretty face. Standing on her tiptoes, she, who was only 1.6 meters or so tall, gently exhaled in the ear of Lin Ruoyu, who was 1.7 meters or so tall. I have a hunch. Sooner or later, you'll become like me, become exclusively his servant, because that's what you are. Being blown by the other party made her ears itch and raise goosebumps. Lin Ruoyu's beautiful eyes kept flickering, but she couldn't say a single word. Seeing the bedroom door open, Han Qianlong, who was sitting on the sofa, asked blandly, "What's taking so long to talk? Don't want me to hear it yet." In fact, the duo's conversation was so clear that he could hear it clearly from outside. didn't mean to eavesdrop, it was just that as a demon dignitary, his hearing had long since far surpassed that of mortals. He also wondered, this Chen Shui knows that she will be clairvoyant, able to see through all obstacles. Can't you think of the possibility that you, who have clairvoyance, also have compliant ears? Close the door behind you and feel safe? I don't know whether this ninny is really simple or she is doing it on purpose. Chen Shui smiled awkwardly. Nothing, little secrets between women. Men don't need to know. Han Xianlong was a bit surprised. Why does it feel like you guys knew each other before? The relationship did move a little faster. You don't have to fight to be a good friend. Men have to fight to be good friends. They were so good. They talked for a few moments and it was like they had known each other for years. To this day, the arms are still linked together. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui glanced at each other, also feeling somewhat magical. One study showed that having a female friend in common gave women a 12.8% chance of becoming friends with women and a 53.6% chance of becoming enemies. The probability of having common friends of the opposite sex who are friends with each other is 0.001%, and the probability of being enemies is 97.9%. The probability of becoming friends with a common hobby is 100%, and it can ignore all the factors that come before it. Chen Shui was filled with joy and nodded her head repeatedly. I'm studying medicine. She's studying physics. It's all engineering. It's normal to have a common language, alright. Han Xianlong didn't dwell on the topic. Dinner. 1:30 p.m. The three returned to the school. The moment he and Lin Ruoyu walked out of the alley, the passing students saw this scene. Their faces were all covered in shock and envy. Without caring about the gazes of passers-by, Han Xianmo looked at Lin Ruoyu in front of him and spoke faintly. Evening, dinner together? Lin Ruoyu smiled slightly. Forget it for the night. So as not to intrude on your duo. I have to work on the transfer paperwork for the next few days. I'll call you guys when I'm done? Han Xianlong didn't retort. Good. Lin Ruoyu slowly turned around. I'll go up. Then. Bye. Only when he saw the other party's back disappear at the end of his line of sight did he turn around and walk towards Chen Shui, who had already walked out of the alley. How many classes do you have this afternoon? Chen Shui looked at the course schedule on her phone and sighed slightly. I'm full this afternoon. Han Xianmo responded. Then I'll go wait for you in front of your classroom after class. A faint blush surfaced on her pretty face as Chen Shui nodded expectantly. Yeah. Rotten building. The place where Han Xianlian beheaded Feng Dekai, Miyamoto Wuji and others. Chief Feng took 5 steps and rushed to the back of that brightly colored silhouette in the crowd. You're Long Lingfeng, Captain Lang, aren't you? Long time no see. A soft short hair looks very competent, wearing the uniform of the patrol division. But the figure is still unable to hide the patrol division police flower Lang Lingfeng, eyes always with a touch of scrutinizing the coldness of all beings. You're the one who called the police? Tell me what's going on. Chief Feng had a complicated look on his face. My master and madam have found out that my young master didn't commit suicide at all, but that he was subdued. That man threatened my master and madam, said that in his hands, he holds the young master's privacy, and threatened the master and madam if they don't want the young master's privacy to be exposed. Just bring $10 million in cash and come here and deal with him. As a result, the time for trading has passed. Master and madam haven't come back yet. I sensed something was wrong and that's why I rushed to call the police. The next patrolman frowned. When something like this happens, you should call the police first, not make a private deal with the thugs. Lang Lingfeng waved her hand, signaling the one who had opened his mouth to step back, and then said to the Feng family chief in front of her, You dare to come to trade. Suffice it to say that you know the identity of the outlaw. Chief Feng nodded and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Her name is Chen Shui. She's the daughter of the chairman of the Chen Group. However, what master and madam mean is that she might just be the mastermind behind the scenes. The person who really did it is actually her current boyfriend, Han Xianmo. To clarify, the hidden mainline of this book is to resurrect the demonic empress, but the style of this book is on the lighter, everyday side, so there won't be as much bitterness and hatred. If it's cool, it's over. Magic, it's supposed to be whatever you want it to be, isn't it? Chapter 43, he's the boyfriend of the schoolgirl and the housegirl. Chief Feng had a gloomy look on his face. Now it looks like this guy might not be an ordinary person. The methods are not only cruel, but bizarre. The lord and lady, by now, have more than likely already planted in his hands. Glancing around, he was beyond anxious. Why did you only bring so many people? It's dangerous. Hurry up and call more people. We must bring those 2 murderers to justice, and return justice to the Feng family. The crowd looked at Lang Lingfeng with grave expressions. Feng's group has made a considerable contribution to the GDP of East China Sea. The disappearance of the chairman is not a small matter for the entire East Sea. Whatever the truth, This matter needs to be handled with care. It is even necessary to report back to the top and request instructions from a higher level. Long Lingfang's face did not change. Got it. Thanks for the tip. Go back. We'll let you know when we have news. Chi Feng raised an eyebrow. Captain Lang? I'm not kidding. That woman from the Chun family, and her boyfriend, could really be the murderer. You hurry up and take them with you. Bring to justice. Captain Lang. Ignoring this, after the other party was persuaded away by his own men, Lang Lingfang turned back and looked at the dark humanoid traces on the ground. Did you analyze it? Is it a trace left behind after a person has been burned? The tester shook his head. It looks like the shape, but we really haven't found a speck of residual human matter. The companion next to him frowned. Could it be that the killer cleaned the place up again after destroying the body? And that's why there's no debris left behind. The tester still shook his head. There's still debris and dust on the floor. Doesn't look like it's been cleaned. And, even after cleaning, there's no way to get rid of the blood and the residue in the crevices. But you see, luminol and dihydrofluorescein didn't react at all after being poured on top of these burn marks. From the results of the tests, it does appear that there are only traces here, and that no one has died. My companion sucked in a breath of cold air. Is it really a mistake? Something may have really happened to Feng Dekai and his wife. But here, it's not the first scene. But if that's the case, then what do these marks on the ground mean? Lang Lingfang was not affected by her co-worker's words and always kept her thoughts to herself. Disappear and leave no trace. Captain. Looking at the traces on the ground, a touch of coldness surfaced in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Remember those previous disappearances? And snapped back. Captain, are you suspicious? Lang Ningyi didn't retort and gave direct instructions. Find 2 people to keep an eye on Chen Shui and Han Qianma, especially that Han Qian. I want to know what he's doing. Every moment, for the next 72 hours. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and realized the seriousness of the problem and nodded heavily. Captain. At 6 in the afternoon, Han Qianruo waited for Chen Shui in the garden outside the classroom. The moment she saw the other party, Chen Shui didn't hesitate for a second, and with a heart full of joy, she rushed up and took the other party's arm. Go. Around them, passing students looked shocked. Isn't this the flower of our medical school? That man. What's the virtue? Indeed, he's handsome, but he's not qualified to be the boyfriend of our house flower. Where the hell did I lose? So angry. A knowledgeable person laughed bitterly. That's pissed off? If I let you guys know that Lin Ruoyu, who just transferred back from MIT and was already named the school's flower before he even arrived, also made a public announcement that he was her boyfriend. You shall not die of anger on the spot? What? He's not only the boyfriend of our academy's flower, but also the entire East Sea University, the boyfriend of the #1 school flower? Is this guy rich? On what grounds? The students who had seen Lin Ruoyu helping Han Qianma support her couldn't help but lament. Who knows? Maybe, in their past life, people saved the planet. Looking at Chen Shui's departing back with Han Qianma on her arm, the crowd gritted their teeth. Click, click, a few crunching sounds. Do not know what is something. Was swallowed into their stomachs. What do you want to eat tonight? Not caring about the envy and jealousy of passers-by, Chen Shui took Han Qianruo on her arm and was filled with anticipation. I'll go grocery shopping and go back and make it for you. Han Qianma blandly said. Tonight, I want to go back home. Just on his forehead, a drop of cold sweat hung. Chen Shui thought about it. There's no renovations there yet, so we'll have to eat out tonight. For some reason, no matter what the other person said, she brought that sort of thing into it. The thought that tonight, under the moonlight, the other side of the flower field, and each other love. She was then so excited that her body trembled lightly and her walk was a little unnatural. What's wrong? Noticing the other party's reaction, Han Qianlong faintly asked. Chen Shui's pretty face was scarlet, and she lowered her head, not daring to look directly at her. It's all your fault. People have been eroded by your demonic aura again. Han Qianmo looked at the other party and was silent. He knew that the erosion of demonic qi on ordinary people did not last forever. In fact, the most immediate, or first contact, it's like a man pretending to be asleep who is suddenly awakened by a hammer. In the beginning, it is easy for the human mind to break down, and then to indulge the instincts and break the pot. Give vent to all the desires and evil thoughts that have been suppressed for a long time. But over time, this fire will adapt and calm will return. The longer we are together, the easier it is to indulge our nature. It refers to the fact that if the erosion of the demonic energy is continuous, then the instincts and desires will also continue to remain in a state of excitement. But the body does get weak. Even the greatest stimulation can become numb over time. In his opinion, Chen Shui should have already adapted to this state of excitement by now. The body would no longer become hyperactive due to the erosion of demonic energy. The reason why she is still so positive is purely because she has opened the door to a new world and her heart loves this feeling. What? Am I wrong? Looking up at each other, Chen Shui's pretty face was covered with a blush that wanted to drip. Han Qianlong responded faintly. Right. Did not tell the truth. He knew that girls have thin skin. Some words cannot be too direct. And that way, there's nothing wrong with it. Chen Shui guffawed and suddenly stood on her tiptoes, just as she was about to kiss up to it, and at the same time, her passing classmates looked envious, jealous, as well as shocked, and clenched their fists. Buzz off dash. The phone in Han Qianlong's pocket rang. Chapter 44 The Bully, you look, well, like one. Chen Shui froze and saw that the other party was answering the phone, so she did not continue to kiss up. Who dash? The male students around them coincidentally all sighed in relief as if they were relieved. Only after seeing Han Qianma hang up the phone did Chen Shui curiously ask, for you, or for me? The phone number was the one she gave to the other party, and the number was the one she had used. The other party had just returned to Earth, and currently only herself and Lin Ruoyu knew the other party's phone number. In the morning, Lin Ruoyu had said that they wouldn't have dinner together in the evening, so the call, she thought, was likely to be a call to herself. Han Qianlong turned back to the other side. The person said he was the Dean of Academic Affairs and told me to go to his office now. Chen Shui's pretty face was stunned. Dean of Faculty. Female? As a good student, Chen Shui naturally had never been to the faculty office. Of course I don't know if the other person is a man or a woman. The men are even. If it's a woman, looking for our demon lord, I'm afraid it's not an ulterior motive? Han Qianlong opened his mouth blandly. Go and see, don't you? Academic Affairs. The moment he saw Han Qianma, Wang Yuangue immediately stood up from his swivel chair. After closing the door behind him, with a harmless smile, he poured a glass of water for the other man. Han student, right? Don't be nervous, sit. Han Qianlong didn't take the water and sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. What is it? Say it. The corner of Wang Yuangue's mouth, who was carrying the water, twitched, always feeling that he was bending over like a humble subordinate. The other person is the one who owns this office and even this school. Ahem. Easing the atmosphere with a dry cough, Wang Yuangue hurriedly straightened his back and sat back to his seat after placing the water on the table. It's been a while since Han transferred to our school, hasn't it? How does it feel to be able to adjust to our pace here? The gesture was as if telling the other side, here, this is my home turf. Han Qianmo did not look at the other party and returned Lin Ruoyu's message as if nothing had happened. The other guy doesn't know that he's in the faculty office right now, being tortured. If you have something to say it. It belongs to school hours now, and my father is not obligated to make small talk with you. Cold sweat covered Wang Yuangue's forehead. What the hell? What's with this emperor-like aura? Doesn't look like what a thug should look like. Even the real one is out. Though the self-reference always felt a little weird, but that aura like that of an emperor is not false at all. Sure enough, it's smart to ask before you do anything. Nothing else. Squeezing out a smile worse than tears on his face, Wang Yuangue laughed. It's just a return visit and care for the new students. Don't worry. A few questions and you'll be done. It won't take long. Ask first. Make sure there's no context before you change your face. Wang Yuangue looked at the A4 paper in his hand and pretended to be holding a questionnaire form, but in reality, there was not a single word on it. First question. The host said you're not living on campus these days. So are you renting an apartment outside? Or are you back at your house? You have to be safe if you're renting a house out there. Han Qianlong finally turned his head to look at the other party. On your knees. Wang Yuangue froze. On your knees? Is that an answer? Not waiting for him to show his shock, his body snapped, and his eyes became hollow while his face was covered in cold sweat. Standing up from his swivel chair, he walked around the desk and, with a plop, knelt down in front of the other man. Demon Lord, please command. Consciousness still remained awake. Only his body did not listen to his heart was filled with horror. What the hell is going on here? How does it feel? Something's not right. Nephew, you didn't tell your uncle that your classmates have this physique. Han Qianlong walked up to the other party and looked at them condescendingly. Tell me, what is it that you seek this honored one for? He can't read minds, but he could feel the full malice of the other side. Which caring teacher? With a murderous heart? It was clear that the other side was not concerned about the freshman at all, but had an ulterior motive. Seemingly sensing the movement in the office, Chen Shui, who was outside the door, couldn't hold back her worries and pushed the door in, just in time to see the kneeling dean of faculty speak in a wooden voice. Wu Zihao is my nephew. He has a problem with Demon Lord. Let me use the power in my hand to dismiss Lord Demon Lord. Han Qianlong's face was expressionless. Fire me? You don't get to make the call. Chen Shui, who had closed the door, walked over. Scared me. I thought that it was your identity that was revealed. Looking to the dean of faculty in front of her, her brows furrowed together again. So what now? Brainwash him? Han Xianlong had a needless look on his face. Griffins are just ants. Just kill them. Chen Shui grabbed her opponent's wrist. I think it's best not to kill anyone unless it's necessary. Indeed, you did a great job with the aftermath of all those people you killed before. But don't you forget, this is the age of the internet. Everyone's information. It's all on record. A few people go missing and no one may care. But what about a dozen? Dozens? It's not a chaotic time. So killing people at random is definitely not an option. Han Qianlong didn't retort. Then erase his memory. As for Lu Jiaojia, I also don't know if Wu Zihao has come back yet. In the evening, when there's not much around her, I'll go over there again. Chen Shui nodded. Aha. Without saying anything more, Han Qianma casually waved his hand. With a mute face, but with a heart full of regret and horror, Wang Yuangui then rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. When he came, Han Qianma had already used his demonic aura to shield the building's surveillance. Holding Chen Shui's jade hand, he directly turned around and walked into the spatial rift. Don't you want to go to dinner first? Chen Shui was stunned when she realized that gorgeous flowers had suddenly blossomed under her feet. What? Straight back? Han Qianmo was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly realized that the sound of a fight was coming from the house. Chen Shui also realized that the situation was wrong and her willow brows knitted. Go, hurry up. In the hall of the small building, Zhao Tai's henchman, Wang Er, was leading a group of helpers, stomping the 3 renovation workers. A few days ago, this was a wasteland. Right next to the dump, there was a little shed. Haven't been over here in a couple days, and the damn things even fixed the little building, and planted a whole bunch of, I don't know the name of it, and strange-looking red flowers. You guys are moving pretty fast. The 3 decorators looked aggrieved. One of the decorators, named Zhou Xiaolong, who was not handsome and had birthmarks all over half of his face, clenched his fists and said, I said, this house. We didn't fix this house. We're from a remodeling company. We took a client's order and came over to just look at the floor plan. The client asked them to say hello ahead of time when they came over. I was just passing by and stopped by to take a look, but I didn't expect to encounter this group of bullies. Wang Er stomped on his opponent's head and ravaged it vigorously. Does the Everest group know about this? Have you heard of the Taiyan gang? 4 miles around, all the renovation companies, real estate sales know that this land is ours. No one dares to move, much less fix a house here, except us. You guys are so nice that you not only helped that nailed-down family fix up their little building, but you're also going to help them renovate it? Setting up against us, aren't you? Zhou Xiaolong gritted his teeth. We didn't. Take a step back. Even if you own this land and no one else can build a house here, you don't have the right to assault us. We're just in the renovation business. What makes you guys so unreasonable? Wang Er looked disgusted. To be honest, at first, I really didn't want to touch you guys, but you're so fucking chic looking. Scared the hell out of me. Kicking his opponent in the stomach, the annoyed Wang Er looked at his companion. Almost threw up all the food I ate for lunch. Fight. Fight to the death. Let's see if he dares to scare me in the future. Hearing this, his companion no longer hesitated, copied the baseball bat, and directly smashed down towards the bodies of the 3 decorators. The screams rang out again. Wang Er casually picked up the phone on the ground, found the call record. The top, the number labeled customer, Xiaolu, called out. Hey. Just then, he suddenly noticed that 2 unfamiliar figures walked in through the main door. A man and a woman. Among them, the woman with the cell phone. Her eyes clear, beautiful beyond description. It could be said to have caught his eye. Guys, wait a minute. I'd like to rob a man first. Not hearing a response, thinking that his companion, too, was stunned by the beautiful woman in front of him, Wang Er subconsciously turned back with a lewd smile on his face. Don't snatch it from me, even if we have to end up together. That's also lousy first. As a result, before the words left his mouth, he was violently stunned in place, because in his sight, there is no such thing as a brother. Only a puff of dust, visible to the naked eye, is drifting away with the breeze. On the ground, 3 decorators have been stunned, mute, looking at the doorway, their faces covered in consternation. Swish dash, the face changed drastically. Wang Er seemed to have realized something and turned back violently. Only this time, his line of sight didn't fall on that amazing woman. Instead, it fell on the silent man next to him. When the other party walked through the door, the backlighting diminished, and the moment he could see his face clearly, his pupils contracted violently, and his entire face no longer had any semblance of blood color. You, who are you? How do you look so much like a person? That high school student who we put in the freezer 5 years ago, teased and finally jumped in the river and killed himself. Chapter 45 Chen Shui, this, popped out. Chen Shui looked indifferent. Of course he looks human. You're different. You look like a dog. There was no extra mood to keep focusing on this beautiful woman. Wang Er looked at the man in front of him in horror, as if it was a lifetime ago. He was involved in that bullying 5 years ago. At the time, he was arguably the one who laughed the most. It's because it's heartfelt fun, and you really want to see the other person freeze to death in a freezer. When he left the freezer and the other companions had forgotten about that incident, he remembered it clearly and kept an eye on Han Xianlong at that time. So much so, that 2 years later, Han Xianmo jumped into the river to commit suicide. News he has paid attention to, and remembered until now. So he remembers very clearly that Han Xianlong is dead. This person in front of him could never be the same Han Xianrua from back then. You're Han Xian's brother, aren't you? Slowly Wang Er exhaled deeply. 5 years ago, we were just messing with your brother Han Xian. You don't have to take it to heart. We're here today to talk to your family about demolition compensation. Tell you what, I can't speak clearly. I'll let the person in charge of this program, Zhao Tai, Boss Zhao, speak to you. He wasn't sure what the identity of the man in front of him, who looked like Han Xianmo, was. He just had a hunch. This man, he couldn't afford to mess with himself. Get into a fight with the other side and you'll die. Trying to survive. The only way is to divert the conflict, so that their own bosses, and the other side of the line. At the same time the words fell, he pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and pressed the voice button. Boss, Han Pathfinder. Because of the fear in his heart, he was even so messed up that he habitually sent WeChat when he should have called. However, without waiting for him to finish his sentence, a breeze blew by, and he saw that his hand turned into dust, and his cell phone fell to the ground in response. How? What have you done to me? Looking at the expressionless man in front of him in horror, Wang Er burst into tears. That time it was really just a joke. No, I don't want to die. Please, don't kill me. Stunned to find that his body was still continuing to dissipate, with no tendency to stop at all, a bitter smile appeared on Wang Er's miserable face. This is a dream, isn't it? Yes, it must be a dream. Who dash? The breeze blew, the dust dissipated, and there was only a hiss of despair that still echoed. Always thought the other guy looked familiar. After hearing the other party's words, Han Xianmo remembered that this person in front of him was really one of the group of people who had bullied him back then. As it is, then what's there to say? Just kill it. On the floor, 2 decorators shivered. Only Zhou Xiaolong stared at his eyes, looking at his own sweat dripping on the ground into black spots. Han Xianlong spread out his palms and levitated in midair. Buzz dash. Zhou Xiaolong was immediately shaken. His veins rippled, and his eyeballs almost reached the point of rising and bursting. At this moment, he just felt like a carving knife had been drilled into his brain, unceasingly, frantically cutting and churning the brain. It was a pain that didn't touch the skin, but tore at the soul. Every sharp pain, it was all enough to bring him close to the brink of collapse. Strongly enduring the excruciating pain, Zhou Xiaolong clenched his teeth and glanced at his companion beside him. The moment he realized that their eyes were white and they had completely lost consciousness, he seemed to understand what was going on, and his expression was horrified to the extreme. 5 seconds later, in the end, he was unable to withstand the extreme pain, and with both eyes rolled over, he collapsed to the ground. Chen Shui was a bit surprised. Counting the previous dean of faculty, this guy would be the one who lasted the longest. It lasted a full 7 or 8 seconds. That's 2 or 3 times longer than the time those 2 guys next to me lasted. Hiss, that's kind of awesome. Han Qianma didn't retort, and with a wave of his hand, the bodies of the 3 disappeared. Chen Shui snapped. You killed them? Han Qianlong shook his head. No, I'm just sending them to safety. It's nightfall. It's time to rest. Couldn't just let them stay on and bother themselves. Chen Shui took a long breath. Well, I was being paranoid. People are just decorators, they call over themselves. Nothing. Not to mention getting beaten up, but losing your life for no reason? That would be an injustice. Without dwelling on what had just happened, Han Qianma took out a spirit fruit that looked like a banana but wasn't actually a banana, as if nothing had happened. Eat it. Accepting what the other party handed over, Chen Shui was astonished. It's huge. Is that what we're having tonight? I'm not hungry. Such a big one. How can I eat it all by myself? Han Pathfinder responded. It doesn't have to be eaten all at once. It won't break. It's okay to eat slowly. Chen Shui grasped the spirit fruit with both hands and was attracted by the aroma it gave off and couldn't help but bring it to her nose and sniff it. Smells good. What the hell is this? It looks like a banana. It doesn't feel like a banana. Han Qianma spoke faintly. Spirit sun fruit. Ordinary people who eat it can improve their roots and bones and gain a certain level of cultivation. There is no minimum, but the maximum is 100 years. Exactly how much the cultivation level can be raised depends on the cultivation qualifications of the eater himself. The spirit young fruit could only be considered the lowest ranked spirit fruit at his place. If it wasn't for the fear that the other party didn't have a cultivation base, a spirit fruit that was too advanced would directly burst the other party's body. An existence like the spirit young fruit didn't have a chance to make an appearance at all. Hearing this, Chen Shui's eyes glowed with amazement as she hurriedly peeled off the skin of the spirit young fruit and took a big bite. So sweet, sure ain't no banana. This is so juicy that it's almost bursting out of my mouth. It seems to be really going to burst out. Chen Shui had a bright idea. Tiptoe, embracing the Lord Demon in front of him, kissed up. A moment later, Han Qianlong froze and looked at the other party. What are you doing? Chen Shui swallowed the pulp in her mouth and let out a long sigh of relief. Well, isn't that sweet? Han Qianma said blandly. I'm asking you why you suddenly kiss me? He had eaten a lot of spirit young fruits. Sure, no, it's sweet. He was curious as to why the other man was boinking if he was eating. Chen Shui had a witty smile on her face. The first bite was too big and almost exploded with juice. This is a strange treasure that can improve your physique and gain cultivation if you eat it. Waste is shameful. So I'll just... Han Qianlong wiped the juice from the corners of his mouth, savoring the special sweetness that lingered for a long time. It's something that I have plenty of. You eat one and throw it away. It's all right. Moreover, something like the spirit young fruit can only be used once. As long as the total amount eaten accumulates to one stick, you'll get the full gain effect. After that, eating more won't help. It only increases satiety, so you don't have to dwell on the question of waste or no waste. Chen Shui looked embarrassed, and while looking away, her pretty face was already covered in scarlet. So, you didn't say so earlier. Seeing that the moonlight was in full bloom outside, the splendid pigeon flowers swayed in the wind, looking particularly bewitching under the moonlight. She hurriedly changed the subject, taking the other woman's hand and walking out the door. The moon tonight, it's so bright. Come on, let's go outside and take a look. Chapter 46, Before the Flower. Under the moon, innate enchanting body, a private room in a high-end club. Zhao Tai, who had been busy all afternoon and was ready to continue playing at a different venue, lit a cigarette and sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. Suddenly remembering something, he casually picked up the cell phone on the table, and sure enough, he saw that his subordinate, Wang Er, had sent himself a message. Holding a cigarette in one hand, he immediately unlocked his cell phone and tapped on WeChat, which was sent by Wang Er, with only 2 seconds of voice. Boss, Han Pathfinder. After listening to the voice, confused Zhao Tai to Wang Er called the phone, but cannot be connected. Taking a deep drag on his cigarette, he clicked on the voice again and listened repeatedly. Make sure the other person says Han Xian more and not another name. Couldn't help but get lost in thought. He doesn't understand. Why would Wang Er mention the dead man's name at this time? On a field of flowers on the other side of the river, Chen Shui, who had pinned Pishu down and used it as a bedsheet, winkingly cupped her opponent's cheeks. Lin Ruoyu's sighed. What are you going to do? Han Qianlong had a bemused look on his face. What about? Chen Shui's beautiful eyes flashed in the moonlight. She said she is still, has no intention of being your woman yet. Want to think about it? Come on hard? Han Qianlong's face didn't change. Why come on hard? He knew Lin Ruoyu. Learning as well as curiosity about the unknown is the other person's greatest interest, although romance is allowed in college. In his opinion, Lin Ruoyu still only has studying on her mind. More crucially, having lived for 100,000 years, what storms hadn't been seen? He simply doesn't need, nor does he need to put too much thought into a particular person. Go with the flow. It's the best way to handle it. Chen Shui looked at the other party in a different way. She's gotten so beautiful now. Aren't you heartbroken? Han Pathfinder said bluntly. Like it, but the liking now, it feels, is not that different from the liking 5 years ago. How? A man who had lived for 100,000 years had long since looked down on everything. The other side has not experienced such a long period of time. Can't experience that feeling at all. No amount of explaining will help. Sure enough, Chen Shui's eyes only had clear blankness in them. So what are you behind? What are you going to do back there? Just like that? Just be friends with her? Han Qianma said blandly. Why not? It's not like you have to be with her to repay the favor. As long as she's happy, as long as she kills everyone who makes her unhappy and gives her everything she needs, that's enough as far as I'm concerned. The seemingly casual words, to Chen Shui's ears, were incomparably domineering. To be spoiled by you is truly a great blessing. Han Qianmo returned to his senses, and just when he wanted to open his mouth to say something, His mouth was sealed by the other party's fragrant kiss. 3 hours later, the beautiful pigeon flowers were overwhelmed in a big way. Under the hazy moonlight, the continuous bending of the other side of the flower, so that the dead silence of the sea of flowers, more than a vitality. Back to the little building. Han Qianma, who was holding Chen Shui with one arm, casually waved his hand, and a white jade dragon cloud couch appeared in the bedroom. Throwing Chen Shui onto the couch, he casually waved his hand, and it was as if something converged in front of the window, blocking out most of the moonlight. Only a shimmering light remained, enough to illuminate the other's face. Demon Lord. It never occurred to me that that kind of thing could also be so romantic and dreamy. Chen Shui's heartbeat accelerated. Her breathing was rapid, and her delicate body was trembling. In this moment, she vowed to give her best self, completely and unreservedly. Originally, he had planned to go and see what was going on over at Lu Jiajiao's side now in the dead of night. As a result, Chen Shui, who had eaten the spirit young fruit, became exceptionally raw, tossed him around all night. Yikes! In the early hours of the next morning, Chen Shui, who had returned to look in the mirror after using the restroom in the flower field, was violently startled. Han Qianmo subconsciously opened his eyes and looked towards the Qianxiang who was sitting on the edge of the bed, her long hair flowing and her skin glowing with a light smoothness. What's wrong? Chen Shui looked at the mirror, her own purple eyeshadow, purple pupils, and lavender lips, and was stunned. Am I poisoned? How did it come to this? As a matter of fact, she could also feel that she was now prettier, even with a hint of sultriness, but she knew that it wasn't her true self. Han Qianlong got up with a bland look on his face. The spirit young fruit has opened up your meridians, giving you the ability to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. There is no aura in this world, only the demonic aura that emanates from me. That is to say, you are, now, also considered to be practicing magic. Looking at the other party's pretty face that was colorful but not demonic, Han Qianrua had a gentle face. Now you are what is called a witch. From memory, the Devil's Road Empress also possessed these facial features. At this moment, looking at the other party's cheeks, he had the feeling of seeing the Devil's Road Empress. Chen Shui was a little apprehensive. So I'm going to be like this, all the time, from now on? It's not that it's unattractive. Mostly I'm afraid if I'm like this, I'll scare my parents. And if you go to school, you're liable to be pointed out as a non-mainstreamer, aren't you? Han Qianmo casually waved his hand, and the witch specialty on the other's face disappeared. When your cultivation goes up, you'll be able to change your appearance on your own, like I am now. Suddenly returning to her senses, Chen Shui looked at the other party with an astonished expression. Right, the first time I saw you, you were just plain old human. That is to say, you actually changed your appearance on purpose, or eliminated the demon trait? Then what did you originally look like? I mean, as a demon sovereign, your demon characteristics should be more obvious. Right, Han Qianlong didn't retort. It's a pretty big difference to say there's not much difference. It feels like there's not much difference when you say there's a big difference. Anyway, just to be clear, you don't have to see me as I was, and I don't want you to see me as I was. Chen Shui said jokingly. Why? Is it ugly? Or is going to be scary? Han Qianma had a bland face and smiled without saying anything. The Devil Emperor said that it was the most handsome face in the continent of the 9 heavens. Countless female cultivators, devils, and demonesses had also fallen for it. The reason why he was unwilling to let the other party see it was simply because he knew that revealing his original face would also mean not suppressing his demonic energy. It doesn't matter to him, but for this world, it's a catastrophe of devastating proportions. Seeing that the other party had no intention of continuing this topic, Chen Shui also stopped pursuing it. Well, don't say never mind. Then hurry up and see. What realm has mine now reached? Han Qianma turned back and said indifferently. Just in terms of realm, you already possess the level of the earth realm. Just by looking at the cultivation alone, it's at least 99 years. Chen Shui's eyebrows were wide open and her face was covered in excitement. At most, you can gain 100 years of cultivation. And now, I have gained 99 years? That is to say, my own qualifications are not bad? Han Qianlong nodded. According to your talent, within half a year, breaking through to the heaven realm shouldn't be much of a problem. By converting all of the cultivation granted by the spirit young fruit into your own realm, you can at least break through to the martial zone realm. He also did not expect that the other party's qualifications would be so good, not to mention that the other party is still a congenital charming body. The more you love, the stronger you get kind of thing. Chapter 47, Changing Fortunes. Han Qianlong frankly said, evidently, you do have the talent to be a witch. Chen Shui was full of joy as she grabbed the other's big hand. Really? Which means I'm really good with you? For her. That's the biggest compliment of all. Han Qianma did not retort and smiled blandly. Maybe. Looking at each other with excitement on her face, Chen Shui's heart was pounding and her body was trembling with joy. That was the best compliment she could get. Lord Demon. As her breathing quickened, a tantalizing blush surfaced on her fair cheeks. Chen Shui looked at the other party fondly, her beautiful eyes flashing with adoration. Yuki wants more. Han Qianlong had a bemused look on his face. It's time for class. Chen Shui shook her head. Don't. Little Snow doesn't want to go to class now. Little Snow now only wants the love and affection of Lord Devil. Han Qianma smiled faintly, cupped the other party's tender chin with his hand, and kissed the other party's delicate lips. Good. The true meaning of magic is to do what you want. Well, along with Chen Shui's soft enunciation, Han Qianlong knew that the atmosphere had been baked. Just as he was about to take a step further, his eyes condensed and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Chen Shui, who had her mouth open and was waiting for the other party to love her, froze for half a day. Only then did he react and open his eyes, looking around in confusion. Where are the people? In front of the door of the small building, within the blooming flower field of the other side of the river, Han Qianma, who had already gotten dressed, looked at the man who kept kowtowing in front of him and opened his mouth indifferently. You're the decorator who had some of his memories erased by my father last night. Still dare to come back. Looks like it doesn't want to live. The fact that the remodeling team hasn't ever called proves that the other party is not here for the purpose of remodeling. Instead, it's about yesterday. No matter what means the other party used to avoid the memory wipe. If you still dare to come over, you are looking for death. Chen Shui, who possessed the strength of the earth realm, moved quickly and rushed directly behind Han Qianma after putting on her clothes. Hey, isn't that the decorator from yesterday? What's he doing here? Still here alone? She also realized that the man in front of her seemed to have resisted Han Qianma's memory wipe, and could not help but feel surprised. What the hell is going on here? Not waiting for Han Qianmo to speak again, kneeling on the ground, Zhou Xiaolong had hit the earth, issued a bang bang loud sound. Gods above, please, help me. A mortal, please. Looking at Zhou Xiaolong who kept kowtowing, one time harder than the other, Chen Shui was dumbfounded. He called you divine? Han Qianma was also a bit strange, and asked Zhou Xiaolong on the ground, why do you address my father as a god? What is your purpose here? Again? Zhou Xiaolong snapped his head up. His face covered in sincerity was covered in blood. I don't know. All I know is that you are a god. You are powerful beyond the mortal world, beyond the knowledge of us mortals. Only you can help me. Chen Shui, who was not psychologically prepared, was startled by the other party's hideous appearance and looked at Han Qianrui in dismay. It feels like he doesn't remember what happened yesterday. Just remember, you're awesome. That's why they call you a god? Han Qianlong had seen the end of it. It should have been during the memory wipe that he realized his own memories were being erased, thus giving your subconscious mind a new, unrelated memory of the event. That's what leads to the fact that although he has forgotten yesterday, he still remembers. I'm not mortal. When he went to the continent of the nine heavens, he realized that although the strong people of the continent of the nine heavens were strong in their physical bodies and cultivation talents, their spiritual power, also known as soul power, was relatively weak. Average. Not even close to the Earth's average. This was one of the reasons why he was able to reign supreme in the nine heavens continent, while others only forged their bodies and practiced qi. He was a triple cultivator of body, qi, and essence, plus his soul power, even if it was placed on Earth, was one of the top existences. In front of those strong people from the nine heavens continent who would only refine their forged bodies in qi, but their soul power was on the weak side. It could be described as a descending blow. It was certainly only a matter of time before he became the First Lord. After coming back, he realized that some spiritual type of spells might not be as effective for the strong people of Earth as they were in the nine heavens continent, but he still hadn't imagined that an ordinary person would be able to slightly resist his own memory erasure. Although it is a tricky means, it is also considered a success. This made him a little more interested in the decorator in front of him. Chen Shui came to a realization. So it seems that this person, more or less, is not ordinary na. After all, such strong willpower can't be done by ordinary people. Han Qianmo looked at Zhou Xiaolong on the ground and spoke faintly. Did you just say that only my father can help you? Zhou Xiaolong nodded repeatedly. My name is Xiaolong Zhou, out-of-towner. Growing up poor, I had no choice but to come to the big city to work. But because of my looks. When he said this, he subconsciously bowed his head, not daring to show his face in its entirety. From Rongqing to Liangguang, and then from Liangguang to Donghai. Whether it's work or life, both have never been smooth. Chen Shui said truthfully, Your voice is quite recognizable. Why don't you go sing? Now that the live broadcast industry is so advanced, it should be easy for you to catch fire with such a good voice condition. She really did think that the other's voice was in good condition. It was also from this moment that she came to believe that when God closes a door for you, it really opens a window for you. Zhou Xiaolong clenched his fists. I tried. No face. It did catch fire for a while. Then I was reported by my peers and manhandled by their fans. Posted pictures of me in reality on the internet. After that, every time I went live, I was called names, saying I said I was a liar and turned on a voice changer to cheat people. Chen Shui looked embarrassed. Face value is justice. If you don't have a face, you are the embodiment of evil. These two sentences may seem exaggerated, but they are very realistic. Han Qianma said blandly. So, you're looking for my father in order to change your appearance? Zhou Xiaolong kowtowed repeatedly. I went to bed last night and I kept dreaming. In my dream, I was told, if you want to change your destiny, come to you. Only you can help me. When I woke up from the dream, I thought, it was just a dream. There is no such thing as changing your destiny. But that voice, it always echoes in my head. My reason tells me that something like this. It's bullshit. As if he had summoned up enough courage, Zhou Xiaolong fought the inferiority complex in his heart and raised his head. His eyes filled with determination. But the me inside me is telling me that this could be my one and only chance to change my destiny. If you miss it, you'll never get another chance. Chapter 48 The Unknown Man. Chen Shui looked at Han Qianlong in a cold sweat. What do you think? She couldn't stop her insides from shaking. Is there really such a person? Even the one and only time, and seemingly so illusory, that you can take a chance? If it were myself, I'm sure I would have thought it was a dream that I couldn't get, and that I didn't want to. Passing is passing. Definitely won't really come to the subconscious. That's so-called able to change their own destiny. But for this world, but incomparably absurd gods, is there something different about him? Or is it, he's just been waiting and looking for an opportunity? Finally let him wait just? Han Qianlong looked at Zhou Xiaolong blandly. Why should my father help you? Hearing this, Chen Shui instantly understood that Zhou Xiaolong's long-cherished wish had been stabilized. She knows this demon lord. If the other party's heart only disdain, it's simply impossible to say one more word. Turning back to Zhou Xiaolong on the ground, Chen Shui couldn't help but lament. It's kind of like a royal flush. Opportunity comes to those who are prepared. You've been preparing for this for so long. The world, however, still hasn't given you a chance. The world doesn't give. He gives. Zhou Xiaolong clenched his fists and looked firmly at the god in front of him. As long as I have, I can give you anything you want, even if it's a soul. It doesn't matter. Han Qianlong looked at the other party expressionlessly. Your soul, my lord is not interested. Tell you what, give your voice to the honored one. Then my father will give you what you want. Zhou Xiaolong had a hopeful look on his face. It can, but can it really be done? Though it was by obsession, his reason always reminded him. His own long-cherished dream is not realistic. Han Qianlong didn't answer. You think about it. After my father takes away your voice, you will never be able to sing again. At the same time, your appearance is altered, which means that your loved ones and friends will no longer recognize you. This means that in the future, you will no longer be able to use the name Zhou Xiaolong. Though glamorous, one can only be a nameless person far from beloved family and friends. Friends and family are used to his ugliness. One day when he became good-looking, those so-called relatives and friends would point their fingers at him, saying that he had undergone plastic surgery and had done something unseemly to become what he is today. Constant psychological pressure on him. And for his parents, all that is wanted is for their child, as it was, to be what it was. Those who are jealous of him will put pressure on him. People who care about him can also put a psychological strain on him. Obviously getting better looking, and as a result, not getting the praise and care that I thought I would. Instead, they were met with more cynicism and lack of understanding. The end result, they cannot bear the pressure and go to extremes. Obviously, Han Qianmo did not want this person in front of him to go to extremes, so he gave a reminder, because if that was the case, there would be no point in giving his help. Zhou Xiaolong's eyes were firm. I understand. Whatever the outcome, I can live with it. In the past, it was God who chose for me. I had no choice. Now, I can choose for myself, regardless of the outcome. On my knees, I will finish this path. Chen Shui was studying medicine. She could tell that the other person's face was not an ordinary looks problem at all, but rather had a disease that resulted in facial deformities and dilated birthmarks. In this case, most of the time, the parents did not take proper preparations before conceiving him, and after the pregnancy, they did not abstain from taking the safety measures that they should have taken. It eventually leads to deformities. The best time to fix it, she knew, was in the month or two after birth. And even if the surgery is done at that time and it's successful, when you grow up, it's more or less the same. Obviously, Zhou Xiaolong didn't even do the surgery at that time. Not even behind. That's what made it into what it is today. Of course, she didn't feel the other woman was to blame, because she knows that this kind of surgery is expensive and the average family can't afford it. In her opinion, in the final analysis, it cannot be said that the emergence of such a tragedy today is nobody's fault. The only thing to blame is the unfairness of fate, which has played a joke on this already ordinary and even impoverished family. Looking at Zhou Xiaolong's determined eyes, Han Qianma did not say anything else and slowly spread his hands towards the other's face. In this moment, time seemed to grow long. Zhou Xiaolong clenched his teeth and closed his eyes, his whole body trembling because of his nervousness. On the side, Chen Shui also held her breath. Earlier, she made a wish to Han Qianmo to become more beautiful in a joking manner. The response from the other side was, yes, but it's not necessary. The moment. She wasn't sure if the demon lord in front of her would be able to do such a spell or not. The heart is full of curiosity and nervousness, because she knew that if the other party could really change the appearance of a person to what she wished it to be, then it's not just powerful, but omnipotent. Even close to omnipotent. Buzz dash. In the next moment, a burst of dark-colored demonic aura suddenly dispersed from between his palms. Chen Shui, who was in a trance, was violently stunned, and her beautiful eyes widened to the extreme. Subconsciously, he covered his mouth and almost said that word out loud. Chen Shui looked at Zhou Xiaolong in front of her in shock, who had completely changed his face, disbelief covering her pretty face. Don't talk about the plastic surgery community. Throughout the history of medicine, this qualifies as a miracle. Han Qianlong looked at Zhou Xiaolong with a bemused expression. It's not a facelift. I just restored him to his original appearance. Zhou Xiaolong on the ground hurriedly took out his cell phone, turned on the front camera, and looked at himself on the screen and burst into tears. This is what I'm supposed to look like. The phone fell to the ground, and with a tear-filled face, he fell to his knees and kept kowtowing. Thank you, God-sama. Your great kindness will never be forgotten by Little Dragon. From now on, Little Dragon's soul, loyalty, belongs to you alone. Whatever you tell Little Dragon to do, Little Dragon will do. Absolutely, positively, absolutely no betrayal. Chen Shui heard that the other party's voice had become hoarse, as if 90% of his vocal cords had been cut off, with only a tiny bit left. Although he could hear clearly what the other party was saying, the timbre, indeed, was not considered good. No need. With a casual wave of his hand, Han Qianma sent the other party away from here. Chapter 49, Lu Jiaojiao's Despair. Chen Shui turned her head to look at Han Qianlong. I'm curious, how did you take the voice thing? What's the point of taking it away afterward? Although she had seen it with her own eyes, she still couldn't understand how he had taken away the voice, which was an invisible, intangible, and very conceptual thing, after it had materialized. Han Qianmo did not answer, but only used his slender fingers and gave a gentle nod on the other's neck. Try. Chen Shui was slightly stunned and instantly understood what the other party meant. Abbot eat de hungry Buddha brother, drinking and thirsty little. Did you give me his voice? It seems like, it doesn't seem to have changed much. Han Qianlong said blandly. Sing a song that is sung by both men and women. For the soprano part, imagine you're a man and imitate that male singer. Try it. A drop of cold sweat hung on Chen Shui's forehead. Okay, I'll try. Cough cough cough. Clearing her throat, she sang carefully. No food here, no drink there. Still never lost weight. Singing the male part, she took a deep breath. Worked out. No results. Fat still a pile of fat. The first thing that came to mind was a bright light. Really? Really changed? So amazing. I have two voices now, and two voices of different genders. It suddenly occurred to me that there are singers who do the same thing, who usually speak in a normal voice, but when they sing, especially during orgasms, they turn into the voice of the opposite sex. She couldn't help but feel. Fine thoughts. Han Qianma said blandly. Let's go. It's time to go to class. The song is a male/female chorus? Why does it always feel weird somewhere? Whoosh dash. The words just fell. Chen Shui then realized that she had been taken by the other party's hand and brought to the school's grove. Noticing that someone not far away was turning their back in this direction, and should have just passed not long ago, Chen Shui sighed. Let's just get a car. At this distance, there's no need for a whoosh, and I always have the feeling that too much walking at night will lead to trouble. Han Qianlong didn't care and turned to take a step. I don't know anything about cars. Go ahead and buy it. I'll pay you. Chen Shui laughed as she caught up with the other party and held their hands from behind. There's still a lot of money left from the last time you gave it. From now on, I'll do the spending. The rest, over to you. Han Xianmo didn't retort, letting the other party take his arm and walk cozily in the direction of the school building. In the apartment outside the wall, Wu Zihao is still calling to borrow money. Brother Zhao, you know my situation. Lend me another $5 million. Next month at the latest, plus what I borrowed before. I will definitely pay you back with interest. Zhao on the other end of the phone seemed to see through the other side of the trick. Then next month, when you've paid it back. After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. The corners of Wu Zihao's mouth twitched as he turned back to Lu Jiaojiao on the side. Well, how much did you borrow? Lu Jiaojiao shook her head. Relatives, friends and even my parents have all blackballed me. Where am I going to borrow it at this hour? The anger had reached the edge of an imminent outburst, and at this moment, not only was there regret in her heart, but there was also extreme resentment. She was with Wu Zihao originally because the other family was rich and powerful. At the beginning of the relationship with the other side did show the rich man should be like, spend a lot of money on her. But soon she realized, although this Wu Zihao had a lot of pocket money, he also spent it quite quickly, and it's always at the level of just not enough to spend and have to divert next month's allowance. At the beginning of those 2 years, such a situation did not matter to her. Embezzlement is embezzlement. Anyway, next month, the next month's pocket money, it is his, and will not become someone else's. However, these last few years, as Wu Zihao came into contact with drugs and more exciting ways to play, his pocket money was no longer enough. Even, one needs to rely on borrowing in order to maintain daily expenses. This is because it is mainly drugs and gambling that increase expenditure. Wu Zihao also did not dare to ask for more from his family, for fear that asking for more would arouse the suspicion of his family, which in turn would lead to greater trouble. It was just a matter of having her tag along to help figure it out. From buying fewer gifts in the beginning, to not buying gifts later, to selling gifts later and using her money, and now borrowing money for each other. Lu Jiaojiao sort of completely understood that Wu Zihao was not a reliable boyfriend at all. The result of staying with him is not only wasting your youth, but even ending up with no money. And yet, she knew, it's too late for regrets, because for each other, she has spent all her savings, and asked her family for a lot of money, and owes a huge amount of money outside. There's still a slight chance of turning over a new leaf by continuing a relationship with Wu Zihao. Now that she's clearing the air with Wu Zihao, there's only one thing that can happen to her if she can't pay back the money. That is to be caught by the debtor and sold to pay the debt, or even sold to pay the debt. A face of grudgingly looking at the man in front of him, Lu Jiaojiao couldn't help fantasizing. Would it have been a different ending if, 3 years ago, she had lost her way and instead of listening to the other side to victimize that man, she had left the other side and stayed with that man? Snap dash. The next moment, a loud slap woke her up from her fantasy. Then why are you fuming? Why don't you go think of something else? Lu Jiaojiao shuddered violently, subconsciously covering her swollen cheeks in anger. Wu Zihao, that's enough. I'm your girlfriend, not your slave. For your sake, I've turned away from everyone and offended everyone around me. What more do you want from me? Wu Zihao grabbed the other party's neck with a grimace. Who gave you the courage? Dare to yell in front of me? He's cornered now, too. If I didn't know the market price of things like kidneys and hearts, understand that even dismantling the other side and taking it all to sell won't solve the immediate problem. There was no way he could have kept the other guy until now. As soon as he pushed his opponent to the ground, Wu Zihao's face was murderous and his gaze was like ice. Tell you what, don't mess with the old man. Otherwise, you will surely regret it. Woohoo! Looking at the other party's fierce face and eyes full of murderous aura, Lu Jiaojiao was instantly abashed and couldn't stop her tears from falling. Everything imaginable has been used. I'm really out of ideas. At the moment, she cried out inside in despair. Han Qianmo, why didn't you stick around a little longer back then? Hold out a little longer. Be a little more productive. And I might just say yes. Then, I wouldn't be what I am now. Chapter 51st in second place. Wu Zihao belly fire. Look at the other side of the pathetic look. Not only can not produce pity, but feel disgusted. Just as he raised his hand again, ready to type on, the phone on his desk rang. Seeing that it was his mother calling, he hurriedly pressed the answer button. Mom! Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, a broken voice came from the other end of the line. Have you been looking for your fourth uncle lately? What do you want with him? How did it dry fire his CPU? Because it was unamplified. Lu Jiaojiao, who was curled up on the ground, could also hear it. Lu Jiaojiao had just breathed a sigh of relief when she was startled by the tirade on the other end of the phone. Dumbfounded, he sat in place, too stiff to move. Wu Zihao had a puzzled look on his face. What CPU is dry-fired? Mom, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Wu's mother on the other end of the phone didn't answer and directly sent a video. Through the video, Wu Zihao and Lu Jiaojiao saw that at this moment, the fourth uncle of the teaching staff of Donghai University was wearing a hospital gown, shaking his head in the empty room, his eyes incomparably empty, occasionally finds something, grabbed it and ate it, only to be pulled back by a staff member. Says it's his own shit he can't eat. Lu Jiaojiao didn't know why. Wu Zihao was even more puzzled. Mom, what's wrong with fourth uncle? How did it come to this? Mother Wu on the other end of the phone cursed angrily. I was going to ask you, is it possible that you asked him to do some favor again? Otherwise, how could he have offended someone and in turn been victimized into the hell he is now? Wu Zihao was stunned. Help? Oh yeah. I was asking him to help expel a student who bullied me, but that person doesn't have any background. How could he have turned fourth uncle into this? On the side, Lu Jiajiao, who heard this, was completely dumbfounded. She understood instantly. Everything that happened that day, including the disappearance of Fei Xiaoyang, was not an illusion. Now this Han Qianmo is really not an ordinary person. Not only can he make people disappear at will, but he can also turn them into fools. Looking at the man in front of Lu Jiajiao clenched her teeth. But no matter what he said, this asshole in front of him just didn't believe it. Not caring about Lu Jiajiao's gaze, the sweaty Wu Zihao's attention, all on his old mother's tirade. No background if you say so? And bully you. If there's no background, how dare he bully you? If there's a background, what you're doing is harming your fourth uncle. Wu Zihao had a complicated face. Mom, without waiting for him to finish his sentence, the old mother on the other end of the line directly ordered. All right, you're not allowed to go to school for a few days. That student, I'll look into it. Also, pay attention to the man from the patrol and arrest division. These days, make sure you don't let him catch evidence of your nonsense. Wu Zihao was confused, but before he could ask the question in his mind, the other party had already hung up. Clutching his cell phone, he was silent for a long time before he reacted and asked Lu Jiaojiao next to him, what the hell is going on with that Han Qian? Only to turn around and find, the other side is long gone. Lunch spot. Han Qianmo punched the meal and waited for Chen Shui in the cafeteria, but found that the other party was not alone, but also brought Lin Ruoyu and Lin Ruoyu's foreign friends. Chen Shui laughed. I ran into them on the road, and came over together. Han Qianmo looked at Lin Ruoyu. The two nodded. There was a hint of unspeakable seriousness in his eyes. On the side, Emily, who was dressed coolly and attracted countless eyeballs as soon as she came in, wore a bright smile and extended her hand to Han Qianlong. Hi, I'm Emily. We met last time. Your name is Han Qian, right? Last night, Lin had been talking to me about you in a very emotional way. It feels as if you are a very interesting person. Lin Ruoyu was slightly stunned and hurriedly pulled Emily. Emily, you promised me. Looking towards Han Qianmo, her expression dodged, and a faint blush had long since surfaced on her pretty face. Don't get me wrong. I was just talking to her about something from our high school days. After all, as of right now, you're the only high school classmate I've met in this school. And don't worry, I haven't said a word of what I shouldn't have said. Han Qianmo looked at Lin Ruoyu with a bemused expression. What exactly did we talk about? Let's sit down and talk. Not a hint of blame could be seen on his face. It was as if he gave all the mercy, forgiveness as well as release to the other. Emily's hand hung in mid-air, slightly embarrassed. Mr. Han, in this moment, she felt like air. In a daze, Chen Shui shook the meal card in her hand. You guys sit down for a while. Let's get dinner. Any contraindications? If not, I'll just hit whatever. When she finished, she grabbed Emily's hand and smiled at the other woman. And I don't know the taste of you American chestnut fryers. Let's go get dinner. The visitor is a guest. This meal is on me. Emily didn't retort and gave Lin Ruoyu a slight smile. And after giving Han Qianmo a meaningful glance, she turned around and followed Chen Shui. Suddenly there are two of them. Lin Ruoyu was a bit at a loss for words, looking out the window from time to time, occasionally sneaking a glance at the old classmate in front of her. Eventually, it was she who spoke first, breaking the silence. What classes are you taking? Now, can you keep up at your high school level? Han Qianmo said blandly. Have you forgotten? In high school, you were only second in your grade. Lin Ruoyu looked at the other party in a daze, smiling bitterly with a hint of anger. Yeah, you're number one, but I'm not worse than you in science at all, okay? It's just that the language is a little worse than yours. After all, not everyone can be a monster like you who can even get perfect scores on essays. Han Qianlong smiled blandly, his face overflowing with smugness. It was just a fluke. This kind of dejectedness had never appeared even when he became a demon sovereign and unified the 8 wastelands. After all, the strongest people in the 9 heavens continent simply couldn't comprehend how domineering it was to have a perfect score on an essay. Lin Ruoyu wrapped her arms around herself with a hint of unwillingness and wanting to be strong. One time was a fluke. Several times, also a fluke? Although the essay of the college entrance examination is more strictly scrutinized, you may not necessarily get full marks, but under the same conditions, your essay, for sure, will be higher than mine. That's why I'll always be on top of you. But language aside, my grades in other subjects are not worse than yours at all, okay? Even the subject of physics, which I basically win. No, in her opinion, excessive humility is deception, can't be spoiled. Han Qianlong spoke faintly. Really? How about a match? Lin Ruoyu had a fearless face. Then what? Like the old days? Then do the roles? Han Qianlong didn't retort. Why not? Lin Ruoyu's eyes were firm, gazing at the other party as if she had awakened to something. Seeing the familiar look in his eyes, Han Qianmo also became serious. A few breaths later, the silence was broken again with a snort of laughter. Lin Ruoyu laughed. It's still good as before. It's tiring, but down to earth. More importantly, there are people who care about company on the road of endeavor. There's energy in everything you do. Han Qianmo, who was already preparing to lift his hand to pull out the test paper from the Qiankuan bag, smiled slightly and lowered his arm. What? Not solid now? Lin Ruoyu shook her head. Before it was a little. Now, down to earth. Looking at the other party's relieved eyes, Han Qianlong let out a slight sigh of relief. Right. The scene. By the far, hiding behind the load-bearing columns of the patrolman, intact in the eyes. Chapter 51. This surveillance subject. Something's not right. School entrance. Yasunobu, who is in charge of monitoring the area and is also in charge of the surveillance operation, receives a call from a colleague. How are things on your end? The co-worker on the other end of the line hesitated for a moment, a hint of confusion in his tone. Captain, I have a feeling that this person we're watching is not quite right. Anson chortled. Nonsense. The right people. Will we be watching? Cut the useless sentimentality and just state the objective facts. After a moment's hesitation, the co-worker on the other end of the line gulped, spoke out the results of these 2 days, of his own observations, one by one. Believe it or not, whatever. Anyway, the truth, as I see it, is this. Cold sweat covered an Xion's forehead and consternation filled his face. You saw him use what you call that recluse trick? The co-worker responded. No, but the fact that he entered the office building and then disappeared and then reappeared from somewhere else is true. At that time, a few of our colleagues, we monitored all the entrances and exits. There's no way there's a chance of looking away and letting him get away. So, he can either fly or vanish. Otherwise it's absolutely impossible for him to disappear into thin air and then appear somewhere else the next day. And Xian took a deep breath. The surveillance is down too. That does seem a bit fishy. Keep watching him. Keep me posted on any new developments. He was disbelieving in the scenario articulated by his colleague. After so many years as a patrolman, he has been exposed to more than a few bizarre cases. In the end, without exception, all of them can be explained by scientific logic. He knew that these colleagues under his hand had just arrived not long ago. The judgment of things is not mature enough. It is only then that such a detached objective statement is made. But unbelief is unbelief. The specifics of the situation, he still had to report truthfully to his superiors. Hanging up his co-worker's phone, and Xian didn't hesitate and immediately flipped to his boss's number. Just as he was about to dial out, the clamor of passers-by caught his attention. Go! Check it out. It looks like someone is trying to jump over there. School cafeteria. The policeman in charge of monitoring the target on campus put his cell phone back in his pocket and was about to continue monitoring the target when he suddenly realized that the target had left his seat with his girlfriend's, was heading in the direction of the gate. Without giving it much thought, pretending to be a student, he rushed out from behind the load-bearing column. As if nothing had happened, he walked in the direction of his target, keep following each other to the school gates, realizing that the target was about to walk out of his area of responsibility, and that continuing to follow him risked exposing him. He immediately pulled out his phone and called an Xin. As a result, the phone rang for half a day and no one ever answered. School entrance. Han Qianlong had long since discovered the group's presence, but he didn't care, because he's not going to let this group of people see any magic. Even if you see it, it's still the other person's bad luck. It's only this time of day and the cafeteria is actually out of food. I'm drunk too. Chen Shui sighed, speechless. Obviously, she doesn't eat in the school cafeteria and doesn't know what cafeteria means. It's okay. With a spring-like smile restored to her face, Chen Shui looked at Lin Ruoyu and Emily and patted her chest. Even if we eat out, this one's on me. Eat whatever you want. This lady can definitely satisfy you. Lin Ruoyu and Emily looked at each other and smiled. Both of them could see that the sunny young girl in front of them, her family condition, was indeed very good. That, and I'm actually not hungry yet. Lin Ruoyu looked at the time and prepared to say goodbye. She was content to take a walk with that man for so long. However, without waiting for her to finish her sentence, the students who hurriedly passed by from the side caught Chen Shue's attention. What are they running for? The school. Another fire? Lin Ruoyu and Emily were also surprised, because there were indeed quite a few people running towards the school gates, and among them, there was even school security. Suddenly seeing her roommate, Chen Shui grabbed the other's wrist. The school was invaded by walkers? What are you all running outside for? The roommate snapped back to attention. You don't know? Someone jumped from the office building over on Pedestrian Street. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get lively. Chen Shui froze for a moment, and while letting go of her roommate's wrist, she subconsciously looked at the only man next to her. It wasn't just her. Even Lin Ruoyu and Emily subconsciously looked at Han Xianma. The three of them looked similar and were all silent. The moment Han Xianlong's line of sight had looked into the distance, where normal people could not even see. Go outside and find a restaurant and sit down. Seeing the other party turn around and leave, Chen Shui snapped back to her senses. What about you? Going to the bathroom. Sighing slightly, Chen Shui could only turn back and look at the overwhelmed Lin Ruoyu and Emily. It's okay, let's go find a place to eat first. In a moment, I'll send him the location. Looking at the faraway Han Xianmo, Lin Ruoyu was silent. Top floor of an office building. Rode the elevator 20 floors and climbed a dozen more flights of stairs. When an XIN panted and rushed to the exit, he suddenly realized that by the guardrail, there was already a person standing. This man is no one else. It's the target he's responsible for monitoring, Han Xianruo. One moment. The entire person froze in place in shock as if struck by lightning. A few moments later, he was already sweating profusely. The heart trembled violently. Could it be that I misjudged this time? Li's judgment. That's what's right. Relying on strong mental strength, he quickly regained his composure and began to observe the terrain. At this point he was clinging to the wall. A glass window in the wall next to it allows you to see the onlookers below as well as hear their shouts. Who dash? Taking a deep breath, Anshin controlled his inner trembling, carefully pulled out his gun, and stuck his head out the door. Why jump? Han Qianmo, whose back was facing the exit, looked blandly at the young girl standing on the parapet, whose age was only 13 or 14 years old. This honored one is curious. If you are not even afraid of death, what else is there that is worth running away from? The moment he saw the other man, he remembered himself 3 years ago, standing outside the guardrail of the bridge. The difference is that at the time, he didn't even think about jumping, and this little girl in front of him has. But he could see that the other party actually didn't want to jump and was scared. The little girl subconsciously turned back and looked at the other side with trembling eyes. Are you a cop? Han Qianma blandly said. No, but this honorable man still wants to say. If you have anything to say, come down and say it. He didn't use words follow law to control the other person's mind, and he didn't intend to save him, because he knew that it was hard to save a person's heart that wanted to die. The little girl stood on the parapet for almost half an hour. It's just that before, no one had ever noticed her. At the moment, she was still afraid to jump, so she decided that she would just stand up here, and when her legs got too weak to stand, naturally, just go down. As a result, just as her legs were about to fail her, the other party appeared. I don't know why. The little girl felt that the big brother in front of her was very kind, and looked at the other person with eyes full of reassurance. When she heard the other woman tell her to come down, she literally had the urge to walk towards her. An XIN, who was hiding at the exit, took in the scene in its entirety. He couldn't help but murmur the moment his eyes fell on Han Xianlong. Is being handsome so inviting? He has contacted people who want to lighten their lives, and he can see that the little girl in front of him, the determination to lighten her life is very big, and the result of persuasion by non-professionals is likely to be counterproductive. Now, however, that man, with just one word, had swayed the little girl to a lighter side. Looking at him he couldn't help but feel emotional. It does seem a bit unreasonable to be good-looking. Who dash? Heavily relieved. And XIN didn't know that. No matter what, the young girl's determination to live lightly had been shaken, and as long as she didn't go to stimulate her, there wouldn't be an uncontrollable situation. More so, if there was firefighting going on, it would even be possible to just rush over and pull her back now. Things have been trending in the right direction. Looking at the man not far away, he understood. Just let the other man say a few more words. There's a good chance that the little girl will, in fact, walk there on her own. However, just as he held his breath, expecting the man to behave, the unexpected happened. Chapter 52. A time to witness miracles. Jump. Stupid shit. I'm 2 fucking cigarettes down. And don't fucking jump. Teasing me, aren't you? In the crowd, Most of the people were just watching, and a few kept persuading the little girl upstairs not to jump down. There was only one big-bellied, middle-aged Mediterranean man who couldn't stop hurling insults. If you're afraid to jump, what the fuck are you standing up there for? You're so young that you're learning how to act pathetic and eye-catching? If you really jump, when you open a live broadcast in the future, I'll definitely give you some credit. If you don't dare to jump, I'll laugh at you for the rest of your life. Stupid. The crowd of onlookers cast scornful glances. The other person's tirade, however, is only a moral issue and does not violate the law. They could only dislike them casually, not daring to actually go up and do anything. In the hallway, through the window, an XIN, who saw the scene, shivered with anger, pulled out his phone and called his co-worker. Who is policing this area of the university town? Can't you see someone jumping? Where are the people? Where's the firefighting? While whispering harshly, images of 3 years ago had surfaced in his mind. At the time, he and a very close colleague were on vacation. Passing by a tall building, I happened to see a group of firefighters persuading a young man who wanted to jump off a building. Out of the justice and duty of a patrolman, he and that colleague rushed straight to help without saying a word. Though the rescue and persuasion were uneventful at first, in the end, he and his colleagues found an opportunity to shake the other's determination to live lightly. As a result, just at this time, some people downstairs who were watching the show thought it was a farce and made a casual remark. No jump, you're not human. The moment he heard this, the young man just smiled slightly, glanced at the cold world, and jumped with determination. Aftermath. He went into deep remorse, and the co-worker was so severely depressed that he had to quit his job because of the incident. He remembers, the last time I saw each other was in a mental institution. When he went to find the other man, he was curled up alone in a corner. Look up and just say to him. At the time, I had him all caught up. That moment, an XIN's heart skipped a beat. To this point, he just realized, in this world, there is a lot of evil, and there are a lot of sins that being a patrolman simply doesn't sanction. Thoughts dispersed, and XIN gritted her teeth and said to her coworker on the other end of the line, 10 minutes. No, 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, if the airbed hasn't been pulled apart down there, the person in charge of this area, just pack up and get out. He doesn't have it, but the people behind him have. After hanging up the phone, an XIN took a deep breath and rushed to look at the little girl at the edge of the guardrail. His face was suddenly pale. No, just as he saw, the little girl, her eyes becoming hollow once again after hearing the tirade, turned to face the sky, ready to jump. He could no longer suppress the panic within him and subconsciously try to rush over. It was also at this time that the target he was watching once again spoke. Come back, Buzz Dash. In an instant, everything around them, no, it should be the entire building, the entire university town, even the entire East Sea, the entire world, all of them seemed to be suppressed by a mysterious power and became incomparably silent. A stunned and XIN stared, not waiting for him to think about what happened in the end. Then he saw that the little girl, who had already been ready to jump off, actually turned around directly and walked towards the target of his surveillance, and walked up to the other man, frozen in place as he watched, suddenly noticed something. An XIN turned back in shock and suddenly realized that there was someone else on the guardrail where the little girl was originally located at the moment. This man is no one else. It was the same passerby who just screamed and yelled down there, condemning the little girl for grandstanding. Ha! The middle-aged man had a horrified look on his face, seemingly completely unaware that he had come here, and when, in his eyes, there was only endless panic and fear. What's the situation? How the hell did I end up standing in this shithole? What's going on? My legs, why don't they work? Go down. I'm going down. It was as if there was some mysterious power in this space that responded to his long-cherished wish. Next moment, an XIN's pupils dilated violently. In the image reflected by the eyes, a figure, leaping forward, disappeared from sight. After a few seconds of dead silence, a small thud caught his attention. The moment he stiffened and turned back, the onlookers below had gathered in a huddle, right in the middle, the area that everyone dares not approach. The middle-aged man lying in a pool of blood convulsed twice before completely gagging. Seemingly realizing something, an XIN jerked back and looked at the surveillance target that stood in the center of the penthouse, a complex look covering his face. The moment, Han Chen Mo was looking at the little girl in front of him lightly, and did not lift the words "follow law" imposed on the other party. Why lighten up? The little girl said woodenly. Mommy and Daddy don't want me anymore. Auntie said she would try to make money to keep me alive, no matter how hard it was to cure me. Cousin died last month, in a car accident. Auntie is sick too. The doctor said that if she doesn't rest, will also die. I don't want my aunt to die. I want her to rest, because she was under the control of the word. The little girl's words were very mute, but Han Qianlong still saw that tears were flowing from the corners of her eyes. And Xin, who was hiding in the entrance, watched the scene with a sour feeling in his heart, when he suddenly heard a loud bang, which woke him up from his trance. With wide eyes, he was shocked to see that at this moment, Han Qianmo had actually plunged his large hand, hard, into the little girl's chest, probably due to malnutrition. The little girl's body was so skinny that she stood in the wind and shook. The long and sturdy arm pierced the little girl's chest so hard. The impact of the image is so overwhelming. You, what have you done? Son of a bitch. Gritting his teeth, and Xin let out a hysterical low growl in his throat. Click. The moment he loaded the gun, he could no longer hold back the anger in his heart and stormed out of the gate. While rushing towards the other, he aimed his gun at the other's head. Li is right. You are indeed not an ordinary man. No, you're not even human. Rather a strange tactics, cruel at heart, a tenfold villain, a pervert. It's not easy to write a book, so I'm begging for some free power. Love you guys. Chapter 53, Kill if you want to. The very moment reassurance, with anger and growling, held the gun in both hands and pulled the trigger. Han Qianlong just said faintly, "Stand still." Boom dash. At once, and Xin, who was already preparing to shoot, jolted. The body froze in place uncontrollably, with only the eyes, which were wide to the extreme, and the clenched heart, still fluttering. How come? Next moment, when his anger was at its peak and he wanted to try to use all his strength to break through this heavy bondage, stunned to see, the long, slender arm was slowly being withdrawn from the little girl's chest. It was covered in a black, foul liquid. Tick-tock, tick-dash. It dripped onto the ground and evaporated into a black mist. With a flick of the arm, all the black liquid evaporated. It was as if it had never existed. It disappeared without a trace. What made him feel even more stunned was, along with the withdrawal of the arm, the little girl's chest was rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A second before the man took off his jacket and covered the little girl, he could clearly see that the place that was supposed to be a bloody hole had long since been restored to its original form, smooth and intact. The moment, it was as if his worldview had been kneaded into a ball, thrown on the ground, and crushed repeatedly, trampled to death. That's not even the point. The point is, he finally saw. The man in front of him was not hurting the little girl, but saving the other party. Not caring about the shock of the bystanders, Han Qianmo touched the little girl's head and spoke faintly. Don't say anything about today. He can erase the other person's memory, but in doing so, even if the demonic energy was suppressed to the extreme, it would still cause some damage to the brain. The other person is so young and takes a lot more damage than an adult. He's definitely going to go with the safer option when he doesn't have to. The words did not lift, and the little girl's expression remained frozen. Okay, big brother. However, the pupils that were constantly contracting still indicated that at this moment, her heart was incomparably shaken. Han Qianlong knew that the other party was not lying, because he could feel that the other party's mind was very pure. There was a clear understanding in his eyes. People aren't stupid. It's just a bad life. Here is a pill that will cure your aunt. Han Qianmo believed that with the other party's intelligence, he should know how to make the other party take this medicine without the aunt noticing it. Turning back to the patrolman who stood like a stake in the ground, he casually asked, "What's your name?" And Xin snapped, his mouth moving involuntarily. Vice Captain of the East Sea Patrol Division Operations Team. And Xin, looking back at the little girl, Han Qianlong continued to speak. Want to go home? The little girl nodded. Think. Han Qianlong smiled slightly. Then think of home. Next moment, and Xin, whose body was stiff and unable to move, then saw that the other party and the little girl all disappeared into thin air. The pupils dilated for a moment. Thinking about what Li said earlier, he felt like a fool. Struggle. And Xin realized that no matter what he did, his body was never able to move. It's like a ghostly bed press, where you're conscious but can't do anything. Just as he was getting anxious, he suddenly saw that the figure that had disappeared, reappeared and was walking towards him. There was no sign of the little girl, and worry and suspicion still rose in his heart. This time the words follow the law, but control is mainly the other party's body. From the complex eyes, Han Qianmo saw the other party's mind, casually nudged the other man on the temple. Swish dash. And Xin shuddered violently, and his pupils narrowed. A wave of memories that didn't belong to him, like a movie playing in his head, kept coming back. Through this memory, he knew the current state of the little girl. It turned out that the other party was returning the little girl to her aunt, and gave the aunt $100,000 and told her, "The money." The patrol division caught the man who ran over your son and then hit and ran. The other party has no money to pay compensation and has been put in jail. This $100,000 is the compensation from the patrol division. If you don't believe me, you can ask the vice captain of the East Sea Patrol Division's operations team, an XIN. Upon learning the truth, an XIN heaved a sigh of relief. $100,000 is not much, but it is enough to solve the immediate living problems of a poor family. The biggest disease problem has been solved, and as long as the hope for life is restored, without much help, the future will be better and better. At the same time, through this memory, he knew that this was the reason why he had survived until now. Han Qianlong spoke faintly. Tell your co-workers to pull out. There's no point in checking up on me. Words follow the law has been lifted. An XIN suddenly sat down on the ground, gasping for air as if relieved. You, what the hell are you? These tactics are also too subversive. Han Qianlong looked at the other party faintly. Perception determines your worldview. Now, you're just seeing things outside of your perception. Without retorting, an XIN adjusted his breathing and stood up from the ground. Can I ask you a question? Why did you kill that guy earlier? He wasn't sympathizing with the one who started it. Even in his opinion, such a person, indeed, deserved to die, just that he could not sanction the other party due to his status as an inspector. After all, the matter of making a fuss is essentially a moral issue and does not violate the law. The reason why he asked the other party's motive was to make an accurate judgment of the man in front of him. Han Qianlong casually responded, kill if you want to. You don't need a reason. After saying that, he walked into the space rift in front of the other party. In fact, the moment he saw the little girl standing on the parapet, he thought of himself 3 years ago. At that time, there were also people who passed by and followed, saying that he was clamoring for attention and that he was not a man if he did not dance, and he remembers that he, at the time, had no idea of jumping into the river, climbed outside the guardrail just to pick up something. Looking at where the other party disappeared, an XIN froze for half a day before coming back from his trance. Breathing heavily, he took a deep breath and picked up the cell phone that was ringing. Hey, Captain. Lang Lingshang on the other end of the phone said. How is it? Han Qianmuo, this person, is there a problem or not? The other man's openness to the truth caused the unprepared man to fall into a long silence. Anshin? Hearing the call on the other end of the line again, he snapped back to his senses and responded with a determined look in his eyes. There's nothing wrong with it. Chapter 54, Something's Wrong with Emily. Concealing the facts and describing Han Qianrua as an ordinary college student, and after describing it, he directly shifted the topic to today's jumping incident. The whole time, an XIN's tone could be described as very calm. Lang Lingfang retorted, but Shaoli told me that what he saw was a different situation. An XIN said calmly, Little Li is a novice. Novice? You know. A favorite thing for newbies to do when they get into trouble is to describe the task they are performing as very difficult, even bizarre. In this way, the truth about your lack of ability can be concealed. After a moment of silence, Lang Lingfang did not retort. She definitely trusts her old colleague more than the novice Li. The guy who jumped. What happened? Saved. Anson said matter-of-factly. The rescue team hasn't come until now. I didn't have time to catch him either. Already dead. It is worth mentioning. At first, I, and the people below, thought it was a little girl, but then we went up and realized it was a middle-aged man. Guess there's a bit of a psychological problem. Those who want to die can't be stopped. Knowing the other party's past experience, he noticed that the other party's tone was not only not a little sad, but also very relaxed and even cozy. Lang Lingfang was a little worried. Are you okay? She was afraid that her partner's current relaxation was a perverse sign of over-repression. It's okay? And XIN was very pleasant. What can I do? Lang Lingfang was silent for a moment. Take a few days off. Give you a vacation. That case, you don't have to follow it anymore either. And XIN frowned. Captain, I'm so fine. Once again failed to save the jumper. Not only did not let him depressed, but dissolved the heart of the depression accumulated for many years. He really wanted to tell the other person, I won't lie to you. Now, my heart is much more comfortable. Lang Lingxiang responded, don't get me wrong. I'm not thinking that the jumping incident has affected you. It's because, that case, it's over. That's right, the killer has been caught. And XIN breathed a sigh of relief. So, then you are sure that the captured murderer really is the mastermind behind the scenes, and not the reeds relying on jade puppets? Lang Lingfeng responded in a decisive tone. No, it's the real killer. Sighing, and XIN responded, but I still don't want to rest. I feel that I'm in a pretty good shape right now. Taking a break is a waste of state resources. Lang Lingfang could hear that the other party had sensed that that case was not really over and wanted to continue investigating. Direct order. In that case, Then you continue to monitor Han Xianlong. Just 2 days of following. What can you tell? Follow it for a few more days and keep me posted. Without waiting for an Xin to retort, the other party directly hung up the phone. Somewhat speechless, he tried to call back when his cell phone rang again. Seeing that it was a co-worker calling, he hurriedly picked it up. Say, what? This area's fire and police. Phone lines, all vandalized? Is that why you didn't get a call to report it? Because they don't even know. Someone here jumped off a building? Okay, I got it. The moment he hung up the phone, his face was covered in anger. Another one of their tricks? Get a scapegoat and try to terminate our investigation? It's obvious that this is playing us. For fools, come to the restaurant. Han Xianlong only saw Chen Shui alone. What about the two of them? Chen Shui looked at the dishes on the table and didn't move a single chopstick. The two of them had something to do, so they went ahead. You were there to save the guy who jumped off the building. How's it going? Saved? Halfway through, Han Xianmo asked her to transfer $100,000. She didn't say a word and turned in seconds. It was also because of this incident that she knew that the other person was not going to the bathroom, but to rescue someone. The moment she said this, Chen Shui realized that her question was a bit stupid. Look at my brain. You are the omnipotent demon lord. How can there be anything you can't handle? Han Xianlong could see that the other party had already fainted from hunger. Eat? While the other picked up his chopsticks and feasted on his food, he told what had just happened in a casual conversation. Chen Shui, whose mouth was already stuffed with something, frowned slightly. You don't erase their memories. Aren't you afraid they'll reveal your existence? Han Xianlong had a bemused look on his face. After living in the Nine Heavens continent for 100,000 years, what kind of people hadn't seen before? Even if one's eyes could be wrong in looking at people, the perception of a demon lord level would not be wrong. It was too much to say what it felt like, and he didn't explain too much. Instead, the conversation shifted to another person. That Emily, there's something wrong. Chen Shui patted her chest and swallowed what was in her mouth. That blonde beside Lin Ruoyu? It's pretty good looking, and the people are pretty welcoming. So what's the problem? Han Qianmuo said faintly. She have evil thoughts. Snapped. Chen Shui, whose mouth was filled with food again, looked at the other party in surprise. She tried to kill you? Plus today, you've only met twice. Why? On second thought, her beautiful eyes widened. It's hard to believe that she's a lace. Has been secretly in love with Lin Ruoyu. Is that why you're willing to help her transfer to another school? And send her across the ocean, back to her own country? Now that I know that you also like Lin Ruoyu, I feel resentful. So I want to get rid of you as a competitor? Yeah, sure. She couldn't help but take a breath when she said that. Tisk. This chick looks sunny. Is so evil on the inside. Sure enough, those perverted characters in American dramas are not acted out at all, but rather a reflection of their original lives. Han Xianma picked up the teacup on the table and took a slight sip. A drop of cold sweat had already developed on his forehead. Evil thoughts. Not evil thoughts. Much less murderous thoughts. Chen Shui snapped back to her senses. Evil thoughts. What do you mean? Han Xianlong was about to swallow the tea in his mouth. Looking at the silent other party, Chen Shui came to a realization. You mean, she's not trying to kill you, but she's trying to fuck you? She knew that Missouri Fried Big Girls were very open, but I didn't realize it was so open. We've only known each other for 2 days and we're already fantasizing about that kind of thing. And the object of the fantasy is also his friend's boyfriend-to-be, which is not open. It's just shameless. The pretty face was instantly covered with anger. The other party didn't have a killing intent. She did. Sighing slightly, Han Qianma explained faintly. Evil thoughts don't mean desires. Desire is just one of the evil thoughts. Chen Shui wrapped her arms around herself and was so angry that her boobs hurt. So what the hell does she mean? The reason for allowing a threesome is that Han Qianma and Lin Ruoyu's relationship was already in the forefront. Now another one is inserted. Unless Han Qianmo explicitly said that she wanted to take the other party as a concubine. Otherwise, she would definitely not allow this blonde to come in and stick her nose in. Han Qianlong's face didn't change. Not sure. As a matter of fact, before using words follow law and soul search, he was not sure if the other party's evil thoughts were due to desire or not. To say that evil thoughts do not represent desires is simply stating a fact. There was a moment of silence. Chen Shui turned back, her pretty face covered with the evil charm only a witch could have. How about we arrest her? Torture her properly with words out of words. The people who read this book are the top schoolgirls and schoolboys. There's not much to say other than handsome, pretty, big, rich, immortal and likes to give free swag. Chapter 55, Silver Ring Thigh-High Socks. Youthfulness. Han Qianmo did not retort and had an indifferent look on his face. Yeah. Chen Shui was slightly stunned, and after thinking about it, She still pressed the other party's arm. Forget it. From what you're saying, evil thoughts don't seem to be as unforgivable as evil thoughts. In that case, it's better not to be so impulsive. Lest you make a mistake and let Emily discover your identity, not to mention affecting your relationship with Lin Ruoyu. After all, that Emily is now Lin Ruoyu's friend. Cupping her chin, Chen Shui wrapped her arms around herself and fell into thought. But it certainly won't work regardless. Gotta think of a way to get to the bottom of this without going overboard. Han Qianmo had already picked up the phone and called Lin Ruoyu directly. That foreign friend of yours, is he around? Lin Ruoyu on the other end of the phone glanced at Emily beside her. Aha! Han Pathfinder said bluntly. Don't let her hear our conversation. And then, remember my next words. Although she was puzzled, after freezing for a moment, Lin Ruoyu nodded. Oh, good. It's okay, go ahead. Han Qianmo blandly stated what he had perceived. Briefly, after hearing this, Lin Ruoyu was very puzzled. Can you be more specific? What's an evil thought? I don't quite understand what you're trying to say. Han Pathfinder said bluntly. Thinking with desire or attempt is considered evil thinking. Desire to nothing. If her evil thoughts come from special attempts, it's proof enough that she's not simple-minded. In other words, helping you as well as returning to Dasha with you is not for friendship, but for ulterior motives. Lin Ruoyu heard what the other party meant. I get it when you put it that way. Don't worry. With your reminder, I'll be sure to pay special attention to her movements. It's best if there are no attempts. If there are, I'm sure as hell not going to let her get away with it. Han Qianmo responded. You have the demon seal that I drew on you. No weapon or kung fu known in this world can hurt you, but defense is not an option, so you'd better be careful. Lin Ruoyu responded calmly. Don't worry, I will. Emily was her best friend though, but in her heart, it still doesn't compare to this man. Looking at Han Qianmo who hung up the phone, Chen Shui had an embarrassed look on her face. Or you're level-headed. The moment had the awkward feeling of recognizing her own stupidity after being enlightened. Yes, this isn't a sadistic novel. Where are all the kinks and misunderstandings? If you have any ideas, just tell the other person. It's not that complicated at all. Han Qianmo blandly said. I don't have classes in the afternoon. What about you? Chen Shui froze. I don't have classes this afternoon either. Then why are we still sitting here? How can I live up to my leisure time? Without saying anything more, after paying the bill, Han Qianmo held the other party's jade hand and left the restaurant. In the afternoon, Chen Shui took him to the Force store to pick up the car. When they took the car, the eyes of the group of male salesmen looking at Han Qianmo could be described as complicated to the extreme, because they knew that the one paying was this big, young, beautiful, well-built beauty. The man next to him, he's a softie, except handsome. Nothing, not caring about the sales and the envious, jealous gazes of the passers-by. Chen Shui, who had long ago gotten her driver's license, drove a $1 million replacement car, carrying Han Qianruo, and drove onto the main road. Domestic. New energy. How about? Cool. The car passed through the Cross River Bridge. Looking out the window, Han Qianmo said faintly. Cool. For a certain moment, it was as if he saw himself standing outside the parapet back then, picking up the bracelet. There's a sense that it's like a lifetime ago, but everything seems to have happened yesterday. Noticing that the other party was thinking about something, Chen Shui did not continue to speak. Back to the apartment. Emerging from the bedroom, she had changed her attire. How's it look? Han Qianlong, who was sitting on the sofa, looked up, and his eyes trembled slightly. Good looking. At this moment, Chen Shui was still wearing a bunch of high tails, and her chiseled face was wearing a spring-like smile as well as a faint blush. The top half of her body was dressed in a white shirt with the corners tied into a super short pleated skirt. Beneath the hem of the skirt was a pair of white, slender, thin legs. Black knee-high, silver ring thigh-high stockings accentuate the perfect curves, in the best possible way. At the end of the long legs is a pair of clean white sneakers, youthful and uncontrollable. Han Qianmo was out of his mind for 0.005 seconds, and after returning to his senses, he opened his mouth blandly. It's not like you're going out. Why are you dressed like this? He knew that Chen Shui's face value could only be considered superior when placed in the Nine Heavens continent. Not top-notch, but there are definitely no white shirts, thigh-high socks, and sneakers on the continent of Kowloon. Together with this outfit, even in the continent of the Nine Heavens, this face value is still durable. Seeing the other party's reaction, Chen Shui was happy. This was the best compliment for her. It's because they don't go out. I dare to dress like this. I bought this outfit a long time ago, but only snuck through it a couple times at home. It's because, this matching skirt, it's so short. The moment her slender legs swung, her high ponytail continued to sway behind her. Clean face without bangs and long hair. overflowing with youthful vigor and confidence. A beautiful mess. Watching the other party walk up to him, with a hint of shyness, and slowly sit on his lap, Han Qianlong realized the end. "You're not wearing." Chen Shui's pretty face was red, and her breathing had become rapid. "At home. Just the two of us. There's no need for." Han Qianma faintly raised his head and pinched the other party's snow-white, childish, glittering chin in the sunlight. "You're such a leprechaun." Hearing this, Chen Shui could no longer hold back the agitation in her heart and hugged the other party tightly. "Then please, Lord Demon, punish the little goblin." Han did not resist. The next moment, without waiting for an indescribable sound, the curtains closed automatically. The next day, in the bedroom, forking her legs and sitting on the bed, Chen Shui covered her flat belly with a puzzled look. "Demon Lord, is this another breakthrough for Little Snow? Why does Yuki feel that the dantian is swollen and bulging, like it's filled with something?" Looking to the Han Qian Mo in front of her, she cocked her head and scratched her head. "Can't it be that it's Yuki who has absorbed your demonic energy again? And absorbed too much. That's why it looks like this?" Han Qian Mo looked at the other party's stomach and spoke faintly. "It has nothing to do with demonic energy. It's me, reborn." Chapter 56. Regained life? Chen Shui was at a loss. "What do you mean? Aren't you immortal? Still need a new life?" Han Qianma explained. "Break the void and travel through the ages. The invincible one is only my genjutsu." The Vajra unbreakable body molded by the Nine Turns Golden Lotus was unable to break through the laws of space and time, and was put into my Qian Kuan bag. "What I'm using now is my original physical body." Chen Shui nodded. "I know. I was there when you witnessed this ruined miracle. The day of the encounter. She remembers it vividly to this day. The scene. It can be said that the little girl left a deep shadow. Returning from her memories, Chen Shui was filled with doubt. "And then what? What does that have to do with getting your life back?" Han Qian continued. "My original physical body is dead. The Genesis returned to its place and repaired it. But the concept of life is complicated. In the beginning, I also just restored this flesh to its original appearance. But the function that should be there, that represents a concept like living, was not restored." As an honor student of the medical school, Chen Shui could certainly understand the other party's meaning. "You mean, this flesh of yours, which was only incorruptible before, is, in fact, still a corpse? Because those vital signs, which represent the living, are not restored?" Han Qianlong nodded. "Technically, it does read that way." Chen Shui's beautiful eyes widened. "That means that all this time, essentially, I'm having sex with a corpse." "With a corpse?" Han Qianlong looked to the other side. "Doesn't it feel a little diabolical?" However, Chen Shui shook her head repeatedly. "No, not diaphragm." She looked at the other in a daze, her eyes trembling and her pretty face red. Is exciting." Chen Shui was a bit flustered and hurriedly explained. "I can't quite put my finger on that feeling. Maybe it's because, alive or dead, it's you, so it doesn't feel scared." Hearing this, Han Qianrua didn't feel surprised because when he was in the Nine Heavens continent, as a demon dignitary, he and the Devil Dao Empress played even wilder. Therefore, after seeing Chen Shui, who is already considered a magical girl, and knowing that she is actually in love with a corpse these days, he did not have a big reaction, because he knows that this is the mindset of the devil. Even if the other party has only just stepped into the demonic path, is still essentially mortal. "Yeah," Han Qianlong responded faintly. "Nice mindset. Having such a mindset is more proof that you are indeed fit to be a witch." Chen Shui grabbed the other's hand and asked curiously. "That's not right. I can obviously feel your body heat, heartbeat and even." Speaking of this, her pretty face was covered in scarlet, and her breathing became much more rapid. "And that natural, rapid breathing, it didn't just happen. It happened before." Han Qianlong didn't retort. "Breathing, heartbeat, pulse, body temperature, are all deliberately maintained by me. Kind of like the newest type of bike sharing nowadays. When there's power, it moves on its own, and when there's no power, it can only move on its feet." Chen Shui came to a realization. That is to say, the physical signs of these living people are deliberate artifacts created by you, like those, out of sight, out of mind, signs that aren't necessary, aren't being controlled? Han Qianlong nodded. "Right." Seemingly understanding something, Chen Shui's face swished to the extreme red. No wonder before, although it was satisfying, it always felt empty, like something was missing, and this time, but incredibly fulfilling. "So it's because, then how come you have those signs again? I mean, why all of a sudden back in the game?" She knew that this enrichment was certainly not intentional. There is no need to mention the word rejuvenation if it is intentional. Han Qianma said, "The Yuan Shen has been repairing this flesh. The simple fact is that now, my physical body has been completely repaired. Looking towards Chen Shui, he exhaled slightly. 3 years ago, Han Qianrui, who fell into the river and died, is considered to have been resurrected in the true sense of the word from this moment onward, seemingly experiencing the other party's happiness from the inside out. Chen Shui's beautiful eyes trembled as she fell into moving tears. Congratulations, Demon Lord. Han Qianlong remained bland. During this next period of time, the Yuan Shin will automatically quench this flesh, so that it keeps getting stronger and stronger, and eventually reaches the Vajra unbreakable body, or even surpasses it. Of course, none of this matters, for even the physical body continues to remain in this state. I am still invincible. Chen Shui snuggled into the other person's arms and carefully asked, Then you live. Can that one up? Will I get pregnant? Han Qianmo looked at the other party in his arms and spoke blandly. Normally, it would, but it also depends on your cycle. That's the truth. After all, a coquette can't cook without rice. Chen Shui looked shy. My cycle. It's kind of messed up. I'm not sure if today is a safe day. Han Qianlong didn't care. That's impossible to say. Anyway, if you have it, have it. Hearing this, Chen Shui's heart was filled with emotion. Looking deeply at the other party, and after gazing at them for a moment, she kissed them without hesitation. 10 minutes later, separated from her partner, she was mesmerized. Ask you a question. Say, you've lived in the Nine Heavens continent for 100,000 years, and you've spent so much time with the Devil Dao Empress. Do you have children of your own? Han Qianlong shook his head. Although the Vajra unbreakable body is strong and is carrying my genjutsu from nothing, but it still doesn't allow for natural conception. I have thought about uniting my demonic essence and hers to mold a new life, but she felt that it wasn't really life in the true sense of the word. Then it didn't do that. Chen Shui looked at the other party fondly, already pressing the love in her heart as she spoke. So you want a magic baby? Han Qianmo blandly said. Let it be. But there is one thing I must warn you about. No matter what, once you're pregnant with my child, be sure to let me know first. Otherwise, your life could be in danger. Chen Shui was slightly stunned, and half of the blush on her pretty face dissipated. Ha, why is that? Han Qianlong had a straight face. Because right now you're still essentially human. I'm a demon. You're a human. Once a child is born, it must be half human and half demon. Without gradual cultivation, one inherits an overly powerful demonic aura. Him in your belly is the equivalent of a nuclear bomb. Even more threatening than a nuclear bomb. Once the demonic energy gets out of control and I'm not with you, you and those around you will die a horrible death. Chen Shui, open-mouthed and white-faced, she mumbled for a long time before responding and speaking. That, next time, you might as well wear it. Han Qianlong had a bemused look on his face. Chen Shui wanted to continue saying something. Her petite body was suddenly stunned, and her stern gaze looked towards the living room that was separated by the door separating the rooms. Outside. Seems like someone? Chapter 57, an Xin is dead. Han Qianlong had noticed it long ago. It should have been a minute ago, to be precise, that he had sensed that a man, from next door, had climbed through the window and onto the balcony of the living room. Now, furtively rummaging through the cabinets in the living room, Chen Shui was astonished. Is it a thief? Previously, there was either no one around, or there were a lot of people, and it was completely unnoticeable that one's own perception ability, at this moment, had become so sharp. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel, this is the legendary Earth Realm. Han Qianmo did not reply, and with a casual wave of his hand, he helped the other party put on his clothes. Take your woman out of the bedroom and into the living room. At the moment when the sneaky man sensed the movement and turned around, he uttered that sentence. On your knees, don't move. Buzz dash. With a fluctuating aura, the man in the black suit and mask dropped to his knees without hesitation. The look was more sincere than that Qingming festival grave visit. Master, please command, Han Qianlong said to Chen Shui, who was frozen at the side. I want to eat the noodles you laid down. Suddenly returning to her senses, Chen Shui nodded. Okay, then ask. I'll cook the noodles. Han Qianlong sat on the sofa, picked up the TV remote control, and crossed his legs. Tell me who you are and what you're doing here. The man on his knees spoke woodenly. Back to the master. My name is Li Yuanhao, brightly an officer of the Eastern Sea Patrol. It's actually an undercover agent planted by the Wu family in the East Sea Patrol Division. The purpose of being here is, put the murder weapon in the owner's locker and plant the owner as the murderer. It was going to be, after the master and the master's girlfriend left, but the men from the patrol division, who are already on their way here, have no choice but to strike at this time. Han Qian asked, what murder weapon, and who to kill? Lee Wonho responded. ASLGP 226. The man who killed was the vice captain of the East Sea Patrol Division's operations team, an XIN. Hearing this, Chen Shui, who just happened to walk out from the kitchen to get something, directly froze in place. That patrolman, dead? She clearly remembers that the policeman Han Xianmo let go yesterday was called an XIN. Even the demon lord didn't have the guts to kill an inspector. And yet, he was killed by the man in front of him? She had a hunch. It won't end well for the other side. Han Xianmo still had a bland face, but a faint murderous intent surfaced in those deep eyes. Why did you kill that patrolman? Lee Wonho responded. He's investigating a case. The person behind this case is the wife of the Wu family. My boss, Wang Yuanrong. I understand that because there was no substantial evidence, Anson did not tell his superiors in detail the results of his investigation. Instead, they chose to be on their own, investigating in secret, so I advised my boss to kill him to silence him. Chen Shui's willow brows furrowed. This patrolman, an XIN, is quite famous in our school, because there have been several bullying incidents that he's been responsible for handling. You know, we have a lot of rich kids at our school. Even if there was a bullying incident, the average patrolman wouldn't dare to look deeper, and would at most help to reconcile the situation. But an XIN is different. He took the man straight to the patrol division. When they were released, the bullies looked like different people, all without the victim having to ask for it. An apology was offered and compensation was paid. At one point, the bully was even seen limping out. Everyone at the time remembers how arrogant and bossy he looked before he walked into the patrol division. Han Qianlong's face didn't change. The murderer, already a dead man. Chen Shui looked at the other party adoringly. You think, too, that Anshan is a good inspector? Those who killed him should get what they deserve. Han Qianlong said blandly. No, I just think that whoever killed him deserved to die, because of the man that destroyed the lie I made up. He told the aunt of the young girl that the $100,000 was compensation from the police department. If you don't believe me, you can ask Deputy Chief and XIN of the Patrol Division's operations team. But the murderer did not. The most important element of the lie was eliminated. In the back, if the little girl's aunt did call the Patrol Division, ask if there is such a person as an XIN. As a result, the Inspector General's office said, an XIN is dead. There is no proof of death. If the aunt suspects she's being scammed, thinks he's a fraud, where's the magic in that? Where is the majesty of the devil's father? A drop of cold sweat hung on Chen Shui's forehead. She knows exactly what the other side's words mean. She just didn't realize that the reason given by the other party was so convincing. Without caring about Chen Shui's complicated look, Han Qianmo looked at Li Yuanhao in front of him and opened his mouth lightly. Did you fire the gun? Li Yuanhao shook his head. Not me. It's Mrs. Wu, my boss, Wang Yuanrong. The reason for framing the master for this incident is that during this time, an XIN's real task was to be in charge of keeping an eye on the master. He had realized before that the man in front of him could probably have special powers, being able to come and go as you please, doing all sorts of unthinkable things. Now, he finally verified his suspicions. The heart cannot stop shouting, an XIN. You fucking look I didn't lie to you. This guy, he's really no ordinary guy. However, now that he and an XIN are separated by life and death, it is impossible to hit each other in the face. There is only one way to hit an XIN in the face. Without waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Han Qianlong casually said, got it. Whoosh dash. A breeze blew by, and Li Yuanhao, who was kneeling on the ground, transformed into a puff of dust and drifted away with the wind. Since half a minute ago, Chen Shui had been looking at the door with an anxious look on her face. It was at this time, bang, a loud bang. A large group of uniformed, gun-toting police officers suddenly rushed in from outside, turning the gun on the duo in the living room. Freeze! Put your hands on your head. Hold your head and crouch down. The patrolman who rushed in first, just in time to see a pair of shoes sitting on the floor, turned to dust, blinked continuously. Shock covered his face after realizing that it wasn't an illusion. Plus one more. Thanks to the schoolgirls, Hikari, and Yiffy for their support. Ask for some free power generation. Love you guys. Chapter 58, Flower of the Police. Seemingly realizing what was going on, coupled with seeing that the other party had no intention of holding his head and crouching down, the face of the patrolman who was the first to rush in changed drastically, aimed the gun at the other man's brow. Get down. Come on. At this instant, Chen Shui, who recognized the identity of this group of people, had her beautiful eyes round and her mouth wide open. For a brief moment, in her mind, two images came to mind. First image, all the patrols in front of them turned to ashes. Second image, Armageddon is upon us. No. Just as Chen Shui saw that Han Qianmo was still cloudy and lighthearted, but was actually ready to make a move. Put the gun down. A cold, stern cry suddenly came from outside the door. Subconsciously turn around. She saw a uniformed, tall, stunningly beautiful-looking female inspector, walking in from outside with a bland pace. Noticing that Han Qianmo hadn't made a move yet, she rushed up and grabbed the other's arm. Brother, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see what happens, okay? She knew that the men were patrolmen, not evil men like before. There's no need to, and no need to just obliterate. Han Qianlong spoke faintly. Your water, it seems, is boiling. Chen Shui in a cold sweat. What do you care about boiling water at this point? Noting that the other woman's face remained unchanged, she sighed and turned cautiously after glancing at the group of patrolmen. Then you promise me, don't ever mess around. I'll go cook you some noodles. Han Qianlong didn't say anything else. Seeing someone turn around, the patrolman who was just about to greet the leader's face changed drastically. Who told you to move? Station. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Long Lingfong heftily raised his hand. Shut up, all of you. Out. The henchman looked puzzled. Captain? Completely confused as to what the other side really meant. Chen Shui stood still and hesitated for a moment, seeing that the group of patrolmen had no intention of moving their guns, before continuing her steps and walking into the kitchen. The inspector standing at the front looked at Lang Lingshan with a surprised expression. Captain? Lang Lingfeng said in a commanding tone. I said, get out. Upon hearing this, he only glanced at the object he was just about to arrest with a resigned look on his face and waved his hand, ushering everyone out of the room. Bang dash. Long Lingfang casually closed the door. Calmly, he pulled out the handcuffs, pistol, and other implements in front of the other man and placed them on a nearby shoebox. Looking at the bemused man in the living room, she gestured to the chair next to her. Why don't we sit down and talk? Chen Shui, who had just put the noodles in the pot, came out of the kitchen. Good idea. Hurriedly pulling Han Qianlong to the sofa and sitting down. Her tone was very gentle. The noodles will be ready in a minute. You talked to her first? I mean, normal chat kind of chat. Han Qian responded. No scallions. Chen Shui was slightly stunned, smiled indistinctly and nodded. Good. Spending so many days with each other, she was already able to hear if the other party was telling the truth or the opposite. Long Lingfang did not care about this ambiguous scene. After sitting on the chair, directly put a large pile of photos on the table. All these people, you should recognize them. Han Qianma ignored it, picked up the remote control, and blandly turned on the TV. Such ignorance made Lang Lingfang unable to help her willow brows knit slightly. She expected this person may not be too good to get along with, but did not expect so bad to get along with. Chen Shui, who brought the noodles out of the kitchen, saw this scene and hurriedly glanced at the photo on the table, responding, no, don't recognize it. Putting the noodles in front of Han Qianrui and wiping the soup stains that splashed down on the edges, Chen Shui forced a smile as she looked at the beautiful female inspector in front of her. What's going on? What's the problem, officer? Of course she recognizes it. The others are not. Su Dao, Wang Fingxia, Wang Er, these people are still fresh in her mind. But the other side is the inspector. And these people died because of Han Qianlong. She certainly couldn't admit it. Lang Lingfeng responded to the other's site. These are the most recent missing persons. I'd like to ask you if you've seen one of them in the last few days. A little assistance with the investigation. Obviously, the college girl next to him was a better talker. In that case, there is no need to make a fool of yourself and continue to stick your hot face to that man's cold ass. Chen Shui picked up the photo, pretended to speculate, and finally shook her head. Never seen. I'm sorry, we really can't help you. Lang Lingfeng's complexion didn't change in any way, but her aura changed drastically. Yeah, the others? You can say you've never seen them, but Su Dao and his little brother, they came to you before, and more than once. It was your original landlord who told me these things. You won't forget. Chen Shui was slightly stunned, and at this moment, it was as if she felt a chill that filled the entire hall. And the source of the chill was the unruffled woman in front of her. The current her was already a solid Earth realm martial artist. It was possible to sense that the female inspector in front of him was only at the peak of the Xian realm. However, she didn't know why. The other party's realm was clearly inferior to her own, and yet it still managed to make itself feel an inexplicable palpitation. Glancing at Han Qianrui, who was eating noodles blandly, but as if saying, kill it is, no need to talk nonsense with her, she hurriedly waved her hand at him, signaling the other party not to be impulsive before turning back to the female inspector in front of her. You, what the hell do you mean? Lang Lingfeng picked up the photos and showed them to the other party one by one. Su Dao came to see you. Wang Fengxia is Lu Jiajiao's best friend and has gone to him under Lu Jiajiao's arrangement. Wang Er as well as these guys were more direct and went to that demolition family in the suburbs. These people are, on the surface, seemingly not directly connected, but the people they've been in contact with lately are all connected to one person. Looking to the side of the man eating noodles, Lang Lingshan was photographed at the moment, with a face of certainty. That would be you, Pathfinder Han. Hearing this, Chen Shui's heart thumped. It was then that I realized that the previous aftermath had no meaning at all. The killing has been completely exposed. The moment. Chen Shui's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. She couldn't answer the other party's question and knew that nothing she could say now would help. Can only look at the side of the demon lord in a daze. Tired. Destroy it. Hurry up. Under the watchful eyes of the two women, Han Qianmo blandly finished his bowl of noodles and turned back to one of the women. I forgot to tell you, I don't eat beef either. Remember next time. Don't put it on. When he was in the continent of the nine heavens, he had a demon emperor henchman who had a pair of bull horns. Died honorably in the final battle. From then on he vowed not to eat beef from now on. It was also thanks to the fact that the person who cooked the noodles was Chen Shui. If it were someone else, recalling the past, his heart gave birth to egg sang, probably would have turned the other party into ashes with one thought. Chapter 59, Unavailability. The air in the hall suddenly became incredibly quiet. Chen Shui was in a cold sweat, speechless. Long Lingfang, who was sitting on the chair, was similarly full of mute. He himself was the captain of the patrol division's action team, a genuine Pixian realm martial artist. On top of that, outside the door, there were a dozen or so patrolmen with guns blocking the door. It could come rushing in at any moment. And him? Still stuck here on whether to eat beef or not? Hiss dash. Sucking in a breath of cool air, Lung Lingfang realized that her guess was indeed correct. The man in front of me was no mortal. Picking up the photo again, this time she decided to get to the point. People don't just disappear for no reason, and not without leaving a trace. Plus I found out that this person, Han Qianmo, is not an ordinary person, but a large body in the medical school of Donghai University. In the end, I came to a conclusion. Chen Shui looked up indistinctly. What? What conclusion? Lang Lingfang said word for word. He is, indeed, the Han Qianrua who fell into the river and died 3 years ago. He's risen, and turned into an inhuman. In this world, there are only two phenomena, appearance and inner image. Appearances, that is, people or things seen by ordinary people, mundane and reasonable. The inner image, on the other hand, is the real situation that is hidden under the surface and cannot be known by ordinary people, also known as the truth. The ratio can't be known to ordinary people, because in this world, most people are mortal. If they were to learn that there is something beyond the pale in this world, there would be a cognitive collapse, and then give up on the life at hand. When there are more people like this, order will cease to exist. Those who are qualified to know about the ratio are often those who have real power and are close to the center of power. Lang Lingfeng wasn't like that, but her father was. From her father, she had some idea of what the world was really like. Plus the captain of the patrol division has seen a lot. What might seem unbelievable to a normal person would likely be a commonplace thing in her eyes, including, but not limited to, fraudulent corpses, aliens, ghosts, and resurrection. A survey of cognitive integration in practice. In Lang Lingfang's opinion, this Han Qianma is a person who has been dead for 3 years, but has been accidentally resurrected by some kind of chance, and has obtained a special means of alien. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the various strange phenomena that had occurred these days. Around him, the moment, the entire hall fell into a cold, dead silence. The atmosphere also became unusually weird. Looking towards the sluggish Chen Shui, Lang Lingfang knew that her guess was right. His name is Pathfinder Han, and it just so happens that your school's large body exhibit room caught fire and Han Chan's body was burned to ashes. It just so happens again that, these days, the people who go missing are inextricably linked to that already dead Han Qian. All the coincidences combined have only one explanation. That would be Han Qianmo resurrected as the protagonist of the novel, and coming back with a vengeance. Of course, when I say resurrection, I'm just talking about a generalized concept. What is actually going on? Only he knows. Chen Shui was completely dumbfounded. She knew that the female inspector in front of her would definitely not be able to guess that Han Qianrui was not resurrected, but reborn, and still returned from the other world. Strength to the point of being enough to destroy the world. The summary, however, can still be considered very accurate. One might even say, horribly accurate. She couldn't imagine. How could an ordinary person have such an out-of-the-ordinary mind and the courage to dare to make such deductions? Anyway, she thought, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she could never have imagined that it would turn out like this. Stunned, Chen Shui looked at the female inspector in front of her and realized the other guy was far smarter than he thought. Noticed that Han Qianlong, who was watching TV on the side, was still taking things in his stride. It was as if nothing had happened. Chen Shui wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and looked back at the female inspector in front of her. So what is your purpose in coming to us? In her opinion, once Han Qianruo's identity was discovered, he would surely be targeted by various forces and even state forces. That's what she'd been worried about before. Because this world once with Han Qianruo as an enemy, will not be destined to have any good results. But now it seems, the female inspector in front of her didn't seem to have any intention of exposing or tearing her face off. If it wasn't, she thought, the other side wouldn't have had their men waiting outside, sitting by himself in front of Lord Demon. Use the chat and solve the problem. Long Lingfang said with a straight face, and Xin is my cousin. He's not a stupid person. He's just a bit stubborn. Chen Shui glanced at Han Qianma and reminded, get to the point okay. Thanks. She's not much. She was afraid that Lord Demon would get impatient and shut the other party up. Lang Lingfang paused for a moment, nodded, and sighed. He's been working on a Squid Game case before. The so-called Squid Game is where a group of bigwigs bet on the probability of an event happening behind the scenes. For example, would some passerby, after picking up a large sum of money, report it to the police? Another example is whether a certain company will go bankrupt in the near future. Rich people are more empty. The more exciting things they do, the more interested they are. Betting on their lives then becomes their favorite form of entertainment. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but look at Han Qianma on the side. Like whoever would jump into a river after a breakup, or whoever would jump off a building when their family is almost dead. Hearing this, Chen Shui seemed to understand something, her beautiful eyes gradually widening. You mean, including the little girl who jumped yesterday, and 3 years ago, the time he fell into the river. Behind the scenes, it's all bait and switch? Long Lingfang nodded. As long as it's a gamble, it's essentially a deception. And the key to practicing deception is to be in control of the situation. It's easy to control the rise and fall of stocks. That's why they're more eager to gamble their lives away. Because human nature is the biggest variable. Even if someone is induced, the final result, it's hard to predict. But just because the induction is small doesn't mean it doesn't work. As long as they can increase their probability of winning, they will do whatever it takes to manipulate the course of events in their favor. Chen Shui froze for a long time. And then what? What does this have to do with Anshin's death? Long Lingfang sighed. This is a case that I was supposed to be working on with him. I later found out that the mastermind behind this matter, his power, may be more powerful than we had predicted, plus an Xin's stubborn temper. To keep him safe, as well as to increase the success rate of solving the case, I then made up a reason for him to quit the investigation team. As a result, I did not expect. He himself sneaked off to investigate and ended up died in the hands of the other side. Who dash? Exhaling deeply, Chen Shui looked to the side at Han Qianmu and said to the female inspector in front of her, this matter, and whether he is reborn or not, whether he will have special abilities or not, doesn't seem to have anything to do with it. Long Lingfang didn't retort. The reason I'm talking so much is just to tell you guys. I know what you guys are all about, and I know that you didn't kill Anshin. Came here to talk to you guys, just wanted to ask you for a favor. After reading a lot of inhuman files, borrowed bodies, strong return, hot-blooded vengeance and so on. For her, it is already a habit. In her opinion, this Han Qianmo in front of her, even if she had borrowed a body and possessed certain special abilities, was not enough to threaten the safety of most of the citizens of the Eastern Sea. This is evident from the fact that the people the other side kills are all evil people. Compare this to the common man who has had a strange encounter and, in essence, has no background. It's the bigots who like to play the Squid Game that are the real cancer. It should be removed completely. As for Han Qianruo, when the case is over, just introduce the other person to a suitable place to go and put some restraints on them. Not really a big deal. Chen Shui hurriedly pursued. Help! What kind of favor? Lung Lingfang looked to Han Qianma who was on the side. It's simple. That would be to put on a show with me. Pretend to be taken back by me. After the outside world knows that we have caught the murderer of the deputy leader of the patrol deadly action team and closed the case against the previous case, that group of so-called bigwigs will definitely just let their guard down. When they continue their game, we can take advantage of it and find evidence of their offenses and bring them to justice. She checked out the key points and was waiting for a chance to gather evidence. Chen Shui exhaled slightly. Sounds like such a reasoning, but she knew that whether or not to agree, as well as whether or not to believe the other party's words, still depends on the demon lord meaning. Noticing that the other party had shifted his gaze, Lan Lingfeng followed suit and looked at Han Qianma. Don't worry, I'll never reveal your true situation until this case is over. If you're willing to help, When the case is over, I may even be able to help you get a reasonable identity, depending on the circumstances. You probably don't know that. In fact, in this world, you are not the only inhuman. Chen Shui did not say anything. She was also curious about the attitude of Lord Demon. The whole process, a word did not say. From beginning to end are looking at the hulk of Han Qianma. After a while, only then did he speak as if nothing had happened. Not available. Chapter 60, Evidence? What is evidence? Why do we need evidence? The air became quiet again. Chen Shui looked at the beautiful inspector lady in front of her with an embarrassed face, not waiting for her to speak. Lung Lingfeng then frowned slightly and said to the indifferent-looking man, "You may not have understood what I meant. First, in the grand scheme of things, arresting the group of bigwigs involved in the Squid Game and the people behind the operation of the Squid Game is essentially protecting you ordinary people as well. Because who knows what they're going to bet on next? Who are the people who want to tease again? The person who purges them and is protected could be you, could be her, could be any of your close friends or relatives." There was a moment's pause before she continued to speak. "Secondly, I don't know your specifics, but I'm basically certain that you, right now, are considered a true inhuman. Ordinary people may not know this, but there is indeed a set of rules for inhumans, including Disya. As far as I know, there are generally only two ways to end up as an inhuman like you without an official number. It's either that or run away endlessly and live only in darkness for the rest of your life. Either they are captured and then studied by so-called researchers. If you help me solve the case this time, I'll have the backbone to apply to the top and give you a reasonable status. There will still be some restrictions, but you'll at least be able to live like a normal person." Glancing at the female college student on the side, Lang Lingfang's tone became a few points more serious. "Third, Li Yuanhao has already been gotten rid of by you guys, right? I'm not afraid to tell you that I know he's an undercover agent planted by that group in the patrol division, but the rest of the patrol division doesn't know. The previous group of missing persons was unable to use their disappearance to make arrests against you because there was no direct evidence that they were with you before they disappeared. But Li Yuanhao is different. He's openly an inspector of the Inspector General's office, and he was spying on you before we came here. His disappearance is reason enough for me to arrest you." She kept emphasizing you to remind the indifferent man. "You're not alone now and have a soft spot." Chen Shui didn't know how to retort, and could only stare blankly at Han Qianma on the side. There was no change in his demeanor, and Han Qianlong's line of sight stayed on the screen of the television. There seemed to be no intention of hitching a ride. The screen, at the moment, had the credits up and the end credits were playing on the stereo. Noticing this scene, Chen Shui realized that the other party was giving an ultimatum and hurriedly walked over to Lung Lingfang. "I'm sorry, Miss Patrolman, we really can't help you, and I want you to take back those last two sentences. It's for your own good." Lung Lingfang looked at Han Qianma and seemed to understand something. "You want to go to them alone? Do you know who they are? Also, do you know how strong they are? How scary they are?" From the disappearance of Wang Fengxia, Su Dao, and the others, she could tell that the man in front of her was not the type of person who could easily let go. In her opinion, the other side knows that 3 years ago, she fell into the river. In fact, because there is a group of people in the manipulation, after the absolute will not let go, the reluctance to cooperate must have had a mind of its own. Sighing, Long Lingxiang spoke at length. "The background of that group is complicated, far beyond even your imagination. Do you think that you can fight against it because you have gained a bit of a miraculous encounter and possess certain special abilities? Overthink it. Let me tell you honestly, under their hands, they also have martial artists and even inhumans as well. You're alone. It's impossible to fight them. The only way is with us." "Shut up!" Chen Shui interrupted with a stern cry. She wasn't listening to Lang Lingfeng's speech, but rather, she had been observing the changes in Lord Demon's expression. Although in the eyes of others, Han Qianma's complexion has never changed, but through this period of time together, she has long since learned the micro-expression. Knowing that the other party had already moved to kill and had the intention of doing so, Lang Lingfeng looked at the seemingly gentle, impressionable and very quiet girl in front of her in surprise, and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Without waiting for her to say anything, Chen Shui had moved to push her to the door. You go. Don't say anything. We really can't help you." And, taking a deep breath, Chen Shui was indifferent. "If you really want to get us, then do it. If you don't want to, get out of there. People who want to die can't be stopped." She felt she had done enough. After a moment of silence, Lang Lingxiang, who was looking at Han Qianma, sighed slightly. "You, then, take care of yourself." With that, she opened the door and turned around, walking out the front door. Bang dash! Chen Shui closed the door as soon as she could and leaned against it for a moment, heaving a sigh of relief. "Phew! Scared the hell out of me." Sitting on the sofa, Han Qianrua, who was already watching the second episode of Hulu, faintly opened his mouth. What's all the tension for? You said, let me not kill them easily. Your face? Still have to give. After all, the other party was, anyhow, her own woman. Chen Shui was slightly stunned, her face covered in favor. After slowing down her elation, a shy blush appeared on her face as she walked up to the other woman. So what's the plan? Han Qianma said blandly, wait for you to eat, then go to class, get out of school, then go kill someone. What is evidence? Why do we need evidence? Knowing the other person's name is all that's needed. There's no need for so-called proof. Why go at night? But it's because a few molehills don't matter that much. Not enough, at least, to make him miss class to deal with it. Chen Shui heard the meaning in the other party's words and nodded. Good. Tonight, I'll be home when you get back. The doorway to the building. Looking at the captain who came out resentfully, the group was filled with confusion. The head henchman couldn't help but ask, Captain, why are you the only one out? How come they didn't cuff anyone inside? Li Yuanhao's phone still can't be reached. Based on that alone, we can totally just arrest him. Long Lingfang didn't answer the crowd's questions. Close ranks. She wanted to arrest people too, but there was nothing she could do when the other side wouldn't help. Li Wenho is just an undercover agent, and to put it bluntly, a villain. Even if they are removed by the other side is essentially removing the evil. Others may play by the rules, but not her. She only distinguishes between right and wrong and good and evil. When they heard the word closing the team, the crowd looked at each other and froze directly in place. The lead henchman frowned. Closing ranks? No one has been caught. What team to collect? With so many people coming, I thought I was going to have a big fight, but it turned out to be laid to rest before it even started. What's going on here? A joke? Glancing at the cowering crowd, Lang Lingxiang reiterated in a commanding tone. I said, close ranks. It was only after hearing this that the crowd gave a deflating beat, put their guns away, and turned to go downstairs. Soon, night falls. Chapter 61 No. 444. Office of the Chief of Operations of the Eastern Sea Patrol Division. After calling all afternoon, Lan Lingfang finally got through and contacted her father who was far away in the imperial capital. Dad. Lang's father on the other end of the line responded. This is your unit's phone number, right? Calling me on your unit's landline means you're ready to talk about work. How many times have I told you? At work, call it a job title. Lan Lingfang sighed somewhat breathlessly. Hello, Cold Bureau. Lang's father on the other end of the phone was positive. Go ahead. What is it? Lang Lingfang said word for word. My subordinate would like to apply to act across the provinces. In the name of eliminating evil, make a direct arrest of that group. Sweeps need evidence. All you need to get rid of evil is the list. This matter, her direct leader cannot make the decision, can only seek help from her father who is much higher up. Father Lang on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Do you know the background of that group? Do you realize how many people would be involved in this? Allowing you to gather evidence is a big concession. Straight up arrests? It's hard to believe that you want Donghai to fall straight off the list of first-tier cities. From a miracle, to a laughingstock? Lan Lingfang looked resentful. They killed a lot of people? Not to mention, they killed an Xin. Lan's father sighed. I know about Anshan. Don't worry, someone will definitely be sanctioned for this. As for you, if you really can't find any evidence, let's call it a day. I've seen what you can do. I don't need to prove it again. After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. Lan Lingfang, who was holding the phone, froze in place, because she could hear that the other party had actually known for a long time that she couldn't check the evidence at all. What's more, all the things that he had found out before were deliberately made to be found out by the other party. In this way, pamper yourself and develop your self-confidence. The amount of information that flooded into her mind was immense. It even made her afraid to think about it any further. After putting down the phone, Lan Lingfang sat paralyzed on the sofa. I don't know how long it's been. The entire patrol division, except for those on duty, was long gone. It was only then that she slowly looked up at the closet with a feeble face. A few moments later, she opened the closet and moved a locked wooden cabinet out of it. Unlocked the combination lock on the wooden cabinet. Opened the wooden cabinet. See the black object the moment. Her beautiful eyes deep. Emerged a cold austere. Inside the tallest building. Under the name of the Wu family. In front of the top floor landing. With a rounded body. Wearing a designer suit and sultry lipstick. Wan Yuanrong sat on the sofa with her back to the floor-to-ceiling window, crossing her legs and looking at the mirror with one hand. Lang Lingfang didn't arrest those two students? Then what is she doing bringing so many people there? Playing house. One of the henchmen responded. I guess we didn't find Li Yuanhao. No one identified those two as an Xian's killers, and there was no way to prove that those two had anything to do with an Xian's death. That's why there was no direct arrest. Wang Yuanrong frowned. Where's Li Yuanhao? He's up to something. Didn't we tell him to put the murder weapon in the apartment where those two lived? How come things didn't work out and people are still missing? The men were in a cold sweat and didn't know what to say, because after that, they were not able to contact Li Yuanhao either, and did not know the other party's situation at the moment. After a moment of silence, the henchman standing at the front of the room spoke stiffly, probably because. However, a breeze blew by, and all of his men, including the one who opened his mouth, all turned into pieces and drifted away with the wind. Wang Yuanrong, who was still looking in the mirror and applying lipstick, seemed to sense something and slowly looked up. Only then did he realize that the men who had been standing in front of him were all gone. It was as if it had never existed, disappearing without a trace. Swish dash. Wang Yuanrong's face changed so much that the mirror in his hand directly fell to the ground and shattered. Where are the people? How come it's suddenly gone? Hey, what are you doing? Dare to scare my mother? You guys want to die, don't you? Next moment, a tall, slender, and incredibly handsome figure walked out of the darkness. When the other party stepped into the light, revealing the handsome face that could be described as perfect, Wang Yuanrong's tiger's body shook and, in a trance, his eyes widened. Aren't you number 444? How did it get here? No, it's not true. It's hard to believe that I'm dreaming now. Right, I must be dreaming. All of this, it's not reality at all. When he heard the name 444-inch, Han Qianmo was slightly moved. 444? From Li Yuanhao. He learned that Wang Yuanrong is the mastermind behind the Squid Game. Chen Shui found out on the internet that Wang Yuanrong was the principal of an aristocratic school, and on the school's official website, the other person's picture was found. After looking at the other person's face, he came to the other person's side with precision. As a result, while he was preparing to kill, he heard an unexpected message. Wang Yuanrong kept pinching his arm. Toward the end, he even started slapping himself. She really thought it was a dream. I can't wait to wake up from this nightmare. What's going on? Why aren't you awake? His face was swollen, but Wang Yuanrong realized that everything around him still hadn't changed. At the moment, however, she was quite calmer, because she felt that it must be a dream. Since it was a dream, there was nothing to be afraid of. Looking at the other party who continuously slapped himself several times, and every one of them was a death blow. For a while, Han Qianmo unexpectedly did not know whether he should interrupt the other party or not. Such an attitude of admitting fault really took him by surprise. Determined that this is a dream, and realized that in the dream to hit themselves will also feel pain, Wang Yuanrong then gave up the idea of active awakening. Choose to go with the flow. Looking towards the man in front of him who was so handsome that he was even countless times more handsome than those male models in captivity, Wang Yuanrong rubbed his face and filled his eyes with complexity. How could this lady not expect that after 3 years, she would still be dreaming of you? Sure enough, you're the one who's the idea flat for this lady. Probably because he felt that the woman in front of him was very funny. Han Qianmo did not directly use the words follow the law, but followed the other party's words and asked back, 444, what it really stands for. Wang Yuanrong, who was still rubbing his face, looked the other party up and down, a ray of fire burning in his eyes. You want to know? Come here and sit on my lady's lap. This madam tells you slowly. She wanted to sit on the other's lap as well, but was afraid the other would not be able to handle it. Since it's a dream, then why make it a nightmare? Wouldn't it be more pleasurable to become a spring dream? Looking at the other party weighing more than 200 pounds, face coated with fat, Han Qianmo realized that not using the words out of the law at the first time was the most wrong decision on this trip. Yeah, but he still did not refute the other side's words, and even agreed to the other side's request. Wang Yuanrong smiled evilly, but in the next moment, the sharp pain made her awake and let out a heartbreaking scream. Ah, my leg, my leg? Glancing at the fat woman who rolled to the ground, constantly struggling and without legs, Han Qianlong slowly sat down. The moment he sat down, the boss chair that had been placed behind the desk appeared out of nowhere and pressed down on the bloodied and broken legs. The demon lord, who always had a cloudy face, looked out of the window at the night view of the East China Sea, enjoying the evening breeze blowing in from the window. My father is seated. So speak. Chapter 62, like to play games? Then I'll play a game too. Buzz dash. Along with the words follow the law took effect, Wang Yuanrong immediately stopped struggling. Pale round face instantly became mute. Yes, master. Tick-tock, tick-dash. The bloody wound was still dripping blood, but she spoke quietly as if she couldn't feel the pain. As the head of a private school, I used at commencement ceremony to face the new students at the beginning of each year. 3 years ago, at our school's opening ceremony, I didn't see the right person for the job. Then he utilized the power and resources in his hands to expand the scope of the face head to the entire East Sea. And then, it hit you. As a result, without waiting for me to bully you, Cloud Mountain Club, also known as the Cloud Mountain Society, decided to set you up as the protagonist of the game. No. 444. I can't end the game. I can only watch you being positioned by them as a protagonist until you play dead. After that, you became my intention flat. Han Qianma said blandly. That is to say, the reason why I was teased by Lu Jiaojiao and ended up falling into the river and dying was indeed your work? Wang Yuanrong nodded. It's a certain member. As president of the Cloud Mountain Society, I won't do anything to jeopardize fairness. In fact, at that point, I was hoping you wouldn't jump in the river. Han Qianma asked. So, this Cloud Mountain meeting, what exactly is its composition? Wang Yuanrong's face had turned pale to the extreme. The Cloud Mountain Society is a private club of top tycoons. The conditions for joining are very harsh, one of which is that you must be, or have been, the richest man in Daxia. The purpose of the club is twofold. First, help each other. Secondly, to fulfill the desires as well as the needs of the members as far as conditions permit. The betting game is one of the programs to satisfy the desire. Han Qianlong interrupted the other party. The little girl who jumped yesterday, was that your handiwork too? Wang Yuanrong responded. Yes, her number is 3246. After a moment of silence, Han Qianlong looked out the window. Give this honored one the list of the Cloud Mountain Society. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Yuanrong immediately landed on the ground with both hands, dragging his bloodied lower body and climbing in the direction of the safe. The entire time, she remained conscious. The moment, she already understood. What was in front of me was not a dream. The teenager who made her flat is back. In a most unbelievable way, it came to her, to the bigwigs behind her, to get revenge. Is it an inhuman? Just then, a weak cry of alarm suddenly came from the front door. Immediately afterward, a woman's voice followed from the dark corner. It seems to be, and the level, it seems, is not low. A figure seemed to loom outside the window, a cold smile drifting in with it. Ha ha ha, this woman won't survive. This asshole cost us our jobs. It seemed as if he didn't really find it funny, but couldn't control his excitement because of some kind of disease. Bang dash, clunk dash, just as Wang Yuanrong, regardless, climbed to the safe and prepared to unlock it. 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, appeared from different corners and blocked her, glancing at Wang Yuanrong on the ground. The pretty woman standing in the center frowned. When did it come in? Getting people like this. I can't believe we didn't feel a thing. To the side, the man with his arms wrapped around him looked resentful. Yes, if we hadn't heard that faint scream, we wouldn't have known that. In here, something had happened. The man who had been sneering coldly looked at Han Qianma sitting in the boss chair, his face covered with a stupid grimace. People can't be saved anymore. Just kill people. It's been a long time since I've encountered a powerhouse of this level. I want to bite him and eat his flesh. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The other man didn't retort. Together. Don't be gullible. I have a hunch. This guy, he's not a good guy. That being said, he still possessed enough confidence to decapitate this murderer in front of him, or even capture him alive. The reason is simple. That person who liked to laugh was a Darknet S-class assassin with a strength of at least the peak of the Xian realm. As for himself, he was a mid-earth realm martial artist. Not to mention the fact that there's an inhuman with special abilities right next to him. Such a lineup, even if a peak earth realm powerhouse came, they would only be taken down. Obviously, the young man in front of him was too young, and his strength was at most at the early stage of the earth realm. Even an inhuman with special means could not be a match for 3 people. The woman nodded in strong agreement. You guys go first, I'll cover for you. Without waiting for the man in the lead to speak, the man who liked to laugh was already unable to hold back his excitement and rushed directly towards the boss's chair. What cover do you need? Straight up. Fuck it and be done with it. Ha ha ha. Before the words fell, he who had leapt forward had already pulled out the dagger at his waist, towards the other party's head, and ruthlessly plunged it over. Half an hour later, Long Lingxiang, who was wearing black-framed glasses and a black mask, used her athletic stance to bypass the security's line of sight and walked into the elevator. A minute later, the elevator door opened. In the surveillance watch, she calmly out of the elevator, into the dead corner of the surveillance, come to the rooftop of the building. She neatly removed the suit and pants she was wearing, revealing the black tights underneath. Perfect curves exposed. Leaping over the parapet and using the rope in her bag, she carefully landed by the window 1 floor below. The passageways leading to it are all equipped with surveillance. Anyone who comes here is subject to questioning. It was out of necessity that she had used this method to enter the core of the building. The moment she jumped into the rest area, Long Lingfong held her breath. Like a leopard cat hunting in the dark of night, he cautiously stepped in the direction of the chairman's office. She knew that the building looked formal, but in reality, it housed quite a few martial artists. Even more, there are special inhuman with special abilities, always protecting the big shot here and the secrets that can never be known by outsiders. For this reason, she had to be extremely careful, or else all her previous efforts would be undone. After surveying the area to make sure she wouldn't be spotted by the surveillance, she let out a heavy breath and rushed to the office door, placing her hand on the knob. Click dash. The next moment, the doorknob turned, followed by a strong smell of blood, like a tsunami, slamming into her face. It almost made her, the leader of the patrol division's operations team, vomit on the spot. However, not waiting for her to be surprised why there was such a strong smell of blood in the luxurious office, the image after opening the door directly shook her in place. How did? Like this? Chapter 63, Your Mom's Dead. The gorgeous office seemed to be closed off by a miasma. There's no wind. Time seems to stand still here. There was no flow of breath. And in this office, there are 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. They are all doing the same thing. Stabbing each other with knives. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. One of the men kept laughing as if he was excited. How strange. Why are we hurting each other? And what's even more interesting is why both of my legs were cut off by you guys. My insides. You've all been gutted. And I'm still alive? Is this that man's power? It's also too amazing. The other man was filled with despair and hurt his companion, but never stopped. Is this the inhuman? Just what level of inhuman can be terrifying to this extent? Hey, Malika? You, say something. At this moment, it was clear that he only had half of his head left, but he was still hissing in terror. It's not going to die at all. Horrified to the extreme. Lang Lingfong seemed to have discovered something and subconsciously turned her head. Then I saw that the Malika in the man's mouth was on the ground. The mouths that wanted to answer them were placed in the other corner, constantly opening and closing, but couldn't make a sound. What the hell is going on here? Long Lingfong, whose legs were weak, sat paralyzed on the ground, looking at the scene in front of her, stunned to the extreme. That's when the 3 people inside seemed to recognize her presence. They all looked at her with their eyes or something indescribable. It was as if he understood something. Their eyes instantly lost the luster of life. Wow dash. After restoring the corpse to the state it should be in, it fell to the ground. The rooftop, beneath the lightning rod at the highest point. Han Shenmo looked at the place where Lang Ling Shuang jumped off and was hesitating, whether or not to go down and help the other party to ease her mood. To him, what's happening down there is just a small scene, but for the average person on Earth, not so much. Zera dash. Suddenly, the list floating beside him was wrapped in a purple flame and turned into ashes. In the end, he ignored the female inspector and took a step forward. The moment he fell to the ground, the spatial rift then opened. In the apartment, sensing the movement behind her, Chen Shui, who was sitting on the sofa, subconsciously stood up, rushed over, and hugged the other party. Back. Is there some kind of trouble? This time, it seems to have been delayed a bit, Han Qianma blandly said. I saw that it was still early, so I played for a while. Chen Shui looked at the other party who was walking towards the sofa with a surprised face. Play? Without hiding anything, Han Qianlong briefly described what happened tonight. After hearing this, Chen Shui couldn't help but feel emotional. Those 3 idiots. They really deserved it. But, is it really okay for that lady inspector to see your play? Han Qianlong had a needless look on his face. For us, whether it's her or someone else seeing that image, it should all be assumed that it was the group of bodyguards who inadvertently killed their employer during the infighting in the big fight. As for her, it doesn't matter much if you can handle it mentally. Chen Shui did not see that picture with her own eyes, and felt that as an inspector, her mental capacity should not be so bad. Then it shouldn't be a problem. Pouring the other woman a glass of water, she wondered, so when are you going to do it when you get the list? Take the list. It's certainly not for collecting. The lives of that group, she knew, were counting down. Han Qianma said blandly, I've memorized their appearance. Tomorrow, it's enough time to get out of class. Tonight would be fine. But he saw a little something in Chen Shui's eyes and decided not to go out again. Chen Shui guffawed and lifted the hem of her skirt a little higher. See, black silk, the 9 heavens continent. There shouldn't be this kind of thing, right? Han Qianlong looked at it faintly. There really isn't one. The view returned to the chairman's office on the top floor of the building. Long Lingfong, who had already adapted, tried to maintain her composure and utilized the steel wire in her hand to open the safe in front of her. In order to manipulate those tycoons, Wang Yuanrong's hand will definitely keep their handles. Taking the information inside into her hands and flipping through it, she was relieved. Sure enough, I guessed right. After a quick review, she still frowned. Is the list hidden somewhere else? It's okay, that's enough evidence. As for the list of participants, after all these years of investigation, she already had a good idea in her mind. It doesn't matter if it's there or not. Looking at the things in her hand, Long Lingfong was slightly in a trance. Never thought that this trip would actually go so well. On her way out, she took one more look at the body on the ground before she turned and walked out the door with a long-lasting palpitation. Who dash? Leaving the building and returning to the car, Long Lingxiang let out a long breath of relief. Looking up at the building, she once again recalled, sure that she had left absolutely no traces before she drove off in her parked SUV. The next day, in a private room of a club, the hungover Wu Zihao was forcibly woken up. He was about to lose his temper when he saw that the person who came was the very person he wanted to see, and he hurriedly collected his anger. There you are, sit down. Zhong Junxian was a friend of Wu Zihao's, whose father was Zhong Jianbin, the chairman of the Shanshui group, who had also once topped the richest man in Daxia. He and his father, both members of the Cloud Mountain Society, are also avid players of the Squid Game. As the banker of the Yunshan Club, Wang Yuanrong will certainly not allow his son to participate in this seemingly gambling, but is actually a game of deception. Therefore, Wu Zihao's previous involvements were mediated by Cheng Chunhyun, participate in the bet through the help of the other side. In other words, Zhang Junhyun is the one who guided him to participate in the game and become an associate member. Looking at Wu Zihao, who was sitting paralyzed on the sofa, Zhong Junxian pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and a warm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you in a bad mood? Why are you drinking like that? Wu Zihao was just about to open his mouth. The phone on the side suddenly vibrated. Picking it up, it was his old man calling, and more than once, he hurriedly made a stop motion to Zhang Junhyun and picked up the phone. What's wrong, Dad? Asked Zhang Junhyun to meet here to borrow money. Anyway, already on the phone with his old man, he decided that he would first ask his family for. If the other party doesn't give it, then he will ask Zhang Junhyun for it, because he still felt that the interest rate that Zhang Junhyun was charging was too high. The phone was connected, but he didn't hear the other party's voice. Wu Zihao paused, so he planned to talk about himself first. Dad, can you lend me some more money? As a result, the next moment, on the other end of the phone, came the response of his old man gritting his teeth. Your mom's dead. These 2 chapters are on the dark side. If you don't like it, just say so and I'll write less of this plot in the future. Chapter 64, Bloodline Spell Kill. Dad, how do you curse? Wu Zihao, who was holding the cell phone, froze in place. He knew he might not be as good as the other person expected him to be. Also know that you've approached your family for a lot of small goals before. All of them failed to start up. Ask for more money and the other person is sure to get angry. But how could he not expect that the other party would break into a rage as soon as he came up, and cursing so hard? Dad, don't get mad yet. Wu Zihao let out a breath. For the money, we can. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Wu Shanjui on the other end of the phone spoke again. I'm not kidding you. Your mom's dead. This death is the same death you understand. Swish dash. Hearing these words, Wu Zihao was startled violently and covered his forehead with his hand. This can't be. My mom was fine yesterday. Yesterday, I even talked to her on the phone. How can it be gone today? With a heavy heart, Wu Shanju briefly elaborated on the situation. For what it's worth, it would be the enemy who paid off some bodyguard, trying to assassinate your mom when the other bodyguards found out. As a result, they fought and still killed your mom by mistake. The bodyguard is dead. Your mom's dead too. Poof dash. Wu Zihao's body went limp and he directly sat down on the ground. No mom? It wasn't until this moment that he was sure that the other man wasn't joking, much less cursing. One really doesn't have a mom. Wu Shanjui on the other end of the phone took a deep breath to ease his heavy heart. Now is not the time to dwell on that. The fact that the enemy dared to strike like this proves that the situation has reached an irreversible point. I'll take care of the revenge. You don't have to worry. All you have to do now is keep yourself as safe as possible. Wu Zihao snapped back to his senses. You mean I'm stuck at home for a few days? Can't go anywhere? In his subconscious, his own life is more important than mom's revenge. Wu Shanjui responded. Did you not understand what Laozi just said? Suddenly returning to his senses, Wu Zihao nodded repeatedly. Yeah, mom can be betrayed by the people around her. I'll only end up worse if I go home. So, where can I go then? Eastern Japan, Silla, or Ms. Yuri Fry? Wu Shanjui thought about it. Now, not to mention leaving the country. Even if you leave the East Sea, there's a high chance that you'll die on the road due to an accident. Tell you what, for the time being, you'll live at the school. I'll send my cronies to protect you in secret. Obviously, as the top tycoon of the Eastern Sea, he still felt that the school was far safer than his home in today's situation. After all, the school was crowded, and even professional killers had to consider the repercussions of killing someone. School? Wu Zihao couldn't understand the other party's intentions. Dad, you're not kidding me. Live at school? Isn't that sticking a label and selling your head and waiting for the killer to come and kill you? Wu Shanjui's tone was a bit more serious. If you don't want to die, do as I say. Don't worry, I won't give you too much money, but I won't let you starve either. In the meantime, you just delegate everything until after this matter is over. The other guy doesn't understand the situation, and he can't possibly not understand it too. Learned that the other person had hung up. The powerless Wu Zihao remained paralyzed on the ground, as if he had aged 10 years, his face full of trance. It tickles. How come it tickles so much? Just then, Zhang Junhyun, who was sitting on the couch, suddenly spoke up and ripped off his clothes, scratching his chest. Wu Zihao didn't turn around and said feebly, "My mom's dead. Aren't you even going to comfort me?" However, after the words had fallen for a long time, there was still no reply from the other party. Wu Zihao turned back then, frowning tightly. "Hey, I'm talking to you at." As a result, before the words were finished, he froze in place, his pupils, in a split second, dilated to the extreme, as he watched in amazement. Zhang Junhyun, who was sitting on the sofa, was smiling, saying itchy and scratching his chest. Wu Zihao found out. At this moment, the other party's originally white chest had been scratched by the other party himself to the point where it was bloody and skinned. Even so, the other party still had no intention of stopping either. Like he couldn't feel the pain. He kept snapping the flesh and blood and breaking the ribs, even the whole hand, into his chest. Wu Zihao was stunned. "What are you doing?" "No." Not caring about the other party's discouragement, Zhang Junhyun was full of smiles and seemed to be getting more and more excited. "I'm curious. What color is my heart? Anyway, I want to see it. Don't you? Want to see it?" Wu Zihao's entire body was dumbfounded. Are you crazy? Is that thing something you can just look at if you want to? Dash. In the next moment, along with the splash of blood, Zhang Junxian really did pull out his heart. An excited smile covered his miserable face as he looked at the heart in his hand that fluttered a few times and slowly stopped. "Ha ha, I guessed right. Sure is black." As the words fell, the smile on his face faded into a twist of pain, and immediately afterward, such a look was frozen on his face forever. This scene was watched in its entirety by Wu Zihao. At a loss for words, he fell silent for a long time, but eventually he couldn't help himself and let out a hiss of horror. Rich neighborhood. In some heavily guarded villa, Wu Shankue finished his last call and turned to face the shadow behind the screen, groveling. "You guessed it right. Zhong Jianbin, dead, and he, the last member of the Cloud Mountain Society." Reflected in the screen above the silhouette motionless, as if there is not a hint of emotional fluctuations. There was a moment of silence before she spoke. "I know. Noon. Donghai University cafeteria. Let Emily go and get the food, so that the other party can choose her favorite food." Lin Ruoyu signaled Han Xianma, and together with the other party, they went outside to the garden. "You warned me earlier that something was wrong with Emily. I've been observing specifically for the past 2 days. Didn't really find anything on the horizon." Without waiting for Han Xianma to speak, Lin Ruoyu voiced her judgment. "That doesn't rule out, however, the possibility that she has ulterior motives." Han Xian asked, "What did you find out?" He knew that the other man's words, though they sounded contradictory, were not, in fact, contradictory. Lin Ruoyu was thoughtful. "From what I've seen of her in the past 2 days, and what I've learned about her before, she is, as a person, a very good friend indeed, and there's no major problem. But if you open up the grid and think about it from a higher dimension, the odds of her having a problem are, indeed, not small." Chapter 65 East Sea Changes Sky. Lin Ruoyu explained. Emily's family, in the local area of Meili Frying, is considered upper middle class, enthusiastic about world culture. She has traveled to many countries including Dacia, France, Germany, the East and Koryo. She has said that the country she is most interested in is Dacia. The culture of Dacia has even reached the point of obsession. That's why she's so fluent in Dacia, why I was able to become friends with her, and why she was willing to help me and come back to Dacia with me. Han Xianmo did not interrupt the other party and let them continue. Lin Ruoyu continued. "I was able to become friends with her purely because of fate. but now it seems that this so-called fate is not as reasonable as it seems. Han Xianlong understood the other party's meaning. You're trying to say, she could be a spy? Lin Ruoyu nodded. She's from such a good family. She's so pretty, and her academic performance isn't even worse than mine. If she did lie to me, then the fact that she is a spy is the only and logical explanation. This judgment was made because she absolutely trusted the man in front of her. She didn't know the Ms. Yuri frying girl she'd known for a year or two, but she still didn't know the tablemate in front of her. That is to say, she didn't trust the other's intuition because she found out the end. Rather, they are deliberately looking for ends because they trust each other's intuition. A bit of speculation. It took her a moment to come to this conclusion. Han Xianlong saw a hint of indecision in the other's eyes. Well, let's just watch it for a while and see. He knew, for a fact, that the other man was still not quite willing to investigate his friend. After all, Emily did help her, and hadn't done anything to wrong her so far. The reason why I was willing to investigate, purely because it's just more trusting. Believing in yourself more doesn't mean the other person doesn't believe in Emily. Han Xianlong could see that. In essence, Lin Ruoyu still hoped that her guess was wrong. After all, it's hard for anyone to accept that a good friend has suddenly turned into a spy. Lin Ruoyu was silent for a moment. Good. Back there. I'll keep watching. Don't worry, whether she's a spy or not. I won't give her a chance to hurt me. Han Xianlong didn't retort. Let's eat. Between spies or not, he didn't care. He only knew that if Emily really had such a special identity, it would bring trouble to Lin Ruoyu sooner or later. This was something he would never allow to happen. After eating, the four parted ways at the entrance to the cafeteria. Han Xianma and Chen Shui didn't have any classes in the afternoon, so they were ready to go shopping. Chen Shui knew that just now, Lin Ruoyu had looked for Han Xianma, most likely for Emily's matter, and couldn't help but be curious. What did Lin Ruoyu say? That Emily, is there a problem or not? Han Xianlong nodded. Yes. After listening to the other party's detailed elaboration, Chen Shui frowned slightly. Spies? I go to. That's a possibility I really hadn't thought about before. So what are you going to do? Looking at Lin Ruoyu, it seems like she doesn't want to flip out with Emily. Listening to what she said before, without Emily, she wouldn't even be able to leave Ms. Yuri Fry and return to Daxia, whether Emily had ulterior motives or not. Essentially, it did help her. She doesn't seem like the kind of person who would be ungrateful. Having her turn against her benefactor is more than a little cruel from a personal emotional standpoint. Han Xianlong didn't retort. I know, so I'll settle this without her knowing. Chen Shui drifted off. You mean? Han Xianma said blandly, if she's not a spy, anything is fine. If she is, she must die. As to whether she was killed by me, or by the organization behind her, or captured by the relevant authorities, none of it is essentially different. Chen Shui understood the other party's meaning and nodded. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly realized that two men dressed in Zhongshan suits, coming from the road, were blocking the front. Are you? Those two men didn't look at Chen Shui more than once, and their eyes were always on Han Xianma. Coming before and after the other side, they looked at each other and nodded. Among them, the slightly shorter one, while looking at Han Xianma, opened his mouth in a commanding tone. Mr. Pathfinder Han, right? We are officers of the Eastern Sea Patrol Division, and we have a case that requires your cooperation to assist in the investigation. Car wash. Long Lingfong, who was standing on the curb waiting to get her car, was still talking to her co-workers. Say again. Who died? The co-worker on the other end of the line had a tone of disbelief, including Wang Yuanrong and Zhong Jianben. As we speculated earlier, the members of the Cloud Mountain Society are all dead. Not only that, their immediate family members, they also died at the same time, in different ways, one after another. It really is the death of the whole family. Long Lingfong was stunned. Did you just say in a different way? The co-worker on the other end of the line responded. Yes, they all died in peculiar ways. Either that or use something hard enough to smash your own head in. Either that or use your hands, scratch through the flesh and blood, and pull out your own heart. Everyone dies differently, but both the eyewitness statements and the surveillance footage are enough to prove that they were suicides. If it weren't, all these people would have died in the same time frame. Guess we really have to assume they killed themselves with their own hands. Long Lingfong was filled with dismay. Is it inhuman? The top martial artists can do the job of driving those bigots out of business, but the means are definitely not this weird. Definitely inhuman. And it's the top of the line inhuman. What does it say? She knew that her colleagues in general did not know about the existence of the inhuman. Venturing out with your judgment will only cause unnecessary trouble. The colleague responded. The top has characterized this matter as a vendetta of top martial artists. The reason why it's so tragic and the way the deceased died was unusually bizarre is because the martial artist who did it was very strong. It has reached the peak of the earth realm, or even stepped into the heaven realm. So we can't handle it with just our abilities. They'll send someone directly from headquarters to take over the case. That is to say, we don't need to be in charge back there. Just need to cooperate with them when they need it. Lang Lingfang had already guessed such an outcome, and just wanted to open her mouth and tell the other party not to worry about it, and just do what she was told from above, out of the corner of his eye. However, he suddenly scanned the two students who were stopped by two men in Zhongshan suits at the entrance of Donghai University. She recognized at a glance that those two were no one else but Chen Shui and Han Qianrua, whom she had met before, especially that Han Qian. She knew that the other person was also an inhuman. Chapter 66, My dad's name is Lang. Chen Shui knew that it didn't matter if the other party was from the patrol division or not. Lord Demon couldn't even go with them. After some questioning, she realized that the two men had the same lack of intention to compromise. Sighing slightly, he could only cover his face and back away. It was at this time that Lung Lingxiang, who had arrived in time, blocked Han Qianma's front and, with questioning eyes, looked at the two men. You are? She was wearing civilian clothes today, and the two men didn't recognize her at first. After a brief look around, he identified himself as an officer of the police department. After hearing the other party's words, Lang Lingfang let out a cold snort and directly pulled out her own documents. East China Sea Patrol Division. Operation Team Leader Lang Lingxiang. Since you two are also from the East Sea Patrol Division, why hasn't this captain seen you before? The two looked at each other with a slight frown. The man at the head of the group repocketed his coat pocket. Here are my papers. You probably haven't seen it, but it doesn't matter. You call your leader directly. He'll tell you what to do with us. Lang Lingfang glanced at it, and even though it was the first time she had seen it, she still thought of a department. You're from the Secret Adjustment Division? The other man was slightly stunned and glanced at his companion, full of surprise. I can't believe you know about the Secret Adjustment Division. By the looks of it, you're no ordinary patrolman. Lang Lingfang didn't hide it. I'm a regular patrolman, but my father, last name is Lang. She knew that in this situation now, if she didn't move out the people behind her, these two people in front of her would not be able to stop at all. Hearing the word cold, the two of them were surprised and kept scrutinizing the young female inspector in front of them. After a moment, they looked at each other and nodded. The slightly taller man took his cell phone and stepped aside. The slightly shorter man glanced at the departed targets and asked with a frown, Are they your friends? Lang Lingfang turned around, and only then did she notice that Han Qianma had already taken Chen Shui and left, not putting her, and those two men, in her eyes at all. A drop of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Turning back to the man who had asked the question, Lang Lingxiang nodded. Sort of. You're looking for him because. The man didn't retort, and waited for his companion to finish his call and whisper a few words in his ear before he continued to speak. Exactly. It is suspected from above that he is inhuman. The leader of your Eastern Sea Patrol Division submitted the files of those previous disappearances to the General Directorate. The Directorate General forwarded it to us. After several professionals there analyzed it, we finally came up with the probability of Han Qianrua being an inhuman, which is as high as 32%. Attention must be paid. Lang Lingfang muttered in her heart, this decimal point. How did you guys figure it out? After a moment of silence, she looked at the pair with a straight face. He's not. Plus, in addition to being my friend, he's also the subject of my current investigation. So back there, you guys stay away from him, so as not to interfere with my case. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other with incredibly complicated expressions. If it were usual, and the other party was an ordinary patrolman who said such things to them, they would have been unable to hold back their laughter. But this time, they didn't laugh, because they knew that the other party was not an ordinary patrolman. The other man's father's name is Lang, the face of Bureau Lang. We definitely have to give. The man at the head of the group spoke blandly, but if something goes wrong, the responsibility must be Ms. Lang's own. Lang Lingfang nodded without hesitation. Good. Receiving an affirmative reply from the other party, the two of them did not say anything else, looked at each other, turned around and walked into the crowd not far away. Slightly relieved, Lang Lingfang turned around, only to realize that Han Qianma and Chen Shui had long since disappeared. Sighing, she immediately pulled out her phone and called her co-worker. Look up Donghai University for me. Han Qianrua's phone number. No, then check Chen Shui's. A minute later, she hung up and dialed the number her co-worker had told her about. Miss Chen Shui, is it? I am Lang Lingxiang from the East Sea Patrol Division. You and your boyfriend. Free right now? I'd like to buy you both a cup of tea. Don't get me wrong. It's real tea. Headquarters building of Han Yuan Group. In the chairman's office. Su Jianhao, Su Wanjuan's son, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out the window, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. He said he should cry because his old man Su Wanjun committed suicide. He should laugh because it wasn't just his old man who killed himself, and his grandfather, his great-grandfather, his great-uncle, his second uncle, his third uncle, his fifth uncle, his sixth uncle, his seventh uncle, cousins, they all committed suicide. Overnight, all of the family's direct line, as well as the contenders for the chairmanship, all hiccuped. He did nothing to become the sole and greatest heir to the family and the company. If it weren't for a couple of big families next door, something similar happened. The board really suspected that he was the one who moved to exterminate his entire clan. It's come to this, they have no choice. Had to let this dude take over the reins of the company. Zhao Tai on the side didn't know if Su Jianhao, at this moment, wanted to laugh or not. Anyway, he could hardly hold it together. Boss. Seeing the other's face suddenly tighten a few points, he hurriedly changed his words. Chairman? Only after realizing that the other party's face had regained its coziness did he continue. Chairman, it looks like this murder is targeting the entire Cloud Mountain Association, and the targeting is only those directly involved in the game. Others will not be implicated. Others don't know it, but he knows it very well. The person who joined the Cloud Mountain Association and participated in the game was actually Su Jianhao. Ko Kin-ho was not qualified before he used his old man's name. In other words, Su Wanjun didn't even know that he had joined the Cloud Mountain Society. Over the years, his son has been practicing for him on his account. In Zhao Tai's opinion, this was the reason why Su Jianhao didn't die. But Su Wanjun as well as all the people of the Su clan were almost dead, because in the eyes of others, Su Kin-ho is just an errand boy. However, Ko Kin-ho does not think so. You go and get ready. Dasha's real estate is no longer working. Transformation and all that, it's not going to get done for a while. Instead of being a sitting duck, we should cultivate a group of forces that are only loyal to this chairman. By doing so, I won't necessarily make more money, but at least I can make sure that in the future, only I will bully others, and others won't be able to bully me. In his opinion, if the Avengers are only targeting participants in the game, then his grandfather, uncle and other non-immediate family members should not die. He couldn't figure out now why he was still alive when everyone in his family was dead. He only knew that the danger had not disappeared, and if he wanted to survive and avenge his family's deaths, he had to recruit and enlist more martial artists, even the foreigners. Chapter 67 Lu Jiaojiao's own sister. The building next to the headquarters building of Han Yuan Group. The office building next to it, in one of the floors. Inside the still spacious office, Lu Jiaojiao, who had a lousy, even haggard face, sat on the sofa and looked at the sinister figure who was standing by the window and making a phone call. Every now and then a glance to the left or right articulated the fear in her heart. Sister. It was the I don't know how many times she had called out to the other person. Yet they were always answering the phone and had absolutely no idea of hitting on her. The Lu family has 3 children. Lu Jiaojiao was the second oldest in the family, 5 years younger than the woman in front of her. Her big sister. Eldest sister's name is Lu Xiuxiu. Dropped out of school at 18 and went out to start his own business. The first income brought home was a whopping $30,000, but the parents weren't satisfied, because there is a younger brother in the family. Their goal is for both sisters to study as little as possible, spend as little as possible of the family's money, and to save a large sum of money for the family before their brother turns 18. This way, even if my brother fails to get into college, I can use the money to pave the way for my brother. Add to that the expenses of going to college, working after graduation, and even more after that, buying a car and a house, getting married and having children. The parents had done the math for both of them, and it was almost $3 million or so. This can be incredibly stressful for the girls, who were teenagers at the time. Eventually, Lu Xiuxiu broke down, completely disappointed with her family of origin. She gave her family the last up to $1 million in cash, and then chose to run away from home. That money, she borrowed it. It was only in the last 2 years that the principal and interest were just about paid off. The company that was started has taken off. Life and career looked to be on track. As it turned out, the sister in the family, in turn, sought it out. Poof dash. Lu Xiuxiu, who hung up the phone, threw the phone on the table, wrapped her arms around it, and looked at her own sister, who was sitting on the sofa. Say, what is it? Although she was only 5 years older than Lu Jiaojiao and was still the other party's own sister, she was far superior to Lu Jiaojiao in terms of looks, figure and temperament. Put in the school, at least is the school flower level. It's just a shame that she, who had good grades and good looks, left school early because she had a younger brother at home. Lu Jiaojiao dodged her eyes and swallowed. I don't want to go to school. I want to work for you. Do a job. Originally, they were unfortunate sisters because of the existence of their brother. But after Lu Xiaoxiu left home, the regretful parents came to their senses. Love for Lu Jiaojiao, day by day more and more, even to the end, more than the brother. Having been in the rain together, according to normal human thinking, at that time Lu Jiaojiao should go to Lu Xiaoxiu, even if there is no need to persuade the other party to go home. She should also share a part of the happiness that she has received with the other party, make each other feel at home. As a result, Lu Jiaojiao did not do so, but instead looked on with cold eyes and even mocked the other party's situation. A few $1,000s a month in pocket money won't help the other person pay off their debt, but it will at least help them with their survival. However, even when the other person was at her worst, she didn't lend a helping hand even once. Now that she was desperate, she remembered that her own sister, who had started her own business, had become the owner of a small company. Be cheeky and come to the other side for help too. No way, because she knew that there was no other choice for her. Right now, Yu Su was not impressed. Then go to personnel and go through the formal process of interviewing. Remember, don't tell them you're my sister. They'll just brush you off if you tell them. Seeing that the other party was leaving, Lu Jiaojiao hurriedly got up. Sis, how could you? I'm your own sister. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't bother, and after giving an explanation to the security at the door, she took her assistant and walked into the conference room. Didn't take Lu Jiaojiao's matter to heart at all. Upon entering the conference room, she directly opened her computer and displayed the blueprints she had planned. To this day, it's safe to say that the company has solved all of its foundation-level problems and has entered the development phase. What I want to say is, Su Wanjun and Zhong Jianbin, once the richest men in Daxia, are dead. The East Sea, and even the entire Daxia business world, will experience a huge shock. For others, it could be a disaster. But for us, this is definitely a once-in-a-century opportunity. Because, we would have stood at the bottom of the valley, not afraid to lose. The crowd looked uplifted, and with silent stares, expounded their determination and vigor. Just when the crowd was still thinking about the future and discussing passionately, the assistant took a piece of information and walked over to Lu Xiaoxiu. Mr. Lu, this is what you asked me to look into. After glancing at the information handed over by the other party, Lu Xiaoxiu was violently stunned. How did? Like this? The assistant sighed. Say it was an accident. It's not just the Han Pathfinder. All the big bodies inside, all burned to ashes. None were spared. The original impassioned Lu Xiaoxiu, as if poured a pot of cold water, his face gradually turned pale. Those below noticed the change in her face. Can't stop whispering. What's wrong with Mr. Lu? Is it hard to believe that the company is in some kind of trouble again? No, it's because of a man named Pathfinder Han. This man, who was originally the suitor of Mr. Lu's sister, was later killed by Mr. Lu's sister. It was out of guilt that Mr. Lu kept an eye on the deceased all these years. Even want to spend money to buy back the remains that are stored at the University of East China Sea and made into large bodies, properly buried. Because Mr. Lu thinks that Han Qianma's parents, because of their lack of money, sold their son as a specimen to Donghai University. Someone retorted, really? How did I hear that it's because Mr. Lu and Han Qianma did the same school? When I was studying, Han Qianma borrowed money from Mr. Lu and didn't return it. Mr. Lu only unforgiving. With her sister, it's nothing at all, is it? The crowd froze. Is Mr. Lu so careful? Why do I feel that this version of you is even more bullshit? Yes, saying that General Lu had a crush on Han Qianma. That's why he couldn't let go of that obsession. I even think it's possible. Oh, money? I borrowed $200 from Mr. Lu last month, and I haven't paid it back yet. Mr. Lu didn't say anything. A grudge from your reading days. Remembered until now? She's not even that petty. Okay, someone joked. Oh wow, you're screwed. Hurry up and pay it back. Otherwise, you'll end up like that Han Qianma. Death won't even be spared. The one who owed the money turned pale. No, don't you guys scare me. Looking up, she realized that General Manager Lu, who, as she remembered, had always been very good at getting along, had long ago taken his assistant and walked out of the conference room. Outside the conference room, Lu Xiaoxiu wiped her tears and said to the assistant beside her, take $1 million to his parents. She was sure that with the other's ability, she must know what to do, so that the other would take it. The assistant blushed. $1 million? Mr. Lu, you said before that the company has now reached a critical time for development. There wasn't much money on the books to begin with. $1 million? Would that be too much? Lu Xiaoxiu didn't give the other party a chance to say more. Just go and do it, and for the rest, don't worry about it. After saying that, she pretended that nothing had happened and stepped away. In a coffee shop on the food court of Tunghai University, Lang Lingfang looked at Han Qianmo in front of her, a faint killing intent in her eyes, nothing else. Only because the man in front of her had fed her dog food all afternoon. I invited him for tea, but he just said, no time. She had no choice but to follow them and wait for them to be available. The result was an afternoon spent watching these two stroll, shop, eat snacks, and smooch where no one else was. The most infuriating one actually boinked in front of her for half an hour, or the use of tools. She blushed at the sight and tried to find a hole to get into, but realized she was on a Ferris wheel and there was no hole. The moment. As soon as she remembered the previous picture, Lang Lingfang couldn't control her playful heartbeat. Her face was red, and her breathing was unconsciously rapid. Noticing this scene, Chen Shui, who had finished exchanging straws with Lord Demon, looked surprised. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Noticing Han Qianmo's seemingly unintentional gaze, Lang Lingxiang's delicate body trembled and hurriedly took a sip of the drink in front of her. It's nothing. The sun is too big today. It's a little bit hot. Chen Shui was not a fool. How could she not see that the red on the other party's face was a blush of shame? Is it because you saw how close you were to the demon lord? Although it is easy to show love to pull hate, but pull shy situation, or the first time to see. Suddenly thought of something, Chen Shui lowered her voice and tentatively asked, Officer Miss, you wouldn't. Have you ever gotten into a relationship yet? Otherwise, how could you be so ashamed? Shyer than a little girl in love. Swish dash. Hearing these words, Lang Lingfang was stunned and subconsciously looked away. Oh, how can that be? I'm a lot older than you guys alright. As she spoke, her face had already turned scarlet, as if it could drip water at any time. P.S. Lord Demon is ready to take on a little brother. Guess who? Chapter 68, Memorial Service. Let's get down to business. The red-faced Lang Lingfang hurriedly changed the topic and forced herself to look at Han Qianmo. The Cloud Mountain Association. You exterminated it, didn't you? This afternoon. She wasn't just watching the duo show their love. Still reasoning. Finally, she came to a conclusion. The one who destroyed the Cloud Mountain Association was definitely an inhuman. Whether it's one, or a bunch, it's hard to say. If it's one, the probability that this person is Han Qianrua is as high as 256%. Under these circumstances, it is almost certain that Han Qianmo is the murderer. Feeling that the atmosphere had suddenly become tense, Chen Shui, who was biting her straw, subconsciously looked toward Han Qianrua. After realizing that the other party had no intention of paying attention, he then swallowed the drink in his mouth and turned back to look at Lang Lingfang in front of him. Are you asking casually, or are you asking in your capacity as head of the Patrol Division's operations team? If it's a casual question, you don't have a need to know. If it's in the capacity of the Patrol Division's operations team leader, I'd advise you to give up investigating this matter, because keep looking into it and you're going to get a lot of people killed. Lang Lingfang wrapped her arms around herself and looked at Han Qianrua with a bemused expression. I'm on vacation today. Any idea why I would be on vacation at this time? It's because I've been working on the case for a long time and I've got the evidence. Just at the doorstep, the suspects are all dead without a single one left. So at this time, even if I wanted to do something, I have nothing to do. It's almost time to get through. Someone was on a roll and made it straight to the finish line. The previous efforts, all in vain. She was also more than a little distracted. As the head of the operations team, she certainly knows that the death of a suspect makes the case impossible to pursue. This is also the reason why many corrupt officials choose to kill themselves by swallowing the gun after their deeds have been exposed. Because they also know that when the subject of the investigation dies, the case is closed and will not be pursued further. If you swallow a gun and kill yourself, you die, but you save your family. Looking at the cloudy man in front of her, Lang Lingfang didn't know if she should be happy or feel bad. She was happy because she knew that the villains were now in a situation that the law could not give them. If one person does evil, the whole family dies. Even as the head of the Patrol Division's operations team, she felt good, hard. On the other hand, because she understands that this is a cool way to handle the situation, but it doesn't make sense, and at least on a legal level as well as in terms of social implications, it's very poorly handled. More importantly, she understood that if this matter was really done by Han Qianlong, obviously, the other party's ability or inhuman level has far exceeded their own expectations. Left unchecked, it could very well lead to unintended disaster for this community. Seeing that Han Qianmuo still had no intention of hitching a ride, Chen Shui answered for the other party. You're on vacation, which means that you're now talking to us as an ordinary person. Then I still say that, as a normal person, you don't need to know that much, because knowing too much really isn't good for you. Long Lingfang always looked at Han Qianlong. If you're not a murderer, I have no reason to restrain you. If you're a murderer because you're killing evil people, all the more reason I shouldn't restrain you, because if I did that, not only would I get yelled at, even myself, I would feel sick. After a pause, she took a deep breath. What I'm trying to tell you is that I'm not what you think I am. A pedantic, rigid, one-dimensional person who looks at everything by the rules and doesn't distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil. The only reason I'm asking you is to determine your identity and then protect you only. She's not lying. Restraint is also a form of protection. The secret adjustment division's people had already noticed the other party. In her opinion, it didn't matter if the other party was the hero who got rid of that group of villains. As an inhuman, one should be subject to the restraints that come with being an inhuman. Freedom is relative. There are constraints that lead to freedom. Chen Shui sensed that Lord Demon had the intention of opening his mouth, so he did not answer. The next moment, Han Qianrua did open his mouth. No need. Hearing such an answer, Long Lingfang sighed in disappointment. So one last question. Are you really resurrected? If so, is there any way you can help my cousin? He's a man who, though obstinate at times, has little heart, is honorable, and is a good man. Bad people who do wrong, most of the time, have a chance to change their ways. It's not fair that he, a good man, a good patrolman, who did nothing wrong, should have to sleep long, I think. Han Qianlong didn't answer and continued to sip his drink and look at his cell phone. Chen Shui understood and got up to see off the guests. Overthink it. There is no such thing as resurrection in this world. He is really Han Qianmuo's big brother. He was sold to the north of Burma before and has no name. Now that he got himself back, without an official name, he took his brother's name. That's all. With a smile on her face, Chen Shui made a pleased gesture. It's been a hard afternoon of following, so this drink is on us. Goodbye, Captain Cold. Seeing the ultimate indifference in Han Qianma's eyes, the disheartened Long Lingshang stood up, only disappointment remaining on her pretty face. All right. Excuse me then. She definitely wouldn't believe Chen Shui's words, but she also wouldn't choose to target, or even go so far as to report Han Qianlong because of the other party's various rejections. After this conversation, she just recognized a fact. The man in front of me wasn't a bad guy, but he wasn't a good guy either. It's not worth deep friendship. Who dash? Looking at Long Lingfang's back, disappearing from sight today, Chen Shui took a long breath of relief. I turned around and realized that the other party had dropped an invitation on the chair. I picked it up and realized it was the obituary for the memorial service for reassurance. Knowing that it's too late to chase after them now, she can only look at Han Qianlong dumbfounded as she takes the obituary. Without looking at it more than once, Han Qianmo remained blandly sipping his drink and looking at his cell phone. East Sea Patrol Division. It is said to be a memorial service, but in fact, it is for colleagues to bow to the deceased and send them off. After all, Anson was murdered while investigating the case. It wasn't sacrificed during a major operation to capture a prisoner. In principle, there is no memorial service. However, it may be because an XIN is better liked. Although the above just let everyone mean a little, but the entire patrol division, including the highest responsible person, can be said to be absent. What doesn't work in principle? In private, people give a full plate. The reason is simple, because we all know that in the eyes of ordinary people, all the cases an XIN had solved before were just small ones, and did not have much credit. However, in the hearts of his colleagues, he is the most heroic and reliable partner, as well as a well-deserved hero, worthy of this honor. The moment. In the crowd, Lang Lingfang did not shed any tears, only her face looked pale and powerless. Yu Hua said, the loss of a loved one is never a rainstorm. As a co-worker, a leader, and the deceased's only family member in the patrol division, for a long time to come, her heart was destined to be shrouded in a thick layer of gloom that would not dissipate for a long time, because it is an unnatural death. Not yet to the coffin and cremation time, the body will be placed under surveillance as evidence. People who have nothing to do with the case are not to be contacted for no particular reason. At this moment, the monitoring room, responsible for monitoring the morgue screen suddenly appeared to shake, followed by a layer of snowflakes covered. I don't know how long it's been. The empty, eerie morgue. Anson's body lay calmly on the morgue bed, covered by a white cloth. The next moment, already cold, he sat up violently. Chapter 69 Zombie. White Sin. Rigid with a strong look of surprise. At this moment, an XIN sitting on the morgue bed could be described as incomparably stunned. This is where, subconsciously touching his forehead, the huge hole was very choking. At first, he thought he wasn't dead and had just fallen asleep before. He realized after touching the wound, what happened before was not a dream. I can't say I'm dead in my current state, but I'm certainly not alive. Just then, a tall, slender figure stepped out of the darkness, and Xin subconsciously turned around and stared. "It's you? You saved me?" Han Qianma, who walked up to the other party, blandly said. "Don't like it? This honored one will just let you lie back down." And Xin rushed to speak. "No, no." Although there was no shortness of breath or trembling of his body, the shock on his face still articulated an inner tremor. He knew that the man in front of him was an inhuman, and that he was good. "But I didn't expect the other side to be so bullish. You can even bring people back from the dead? This is not inhuman. This is simply divine." After slowing down his excitement, and Xin looked at his hands filled with doubt. "I just don't understand. How did I get to be like this? Also, am I considered alive now, or am I dead?" Han Pathfinder said bluntly. "Non-human, non-ghost." To explain it scientifically, consciousness is confined to incorruptible flesh because of some force. In layman's terms, the soul is still there. The physical body has been restored to normal, but the functions are not there. And Xin looked surprised. "Non-human, non-ghost? What is this?" Han Qianlong's face didn't change. "Zombies have heard of them. You are, right now, the equivalent of a zombie." He's not good at creating or fixing. The only thing that could be done was to use magic chi to restrict the soul of the other party to the body, and at the same time, using magic chi to make this body incorruptible. Of course, the other side can also cultivate such a thing as Yuan Shen. By relying on the nourishment of the spirit, it is also possible to slowly revitalize the body like he did. It's just a shame. The aura of this world is very thin, and it is simply not enough for people to cultivate a high-level soul like Yuan Shen. However, although it wasn't a resurrection in the true sense, in Han Qianlong's opinion, and Xin's current state was much better than average. It even reached a level that would make ordinary people envious. In this state now, although there was no breathing, no heartbeat, and even no body temperature, the other features were no different from a corpse except that it looked like an ordinary person. But it's possible to live forever. As long as the demonic aura doesn't dissipate, the other party will be able to keep living. It doesn't get old. Although you will be hungry, you won't die if you don't eat, and never get sick. As long as they are not ashes and ashes, the body can automatically recover from even the heaviest injuries. Apart from not being able to have children, it can be said that there are only advantages and not a single disadvantage compared to ordinary people. Such a resurrection is, in a sense, a blessing. Zombies? Anshan's arms tensed and his body shook twice. Glutinous rice? Lin Zhangying? Han Qianlong said blandly. "It's not Lin Zhangying, it's the stiff pact. Not afraid of glutinous rice, not afraid of charms. Have to say what to be afraid of. Then it's only this one. If my father can make you alive, he can naturally make you dead. If he could breathe, and Xin would be gasping for air at this moment. Then why did you save me? We don't, have anything to do with it." Han Qianma said blandly. "If you save it, you save it. Where are all the whys? My father never needs a reason to do anything." In fact, it was Chen Shui who had been chanting in his ear, saying that an Xin, the inspector, did not deserve to die, that good people should live long lives, and that bad people should have their entire families die. He got a little tired of listening to the man before him and gave him a second chance at life. Just a reminder. Han turned around and walked towards the dark corner. "Word of your death has spread because of the press conference. Now you're a dead man to everyone." Looking up again, and Xin realized that the other party's figure had already disappeared without a trace, leaving only echoes that reverberated in this empty and eerie morgue. There was a moment of silence. Anshan jumped away from the morgue bed. At this time he realized that he could not feel the coldness of the ground, because his own body was colder than the ground. "Cousin can help me get the inhuman number, but after that, I certainly won't be able to be a patrolman." Eyes covered in indifference, and Xin had a firm face. "What's the point of living if you can't be a patrolman and catch those evil people? Instead of living cautiously and coyly, it's better to let go of death." Reading the name on the tag, he ripped it off as soon as he could. "The white man who sins is ambushed. Since God has given me another chance, then I will live well. It doesn't matter what the rules are. What's important is not to have any more regrets." He then went down on one knee toward the place where God had disappeared. From this moment on, there is no more Anshan in the world, only white guilt. He's not a human being, so he doesn't need to follow the rules of the patrol. He was not a ghost, but vowed to take the demons left behind in the world and bring them back to hell. In the apartment, Chen Shui, who had finished her bath and was only wearing a white loose body shirt, suddenly felt something, put down the water bottle in her hand, and subconsciously turned around. Next moment, a spatial crack appeared in the center of the living room, and immediately after, the demon lord she had been longing for came out of it. Back, passing the water she had already poured to the other woman. She asked with a concerned look on her face, "Are you hungry? Do you want me to feed you below?" Han Qianlong waved his hand and sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. "I'm not hungry, and it's late, so you shouldn't be working." Chen Shui nodded and sat sideways on the other's lap. "How's it going, Emily? Killing it?" When the other party left, they didn't specify where they were going, and she assumed that the other party had gone to find Emily and solve the hidden problems for Lin Ruoyu. Han Pathfinder responded, "I resurrected an Xin." After listening to the other party's elaboration, Chen Shui froze in place on the spot. Thinking of her previous lament, she worried that the other party would think that she had deliberately said those words to induce the other party to resurrect an Xin. A look of panic. Han Qianlong waved his hand. "I know you're not like that, so you don't need to explain anything." Chen Shui was suddenly stunned, and only then did she realize that the other party actually wanted to resurrect an Xin as well, but just didn't have a suitable reason, which was why she used her own regret as an excuse. "He's Lord Demon, so of course he can't reveal these things." With a smile in her heart, the relieved Chen Shui changed her position and hugged her opponent's neck. Since you can resurrect an Xin, then why don't you resurrect that redhead of yours in the 9 heavenly continent? Between them, is something different? Explain, walking into a crack in space, disappearing in place, or taking 1,000 miles in one step are all forms of shrinking the earth into an inch. It's not like opening a rift between time and space and traveling between times or dimensions, as in the beginning. This is written purely to emphasize the dashing and handsome Lord Demon. Chapter 70 Extermination Level. Han Qianruo, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, opened his mouth indifferently. Definitely different. Anshin is human, and resurrecting him only requires repairing the body as well as stabilizing the soul. Beaver is a high-level cultivator. Her physical body is all secondary. To bring her back to life, in addition to retrieving the Yuan Shen, which is a more powerful soul, still need to find her original heir. With that said, he had spread his palms. A dense wisp of lavender, like a fire, pulsed slightly in his palm. When she died, she transferred all of her own origin heir to me. So, the heir of the origin I have. The most important thing now is to find her Yuan Shen. Even if it's just a wisp of a remnant soul, there's still a possibility of resurrection. Chen Shui curiously said, "She died in the 9 heavens continent. You were over there, didn't you find any clues?" Han Qianlong shook his head. "I am already the master of the 9 heavens continent, and with a single thought, I can explore the entire 9 heavens continent." After she left, I fused the power of chaos while exploring the entire space dimension. Thousands of years and nothing. Sighing slightly, Chen Shui couldn't help but murmur, "Could it have drifted into another dimension?" "You were able to cross over to the continent of the 9 heavens after your death. Perhaps she could have such an opportunity as well?" In fact, what she was trying to say was, not a trace could be found, and the person was mostly gone. But she knew that even if that were true, she couldn't just say so. People always still have to have some thoughts. Otherwise, she really can't imagine the long road to life in front of this demon lord how to move forward. Han Qianlong didn't retort. "Maybe, if it's really drifted to other realms and you want to look for it, you'll have to do your best to find it. Thousands of worlds and realms. Under a great thousand world, there are 3,000 middle thousand worlds, and under a middle thousand world there are countless small thousand worlds. Further below that, there were countless caves and blessed lands. Earth this kind of can't even be considered a realm, but rather just a blessed place in some small world. Trying to find a strand of residual soul in the entire thousand world was like finding a needle in a haystack." Chen Shui took a deep breath and looked at the other party with an affirmative expression. "You've got such a long life expectancy. Take your time and you're sure to find it. Flesh can be molded. You also have the heir of the origin, so as long as you find the remnant soul, you will be reunited." Her idea was simple, to paint a rosy picture of the grand finale for the other side. That way, the other person is motivated to stick around. Han Qianlong's face didn't change. "Overthink it. It's not enough to have these basic elements. My strength, I must still go further before I can do so." Chen Shui cocked her head. "You're all so strong. It has to go further?" It's a step she can't quite imagine. Han Qianlong nodded. Beaver is the Devil Dao Empress of the 9 heavens continent, and after the Great War, she even took control of the nether plane laws of the entire 9 heavens plane, became second only to my Lord God. The dimensional sovereign God possesses a divine character, and even if you collect all the 3 elements, you can't directly resurrect them. Legend has it that above the Lord God is the God of destruction, and then the God of creation. That is to say, in order to bring it back to life, my strength, I must reach the Genesis level. Chen Shui sighed in relief. "Listening to you, in between, it seems like there's only one level difference. A level, slowly simmer. Sooner or later, Han Qianlong smiled bitterly. Who knows? Before I went to the continent of the nine heavens, the strongest people there had cultivated up to the divine sovereign realm, and throughout history, only a handful of people have succeeded. I'm the only one in the nine heavens continent that has reached the immortality realm and is called an exterminating god. As for the realm after that, who knows what it is, who knows how much? Legend has it that one must step into the extermination level to have a chance to touch the creation level, but the lore doesn't say how big the chance is and how many paths there are in between. To destroy the world, you only need strength. What does it take to create the world? Do you know? Anyway, I don't know now. Chen Shui scratched his head. You haven't figured out what you've been thinking about for 100,000 years. I've only been alive for about 20 years, so how could I possibly figure it out? Frozen for a moment, she shook her head. If you can't think about it, don't think about it, just let it go. Dressed only in a loose-fitting bodysuit, her eyes watered and she pecked the other woman on the corner of her mouth. At this point, it's time to do business. Han Qianmo did not stop the other party's jade hand, but still said, in the afternoon, you told me that Emily wouldn't be coming back to school tonight? Chen Shui nodded as she drifted back to her senses. Aha! I poked around for you at dinner, listening to her. She's going to meet some online friend tonight. Won't be with Lin Ruoyu. What? Do you want to go over there now? Han Qianlong didn't retort. A visit won't take long. Chen Shui stared at the other party in a daze, struggling to adjust her already rapid breathing. Okay, she wondered. It's clearly all loaded. Why was this man still so calm? Even able to put on the brakes in time to keep his sanity and think about the real business of the day? Without saying anything more, Han Qianmo stroked the other's head and picked him up, placing him on the sofa to the side. 10 minutes. Whoosh dash. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure disappeared into thin air. Who dash? Slightly inhaling a breath, paralyzed on the sofa, Chen Shui's pretty face was red, looking at her fingers, lightly biting her lips. Then people will wait for you. 10 minutes. Inside the luxury suite of a 5-star hotel, the bathroom was filled with water vapor. Emily, who was wearing a waterproof Bluetooth headset, talked to the person on the other end of the line as she showered. Long blonde curls clung to her smooth white skin, tracing a proud curve. Good. Already out of the shower. She turned off the hot water and responded to the person on the other end of the line. That's it. I'm hanging up. Moisture can have a jamming effect on certain listening devices, and she was so cautious that she hung up before stepping out of the shower. Briefly wiping her body, Emily wrapped herself in a white towel, barefoot, and stepped out of the bathroom. Just as she walked over to the wine cooler, took out the red wine inside, poured herself a glass, and was about to drink it, she seemed to notice something and jerked back. Her eyes widened at the sight of the figure on the couch. When are you? However, not waiting for her to finish her sentence, a voice like a divine decree pressed on her petite body like a mountain. The moment she bent her legs and knelt to the ground, the bathrobe she was wearing fell to the floor in response. Chapter 71 Genesis Level. You're Lin's friend. Han. Emily, who recognized the other woman's identity, looked shocked. When did you get here? Is this a mind control type of ability? You're a mutant from Daxia. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Sitting on the sofa, in his hand, he did not know when, already carrying a glass of wine, Han Qianrua faintly opened his mouth. Tell me, what are you really? He was able to search his soul directly. But then, the other party would be ruined. The best thing to do is still to let the other person say who they are on their own. Buzz dash. With a violent shudder, Emily, who had heard the words as if she were possessed, her eyes were instantly vacant. I'm Emily. Ohio. Real identity is American chestnut frying CIA agent. No. As 5237. The purpose of coming to Daxia is to spy on Lin Ruoyu. At the same time, through the identity of Lin Ruoyu's good friend, he was exposed to the academic system of Daxia by informants while providing the organization with as much valid intelligence as possible. In addition to that, I have another mission, and that is to complete the buyout of Lin Ruoyu before she becomes a cutting-edge talent in Daxia. If she fails, she must be obliterated before she becomes a cutting-edge talent in Daxia. While answering the other, she was actually very conscious. At the moment, she was shaken beyond belief, because she realizes at this point that she only saw Han as a mutant, but underestimated the rank of the opponent. Bang dash. Just then, the chip implanted in his scalp and monitoring his brainwaves seemed to sense the agent's anomaly and suddenly exploded itself. The pain gave Emily a brief moment of recovery. You are not an ordinary student at all. Who the hell are you? How did you find something wrong with me? She thought to herself that her disguise was so seamless that it could not possibly be detected, even less likely to leave evidence that would give the other side a reason to do something to themselves. So at the moment she was puzzled. What exactly did the other person do to decide that he or she was not an ordinary person. After a moment's thought, Emily had a new guess. Is it possible that the other side can think invasion? Arrived here silently, relying on special abilities as well, plus the previous mind control. In other words, the other party has 3 mutant powers at the same time. How many levels of mutant is this? Han Qianlong thought about it and realized that he had nothing to ask, so he was ready to kill the other party. Emily, who had been professionally trained, instantly sensed the other party's killing intent and hurriedly opened her mouth. No, don't kill me. Whatever you want, I can give you anything. She was puzzled. When a spy is caught, shouldn't he be tortured and then deported? How come this man does not follow the rules at all, and kills after asking questions? Taking a deep breath, Emily tried to calm her apprehension. I know, Lin and Chen both like you. In Daxiao language, a man like you has no shortage of women, but I'm sure you've never, before, been exposed to a woman like me. Unable to move her body, she signaled her body with her eyes. Look, my body, not only perfect, but trained, including the muscles, are tight. As long as you let me go and swear not to tell anyone about today, I'll say yes and be your woman. It was only when she said the last 2 words that Emily realized that her body, which was slowly withering away, starting from her feet, was turning into ashes. Her pupils instantly narrowed to the extreme, a stunned look on her face as she looked at the man in front of her in horror, her heart trembling violently. This was the moment she realized, himself again double, underestimated the opponent's strength. Whoosh dash, a breeze blew by, and the white body and the long golden hair were completely turned into ashes. Han Qianmo did not change his face, spit out the red wine in the cup, got up and walked into the space crack. Smells like rotten grapes. Back in the apartment, he pulled Chen Shui, who was sitting on the sofa, waiting for him, into the bathroom and took a shower together. The next day, after thinking for a moment, Han Qianmo still told Lin Ruoyu what happened last night. If it's a misunderstanding, there's no need to hide it. If it wasn't a misunderstanding, he didn't feel the need to hide it. Of course, the most critical point, or he felt that he knew the sister should not be so fragile. After hearing the other party's words, Lin Ruoyu sighed deeply. Sorry, still giving you a hard time. It's a lie to say it's not hard to have a good friend turn into a spy, and a harmful one at that. But after learning that Emily had long had the intention of killing herself, the hard feeling in her heart was a great deal less. What's the point of pitying the other side when they're ready to kill themselves? Good death. Damn. So at this moment, in her heart, more than anything else, it was the guilt she felt after causing trouble for Han Qianmo. Han Qianmo blandly said, there's nothing measly or troublesome about it. I told you I'd protect you. Forever. Lin Ruoyu subconsciously raised her head and looked at the other party in a daze, her beautiful eyes flashing. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, just as Lin Ruoyu gathered her courage and slowly approached the other, hinting at the other. Han Qianmo, who hadn't noticed the clues, suddenly opened his mouth with a straight face. I'd like to say, with your accomplishments, if you continue on the path in front of you, it will become almost a certainty that you will enter the courtier in the future, as your excellence and value becomes more known. In the future, there will definitely be more and more people targeting you and even plotting against you, just to be on the safe side. I want you to do the same as Qin Shui and improve your strength after school. Han Qianmo spread out his palm, and an elixir appeared in his palm. Don't worry, I have plenty of body refining and foundation building pills here. This world doesn't have auras. I do. Lin Ruoyu looked at the glittering pill in the other party's hand, revealing the look of a little girl who loves pretty things. Yes, what girl could refuse such a beautiful potion? Right. Suddenly thinking of something, she pulled out a book. Earlier, you said that your own realm, there is still room for progress, but the prerequisite is that one must improve their state of mind, as well as comprehend the mysteries of creation. It's a science fiction novel, and I love it. I think you might be able to find a little inspiration from this novel. Han Qianlong took the novel handed by the other party. What it's probably about, Lin Ruoyu briefly elaborated. Something along the lines of, humans have invented an owl which stores all the knowledge in the world. Humans can ask it anything they don't understand. It knows everything and can answer anything. Until one day, a man asked it how to entropy reduction. Then it lapsed into silence for a long time before replying that there was insufficient data to answer. Han Qianlong came to be interested. And then what? Lin Ruoyu responded. Then as mankind explores, science advances, and the amount of knowledge that owl reserves increases. 100 years, 200 years, 500 years, 1000 years. At every stage, someone asks this owl, how about entropy reduction? But the answer, in the end, is still the same, not enough data to answer. Lin Ruoyu slowed down. Then after a long time, human technology kept advancing, and Al evolved to the point where he could improve, learn, and evolve himself without human improvement. But entropy increase is irreversible, and as the universe runs out of resources, human civilization, it eventually came to an end. At the moment when all the stars have dimmed and the universe is dead, about to fall into eternal night, the last humans, once again, asked that question. How about an entropic increase? But when it came down to it, Al's answer was the same, not enough data to answer. Han Xianlong had already guessed the ending, and then the human race died out. To be precise, it would be the universe, all living things, that came to an end. Because the increase in entropy is irreversible, the end of everything can only be chaos, nothingness. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Humanity is extinct. After many, many more years, Al is still thinking about it because it has evolved to become one with the most basic matter of the universe. As long as the universe remains, it will keep running. Humans have been extinct for tens of billions of years, and yet it's still pondering that question. How can entropy increase? Another long time has passed. The universe had fallen completely dead, as if it would never be the least bit alive again. What followed was a long period of dead silence, until at some point, the universe, which had long since become nothing, suddenly resounded with its echo. It says, first, there must be light, and so the darkness, the chaos, the nothingness, the unnameable space, and there was light. Chapter 72, Unrecognizable. After listening to the other party's exposition, Han Xianlong couldn't help but murmur, it takes light first. Could it be that the necessary condition for becoming a creator god is that one has to learn to control light? In front of Lin Ruoyu, he raised his left hand and condensed a strand of demonic energy in his palm. Along with the increased concentration of demonic qi, a deep purple glow, naturally, erupted. Han Xianlong was filled with doubt. And how, exactly, does one achieve control of the light? If it was just controlling the luminescence, it would have been easy for me a long time ago. Lin Ruoyu stared at this amazing scene in a daze. Perhaps the focus is not on mastery of light. Rather, cognitively. Han Xianlong was filled with doubt. Cognitive? The purple light reflected on the other party's stunning face, with a great sense of beauty that only a top magical girl could have. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but at this moment, he actually saw the remnants of the Empress on the other party's face. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Well, knowledge of the world, of everything in the universe. Although I don't know much about religion, I do know that in any religion, the so-called God, in the minds of the believers, must be an all-knowing and all-powerful being, omniscient, omnipotent. Those two conditions, what the hell is the concept? I don't know, but I think that omniscience comes before, in all probability, this condition, more than omnipotence. A thoughtful look came over her face as she said this. Come to think of it, in order to create the world, one must first understand it. Don't even know what the thing you want to create is, exactly, and how it works. How is that going to be created? That's why I think that wanting to become a true creation-level powerhouse, omniscience, may be the necessary and most important condition. Looking back at Han Xianmo in front of her, Lin Ruoyu shifted the conversation to novels. Isn't that what this book describes about Al? Until the destruction of the universe it was collecting data, also known as learning. In the end, it ended up rebooting. With a single word no, to be precise, it should have recreated the universe. In this novel, if there really is a god in existence, there is no doubt that it is a god. The moment, it was as if Han Xianma had been enlightened, and his eyes, which had remained unchanged for 10,000 years and had no waves in the ancient well, rippled. After listening to your explanation, I seem to understand something. Through the other party's hints, he became even more convinced that exploring Zai is definitely the right way to enhance his realm. Lin Ruoyu snapped back to her senses and slapped her forehead with a bitter smile. Was going to give you the book. As a result, I'm done giving spoilers before you've even read it. Han Xianmo returned to his senses and casually released the book into an invisible pocket as if by magic. It's okay, you've only given a rough idea of the plot. There are some details that you still need to read the book to understand. Don't worry, I'll definitely read the novel. Looking at the sky, he changed the subject directly. It's about time, let's go eat. Lin Ruoyu didn't say anything more, nodded and followed the other party's footsteps. Well, the two walked companionably, sometimes far away, sometimes close, like a young couple who had just started dating and wanted to hold hands, but were afraid to do so. People passing by saw it and were both envious and jealous. Not far, Wu Zihao, who was holding his new girlfriend in his arms and followed by two plainclothes bodyguards behind him, also saw the scene, and the smile on his face instantly froze. That guy is Han Qian's big brother? The one next to him, is the new school beauty of our school, Lin Ruoyu? The two bodyguards looked over at the same time. One of the bodyguards nodded and responded. Yes, on that day, it was the two of them who confronted Ms. Lu Jiajiu in full view of the public. That woman, even more so, degraded Miss Jiajiu Lu to the core, causing Ms. Lu Jiajiu to have to flee in the end. Wu Zihao had a gloomy face. That loser. What's the virtue? In his opinion, with his past strength, he could definitely take down this schoolgirl who had just transferred over. The reason why brother Han Xianmore took advantage of the situation to pick up a bargain is purely because, during this period of time, he was restricted. Wait for the Wu family to get through the crisis and regain their former strength themselves. So what if you're the school beauty queen? So what if she's the school bully? Still can only be the plaything of his own crotch. Mr. Wu, tonight, which venue are we going to get high? At that moment, his girlfriend, who was cradled in Wu Zihao's arms, opened her mouth. And where's your car? Why didn't you drive it in? She knew that the other's uncle was a high-ranking member of the school and had that privilege. The rich second generation is to pretend, show off. If you cannot get these benefits, all the flattery will become pale. Wu Zihao was righteous. Tired. I'm going to just stay in school and take some time off. So are you. Don't go out at night. Stay at the apartment with me. The girlfriend's smile froze when she heard this. You're not kidding me, are you? Wu Zihao had an icy face. Do I look like I'm joking to you? He wants to go out and get high too. But now there's no money. Not to mention the possibility of assassination. The cleverest woman can't fly with the other side at this particular time of the year. Ha! The girlfriend sneered. Today is my grandmother's due date, and I have to go to the hospital tonight. In that case, then we'll be in touch. Bye. She's not stupid. How could one not know that a rich second generation like Wu Zihao would not be able to get down and dirty with himself at all? The other side wants meat. Ask for money yourself. Together, it's just a matter of getting what you want. If she doesn't get what she wants out of a short relationship, in her mind, she's being whored out for nothing. If you're being whored out for nothing, why don't you find a better looking one? That way, there's at least some enjoyment to be had. The money isn't there, and neither are the looks. That's not called giving. That's called a good deed. She did not want to be such a female bodhisattva. Seeing the other party leave without looking back, Wu Zihao's face instantly collapsed, and subconsciously, he wanted to reach out, grabbing the other party's hair, only to be stopped by a nearby bodyguard. This is a school. Fourth granduncle is away for a while. If you make a mess, no one will cover for you. The other bodyguard nodded. The lady has just left and you're causing trouble at school. Or are you doing it because you're lusting but begging for it? If your father found out, what do you think would happen? Hearing this, Wu Zihao clenched his teeth and lowered his arm, letting his new girlfriend fly away. Taking a deep breath, with a gloomy face, he slowly turned around and looked in the direction where Han Xianma and Lin Ruoyu had disappeared. You can't cause trouble at school. You can always do it outside of school. One of the bodyguards understood the other's meaning and frowned as he opened his mouth. Our mission. We are responsible for protecting you, not helping you do wrong. That's something you need to understand. He and his colleague next to him are also mentors and friends, and were both personal bodyguards for Wu Shanjui before. The strength had all reached the peak of the Earth realm, even touching the threshold of the Heaven realm. In this part of the East China Sea, it could not be said to be invincible. At least there were not many people who could take Wu Zihao's hair under the eyes of the two of them. But there's a catch. That's if Wu Zihao doesn't go to his own death. Chapter 73, Three Men Living Together. After hearing the other party's words, Wu Zihao was angry. But again, it made sense and there was no way to refute it. Clenching his fists, he looked into the distance and was silent for a long time. Only then did he unclench his fist and swallow something with a gulp. Forget it. Go. School cafeteria. Chen Shui, who had finished eating, was inspired to put up a finger. Wakuyo, you're alone now, right? Lin Ruoyu looked up and glanced at Han Xianma across the room. Well, she knew what the other woman was referring to. Before, there was a spy to keep himself company, but now that the spy is dead, he's not alone. Chen Shui laughed. Then from now on, you can eat with us every day, and don't live in school. The three of us will go outside and rent a house. Renting a larger 3-bedroom apartment is much more comfortable than living in a dorm. Lin Ruoyu looked at Han Xianma in front of her. This doesn't fit, does it? She was still happy to be closer to the man in front of her. I'm afraid of interrupting someone else's two-person world. Han Pathfinder responded. I don't think it's a problem. Chen Shui, who was watching him, turned back with an expectant and bright smile on her face. I don't think there's anything wrong with it either. The main thing is that it's convenient, and more importantly, to be able to take care of each other. After all, we're kind of best friends now, aren't we? Lin Ruoyu stared at the two in a daze. She always felt that Chen Shui's smile had a hint of conspiracy in it. In the afternoon, absent from class to stay in the dormitory, Wu Zihao called many ex-girlfriends. The result is either not answered, or answered, said not available, and then hung up. The furious Wu Zihao almost shattered his cell phone in a fit of rage. Fucking, who in the world spread the news about old wilting bushes? The truth is, it doesn't take anyone to deliberately spread the word. The news that Wang Yuanrong had been assassinated. The noble school under his name had been closed due to various violations, and the Wu family chain had been investigated, had long since spread throughout the entire Eastern Sea. Now, not only the circle of people, even outside the circle of ordinary people also know. Once the East China Sea for young one of the Wu family's youngest, Wu Zihao, has completely branching up. If which ex-girlfriend, now still go to flatter him? No more, it must be true love. Sitting on the ground with a disheveled look on his face, Wu Zihao gritted another tooth. After spitting on the floor with a pff, he gathered his emotions, found the last number and called it. Hey, Jia. This time, he finally got through to Lu Jiajiao. He had called numerous times before, all of which were unavailable. If it were not for the lack of money in his hand and the incident at home. Exasperated, he estimated that he would have already sent people, carpeted to arrest this woman who left him. Jiajiao. The moment the phone was connected, Wu Zihao hurriedly opened his mouth. Where have you been the last few days? Do you realize that I really missed you? I'm sorry, I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. You know, that's not the real me, I promise you. Lu Jiajiao on the other end of the phone said, I'm going to change my number. The reason I took your call was to tell you, let's break up. In the future, don't come pestering me. Swish dash. Hearing these words, Wu Zihao immediately felt his heart sink, as if he had fallen into a deep well and was chilled all over. Jia, are you mistaken? I'm not Fei Xiaoyang. I'm not your licking dog. I'm your boyfriend, Wu Zihao. Those words, in his opinion, could only be said to a licking dog. And before that, he did see countless times that Lu Jiajiao used such a tone to humiliate those licking dogs. Yet today, such a thing had fallen to him? He couldn't accept it, to be precise. He couldn't believe it at all, because he never thought that he was a lickspittle. Lu Jiajiao on the other end of the phone side, not wanting to explain at all. Yeah, so you're Wu Zihao? Yes. Jiajiao, it's me. You're mistaken. I'm not Fei Xiaoyang, not those licking dogs of yours. I'm your rich boyfriend, Wu Zihao, right? Well, let's see. Here, she added, in a tone specifically designed to inform. Yes, Wu Zihao, you share too. That sounded less like a breakup and more like a layoff. Snap. Without waiting for Wu Zihao to slow down, the other party hung up the phone. When I called again, the message was the number you have dialed is not available. Please try again later. Sitting paralyzed on the ground, Wu Zihao's face was pale, as if he had aged 10 years, and his body was weak. Why? What the hell for? In his opinion, any girlfriend could leave him when he is down and out. Only Lu Jiajiao is impossible. The reason is simple. Lu Jiajiao's vision is more long-term. In Lu Jiajiao's heart, she is the main palace, and she will definitely be able to marry into the Wu family in the future. And he has been giving the other side this seemingly real, but actually false hope. Wu Zihao knows, with Lu Jiajiao's intelligence, it was absolutely impossible to see that she was lying to her. There is only one possibility as to why he betrayed himself. That would be this realistic woman who has found a new love better than herself. Who could it be? Who the hell could that be? Wu Zihao covered his head and racked his brain. Eventually, he came to a conclusion. Could it be, again, that Han Qianmore's big brother? In his opinion, everyone in the circle knew that Lu Jiajiao was his girlfriend. Rich kids who are weaker than themselves don't dare to get their hands on them. Rich kids who are better than themselves don't see it. The only possibility is that Lu Jiajiao's new love is outside the circle. Think about it. He felt that that big brother of Han Qianmo's was the most likely. The reason is simple. The other side and Han Qianmore look alike. Objectively speaking, he is indeed a little handsome. If you can't find a rich one, then find a good-looking one. This is exactly the nature of Lu Jiajiao. Think of it here. Wu Zihao was already resisting brainstorming. These days, that bitch doesn't answer my calls. It can't be that she's with that asshole. Shit. What a bitch. He even doubted it. It can't be. 5 years ago, when she went to seduce Han Qianmore, she was having a private affair with Han Qianma. Otherwise, how could Han Qianlong die for her? It must have been because of the sweetness in her that motivated her to stick around. Sudden realization. His own hair, which was growing slowly, like a spring shoot. The moment. He had a dawning realization. So all these years, I'm the stupid, licking dog? The clown is no one else but myself? The more people are afraid of something when they're falling apart, the more they think it's the truth. Looking at the photos on his cell phone, Wu Zihao clenched his teeth and made a cackling sound in his mouth. First with the brother, and now with the brother? Lu Jiaojiao, you're fucking playing with flowers. Dash. In the next moment, no longer able to contain his suffocation, he shuddered violently and spat out a mouthful of bruised blood onto the ground. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Han Qianma took Chen Shui and found Lin Ruoyu. Chen Shui said to Lin Ruoyu, then you go back and pack your things first. Let's go for a drive. If the doorman allows us to bring the car in, we'll just drive right in. If we're not allowed to, we'll just whoosh. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Well, good. Looking back at Han Qianma, her evasive eyes were covered with urgency, nervousness, apprehension, and anticipation. Without saying anything more, Chen Shui pulled Han Qianrua towards the outside of the school with anticipation. On the way, she even hummed a little tune. Han Qianma said blandly, you seem to be very happy. Chen Shui said rightfully, if Ruoyu is moving over to live with us, what reason is there to be unhappy? Next moment, she snapped back to her senses. Right. You'll have more opportunities to spend time together once she's here. The time to love me. It becomes less. I'm supposed to feel bad. Why instead do you feel anticipation? Or even excitement? Looking at the demon lord in front of her with dismay, Chen Shui was flustered. What's the situation? I'm not really going to turn into a pervert, right? The reason for asking is simply because she knows what she's expecting. Chapter 74, A Botched Imitation. Go. Han Qianlong did not continue to dwell on the topic and took a leisurely step forward. The more she thought about it, the more she felt out of place. And the more out of place she felt, the more excited she became. And after a moment of hesitation, Chen Shui patted her own chest and comforted herself with, it's just a why. It's up to the people to say yes or no if they want it to become a reality. Right. There's no need to think so much. In case Lin Ruoyu already had that kind of idea, wouldn't I be asking for trouble if I'm imagining things here? Not just in case. She must have thought that way too. Why else would she agree to a three-way share? That's right. I'm not bad. And even if I were, I'm not the only one who's bad. So there's nothing to be depressed about. Besides, I'm an uninhibited witch now. Even if it really is a pervert, it doesn't matter. After she was relieved, the innocent smile had returned to her face, and she took a step to catch up with the pace of Lord Demon. Slow down. Wait for me. When they came to the security office, the duo got the result that they could take their car in to move their stuff, but they had to fill out an application form. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will be the school's responsibility. Chen Shui didn't dwell on it and finished filling out the application form as requested by the other party. Alright, let's go for a drive. Only school staff and some students with special circumstances can park in the on-campus parking lot. She didn't apply through special circumstances and usually parks in the mall parking lot across the street. It's only a block away, not very far. Plus, she wanted to buy a cup of milk tea on the way, so she didn't let Lord Demon directly use Whoosh to go there. As a result, while preparing to cross the street, their steps were stopped by a police car. Chen Shui was stunned at first. Without waiting for her to look at the demon lord beside her, Lan Lingfang stepped down from the car. From the moment she got out of the car, Lan Lingfang's eyes had been on Han Qianma, and in her eyes, there was a hint of questioning. Where's my cousin? Han Qianmo's face was expressionless, and he didn't have any intention of hitching a ride at all. Chen Shui hurriedly opened her mouth. Your cousin? You mean Officer Anshin? Didn't he die? What do you mean by asking that? Lan Lingfang always looked at Han Qianlong. Fire in the patrol division morgue. The fire got out of control and burned everything inside to the ground, including Anshin's body. The same maneuver. Is it hard to tell me that this is just a coincidence? Chen Shui, embarrassed, she looked at Han Qianma next to her at this moment. After all, who would have thought that these two men aftermaths would be not only equally masterful, and equally. Looking at the female officer in front of him, Han Qianlong opened his mouth faintly. Why do you ask my father if you're looking for him? Not caring about the other party's self-reference. Long Lingfang frowned. He didn't go home. The phone doesn't work either. This is something that clearly has nothing to do with you. If I can't find him, I'm sure I'll have to ask you. Han Qianlong's face was expressionless. The fact that you can't find him means that he doesn't want you to. After saying that, he walked right past the other party. I thought that the other party had the next sentence, but it turned out that after finishing a sentence, he directly left. Lang Lingfang subconsciously turned around, her willow brows frowning. You, just as she was about to open her mouth, Chen Shui interrupted her. He's right. First, the fact that you can't find an XIN proves that an XIN doesn't even want to be found by you guys. Secondly, Anshin is not a prisoner, and he's even less of a prisoner, so there's no need or reason for you to go after them like they're criminals. When she finished speaking, she didn't continue to linger and turned to take a step, looking at Han Qianma's departing back. After hesitating for a moment, Lang Lingshang took a deep breath and quickly chased after him. Wait a minute. The moment she caught up behind the other woman, she pulled a card out of her pocket. This one's for you. And, thank you. Han Qianlong didn't answer, seeing that the other party was so persistent, and this was on the main road. A surprised Chen Shui took the card handed by the other party. Fix your eyes. I realized that it was actually an ID card of Han Qianmo. This, Lang Lingfeng had a complicated look on her face. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this. Don't ever tell anyone. If I tell anyone, I'm screwed. The moment she learned of the fire in the morgue, she was devastated. But after she learned that an Xian's body had been burned to ashes by the fire, leaving no trace, she instantly understood. The miracle that happened to Pathfinder Han may well have happened to his own cousin. The man who started it all was Miracle Benji, the man who never smiled and was impossible to understand. Before she came here, she tried to find a reasonable and legal identity for Miracle Benjamin. The inquiry just now was just to determine whether an Xian had been helped by the other party and had become a beneficiary of the miracle. Now she was sure. Giving the ID card to the other person is a courtesy. Lang Lingfeng looked at Han Qianmo with a straight face. From now on, whether from a physical or social point of view, you're Han Qianrui, reasonable and legal. There's no essential connection to that previous Han Qianmo. It just happens to have the same name. It's going to be a lot more useful than if you change the school's information system. After all, we have a system there that connects to the whole country, and this ID card is valid not just at Donghai University, but in the whole of Daxia and even the whole world. Han Qianlong still didn't say anything. For him, something like an ID card is useful, but not very useful. But regardless, the other person meant well. He can't be shady and he's not in the habit of doing that. Chen Shui, who had an astonished face, looked at the ID card in her hand and took a deep breath. Thanks. You have a heart. She knows. Demon Lord might think it didn't matter, but in her opinion, it was too useful. Other than that, it's the only way to get a room with it. Otherwise, if you go out for a trip, you will have to whoosh home to stay. Well, that's inconvenient. Right. Very inconvenient. Hurriedly putting the ID card away for Lord Demon, Chen Shui looked at Long Ling Xuan with a grateful face. Thanks, Captain Cold. She knew that doing something like this could be quite risky for the policewoman with a bright future ahead of her. The more critical point, by giving ID, you are giving leverage. If they fall out one day, they and Lord Demon will be able to use the ID card to report each other. Of course, she wouldn't do that, and she believed that Lord Demon wasn't interested in such things. But she knows, Lang Lingfang also understood this, and was still willing to take the risk of doing such a thing in such a situation. It was enough to show that in terms of attitude, Lang Lingfang could be considered very sincere. It's not a big deal about the ID, but this sincerity is really precious. Chen Shui gazed at Han Qianrui, her clear eyes illustrating her recognition and respect for the female inspector in front of her. Han Qianlong still didn't say anything. Long Lingfang spoke. If you need any help in the future, just ask. I will help you as much as I can within the bounds of principle and law. And Anson's new ID card. I'll get that done as soon as I can. Before that, can you tell me what he's going to be called from now on? This question, Chen Shui really didn't know and could only continue to look at Han Qianmo. Without dragging his feet, Han Qianmo said directly, White Sin. That's right. He knew what an Xin was planning behind, because after leaving the morgue that day, he could still hear it coming out of an Xin's mouth. A firm oath. Chapter 75. The reason is simple. At this moment, an Xin has become a believer of Han Qianmo. He hears all prayers as long as they are heartfelt and reverent. Such a result even made him regret the matter of saving an Xin's life, because now he just wants to enjoy life and play without worry. Occasionally on a whim, the road kills time no problem. To be the faith of the Cthulhu, protecting the weak and maintaining world peace and all that, he was not interested at all. To root out evil? In his mind, he is the greatest evil of all. To get rid of, just get a rope and hang your neck on it. Hanging around for a couple million years shouldn't be a problem. White sins. Hearing the other party's reply, Long Lingfeng muttered. After a moment, she breathed a small sigh of relief and nodded with a grateful face. I know. Thank you. I'll mail you his new ID in the back. Excuse me. Bye. When she finished speaking, she turned toward the police car parked on the side of the road with mixed feelings. Chen Shui, who had exhaled slightly and felt relieved, turned back to look at the demon lord beside her. Han Qianma didn't say anything more and turned around blandly. This scene was watched in its entirety by Wu Zihao, Who had come out to eat? That cop just now. She seems to be the policewoman of the patrol division. I think it's called. The bodyguard next to him casually remarked. Operation Team Leader. Long Lingfong. Yes, yes, yes. Long Lingfong. Wu Zihao narrowed his eyes as he looked at the police car that was heading away. Didn't they say that this woman's background is so deep and high and cold that even their bosses don't dare to get their hands on her? Why do I get the feeling that she's a little humble in front of that asshole? Long Lingfong had been investigating the Cloud Mountain Society before. His mother was again the apparent head of the Cloud Mountain Society. He himself is an indirect member of the Cloud Mountain Society. When things were more serious, even he was investigated several times. For this police flower of the East Sea Patrol Division, a woman whose face value was one of the best in the entire East Sea, she was naturally impressed. What's more, he had secretly investigated it, wanting to find an opportunity to take down the other party. It was only after finding out that the other party had a background that they couldn't afford to mess with that they gave up on that plan. Now, seeing that the woman that even he couldn't get for himself is so humble in front of that loser, plus what happened to Lu Jiaojiao, his imaginative brainstorming, again. Fuck. Wu Zihao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. This woman, shouldn't she also because of superficiality, like that loser, right, or even, fucking already, been given? He had learned a lesson from reading a lot of women. To control a woman, you must go through her. After success, even the most high-strung woman will be docile as a kitten and do whatever you say. Right now, in his opinion, the reason why Long Lingfong from the previous can only be seen from afar cannot be blissfully played with to the current charming eyes with shyness closed, Dan lips by the opening of the smile. It must be because, with the key, Han Xianlong opened the passage to the other's heart. That's what gave us that image just now. What picture? The dog licked the gift. The other person did not answer. Let another girlfriend to answer. The licking dog also thankful. Said we'll continue to work hard picture. Who's the lickspittle? Obviously, it was definitely not Han Qianrui, who hadn't said 2 words since the beginning. Instead, it was the police flower of the patrol division, who had changed her former state and was so contrasted and humble to the extreme. Hiss. Wu Zihao's scalp went numb. Why? Who can tell me? What's this for? Just because he's good looking? Fucking. Is being good looking really fucking enough to do whatever the fuck you want? The succession of nationalists speaks volumes about his anger. The bodyguard on the side did not change his face and did not retort. Wu Zihao exploded with anger and grabbed one of the bodyguards by the collar. The East Sea doesn't allow someone so bullish, even more bullish than Lao Zi, to exist. Whatever you use, get him. Now. Right now. It's not even enough to chase after the medical school's houseflower, but also the schoolgirl who just transferred back to the school. Not only that, also stealing his girlfriend in the process? Row. It can be endured by biting the bullet. Now, even the off-campus, patrol division police girl, fucking took it down? What do you want? You want to take away my title of King of the East Sea? It's the last straw. It is intolerable. Whether this is a special time or not, this threat must be eradicated. Otherwise, if he was allowed to play on, all the top beauties in the East Sea would, I'm afraid, be snatched away by him. What's the point of regaining strength then? What's the point of being a dude? The bodyguard who was grabbed by the collar looked indifferent. I repeat, the two of us are tasked with the responsibility of. Shut up! Wu Zihao angrily interrupted the other party. Either he dies, either the old man dies, take your pick. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he could no longer suppress the sweetness welling up in his chest and spurted a mouthful of blood onto the ground. It really wasn't him pretending. Today, he had already been exasperated and vomited several times by Han Xianma, his imaginary enemy. The two bodyguards were in a cold sweat, their faces incomparably ugly. As martial artists, how could they not see that this young master in front of them was a rabbit? After glancing at the direction Han Xianma and Chen Shui had left, the bodyguard at the head of the group spoke faintly. There's a remote alley over there. In a few moments, they should be passing through there. The other bodyguard nodded. We'll both help you get rid of him. But the women around him, they don't stay either. Otherwise it leaves hidden dangers. They have no choice. After spending so many years in the Wu family, how could the two of them not understand the family's nature? They both understand. To really let this big young man in front of him, he pissed himself off. There's no way to tell the boss. Of course, more importantly, in their view, killing two ordinary people with no background was no different from killing a pig. The key still lay in the fact that whether or not to kill, or who to kill, it had to be done on the premise of ensuring Wu Zihao's safety. Otherwise, it is putting the cart before the horse and getting it wrong. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Zihao slowly loosened the other's collar. Line. But before you kill her, you can break her arms and legs. I thought you guys said that was a remote alley. Since it's out of the way, there shouldn't be many people passing through during the week. The old man wants to vent. Can't reach my ex-girlfriend and my current girlfriend ran off with someone else. Rubbing his head, he decided that he would take out all the pent-up frustration. Let the loser who stole his girlfriend and also dated the hospital flower, the school flower as well as the police flower at the same time, also have a taste of his girlfriend being ravaged by someone else. Chapter 76, starting in the heavenly realm. How can there be, all of a sudden, so many people here? It was only after entering the alley that Chen Shui realized that she had blundered. Having walked down the alley a few times before, she assumed that, today, the alley would be just like it usually was, with no one passing through. Whoever thought? Just as I entered, I saw several young couples using the walls for support and making mouth-to-mouth exchanges. What's more, there are couples that have made moves to prepare for deeper communication. With a disappointed face and a hint of shyness mixed in, she could only say resentfully, "Let's go. Let's walk faster." That's right. Her original intention was to take advantage of the seclusion and communicate briefly with Lord Demon here to relieve the pressure of studying. We'll talk business in the car when we get to the parking lot. Who had thought that there were not a lot of people who thought of the same thing as her? It's the weekend, and the alley is, well, a hive of activity. Han Qianlong glanced at the youth in the corner, who was already picking off his girlfriend's clothes. The moment the dress was lifted up, revealing the snowy whites, he turned back bashfully and looked ahead. He knew that college students, nowadays, were more liberal, but never thought so open. However, he did not speed up his pace at Chen Shui's request. Instead, he opened his mouth and responded before stopping in his tracks. "They're coming." Chen Shui was slightly stunned. "What? Who's coming?" Next moment, two men with large builds, and both wearing black masks, then blocked their way, one in front of the other. Seems to feel the chill. Still kissing couples rushed to shut up. Is peeling clothes. The couple who were still kissing hurriedly shut up, and those who were stripping off their clothes could not even put on their clothes in time, so they followed the large troop and fled. Less than 10 seconds. There were then only 4 people left in the alley. Just then, Wu Zihao, also wearing a mask, walked in from outside the alley. Looking at Han Qianma in front of him, his eyes were filled with anger. "Robbery, robbing money and sex. Behave yourselves and surrender, or else you will die an ugly death." He thought that the duo would panic, but as soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Zihao saw that Chen Shui's face was covered in contempt. The Wu family is at least a powerful family in the East Sea. Wu Zihao, aren't you afraid of losing your old man's face if you do this? As the East China Sea University, and even the entire East China Sea, is famous top dude. Photos of Wu Zihao are all over the internet and posters. Before that, it was even on the hot seat for something. What's more, the other guy had chased her before. It's just that she didn't say yes. How could she not recognize such a celebrity? Swish dash. Wu Zihao snapped, his brows furrowing as he pulled off the mask from his face. "I told you this shit didn't work. You still don't believe me?" He knew that the other party remembered him, surely because he had chased him before. Now that he thought about it, he still felt stifled. At that time, had it not been learned that the other party was also the blind date of Fengting Shou, the young master of the Feng family, he probably would have used his own methods to force the other person to become his girlfriend a long time ago. Replace Jiajiao Lu. In other words, Lu Jiajiao can still be his girlfriend now. Chen Shui also has some credit. Gritting his teeth, Wu Zihao didn't want to waste time and directly said to the 2 bodyguards, "What are you still standing there for? It's not like there's any surveillance here. It doesn't matter if the mask is there or not." Straight up, looking towards Han Qianma, the veins on his face had already risen. "Break his arms and legs, before I've had enough of his girlfriend. Don't let him swallow his breath." The 2 bodyguards looked at each other and nodded. Immediately afterward, they both took separate steps towards the man and woman in front of them. "Hey!" Chen Shui sighed and turned back to look at the demon lord who had a bland face. Just when she thought those 3 men were about to go up in smoke, a loud bang suddenly came from behind him, followed by a violent scuffle. Peak Earth Realm? No! Could it be the Heavenly Realm? Bang! Bang! Bang dash! What's the situation? My hand blade. It actually doesn't work on you? Boom dash! The moment Chen Shui turned back, the 2 bodyguards just managed to stick to the ground and rubbed against their feet. The broken body twitched twice, and the moment it reached out to her, it shuddered violently and gagged completely. Follow the shocking bloodstains on the floor. At the far end, a man in black short sleeves as well as black 7/4 pants stood as straight as a gun. The moment she raised her head, Chen Shui happened to see that the split flesh on the other party's face was rapidly recovering, at a speed visible to the naked eye. "You are Anshin?" And Xin didn't retort, and turned toward the man beside Chen Shui, and bowed. I'm hunting down the villains I failed to root out when I was a patrolman. Wu Zihao is my current target. Before that he stayed in school and didn't get much of a chance. Now is the opportunity. Chen Shui subconsciously looked at Han Xianma, as if to ask, his realm, it seems, is stronger than mine? And it is obvious that it is not before the possession of such a realm. After all, if he had possessed it before, in the battle just now, it would not have been possible to be seriously injured by someone weaker than himself. Obviously, the reason for the injury was that he had not yet adapted to this power. It's not that I'm complaining that Lord Demon is biased. Rather, she wondered if her talent was, indeed, average. Why else? Obviously cultivating before an xin, and still close to the water, absorbing magic chi every day himself. As a result, in the end, it was still inferior to others? Han Xianmo read the other party's eyes, but he didn't rush to answer. Instead, he took a step and directly blocked in front of Wu Zihao. Swish dash. Without saying a word, Wu Zihao, who ran away with his legs drawn out, was about to rush out of the alley, but was blocked by this tall figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. One stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Dazed, he opened his eyes and wondered how much time had passed. Wu Zihao rubbed his blood-covered head, the sharp pain causing him to instantly wake up. With extreme horror, he kept retreating. This, what the hell is going on here? Isn't Anshin dead? Where did he come from? And you, just now obviously over there. How could it suddenly here? You, who the hell are you? The moment his mind recalled Lu Jiajiao's previous reminder to him, Han Qianmo has been resurrected. Fei Xiaoyang was also killed by him. His current strength and methods are terrifying. Really, I'm not lying. Nah, at that time, he only thought that the other party was talking nonsense and didn't believe it at all. Chapter 77, Honorable Death. At the time, Wu Zihao thought, either Lu Jiajiao had developed psychological problems because of the incident that had killed Han Xianma, and that was why she was babbling in front of herself. Either he lost control for a moment, gave it to that Fei Xiaoyang, and was worried about being found out by himself, so he was lusting after it there. Resurrection? He doesn't believe it at all. Even less so, that loser with no background would turn into a terrifying existence that even he had to feel afraid of. However, at the moment, he believed it. The reason is simple. Because the facts were right in front of him. Chen Shui and Xin walked over, both of their faces covered in cold abhorrence. Without answering any of the other party's questions, Han Xianma slowly lifted his arm to Wu Zihao on the ground and loosened his palm. This instant, Chen Shui's beautiful eyes widened. Having seen the other party strike countless times, she knew that there wasn't a single time that the other party had actually struck out. And this time, in a rare move, the other man stretched out his arm and spread out his palm. She instantly realized Wu Zihao was dead, and would die a horrible death. It's worse than any of the previous dead. Suddenly before, feeling a coldness that seemed to come from hell, Wu Zihao's face turned pale and completely panicked. You, what are you trying to do to me? No, I apologize for earlier. I shouldn't have fooled you, shouldn't have taken your life. Please, give me another chance. Give me a chance. I'll give you anything you want. Money, women, whatever I have, you can have. Perhaps because of the return of light? At this moment, his mind became unusually clear. He already understands. The man in front of me is Han Shenrua. The other side really came back to life. As Lu Jiaojiao said, it turned into an existence that he couldn't afford to mess with. And then, remembering that the Han Xianmo from 3 years ago was also one of the objects that the Cloud Mountain Society had toyed with, he even doubted it. The deaths of the Su family, the Zhong family, and several other big families were all the work of the other side. He should have believed Lu Jiajiao's words and prepared himself earlier. Even more so, 3 years ago, he should not have treated the other party as Lu Jiajiao's licking dog for the sake of momentary interest, humiliating and fooling him. Wu Zihao understood that there was no point in dwelling on things that could no longer be changed now. In the moment, the only thing to do was to beg for mercy. Please. However, the next moment, he realized that the lower half of his body actually turned into dust, and along with the dissipation of the dust, a purple to high, bone marrow chilling flame is spreading madly along that invisible body. Cold, sharp pain, life is worse than death. The extreme sense of despair wrapped around the remaining body, and Wu Zihao, who only had one head left, was still continuously opening his mouth and bursting into tears. But he could no longer speak a complete sentence. No. Want. Looking blandly at that last speck of dispersed dust, Han Qianrua spoke quietly. Bloodline spell kill. Fiery burns forever. Reincarnation obliterated. Karma has no place. Bloodline spell. No relative within 10 generations was spared. Reincarnation obliterates. Those who are cursed to be killed cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation, and can only become the weakest in weakest, so weak that they cannot even move a speck of dust to a lonely ghost. Fiery burns for eternity. The souls of the Wu family members who were cursed to be killed would be imprisoned in the 9 hells of purgatory, suffering the pain of burning fire for eternity until they were completely annihilated. Cause and effect have no existence. Even a great power that can control the laws of time cannot rescue him, because the direct cause and effect that allowed Wu Zihao to appear in this world has completely disappeared. There is no means of resurrecting a person who never existed. For capital punishment, such treatment was comparable to the absolute God King who had offended him back then. If Wu Zihao is still conscious, he would be honored. Who dash? Chen Shui heaved a sigh of relief. I knew that even if you didn't kill him, the thing would have gotten himself killed. She knew Wu Zihao would die sooner or later. It was also guessed that the other side would be actively dying. But how could she not expect? The other side would be so much in a hurry. Han Qianmo didn't say anything more, as if he had unintentionally stepped on an ant, and didn't take it to heart at all. Look to the front of an Xin. No, it should be called White Sinner now. He spoke faintly. How's it going? Still getting used to it? White Sin spread his hands with an embarrassed look on his face. This body, it's strong. I'm not, at the moment, very comfortable with it. Only then did Han Qianmo respond to Chen Shui's puzzled look and answer the other party's doubts just now. Though when I resurrected him, I didn't think about boosting his strength, but because my demonic chi was so strong, he still received an extra benefit and possessed the strength of the Baloic heaven realm. Chen Shui didn't understand. I've sucked you too. Sucked your demonic energy, and definitely more than him. Why does it feel like my current realm is still inferior to him? Is it a matter of talent? Han Qian responded. Your kind of sucking is cultivation. Because of the limitations of the talent, there will definitely be a certain amount of attrition. He is, essentially, just a corpse. Demonic chi is pure energy to him, and he is simply a vessel for it. Effectively, it's definitely different. Chen Shui seemed to understand something and looked at White Sins with some envy. It feels as if he has more of an advantage in this state. Han Qianlong shook his head. You can cultivate immortality and magic. He can only cultivate the devil. This world has no aura, only hostility. He can only feed on grudges for strength and blood. Chen Shui looked confused. Grudge as power, blood as food. What does this mean? Han Qianlong looked to White Sins. It means that a person's resentment and hostility can enhance his strength. The blood of a man or an animal can fill him up. It's that simple. Chen Shui drifted off to look at White Sins. That means you'll have to. Later. White Sin took a deep breath. Such a physique is perfect for me. By beheading an evil person, you can both draw on the other person's resentment and hostility to enhance your own strength, and drink the other person's blood to satisfy your appetite. For him, it was a rebirth that was perfect to the core. Of course, with such a physique, Chen Shui definitely couldn't accept it. At this moment, she was no longer envious. After relaying Lang Lingfeng's words to White Sins, she gave her advice. Anyway, you'd better be careful from now on. If you are found in this condition, you'll definitely be treated like a ghost. White Sin didn't retort and looked to the side at Han Qianmo. Han, Chen Shui hurriedly taught. Demon Lord. Taking a slight breath, White Sin had a sincere face. Demon Lord. If you have any orders in the future, White Sin will die by all means. Seeing Lord Demon with his hand in the air, Chen Shui hurriedly took the other party's arm. Without saying anything more, Han Qianmo took Chen Shui and disappeared into thin air. Standing in place, White Sin lamented in his heart and turned back to look at the bodies of the 2 bodyguards. An icy gloom gradually appeared on his face, and after a moment, he walked over toward one of the corpses. P.S. After being stuck all morning, today's tasks are finally done for dinner. Chapter 78, 3 people sleeping in one room. Rich district. Inside a certain villa in the name of the Wu family. Standing outside the beaded curtain, the suited henchman held his tablet in both hands, standing coyly in place. At the moment, a Shake Shack video is playing on the computer. In the picture, a cooking blogger is frying up hot pot base. The steps proceed just to the oil burning part. The hot oil was smoldering in the 1 meter and 2 caliber cauldron. Just as that blogger brought in a tub of onions, cilantro, and scallions and was about to pour it down, accidents happen. The video played on and the henchman hit the pause button with a complicated look on his face. It happened in the suburbs. I heard from Wu's group that Wu Shanjui went there to choose a grave for his wife. As a result, I don't know why. Halfway through, Wu Shanjui suddenly spoke up and said he wanted to get off. Then it went straight to the cauldron and ended up. The silhouette behind the beaded curtain was silent for a long time. The Wu family finished dying? The henchman nodded. Wu Zihao is missing. None of the remaining Wu family members were spared. They all committed suicide. It's just that there are different ways to commit suicide. couldn't feel any change of mood. The woman behind the beaded curtain spoke indifferently. Someone will be sent from above, but whoever it is that goes against us will only die. After a moment's pause, she added, don't come to see me for a while until the man comes. If you have something, just call. The henchman stared at first, then seemed to understand something and nodded awkwardly. Yes, apartment. Lin Ruoyu pushed open the door to her bedroom, and looked, startled, at Han Qianma, who was standing in front of the window, flipping through books. A few moments later, she rubbed her eyes, and only then was sure that she had indeed been blinded. Han Qianma eyed the book in his hands and asked Lin Ruoyu behind him, what's wrong? Lin Ruoyu smiled bitterly. It should be a case of blurred eyes. I just actually saw that you, who were reading a book, actually had a faint glow on your body. Han Qianlong turned back and looked at the other party with slight surprise. He didn't refute the other man's words, but he remembered, in that moment just now, he did realize a new perception. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Lin Ruoyu looked at the books in the other party's hands. This is supposed to be a textbook used by the medical profession. You're interested in medicine too? Han Qianlong put the book back in its place. Just look around. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Okay, then let's talk business. Just at this time, Chen Shui also came in from outside, wrapping her arms around herself and leaning against the door bar. When Lin Ruoyu sensed the movement behind her, she spoke directly to the two of them. So this is what you call living together? 3. Sleeping in one room? Han Qianlong looked at Chen Shui in the doorway. On Chen Shui's face, there was a trace of rightfulness. You're the new guy. It takes some getting used to, so for the next 2 days, you can sleep on the bed. It's okay for me and him to sleep on the couch, and it's okay for me to hit the floor next to you. Lin Ruoyu, did I just hear you wrong? What she's trying to say should be, guests, right. Sighing, Lin Ruoyu could be said to be in tears. It's 2024, there's no need to be so cramped. If we're going to share a house, why don't we rent a bigger one? She's not short of money. She knew the two men in front of her were more than a little short on money. 3 people, in one room? Why be so frugal? It's not like you don't have that financial means, Chen Shui explained. For this house, I've paid $200,000 in rent for 3 years. No subletting, no refunds. What a shame not to live there. In fact, what she cares about is not that little bit of money at all, but she wants to see, in front of her eyes, this pure and cold schoolmaster schoolgirl, by the demon lord to take down. What will be like? The thought of the contrast between before and after. She couldn't help it. The excitement. That's right. She has realized her perversion. She also realized that she was being demonized and becoming more and more of a witch. She didn't think it mattered, because she realized that this feeling is really exciting, and it was unprecedented. Lin Ruoyu stared at the other party in a daze, with a look of not being able to understand what the other party was saying. Han Qianmo sensed Chen Shui's impatience and gave the other party a look, imploring the other party to restrain herself before turning her head to look at Lin Ruoyu in front of her. Just buy it. Next weekend, we'll go look at houses together. Why rent? It's not like you don't have that power to just buy a big house in full. Lin Ruoyu nodded. So for a while, I'd better go back to school and stay there. It's easier this way, and it won't bother you. In fact, the school had assigned her an apartment that was no worse than this upscale apartment. The reason why I am willing to share a room, solely because of the man in front of him. Sharing a room with someone she liked was a joy, but it also used up all her courage. At the moment, she couldn't convince herself that she was making progress so quickly. Han Qianma blandly said, no need. You two sleep in this room. For now, I'm going home to sleep. Lin Ruoyu knew that the home the other party was talking about was her old home. What Chen Shui said. The small, aesthetically pleasing vintage building that stood above the flower fields. She had wanted to visit for a long time, but she hadn't been able to find the time lately. Is there something inconvenient over there right now? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Ruoyu spoke up and asked, if it's possible to live there. We all live there. Wouldn't that be fine? Staying at Han Xian's house, meet each other's parents. Such a thing. Back in the day, she had secretly fantasized about. Chen Shui suppressed the evil thoughts in her heart and walked over to Lin Ruoyu. It's under renovation over there right now. There's nothing but a bed. Her implication was clear. It was fine to go over there and stay, but it still had to be 3 people. In one bed. Han Qianma spoke. There's nothing to dwell on. So let's arrange it like this. If we continue to dwell on this, someone is not going to like it. Chen Shui nodded her head and said to Lin Ruoyu, take a rest first. Since we're still going to change houses, let's leave those things outside for now. Looking to the demon lord next to her, she pretended to be serious. I don't know how the renovations are progressing. Demon lord, I'll go over with you and take a look. You'll send me back when you're done watching. Anyway, for you, it's just a wave of the hand. Han Qianma didn't say anything, looked at Lin Ruoyu, nodded, and casually led Chen Shui into the spatial rift. In the small building on the flower field, the moment she stepped out of the spatial rift, Chen Shui hurriedly turned around and hugged Han Qianma in front of her. Lord Devil, Little Snow, miss you. Chapter 79, let's play a new trick. Han Qianmo looked faintly at the other party who had winks and a flushed face. It seems that your realm has still risen too quickly. The mind cannot keep up with the growth rate of strength. It's easy to go off the deep end. Refining both the body and the mind is considered complete cultivation. Refining the body strengthens the physique, and in the process, cellular activity and bodily functions are also significantly enhanced. Better health means more energy. An abundance of energy tends to bring about a stronger sense of 7 emotions. After all, the very nature of living things is to perpetuate genes. The genes have even designed incentives to keep themselves going. That is, by secreting hormones such as dopamine, which encourages organisms to do those things, which are good for genetic continuity. This set of mechanisms runs down, meaning, when the physical body is enhanced, certain desires are also significantly enhanced. This was also the reason why, when a martial artist cultivated, it was easy for them to go off the rails if their heart wasn't strong enough. Refining the body, refining the mind, theoretically, must be done at the same time. Any lag in progress on either side could have consequences unfavorable to the practitioner. In Han Qianma's opinion, it was obvious that the current Chen Shui was because the cultivation of her heart could not keep up with the growth of her strength. That's how she went from being a jade maiden to a woman of desire. However, the current Chen Shui didn't care about those things at all. Become a demon? Isn't that nice? As she spoke, her jade hand had wrapped around the other party's neck. Don't say that much. You arranged. I'll sleep with Ruoyu for the next few days. I can't possibly take a look at the progress of the renovation every day for a week back there. Can I? So just don't waste your time. Just for tonight. Feed Yuki. Later. Han Qianlong looked at the other party in front of him who was wearing JK in black silk with a subdued face. An hour later, Chen Shui lay on top of her opponent's body with a contented look on her face. Normally, the other party had their strength suppressed to the level of an ordinary person. Today, the other party, however, had only suppressed their realm. At the martial zone realm, she was only an earth realm martial artist. How could she carry the pounding of a strong martial artist at the martial zone realm? That, after being satisfied, Chen Shui, who had entered sage time, began to chat with the other party about normal topics. I don't think you know that yet. That remodeler you gave help to is on fire. Han Qianma said blandly. You mean, Zhou Xiaolong? The decorator who had his voice taken away but gained a handsome face. Chen Shui nodded. I didn't know until I was brushing up on Shakeology, and not long after that day, he quit. The reason is because he was live on Shakeology and performed a turn off filters, turn off beauty, turn off face slimming. Then the popularity skyrocketed, because fans have realized that he looks the same with and without his beauty face. And then later on, he was approached by someone from the theater to be the lead actor in a TV series. I took a look at that TV show's announcement and it's still a big production. Han Qianlong was slightly surprised. With that voice, he could be the lead? Chen Shui sat up. There's something wrong with your voice. You can dub it later. What's more, those fans, they don't mind his current duck voice at all. Say that's a smokin' voice with magnetism and personality. Anyway, he's on fire now. And it's the kind of fire that's far beyond imagination. At that, she couldn't help but shake her head. Sure enough, this is the age of the face. Only good-looking people have youth. The unattractive people only have pimples. Han Qianlong smiled blandly. So, what do you think? What makes it look good? Chen Shui thought about it. I think people who are confident and kind look best. The delicacy of the skin is not to be called beauty, purity of nature is. Before the words were finished, her beautiful eyes that looked at Lord Demon were already flashing with a haze of light. This beauty, from the inside out, it makes you feel like you're thriving. She knew that if these words were said to the outside world, they would most likely be labeled as hypocritical and the full man does not know that the hungry man is hungry. But she doesn't care, because that's what she really thinks. Take Zhou Xiaolong. In her opinion, there is no essential difference between the Zhou Xiaolong before the face change and the Zhou Xiaolong after the face change. As long as the nature did not change, in her eyes, the other party would always be the indomitable, resilient young man who did not compromise with fate. Han Qianrua didn't say anything more and habitually looked at the moonlight outside the window. After gazing at him for a moment, Chen Shui, who was looking at him, shook her delicate red lips and shyly opened her mouth. Lord Demon. Han turned back. Thinking again? Chen Shui nodded, imploring. Nah. Han Qianlong responded. Demons should indeed do as they please. But you're not following your heart right now. You're being manipulated by overgrown desires. For this next period of time, you should first cultivate your heart. The matter of raising the realm will be discussed later. Chen Shui did not retort, and as the other party stretched out her big hand and grabbed her handle, she suddenly thought of something and casually asked, "Lord Demon, is the Empress the only woman you have in the Nine Heavens continent?" Han Qian responded, "Pretty much. In the previous tens of thousands of years, the Empress had been using the face of a strict teacher to suppress him. Even if he had his eyes on a certain fairy or demoness, he wouldn't dare mess around. After the reverse thrust, the Empress is much more docile, like a changed person. She was obedient to him and even took the initiative to propose that he take a few more concubines. In this way, the majesty of the Supreme Demon Road could be reflected, but by that time, his heart had already been cultivated to the extreme, approaching the heights of desirelessness. In his opinion, the company of the Empress is already enough. After all, it wasn't like poker was the only thing that was interesting in this world. So you don't get tired of it?" Chen Shui was honest. She'd seen her roommate dumped over and over again. The reasons are varied, but the essence, it's still about getting tired of it. The devil's father is also a human being in a man. In her mind, even if the other person did feel tired of it, it was normal and she could accept it herself. After all, people are demon lords, and how can a mortal like himself have a monopoly on permanence? Han Qianlong shook his head. No, Beaver knows the way of change. In a nutshell, won't. Chen Shui's beautiful eyes widened as if she had discovered a new world. 72 changes? Take on someone else's form? A drop of cold sweat hung on Han Qianlong's forehead. It doesn't have to be another people. And the 72 changes don't mean pure changes in appearance. Instead, it's 72 arts. Without caring about these details, Chen Shui, who already had an idea, came up to the other's ear and exhaled warm breath. So let's play a new trick, shall we? It's like this. Chapter 80, The Beginning. Han Qianlong looked at the other party indifferently. Are you sure you want to play like this? He doesn't matter. When he was in the continent of the Nine Heavens, he played even more flowery with the Empress. For him, Chen Shui's proposed gameplay is at most kindergarten level. Compared to the Empress's tricks, it can't be called childish, only average. Chen Shui had an excited look on her face and nodded repeatedly. I brought a couple sets of clothes earlier and left them over here. I'll redo my costume in a few minutes, and then hidden somewhere in a field of flowers. You blindfold yourself and without using see-through, come out to me. Just find me. I'll let you. Hey. Han Qianmo was just about to open his mouth when Chen Shui had already pouted. Play it once. Just play it once. I just wanted to try it out. If it's fun, I'll buy more different types of clothes later. Meet you. Han Qianmo said blandly. Your aura is unchanged, and blindfolding you is of little use. Even if he didn't use perspective and suppressed his realm to the yellow realm, he could still sense that it was the other party through his breath. And Chen Shui may not realize that men, besides being visual animals, are also olfactory animals, especially when it comes to that sort of thing. The importance of odor is even more than 90%. If the smell is off, it's hard to carry on, no matter how pretty the other person is. As a demon sovereign, he could minimize his realm and reduce the perception of his breath, but as a man, he couldn't completely block out his sense of smell, because it's one of the most important means for a man to feel safe. Chen Shui looked at her opponent with a confident expression. You close your eyes and try. Han Qianlong hesitated for a moment and slowly closed his eyes. Who dash? The next moment, he felt a fragrant, warm breath coming towards him. Seemingly sensing something, his eyebrows raised slightly. You've learned to change your breath? The moment he opened his eyes, Han Qianlong subconsciously sized up the other party. That look fully explains. Just that moment, he really felt, only from the breath to judge. This woman in front of him is indeed completely different from Chen Shui. It's like a different person. Chen Shui's beautiful eyes smiled into a crescent moon. How's that for surprise? Surprise? During this time, she had been practicing. Practice. The way of change. Because in her opinion, with the demon lord, strength, realm and so on is not important at all. The most important thing is to be able to play tricks. So she studied hard and worked secretly. At this moment, finally had a level of proficiency. Chen Shui looked interested. I found that by leaning on the demonic aura I absorbed from you and then converting it into my own, I was able to utilize my own demonic aura and change my own breath. It's not morphable yet, but it's still not much of a problem to make you, with your eyes closed, feel different. How about that? Am I a genius? Come on, brag on me. Han Qianmo looked at the other party, and for a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. He suddenly realized that in the matter of charm, the other party was indeed very talented, even better talent than the Empress. Of course, he was much less likely to think about it. The innocent college girl in front of him would become the most powerful chimera on Earth besides him in the near future. In the world after the revival of the aura, demonic aura, she was called the heavenly charming empress, and countless powerful people loved and admired her. But they only dared to look up to her. After a moment of silence, Han Qianmo looked at the time and spoke faintly. Then get a grip. It's not very interesting to say the least. It would be impossible to say that there is no interest. At a certain point, he did also want to see what kind of surprises the other man's playstyle would bring. To himself. Chen Shui was already impatient and took out the ribbon that had been prepared long ago and blindfolded the other party's eyes. I'll go change first. You can't use perspective. And you can't cheat with the demon aura. Come back to me in 10 minutes. I'll be right here within the field of flowers, waiting for you. Han Qianlong nodded, mentally counting. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the time he spent with the Empress. In those days, they played that way too. It's just different from now. In those days, hide and seek could not be limited to people. Time passes by. When the count reached 10 minutes, Han Qianlong took a step. What Qin Shui originally meant was, after 10 minutes, he could take off the ribbon. Tonight, the moon was dark and the stars were sparse. And in her opinion, if she didn't use her perspective, it wasn't much different from being blind in the dark, so there was no need to keep the ribbon on. However, Han Qianma did not realize that this was what the other party was trying to convey. Continuing to blindfold the ribbon and slowly grope forward. Of course, he did not completely shut down the demonic aura. He is not stupid. In the case of completely invisible, but also the devil aura completely closed. In case you run into a rock and kick it off, if it doesn't kill you, it's not a good idea to hit the plants and flowers or anything else. Closed, but not completely. Just turn off the sense of breath. Within 5 meters of the obstacle can still be clearly felt. That way, it's not considered cheating. After all, if one completely shields one's senses, one looks for oneself and the other runs. It's not going to be fun all night? After searching for an unknown amount of time, Han Qianmo suddenly sensed that there was a person directly in front of him, standing on a field of flowers. The blurry thermal image looks like it's on the phone. A little excitement arose in my heart. In order to prevent the other party from escaping, he rushed straight up, from behind, and hugged him tightly. Gotcha. Game over. No, I should say game on. Feeling someone suddenly hugging her from behind, the woman's delicate body trembled and subconsciously tried to struggle and open her mouth. As a result, after hearing the phrase get down, his body stiffened, and not only was he unable to speak, even his body was bending down involuntarily. Finally, like some kind of animal, it fell meekly to the ground. I don't want Lin Ruoyu to stay alone in the apartment, and I want Chen Shui to go back earlier. So Han Qianmuo, adhering to the principle of a quick battle, directly used words follow the law on the other party. He knew that for Chen Shui now, the compulsion to follow the law could add a touch of fun. The reason why he had such confidence was because when he was in the Nine Heavens continent, the Empress had made such requests from time to time. Don't move. Han Qianmo, who did not pull the ribbon, looked at the blurred thermal imaging in front of him and said in a commanding tone, "Now, you are my prey, only at the mercy of my father. Got a new perfume? Even the scent has changed. This woman, she's got a good mind." Inhaling slightly, feeling the unfamiliar but very charming fragrance, slightly satisfied, he reached out his large hand. Suits, blouses, wrapped skirts, stockings? Well, it's kind of interesting. Chapter 81, Mr. Han, it's me. A few minutes later, Han Qianlong was violently stunned and subconsciously ripped off the ribbon. You're not Chen Shui? Just the moment he looked at the other party, Chen Shui, who hadn't been waiting for him, ran over from somewhere else. I'll go? What's going on here? Looking at the woman who was lying on a field of flowers with tears streaming down her face but unable to move, Chen Shui was dumbfounded. Who is she? How did you get her to? Han Qianlong looked up with a speechless face. That's for you to ask. Is she not be the one you got? In that moment just now, a guess was born in his heart. That is, this was supposed to be Chen Shui's arrangement. The reason is simple. At this moment, Chen Shui had been reeling from the overgrowth of her realm because of her weak heart. The instincts increased dramatically, always trying to play something different. He wasn't sure if the woman in front of him was Chen Shui's roommate or classmate, but he guessed that the other party was most likely the person Chen Shui had found. The purpose is to satisfy your own playfulness. Chen Shui was filled with confusion. Of course not. I was thinking there will be a teacher for me, but it was Lin Ruoyu who planned it, not someone else. And this woman, I don't even know her. Okay. Hanqian, let me block perception. Now, something has happened. On the surface, his face didn't change much, but in his heart, it still set off a tiny ripple. In the past, in the Nine Heavens continent, the Empress would also turn into someone else and play a similar game with him. And the Empress does one thing a lot. That is, playing pathetic, bawling, or even acting broken and dying afterward. It made him think, for a moment, that he had really mistaken someone else for an empress, but after hundreds or thousands of experiences, he got used to it, because he knew that no matter how much the other party cried, scolded how hard to hear, complained about how realistic, in essence, it's all about the female emperor's acting skills. In the end, what she was, she would change back to. However now, he knew that this time, the other side could not be changed back, because the empress is not here. Chen Shui has not yet learned the way of change either. Sensing that this demon lord in front of him not only did not have the idea of comforting people, but also intended to use words follow the law to force the other party to ask for his identity, Chen Shui glanced at the tear-filled woman and rushed to speak. Don't. You might as well let her speak for herself. After all, people are essentially victims. Han Qianlong didn't retort and looked at the woman in front of him. Say, who are you and what are you doing in my house? If they weren't Chen Shui's friends, then it was obvious that they had ulterior motives for coming here at this hour. Since there is an ulterior motive, there is no need for compassion. Lying on the ground, still unable to move, Lu Xiao had a look of despair on her face, and her tears couldn't stop sliding down. Who are you? Why? Why are you doing this to me? She asks her secretary to send some money to Han Qianlong's parents, only for the secretary to tell her, Han Qianlong's parents moved away a long time ago. The place where I used to live has changed dramatically. The small, newly renovated building is still undergoing renovation, and a patch of manzanita grows around it. The beauty is very eerie. Hearing such an answer, Lu Xiao was disbelieving, thinking that if there was a building, there must be someone living there. She took the time and came over to see for herself. These days, the company is busy with a big project, and cannot find time during the day, only at night. With the secretary, driving over, the secretary said the place was so eerie that after one visit, he didn't want to come back a second time. She was going to come over for a quick look and leave, but never expected to come across something like this. Chen Shui sighed. What's your name? She knew that it was useless to cry, and that the key was to answer the question of Lord Demon. Answer any more questions, and you won't lose your body. You'll lose your life. The trance-faced Lu Xiao looked viciously at the man who was pressing down on her, her heart filled with resentment. My name is Lu Xiao. You guys. Who are you guys? Say your name first, as a way to get the other person's name, and then call the police later on to have a better chance of catching the person. Even if the other party reported a fake name, it does not matter. Stall for time, and when the secretary senses that something is wrong, he will surely call the police immediately. That way you can get yourself out of trouble. Of course, this is the ideal situation. The worst situation would be for this man and woman to just kill and kill. If that's the case, it doesn't matter. It's the same result no matter what you do anyway. Chen Shui froze and looked at Han Qianrua in dismay. Lu Xiao? That name sounds, why does it sound so familiar? Lu Xiao. Suddenly returning to her senses, Chen Shui subconsciously opened her mouth. What is your relationship with Lu Jiajiao? From our East Sea University? Lu Xiao, who was still thinking of a way to get out of the situation, was violently stunned. You guys know Lu Jiajiao? She's my sister. Could it be that you were sent by her, deliberately guarding here, to fix me? Chen Shui was a bit confused. Fix you? You're Lu Jiajiao's sister, and you're saying that Lu Jiajiao sent us to fix you? That's not very clear to me. Lu Xiao has already confirmed her guess. These two people. Is Lu Jiajiao sent to fix herself? The reason why Lu Jiajiao did what she did was because she didn't help her. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiao decided that she would first stabilize these two people, stall for time, and try to find a way to survive so that she could get her revenge. I'm Lu Jiajiao's older sister. This is something that you should be clear about. So I'm wondering, who are you guys? Why would you help someone like Lu Jiajiao, who, right now, should have no money and no power? A person like that and a friend who was willing to stick her neck out for her? Chen Shui exhaled slightly. My name is Chen Shui, technically speaking, and Lu Jiajiao should be considered enemies. So, your words, I can't quite hear them. If she's your sister, why is she trying to fix you? Without answering the other party's question, Lu Xiao looked at the man in front of her who was pressing herself down and snorted coldly. What about him? He couldn't be Lu Jiajiao's licking dog. Could he? Defiled by your sister's licking dog? If that's the case, then don't blame me for moving the knife and driving out the people. At this moment, almost broken, she was approaching the edge of blackness. Chen Shui's willow brows furrowed. You're Lu Jiajiao's sister. Would you not recognize him? I repeat, Han Pathfinder is not a lickspill. Never was, Never will be. Lu Jiajiao? She doesn't have the qualifications yet if she wants to be someone's licking dog. Looking at the other party, it seemed like they hated Lu Jiajiao. She felt that, in the middle, there must be something fishy. Moreover, she believed that if the other party was really Lu Jiajiao's sister, there was no way she wouldn't recognize the man in front of her. Lu Xiaoxiao snapped. Han Qian? Boom dash. Han Qianma casually waved his hand, and a blazing purple flame instantly burned on the flower field not far away. You know my father? He remembered clearly, even during the time he thought Lu Jiajiao was the one who saved him and then treated the other person well. He had never met the other person's family, but through the subtle observation of the purple pupil, he could see that the woman in front of him and Lu Jiajiao does have some resemblance. At first glance, it does look like it, but on closer inspection, it is much better than Lu Jiajiao's figure. Her temperament is better, and her face is more beautiful. Chen Shui was at a loss. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was lying on the ground, however, had been dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes trembling under the illumination of the firelight. You're really Mr. Han. I'm not supposed to be dreaming? Schoolgirls, big hunks, big beauties. Give the kid a handout of free power generation. Give an E. Chapter 82, A Strong Woman. Chen Shui looked at the duo in surprise and bewilderment. Han, teacher? Although the woman in front of her was young and beautiful, she looked, obviously, bigger than Han Qianrui, right? It's more like Han Qianmore called her teacher. Why would she call Han Qianmore teacher? What's more, looking at Lord Demon, it seems that he doesn't know the other party, right? Is it possible that 100,000 years is too long to forget? Chen Shui's judgment was correct. Han Qianmo really didn't remember who the woman in front of him really was and why she called herself a teacher. At this moment, he looked at Lu Xiaoxiao's shocked and sincere eyes and felt equally surprised. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at the man in front of her in disbelief and pressed the excitement in her heart. You forgot? You tutored me 3 years ago. Back then her parents favored boys over girls. She dropped out of school at the age of 18 and started working and starting her own business without even getting her high school diploma. As she entered the community, she realized the importance of education and cognition. Whenever I had time, I studied independently to prepare for the adult higher education examination. Today, she is not only the owner of a company, but she also got her undergraduate master's degree in finance from Tunghai University's social recruiting channel. Looking at the entire East China Sea business world, the first half of her life was also quite legendary. 3 years ago, sprinting for the high school entrance exams, just to be sure, she then thought that she would find a professional teacher to give her a consolidated teaching. Would have preferred a freshman student, because freshman students just went through the college entrance exam. They are still familiar with the content of the exam and have extra time. Best for tutoring. As it turned out, later on, for various reasons, she still found a senior who was about to take the college entrance exam. This schoolteacher is the Han Xianrua of that year. After listening to the other party's exposition, Han Xianmo then had a little impression. Oh, the best people to give tutorials on college entrance exams are definitely not college students, but senior high school seniors who are about to take the entrance exams. This is because when you enter college, you will learn problem-solving methods that you can only learn in college. Problem-solving thinking can also change dramatically. Teaching high school students with a college mindset carries the pitfalls of having superlatives in the way the problems are solved, with the possibility of being ruled invalid. The specifics, of course, generally depend on the correcting teacher at the time. If there is a disputed situation, there is an opportunity to appeal, but then you'd probably miss the time to fill out the volunteer application. At the same time, a complaint does not necessarily mean it will pass. So many parents understand that having a top senior tutor to tutor their child is the most foolproof and efficient way to do this. The reality, however, is that senior year is so busy that not to mention the school bully, even the scum don't always have the time to rest, let alone tutor others. Han Qianlong was clueless at that time. The family is poor. The benefactor likes to buy again. In order to subsidize his family and repay his debt of gratitude, he has to squeeze out all his rest time and work as a tutor. At that time, the most is Sunday, a day to a dozen schoolchildren. Make up more than 10 hours of lessons, and that's a dozen schoolchildren, and none of them in one place. With such a huge clientele, it's only natural that you don't remember this socialite in front of you. Chen Shui understood the relationship between the two, but she still couldn't help but be curious. From what you're saying, he filled you in for almost half a month then? And, as a result, you didn't realize he went to school with your sister? Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head. I didn't know that at the time. After the tutorials were over, just realized. She surely didn't dare to tell others. At that time, she was so young that she had been in the society and had seen through the heart of the people. It is only when I have a lesson with my brother's teacher that I feel a little bit of inner peace. In just half a month, she had fallen in love with this clean-looking boy with wise and uncluttered eyes. When I was about to confess and say to the other person, after college, we'll be together, and then my sister will pay for your college education. Suddenly, she saw that the other guy was working so hard to earn money to please his girlfriend. And that girlfriend, not just anyone else, but her own sister, who had long ago turned her back on herself. Since then, she has terminated the tutoring and has kept the feelings buried in her heart. Dedicate all your energy to the cause. It was not until Han Xianmo was revealed to have jumped into the river that she realized that she should not have been so timid at that time, because she understands that if she was a little braver at that time, or even directly snatched the other party from her own sister's hands, the tragedy might not have happened. Lu Xiao looked at the man in front of her in a daze, her wide beautiful eyes still covered in disbelief. Are you really Mr. Han? But didn't the news say that you had already passed away? At that time, I went to your house to look for you. At that time, your parents cried very hard. Say you've gone to college, not coming back. Later I realized. It turns out that what they meant by going to college was taking your remains and selling them to Tunghai University for a big body. I've been to East China Sea University. The one in the glass jar is you. How come you're alive now? Not knowing exactly what was going on, but she didn't feel scared. It was only unbelievable. And at the same time, I was constantly praying that what was in front of me must not be a dream. Without changing his face, Han Qianmo didn't open his mouth and just climbed up from the other's body. Chen Shui, who was on the side, seemed to have noticed something and looked awkwardly while responding to Lu Xiao beside her. Anyway, that's probably the situation. She could tell that Lu Xiao was a good person. Compared to Lu Jiajiao, in terms of temperament, it could be described as one underground and one heavenly. What's more, the same woman who likes Han Xianlong. How could she not see that the love in the other party's eyes for Han Xianmo was no less than her own? Staring blankly at the man in front of her, Lu Xiao's eyes continued to tremble as tears quietly slipped down. There was a long silence before she breathed a deep sigh of relief and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Is this what is called a miracle? Anyway, it's really great to have you back. In her opinion, it would be a very good thing for many people, and even for the world, for Han Xianlong to come back. Well aware of the cruelty of reality, she suddenly felt, God seems to have opened his eyes. The three sat on a field of flowers and talked for a long time. Noticing the cell phone in Lu Xiao's pocket ringing, Chen Shui looked at the time and smiled bitterly. That female secretary of yours, she's rushing you again. It's getting late, so why don't we call it a day? Anyway, there's plenty of time for that later. Let's set up a time and place later and talk slowly. Looking at the bloodstains on the hem of Lu Xiao's skirt and on her thighs, her heart burst with heartache. Perhaps only she who had gone through a similar situation could understand how strong the current Lu Xiao was. Chapter 83, Wu Zihao. Resurrected? Lu Xiao subconsciously stood up, a touch of shyness hanging on her pretty face. I'm sorry to have disturbed your rest. Then we'll talk some other time. I'll just head back. Right now. She didn't have a saddened heart because Han Xianlong already had Chen Shui as his girlfriend. There was nothing but joy, excitement and even exhilaration in her heart. The joy of the resurrection had washed away all her negative emotions. At this moment, she also realized something. There are some things that can't wait to be lost before memorializing them. When one is present, one must fight for it, even if the relationship, in all likelihood, will not be recognized by the world. She knew, such an idea sounded ruinous. But she understood, she wasn't trying to prove anything. One is just clear that if one misses it again, one would certainly regret it for the rest of one's life. Worse than death. Without saying anything, Han Xianlong nodded his head for goodbye, with a trace of reluctance, or rather, fear that after leaving, this dream will wake up. Lu Xiao stepped back 3 times. It was only after a long time that he left the place under Chen Shui's farewell. Returning to the small building, looking at the demon lord on the bed, Chen Shui took out a handkerchief and wiped off the bloodstains on the other party's legs. Why don't you take a shower at my place first? Han Xianlong looked at the moonlight outside the window. No, it's so late. Ruoyu should already be asleep. Don't want to go wake her up again. Looking back at the beautiful person in front of him, he said faintly, no need to rub it. My genjutsu can quench and purify the body. Sleep on it, and the stains will disappear on their own before dawn. You don't need to take a shower and you can always stay fresh and clean without tightness. Taking a shower, just purely wanting to take a shower. Chen Shui didn't retort. I also did not expect that your destiny is actually this fierce? Don't even have to call. Don't even have to make a date. You can use encounter in the middle of nowhere. Bull. Speaking of which, she felt a little funny. The other party is also Lu Jiajiao's own sister. Tisk. I can only say that the sins Lu Jiajiu has created are really big. He himself is not enough. You still need your own sister to pay it back. The sin is not just big. It's huge. Han Qianma said blandly. If you didn't mention it, I almost forgot. Why don't we go kill her now? Wu Zihao is dead. Just Lu Jiajiu left. It's true that if you have time, you can do her on the fly. Chen Shui was in a cold sweat. Later, just took down someone's own sister, and now they want to kill them. Total feeling, not a good fit. It wasn't that she didn't think Lu Jiajiu deserved to die. She could just tell that Lu Xiuxiu's heart wasn't that hard. Lu Jiajiu was always her own sister. Her own sister was killed by the man she loved. When something like this really happens, it's sure to create a lump in your heart. Affects feelings. Her thoughts were simple. I Must Be My Teacher is a game that must be played. As of now, Lin Ruoyu's character, in a short period of time, I'm afraid that it's basically impossible for her to join in either actively or passively. Compared to before, it was rather more likely that Lu Xiuxiu would join in, as an important preparatory member of the Must Have My Teacher. Of course she had to take care of each other, both physically and mentally. Han Qianmuo was indifferent and did not think too much. The main thing was that the other party was still wiping the bloodstains on his body, and doing so carefully. He couldn't think too much. Chen Shui used 2 jade hands to wipe the bloodstains for the other party. While wiping, asked Lu Xiuxiu this person, what do you intend to do? She very much hoped that the other party to join in, but whether or not it can be achieved, ultimately depends on the demon lord meaning. Han Qianlong had a bemused look on his face. She's nice. Jiajiu Lu is Jiajiu Lu. She's her. Since I hurt her, I'm definitely responsible. Hearing these words, Chen Shui instantly smiled with her eyebrows as she knew that she really hadn't looked at the wrong person. Moa. Unable to help herself, she gave the other woman a peck on the cheek, her heart full of anticipation. So are you going to be active or passive? Shall I go and get the particulars for you? Han Qianlong looked at the other party indifferently. Know what? When I say take charge, I'm just helping her to be rich and famous and live a long life where no one dares to mess with her. What are you talking about? It was an accident. But what's done is done, and he's not going to run away from it. In his mind, it didn't matter if the other side admitted it or not, if they wanted to or not. Anyway, the compensation must be sufficient. This is the way the demon lord deals with things. Chen Shui froze. That's it? Han Qianlong nodded. Or else. Chen Shui. A heavy sigh. She then realized that Lu Xiuxiu would definitely join in. But in the middle of it all, there's still a lot of effort on your part. The car on the way back. The female secretary, who was driving the car, kept glancing through the rearview mirror at the president sitting in the back seat. Mr. Lu, is it really not necessary to send you to the hospital? Looking at the bloodstains on the other woman's wrap skirt and on her thighs, she had already brainstormed images that she often saw in TV shows. If the other woman hadn't been emphasizing that she was fine, she would have called the police. Lu Xiuxiu looked out the window, pondering. It's okay. It's just a fall. Just go back and rub some medicine on it. No big deal. The female secretary drew a long breath. Take a fall and lose your stockings? Who's going to believe you when you say that? But she can't help it. The other person said it was fine, so she couldn't just say it wasn't fine. After all, the other party was the boss, and he was just a secretary. The next day, after the meeting, Lu Xiuxiu returned to her office and sat on the swivel chair, recalling last night's dreamlike experience. Today she is wearing the same thing she wore yesterday. Slim fit suit, white blouse, wrap skirt, black silk. Perhaps because she still remembers the other person's phrase, a little bit of fun. She always feels that she may meet again at any time, and she always wants to be in the best condition at all times. Distracted, the more she thought about it, the hotter she got, and her breathing slowly became rapid. Just then, however, the female secretary walked in. Mr. Lu, your sister, again. Suddenly returning to her senses, Lu Xiuxiu subconsciously organized the documents on the table, her willow brows slightly knitted. Let her roll. Wait a minute. Never mind. Let her in. Seemingly thinking of something, she temporarily changed her mind. The female secretary nodded. Yes, Mr. Lu. A few moments later, Lu Jiajiu, who had a lousy face and was so thin that she looked like she was overdosed on drugs, walked into the office. Sister. Lu Xiuxiu did not turn around. After a moment of silence, directly asked, did you, before, and your school, a boy named Han Qianmo, dated? With a jolt, Lu Jiajiu shook her head frantically as if she had seen a ghost when she heard the words Han Qianmo. Nope. No. I don't know him. I don't know who Han Qian is. No. Wu Zihao is dead. The Wu family is dead. No one else knows what's going on. She knows. Her greatest fear right now was that something like this What happened to her? Lu Xiaoxiao indifferently glanced at the other party and directly pulled out $50,000 from the drawer. This is enough money for your tuition and living expenses for the next 2 years. Take it and get the hell out. Don't show up in front of me again. I'll tell company security to see you again and just call the police. Originally, I wanted to ask the other party what actually happened with Han Qianma before or not. It wasn't that he didn't believe Han Qianlong and Chen Shui's account, but he simply wanted to ask for clarification, because she felt that if her own sister, indeed, hadn't been dating Han Qianlong, much less had anything happened, then himself and Han Qianma, it is not a mess. Whether or not you have the courage to confess, whether or not the person is willing, or whether or not you will end up with the other person, let's not talk about that yet, at least qualify for being together. See in the eyes of the other side of the determination, coupled with the hearing of the Han Qianmo 3 words, the heart has been no more pouting, the courage to play. Lu Jiajia clenched her teeth, picked up the table of 50,000 yuan, turned to leave. School. Go to Hammer School. The moment she left the building and walked toward the curb, she began to break into a fit of rage. Where's the chance for this young lady to go back to school? Now, Wu Ziheo's death meant that there was no one to help her make connections to keep her at Donghai University. With her past high school grades as well as her current grades in the subject, she probably wouldn't wait until the end of the semester to be expelled. Not to mention the fact that there's a demon king back from the dead in the school. If you run into it again, the odds are that you'll be driven to extinction. Just like Wu Ziheo, even if she could go back, she wouldn't dare now. But if we don't go back to school, where can we go now? Lu Jiajiao, who was standing on the side of the road, had a look of despair on her face, and soon, this despair turned into indignation. It's all your fault, Lu Xiao. If you had taken my lady in, would my lady need to be so torn up right now? We're sisters, and you don't show any mercy? You wait for this lady. Today you treat this young lady with love and disregard, but one day, this young lady will make you climb high. When the time comes, don't regret it. Buzz off dash. Just when Lu Jiajiu was still at a loss, the phone in her pocket rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, she hesitated for a moment before picking it up. Which one? If the person on the other end is a bill collector, she doesn't hesitate to hang up and black out the number. However, after a moment of silence, the caller responded with this. It's me, Wu Ziheo. Chapter 84, Uniqueness. University Cafeteria. Out of the way corner. Han Shenlong followed the other's suggestion, closed his eyes, and kissed. In the next moment, he was slightly stunned and looked at the woman in front of him with slight dismay. What ko? Chen Shui had a smug look on her face, her warm thin lips slightly open, the corners of her mouth following up. Well, like it? Han Shenlong surveyed the other party with slight surprise. Like, in that instant just now, he had truly smelled the scent of Lin Ruoyu's body. The scent was also Lin Ruoyu's scent, coupled with the other party's pretense of rusty kissing skills. He even really thought that the person he had just hugged was Lin Ruoyu. As a ripple rippled through his calm inner self like a lake, Han Shenruo couldn't help but feel emotional. Is this the gift of the innate charming body? If we let it grow, we are afraid that sooner or later, it will become a scourge that will harm the country and the people. As a matter of fact, when he was in the Nine Heavens continent, he had seen quite a few innate enchanting bodies. Male, female, fairy, demon, witch, human or wraith. It's all there. But like Chen Shui, this is the first time he has seen an innate charming body with a pure physique and extremely high talent. For that reason, he couldn't stop thinking about it. In the future, if one had the other party with him, the long road to immortality might not really be lonely. Seeing the word satisfied in the other party's eyes, Chen Shui smiled like a flower, with a hint of undisguised excitement on her flushed face. Like it? Want to, taste the schoolgirl flavor again? Han Xianmo's face did not change color, and the nature of a straight man of steel was exposed. I'll admit, your charm talent is high, even more than my initial prediction. This imitation, both in breath and odor, is perfect, but you're still missing the point. That's your flavor. It hasn't changed. Chen Shui knew what the other party meant, and did not sulk because of the other party's steel straight, but only sighed somewhat helplessly. That didn't work. It's not like I've ever kissed Wakuyo. How do you mimic her flavor? Suddenly thinking of something, a touch of evil appeared on her pretty face. Why don't you go and kiss Ruoyu, and then come back to? In that case, don't I know how to mimic it? As a witch, she was most looking forward to directly attacking Lin Ruoyu, but she knew that Lin Ruoyu was Lord Demon's woman, and if Lord Demon hadn't moved, she absolutely couldn't move. Even if the Demon Lord moves, then he must get the consent of the Demon Lord before he can move himself. Otherwise, one is disobeying Lord Demon. and must endure the pain of being burned by the flames of the 9 hells of purgatory. Han Qianmo looked at the other party indifferently, without any ripples on his expression. Just then, Lin Ruoyu, who had only just gotten out of class, walked over. What are you guys talking about? Just now, I think I heard my name? Looking towards Lin Ruoyu, who was sitting beside her, Chen Shui opened her mouth with a pressed look. Wakuyu, do you want a kiss? She knows that Lin Ruoyu likes Han Qianmo, but she just dares not directly express her true inner thoughts due to the constraints of traditional ideas. It takes a little bit of guidance, coaxing, to come to grips with your inner self and express your truest, unadulterated self. This process doesn't have to be rushed. It can start with holding hands, hugging and kissing just like in a relationship. Holding hands, hugging, whatever. She remembered that Lord Demon and the other had already tried that. Should have tried that. In that case, let's start with the third step directly, so that we can indirectly gather intelligence ourselves. Increase your proficiency in the skill imitation to a higher level. The other party's relationship with Lord Demon can also be furthered, to lay a solid foundation for future great harmony. Lin Ruoyu was at a loss. Celery? You mean that high school friend of ours? What? You know her too? She wasn't pretending to be clueless. She was really clueless. After all, no one could have expected that in the middle of the day, while eating in the cafeteria, someone would suddenly ask, "Hey, do you want to play kiss?" And the person who asked this was a seemingly innocent college girl. A normal person would not have been able to react to the fact that the other person's kiss was not a person's name. Chen Shui was slightly stunned. What Jin? In the next moment, she instantly reacted to the fact that the other party had not understood her meaning at all. He was about to explain, but Han Qianlong was the first to speak. Serenity isn't here, and it's no use thinking about her. Let's eat or it'll get cold later. Lin Ruoyu nodded numbly. Oh, looking at Chen Shui's lustful look, she always felt that something was not quite right. Han Qianlong directly changed the topic. I don't have class this afternoon. What about you guys? Seemingly thinking of something, Lin Ruoyu put back the half-bitten broccoli. I saw you this morning when I was walking by the physics classroom. At that time, I saw you were looking intently at the female teacher on stage. On the body, a faint haze has risen again. Could this be, again, my illusion? Chen Shui froze. Which female teacher? Is it that pretty? Even Demon Lord couldn't help but look straight. Han Qianma didn't care about Chen Shui's joke and looked at Lin Ruoyu thoughtfully. Are you sure you're not mistaken? He was, at the time, concentrating on his physics. The mind is free of distractions. Didn't really notice if there was a so-called haze on his own body, or not, but he could be sure of two things. First, my own self at the time, because I learned something new. My cognition was improved, which in turn allowed my mind to improve as well, although the progress was very weak and even almost negligible. The realm, indeed, had been upgraded. Secondly, unless it was a great realm breakthrough, thus triggering a heavenly tribulation or other heaven and earth anomalies, other people would not be able to see that their realm had been upgraded at all, except for one person. That person is the Empress. He clearly remembered that from the time he had been the Empress disciple, his opponent had been able to notice the changes in his realm at all times. Even a tiny bit of progress could be detected by the other side. At first, he thought someone else's master, too, could do this. Only later did he realize that not to mention other people's masters, even other people, cultivators and top powerhouses of the 9 heavens continent, couldn't do it. In the entire 9 heavens continent, there was only one person who had the ability to see changes in her realm and could reach the level of detection, the Empress. But now, on this earth where the spiritual chi is thin, there is an ordinary woman, who is not even a cultivator, who is able to do what only a female emperor can do. Han Qianma's heart cannot help but give birth to speculation. Chapter 85, Wu Bu Fan, believe in me, I am a son of Qi. In Han Qianlong's opinion, there are only two scenarios. Firstly, the Empress's insight talent was rare in the 9 heavens continent, but relatively common on Earth. In other words, there were actually not many people like Lin Ruoyu who could see a slight increase in their realm. Of course, in terms of proportion alone, it may still be 1 in 10,000, or 1 in a million, but compared to the uniqueness of the 9 heavenly continents, the amount of ownership is certainly huge. Second, Lin Ruoyu was the reincarnation of the Empress. This scenario was the one he most wanted to happen, yet in reality, it was the least likely to happen. The reason was simple: Lin Ruoyu was born before the Empress, and hadn't lost her life and crossed over in between, so it was impossible to cross paths with the Empress of the other world. Of course, this first didn't mean that Lin Ruoyu was older than the Empress. Rather, it refers to the timeline. The 9 heavenly continent was 100,000 years old, and only 3 years had passed on Earth. Obviously, time flows differently in the two worlds. 100,000 years equals 3 years. The current Lin Ruoyu would only be 23, 24 at most. Translated into the time of the 9 heavenly continent, it was about 800,000 years. Subtracting the 10 years of acquaintance with the Empress, there are about 70 years left. In other words, 700,000 years ago on the 9 heavenly continent, Lin Ruoyu had already been born on Earth. At that time, not to mention the female emperor, even the female emperor's father, grandfather emperor, great-grandfather emperor, and even grandfather nasal emperor had not yet been born, not to mention the Empress herself. He wished very much that Lin Ruoyu would have a connection with the Empress, but in the timeline, it simply didn't match up, and the fact that it did, there was nothing he could do about it. What's wrong? Seeing Han Xianma in a daze, Lin Ruoyu shook her jade hand. Is something wrong? Han Xianma looked at Lin Ruoyu and shook his head. It's okay. So, are you doing anything this afternoon? Chen Shui thought that Lord Demon Lord was trying to ask each other out. Ha. It was a moment of interest. Yeah. What's glowing or not glowing doesn't matter. Are you busy this afternoon or not? If not, join us. Go anywhere. Lin Ruoyu took a bite of cauliflower and shook her head. What should be busy has been done for the morning. No afternoon classes. Feel free to make arrangements. Chen Shui's breath caught, but she still tried hard to suppress the excitement in her heart. So you guys eat. I'll go buy a set. Oh yeah. The anticipation is finally here. Regardless, safety measures have to be taken. People are still students. What's more, Lord Demon said that getting pregnant is a very dangerous thing. It's best not to take risks if you don't have to. Bye. Set? Lin Ruoyu was at a loss. Couldn't understand what the other guy was saying at all. The expression was still calm, but it was obvious that compared to the past, Han Xianruo was indeed a bit flustered. Let's go look at houses if we're alright this afternoon. My old house is still being renovated, and in a month or two, I'm sure I won't be able to get it down. Renting it really isn't necessary. Just buy a set near the school. It'll be easier if we live together. Chen Shui, who had cold sweat hanging on her forehead, had a subdued look on her face. Right. That's the idea. In my heart, I was incredibly disappointed. So that's what it means. Hey, it's no fun. Lin Ruoyu didn't notice the wrong atmosphere and nodded. So, when Yuki said covers, she meant shoe covers? Looking at the house, it looks like you have to wear shoe covers. The people selling the house, though, would have prepared ahead of time, I think, having never bought a house. These things, do you still need to prepare them yourself? Han Shenlong looked at Chen Shui. It's good to be prepared. You don't have to go out and buy it specifically. Just pick up a little bit along the way when you're driving later. Chen Shui pretended to be calm. Well, good. In my heart, I was screaming, hey, looking at houses and stuff is the most boring. It's not exciting at all. Unless, suddenly, she thought of something, and an evil smile surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Ro, if you don't give me a chance, I'll create my own. You don't like to initiate. I'll help you initiate. Inside the villa in the name of the Wu family, Lu Jiaojiu was led by a man in a suit into the study. Seeing the man with his back to the front door, standing in front of the window, gazing out, she froze directly in place. Zeheo. The next moment, when she saw the youth turning back in response to the voice, revealing that unfamiliar face, she realized that the young man in front of her was not Wu Ziheo at all. You're not Ziheo. Who the hell are you? Why did you get into Wu Ziheo's house? The short-haired young man with a straight suit, good looks, and extraordinary appearance subconsciously surveyed the woman in front of him, his eyes flickering. You're Ms. Lu Jiaojiu, aren't you? Hello, I'm Wu Ziheo. Lu Jiaojiu looked surprised and did not shake hands with it. You're kidding this lady. This lady has been dating Wu Ziheo for almost 10 years. Do you think that, after only a few days of not seeing him, my lady won't recognize him? Seeing that the other party was not willing to shake hands with him, the youth gave up and turned to sit on the sofa. 18 years ago, the Wu family, the number one family in the East China Sea, was driven to extinction by their enemies. At the time, I was only 5 years old, living on the streets, almost bitten to death by wild dogs. It was a little girl and her grandfather who saved me and gave me a bun. Lu Jiaojiu didn't have the patience to listen to the other party's story. What the hell are you trying to say? Who are you? And what the hell is the point of calling this lady over? The youth took a deep breath and eased his emotions. My original name was just Wu Ziheo, but I changed my name in order to cover my tracks. Now it's called Wu Bufan. Back then, Wu Shanjui was the butler of my Wu family. For taking his own family and taking time off work to go back to his hometown to visit his grave. That's how he dodged that bullet as well as I did. After being saved by that little girl that night 18 years ago, I still couldn't get rid of the faith that I was going to die of illness. Just when I was at my most desperate, a mysterious old man rescued me. Since then, he's been my master. 2. Returning from his memories and looking at Lu Jiaojiao in front of him, Wu Bufan had a deep look on his face. Master, he's very powerful. Not only is his martial arts unrivaled, but he also has a mysterious background. And even, I still haven't figured out what his identity is. Under his tutelage, my strength skyrocketed, and not only did I become completely free of illness, but I also became an expert in the world. But he said that I'm not invincible enough to leave Kunlun. So, I secretly contacted Wu Shanjui and gave him help in secret to revitalize the Wu family. The purpose of this is twofold. Firstly, it will ensure that by the time I leave the mountain, the Wu family will have regained a certain status and strength, and will be able to help me and take direct revenge. Secondly, we can use Wu Shanjui and his son as bait to draw out the murderer behind the destruction of the Wu family back then. That way, it will be easier for me to find them and avenge my family's death. As a result, I didn't realize that the wait would be more than 10 years. He didn't lie. What the Wu family has been doing all these years is all his manipulation behind the scenes. The reason why he was able to revitalize himself and become one of the top 10 families in the East Sea was also his ability. Wu Shanjui and Wu Zihao were nothing more than his pawns. Lu Jiaojiao's eyes widened in shock. So you have, now, cultivated to the realm of invincibility? Wu Bufan nodded. Sort of. Most of all, the enemy has reappeared. I can't keep sitting on my ass. Looking towards Lu Jiaojiao, he had a deep look on his face. The deaths of Wu Shankuei and his son are only secondary. The main thing is you. Lu Jiaojiao was stunned. What's wrong with me? Wu Bufan got up, his face full of despondency. Because I found out that all these years, you've been with that fake Wu Zihao. That group of people who exterminated the Wu family will probably go after you. I can't let anything happen to you, because I just recently found out that, 18 years ago, the little girl who gave me the steamed bun was actually you. Hearing this, Lu Jiaojiao's scalp tingled. Fuck, this guy's not supposed to be crazy, is he? Or, just lying. If what the other side said is true, then this is too damn bloody. Buns? When did this lady ever give a fucking bun to a fucking who? Lu Jiaojiao cried and laughed. Oh, such a coincidence? 18 years ago? At that time, my lady was only 4 years old. I think. Who the hell remembers when you were 4 years old? She's sure. One could never do something stupid like that. At that time, one didn't even have a few mouthfuls to eat. So how could one possibly have mercy on a beggar? Even if they did give each other buns. It was mostly from the old man. But the old man has long since passed away. And there's no place to ask. It's impossible to verify what really happened back then. After a moment of silence, Lu Jiaojiao was in a tangle. So, should we tell this guy the truth? After a moment's reflection, she suddenly realized that the other woman's eyes could be covered in sincerity. After some deliberation, she decided to examine the situation first, and if it was really a reliable kaiju, it wasn't a bad idea to keep fishing. So how strong are you now? I don't mean martial arts, but economics and status. Wu Bufan did not change his face. I've just come down from the mountain, and the Wu family has now been exterminated as well. As of now, there really isn't much power. But, Lu Jiaojiao just sighed, showing contempt. The other parties came. But what? Wu Bufan laughed coldly. However, my 7 superbly strong and nationally beautiful senior sisters came down the mountain before me. Now, they have become elites, even overlords, in every industry, in every field, plus my own strength is close to invincible. Absolutely no one in this world can stop me from taking my revenge. Looking to the other man, his eyes filled with deep emotion again, and even less can stop me, in my determination to repay you. P.S. Don't worry, not the old villain formula. This book is not the type of book villain, so there will not be a formula. The so-called son of luck. With a bit of spoiler alert, Wu Bufan is lying to Lu Jiaojiao. Chapter 86 Chen Shui, can it still operate like this? Really? Oh, like this. Lu Jiaojiao had an awkward smile on her face, trying to remain calm. Inside, however, he was already holding back a hiss. You really take this lady for a fool, don't you? You can lie to this lady, but you can't cheat with a fictional setting. Do you really think I don't read novels? However, she didn't have a so-called. In her opinion, no matter whether the other party was telling the truth or not, as long as they were willing to take care of and protect themselves, then they were good people. So what are you going to do? Next, Wu Bufan gestured for the other party to sit down first, before speaking with a sincere face. Honestly, whether it's that time 18 years ago or this one, I can't say I have the slightest clue as to who the person who exterminated the Wu family is. When he said that, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. and with a feigned look of indignation, he punched the couch. If I find out who really killed my whole family, killed old Wu and his family, even if they are hiding to the ends of the earth, I will definitely uncover them, disassembled in pieces and thrashed to ashes. Lu Jiajiao didn't understand the other party's hint, and after thinking for a long time, she suddenly came up with this sentence. All these years you've been staying in the mountains. You must not have had a girlfriend then. After being single for so long, you should have saved a lot of money, right? Her meaning is clear. Didn't you say you want to repay me? First via a few tens of thousands of dollars to see the strength. Seemingly not realizing that the other party would suddenly come with such a sentence. Wu Bufan looked at the other party in a daze. It was a long time before he spoke in a wooden voice. All these years, I've only been manipulating Wu Shanju father and son behind the scenes. There's no evidence that I'm the one who's really in charge of the Wu family. Now that Wu Shanju is dead, the Wu family's money is frozen. For a while, I can't get it out. In this case, you wait for me for a few days. When I finish taking revenge, I'll go to my powerful senior sister and ask her to use the power in her hands to unfreeze the Wu family's assets and have them all transferred to my name. When the time comes, it's just a matter of how much you want. The hatred of the Wu family, learning the art with a mysterious master, having a number of powerful senior brothers and sisters, and manipulating the Wu Shanju family of 3 to establish the Cloud Mountain Association. All of these things were true. He had not deceived the other party. But buns and payback and all that is pure bullshit. The purpose is just to win the trust of Lu Jiaojiao, so that the other party has the courage to tell himself about the Black Hand clues only. This time, not only Wu Shanjui's family, but also all the members of the Yunshan Association and their families, all died in the hands of the Black Hand behind the scenes. Moreover, after such a big incident, not only his own people but also the police could not find out a single clue. It's a testament to the power of the man behind the curtain. Originally, it was not only dangerous to look into this matter, but also clueless. After a bit of investigation, he ended up focusing his attention on Lu Jiajiao, because through the phone recording, he discovered one thing. 2 days before Wu Ziheo's accident, this Lu Jiajiao took the initiative to break up. That's why I didn't disappear with Wu Ziheo. Wu Bufan judged from this Lu Jiajiao must know something. It's just that they don't dare to speak up because of the horror of the man behind the curtain. If you want to pry open Lu Jiajiao's mouth, you'll have to use some tricks. After listening to each other's words, Lu Jiajiao realized that the other side to find themselves, in fact, is to explore the Black Hand clues. Her eyes grew covered with horror, and glancing into the other woman's eyes, she lowered her head tremblingly. Then, go ahead and report it then. We'll be in touch after you get your revenge. She knew that Wu Ziheo's family, for sure, was killed by Han Shenruo. She felt that the reason why the other party didn't kill herself was only because she had told the other party to Wu Ziheo, but not to anyone else. If one told this matter to others, then others, for sure, would also have to die, and one might also break the limits of Han Shenma's patience and be mercilessly exterminated by the other party. For this reason, she decided not to mention anything about Han Shenlong to anyone, though it would certainly be better to live in constant fear, physically and mentally, in the future, than to lose one's life. That Mr. Wu Bufan, right? Lu Jiajiao, who had returned from her trance, stood up directly. If you don't have the strength, this young lady means that if you only want to take revenge, then this young lady really can't help you. Can't help, and staying here will only slow you down. In that case, we might as well get in touch later. Well, that's it. Bye. You can't talk without money. Stay for what? Continuing to die? Or do they let you whore yourself out for nothing? If you want to be the second Wu Ziheo, go yourself. I'm not in the mood to play with you. Seeing Lu Jiajiao raising her head, the bodyguard at the door subconsciously tried to raise his hand, but was stopped by Wu Bufan with a look. The henchman walked up to Wu Bufan with a cold look on his face. Master, she seems not to be cooperating. Wu Bufan didn't retort. Don't do it here. Also, Wu Ziheo is my righteous brother anyways. His women, they can be killed, but not humiliated. But there's no need to save your breath. Just leave a breath. No toast? That's fine. All I have here is a forfeit. Understood. Putting on his sunglasses, he turned away with a haze under his hand. Seemingly sensing something, Wu Bufan subconsciously raised his head and looked toward the sinister figure standing on the second floor. Sis, it's been a long time. The sales department under the name of Han Yuan Group. Han Xianmo was still visiting the building type with Lin Ruoyu. Chen Shui walked over from the other side and looked at the duo with an astonished expression. Guess what I found? Han Xianlong's face didn't change. Lin Ruoyu, who was on the side, glanced at him and turned back to Chen Shui and asked, "What did you find out?" Chen Shui took out a publicity poster and pointed to the building in the picture. Look at this very dominating-looking gate built on the wasteland. Doesn't something look familiar? As her line of sight shifted to Han Qianruo, Chen Shui cried and laughed. Exactly. This is the gate that was near your house. You may not believe it when I tell you. The reason why Han Yuan Group didn't use the most ruthless means to push your parents to move. It's just because the houses here have long been sold out. Lin Ruoyu seemed to understand the other party's meaning and was astonished. The house wasn't even repaired. Not even on the foundation. Just a neighborhood gate. And it was sold out? This. Chen Shui wanted to laugh and laughed out loud. I can't believe it. Right? Before I came here, I couldn't have imagined that there was actually this kind of operation. Lin Ruoyu sighed breathlessly and was just about to open her mouth when the manager of the sales department, with two subordinates, walked over with a smile on her face. Greetings, honored, future residents of Han Yuan, and welcome to the 5-star sales department under the name of the world's top 500, Han Yuan Group. I'm the sales manager here, Xiao Zhang, representing the great Han Yuan Group. At your service. Chapter 87, Cousin, Han Xiaoan. Not only manager Zhang, even the two female salesmen beside him were always smiling and dignified. They're not artifacts. Rather, they really want to show their sincerity. No way. The housing market has collapsed in the last 2 years. Property prices plummeted. As the saying goes, the lower it goes, the less people buy it, and the cheaper it is, the harder it is to do business. We're halfway through the month. And not to mention the number of transactions. Even the number of people looking at homes hasn't broken double digits. You know, it used to be that it only took 30 or 40 touts, pretending to look at houses here, to fool a customer who was buying a house. Now, 300 or 400 TOs can't fool a single client looking at a house. The ones who bought the house didn't, and had to pay TO for their hard work. It's okay for a month or two, 1 or 2 years. Who can carry it? This is not. They really have no choice but to give up the traditional sales methods and adopt the latest, even unprecedented sincere sales in an attempt to impress customers with true sincerity. Whether the other side believes it or not, they don't know. All they know is that they are really sincere now. What would you three like to drink? Manager Zhang had a gentlemanly demeanor and guided the three of them as they continued to step forward. I'll leave them both to pour. Or, the three of you can just go to the bar and help yourselves. There are comfy couches there so we can sit down and take our time talking. Look at the other person's sincere, warm smile full of goodwill. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and after a moment of silence, they turned their eyes to the demon lord beside them. From the beginning to the end, Han Qianma didn't even look at manager Zhang, and didn't even bother to listen to what the other party was saying. His eyes, always in one direction, seems to have seen something interesting. Noticing this scene, Chen Shui hurriedly turned her head and said to manager Zhang and the others in front of her, "No, thanks. Go about your business. You don't have to follow us. We'll just look around." Manager Zhang always wore a smile, the kind you couldn't see your eyes. Trust me. Whether you buy a home or not, you need a team of professionals by your side, because they can help you understand the current market, the latest household structure, so that you can make the most accurate judgment in a timely manner. It's hard to meet 3 intentional customers. This month's commission, the end of the year bonuses, all have to fall. Give up? Might as well let me die. Chen Shui frowned. There's really no need. We'll just take a look for ourselves. You guys don't have to follow us. It's not that much trouble. At this moment, she suddenly felt that smile is the most ugly, the most false expression in this world. Manager Zhang remained smiling. Let's talk about what you want in a room. Chen Shui was a bit angry and was just about to open her mouth when Lin Ruoyu, who was on the side, said, "We bought 2 period houses in your place 5 years ago. We have been out of town before, and we just came back in the past few days to see the progress of the construction of the house." Hearing this, manager Zhang was violently stunned and his smile froze. Ahem. That, you guys are mistaken, aren't you? Before, the sales that you signed the contract with, it certainly wasn't me. The after-sales department is over there, so if you have any problems, just call them. Bye. After saying that, he took his subordinates and left the place without looking back. Chen Shui turned her head to look at Lin Ruoyu with a look of adoration. Not bad for a schoolboy. Bull. Lin Ruoyu smiled bashfully and looked up at Han Qianma, only to find that the other party was long gone from his original spot and had gone to the other end of the hall. Chen Shui also noticed this scene, and after exchanging glances with the other party, she joined the other party and walked behind Han Qianma. What's wrong? Is something wrong? After learning that this was the sales department of the Han Yuan Group, she realized that Lord Demon might take action against the people here. She won't say anything. She only hoped that it would not be so bloody. After all, Lin Ruoyu was there, and she hadn't seen such an exciting scene. Don't scare people. Lin Ruoyu noticed that Han Qianmuo's eyes, had been on a young female salesperson, and curiously said, "You know?" Chen Shui had long since noticed the scene, but she didn't bother to wonder if Lord Demon Lord knew that girl. Rather, I simply felt that the little girl, who should have just come here as an intern, looked really small and delicate, watery, like a freshly hung cherry. Han Xianlong nodded. "He's my cousin, Han Xinwan." Earlier the other party used his parents' phone number to send a message to his WeChat. Then there was a little chat. Later, he to his father's tone, education the other side, and help each other, added to their own WeChat. Further back, he didn't talk much with the other man. After all, in the other party's view, the person who uses Han Xianmo WeChat is his parents, not him. There's no point in talking about it. Han Xianmo also thought that the other party's life has returned to the right track, so he forgot about this matter. The results were not expected. Not only did the other guy leave school, but he made a sale here. "I don't think there are any high school exams at this time." Han Xianmo turned back and looked at Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu on the side. Both shook their heads. Chen Shui said, "It's still early." "What? Was she, before, still in school? If that's the case, then isn't she, now, dropping out of school?" Han Xianmo didn't know what was going on and said to Chen Shui who was beside him, "You guys can ask for me. Let's see what's going on." Han Xinjuan's parents, his uncle and aunt, treated him very generally, but Han Xinwan is still good to him. After Han Shirawan's family moved out of town, he still received gifts from Han Shirawan from time to time. It's not worth much, but it's a thought. Most of all, when he talked to the other person on Twitter before, he promised in his heart, if the other person is not a good student, or for some reason can't study anymore, take the other person to cultivate immortality or magic. Now, seeing that Han Xiaowan is working as a salesperson here, not only looking at the face of the customers, but also looking at the face of her supervisor, he, as a brother, will definitely not agree. More importantly, he realized that on Han Xinjuan's face, there were injuries. It's not a matter of care. Rather, someone must, for that matter, pay the price. Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu looked at each other and nodded. The former said, "Okay, then you wait here for us for a while." She knew that if Han Qianmo went directly to the other side and had to explain the resurrection to the other side, whether the other side believed it or not, it would be delayed for a long time. Already an Earth Realm martial artist, she also noticed the injury on Han Xiaojuan's face. In her opinion, what Han Xianlong did was wise. Go ahead and ask what's going on. After you've settled those things, explain slowly to the other person why your cousin has come back to life and become so handsome and awesome. Chapter 88 Heavenly Realm Martial Artist. In the hallway of the apartment, Wu Bufan was still talking to his senior sister. "The signal was bad just now. I didn't hear you clearly. Sis, please say it again?" He wanted to cheat information from Lu Jiajiao's mouth, but it turned out that the other party refused to do anything until he was forced to do so. After a hard beating, people are much more honest. From Lu Jiajiao's mouth learned the name Han Qianmo. He investigated a bit, only to find that this Han Qianmo situation is a bit complicated. Yes, there are two Han Pathfinders. One is already dead, and this person has also had contact with Lu Jiajiao. What's more, he is also one of the objects that the Cloud Mountain Association used to game. No, 444. The other one, with a much simpler background, is just East Ocean University, an ordinary transfer student. It's obvious that the Han Qianmo that Lu Jiajiao is talking about is the Han Qianmo who is dead and was once gamed by the Cloud Mountain Society. That makes sense in terms of motivation. If the black hand behind the curtain is really him, then it's obvious that he's taking revenge by killing the Wu family and the members of the Cloud Mountain Association. The elder sister on the other end of the phone was named Zhang Yunrui, and like Wu Bufan, she was also a member of some mysterious organization, and earlier, she was the one who was directly manipulating the Wu family. Zhang Yunrui responded, "Do you think that Han Qianrui is really resurrected?" Wu Bufan shook his head. "Unlikely. Even the Inhumans, as far as I know, don't have the means to resurrect people. There are spells that turn people into walking corpses, but it's obvious that this Han Qian is a living, breathing human being." The tone of Zhang Yunrui on the other end of the phone was serious. No matter what the situation is, if the black hand behind the curtain is really him, then his risk factor, at least, has reached SSSS level. Can you manage it, all by yourself? Wu Bufan smiled confidently. Don't worry, your senior brother now is a genuine heaven realm martial artist. Even if he's an inhuman, when he meets me, he'll only have to kneel. Zhang Yunrui didn't retort. Anyway, you be careful. I don't know why, but I always feel inside a little apprehensive. Wu Bufan comforted. Boss said that when I get rid of the black hand behind the scenes, I will join you and rebuild the Cloud Mountain Association. It means that in the future, I won't have to run around and not see you once in a few years. Senior sister, I want to marry you. Seemingly not expecting that the other party would suddenly confess at this time, Jiang Yunrui froze for a long time before speaking gently. We'll discuss this matter more slowly when you've completed your mission. But for now, senior sister still wants to talk to you, whether it's before or after knowing you. Sister, haven't even had a boyfriend. Hearing this explicit statement, Wu Bufan instantly became excited. It took a deep breath to hold down the excitement. Don't go anywhere. Wait for me at home. After that, he hung up the phone decisively, because he knew that the phone chatting is meaningless. Want to feel the warmth of the Taoist sister? The best approach is to complete the task at hand as soon as possible, then rush back and be with sister. Holding the cell phone in his hand, Wu Bufan slowed down his agitation, held his breath, and walked to the apartment door. Just as he was about to pry the door open, an icy chortle suddenly came from behind him. It's not appropriate to do that in broad daylight, is it? Wu Bufan didn't panic and turned back bashfully, noticing that the other party's realm was only in the middle stage of the Earth realm. He couldn't help but smile. You are. White Sin didn't answer and went straight for it. I'm your uncle. When he was a patrolman, he had arrested many prisoners and knew a pattern. That is, until they are subdued. These criminals are unlikely to cooperate, much less answer any of your questions. The best thing to do is to take the other person down first, so that they can ask the questions they want to ask after they realize that they are not very talkative. Seeing that the other party was directly striking out at the drop of a hat, the corners of Wu Bufan's mouth, who maintained a stance of looking down, rose, revealing a contemptuous sneer. Out of your depth. Swish dash. In the next moment, White Sin, who had swept past the other party, was violently stunned. Only then did he realize that his left arm was missing from his shoulder. His own left arm, unknown to him, had been removed by the other, held in his hand, and played with it contemptuously, with a haze covering his face. White Sin didn't panic, but turned around bashfully and looked at the other party coldly. Heavenly Realm? I didn't expect that a martial artist of your level would exist in this seemingly peaceful East Sea. Wu Bufan took the other party's broken arm in his hand and pawed it up and down, a scornful smile covering his face. You are not too stupid to recognize that Lao Zi's realm is swift dash. Before the words fell, the broken arm that he had pawed in midair seemed to come to life and suddenly grabbed towards his neck. Luckily, Wu Bufan's reaction was fast enough not to be cut by the sharp nails, directly cutting through the arteries. Otherwise, his life would probably really be lost here. At this moment, he who had taken several steps backward touched the bloodstain on his neck and looked at the broken arm that had fallen on the ground and was shaking continuously with a stunned expression. Just realized, there was no blood coming out of the severed arm's break at all. Looking up at the man's wound, and there was no blood splattering, he instantly realized what was going on and his face changed drastically. You're not an ordinary martial artist? What the hell are you, eh? What the hell? White Sin picked up the broken arm on the ground and casually connected it back. I said, I'm your uncle. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down for your grandpa? Looking at the man who was striding towards him, whose wound at his broken arm was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, Wu Bufan's face sank like water, his forehead covered in cold sweat. You're inhuman? Well. So much fun, right? Okay, I'll remember you. Making a you wait for me gesture at the other party, Wu Bufan slowly backed up, leaped, and violently jumped out of the window opening between the buildings. Coming to the window, White Sins raised his eyes and looked out. The face of the man who didn't notice the figure of the other party was covered with a solemn coldness. The sales department under the name of Hung Yuan Group. Customer Reception Center. Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu named Han Xiaowan to receive them. Han Xinwan had no choice but to follow their request and invite them both to the reception room. 2. Please drink. The slightly green Han Xinwan placed the water on the table in front of the other party. Nervous and rushed. It was clear that she hadn't had a few viewing clients before. Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu looked at each other and nodded. The former looked back at Han Xinwan in front of her and asked, right to the point, how long have you been working here? And what's with the bruise on your face? Han Xiaojuan's delicate body trembled as she subconsciously covered her face with her hands. 2 months. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. It was just an accident. A fall. Chen Shui wrapped her arms around her and said in a customer tone, we're here to buy a house. And the customer is God. Now, I want to know what's going on with that cut on your face. If you think it's a waste of time to make small talk with me, that's okay. I can find other sales who, perhaps, are a little more chatty. Han Xinwan had a look of needlessness on her face. Okay, I'll call the other sales managers for you and have them serve you. Chen Shui froze, not understanding why the other party's face suddenly became indifferent. Subconsciously, he looked at Lin Ruoyu beside him. Seeing Han Xiaowan turn around and about to leave, The bland Lin Ruoyu opened her mouth. Go get the contract. Let's sign the contract of intent first. You heard right. It's signing, not watching. Chapter 89, The Three Men. 10 minutes later. Han Xinhuan looked incredulously at the contract that had been signed, and realized that she had billed herself, and it was the first order since making the sale. Stunned, she looked at the two great beauties in front of her, confused. Why? I don't seem to have done anything but pour you 2 glasses of water. Chen Shui didn't say anything and silently looked at Lin Ruoyu, finishing the water poured by the other party. Lin Ruoyu then looked at the other party blandly. Rich and capricious. Is that answer satisfactory? Han Xinhuan looked at the other side in a daze. Although the other party's mouth was simple and rough, she understood that the other party must have seen that she was a novice and had not opened a single order before. That's what made the big deal. Volunteering to sign up and take care of myself. Knowing the inner workings of the property, a trace of guilt had been born in her heart at the moment, because she knows that the houses for sale here are the pits. Good people shouldn't be cheated, she thought. Lin Ruoyu, who did not change her face, directly pulled out her card. Where do I pay the deposit? As far as I know, to buy a house, you need to pay a deposit, right? With hesitation, she took the bank card handed to her by the other party, and after a moment's hesitation, Han Xiaowan returned it to the other party. I'm sorry, this villa worth $10 million cannot be sold to you. It was her parents' idea for her to come here as a salesperson, because her parents knew that without a diploma, without education, and wanting to make a lot of money, she would have to be a salesperson. But after coming here she realized that, to put it nicely, it was sales. To put it bluntly, it's cheating. Of course, it's okay not to cheat. Just stay at the post, wait for the customers who have the need to come to the door, and then sell the other party what they need. The price can be acceptable to the other party, is her ideal. Sales should be like. But then, her supervisor wouldn't agree. The general sales manager even less. And the whole company wouldn't agree. Because anyone who does that knows that you can't sell more than a few houses that way. If you want to reach the performance standard, you have to cheat. After realizing the status quo of the industry, Han Xiaowan, who has never been able to convince herself, gave up the idea. At the moment, she was already ready to quit her job, and saw that there were 2 beautiful young ladies who actually took the initiative to sign a contract of intent in order to take care of themselves. Her conscience couldn't help but ache, because she knew that, with the current market, the house here was not worth the price tag on the bright side. What's more, the house that the other party is looking at has only just been roofed, and it's not certain that it will be completed. I've seen too many people who come here to make a scene because their house sucks and in the end they can't fix it and have to jump off the building. She knew that the sales departments and agents of other companies might still be small-time scammers. The Everest group of houses is a real scam. Whether people lack money or not is their business. But one cannot even lose one's conscience in order to earn a commission. After some thought, she finally decided that she would give up on signing the order and leave the place as soon as her resignation was finalized. Lin Ruoyu pretended to be puzzled. Why? It's the money we give, isn't it enough? Han Xiaowan thought about it. Since she was leaving, nothing mattered. And more importantly, she felt that the 2 young ladies in front of her didn't seem like bad people. I'll tell you, but don't you go out there and say it, including the one you're looking at, which is for sale. More than 90% of the houses have been halted because of the financial chain. What it says is that when the house is sold, tear it down and fix up the house that was sold before. Can the current market conditions? Who knows how long it will take to sell and come up with enough money to cover the shortfall. So, my suggestion is that you can wait and see. If you're in a hurry, you can even look elsewhere. Anyway, no matter where you go to buy, I have only one piece of advice, and that is to buy a current home, not a period home. Chen Shui was just about to open her mouth to say something, but Lin Ruoyu snorted coldly. You're kidding. Han Yuan Group, one of the world's top 500 companies, and the leading real estate company in China. How is it possible for money to break down and rot? Han Xinhuan was a little anxious. Really duh. Everest does have a strong brand name, but these days, there's no money and there's really no money. Not to mention us bottom sales, even manager Zhang, hasn't been paid for months. When you see him receiving you, he is very kind and gentlemanly. In private, his mind has long been blown up, otherwise he wouldn't still have meetings every day after work, and every time he has a meeting, he has to give us a bad scolding. Chen Shui realized that the opportunity had come. So, the bruise on your face, he did that too? Han Xinhuan looked evasive, but didn't react as violently as before. Yes, but not because of work. Lin Ruoyu asked. It's not about work? Then aren't you contradicting yourself with your words? Han Xinhuan watched the duo with an anxious face. Well, let me get this straight. The injury on my face is indeed because of manager Zhang, but it wasn't him who hit me. It was his three nephews. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui looked at each other. The former is really a bit puzzled. Nephew? What do you mean? I didn't get it. After hesitating for a long time, Han Xiaowan gathered her courage and told the truth. I've been here for a little over 2 months now. 3 months as an intern. And this month, just last week, Manager Chang approached me and said he wanted to talk to me about a transfer. He was very direct. I hadn't billed. And according to the rules, there was no way I could be converted. But he's willing to open the back door for me, provided that I would be his mistress. A color of anger had surfaced on Chen Shui's pretty face. And then what? Han Xinwan looked powerless. I sure as hell can't say yes. He then threatened me, saying that if I didn't agree, not only would I not get paid for my internship, but I would go to jail. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui looked at each other. The former was puzzled. Why are you in jail? What do you have on him? Han Xinwan shook her head. No, I haven't done anything illegal. He means he has 3 nephews, all very young. If I didn't agree to be his mistress, he called for those 3 nephews to beat me. As soon as I dare to fight back, he'll have proof and say I'm infringing on. Then, take me to court, and then send me in through the connections in hand. Chen Shui's eyes widened. So, all the injuries you have, they're from them? Those 3 nephews, according to you, must not be very old. You're rather petite, but you've also turned 18. You can't beat 3 kids and don't even have a chance to run away or fight back? Han Xinwan smiled bitterly and powerlessly. How fast kids develop these days. You probably can't imagine. Chen Shui looked at Lin Ruoyu, who was pondering with a blank expression. She really had no concept of the matter. Right now, in the hall, 3 so-called kids are playing basketball without objects. The shortest one was over 1 meter 7, and the tallest one was even close to 1 meter 8. All kinds of unphysical dribbling, passing, and shooting. Feeling handsome. When I ran into a customer looking at a house, I didn't even apologize and just ignored them, because they know who they are. Open fire and not taking anyone seriously. At that moment, one of the people said, "Where are we going to play after the game? Keep playing with the stray cats in the neighborhood?" The companion next to me said as he dribbled, "The one we killed yesterday must be the last one. You shouldn't be able to find a cat in the neighborhood for a few days." The man who made the suggestion looked disappointed. "So how do you play in the afternoon?" "Can't possibly play all day. It's too boring." At that moment, the man, who was close to 6'8" in height, opened his mouth in a quiet voice. "How pointless it is to kill cats. How about, let's try killing someone?" Hearing this, the 2 people who were passing the ball were stunned, and slowly, a hideous smile appeared on their faces. "Yeah, why didn't I think of that? If you can't play with cats, you can play with people. Anyway, the general manager here is our uncle. No one can control us." The other companion thought about it. "But who do we play? It's full of adults and they like to go in groups whether they're on or off work or eating. We don't get to have fun even if we want to." The one he was passing with nodded, equally distressed. Only the man, who was nearly 1 meter 8 in height, smiled calmly as if he had already had a plan. "Who says there's no fallout? Doesn't that Han Xinwan, the childish big sister, always like to be alone?" Hearing this, the other 2 people looked as if they had torches in their eyes, and surprise and excitement gradually appeared on their faces. On the sofa in the lounge area, Han Xianlong was playing with his cell phone as if nothing had happened, including Lin Ruoyu's and Chen Shui's inquiries about Han Xiaowan in the reception room. The entire building, and almost everyone's conversations, were all heard by him. Those 3 human discussions, no exception. P.S. I hope it doesn't get reviewed. Chapter 90. Fun. In the office, Manager Zhang, who had taken off his suit and undone his tie, looked annoyed. Bunch of losers. Under his command, he hadn't billed for 2 months, and he himself still couldn't bill a single one. He knew that if he continued like this, at most by the end of next month, he would be demoted from general manager to an ordinary sales. At that point, he will more than likely not do it again, because he knew that he had offended too many of his subordinates, and if he really fell to the level of those subordinates, he would definitely be retaliated against very badly. When the time comes, he'd rather not do it than stay on. This is not going to work. Scratching his hair, Manager Zhang opened the drawer and prepared to smoke a cigarette, but found the winks that had been placed in the drawer before. The eyes narrowed into a line. Looking at this situation, a miracle should be unlikely. It's okay to quit, but before I leave, I have to go crazy one more time. The female sales of the team, pretty much all of them have been scourged by him. Only that newcomer who would rather fold, Han Xinwan, remains. Figured I was going to get demoted or fired anyway. In that case, you might as well have a bully while you still have power in your hand. The corner of his mouth sketched up a smile of anticipation, and Manager Zhang, who had made a good decision, held the winks in his hand and was just about to get up when his assistant rushed in with a fiery voice. "It's not good, Manager Zhang. That nephew of yours killed someone." Manager Zhang was first stunned. Then he asked as if nothing had happened. "Kill who?" He seemed clear about what was going on and was just surprised. "Not worried," the assistant snapped. "It was your nephew who killed him." Hearing this, Manager Zhang first froze, seemingly not understanding. In the next moment, he was suddenly stunned and his face changed drastically. Rushing out of the office as fast as he could, he made his way to the lobby outside. Manager Zhang just saw, at this moment the hall has been surrounded by theater people. "Get out of the way! Get out of my way! All of you!" Pushing through the gathered staff, he rushed to the front, and in an instant, his face suddenly turned pale. "Go! Cha! Age! What are you doing? Stop it! Stop it now!" The three men didn't pay attention to his hissing, still waving the fruit knives in their hands, which they had found somewhere, and poking at each other's bodies. Fun! It was so much fun! Killing people? It turns out it's really so much fun! The eyes of the three men were not empty, they were glowing, as if they were really enjoying the process. However, the bodies that couldn't control themselves, and the severe pain that came after their bodies were poked and prodded, kept them awake and conscious and wailing. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! It hurts! Why? My body will not listen to itself. I was trying to kill people for fun, but I don't want to kill them both. Stop it! Who the hell is controlling me? Just stop it!" Watching the three nephews stabbing each other with knives there, hissing to no avail, Manager Zhang grabbed the security guard next to him. "What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and stop them!" The security guard, in a cold sweat, waved his hand, indicating that there was nothing he could do. "They're your nephews, with a knife in his hand. What if I get stabbed if I go to the fight? It's not like they're responsible. What about you? We'll be responsible. I'm not a fool. Go ahead and you go." "I'm not going." It seemed that from the other party's eyes, he could see indifference. Manager Zhang knew that there was no point in continuing to entangle with it, and after pushing the other party away, he pulled out the phone. "Hey, third sister, hurry up and come over here. Something's wrong. Your son killed someone." On the other end of the phone, the parents of the three people are gathered around playing mahjong. Some watch, some fight. Hearing Manager Zhang's words, the one who answered the phone looked surprised. "Really? Red Center. My son actually dares to even kill someone? Worthy of being my son. He's grown up. 2 cakes? Touché." Instead of being angry, the woman asked curiously after recoding the deck. "Still, I'd like to ask, who did he kill?" The other party shouldn't have much of a background. It doesn't matter if you don't have much of a background. After all, he's too young to understand. The sisters and sister-in-laws with whom she played mahjong seemed to understand what she was talking about and who she was talking to. All of them were wearing smiles and curiously put their heads together to have a good time. The result was the next moment. The woman who answered the phone, however, stared in disbelief as the smile on her face gradually froze. Noticing the change in her demeanor, the sister with whom she was playing mahjong asked with a smile, "What's wrong? The person who was killed, did he have a dodgy family background?" "It's okay, your son is still." Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, the woman who answered the phone spoke hastily. "He said that my son killed someone. It was actually your son." The air was suddenly quiet. Next moment, swish, including the sister who asked the question. All the people present, face changed dramatically, head buzzing. The sales department lobby. Manager Zhang did not hear the response, and continued to shout, "Hello? Hey, where are the people? Are you even listening to me?" He became more agitated when he never got a response, and just when he thought it was a bad signal, he hung up and was about to call again. Suddenly, he realized that his colleagues and security guards, who had been standing around him, had all ducked into the far corners. Stunned, he looked at himself, seemingly realizing what was going on. Manager Zhang, who was holding the phone, was sweating profusely and turned around stiffly. It was then that he saw that his three good nephews had stood behind him, was gazing straight at himself with a blood-soaked fruit knife in his hand. On their faces, they are all wearing innocent and rosy smiles. Next moment, no! The screams resounded throughout the hall. All the sales and security looked horrified and leaned close to each other, unable to look away. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui, who were in the reception room, had long heard the commotion outside. They knew what was happening. That's why they didn't come out to watch, and even kept preventing Han Xiaowan from leaving the reception room. But there was too much commotion outside. Han Xinwan still couldn't help herself and rushed out of the reception room. Seeing those three people who often beat themselves with a bat, but they cannot do anything about them. At this moment, even in the knife after their uncle, the scene is bloody to the extreme. Her delicate body trembled and she covered her mouth, almost screaming. Noticing that Lin Ruoyu's complexion didn't change much, and realizing that the other party's mental quality was, by far, stronger than she had imagined, Chen Shui breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly rushed behind Han Xiaowan and covered the other party's eyes with her hands. Don't look. Don't worry. It will pass soon. It's none of your business. You don't have to care or remember anything. However, Han Xiaowan directly broke free of the other party's restraints and stared dead in the face at the image of the three people chasing and hacking at one person. No. It's got something to do with me. I'm going to watch them die. I don't know why these four people are going crazy, but she really felt that it was very cool. She would have been willing to help the four men find four longer and bigger machetes if reason hadn't gotten in the way. Hand it to them and tell them to slash 1,000,000,000 times harder. Seeing this scene, Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu both widened their beautiful eyes and turned their heads to the side, sitting on the sofa in the lounge area, always looking at their cell phones. Han Qianma, is it because of Cousin Monster? The original innocent, kind-hearted cousin, at the moment, is heading down the path of blackness, step by step. Chapter 91 19 Levels of Purgatory. Han Qianlong knew what they were thinking, but he didn't think so. In his opinion, Han Xinjuan's current state had nothing to do with blackening, and nothing to do with his own demonic aura. The so-called resentment and relief are all reactions that normal people should have. Seeing that the other party never looked up, Chen Shui was just about to say something when she heard a gush of alarm coming from the direction of the gate. Son, Cha, what are you doing? No, stop it. He's your uncle. The parents of the three people are playing cards in a nearby tea house. Received a call from manager Zhang, the first time to rush over. On the way, they were still arguing about whose son had killed whose son and who had started the fight. It has even been noisy. Social rules are social rules. If the other person's son, indeed, killed his own son, he should still be compensated and jailed. However, when they got to this side they realized, there's no such thing as whoever makes the first move is at a greater disadvantage. One man, one knife. No one is less injured than anyone else. Not only that, and now they're working together to kill their uncle, cutting at each other one by one, and full of enjoyment. It was a sight to behold, and the soul trembled. They understand, this is not the time to dwell on who is responsible. The most important thing is to stop them first. Son, stop son. He's your uncle. You guys need to stop stabbing now. Manager Zhang, who had already crawled in front of them, as if he had seen a lifeline, desperately stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the legs of a sister. But at this time, he was pulled by a powerful force. Couldn't take another step forward. Manager Zhang, who had already experienced the strength of his three nephews and knew he couldn't resist, could only look at his sisters in despair and shed tears of remorse and fear. Help me. They are your sons. Hurry up and make them stop. Save. Dash. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, some hard object went straight into his brain. Forced shut down. Hey. Fun. That was fun. The three men were full of grimaces, and their smiles intensified. Draw a fruit knife, cutting the fruit one at a time. One at a time. See this scene. Manager Zhang's sisters and brothers-in-law were completely dumbfounded. One of the women, looking at her son in disbelief, slowly walked over to him. Sachi, what's wrong with you? Don't scare mommy, okay? Her heart could not help but cry out, you can do whatever you want, but you can't do whatever you want on yourself and your uncle. Fun. The person called Kodeo heard the others shout and looked up with a smile on his face the moment he did. That was fun. You play with me. The woman gulped deeply and cautiously walked over. Son, stop stabbing. Go home with mom. It doesn't matter if you kill your uncle. As long as you do what you're told, you'll still be mommy's best. Just when she thought, the other woman had calmed down and was about to reach for the knife. Swift dash. Suddenly he felt something that cut through his neck. The moment the warmth erupted, she subconsciously covered her neck. Staring blankly, he was twitching on the ground and foaming at the mouth. Little age? The man called Soyo did not change his face, abandoned his uncle and walked towards the other side. Fun. That was fun. At the sight of this scene, the woman's husband trembled with anger and shock, filling his entire brain. What did you do? He's your... With a crumbling hiss, the man rushed frantically, but he was tripped by two other men who grabbed his arms and held him down. Suddenly realized that you can't actually resist? The man panicked and kept shaking his head as he looked at his son, who was walking towards him after getting up. What are you going to do? No, I'm your... Wow dash. Before the words left his mouth, it was as if something stabbed into something. The hissing stopped abruptly. The smile on the face of the person called Koyo bloomed to the extreme. Hey, what fun! Yet at this moment, his lucid consciousness had collapsed. Not fun. It's not fun at all. But whether it is it, or its companion. Although it has been skinned, internal organs and bones are clearly visible, but there was still no intention of stopping either. After the two playmates in front of them were finished, they got up and walked towards the rest of the playmates. Don't run, let's play. Really, it's fun. Hey, hey, hey. The remaining 2 men and 2 women kept retreating, their faces covered in shock and disbelief. At this moment, they have no more half courage to stop, to comfort. They have only one idea. Run, hurry up and run. However, the 3 people who had been given power by the demon lord and allowed to play, how could they let each other go? No, son, I'm your. I was wrong. I shouldn't have told you guys that it's right to do whatever you want. Listen to me and stop now. It's not right to do whatever you want. You are all human beings and should. Dash. The moment the blood splattered, the surrounding sales and security had long since been so dumbfounded that they had even forgotten to breathe. Even Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui frowned at that moment. Instead, it was the naive, kind-hearted Han Xiaowan who couldn't take her eyes off. Although her face was pale and her breathing was rapid, there was indeed a fleshly exhilaration hanging on that pretty face. Maybe it's because manager Zhang and his family are so poorly liked. The game went on for half an hour. No one called the police. The 3 men were still waving their arms mechanically. If you're out of playmates, you play with each other. At this moment, sitting on the sofa, Han Qian Mo seemed to hear a soul's plea. Leave us alone. They taught us what we did before. They deserve to die. We're still don't deserve to die. Han Qian Mo did not look up, not to mention responding to a soul's plea. With a wave of his hand, the 9 specters' true flame, which could not be seen by ordinary people, brought the souls of those 3 people to the 19th floor of the purgatory. Originally, there were only 18 floors in purgatory. 19 floors, the Han Qian more specializing in them to open up, at every 10 minutes, will change a way to die, a kind of pain in the ultimate happy place. There, every death was gruesome to the core. Each of these pains is 100 million times more painful than giving birth or kidney stones. Of course, it's not just them. With the advent of the bloodline curse, their parents, grandparents, family members, and all blood relatives within 20 generations will be imprisoned in the 9 hells of purgatory. Live and let live. Neat and tidy. Milk tea, the ratings are out and the mind is blown. If you like the book and think it's still wide open, please give it a 5-star review, or failing that, 4 stars would be fine. Now that the recommendations are gone too, it's only 20 or 30 bucks a day, so if even the ratings are pulling down like that, it's really not going to last. Ask for free power generation. I'll try to hold out until after 500,000 words before I consider finishing. I really like Lord Demon. If you like it too, please give your child some support. Kneel down and thank you. Chapter 92, Boomerang. After receiving the call, Zhao Tai immediately brought his men and rushed here. The result was to see a field of blood and mud. The scene was so bloody and shocking. Not being able to get a word out, he vomited on the spot. Vomit. Not only him, but even the men behind him were so green that they almost spat out their bile. You have to know that their hands have been stained with a lot of human lives. Before today, a dead person was a piece of flesh that could not speak to them, and it was impossible to develop the so-called fear or loathing for them. However, right now, their heads were buzzing, and they were almost frightened to the point of fainting by the scene in front of them. For to them, what was on the ground was not a dead man at all, but a slimy, fatted, indescribable object. Visual impact are still only secondary. The most critical is the body's instinct. Without even needing to figure out what that pile on the floor really was, the body already reacted with repulsion as well as fear. It made their heads spin, and the extreme sense of ulceration and disgust was hard to contain. What the hell is going on? It took a long time to slow down from his dizziness, but Zhao Tai grabbed the security next to him and snapped, "Can someone tell me? Here, what the hell is going on?" He is in charge of real estate sales and rentals in the University City area. The sales department has come out with such a big thing. He knows that if he does not handle it well, his own downfall will definitely be very ugly. The head of security trembled as he explained what had happened earlier. It was only then that Zhao Tai was informed of what had happened, and the fact that the patrol was already looking at the surveillance. Yeah, the surveillance room. Hurry to the surveillance room. With a bruised face, he loosened his security tie and couldn't help but look at the indescribable on the floor again. Vomit. Vomited again. Recovering from this, he hurriedly turned around and left the place by running away. Inside the surveillance room, Zhao Tai, who was wiping his mouth with a silk scarf, saw that it was actually Lang Lingfang, the captain of the East Sea Patrol Division's action team, who was in charge of this matter case, and quickly straightened up his grooming. "Good work, Captain Lang. How about that? See anything? Who's the suspect?" In his opinion, It was impossible for people to go crazy for no reason, much less for 3 people to go crazy at the same time. Someone must have fed or done something to those 3 people to make them suddenly lose control of themselves. And what happened afterward? Lang Lingfang didn't turn around, still gazing at the surveillance screen. At this moment, she remembered the scene she had seen in Wu's building that night. Mentally, it's already there. Slightly relieved, feeling a little bit of pleasure in her heart, and more curious about the man, she turned her head and looked out of the corner of her eye coldly. What suspect? Oh, you mean those 3? Aren't they already dead? The surveillance is clear as day. Her meaning is clear, the murderers are the 3 people. The murderer is dead. There are no suspects, and there is no need to continue the investigation. Case closed. Wrap up. Zhao Tai frowned. As far as I know, they are all normal people. Suddenly psychotic, even themselves. Even kill their own families. Don't you think something is fishy? Lang Lingfang ignored it. Are you questioning the judgment of this captain? Okay, you think something is fishy and won't let this captain close the case. Then you show the appropriate evidence. No evidence? A clue will do. If there is, this captain will follow the rules and continue the investigation. If you don't, there's only one thing you need to do, and that's to shut up. Zhao Tai was disliked and dumbfounded for a long time before he frowned and opened his mouth. Even if those 3 men were really murderers and were not supposedly behind it, then someone has to be responsible for this. 2. He doesn't really care who the killer is. He cares that someone is responsible. With this happening in the sales department, when the news breaks tomorrow, Han Yuan Group's share price will definitely plummet. It's something that he can't control. There's only one thing he can do, and that was to find someone who would take responsibility for the incident and make reparations. After today, this sales office will definitely not be able to operate. It can only be torn down and rebuilt somewhere else. That takes a ton of money. The company's share price, there are up and down, now down, later can also rise back. The money spent on relocating and rebuilding the sales office is a real expense. He knows very well, if no one pays out the money, this huge sum of money will have to come out of his own pocket. Repair the building, find people, redo the publicity. When this money is spent, it's not a night back to pre-liberation. It's a night back to the Qing dynasty. After cutting the land and paying for it, they still have to pay a bunch of foreign debts, pay it back for the rest of your life. If that was the case, he knew that in his life, he was done. Zhao Tai took a deep breath and eased his agitation. Captain Lang, those 3 guys, even though they killed their own parents and relatives and don't have to pay for their lives, the impact on our sales department and the damage caused to us is real. Someone has to make up for this loss. They're dead. Let their other relatives, their families, pay them back. Anyway, there's no way it's just going to go away. Lang Lingfeng turned back bashfully, without changing her face. Sorry, they're young. No need to be responsible. Boom dash. The moment he heard this, Zhao Tai's scalp tingled. The whole person was like being struck by lightning, standing stupidly in place, not even having time to care about the other parties turning away, because the other side does not know, but he remembers clearly. This sentence, a year ago, he said to the 3 people. At that time, he knew that these 3 people were the nephews of Manager Zhang, because the relationship with Manager Zhang is not bad. Plus, the 3 people are very good, think they are very promising, and in the future there is a chance that they can even join their own command. He then gave the experience he had gained when he was a student. Tell the 3 men, you're young, you're not responsible. As a result, whoever thought the ultimate victim of this statement would be himself? Looking at Lang Lingfeng's departing back, Zhao Tai was in a trance. He suddenly realized there was no one to blame for this. Himself. It's really going to be the end of the line, leaving only 2 people to deal with the aftermath. Lang Lingshan led the large troop to directly close the group. When she came to the side of the road, her sight suddenly saw the $1 million domestic tram not far away, and she couldn't help but stand in place. In the end, she didn't walk over to them, but after watching for a moment, she turned to her people and said, let's go, close up the line. Car. Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu explained for a long time, finally allowing Han Xiaowan to accept reality. Looking at the front, at the man sitting in the passenger seat, Han Xiaojuan's clear, beautiful eyes were constantly trembling. You've really come back to life, brother Pathfinder? This can't be a dream. If it's a dream, I really hope that I never wake up. Han Qianlong didn't answer. Being a vegetable is not a good ideal. Don't worry, it's not a dream, he then told the other party. In passing, the one who chatted with you on WeChat before was not your second uncle, but me, your cousin himself. Hearing these words, as if she had thought of something, Han Xiaojuan's face was instantly covered in a blush, because she clearly remembered her own self at that time, thinking that the other person was not her cousin himself. She was in the chat, with all sorts of emotions. It's really too bad that my cousin is so handsome, so nice, and so good at school. These words, in the eyes of the adults, were not out of place, and only proved that the cousins were, indeed, on good terms. But in Han Xinjuan's opinion, peers can certainly see. It's a euphemistic way of expressing regret, or even heartfelt feelings. Chapter 93 Chen Shui, I think. We should still follow the set pattern. Obviously, Han Xiaowan only knew that her cousin was handsome, nice and smart, and that she could only even look up to him when it came to his academic performance. But she didn't know, cousin or not, Lord Demon is a straight man of steel. Reveal your feelings? Non-existent. Explicit instructions are not always heard, not to mention implied. Sure enough, at the time when Han Xiujuan's pretty face was flushed and she didn't know what to do, even Chen Shui could see the clues. As if he was blind, Han Xianmo did not notice the other party's face, and directly inquired about his own curiosity. By the way, how is ninth uncle's health these days? His illness, is he better? Of course, it could be that he sensed it and didn't think anything was wrong. After all, in his eyes, the other party's physical condition could be seen in plain sight. It's like looking at a CT report. There is only healthy or unhealthy, not right or wrong. For him, there is nothing wrong when people are healthy. Red cheeks? Probably too many people in the car. Stuffy, I guess. Only when she heard the other party inquire about her father did the blush on Han Xiaojuan's face gradually dissipate. My dad is gone. It was on the 7th night of your accident. After a moment of silence, Han Qianrua spoke faintly. So, Han Xinjuan's biological father, his ninth uncle, used to treat him very well. With $1 in his pocket, he was able to take 50 cents each with Han Xiaowan. The ones who are cold to him, who dislike his family's poverty, and who are afraid of his family's wealth are Han Xiaojuan's own mother and stepfather. Those two, he didn't want to get involved. He only wanted to repay the real ninth uncle. As a result, he didn't expect to be a step too late. Han Qianlong's face didn't change. It's been 3 years, the spirit is probably long gone. I wonder if I will meet the reincarnation of the other person later. It would certainly be a good thing to come across, but he understands that this kind of thing can only be left to chance, because he tried. In this place on Earth, you can't just use divine sense envelope. That would just fuck someone up. At first, he thought, too, that something was wrong with the strength of his control. After all, such a situation had never occurred in the Nine Heavens continent. According to reason, the soul strength of Earthlings was much stronger than the ordinary people of the Nine Heavens continent. The ordinary people of the Nine Heavens continent can withstand the probing of divine sense. Theoretically, the people of Earth should be more comfortable, yet the results were the opposite. From this, he came up with a speculation, that is, although the Earth's aura is thin, but there really exists the rule of the main god. All the people of the Earth survive and reproduce under the divine consciousness of this Lord God. One's own divine sense probing is, in essence, breaking the original divine sense protection and then probing it. The two forces collided. Although the Lord God's divine sense was very weak and only lasted less than 0.0001 seconds before it was crushed, but such a collision is still too intense for the average person. Those who are stronger may be killed by a headshot, and ordinary people, the probability is that they will be blown into a blood mist on the spot, with no slag left. For this reason, Han Qianma understood that divine sense probing could not be used easily. After all, with this sweep, people are directly dead. Then what's the point of probing? Of course, he knew he couldn't blame himself. The only one to blame is the weak main god of Earth. After regaining his senses, Han Qianma looked at Han Xiaowan in the backseat through the rearview mirror with a bemused expression. So what's next for you? Then, obviously, dropping out of school to become a salesman was not the other person's wish. It would be fine if he didn't know, but now that he knew about the other party's current situation, he certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Han Xinwan thought about it and looked at the other party with a determined face. I want to follow you to cultivate immortality. Is it okay? She knows herself. Learning is very average. Part-time job, a normal job, where you don't make much money, and a sales job, where you're always looking out for your customers. Before, she had no choice. Now, she wanted to cultivate immortality. Han Qianlong nodded. Okay, cousin, help you. He did not know that the other side of the cultivation of immortality is actually a broad definition of cultivation. As for whether it is cultivation of magic or immortality, it does not matter at all. He only listens to the literal meaning. If the other party wants to cultivate immortality, then so be it. Anyway, in the Nine Heavens continent before, he had also killed many immortal emperors. If you've never been a pig, you've never seen a pig being killed? This way, with his sight looking ahead, Han Qianlong had a bland face. From now on, you'll live with me. I'll be at home, helping you get a spirit gathering array, and try to make sure that your cultivation speed won't lag behind others. Unlike Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu, two women practicing magic, as long as you are next to him, and often with him, you can absorb the magic energy and improve your realm. After all, he is a natural, huge, unparalleled, and even shocking magic wheel formation. Of course, building this spirit gathering formation was not purely for Han Xiaowan. In his opinion, the aura gathered by the spirit gathering formation could also be used by Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui. Magic fairy duality. In this way, it could also lay the foundation for the future condensation of chaotic power. Han Xiaowan stared blankly at the other party's back, her beautiful eyes flashing with longing and hope. Aha! Thank you, Pathfinder. Lin Ruoyu had a pointless look on her face. Chen Shui, however, couldn't sit still. Wait a minute. This development, will it be fast? I think we should still play our cards by the book. You can't take such big steps. So wild. Lin Ruoyu and Han Xiaowan were at a loss for words. Han Qianma, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also didn't understand the meaning expressed by the other party. Speak human. Chen Shui came up, looked at the back of the other's head with a complicated expression, and opened her mouth in a small voice. According to the novel's formula, you should start with Han Xinwan and reach out to her family. Start a conflict with her family, resolve the conflict, and move on. Conflict with the entire Han clan. Conflict resolution. In the end, after you resolve all the conflicts, you realize that you, in fact, are not the bloodline of the Han family at all, but rather an adopted child, so that you can clear your kinship with Han Xinwan, reasonably, compliantly together. Chen Shui lowered her voice again. Let her live with you now. Step up. Something's going to happen. Her heart couldn't help but sigh long. I'm not blind, so how could I not see that this innocent-looking, naive cousin has actually been secretly in love with you? You, Lord Demon, surely can hold it. But who can guarantee that your cousin will be able to hold her own after being around you and having her mind infested with demonic energy? Even if the cousin doesn't have the guts, who's to say? I can hold it. I am now a witch, close to water, lots of opportunities, and it's obvious that this naive cousin is 100 times a better raider than Lin Ruoyu. If one day, I really can't help it, I'll let her join in. And you haven't investigated whether or not it's a cousin relationship with the other person, or not. That's a big joke, isn't it? Who dash? Taking a deep breath, Chen Shui came to the other party's ear and said in a serious tone, so, let's just follow the routine and take our time. Other than that, at least living with your cousin, I think, could be put off for a while. Feeling the warm aroma from the other party's mouth, exhaling, Han Qianmo's face did not change color. He was a little curious. How does the other side know that he's not mom and dad's real son? Indeed, he's not Han Shizhuan's real cousin? Keep begging for positive reviews. Ask for free power generation. Because I have to work at the milk tea store in the afternoon. I can't get off work until the mall closes every day. I don't have the extra energy to add more. If the income can stabilize above 70, I will quit after this period of time. If you really work full time, you're guaranteed to hit the bottom of 4 shifts a day. The imagery is all good. Chapter 94, Inadequate Nutrition versus Adequate Nutrition. The Han family was actually not poor. To be precise, it should be the Han clan of the East Sea that was not poor, although not as good as the 10 families, but also has several factories and supermarkets under its name. Life is also considered to live off the fat. The old man of the Han family has been dead for many years, and now his original wife, the grandmother of Han Qianmuo and Han Xiaowan, is in charge, known as Old Lady Han. The biggest characteristic of Han Leotajan is the preference for sons over daughters. Why is Han Shizhuan's family poor? That's because her father, Han Qianjian's ninth uncle, likes to study metaphysics and give people geomancy, and often doesn't charge for it, plus giving birth to a daughter. It can be said that it has basically been abandoned by the Han clan. As for the Korean Pathfinder family, Han Qianruo remembers, when he was small, his family was still quite rich. My parents helped manage the factory with a good salary and a year-end bonus. At the time, I was considered a rich kid myself, until one day, at the tender age of 5 or 6, he overheard the old Taijun and his parents talking outside the door. Presumably, the idea was for the two of them to have another one, and if it was a son, to continue to manage the factory and have additional privileges. On the contrary, if it is a daughter, the family will also give basic livelihood security, but only after giving birth to a son can they continue to work in management. Han Qianmo remembered, his mother had resolutely refused the old Taijuan's request. The reasoning was, whether a son is born or not, when he is born, he will share some of his parents' love. That's very unfair to the Pathfinder. Plus, Pathfinder's situation is already special, and with a younger sibling, It's easy to cause psychological problems if a bowl of water isn't leveled. Either there is no pathfinder, and now that we have this son, it is time to give him the love that is uniquely his. Another one? There's no need and it's impossible. The old Taijun definitely did not agree, and the result of the negotiation could only be a disagreement. At that time, Han Xianrua didn't understand what his parents' words really meant. All I know is that since then, my parents have been kicked out of the Han family, lost their jobs, and have never been able to go back. It was worth mentioning that there was a question in the middle of this that Han Xianlong hadn't figured out so far. That is, even after losing the Han family as a support, his own parents, with their own ability, started a new company, and made a lot of money. But for some reason, although the new company was running well and gave the impression as if it was very profitable, the family just didn't have a few dollars. By the day the company went bankrupt, it didn't even save a dime either. Although there was food and drink and a place to stay, it really wasn't a rich time. Later, that is, now, Han Xianlong thought that the reason for this situation might be because his parents were suppressed by the Han family after they left the Han family. But on second thought, he found it unlikely. The old woman favors sons over daughters, and because she learns that she is not part of the Han family's bloodline, she forces her parents to have another one. If they don't, then they will be kicked out of the Han family. Such behavior is extreme enough, and after you kick it out, you have to target it secretly? What's the point? And in the end, her own father was her own son, as well as her son. Then for the sake of the fragrance of the Han family, dissatisfied with the son's approach, but also not to turn against each other, tit for tat. So in his opinion, there must be something else fishy in the middle. The experience of his parents rising once in the middle, but not completely, has also become an unsolved mystery in his mind. Of course, curious as he was, he couldn't really question his parents with his words to satisfy his curiosity. It was enough that his parents didn't want to talk about it, that they must have had their difficulties, and that he believed they wouldn't harm themselves. Han Qianma, who was sitting in the passenger seat, directly used voice transmission to Chen Shui. Back to business. When I was 5 or 6 years old, I couldn't understand that conversation, but as I got older, I came to understand exactly what was going on. When I came back this time, I also did a bloodline probe and established the fact that I am not their biological child, which means you did guess right. It was the truth, but he didn't think it mattered. If you are born and not raised, you can be rewarded with a broken finger. If you are born and raised, you can be rewarded with a broken head. If you are not born and raised, you can be rewarded with an eternity of hard labor. Even if they were not his own, he would still treat the two old men as if they were closer than his own parents and support them well. After listening to the other party's explanation, Chen Shui's peach blossom eyes had long since widened to the extreme, forcing the second word back down. At the moment she couldn't hide her shock at all. I didn't realize that I actually guessed right. Holy shit, is it so bloody? Or is reality inherently more dog-blooded than fiction? Han Qianlong's face didn't change. Dogged or not, the facts are out there. Nothing more, nothing less. Who dash? Chen Shui exhaled heavily. And have you ever thought, now that you know these things, about going to your birth parents? Han Qianlong didn't hesitate. No, people don't even want you anymore. What's going on? It's a cheap shot. Chen Shui nodded, understanding you. In that case, let cousin live with us. Anyway, there's no blood. Han Qianma blandly said. It's better not to. I've thought about it for a while, and if she wants to cultivate immortality, she'll have to set up a spirit-gathering formation. Aura and demonic aura are two forces of opposite natures that naturally converge and will directly produce annihilation. Yuan Ruoyu's foundation is not yet stabilized. Direct magic spirit dual cultivation is equal to doing it for nothing. The best thing to do is to wait until you have become magical girls through and have the physique of a demon. Then dissipate the demonic aura from your body and start from scratch in the manner of a mortal, absorbing the aura, the devil's physique plus the aura absorbed, and then through a certain amount of enlightenment, as well as my help, the power of chaos can be condensed. Chen Shui hurriedly interrupted the other party. Okay, if you keep talking, my head is going to explode. Talking to me about medicine is fine. Discussing cultivation theories, it's better to spare me. Nodding, she made a direct summary. All in all, it's just that we're both on different paths than our cousins. Not good together. At least not in the early stages of practicing together. Right? Got it. Gotta buy another house for the cousins and live separately so they don't interfere with each other. Han Qianlong responded. There's no need to go through so much trouble. When we move to a new place, the apartment we lived in before, won't it be empty? Let her go there. Chen Shui's eyes lit up. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? It happened that at this time, a friend's phone call came through, and after answering the call, Chen Shui turned straight back to Lin Ruoyu and Han Xiaowan and said, My friend has agreed to resell me the large flat she bought the year before. There are only 3 bedrooms, though, so Shinwon will move into the bachelor pad we lived in before for now. We'll move in together when we get a bigger house back there. She knew that in terms of class and quality alone, a bachelor pad was no worse than a large flat. It's quite comfortable to live alone. Han Shinwon was flattered. Don't bother. I have a place to stay. Chen Shui directly interrupted the other party. It's definitely not convenient for you to rent a house outside by yourself if you want to cultivate immortality. Alright, that's it. Looking to the crowd, Chen Shui directly stated her arrangement. The 3 of us, who usually have to attend classes, cultivation of immortals or demons, it's just an amateur interest, so it's the same for you. Shinwon, there's no need to focus on cultivating immortality. Still need to find a proper thing to do. The so-called nothing to do. Nothing to do. It is easy to cause trouble. Especially girls. A little bit of leisure. It is easy to think about things. Obsessed with some have not. She wasn't sure about the others. She just knew she was that way. It's okay in class. As soon as you get out of class or on vacation, you'll always want to be in love with your demon lord and make each other pay for something. The demonic aura itself would strengthen the desire in this area, and she was afraid that her cousin, who was in the middle of puberty, would not be able to hold on and become addicted to it. The best thing to do is to get the other person to find something serious to distract them. Lin Ruoyu can indulge, because she knows that Lin Ruoyu and Han Xianma are not related, and she does want to see what the school bully schoolgirl looks like after the contrast. Han Xinwan, at least in the eyes of their relatives and friends, the other party and Han Xianma are still close cousins. It's best not to take any chances until it's been thoroughly explained, otherwise the consequences could be a bit severe. Han Xinwan thought about it. Well, why don't I get another job? School. I really don't want to go back. Scratching her head, she had a clear look of denial in her eyes. I feel that I am really bad at studying. Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu subconsciously glanced at their cousins' breasts. The moment they looked at each other, they both couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They seem to know why the other is not good at studying. That's where all the nutrition goes. Elsewhere, it's definitely slightly undernourished. Chapter 95, second on the school flower list. Chen Shui's best friend. Taking a look at his, Chen Shui, who had always been sunny and confident, also looked a little less confident. My family's company, on the contrary, has a couple of positions with lots of money and little to do. The place of work, though, isn't in the East China Sea. It's far from the university town. Seemingly thinking of something, Chen Shui looked at Han Xianma in front of her. Lu Xiuxiu's company, isn't it on the rise? Let Xinwan go to her place. It's just the thing to help her out if you can. If you don't have the ability, just think of it as seeing the world and learning social experience. After all have already worshipped you as a teacher. Money and whatnot is nothing but dust. Han Qianlong didn't care. Compensate Lu Xiuxiu anyway. If the other party is willing to help take care of Han Xiaowan for a little while, they will give more compensation. It's only mortal after all. He only needed to make a slight move, and the other party or Han Xiaowan would be able to use it endlessly. After receiving the other party's reply, Chen Shui nodded happily. Then it's decided. Looking to Lin Ruoyu, she divides the work directly. Wakuyu, you have a driver's license, right? Lin Ruoyu nodded. Well, got it when I was in high school. Chen Shui responded. That's good. I'll give Mr. Lu a call in a while. You take this car and send Xinwan there directly. I'm going to sign the contract with my friend and then I'll meet you guys at the new house. In the evening, we'll eat out, and after dinner, we'll send Xinwan over to the apartment together. Then, we'll move our stuff directly to the new house with Lord Demon's whoosh. Tonight, stay in the new house. Lin Ruoyu and Han Xiaowan looked at each other and nodded. Good. Looking towards Han Qian Mo in front of her, she opened her mouth and asked, then why don't you go look at the house with Xiao Shui? On Mr. Lu's side. I'll just take care of it. It doesn't matter. Han Qianlong didn't retort. Could be. Consensus. The 4 of them split into 2 groups and headed in different directions. Chen Shui showed Han Qianlian a picture of her friend, and the 2 of them walked into the deserted alley after buying 3 cups of milk tea on the side of the road. Whoosh, he said, coming directly behind his friend in the new house. Seeing that her friend, who was wearing short-sleeved hot pants, was sitting on the sofa playing with her cell phone, completely not noticing the appearance of herself and Demon Lord, Chen Shui made a stop motion to Demon Lord, who was beside her. Then he went to the door and knocked on it. Bang 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 dash. My friend eyed his cell phone. The door is unlocked. Come in. This is a townhouse area in an upscale neighborhood, and the property management fee alone is $2,000 a month. Security measures, so to speak, are pretty much in place. That's why she dared to leave the door open. Chen Shui walked lightly behind her friend. Ha! My friend's petite body trembled, her face bloodless with fear. What are you doing? Walking without a sound? Trying to scare me to death? That's not true. Not only walking without sound. There doesn't even seem to be any sound of the door opening. Could it be that I didn't hear it? I know you're bold. This scare, it won't scare you to death. Chen Shui had a bright smile on her face and directly changed the topic after handing the milk tea to the other party. This is my boyfriend, Han Qian, told you about before. Even if you die of fright, with Lord Demon, you can't die. You have to thank me and others for turning you into an immortal zombie. The friend blankly glanced at Chen Shui and turned back to Han Qianruo, stretching out her jade hand while wearing a smile on her face. Hello, Mr. Han. Chen Shui explained to Han Qianruo. This is my hairdresser and best friend, Luo Yusin, also from our school, but studying in the Department of Economics and Management. When she said this, she covered her face with her jade hands and lowered her voice. School girl. Yo. She's number 2 on the school beauty list, tied with me. Someone made a schoolgirl list on the school's forum. Lin Ruoyu is firmly in first place. Popularity 8,954. Previously, Chen Shui and Luo Yusin were tied for second place, with the former's popularity at 7,263 and the latter's at 7,263. But what Chen Shui does not know is, her current popularity, only 7,015, will soon fall below the 6,000 mark, and has fallen to the third place. The reason is simple. Because everyone at school knows she's in love. The boyfriend's name is Han Qian, not reaching out or even opening his mouth to respond. Han Qianlong only considered the decoration of the house, a hint of satisfaction on his face. Luo Yusin looked at Chen Shui with an embarrassed expression. Chen Shui hurriedly opened her mouth. He doesn't like to shake hands. Normally even I have to apply before holding hands. Just get used to it. Luo Yusin didn't know how to express her feelings at this moment. Yeah. So, quite a character. She couldn't stop her heart from sighing. The man is quite handsome. But Yuki wasn't so humble as that. He's handsome? Yuki is still a yard flower. What a drag. Chen Shui, who was already considered a magical girl, seemed to sense the malice of the other party and her gaze was like a torch. Don't think. He's just more introverted. It was actually very good for me. Too good to be true. You should be able to tell that from the look on my face and even my breath. Shouldn't you? She knew that the reason why the demon lord didn't make a move was simply because he knew that the other party was his friend. If not for that, the malice that, just now, even he could feel, would have been enough to leave the other party in ashes. Luo Yusin didn't retort and wrapped her arms around herself. Okay, let's get down to business. How's it going? This house, are you still happy with it? She could certainly see that Chen Shui's complexion, which could be described as getting better day by day, and the happiness and pleasure on her face could not be acted out. But wherever you sense the slightest thing wrong, she will not agree to this marriage. Chen Shui nodded. I'm sure I'm satisfied. After all, I've come to see. Before, turning back to Han Qianma, her meaning was clear. It mainly depends on whether you are satisfied or not. Luo Yusin looked at her best friend's boyfriend indifferently. How? The price, for Yuki's sake, is still negotiable. What she had thought was, just give it to the other person to live in. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. And anyway, this house, too, was bought as an investment. Now it's down to this shit. It won't sell for a few bucks. Instead of selling them at a loss, you can lend them to each other. If house prices continue to fall, just give it away straight away. Love is worth more than house prices. If it goes up later, sell it and give a portion of the money you make to the other side. It's not a loss by any stretch of the imagination. It was only when the other person had to pay for it that she had to compromise. Originally, I had planned to persuade the other party to live there first after they came, and to talk about the purchase later. As a result, seeing the other party's boyfriend, who was treating her with a look of love, she suddenly felt that it was better to let this boyfriend shed some blood. Han Qianma didn't care about Luo Yusin's increasing malice and nodded after surveying the circle. I feel good. Luo Yusin laughed. Right. This is a decoration that this young lady personally supervised and personally designed. It's more than good. It's quite good. Okay, satisfied as long as the contract will be drafted immediately. This lady would like to ask first. The money. How do you plan to pay? Chen Shui rushed to set the card, but she was stopped. Looking at her best friend's boyfriend in front of her, Luo Yusin said in a questioning tone. I'm asking you, not her. As a guy, you can't buy a house and have the girl pay for it all. Don't get me wrong. I'm not asking you alone to give. You're both students now, and you're using your family's money. Anyone whose parents make money doesn't make it with the wind. Buy a house together? It's okay, half each. No one loses. What do you think? Does this lady have a point? It's not enough that you've taken advantage of me physically. but you want to be a soft touch? She is in love with her brain on the head. This lady cannot control. But you this point of mind. This lady cannot be blind to it. Chen Shui frowned. Luo Yusin? You're off your meds. Didn't we talk about this before? What do you need to worry about how we pay? Luo Yusin ignored it, still coldly looking at Han Qianmo. How? People who were in love had zero IQ, and she didn't want to reason with her BFF who had already picked her brain right now, just to see the man's attitude. Because of the difference in family background, there is indeed a large gap between the rich and the poor when it comes to studying. In her opinion, you can be poorer than my bestie. Even after graduation, you will be poor for a while, but you can't be poor forever. At least in attitude, you have to have that, to make her life better. Otherwise, why should my best friend, who is so good, be with you? Luo Yusin. Chen Shui looked furious. She knew that the other party was doing it for her own good, but she just couldn't help but be angry, because she felt that her relationship with Demon Lord didn't need the so-called test, and no one else was qualified to test it. Luo Yusin's expression was solemn and cold, her face resolute. What? Can't you get it? Smiling coldly, she was just about to continue putting words into her mouth when the object of her questioning interrupted in response. I don't have any cash. Han Qianmo from the beginning to the end is a cloudy look, and do not know when. Already will be something, held in the hand. Just pay with it. Her pretty face was instantly illuminated, and Chen Shui, who originally wanted to say something to her best friend, froze in place. Luo Yusin, whose cheeks were similarly illuminated and whose eyes were even reflecting, was completely dumbfounded at this moment, looking at the other party's palm, spread out, emitting eye-catching light palm. She even thought that all of this is his own hallucination. I'm not dreaming, am I? You can actually afford something so expensive? Milk tea, up 0.6 rating in one go. People are so helpful. Love you guys. Mama mia mia mia. Chapter 96. You can't hold it, but Auntie can. The moment her face was illuminated, Chen Shui froze. She knew that Lord Demon Lord's things were at worst heavenly material level, not a bit cheaper. But she still wants to ask, is it really good to pull out this kind of treasure with special effects? Sure you won't scare them? Chen Shui turned back woodenly and looked at Luo Yusin, a bit at a loss for words. Ha. You sound like you know what this is? She who looked to the Demon Lord was spitting in her heart. What the hell does she know? Before she realizes that it's not a diamond. It's only true to put something away quickly before it's not reflecting but glowing. Otherwise, it would be too late to explain when she realized that the thing really glowed and was not of this world. Of course, if you have thoughts of taking her down, you can just ignore my eyes. Not waiting for Han Qianlong to make a new move. Luo Yusin, whose beautiful eyes were round, could not contain the tremor in her heart and opened her mouth in astonishment. Jet, also known as Legacy Jade, also known as Amber, and this one of his, it's still the very best of amber. Bug amber. Currently, there are about 4 known species of bugper in the world. They are Burmese wormwood, Fushun wormwood, Dominican wormwood, and Baltic wormwood. This one of his, just by looking at the texture alone, is worth more than $1 million. Plus its worm perch again, it's worth at least $5 million. What's even more amazing is, it actually glows. It should have incorporated fluorescent ores during its formation. That, while essentially meaningless, adds significantly to its rarity. If this amber is purely natural, according to my estimation, its value is definitely not less than $100 million. She could see, of course, that the amber was, indeed, a natural formation, or she wouldn't have said as much. Chen Shui's frown was relieved, and it was at this moment that she realized that the situation didn't seem to be as complicated as she had imagined. Looking to the side of Han Qianmo, Chen Shui opened her mouth and explained, reintroducing you to Luo Yusin, the youngest daughter of a traditional Chinese medicine family, a genius in traditional Chinese medicine. The reason why I chose business administration is, in part, because the professors of Chinese medicine at the university probably don't know as much as she does. On the other hand, it's because money management is her personal hobby. She knew very well, the elders in Luo Yusin's family were all masters of traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional trades, masters, generally do not hand over their heritage education to outsiders, or even to schools. Allowing the children of the family to go to school is simply responding to state policy. Let them play for a few years. After that, it was time to go back and take over the family legacy, or to go back and take over. If they were to put it 20 or 30 years ago, they wouldn't even let the heirs of the family go to school, because what the school teaches, in their opinion, is useless and far inferior to what is taught at home, one-on-one, or even many-on-one. Chen Shui understood, the older generation is not being stubborn. What the school gives is essentially just a diploma, whether there is culture or not. It still depends on the family education. Having met Luo Yusen's parents, she knew Luo Yusen's parents, then, never went to school, but that person's mannerisms, that temperament, and that cultural level which speaks in a perfect way, can't be taught by school education alone. Let's just say that times are changing. Nowadays, elders are really willing to give their children a little more opportunity to learn about the outside world. It's just understanding, truly preaching and teaching, this kind of thing that affects a child's life, or even the fate of the family. They will never leave it to outsiders. Therefore, it didn't make much difference to the elders of the family what Luo Yusen studied outside. Anyway, what you should learn, you can learn at home, at school. It's just to experience life. Han Qianma didn't care about these details, and his expression remained as light as well water. Want. If you don't want it, there are others. Luo Yusen looked dumbfounded and mute for a long time before pulling Chen Shui aside and whispering in shock. Tell me honestly, what exactly does his family do? One shot. It's something at the level of hundreds of millions of dollars. It's also too exaggerated. Still think he's a loser? As it turns out, one is the loser. Chen Shui looked embarrassed. Just think of him as a super awesome rich guy, coming to us, to experience life. Luo Yusen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Uncle he seems to be, and is only worth a few $billion. Hundreds of millions of dollars of treasure, directly in his pocket. If he wasn't a thief, he'd be worth over $10 billion. TSK, a $10 billion student and a big handsome guy? Never heard of that. More to the point, don't you really get stressed out when you're with a character like that? Chen Shui didn't retort. The pressure is definitely there. Looking over to Lord Demon, who was sitting on the couch, she didn't hide her adoration. But I think, well, this stress thing, if it's only a little bit, it's still quite romantic and exciting. The inequality of status is what gives the drive to chase. And the moment you get it, you get more satisfaction. Two people who are completely equal, living together, can only be as flat as water. Much less exciting. In her opinion, that should be why. 2. Crankiness was always paired with gentleness, and strength was always paired with weakness. The prerequisite for seeking common ground is the survival of differences. The so-called being together is a process of seeking common ground. When it's too much to ask, it's over. When it's really the same, when it's faded. Only when differences persist, when the impetus for seeking common ground remains, and when the process remains uninterrupted, can we truly come to the end? Obviously, these truths were impossible for Luo Yusen, who had never been in love, to understand. She just understood one thing from Chen Shui's eyes: this BFF of hers had really fallen. Hey. Sighing slightly, Luo Yusen knew that there was no point in saying more. If he's really worth more than your dad, I reckon, you'll more than likely not be able to hold it. Auntie just held it. Chen Shui's face fell. What do you mean? It's not enough that you're getting in our way, but you're trying to set him up with my mom? Ever consider my feelings? Have you considered my father's feelings? Luo Yusen gave a laugh. Thinking about what? I was just complimenting Auntie on her demeanor and her ability to handle men. Look at your father. Isn't she the one who ruled him? A woman's ability is still largely reflected in her cultivation and temperament. If you're 70% as strong as your aunt, I'm sure you should be able to hold your own, whether he's a 10 billionaire or a 100 billionaire. Chen Shui didn't want to dwell on this topic. Finished? When you're done, hurry up. My house is not entertaining guests today, so we'll talk about inviting you to dinner later. Want to eat? Wait for it. Who let you bully my boyfriend? It's a good thing I didn't turn my back on you. Luo Yusen could see the other party's impatience. Okay, I'll go. I won't disturb the two of you in your two-person world. Walking up to Han Qianma, she wrapped her arms around herself, and in her tone, there was still a hint of seriousness. Be nice to her from now on. This house, you take it and live in it. If you guys break up someday, you'll pay my rent again. If you get married, consider it a gift I'm giving along with it. And, glancing at the other woman's hand, she still couldn't help it, and sucked in another breath of cold air. Don't just flash something so valuable in the future. Yuki and I were friends for life. It's okay to see that. If you change to those of her former girlfriends, your relationship with her, I'm afraid it wouldn't have lasted until the end of the month. Although she has never been in love, she has seen people around her break up over and over again because of misunderstandings. By now, she knew one thing: love is the thing that can least stand the test. Seeing that the other party didn't respond to her own meaning, and even treated herself as heir from the beginning to the end, Luo Yusen felt very angry, but couldn't say which anger. Looking back at Chen Shui, from the other party's face, I saw the words you asked for it, so you blame me? After a few big words, she nodded and swallowed her anger in her stomach. Row by row. I'm going. Grabbing her bag, She took her steps as if fleeing, and the moment she closed the door, she said one last thing. The keys are in the usual place. Help yourself. Bye. Who dash? Only after seeing this scene did Qin Shui let out a long sigh of relief. Walking over to Han Qianma and slowly sitting on the other party's lap, wrapping her jade arms around the other party's neck. Put your stuff away. She's like that in person. Don't take it personally. Han Qianma said blandly. It's already been given to her. Chen Shui, who was just about to kiss up, was slightly stunned. When was this, and why didn't I see it? Han Qianmo smoothly embraced the other side of the thin waist, came to a two-way run to, in her bag. He doesn't like to owe people favors, nor like to eat soft rice, even if, there are always women, chasing and feeding. Woo! Chen Shui's delicate body trembled, and her tender face was instantly covered in scarlet. Gently, this is so exciting. The active demon lord's charm was too much for her to handle. Just as the other side was about to get to the point, Chen Shui, who was already breathing rapidly, suddenly thought of something, looked at her cell phone, and grabbed the other party's big hand that was holding her. Wait, how about, why don't we play a game? Chapter 97 Lin Ruoyu's first experience. Playing games again? Yeah, come on. Han Qianmo looked at the other party's flushed face blandly without stopping. What a game. Biting her thin lips and leaning back, Chen Shui nodded her head. And, as before, I wrapped a ribbon around your eyes. You shield your 5 senses. Don't worry. This time it's inside the house and Lu Xiao won't come here. Han Qianma asked. This time, who are you going to imitate? Honestly, he's kind of interested. Chen Shui's smile had a hint of cunning in it. You'll see in a moment. Trust me. This time, it's definitely going to be a surprise. Han Qianlong nodded. So this time, how long do I need to wait? Chen Shui looked at her cell phone. 10 minutes. You sit here for 10 minutes, and in 10 minutes, the game officially begins. As she spoke, breaking free of her bonds, she had used the ribbon and blindfolded her opponent. Since it's a game, there are definitely rules to follow. Han Qianlong nodded and shielded his 5 senses. The demonic aura, too, had shrunk to 1 meter. 10 minutes later, he's on the move. First, I went to the kitchen and found no one there. Then I slowly felt my way to the bathroom. Still no one there. That's when he fumbled into the bedrooms, looking from one to the other. Still having no luck, he went back to the living room and searched along the walls, bit by bit. When he arrived at the front door, he saw that there were thermal imaging figures within a meter of him and exhaled slightly. Sure enough, it's the reward of giving that makes it all the more desirable. It took a lot of searching, almost everywhere, to find the prey. It's a much more exciting feeling than when the prey sits up on its own. Perhaps it was because he was worried that the other party would escape, and after shielding his 5 senses, it was indeed not easy to find. And the moment he found the other party, Han Qianma stretched out his arm, grabbed the other party's jade hand, and pulled the other party into his arms. In the next moment, tasting the sweetness, he suddenly realized what surprise means. The original flavor was cantaloupe. Now it's turning into blueberries with a little lavender fragrance, coupled with this rusty, even slightly defiant movement. Extinct, more than, and emotions, can feel, even the emotions, they were startled, confused, and shy. The acting, indeed, is extraordinary. Han Qianlong couldn't help but lament. That's right, that's what it feels like. It was almost exactly like Lin Ruoyu. Even, if it wasn't known in advance, would have thought that this was Lin Ruoyu herself. For that reason, he also had to admit it. The mimicry of the innate charming body was truly amazing. This woman, she really is a material to be a witch. Slowly unshielding the 5 senses. Woohoo! Hearing the whimpering coming from beside his ears, Han Qianmo's hold on the other party tightened a little bit more. Just as he was about to completely unshield and get a good feel for the other guy's progress, an unexpectedly stunning face hazily appeared in his line of sight. The pair of originally bright Danfang eyes had now narrowed into a line, being reddish-colored, especially charming. On her pretty face, the green threads adhering to her face because of the fragrant sweat, coupled with the confusion and supplication in her eyes, gave her a feeling of not being able to let go of her, but being afraid that if she held on too tightly, she would melt. I feel sorry for you. The moment his vision was restored, Han Qianmo's heart still couldn't help but ripple. Like, it's too similar. This is simply, nope. Slightly stunned, he subconsciously stopped moving, and in his eyes, a hint of surprise surfaced. It's really you, Ruoyu? The heartbeat remained strong. Lin Ruoyu, who had her back against the wall. Her legs were already too weak to support her body, and her eyes were mesmerized to the extreme. As charming as the spring breeze in autumn water. I'm sorry, I know you're supposed to. Was mistaken, but I don't know why. At that moment, the body suddenly lost its strength. Can't even talk, can't even speak. Lu Xiaoxiu's company was nearby, and it wouldn't take long to send Han Xiaowan there. After seeing the location sent by Chen Shui, she rushed over at the first opportunity. As a result, it never occurred to me that as soon as I entered the door, my schoolmate rushed right up to me, held himself against the wall not to mention, and took his first kiss. Not only that, but the other side even once. Han Xianma subconsciously turned back and looked at Chen Shui on the sofa. Is that what you call a surprise? Chen Shui waved her hand. I'm all laid up. You're the one who didn't come to the couch. Had to follow the wall and keep touching, eventually touching the door. Her breathing was also a bit rapid, and it was obvious that the excitement had not yet been calmed. Of course, she did come into my plans as well. I admit, I had a bet. But in the end, will she show up in time? And which one of us, me or her, will be caught by you? It still depends on fate. Her mind couldn't stop screaming. Now, Wakuyo is caught by you. So, go on, yeah. Buttons are undone. Why don't you continue? It caused people to get excited for nothing. Han Qianlong didn't get angry. He knew that the other party was trying to help himself. Also thought to himself that he was not a decent person. There was no need to be pretentious. More to the point, when you have feelings, you can't say it's the person's fault. Sighing slightly, he turned back to Lin Ruoyu, who was in a trance, but breathing heavily in front of him, with a blush always hanging on her face, and, up until now, hadn't lifted her clothes back up, and gently opened her mouth. Are you okay? He could sense that the other man wasn't angry, even excited, even wanting him to continue. Plus he's a normal guy. The atmosphere at this moment could be described as incomparably subtle. All it takes is a little spark and the fire will be completely ignited. Lin Ruoyu, who had returned to her senses, shook her head. I'm fine. Of course, if I compare with you, I'm in a state that's definitely worse. Perhaps the excitement from her first experience had been too much, causing her nerves to become too tight, which in turn stimulated the adrenaline that made her mind unusually clear at the moment. Her next words were a shock to the entire room, because studies have shown that after the body receives some kind of stimulus signal that is full of temptation, like kissing, the release of ergonavine, or -5-hydroxytryptophan, in the brain then makes the person abnormally euphoric. This substance, which enhances one's sense of pleasure, also inhibits the brain's perception and judgment of the objective world. Maybe it's trying to focus all perception, energy, all of it on this stimulation to get more of a sense of pleasure. The inhibition increases with a certain limit, and when it reaches a certain apex, the stimulated person may even be completely unable to think, to enter a state, completely dominated by hormones, where only instinct is left. Of course, the depth of this state varies depending on the person's constitution, experience, and other conditions. That means, Chen Shui, who was in a cold sweat, hurriedly interrupted the other party. Stop. Aren't you a physics major? How come you're still here to popularize biology? And, now, is this the time to dwell on logical principles? Her mind couldn't help but wonder, was it opened the wrong way? As I recall, it wasn't like this the first time I was with Demon Lord. Why are you so serious all of a sudden? The curve of Han Shenmo's mouth was harder to suppress than AK. Sitting back down on the couch, he exhaled slightly before his expression returned to its natural state. Alright, you two go ahead and choose your rooms. After choosing your room, rest for a while. It's almost time for Shinjuan's side to get off work. Call Lu Xiaoxiu for dinner. After dinner, we'll go back and move things. Looking at Lin Ruoyu, a speechless Chen Shui, her chest still heaving violently. Oh, although her heart was unwilling to do so, she had no other way after Lord Demon Lord had said so. Lin Ruoyu looked at Han Shenma, and in her eyes, it looked like she had something to say. In the end, she said nothing and nodded, choosing a bedroom at random and walking in. Although that topic just ended abruptly, and did not follow the normal human mind to continue the discussion, but Han Qianlong felt that it felt good. More importantly, he knew that the window had opened. It was only a matter of time before it went that far. So, he made a decision. When you have the opportunity, you still have to find Lin Ruoyu alone and take the initiative to talk about the future, including, but not limited to, cohabitation, as well as getting along and living together after cohabitation. Because he understood, if he didn't take the initiative, sooner or later, he would be set up by Chen Shui. Being passive after being set up is definitely different from being active. Lin Ruoyu was one of his most cherished women, and even if he wanted to take it down, he would still take the initiative and take the other party down in a manly way, instead of being set up by others. It's not that the setup is unpleasant, but he feels that passive and active have different meanings. Of course, Han Qianlong didn't think that the idea he took for granted. For once, was actually blindingly correct, because at this moment, in the bedroom, has closed the door to the room, is lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling dumbfounded, still reminiscing about what Lin Ruoyu, is also pretty much the same idea, letting out a deep breath. Just as Lin Ruoyu made up her mind and sat up, ready to go out and say something, the phone in her pocket rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, she hesitated, but answered it. Which one? On the other end of the line, it was a man. Hi, I'm Emily's brother, Robert. Chapter 98, Evolution. What can I tell you? Noticing that the number displayed is unknown number, Lin Ruoyu immediately realized that this so-called brother is probably outside the country, and there's a good chance that, like Emily, she's also from the Missouri Fry Special Department. There's no need to give a good face. Robert on the other end of the line looked anxious. Hello MS. Lin, Emily came back to Daxia with you, didn't she? I haven't received a line from her in days, and the phone doesn't work. I'm really worried about her. Did something happen in Daxia? If that's true, then you must be responsible. Besides, don't you guys always say that Daxia is safe? No shootings, no robberies, even at 9 o'clock at night. You can go out? How come it's actually yet different from what you guys say? Ha? Lin Ruoyu's face didn't change. Of course it's different. If you're coming over here legally for a trip, let alone at 9 p.m. You can't go out at 2:30 a.m. Without anything happening. But if you, like Emily, are a spy and want to threaten the security of our country and our people, not to mention 9 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock in the morning, you're done for. Robert on the other end of the line was dumbfounded for a moment. MS. Lin, are you speaking English? Why can't I quite understand it? Lin Ruoyu grunted coldly. Can't understand? Can you? Fine. Come to Daxia. I'll explain it to you word by word. It'll definitely make it clear. Afraid to come? Then keep your tail between your legs and stop pretending with me here. After saying that, she simply hung up the phone. Knowing the relevant laws, she knew that there was no need to pull punches when it came to spies. The other side, if they are outside the country, simply ignore them. If the other party is in the territory, report it directly. Of course, this was her previous opinion, and now she, too, would report it, only to the Demon Lord. After this call was answered, the idea of showing his feelings was gone. Taking a deep breath and organizing her emotions, the moment she stepped out of her room, she instead only saw Chen Shui sitting on the sofa. He's looking at the room? Chen Shui got up and shook her head. He told us to go straight to the dinner place. He's got something going on. He'll come over to us when he's done. Lin Ruoyu didn't say anything else and nodded. Rental house. Han Qianlong, who appeared in the living room, glanced out the window and realized that this place was close to the apartment he originally lived in as well as the new home he had just moved to, especially since the original apartment that I lived in was a maximum of 5 minutes from here. Walking to the bedroom door, he saw that, at the moment, White Sins was sitting in front of his computer, holding his cell phone, hesitant, and opened his mouth. What is the reason for seeking me out? White Sin, now, is his only believer on earth. He could sense any thought of meeting from the other side. Just now, he sensed that White Sinner was eager to see him. Thinking that it was still most of an hour before the scheduled dinner time, I took the time to stop by and check it out. Slightly stunned, White Sin subconsciously rose to his feet with respect, still wondering if I should call you. As a result, you are here. Han Shenmo's figure flashed and came to the other side, looking at the photo on the computer screen. Wu Bu Fan. Surprised, White Sin turned and nodded. He had been to your house during the day and was about to break in when I stopped him. Looking to the computer, he explained, maybe it knows I'm not dead. My cousin didn't cancel my cruiser account and upgraded the account's privileges, but I didn't know his name before and had to find it by age range. It took a day of searching to find out about him. Tokai has a resident population of 24,874,000 people. The 18 to 30-year-old age group is the largest, close to 1/3. In one afternoon, after looking through the photos of nearly 8 million people, you're looking at over 200 photos a second. It's a speed that's comparable to a machine. Han Qianma said blandly. Your level, it's increased again. White Sin did not retort. I don't know if it's evolution. Anyway, for the past few days, I've been hunting wanted criminals who have been convicted of a crime in the last 5 years, but not caught. Probably 100 or so. I have to say, the hostility and resentment in their bodies is indeed sufficient. Every time I gnaw on a criminal, I can feel that there is a significant increase in strength and speed. But what's a bit strange is, my realm. It seems like it has never changed much. It's still stuck at the mid-earth realm level. I don't know why that is. Devouring evil makes you stronger. The moment he possessed this physique, no one knew how happy he was. When he was alive, He was a workaholic, now with an ageless, immortal, and indestructible body. Even more, no one can stop him from following the sundial and burning the ointment. Han Qianma explained. That's because Earth's martial artists cultivate true qi, that is, an aura that is so low rank that it can't be any lower, and your evolution is more of a physical enhancement. It's normal that the realm hasn't changed. After all, what you're practicing isn't originally a martial art. White Sin did not retort. This rate of evolution is indeed a bit fast. I'm not even fully acclimated to this body right now. Although he possessed extreme speed, he wasn't quite brave enough to use it right now. Looking at photos is fine. Just need to download the photos from the library first, get a better video card and use the software to play them back quickly. Then just sit back and watch. It doesn't matter if the eyeballs look smoky, the recovery keeps up anyway, but not when walking. With his current control, if he used extreme speed, there was only one way to end up, and that was to hit the wall directly. When he came here, Han Qianlong noticed the depression in the wall, but he didn't care. Cultivation is mainly based on talent, and if the talent is not working, there is no point in talking about it more than letting the other party spend time on their own to get used to it. Looking at the photos on the computer, Han Qianlong said faintly, "Let's get together for the evening potluck." White Sin was slightly stunned and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Or not. I'm a dead man now. Walking down the street will scare people." Han Qianmo did not dwell on this topic, turned around and walked into the space rift. Whatever. Even though he couldn't eat with the people he admired, White Sins was still very happy, because he knew that he had, for once, really helped the other side. Although he didn't receive any compliments from the other party, within his heart, he was still greatly encouraged. Fugitives within 5 years, almost eaten up. Next, it's within 10 years. Licking his lips, excitement covered his face at the thought of having food to enjoy again. Inside the Wu family villa, Wu Bufan, who was holding a cell phone and still on the phone, signaled the men beside him with his eyes. Boom dash. In the next moment, the wooden box was pried open, and a black taijutsu that emitted a cold light appeared in front of everyone. To all, a bright spot. Wu Bufan pointed the camera at the taijutsu in the case and said to Zhang Yunrui on the other end of the phone, "Sister, look, isn't it handsome?" Zhang Yunrui on the other end of the phone just looked at it and frowned. You can't buy a taijutsu of this caliber with just money. Senior brother, tell senior sister honestly, are you secretly having dealings with the Easterning people? And by the looks of it, the other side's power. It's not small. Chapter 99, Heavenly Tao? A snap of the fingers can destroy it. Wu Bufan didn't answer positively. It doesn't matter. It's important to note that the Easterners have experience in this area. Know what it takes to build a carbona steel blade that inhibits resilience. According to my observation, that guy shouldn't be an ordinary inhuman, but a natural-born inhuman, or mutant in European and American population. That's why it has such an unbelievable recovery power. Wu Bufan had a confident look on his face. He's nowhere near as strong as me. It's that resilience. It's a bit unreasonable. It's the same as fucking open locking blood, but not anymore. With this carbona steel blade, I'll be able to chop him into pieces with ease, and then investigate Han Qianmo's details and complete the mission perfectly. Zhang Yunrui's brows didn't stretch, but instead frowned tighter. Why are they so experienced? That's because, back in the day, they experimented on our people. That's how you know what materials most inhibit the body's resilience. Sighing, she lowered her voice. That's not even the point. The point is, the Hall Master said that no one will ever be allowed to collude with the East in any way. Those who disobey will be buried with their entire family. You can ignore the nature and attempts of the Easting people, but you can't ignore the death order given by the Palace Master. Wu Bufan frowned. That's an understatement. I merely bought a knife from them. How is that collusion? Sis, don't say things so harshly. Okay. Besides, I didn't buy the knife just to finish the mission as soon as possible. The purpose of completing the mission is not to talk to you. Before the words were finished, he seemed to have sensed something and subconsciously turned back. It was at this moment that a force like a mountain directly pressed on his shoulders, causing him to unconsciously bend his legs, and fell to his knees. The concrete on the floor was smashed with two dents. You, who is it? The henchmen all disappeared. Only a stream of dust remained, still drifting away, and although Wu Bufan was incredulous, he still realized what was going on, and stared wide-eyed at the man in front of him, who stood there at an unknown time. This face. I remember. You're Han Qianmo? Without responding to the other party's question, Han Qianlong sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. Tell me, who the hell are you? Going to my house? And what do you want? Buzz dash. Wu Bufan just wanted to open his mouth, but suddenly realized that his throat felt like it was being pinched by a hand, and his mouth moved uncontrollably. My name is Wu Bu Fan. Setting out his life, he also made a summary. Everyone in the Wu family, including Wu Shanjui and Wu Zihao, is an enforcer, and I, for one, am the master planner behind them. Master said that I have a dragon shape and tiger appearance in my fate, and that I am a son of Qi recognized by the heavenly Tao. In the future, he will surely become an imperial talent. Accumulating and learning management experience earlier will only be beneficial. Not bad. He continued to speak, but Han Qianlong had run out of patience. The son of Qi is it? You can do it. Not to mention, the other party was not a son of Qi at all, and even if he was, in his eyes, he was still dust. When he was in the Nine Heavens continent, he had killed thousands of the so-called Sons of Fortune before he had even become a demon sovereign. Those people, which one of them is not uniquely blessed with great luck? All kinds of strange encounters are available. In the end, either you become a god or an immortal. As a result, in the end, he was still crushed like an ant and crushed to the point where there was not even any dregs left. Tendo? In the continent of the Nine Heavens, he is the only Lord God, the only guideline. The so-called Heaven's Way is nothing more than a law set by him. What makes you the son of Qi and smooth sailing all the way? Others will have to suffer for 10,000 years and not be able to achieve their goals? There is no such thing, nor should there be such an unreasonable rule. Therefore, the moment he became a Lord God, he completely broke all the laws of Qi. As long as the rules are in place, such a thing as a son of fortune would never appear in the Nine Heavens continent. As for the earth, although he was not the main god of the earth, the heavenly Tao of the earth could be destroyed with the lift of a hand. He doesn't even care about the heavenly Tao, let alone the so-called son of fortune. Not to mention this pseudo-child of fortune who thought he was a child of fortune. Wu Bufan, who kept his consciousness awake, trembled violently in his heart, wanting to resist, but unable to do anything but cry out in his heart. Something's not right. This person is different from the inhuman we met before. Can't beat it at all. Master, I am afraid. Senior sister, help me. With a silent cry, Wu Bufan put his hands into his stomach, starting from the bottom and peeling himself away little by little, peeling and laughing at the same time. After lifting and rotting most of the innards, the moment he found the heart, an uncontrollable, yet brilliant excitement appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, this heart, indeed, is black. Snap dash. After muttering to himself, he simply crushed his heart. Immediately afterward, the body, which looked like a frosted eggplant, collapsed in a pool of blood in response. The entire villa fell into a deathly silence. The video call continues. Zhang Yunrui on the other end of the phone tightly covered his mouth, staring at the cell phone screen in horror, sweating profusely, making whimpering sounds. Next moment, on the screen of his cell phone, a handsome-looking but unnerving face suddenly appeared. The moment she locked eyes with it, she only felt that her body was incomparably cold, and she didn't even have the strength to move her eyes. The moment sweat slipped from his eyelids, Zhang Yunrui instinctively blinked. Looking at the cell phone screen again, I realized that there was no such thing as a handsome but scary face on it. Heart beating wildly, shortness of breath, pressing down the fear in his heart. Zhang Yunrui hurriedly pressed down the front camera of his cell phone with his hand and turned it right off. She hadn't gone anywhere that night and had stayed in her room, curled up in the corner, eyes blank and shivering. The next day, the silver hair, as the sun shone in through the window and poured over her, stung. On this night, she seemed to have aged 50 years. The face that was originally as tender as a wonderful young girl's was, at this moment, covered with wrinkles and vicissitudes. The phone never worked, and the men, worried that something had happened to her, broke right through the door and rushed in from the outside. It was amazing to see the other man, curled up in the corner, go white overnight. Even at first glance, almost didn't recognize each other. The henchmen's eyes were wide open, and their faces were covered with extreme shock. They couldn't imagine what kind of blow could turn a person like this. Boss, what the hell happened? Why did you become like this? Zhang Yunrui, whose eyes were hollow, did not answer the other party's question, and like a walking corpse, picked up the cell phone on the ground and tremblingly pressed the on button. Find the number and dial it. It was the moment the connection was made that her pale lips moved. Paul Master, I'm Yunrui. I want to quit the organization. Chapter 100. Mother and child join forces. The world is my own. Soon, a voice so gentle that it relaxed the whole body came from the other end of the phone. By the sound of the voice, it's obviously a woman. Have you thought about it? There was no questioning of the other party's reasons, to her. The reasons, or whatever, didn't seem to matter. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yunrui nodded his head. Aha! Suddenly I feel so tired. Trying to get some rest. If, someday, I still want to spar. will definitely come to you, because there is no one but you who has my loyalty. The woman on the other end of the line felt relieved. That's enough with you. Okay, get some rest then. Is there enough money? If not, I'll transfer a few $100 million to you. You spend it first. Jiang Yunrui hurriedly waved his hand. No need. Money, I have. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Always remember to call me when you're in any kind of trouble. No matter what. We're both friends at all times. Jiang Yunrui bit his lip and fell into moving tears. Yes, Your Highness. The moment she hung up, she leaned her back against the wall. Relieved. After a long moment's reprieve, she took a deep breath, and there was more than a glimmer of hope in her gray eyes. Passing by her men, she spoke faintly. Pack up and go. Click dash. In the next moment, her body stiffened in place, and the image in her eyes, too, rotated 180 degrees. Her body hadn't turned, but her head had turned completely, and a second before she was about to lose consciousness, her eyes widened as she watched her henchman was reaching for her cell phone and calling out, "Hey, boss. Well, it's taken care of. Okay, I'll call the woofers right away." Bang dash. The moment the body fell to the ground in response, the dead eyes, looking straight at the pair of leather shoes that walked in front of him, were completely frozen. Taking a look at the dead Jiang Yunrui on the ground, the henchman with the cell phone found the phone number of the head of the Wang family and called it. Akita Group Building. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the chairman's office, the middle-aged man who answered the phone was named Wang Yuanfu, the current head of the Wang family and the current chairman of the Akita Group. After hearing the other party's words, Wang Yuanfu, who was dressed in a suit but didn't have a few hairs, responded with an expressionless face. Got it. I'll make the arrangements. Give my regards to your chairman. Hanging up the phone, Wang Yuanfu, whose eyes narrowed into a line, turned around and walked over to an old woman with gray hair. You guessed correctly. There is still power behind Wu's family. And this power is quite big. It's actually the Granite Dragon Group. The old woman was no other than his mother, Ma Xiangrong. At this moment, Ma Xiangrong, who was sitting in the chairman's seat, was resting with her eyes closed. What did they say? That they found out who's behind this big earthquake? The members of the Cloud Mountain Society are all top tycoons. All died horribly at almost the same time. And the whole family died. Not only for the entire East China Sea business community, for the entire Xia business community and even Southeast Asia business community, is a big earthquake. The official briefing said it was an accident and a coincidence. But within the circle, almost no one believes it. Wang Yuanfu nodded, said it was an inhuman by the name of Han Pathfinder. This person has little background. Odds are, just a knife. But to find out the mastermind behind it, we still have to start with him. Brows furrowed. Wang Yuanfu did not hide his murderous aura. I remember Big Sister once said that fourth brother went crazy. As if it was also because of a student named Han Qianmo? She was very busy and didn't have time to find out. Now it seems that this person called Han Qianmo is really not as simple as it seems on the surface. What's more, Mr. Miyamoto's brother, Mr. Miyamoto Koji, is also missing. Mr. Miyamoto understood the big changes that happened in the East China Sea during this time, and suspected that Mr. Miyamoto Woji was also killed by that Shinigami. Let's give him an exact answer within 3 days. So no matter what, if this Han Qianmo is really the god of death, he definitely can't be spared. Everyone in the circle knows that there must be a driving force behind the bigwigs being driven out of business, but there is no evidence that this man behind the curtain actually exists. So, the people in the circle called it the Grim Reaper, because they feel that the man behind the curtain is just like the Grim Reaper. All know of his existence, but no one has ever seen him, much less found evidence of his murder. Ma Xiangrong responded, "There's nothing wrong with your thinking. But have you ever wondered why the Granite Dragon Group, which is stronger than us, has clearly found out the identity of the god of death, but doesn't do it personally? Instead, they gave us this opportunity to earn a favor?" Wang Yuanfu snapped back to his senses and frowned. You're saying that the Granite Dragon Group knows Han Qianmo's true background, knows that they're not a match for others, which is why they're giving us this opportunity, and then hide behind yourself and sit back and watch? Sweating, he couldn't help but suck in a cool breath. Even the Granite Dragon Group doesn't dare to mess with it? Hiss. How much background does this have to be? Ma Xiangrong responded. It's not necessarily fear. It could be that they are temporarily unsure and are just using us as a test. So why are we being used as a gun? And why do we have to be the ones to take the heat? More importantly, if that Han Qianmo can be taken down easily, do you think this cheap will be our turn? Wang Yuanfu was still a bit reluctant. But what if it's true that he killed my father, my big sister, my grandparents, and dozens of members of my Wang family? Is it hard to forget about this revenge? After a long silence, Ma Shangrong raised her head and looked meaningfully at the other party. Guess why you and your brother are the only ones who didn't die when everyone in the Wang family died? After thinking for a moment, Wang Yuanfu shook his head. I don't know. Ma Shangrong had a deep look on her face. Is it possible that the Reaper kills people based on bloodlines? And you, not your father's own son? Wang Yuanfu snapped. Mom, you? Ma Shangrong had a straight face. Your father's dead anyway, so I have nothing to hide. That's right. Your big sister and your second sister are your father's own. He wanted a son to inherit the family business and I gave him 2 daughters. Seeing that I was getting older, he was ready to let Junior have. How could I possibly say yes? So I took a trip to the temple of the goddess of mercy. Wang Yuanfu was stunned. Is the goddess of mercy so spiritual? Worship and you'll have a son? And twins? By twins, he was naturally referring to himself and his own brother, Wang Yuangue, who was a director at Donghai University. Ma Shangrong was expressionless. It's not the spirit of the goddess of mercy. It's the presiding spirit inside. Of course, the law that death kills by bloodline is just a guess on my part. I just want you to know that you are not of the Wang family bloodline, so there's no need to avenge the Wang family at all. Now, although your surname is still Wang, the current Wang family is still the 3rd largest family in the East Sea, but there is no longer any relationship with the former Wang family. Just live your life. What do you care? In fact, she guessed right. The way of death is indeed the bloodline spell. More importantly, they had better luck as a mother and son. The starting point of the bloodline curse is Wu Zihao. Wu Zihao's mother, Wang Yuanrong, died earlier and did not suffer from the bloodline spell. Therefore, the destruction of the Wang family depends mainly on Wu Zihao's success. Wu Zihao has the bloodline of Ma Shangrong's husband, Wang Jingzhao, the father of Wang Yuanfu. Wu Zihao implicates Wang Jingzhao, and Wang Jingzhao implicates his own children, siblings, and 20 generations up and down the line. Theoretically, when Wang Jingzhao implicated his own daughters, Wang Yuanrong and Wang Yuanhua, he could have taken his wife, Ma Shangrong, along with him. It's just a shame that the 2 real ones, Wang Yuanrong and Wang Yuanhua, are long dead. Wang Yuanrong was abused and killed by the Grim Reaper, and Wang Yuanhua died even earlier, in his teens, when he was high on drugs and played himself to death. This leads to a broken link between Wang Jingzhao and Ma Shangrong. With this string of kills, all the real Wang family members died, and only the 3 of them, mother and son, survived. After listening to the other party's exposition, Wang Yuanfu was in a cold sweat. He also never thought that he could survive, but rely on his mother's first hand? At this moment, he suddenly realized, the Su family's kid was able to survive to inherit the family business, and he was afraid that it would be the same situation. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Wang Yuanfu knelt directly in front of the old woman with a respectful face. And what exactly are your plans, mother? Ma Shangrong spoke blandly. With my mother and son's skills, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold up the behemoth that is the Wang family, but I believe that if we don't make it on our own, we can live for several lifetimes, even if we eat our old life. Of course, doing nothing certainly doesn't work either. So, I'm going to change the strategic direction of the company. Starting today, we're only targeting those small and medium-sized businesses, at the same level as us. We can't compete, and if we continue to fight them, with what we have, we'll probably have to lose our home soon. But SMEs are different. They have people in charge who are probably more competent than we are. But the capital, certainly not as strong as ours, and they compete, just need to use a little capital means. We'll be able to press it directly to death. Although, this way, you can't make much money, but it's better than steady. As long as we keep up this pace and don't get overly ambitious, we, your son's son, will always be rich. Wang Yuanfu's eyes widened and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Worthy of being my Wang Yuanfu's mother. Hi, really hi. Afternoon. Han Qianma only had one class. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui were full. After leaving the classroom, he was alone and went to the Shueisho group founded by Lu Xiuxiu. There's no one in the president's office. He came out of the space crack and sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs and waited quietly. He knew that Lu Xiuxiu was having a meeting in the conference room one wall away, although the two are in different spaces, but the straight line distance, only less than 20 centimeters, can almost be said to be back to back. Chapter 101, Malicious Acquisition. Yesterday after dinner, Han Qianma wanted to talk to Lu Xiuxiu about compensation. At that time, Lu Xiuxiu did not know that the other party is trying to talk about compensation, just know that the other party defined themselves something, thinking that they also have something to give each other, but the results at the time but forgot to bring. Then the invitation was given. Han Qian said he'd arrive in the afternoon. The exact time is not said. Coupled with the urgency of the matter at hand, she would have to deal with the matter at hand first. Knowing that the other party was busy, Han Qianrua wasn't in a hurry and sat on the sofa to play with his cell phone. Although he didn't intentionally listen, he still heard voices from next door. In the conference room, Yu Jingtao, the executive of the Akita Group, pressed the contract down on the table in front of Lu Xiuxiu in front of everyone in the Shueisho Group. It opened in a tone of contempt. Mr. Lu, think it over. Work with us, the Akita Group, and you'll get $10 million. Your employees can have promotions and raises, too. On the contrary, if you have to be bent on rejecting our Akita Group's offer, then what awaits you is not just the failure of the project. Rather, it's the failure of an entire entrepreneurial career, if not an entire life. Now, the opportunity is in front of you. How to choose? You decide. Lu Xiuxiu looked at the contract on the table and was silent. She and the company staff wasted their time and worked day and night. It's hard to design a program plan that fits the current market. Took it to the venture capital market in search of investment, but was spotted by the Akita Group. At first, she felt that the Akita Group, with its Japanese background, did not have a very good reputation and wanted to reject the other party's cooperation. However, the people below thought that with the current volume of the Watershow Group, it was always a blessing to be able to reach out to a behemoth such as the Akita Group and receive recognition from others. Shouldn't be thinking about it so much right now. You should first consider your own actual situation, recognize your own position, and seize every opportunity you can. Even if you don't cooperate, it's okay to talk. Besides, people only have the intention. Whether it can be accomplished or not, it still depends on the face of others. Lu Xiuxiu thought about it and felt that it was the truth. But no one expected. Akita Group's real intention is not to invest. Rather, they wanted to maliciously acquire the Watershow Group and the project proposal they had only devised through exhaustive efforts. It wasn't a low price, but she knew that once she agreed to the other party's request, then the Watershow Group in the future will no longer be its own master. More crucially, with her years of experience in the mall, she understood well. Once companies and projects are acquired, they are destined to be put on hold. Then, it was renamed by the Akita Group as a new project of their own originality and given to someone they trusted to run it. They, as a group, can only get the very first bit of buyout money. Either you leave your job or you wait to die. There is no future to speak of at all. Moreover, having personally participated in the project design, she knows very well that once the project is implemented, the profits brought about will be counted in billions. $10 million and you want to buy it out? To put it nicely, it's called pressure. To put it bluntly, it's no different than sending out a screamer. Sighing, the anxious Lu Xiuxiu raised her head and looked down at the employees. Unsurprisingly, everyone was shaking their heads. Taking a $10 million cut does feel good for a while. Taking a couple million in dividends can even be a straight-up swing for a lot of people. But they didn't choose to break the can. They are young though, but they don't like to compromise. From the faces of the employees, we saw the spirit of defiance. Lu Xiuxiu knew that she hadn't looked at the wrong person. So many people believe in themselves. How can one live up to it? Turning back to Yu Jingtao, Lu Xiuxiu's face was incomparably cold. Sorry, Mr. Yu, I repeat, we're looking for investment now, not selling projects, let alone companies. You guys want to buy companies, buy programs? You can go to someone else. We, didn't have that plan. Under the gaze of the crowd who almost raised their arms, Lu Xiuxiu's tone became even colder. Besides, it was hard for you to make a special trip over here, but I still want to tell you, through this exchange, we have gotten a rough idea of your company's operating philosophy as well as its corporate culture. Between your company's philosophy and culture is so far ahead of its time, we feel self-conscious that we can't keep up with your company. Therefore, from now on, none of us will negotiate with your company on cooperation. By doing so, is also saving your company time. The people below almost clapped their hands. Yu Jingtao heard the other party's words, and the smile on his face gradually became icy cold. Mr. Lu, you're still too young. Let me put it to you this way. Knowing that the patriarchs of this company were all concentrated here at the moment, he deliberately lowered his voice. As long as you agree to our demands, you'll get a guaranteed $10 million buyout. Listen carefully, it's you, not your company. As for them, the group will surely give them a job that is easier and better paid than the one they have now. Isn't that much more secure than getting your investment? Then signing a pari-mutual agreement and taking the risk yourselves. Yu Su laughed. Easy job. Just don't schedule things. Having nothing to do justifies lowering their paychecks. So, what's the point of the high wages you're talking about? It's just a trick to fool people. Yu Jingtao gritted his teeth. What's it to you if they're going to get set up? Didn't you start your business for the money? Can't you just make your own money? You're afraid that if you join the Akita Group in the future, you'll be hollowed out. $10 million of buyout money is simply not enough? Okay, I can make you a promise. Surveying the other party's charming face, Yu Jingtao couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. If you do well enough, I promise to keep you on your toes, second only to me in the company. I don't care about them, but keeping you in a high position and earning millions a year can be a breeze for me. You're a smart man. I'm sure. You should know how to choose. Speaking of which, he couldn't hold back the salivation in his heart, and couldn't help but reach out to the other party, stretching out his big hand. Son of a bitch, what are you trying to do? If you dare to touch our Mr. Lu, I'll kill you. Seeing this scene, the employees below immediately stood up and copied the bench under their buttocks to rush up. Rubbing dash. Seeing this, 8 martial artists wearing suits and sunglasses, ostensibly business elites, but actually fighters, and their realms, all of which had stepped into the Xian realm and Earth realm, directly pulled out their butterfly knives, pointing at the group of employees who had copied the bench. He threatened in cold words, "Don't move. You can't be held responsible for killing someone in self-defense, whether it's self-defense or not." The Akita group versus the Mizusha group. It's definitely the Akita group's call. The employees looked horrified and gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. You guys, don't go too far. Yu Jingtao, who froze in place because of the sudden change of heart and thus did not continue to extend his hand over, snorted coldly. While turning back, he continued to put his hand, reaching out to the group's female president. How dare you cross me? What the fuck? But just then, he snapped out of it. Only then did he realize that Lu Xiaoxiu, who had an angry face, had already taken several steps back, standing behind a youth. Chapter 102, Just Roll. Thinking that the other party was also an employee under Lu Xiaoxiu's hand, Yu Jingtao smiled contemptuously. Trying to be a standout? You're afraid. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Han Qianma spoke faintly. Roll. Buzz dash. These words, as if they had some kind of magic power, caused Yu Jingtao's voice to come to an abrupt halt, and his entire body froze in place. The 2 henchmen who had surrounded him frowned and immediately wanted to make a move, but he was stopped by Yu Jingtao raising his hand. Looking at the youth in front of him, Yu Jingtao gritted his teeth and said huffily but unwillingly, "Just get lost. Let's go." All of the water show group employees present froze. What's the situation? So obedient? They had originally thought that it was unlikely that the other party would be willing to give up. It was ready for a dry run. It turned out that I didn't expect. Not even a word of rebuttal. Say go? That just get out almost fried their CPU. It also didn't occur to me to understand why the contrast between the man's before and after was so huge. It's hard to believe that this friend of Mr. Lu's is the son of one of the Akita group's power holders. That's why this Yu Jingtao, when he sees the other side, it's like he's seeing his grandfather. Tell to get lost. You don't say. It's really possible. Hiss dash. The crowd looked at Lu Xiaoxiu in amazement. No wonder Mr. Lu was so calm from beginning to end. So there is this relationship. Not only were the employees of the Shui Xiu group, even Yu Jingtao's men were at a loss. For a moment, I thought that I had misheard. Mr. Yu, however, when they saw that their top boss really use roll this way, leave here, the whole person, completely messed up, and no longer stood mute, but followed the other, reluctantly, and turned up on his heels on the ground. Of course they didn't know who the youth who was defending Lu Xiaoxiu was. They only knew that even Yu Jingtao had to be afraid of the figure, and if they dared to ignore it, they would definitely end up in an ugly situation. Sissy, send the guest. Breathing heavily, Lu Xiaoxiu greeted her secretary and turned back to the man in front of her. I thought, you were a little late. Sun Shi, the equally emotional secretary, nodded. Yes, Mr. Lu. She subconsciously took a look as she passed by the duo. After feeling a handsome in his heart, he rushed out of the conference room with envy for Mr. Lu. That group rolled too fast. If I don't run faster, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up. Han Qianlong knew what the other wanted to say and turned to take a step. Get it done. I'll meet you in my office. Lu Xiaoxiu subconsciously reached out, but the other party had already walked out of the conference room. With a slight exhale and a shy face, she could only nod her head. Yeah. I turned around again, only to see the meaningful, and mixed with excitement, smiles of my coworkers. Inside the parking lot, the leader's henchman walked to the car window with a puzzled look and looked at Yu Jingtao, who was already sitting inside the car. Mr. Yu, who the hell is that guy? Can you reveal a little? We also have a good idea in mind. I don't know anything. How can I go back like this? Yu Jingtao didn't know what he was thinking, and his face was pale. Drive. Mr. Yu, drive. The leader's henchman had no choice but to nod his head, get into the driver's seat and drive away, leaving the place. Buzz dash. At this moment, Yu Jingtao's head was still buzzing. That word roll, like a nightmare, always echoed in his mind, long-lasting, and more intense. Finally, as the car pulled up to the river, his eyes completely lost their gleam and became hollow. Ghostly. Stop the car. Tell everyone to get out of the car. The head henchman looked surprised, but nodded. 1 minute later, the 7 thugs who came down from the 2 cars behind them all stood in a line with their backs to the river under the command of the lead henchman. Yu Jingtao spoke to them without focusing his eyes. Turn your head. The 7 fighters immediately did as they were told. Facing the river, the lead henchman assumed that the other man had some hidden mission to explain, and habitually put his head in the air. Mr. Yu. However, Yu Jingtao simply said, 7 of them, undercover. Kill. The lead henchman snapped, looking at the other in disbelief. No way. I trained them all. There are 2, and they're my nephews. Yu Jingtao was expressionless. And relatives won't hurt you? Do you know how many brothers Li Shimin has killed? But, kill. If you don't kill, it will be the 2 of us who die. Clenching his fists tightly, his breathing was incredibly messy, and after a long moment of silence, the lead henchman turned his head in a huff. Drawing the pistol at his waist, with the speed of the peak of the land realm, he pulled the trigger on the heads of the 7 henchmen. Bang, bang, bang dash. Before the gunfire had dissipated, 7 of his men had planted themselves in the river, never to rise again. Turning back to Yu Jingtao, the lead henchman had a furious look on his face, but he dared not say anything. Yu Jingtao spoke faintly. It's okay, go back. Wanting to say something but not daring to, the lead henchman nodded and turned toward the parking lot. Bang dash. The next moment, a bullet blew his head off. Yu Jingtao, who had finished killing all of his men, drove like a nobody and returned to the Akita group. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Ma Xiangrong, who was sitting on the swivel chair and was still video calling with some man on her tablet, subconsciously turned around. A frown. Why didn't you knock before coming in? Setting the tablet over the table, she frowned as she suppressed her anger. The water show group thing, it's taken care of? If the other party wasn't her beloved, she would have told them to pack up and leave by now. Yu Jingtao didn't say a word and walked directly towards the other party. Seemingly realizing something, Ma Xiangrong's face changed drastically. What do you want? Get out. Now. No. The instant she reacted, she reached for her tablet and tried to turn off the video call. Instead, his hands were clasped by the other party and he was dragged to the window. Ma Xiangrong was angry and ashamed. I didn't meet my physical this month. You can't. Stop. Yu Jingtao, you're getting a little loose. Before the words were out of her mouth, she realized that her understanding, it seemed, was completely wrong. The moment she fell out of the window, she realized that the other person was not trying to hold her down at all. Instead, they want to throw themselves out the window. It was a pity that the moment he reacted, it was already too late. Without even a chance to beg for mercy, Ma Xiangrong rushed towards the earth with a miserable scream. Ah ha ha ha. Bang dash. Just then, Wang Yuanfu, who had heard the commotion, led a group of security guards, pushed open the door, and rushed in from outside. Glancing at the empty swivel chair, Wang Yuanfu seemed to understand what was going on, his face white with anger. Yu Jingtao? What have you done? Water show group, president's office. The moment she pushed open the door, Lu Xiaoxiao's heart fastened to an indescribable point. As fast as she could, she ended the meeting about the future of the company. Another series of mental build-ups and mental preparations before walking in the door. As a result, the moment she pushed open the door, her pretty face, still covered with shyness and apprehension, her heartbeat also further accelerated. Chapter 103, You Smell Like Her Perfume. It took a while to slow down. Seeing that the tea on the table had gotten cold, Lu Xiaoxiao asked with concern, what would you like to drink? I'll pour it for you? Han Qianma casually waved his hand. No need. Whoosh dash. Bang dash. Lu Xiaoxiao was pulled by a strong force and sat directly across from him, while at the same time, the office door closed itself without wind. Straight to business. Putting down his cell phone and looking towards Lu Xiaoxiao in front of him who hadn't come back to her senses yet and whose face was still covered in shock, Han Qianma opened his mouth faintly. What compensation do you want? Lu Xiaoxiao, who was breathing rapidly and whose heart was beating wildly, didn't know whether it was because of excitement or fear. Her delicate body was still trembling slightly. Compensation. Compensation? Is this the dominance of Lord Demon? It's really unresisting. Han Qianma said blandly. Although it was unintentional, I still took away your most important thing. Compensation. As it should be. He never felt like a good person. He just didn't like to be indebted to others. Hear that? Lu Xiaoxiao, who had slowed down, was silent for a long time before she sighed slightly. That incident, it wasn't entirely your responsibility, was it? Besides, we're all so familiar with each other. Compensation or something. It's not necessary. Maybe the word compensation really hit me. At the moment, she was more or less delirious. Otherwise, it would not be possible to say acquaintances are not responsible, without realizing that the other party's low mood was due to his own directness. Han Xianmo once again opened the door. Don't say anything about no need. You started a company to make money. 2. Needing money or needing other things. These are desires. When there is desire, there is need. For the money, I can give it to you, even make you the richest man outright, provided that you have the need. Of course, in his opinion, the status and identity of a richest man is far less precious than the first time of a kind woman. The reason is simple. The way he thought, he still maintained the habits of the Nine Heavens continent. In the continent of the Nine Heavens, there were many people whose families were rich and wealthy, but virgins, there are really very few, because the people there practiced immortality and monasticism and lived a long life. Looking at a young girl of 15 or 16, she may, in fact, have lived for more than 200 years, 200 years old, put on the earth. I'm afraid that they have all been divorced several times. A virgin? Non-existent. Like the empress of the kind. Other people want to touch but do not dare to touch, coupled with the pre-misogyny from the mother of the baby, has never touched a man strange, or account for a minority. Therefore, he who still maintains the inertia of the thinking of the continent of the Nine Heavens, in his feeling, still feels that a woman's first time is more precious. Money and wealth? As much as he wanted, he could just buy the planet if he wanted to, but a woman's first, gone is gone. Even if time goes back and what happened stays in the memory and is not likely to change. After hearing the other party's words, Lu Xiaoxiao's face became even paler, even with a slight hint of anger. I did start my company to make money. After all, I have to eat and so do they. But I didn't start the company solely for the money. The moment she looked up at the other party, Lu Xiaoxiao's gaze was like a torch. Shyness and apprehension were no longer there. Only coldness and solemnity remained. If it were only for money, I wouldn't have to live so hard from morning to night, including the Akita Group acquisition. The reason why I didn't sell the company and achieve so-called wealth freedom when I had a successful business. It's not that I'm trying to prove how great I am. Rather, I want to show others that I will stand up without anyone to back me up. So what if it's a woman? As long as I'm willing to work hard, what I can achieve will definitely not be inferior to others. She wanted to prove her beliefs, but the reality is that there are constantly people questioning and provoking her beliefs. The people out there are just fine. They have nothing to do with themselves anyway and don't need to care what they think. But someone she cares about has that same attitude. She just can't stand it a bit. Not to mention, this time the one questioning her was someone she liked. Han Xianlong finally realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. Other than that, at least the line "you started your company to make money" shouldn't have been said so bluntly. Of course, you can't blame him. After all, the Empress hadn't taught him about speaking skills or anything. In the continent of the Nine Heavens, the weak are the strong. Those who survive can pretend and talk, which is like Earth. However, he didn't feel bad about it. The worldviews are different. People communicate differently. For sure, there is no such thing as right or wrong. He had lived in the continent of the Nine Heavens for 100,000 years, and had also lived on Earth for 18 years. Essentially an Earthling, now back on Earth, readapting to the habits of this place. The way of communication was a matter of course in his mind. After a moment of silence, Han Qianlong nodded. I know. The beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and the calm Lu Xiaoxiao realized that her tone just now was more or less a bit heavy. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Glancing at the other party, who had long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a slim-fitting suit, and under her wrapped skirt, her curved, plump, black silk-wrapped legs, leaning diagonally together, Han Qianrua opened her mouth, interrupting the other party's apology. I take back what I just said. Lu Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned and confused. Ha! Without waiting for the other party to continue speaking, Han Xianma stated his intentions. Back there, I won't ask you about compensation. Just be my woman straight away. I'll give you the best of everything this planet has to offer. With a tremor in her delicate body, Lu Xiaoxiao instantly stared at the other party with wide eyes in disbelief. She asked the other person to come over, actually wanting to show off the undergraduate diploma she got from Tunghai University, because she remembered that 3 years ago, she had made a pact with the other person. If he could get into Tunghai University, he could be classmates with the other person. By then, the other party will have to agree to a request. She wanted to exchange this request for a chance to socialize with the other person. But midway through, she thought about it, and then felt that, with Lord Demon Lord's current status, she was simply not qualified to interact with others. much less, to become their woman. However, just when she thought that her dream would finally be shattered, she was ready to hide this adoration, permanently, in the bottom of her heart. Willow Darkness, Lord Demon, however, took the initiative to open his mouth and asked her to be his woman. The dream suddenly shines into reality. Lu Xiao looked at the front of her eyes, only counting the age of the earth, and even 4 years younger than her own man. The beautiful eyes trembled, unable to believe that this was really the truth. Han, Mr. Han Qianlong smiled slightly. Call me by my name. Of course, you can address your husband in the manner of a wife if you wish. Excited to the delicate body trembling, Lu Xiao can no longer hold down the joy in his heart. The moment he stood up, directly pounced on. 3 hours later, accompanied by the convergence of a cloud of purple densities, Chen Shui, who had stayed in the apartment dormitory, saw the figure of Lord Demon. Back. Ha, where's Mr. Lu and his cousin? Why didn't you bring them along? Later, we can have dinner together. Sima Zhao's heart is known to all, but Han Qianma didn't mind, but said, Sister Xiao has something. Xinwan is now her trainee assistant. Neither of them are available tonight. Chen Shui had a wry face. Xiao, sis? Her nose twitched, and she suddenly smelled something on the other woman's body. This smell is so familiar. Seems like I've smelled it somewhere before? That's right, on the flower field. It's the scent of shampoo on Lu Xiao. It's more than that. There are other scents mixed in there. Wait a minute. Let me get a good sniff. The basic skill of imitation is observation, and only meticulous observation can result in near-perfect imitation. Now, Chen Shui had taken this talent and developed it to the extreme. Coupled with a woman's innate sensitivity, she soon sensed that the scent was more than just a blend of perfume and shampoo. And her body odor? Stunned, she looked at the demon lord in front of her, her eyes widening, unable to suppress the excitement in her heart. You put her to asleep? And still, in someone else's company? In front of someone else's company, all the employees? It was as if there was an invisible drop of water on Han Qianlong's forehead. It's an office, not a company. The doors and walls, they're one-way glass, and anyone outside, they shouldn't be able to see. P.S. After careful calculation, Lu Xiao should be 25 years old, counting the 3 years Han Qianmo disappeared. Also 4 years older than Han Qianmo. Well, it should be right. Chapter 104, Can't Get In. There's a picture. Chen Shui, whose eyes were out of focus, was flushed with crimson and her breathing became more and more messy. Office building. Office. It's full of people out there. We can see them, and they can't see us. Hiss. Han Qianlong sweated slightly. What are you trying to say? At the time, his attention was focused on the beautiful people. Only know that it is one-way glass. Whether or not there was anyone out there, how many, he didn't even bother. Taking a deep breath and pressing her jade hand against her heaving chest, Chen Shui shyly looked at the other party. The next time you go to find Lu Xiao, no matter what for, could you, please, bring me with you? Han Qianlian didn't know a fool, much less a rash person who didn't understand anything. So how could he not understand the other party's meaning? It's, inappropriate, low IQ, because when he was in the continent of the 9 heavens, he only had the empress of this girlfriend. Coupled with the empress of the character is relatively direct, do not like to make, will not be nothing to let him guess. That's why it's a little slow when it comes to dealing with feelings. Just because he hasn't been trained in relationship management doesn't mean he's simple in a single relationship. 100,000 years. In addition to a variety of changes in the art of the empress, even a simple man would have become a witch demon king long ago. Therefore, the moment Chen Shui made her request, he understood what the other party was really thinking. It just doesn't say it. Be a teacher. Chen Shui was righteous. Didn't you tutor her before and she called you Mr. Han? I can help her with her lessons too. Han Qianlong asked knowingly. Make up for what? People have their diplomas and they need you to make up for it? Chen Shui was serious. I study medicine. Definitely helping her with her biology. There's no harm in learning more when you're more skillful. And she's studying financial management. Who's to say that if she starts a company, she won't be involved in the pharmaceutical or food industry in the future? I'll fill her in on biology, and she'll be able to do less of that in the future if she has a general knowledge of the subject. Han Qianlong looked at the other party indifferently. Say it again. You're trying to give them biology? You're obviously trying to give them a physical fix. I'm embarrassed to tear you down. In his opinion, as of now, Chen Shui, whether in practice or theory, is indeed better than the fledgling Lu Xiao, but compared to the empress, both of them can only be considered novice kindergarten level. The essence is pretty much the same. No one has the right to look down on anyone, let alone be the other's teacher. Chen Shui nodded with anticipation. She knows Lord Demon. Saying it again equals drama. The key lies in whether one can seize the opportunity to give the other party, to give Lu Xiuxiu a good impression. If it makes a good impression, then the door is considered open. It's bound to be a happy one from now on. Instead, I guess there's not much hope for a long time to come. After all, first impressions really do matter. With an idea in mind, Chen Shui stopped dwelling on the topic. Glancing at the beds in the apartment dormitory, she said softly, "Master, do you need Snowy to do something more?" She knew that because of objective reasons, the fledgling experience must be somewhat flawed. Under such circumstances, Lord Demon might not be able to enjoy himself. At this point, it is necessary for your experienced self to do spiritual counseling for the other person. Han Qianlong looked at the time. Wakuyo should have gotten out of class already. After dinner. Hearing this, Chen Shui was slightly disappointed. Oh, from what she could see, the chances of the two of them being honest with each other tonight were almost nil. Unless one drugs himself. Help the two. Otherwise, with their high-flying, little-talking personalities, it would be nearly impossible to let them ferment on their own. Plus, she remembered that Lin Ruoyu had said that she had an exam tomorrow morning, so she had to go to bed early tonight, in order not to disturb each other's rest. The Demon Lord will definitely not teach himself to play music. Tonight, it was destined to be an ordinary night. As it turned out, Chen Shui's guess was indeed correct. After picking up Lin Ruoyu, the three of them went to dinner, after which it was time to go back to their new home, take a shower and go to bed. It was so bland that it made her feel like she was back to her old life. The world, as usual, is so mundane. It wasn't until the following morning that this calmness was shattered along with Lin Ruoyu's shouts. "Schoolboy? Schoolgirl? It's almost time. Time to get up, yo." A moment later, only Chen Shui's room emitted a response. "Well, Lord Demon and I this morning, neither have class. The car keys are on the table. You can drive yourself to school." Lin Ruoyu smiled bitterly. A straight line distance of less than a kilometer. What a drive. Okay, then I'll call you guys at lunch. It was quiet for several breaths before Chen Shui could be heard letting out a long breath. Lin Ruoyu felt a little strange, sounding so breathless. Early in the morning, it's hard not to be doing sports? Without much thought, after glancing at the time and grabbing her things, she rushed out the door. Soon the living room was quiet. There was a moment of silence. Inside Chen Shui's bedroom, however, the sound of rapid breathing once again came out. Why is it still so tight? It's you that's too big. Inside the house, Chen Shui wiped the sweat from her forehead and sat on her butt. Gave up completely. No, why are your feet so big when you're about 5 feet 8 inches? Looking at the AJ she had bought for the other woman, the laces of which were loose to the point of being torn and on the verge of tearing, and which still wouldn't fit on the other woman's feet, she grumbled for a moment. These shoes are a full size 41. I can't believe you can't even wear it? This foot, it's really not that big. She was a girl, and although she was over 6 foot 8, she wore shoes that were only size 36. Plus she hasn't had another boyfriend, doesn't have much of an idea of a man's shoe size. You will be able to guess the size of the other person according to your own projections as a matter of course. Being 6 foot 8 myself, I wore 36. The other guy is about 5 feet 8 inches and wears 41, which should be about right. Results, 41 shoes that don't fit at all. Han Qianmo looked faintly at the shoes on the ground, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Through the other party's complaint, he realized that the woman was wearing small shoes for himself. He remembered that he used to wear size 43 shoes when he was in high school. Certain brands will run slightly large in size 42, and will fit if you squeeze hard. 41 yards. Guess the only way to do that is to cut off a toe. After a few moments of silence, he finally offered a compromise. Why don't we return them and get a bigger pair? You don't have to throw it. I don't have to cut my toes off, and everyone is happy. Chen Shui sighed. How do I change it? This shoe is a limited edition. It was discontinued a long time ago and I bought it from a collector's hand. Brand new and unopened. Now the packaging has been removed and the shoes have gotten like this. How can people give us a refund? In the next moment, Chen Shui snapped her eyes to the other party in front of her, and her eyes lit up. Aren't you Demon Lord? Han Qianlong narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party as if he was looking at a fool. Yes, it's the Han. May I ask who you are? Chapter 105 Realm Enhancement. No, Chen Shui hurriedly explained. I don't mean that. I mean, you could have used your spell to make it a little bigger. So, won't it fit? Limited edition. Collectors still get them at auction. At that time, it was sold for as much as 50 still dollars. Now that so much time has passed, the price has long since doubled. That's a year's worth of her pocket money. The money is all secondary. The most important thing is that on this pair of shoes, there is Jordan's signature. It's really not even possible to buy it with money these days. Demon Lord is more than 5 meters tall, close to 1 meter 9. She felt that when the other party was in high school, he definitely liked to play basketball. There's no one who plays basketball who doesn't like Jordan. It does seem a bit of a shame to just give these shoes up. Han Qianlong opened his mouth blandly. Good idea. The other guy had been trying all morning and still couldn't get in himself. Look at the other party's sweaty and exhausted look. He almost forgot that he was a demon lord, not a mortal. But, however, just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly hesitated. There's one thing I haven't figured out. What is the nature of this getting bigger? Chen Shui seemed to have noticed something and looked where she shouldn't have. Engorge it. Ha? You mean shoes? Oh, just a size up. What else could it be? As a medical student, her reaction, she felt, should be considered normal. Well, it should. Han Qianmo did not care about the other party's change of face, and was still thinking, sizing up is just the result. I asked about the nature. All of his arts and martial arts came from the Empress teachings and his sense of cultivating magic. But even the so-called perception is only to split and reorganize the characteristics of aura and magic chi, and then create new skills. What is the nature of magic aura? What is the nature of Reiki? He had not thought about it before, and he would not think about it, because the Empress of that time told him that knowing is enough. Thinking so much will only affect the speed of drawing the sword. In the continent of the 9 heavens it really should be like this. The accumulation and control of magic chi is more important. As for what the essence of magic chi or basic energy is, there is no need to know. But not anymore. The accumulation of magic chi and the skill of using it, he had already achieved the ultimate. The realm has also been elevated to the highest point of the known realm. Heaven and earth only I am immortal. But after reaching this realm, he realized that immortality was not the end. The true end of the line, the present self, has not even touched the ledge, and to resurrect the Empress, one must touch, or even stand at that end. Therefore, knowing what is right is no longer enough to fulfill his cultivation. Knowing what is right, but also knowing why, in his opinion, is the only way to step into the creation level. Chen Shui looked at the other side in confusion. Essence? I don't know what you're trying to say. Didn't you build a house before by lifting one hand? With a wave of the hand, the wasteland blooms with manzanita. Now, just making this pair of AJs a little bigger size should be easy for you. Han Qianlong had a straight face. I was just rebuilding a house as I remembered it, not restoring it. The structure of a house is far less complicated than a shoe. The practice of destroying a shoe and then reorganizing it to make it a little bit bigger, not to mention having enough material. The knowledge of its structure alone must be almost perfect. Otherwise, what comes out of the reorganization will definitely not be the same pair of shoes from earlier. Chen Shui scratched his head. So complicated? I see that in TV dramas. Those gods just need to sprinkle water and wave their sleeves, and the broken mirror can be reunited. Ah, Han Qianmo blandly said. You said it all. It was a TV show. Even if it's a spell, it can't be completely unreasonable. Chen Shui, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, cupped her chin and thought. What about? How about? Forget it? Han Qianlong looked at the shoes on the ground and went into thought as well. Hold on. Let me think about it first. Before the words left his mouth, a purple halo emerged from his pupils. Next moment, as he watched, the pair of AJs seemed to be split into several pieces. Soles, uppers, laces, and the various parts that make up a shoe. Shaking his head, he knew that just seeing this layer was definitely not enough. The halo of the magic pupil increased even more, and soon, in his field of vision, the various parts that made up the shoe disintegrated into a thin line, a tiny rubber ball. Continue to dismantle, continue to break it down. Within moments, the structure, at the molecular level, appeared in his mind. It seemed to sense something. A faint layer of golden light was attached to the surface of his body, which even he himself did not notice. Continue to go deeper. Underneath the molecules are atoms, and underneath the atoms are neutrons, protons, and electrons. Of these, neutrons and protons are not so-called elementary particles. There's still a lot of splitting to be done. When the electron appears in his field of vision, he can also see quarks that are larger than it. It was an indescribable shape. It could even be said to have nothing to do with the basics and particles of his intuition. It was also at this time that his mind seemed to fluctuate. Blink again. The image in front of his eyes suddenly dissipated, and when he continued to use his magic pupil, the shoes in front of his eyes were still just a pair of shoes. Nothing has changed. Seeming to understand something, Han Qianlong sighed slightly. I thought that the magic pupil had evolved enough to see into the details of the atomic level. So in reality, it's just an illusion created by meditation? Chen Shui, who was sitting on the ground, looked at the other party dumbfounded. What evolution? What illusion? You were just... What happened? All she could see was that the other woman was talking and her eyes were gradually radiating a deep purple color that was very pretty. Knowing that the other was thinking, she didn't bother, but she wasn't sure what exactly the other was thinking about or why her eyes had turned purple. Han Qianmo didn't say anything, and after trying a few more times, and still unable to enter that state just now, he casually waved his hand, turning the shoes in front of him into powder. The moment he swung his arm in reverse, the shoe returned to its original shape. However, Chen Shui could tell at a glance that the shoes were now a circle larger than they were just a moment ago. It's done? I told you. Isn't this sort of thing quite simple for you? Han Qianlong exhaled slightly. It's so close. It feels like it's that close to touching the threshold of the creation level. He knew that although the shoes in front of him had gotten bigger and could look exactly the same compared to the previous ones, but essentially, they are not the same shoes. They just look alike. But this likeness is as close to perfect as it gets. It's so close, and if you get that right, you can say that the shoes, now, are the same ones as they were a moment ago, only the scale has changed. Until this point is resolved, it can never be said that they are the same pair of shoes. Not understanding the other party's words, Chen Shui examined them, slightly puzzled. Where's the difference? I don't think it's a problem. Here, let me put it on you and see if it fits. Without waiting for the other party to reach out, Han Qianmo casually waved his hand and the shoes were automatically put on his feet. The size could be considered perfect. Chen Shui was satisfied. Wouldn't that just fit? I told you. This little problem. How could it possibly overwhelm our demon lord? Han Qianlong didn't retort. Can it be inappropriate? It's all reorganized. It must be in the shape of a foot. What else would reorganizing it do? Simply clean up the decoding? No classes in the morning. What are you going to do? Without continuing to dwell on this topic, Han Qianlong directly stood up from the bed. Chen Shui hesitated for a moment, and a tantalizing blush surfaced on her fair face. Of course it's doing. Like to do. Han Qianrua didn't retort and was just about to open his mouth when Long Lingshan's phone call came over. Chen Shui signaled the other party to pick up. First make preparations yourself. Han Qianlong then picked up the phone. Hello, Officer Lang. Lang Lingfang on the other end of the phone didn't seem to expect that the always indifferent other party would be so polite, even addressing herself with an honorable title, and froze for several seconds before reacting. You. Hello, Han. There's a video I sent you, and I'd like to ask you to take a look at it if you have time. Hear the word video. Sitting on the bed, one of the long legs has been put on a high-legged white silk Chen Shui feet loose. Subconsciously came up. Video? What video? Is it decent? Chapter 106, White Sins Out of Control? Without paying attention to Chen Shui's jokes, Han Qianma casually clicked on the video sent by Long Lingshan. Chen Shui also stopped talking too much, but followed and watched with rapt attention. Soon, she found out the end. If it isn't Wanda Plaza, people come and go. Who would do that kind of thing in a place like this? They say a certain bug goes to the head. As a matter of fact, women will head it off just the same. At this moment, all she could think of was different time and different place with Lord Demon. Look at anything and it has a bright colorful feel to it. Snap dash. Just then, the video footage showed a passerby in the center of the square, suddenly exploding into a mass of broken flesh. I'll go. Chen Shui shuddered violently, her mind completely lost. What's the situation? Why did that guy just blow up all of a sudden? This is the end of the video. Han Qianma asked Lang Lingshan on the other end of the phone. What do you want to say? Lang Lingshan was silent for a few seconds and sighed. I'd like to hear what you think. After all, there were similar deaths among those you killed before. Chen Shui's willow brows furrowed. What do you mean? You suspect he killed the man? You think he's sick? Or are you sick yourself in the first place? What's he doing killing a passerby for no reason? At the loss of my previous thought, we have been considered friends. The result, Officer Lang, you really disappoint me too much. Han Qianmo reached out and touched Chen Shui's head, indicating that the other party should not be angry. That's not what she meant. Quarreling on the phone is the most stupid and unnecessary thing to do. Lang Lingshan on the other end of the phone did not care about Chen Shui's anger, just waiting for her to finish cursing, before continuing to open his mouth to the Han classmates. This is the footage captured by the surveillance cameras. The mall's surveillance equipment is of more ordinary quality. Can't see the details. So, I wanted to ask your opinion. After all, you are considered an inhuman. In my opinion, the only people who can kill people in this way are probably inhumans with special abilities. At first, she also guessed that the dead man had feuded with Han Qianma and was a wicked man to have come to such an end. But after investigating, she realized that the deceased was not an ordinary person though, but a researcher at an institute. However, it has nothing to do with Donghai University, and Han Qianma is even more irrelevant. she knew that Han Xianlong was not a murderer, and had come to the other side. Indeed, simply for help. Han Pathfinder spoke bluntly. His ability, it seems, is blast. Lan Lingfeng on the other end of the phone was visibly surprised. How do you know the victim was run over? The autopsy report shows that the deceased did not suddenly blow himself up because of some internal force. Rather, the body exploded because it was subjected to extreme external pressure in a very short period of time. Simply put, it was run over. It was just that object that hit him was very fast, even faster than the speed of a bullet. That's why it's impossible to see the true nature of the object through the low-speed camera footage. Lang Lingfeng thought that at least until she told the cause of death of the deceased, the other party would realize that the deceased was run over. As a result, I didn't expect that. Without waiting for myself to open my mouth, the other party had already seen the end of the story. Sure enough, going to this man for advice was the right thing to do. Han Qianlong blandly said. 1 minute and 23 seconds. At the edge of the video screen, there is a black shadow. Although only 1 foot is showing, it can be seen that he is a human being and is taking steps facing the deceased. Also at 1:23, that foot disappeared. On the side, Chen Shui, who had her arms wrapped around her, was also listening to Lord Demon Lord's analysis, but didn't listen to it. What do you mean? After a few seconds of silence, Lang Lingxiang on the other end of the phone came to a realization. I see. The man is not fully in the surveillance picture but is on his toes in the direction of the deceased. But the next moment the dead man blew up. He didn't walk into the security footage. That is to say, he was indeed taking steps toward the dead. But the moment he entered the surveillance area, he used sprint, smashed right through the victim and left the surveillance area. That's why there was a situation where he was clearly supposed to be in the surveillance footage and then he didn't show up. Hearing this, Chen Shui seemed to have thought of something and looked at Han Xianrui with a desire to speak. Without saying anything more, Han Xianma said blandly to Lang Lingshang on the other end of the phone. Is there anything else? Lan Lingfeng said with a straight face. I just checked. Such speed is considered a high-level existence in the Inhumans. Classification of Inhumans in the country is complicated. Foreign mutants, I don't know if you've heard of them. If we go by the mutant class, the murderer's class, at least, is Epsilon class. The level of danger is equivalent to a heaven realm martial artist inside a martial artist. 1 level higher than that is the Delta level, dangerous level, even equivalent to a martial zone inside a martial artist. There aren't many strong martial sect members in the entire East Sea, dangerous as can be imagined. Han Shenmo knew that the other party was trying to remind himself to be safe. After all, there was a high probability that the murderer was still in the East China Sea. But he just answered back. Just take care of yourself. Didn't say much about it. Thinking that the person had something else to say, after waiting for a few seconds, but waiting for nothing, Lung Lingxiang sighed slightly. Same goes for you guys. Until I get him, you and your girlfriend, you better not go out much. Okay, that's it. Some other day, let me buy you dinner, and I'll call you in advance then. Then I'll go ahead and hang up. Without responding, Han Xianlong directly hung up the phone and turned back to look at the little witch who had been watching him. Say, Chen Shui said awkwardly. Sprint, run over someone. Is it possible that this murderer, we actually know each other? Han Xianlong knew who the other party was referring to. You're trying to say that the person who ran someone over could be a white offender? Chen Shui nodded. Didn't you say before that even though he got a glorious evolution, he still couldn't control his body and abilities perfectly? Could that man's death be because he went out grocery shopping, accidentally, and gave it a run over? She enjoys chatting with each other after each in-depth interaction. Talk about it and move on. There were some things that she knew by talking to the other person, even though she hadn't witnessed them with her own eyes. Han Xianlong shook his head. No. Connect the line between that foot and the deceased. The deceased is not the only passerby in this straight line. There were even other passersby between the feet and the dead. So it's clear that the killer didn't kill by mistake, but found the right target and collided with precision. It's unlikely that anyone who dares to walk freely in the square is a wanted man. White sin does not kill ordinary people. Chen Shui scratched his head. And these details? Well, it was my neglect. Han Qianmo was just about to open his mouth. Suddenly he felt something and his face changed slightly. The witch, who knew him best, immediately recognized this slight change of color. While her beautiful eyes were wide, she subconsciously grabbed the other party's wrist. Whoosh dash! In the next moment, the figures of the two of them, together, disappeared into the room. Chapter 107, Breaking the Case. Yeah, the moment she felt the cold air, Chen Shui realized that she was wearing a super short skirt, thigh-high white silk, and only one leg. Just directly follow the demon lord whoosh. Do not know where the end is. It would be embarrassing if a passerby were to see it. However, when she completely came out of the space crack and walked into the alley, she realized that she was already wearing a very conservative, but very nice bohemian dress. There was a moment of relief. Good thing you're quick. Looking at the people coming and going outside the alley, the thought that if there was no other person to help him put on his clothes, at this moment he, more than likely, had already died socially, could not help it, and got goosebumps. Han Shenmo did not dwell on this matter and led the other party towards the outside. Just in case, he had long ago put spare clothes in his Qiankuan bag. Not just my own, but my own woman's as well. Chen Shui followed each other's footsteps, and just walked out of the alley. She saw Lin Ruoyu, who was mortared in place, with a surprised face. There was already a crowd around it. All of those people's eyes, like hers, were focused on the broken meat on the ground. Suddenly thinking of something, Chen Shui's beautiful eyes rounded. I'll go. That solved the case? The murderer isn't some inhuman, but Ruoyu-senpai? Still ignoring her jokes, Han Shenmo walked behind Lin Ruoyu and spoke faintly. Is everything okay? Lin Ruoyu snapped back into focus. What are you guys doing here? I'm fine. I just thought it was strange how this guy suddenly blew up. Chen Shui joked. Didn't you kill them? Bull, you've learned to kill. I, on the other hand, still only know how to build people. Sister is worthy of being a sister. The version is always a big step ahead. She knew that the current Lin Ruoyu, although her realm was still inferior to her own, was considered a martial artist after taking the life extension pill. Something like killing someone can be easy for the other side. Of course, she was just kidding. In reality, she didn't think that Lin Ruoyu really dared to kill anyone. Lin Ruoyu shook her head. What would I kill him for? I don't even know who he is. When I heard the commotion and turned around, the people had blown up. Han Xianlong looked at the blood and flesh on the ground. If I'm not wrong, he should be the suspect Lun Lingfang is looking for. He guessed, just now. The other party should be the same old trick to Lin Ruoyu. Instead, he ended up crashing into the protective barrier on Lin Ruoyu's body, bringing himself to life. That's what makes this picture now. Chen Shui was astonished. I'm going. This guy, he's really headstrong. How dare anyone crash? Looking at Lin Ruoyu, she hurriedly recounted what had happened before, finally concluding. I really wasn't wrong. Now that's a real case solved. After hearing the other party's words, Lin Ruoyu looked at Han Shenma. Which means he did come to kill me. Who sent them? Emily's accomplice? When she had received the call from Emily's brother earlier, she had realized that the group would not stop. I wanted to tell my schoolmate about the phone call I received, but it turned out that my schoolmate was out at that time. Afterwards, she herself forgot about it. That's what led to this situation. Without retorting, Han Xianlong turned to look at the man at the end of the main alley. By the looks of it, it should be. Responding to Lin Ruoyu, he made a slight movement of his mind. Buzz dash. At once, the passers-by around them, as if possessed, looked up woodenly, no longer focusing on the broken meat on the ground, but facing in one direction. Like a walking corpse, he took steady steps and left the place. Less than 10 seconds. In the entire main alley, there were only 4 people and 1 body left. Seeing that everyone else had left, only a black man in a tight-fitting tracksuit and yellow goggles was still standing in the same spot. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui immediately realized that the other party was coming from a bad place. And I guessed that the other party was probably the companion of the old iron on the ground. Now, seeing that his companion had failed in his mission and had died at the hands of his target, he was ready to avenge the other's death. You work with Emily? Looking at the black man who was walking towards her with a leisurely pace, Lin Ruoyu had a sulky look on her face. There's no end to it, is there? The black man spoke as he walked. The man lying on the ground is called Samus, my own brother. My name is Jesse, and like Samus, I'm a mutant with the ability to sprint. The difference is that Samus is an Epsilon class, while I, on the other hand, am a Delta class. Before the words left his mouth, he suddenly took a special step. Immediately afterward, everything around him seemed to go into stasis. The descent of the dust became so slow that even the wings of a fly were visible to the naked eye. Jesse continued to stride forward, seemingly at the same speed as before, but in fact, he was already in blistering speed. Samus, this idiot, always thinks that having super speed and super body, he believes in what speed is power. It always seems that if you're fast enough, you can smash everything. It's a wonder nothing happens when you do that. Walking over to the trio, he gave a disdainful smile as he glanced at the mushy flesh on the ground. Brother, ah brother, as far as I'm concerned, you didn't get run over. You got stupid. I can't figure out how someone as stupid as you can be my brother. The death of his brother did not make him feel sad, because he knew that if the other party didn't die, the organization would have 2 blasters. With the other side dead, the only speedster left in the organization was himself. In the future, the status will surely rise. Drawing a special short knife from his boot, Jesse no longer dwelled on his brother's stupidity, but carefully stabbed the short knife in his hand at the motionless target, Lin Ruoyu. It was at this time that he suddenly felt that someone was looking at him. After entering the speed state, because the speed is too fast, everything around, including people, will become incredibly slow. It feels like being frozen. He knew, in this state, at normal speed, one cannot see oneself. The so-called gaze just happens to be in someone else's line of sight. In the past, he would not care about this kind of gaze, but at this moment, he always felt that this kind of gaze, a little bit different, the other side, it seems, can actually see themselves, so he subconsciously turned back. I realized that I really did not just bump into someone's line of sight, but was really seen by the other person. What's the situation? You're a mutant too? Indifference and contempt were seen in the other's eyes. That kind of feeling, as if the other party was looking at ants, gave rise to a gush of nesting. Jesse knew that in this state, the other person could not hear the speech. His face sank, and he directly put the short knife in his hand, aiming it at the opponent's throat. Dasha's blaster? I'm sorry, but there can only be one blaster in Missouri Fry, and in the whole world, there can only be one blaster. That would be me, and you, like my stupid brother, can only disappear completely. It was at this time that he realized that his body, at no point, was turning around, the way he wanted it to. Instead, he continued to follow the same route as before, approaching the woman slowly. Suddenly realizing something, he subconsciously looked at his proud legs. Only then did he realize that his toned legs were long gone, and that his lower body was turning into dust, little by little, and slowly dissipating. Only the upper half of his body was left, still moving towards the original route due to inertia. How? The obviously dark face was vaguely pale at the moment. Jesse looked in disbelief at the man who was already looking away, full of indifference. The heart, which had not yet dissipated, was completely wrapped up in a wave of icy fear. Half a body, still moving on, however, until the eyes disappeared, the canopy disappeared, and the last curl disappeared. He didn't really rush to his target either. It didn't even reach the distance to activate the barrier before it completely turned into dust. At the moment of his death, he probably would not have imagined that of all the people enjoying the ashes, he would be the one who experienced it in the most detail and to the fullest extent. The moment passed. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shue's pupils rose slightly, suddenly realizing that the voice was still there, but the person was gone. Couldn't help but look at the demon lord to the side. People, just gone? In the past, they were able to see the struggles of the dead, albeit briefly, but they did see them clearly. As a result, this time, in the blink of an eye, the person was gone. This is not just fast, it's fast. Of course, sprinters move faster than others, and surely die a billion points faster than others. Without responding to the two women's astonishment, at this moment, Han Qianmo was slightly tilting his head and looking away blandly. There's a third killer. He could feel that the other was trying, invading his brain with his consciousness. Chapter 108, 3-in-1. In the dimly lit room, a bald woman with skin as white as confetti and a slim physique sprayed a mouthful of blood on the wall before her legs went limp and she fell heavily to her knees. Seeing this, the faces of the surrounding companions changed drastically. One of the companions seemed to realize something and rushed to speak. Belina, don't resist. Let his consciousness enter your brain. Hearing this, the surrounding companions looked shocked. It was only then that she reacted, and it turned out that Belina was suffering from a backlash because she was invading someone's consciousness. Right now, it's resisting a reverse invasion from the other side. The moment they realized the truth, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cool air, because they know that Belina is a Gamma-level mutant, a step up from Jesse's Delta class. What's more, before this, Belina had never missed a beat, even when she encountered mutants of a higher level than herself. Mercenaries, martial artists, ninjas, and ninjas whose strength was far greater than her own. She has never failed. This time, however, not only did it not succeed in invading the other party's consciousness, but it was also invaded in reverse? Unimaginable. The level of the opponent. How high must it be? Belina. While the crowd was in a trance, with a cry and a bang, the head of the woman named Belina suddenly exploded. The headless body, in response, fell into a pool of blood. In the room, there was a dead silence, and at this moment, everyone, looking at the corpse on the floor, could not say a word. What's wrong? Seeing Lord Demon Lord's eyes unfocused as if he was thinking about something, Chen Shui stepped forward and spoke curiously. What's wrong? Han turned back. Nothing. The other guy managed to defend his partner. Resist and die yourself. If you don't resist, you all die. Between dying by myself and both dying, the other side wisely chose dying by myself. Without dwelling on this matter, Han Xianmo looked at Lin Ruoyu. It may be too late, so I'll take you straight to school. Through this encounter, he probably figured out the strength of that group. Very vegetable. They don't even need to make a move themselves. They themselves could die under Lin Ruoyu's protective barrier, like a bumper sticker. Such an opponent was not enough to draw his attention, and could not even be considered an opponent or even a threat in his opinion. No need to be too concerned. Lin Ruoyu looked at the time. It won't be seen by anyone else, will it? Han Pathfinder responded. No. Before the words left his mouth, he casually waved his hand and sent Lin Ruoyu to school. Exhaling slightly, Chen Shui pulled out her phone and called Lang Lingfeng. Hello, Officer Cold? Yes, it's me. And what I'm trying to tell you is, bumping case doesn't need to be investigated any further. The case has been solved. Who else could it be? Of course it's our brilliant, invincible and handsome demon lord. On the other end of the phone, Long Lingxiang, who was still in the office, checking the surveillance recordings, went to the corner. She heaved a sigh of relief as she listened to the other woman's detailed exposition. So it is. This time, trouble you guys again. Count me in your debt. When do you have time? Let me buy you guys dinner. In her opinion, it didn't matter at all about taking credit or anything else. Solving problems and hidden dangers was the key. Chen Shui on the other end of the phone responded. Let's talk about dinner later. I mean, that group is more than likely spies just like that Emily before. It's out of your hands, but you can react to the top. It's true that their strength is not good, but it's kind of annoying to always run over and pounce on them twice like flies when there's nothing else to do. Long Lingfeng nodded. I know. I'll reflect the situation you mentioned to the top through special channels. On behalf of the East Sea Patrol Division, I would like to express my gratitude to you and your friend Han. Once again, hang up the phone. Long Lingfeng took a long breath. After a moment's hesitation, she went to her desk and picked up the landline phone on it. Hey, Cold Bureau. The Gao family, the second largest family in the East Sea. The Gao family, with its imperial background, although not in business or politics, relies on its unique family background. But in the academic world, there is a kind of pivotal position. In terms of economic power, it may not be as good as the merchant families outside the list. But in terms of prestige and status, the second place ranking is all still the result of too low a profile over the past few years. Put in 10 years ago, properly kept 2 for 1. The next day, Gao Shuabin, the current head of the Gao family, personally led a group of people at the airport to receive the honored guests from Mei Li Frying. On the way back, in the stretch Lincoln, after Gao Shuabin finished fawning, he said to the 2 Mei Li Friars sitting across from him, the task force has just been set up above. Specialize in investigating, during this time, foreigners entering the country, especially all of you, friends from Ms. Yuri Fry. It is said that this time, it is one of the big 3, Bureau Lang, who personally made the suggestion. So this trip to Daxia, whatever the 2 of you call it, try to think of it as a normal tour. Never, ever keep a low profile. Didn't bother with Gao Shuabin's suggestion. One of them, the blonde man in a suit with a very gentlemanly look, looked over at the woman to the side and took the lead. Jessie, Samus, and Belina, all sacrificed. The brass is furious and told me I had to bring the killer back to Washington. He's Robert, but he wasn't, as the caller had said, Emily's brother, but rather, he was attached to the same department as Emily was, both a co-worker and a fiancé. Looking at Emily's picture, the woman with an indifferent face spoke slowly. Was it their idea to bring the murderer back to Washington, or was it yours? She is Emily's own sister, Carter, who is also a mutant. Unlike Emily, though, she belongs to a third-party force. It's a force that's almost exclusively mutant. In the American chestnut fry, even the White House does not dare to take it lightly. In the beginning, Emily wanted to be as good as her sister and join the forces that represent freedom. But because of his lack of strength, this is why, in order to prove himself, he joined the intelligence agency of Ms. Yuri Fry and became a colleague with Robert. Robert had a grim look on his face. You know, I deeply love Emily. Whether it's from above or simply personal hatred, there's no way I'm letting those Daxia monkeys go. Chapter 109 Beautiful Teacher. One-on-one tutoring. But you are too weak. Putting down the picture, Carter looked at the other man indifferently. I know, you've just been involved in Volt's super soldier program. Currently, super strength, super physique, super resilience, and the lower order version of sprint. But at best, it's a Delta class variant. I know Jessie and Barina from your War Powers department. They're both ranked, 1 Delta and 1 Gamma. As a result, all died at the hands of their targets. So, do you think, with this amount of strength, you are a match for them? Robert didn't retort, but you need to know. For love. I can fulfill my potential and push my limits. Carter didn't make a comment, just smiled. The Alliance's labs can give you access to greater strength. If you're that committed, I can recommend you give it a try. It's just that the process, it's going to be a little painful, depending on whether you have the fortitude. Robert frowned. I just came to Daxia and you're making me go back? Carter shook his head. No need to go back to Daxia. Just go to Goryeo. There's a place there called Busan. It's our nation's hidden testing ground. A lot of modern biochemical and weapons experiments are conducted there. It's there that the transformation can be done for you. Robert froze. Busan has our test site? As an intelligence officer of the organization, this matter, how come I don't know about it? Carter looked at the other man with contempt. Because, you're not at the right level. Hearing this, Robert couldn't help but stare. I realized that the Alliance was ostensibly a free force, in reality, but with a close and hidden connection to the apex of power. Nodding, Robert was still a little reluctant. So let them off the hook for a while? Carter's pretty face sank. Don't worry, someone will clean them up. Classroom. Han Xianlong was in two minds, listening to the lesson and playing with the pen at the same time. Of course, this playing is not really playing. Instead, they break down and then reorganize. Through repeated experiments, he realized that no matter whether it is a pen or a shoe, it is all quarks when broken down to the extreme. It was the oddly shaped, even shapeless, quark that got him thinking. That's right. After quieting his mind, he was able to enter the microscopic vision again. But the problem was not solved, and it did not seem to help much to break it down again and again. Just then, the beautiful teacher wearing black-framed glasses walked up to him. Glancing at the pen he was bouncing around, the beautiful teacher spoke indifferently. Fun? Han stopped, turning the pen. Something? He heard something in the other man's words. The beautiful teacher said with an expressionless face, after class, please come to my office. Han Xianma glanced at the other party's back as he turned to leave and didn't say anything. It just so happens that there are physics problems that I can't figure out. It's okay to take a trip. Class is over. Han Xianlong came to the teacher's office alone. Before entering, he sensed that the physics teacher was the only one in the entire office. Knock knock dash. Looked at sitting in the office, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a long floral dress, revealing the long skirt outside, wearing high heels feet, still wearing black silk physics teacher. Han Xianrua did not open his mouth, just knocked on the door of the room. Liang Qin, the physics teacher who was preparing for the lesson, didn't look up and just said, come in. Only after noticing that the other party had walked up to her did she raise her head, put down the pen in her hand, wrapped her arms around herself, crossed her legs, and looked up at the meter 8 or so other party. Do you know what the teacher called you here for? Instead of standing, Han Xianlong sat directly on the sofa. How old are you? And you always keep people guessing when you talk. It's not that my father doesn't want to guess. It's my father's guess that you can't carry. Slightly stunned, Liang Qin suddenly felt that her aura, as if she was completely suppressed by the other party, always feel, the other party's age, then their own older. In front of the other party, on the contrary, he is like a child? Her pretty face unconsciously burned slightly, and she was embarrassed and somewhat at a loss for words. There was a moment of silence as she smacked her lips together before nodding her head and speaking. Okay, then teacher will be honest with you. Pressing down the pent-up frustration in her heart and adjusting her tone, she looked at the other party with a feigned seriousness. Lin Ruoyu is the key cultivator of our school. This matter, you should know about it. No response came from the other woman before she drifted off. Well, not letting you guess. Let the teacher tell you this. Lin Ruoyu is also a student of her teacher. To be precise, her teacher is one of the members of the physics group that teaches her physics. Honestly, the teacher loves this child and is very optimistic about her future. So the teacher wanted. Han Xianlong interrupted the other party. So you want to ask, what exactly is the relationship between my father and Ruoyu? Liang Qin froze for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, you and her now. What the hell? That's something the teacher would like to know. This was college. Normal interactions. Surely she couldn't care less. But before that, she had seen the other party fight with Lu Jiaojiao, the class flower of the economics and management department. Knowing that the man in front of you is a playboy. Not only did he have a cutthroat relationship with the class president of the Department of Economics and Management, but he was also in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with the president of the College of Medicine as well. With such a messy private life, I guess, the character is not good either. If this kind of person stayed by Lin Ruoyu's side, he would only drag Lin Ruoyu into the mire, ruining someone's great career. Han Xianlong knew the other party's concern, but he didn't want to hide it. My father and Ruoyu live in a house. My father has also kissed her. So, sort of a couple. Hearing this, Liang Qin could not help but feel her heart sink. as if she had been struck by lightning. Chen Shui from the medical school and Lu Jiaojiao from the economics and management department are also your girlfriends, right? You violated the school's code of ethics by playing with the feelings of your female classmates like that. The school is allowed to expel you, okay? And, what did you just say about the present? It's self-proclaimed? At first, she thought she had misheard him, but after hearing him a few more times, she realized that the other person was calling himself my father. Han Xianlong did not answer the other party's question. You answer a few questions for my father first. When my father is satisfied, he will consider answering what you just said. Liang Qin narrowed her eyes and surveyed the student in front of her. You want to ask? A man with 3 feet is obviously a denizen. The questions asked by people like this. I'm afraid it's not a bad idea to pry into people's privacy. Chapter 110, Responsible Teacher Liang. Han Xianlong seemed to see the other party's worries, but he didn't explain, instead asking his question directly. First question. What is the nature of quarks? Second question. Why would quarks have no shape, or rather, no shape of the kind found in intuition? Liang Qin was slightly stunned, doubly surprised and stared wide-eyed. What the hell? Did I hear you wrong? Or is he wrong? 2 questions in a row that ask for serious expertise? No gossip, not to mention the so-called prying eyes. It's not. Is it my pattern that's small? People are actually good students. Or, even if they are a denizen, they are a denizen who loves to learn? As a competent teacher, there can be little resistance when faced with studious students. Looking at the other party's dark eyes, Liang Qin suddenly felt that she didn't understand people at all. The so-called foot in the door is also just hearsay and subjective judgment. It's not at all clear what the truth is. What's more, one assumes people are scumbags and shows disgust and contempt without asking. As a teacher, this is definitely not the right thing to do. With a sudden twinge of guilt in her heart, Liang Qin couldn't help but sigh slightly. And when she opened her mouth again, her tone had become gentle and condescending. Let's answer your question first. Quarks are the elementary particles that make up protons and neutrons. One of the quantum ones. Why there's no shape, or why there's no fixed shape. That's also because the quantum field, being random, doesn't have a fixed state. As an analogy, you think electrons revolve around the nucleus of an atom? Actually, no. Electrons appear randomly in any area around the nucleus. The density of the electron cloud simply represents the probability of electrons appearing in that region. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily there, or that it's necessarily going to pass through there. The quantum realm, which doesn't even have the expression passing through. Speaking of which, she also demonstrated the other side with her hand. Last minute, it could have been here. The next moment, it could be running there. There's no moving track in between, and in layman's terms, it just disappears and appears out of thin air. Han Xianlong nodded. This honored one knows. My father just doesn't understand. The words stuck in his own mouth before he could finish them, because he himself didn't know what he didn't understand, and if he did, he probably would have figured it out long ago. Liang Qin exhaled slightly, as if returning to the parlor, and continued to elaborate. Do you know about string theory? Han Xianlong nodded. Know that it's just a theory that hasn't been proven. Liang Qin didn't retort. There is an argument that the quantum is not the smallest unit. The smallest unit is the string. And the essence of string is energy. Energy is a one-dimensional substance. So in 3 dimensions it doesn't exist on its own. It has to be dependent on 3-dimensional matter. Heat, for example, must be represented by a change in the temperature of an object. Kinetic energy, which must be manifested by the motion of an object. A one-dimensional string is like a thread that can't stabilize its existence. But when it creates a closed loop, head to tail, and becomes a circle, guess what it becomes? Instead of dwelling on the fact that the other party had asked him to guess again, this time Han Xianlong spoke his thoughts after some thought. Lines that enclose a surface? Liang Qin nodded. One-dimensional energy, by closing the loop on itself, forms a 2-dimensional plane. The probability of this, though very small, is that when the number is large enough, the occurrence of a one-dimensional to 2-dimensional transformation also becomes inevitable. 2 dimensions are there. Do you think 3 dimensions can be far behind? Han Xianlong shook his head. The surface is there. As long as the closed loop enclosing the surface has the center as its origin and begins to rotate, or in the vertical direction, creates some superposition, it'll be 3-dimensional. After saying these 2 words, he seemed to understand something, and a haze seemed to burst out from the depths of his eyes. This haze seemed to come from the place of the universe, the most primitive and purest. Han Xianlong's heart couldn't help but murmur. The honored one is enlightened. The honored one is finally enlightened. Dawson 1. If you become a demon, you can use yourself as a source to condense qi, also known as energy, out of thin air. The Tao, which is the 0 dimension, is at the same time the attainer itself. one life. 2. The energy emitted by the attainer forms the most basic, one-dimensional string, attached to the air. It can heat the air, or even create flames out of thin air, and when it is directly blasted out, it can be directly applied to the target, causing it to suffer heavy damage. 2 begets 3. This is the starting point of creation, the closed loop created by the two-dimensional energy strings that form a plane, from which a three-dimensional object can be created by spinning the plane. The three-dimensional objects at this time are the so-called elementary particles, and so it came to be. 3 lies in all things. Thinking of this, Han Xianma couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sure enough, the ancients have long recognized everything. Long ago, I saw through the nature of creation. It's just that later generations are too stupid to penetrate the mysteries of it. The concept of 3 births for all things has long existed in the records of ancient Daxia. Does this mean that today's Earth? Although it seems that the aura is so thin that you can't even see the shadow of an immortal cultivator, but in the past, tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years ago, this place was also once full of spiritual chi, and strong people were like clouds. The one who gets the way to go across the 9 states and break through the vault of heaven? Who dash? Exhaling heavily, Han Xianmo suppressed the excitement in his heart. This was probably the most excited he had been in terms of cultivation since he had broken through the demon dignity realm. If at this time, Lin Ruoyu or the Empress were standing on the sidelines, looking at him, it could definitely be noticed that the golden light on his body had completely blossomed, radiant and dazzling like never before. Han, seeing the other party suddenly fall into a daze, Liang Qin subconsciously shook her hand, realizing that there was still no response from the other woman. She thought about walking over and tapping the other woman on the shoulder. I didn't realize that the hem of my skirt was being pressed by the foot of the stool, and the moment I got up, swish sound, the long skirt was torn out of a big hole. A long, well-proportioned leg, wrapped in black silk, was visible. Ya, panicked, Liang Qin subconsciously screamed out and rushed to cover up with her hands, but her legs were too long for a pair of jade hands to cover. Using the book on the table doesn't work either. Had to go rummaging through the cupboard for the thin blankets I usually use for naps. It was also at this time that Han Xianlong came back to his senses. From his thoughts, because of the other party's scream. Looking at his back, rummaged through the cupboard, group mouth wide open. A black silk long leg show the physics teacher to the fullest. He slowly got up and walked behind the other. Chapter 111 Attempting to resurrect the Empress. Noticing the cool breeze behind him, Liang Qin's delicate body trembled and froze in place. Before she could turn around and squint behind her, her eyes widened. Mr. Han, what do you want to do? Han Xianmo did not answer. Directly to the other side of the bucking up, to his round, Liang Qin's face changed. No, I'm your teacher. In this instant, she decided, once again, that her judgment, again, was wrong. This denizen is indeed studious and smart, but a scumbag is a scumbag. No amount of learning can change his lewd and nasty nature. No, stop. However, just as Liang Qin screamed her throat out, and even almost threw the pen holder on the table, at the other party, but suddenly realized that the other hand did not touch their own, and her own dress was returning as good as new at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, she directly froze in place, her beautiful eyes wide, her pretty face covered in disbelief. Han started from the other's ankles, and little by little moved up to help. For that matter, don't tell anyone. From the side, it looked as if he was starting from his feet, and little by little, he was making light of the flamboyant female teacher in front of him. Instead, he was actually just repairing the torn hem of his skirt, without a single distraction in sight. Why start from the bottom and not from the part of the top that hasn't been completely torn up yet? Because he knew that this restoration was a true restoration. It's the same from either position. The skirt will turn out the way it was. Sure enough, less than 10 seconds. Under Liang Qin's shocked gaze, the long floral dress then returned to its original form. It was as if what had just happened had never happened at all. Fantastic. How? Liang Qin covered her mouth and looked at the other party in disbelief, her beautiful eyes trembling. This can't be a hallucination of mine? She knew that, from a physical standpoint, broken mirrors were perfectly realizable, but that would have to rely on advanced technology and equipment, and it may not always be possible to do so completely, because quantum mechanics tells the truth. The world is uncertain. The nature of the world is probability. So, even if we were to return to the so-called starting point of time and matter, we would not be able to do so. It's also impossible to make things that are exactly the same. But this man in front of me did, and still do it with your bare hands? This scene almost turned her perception upside down, because in her mind, it wasn't science at all, it was metaphysics. Han Qianlong did not explain and directly stated his requirements and opinions. Again, don't tell anyone about this, and, already turning toward the front door, he continued, that's not how you wear black silk. You have nice legs, and since you wanted to wear black silk, you could have avoided covering them with a long skirt. He doesn't know anything about dressing, he just gives fair advice according to his own, and most men's, preferences. In the midst of panic, a blush surfaced on Liang Qin's pretty face. She wears black silk purely because sedentary people are prone to varicose veins, and black silk has the ability to prevent varicose veins. Usually when she is resting, she will not wear black silk at all. Even if she were to wear it, she would pair it with a long skirt. Outside, it's fine. At school, if you wear too much exposure, you'll be criticized. A teacher with a wrap skirt and black silk? It's only in the movie. In reality, overthink it. To be critiqued so directly by a man, and the other, a student in his own class. Liang Qin, who was stunned, had more than a little shyness and sulkiness in her heart. It was angry, but I couldn't say where. Han Qianlong didn't care about the physics teacher's mess, and the moment he stepped out of the office, he turned around and disappeared into thin air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time he returned home, Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui followed. The duo, who were still in class, were flabbergasted. Chen Shui looked at Lord Demon Lord, and only then did she understand what was going on. So, much of a hurry? But I'm still in class. Just pull me back. What if someone sees me? At this moment, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Fortunately, I'm sitting in the last row. Otherwise, this has to be another paranormal incident. Lin Ruoyu didn't dwell on these details and went forward to inquire. What happened? She knew that the other party calling herself and Chen Shueback was definitely not about male and female matters. It's not in character for the other side. Standing in the living room, Han Qian said, I've come to my senses. Now, I want to try and resurrect her. Upon hearing the word she, both women were stunned and instantly realized who the other party was referring to when they said she. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Do you need us to do anything? Chen Shui nodded along. Is it going to be a guardian or something? I've watched TV shows, and it seems like that's how it's played out. If it's a same-gender escort, you don't have to take off your clothes. If it's heterosexual, it looks like you have to take off your clothes. Lin Ruoyu froze and her face instantly turned red. And, there's more of that? When she was bored, she liked to do puzzles and read books, and hadn't watched many TV shows at all. Not to mention the fact that there was a dress code for something like protecting the law. Chen Shui nodded repeatedly. There's no room for sloppiness when it comes to human life. Lin Ruoyu, whose pretty face was flushed red, turned back and looked at Han Qianma with eyes constantly dodging, covered in shyness. Okay. Just as she did reach out, ready to take off her blouse, Han Qianlong grabbed her wrist. Don't listen to her. You two just sit there. Glancing at Chen Shui, who was laughing badly next to him, he didn't say anything and just gave a look. The other party's abacus beads, they were almost hitting him in the face. Could he not know what the other party was really calculating? Just sit there? The simple Lin Ruoyu was dumbfounded, her eyes moving between the two. Han Qianlong nodded. Resurrecting her requires the Yuan Shun, the original air, and a physical body. The primordial spirit, I haven't found it yet, but the primordial air I have. I'd like to make an attempt with the primordial air. First, in case if her Yuan Shun is recalled and becomes one with the original air, this time the pot of life will be needed to preserve. The so-called pot of life is the womb of a woman. Uncertain. Which of you has a cellular palace more suited to the air of her origin? So I just called you both together. He knew that he had not yet entered the true creation level. I'd just touched the Genesis level barrier, but he still wanted to try. After all, it doesn't cost anything to try. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. After listening to the other party's elaboration, Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui glanced at each other, and both of them nodded. Chen Shui responded, got it. Come on then. Wait, can I undress? Don't get me wrong. I just thought that it would be cooler. Han Qianlong didn't hitch a ride. Lin Ruoyu also wanted to ask. What she wanted to ask, though, was, what else did she need to do for herself? In her opinion, just sitting there was definitely not enough. As a result, without waiting for her to open her mouth, Han Qianma casually waved his hand. A mass of purplish-red dents. It converged in the center of the living room. Chapter 112, The Empress, I'm back. Next moment, Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui then simultaneously widened their beautiful eyes. Stunned, he looked at the figure made of fuchsia as well as colorful black. The silhouette was topped with a head of long hair that reached its hips, floating in the middle of mid-air, with a slender body that was breathtakingly beautiful. Just a mere silhouette left the two women stunned. Chen Shui opened her mouth wide. Beautiful. Although there is no face, no details, yet still, I can feel that her aura is unrivaled. All the women in the world put together, I'm afraid, can't even compare to a single hair on her head. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Especially this awesome pressure. Is this the hegemony of an empress? Just a residual shadow alone gives the pressure that is so great. Han Xianlong opened his mouth faintly. You guys are beautiful too. Alright, hurry up and sit down. Let her choose. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui's presumptuousness was simply because girls evaluated girls based more on temperament. The empress was far beyond the two of them in both strength and experience. It is normal for them to feel oppressed in front of the empress and develop an inferiority complex. But in Han Xianma's eyes, the posture of the three women was actually similar. He was a bit face-blind and couldn't tell who was prettier, in his opinion. All three were beautiful, just different types. After hearing Han Xianma's words, Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui both took a deep breath. After easing his agitated, panicked mood, he slowly sat down on the couch. Chen Shui asked, is she conscious? And choose your own? Han Xianmo answered the other party's words while manipulating the Empress primordial air. No, this is just air, also known as life force. It is the soul that is the consciousness, and the body is the vessel that carries the soul. For the soul to control the body, it needs life force, also known as primordial air, as a medium. This is why, again, there are souls and bodies, but there are dead and living people. I'll let her choose. It's just because the air has a tendency to gravitate to the source and will automatically approach a more suitable body. That's all. As a top student of the medical school, Chen Shui felt that the other party's words seemed to be understood and not understood. Without continuing to dwell on this topic, Chen Shui nervously looked at the original air that was gradually walking towards her, condescendingly looking down at her. Will she pick me? What's going to happen after that? Carrying her original air, she can be resurrected? Han Xianlong shook his head. I don't know who she'll pick. Anyway, try both of you. It's not always possible to bring her back to life after successfully carrying her. I've just learned broken mirror now, which means to take broken things and restore them to their original form. There's all the material to do a direct equivocation. Surely there's no problem. Right now there's only primordial air. Can only make an attempt first as well. It's normal to fail. Hearing this, Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui were both relieved. I felt that the psychological pressure was not so great. If this operation is difficult and not allowed to fail, if it turns out to be a failure because of your own mishandling, they felt that when the time came, they might actually have to die for their sins. Chen Shui, who felt much more relaxed, her face regained its pleasantness as she looked at the empress in front of her and spoke her thoughts. In that case, pick me. I'm kind of a witch now. It should suit you better. If it's not a no-win situation, no-fail situation, then what's the point of worrying? Come to me. I'll take care of you. Wakeo also has to focus on his studies. Let's not give her any trouble. However, in the next moment, the primordial air floating in mid-air turned its head to look at Lin Ruoyu who was on the side. After some checking out, they entered each other's bodies. Chen Shui had a black face. What the hell? She's already inside? Can't this woman hear me? On purpose. Han Xianman nodded and looked at Lin Ruoyu. I will infuse my realization of Tao energy into your body. If the process of restoring this has begun, the primordial air will automatically enter your uterus, absorb a little bit of your flesh and blood, and together with the recalled remnants of your soul, form an embryo. When the embryo is completely formed, the resurrection will be considered a success. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Good. She still felt quite stressed. It always felt as if I was pregnant. But in fact, one is obviously still a virgin. Chen Shui nervously asked. And then what? What are we going to do afterward? Accompany her to nurse her fetus? Han Xianma said blandly. There's no need to do anything. As short as 3 minutes, as slow as an hour. After an hour, if the embryo has not been formed, it is proof that the resurrection has failed. With my current realm, if I want to resurrect her, I still can only find all the original air and Yuanshan remnants. You can't have one without the other. Chen Shui scratched her head and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It's really, try it out Han Xianlong nodded. That's just been said. It's just a trial run. There's no such thing as being well prepared. And there's no such thing as only succeeding and not failing. Looking towards Lin Ruoyu, he comforted. So, you don't have to have too much pressure. In an hour, if there's still no response, just do what you have to do. Do what you have to do. Lin Ruoyu nodded her head. Well, Chen Shui smiled. If you really want people to have a reaction, it's actually quite simple. But wait an hour and you definitely won't see the results. We'll have to wait at least a month or two for that. Lin Ruoyu knew what the other party was talking about. Her face flushed and she bowed her head. Han Qianlong didn't respond. He also wanted to take the initiative to have something with Lin Ruoyu. But right now, there really wasn't that mood. 2 hours later, Chen Shui looked at the time with an embarrassed face. Why don't we wait? Looking at Lin Ruoyu's flat belly, she knew that this matter of resurrection seemed to have really failed. Han Qianlong came out of the bedroom. Why are you two still sitting here? I just went into meditation and temporarily closed my senses. Thought you guys had gone back to school. The primordial air in Lin Ruoyu's body was the Empress and his. Whether it worked or not, you don't need to see it to feel it. The original air is unable to summon the Yuan Shun, and it will eventually form an embryo in Lin Ruoyu's body and dissipate itself. The limit of maintenance is 1 hour. An hour ago, he had sensed that the primordial air in Lin Ruoyu's body had dispersed. He knew that the other man could feel it too. It was taken for granted that the other party had stopped waiting. Then do what you need to do. And now, maybe it's already with Chen Shui. Back to school. Turns out the person is still here when you come out. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui looked at each other in a cold sweat. Chen Shui was somewhat speechless. No, how do you give the impression that you don't care much with that reaction? Han Pathfinder responded. Care, but it depends, doesn't it? Ben was trying, and Ben knew that the probability of success was less than even 1 in a million. What's all the fuss about? Have to be like the TV show. Before you do it, there are all kinds of pulling, and it's not easy, and when you do it, it's all kinds of kinks. It's only when you fail and have all kinds of meltdowns and can't take it that you care? That's not caring. That's fucking sick. He remembered that he had reminded both of them many times that it was just a trial run and that there was no need for any psychological pressure. These two women are still so nonchalant. What could he do? Chen Shui cried and laughed. Bull. So, I missed this class for nothing. Ha! Next time there's something like this. Still need to find me. Only, next time I must be allowed to be the vessel. That way, at least there's some participation. Han Qianlong smiled bitterly and shook his head. Good. Chen Shui turned around and looked at Lin Ruoyu on the sofa. I'm going back to school. What about you? Do you want to join me? Lin Ruoyu nodded as she drifted back to her senses. Oh, too? Chen Shui looked at Han Qianlong. Then I'll take care of you. Demon Lord. Next moment, she then saw Demon Lord's charming smile, and immediately after, with 2 black eyes, she appeared in an alley somewhere in the school, looking at Lin Ruoyu beside her. Chen Shui said, how many more classes do you have in the morning? Lin Ruoyu snapped back into focus. Oh no, I have an appointment to meet with Mr. Liang from the physics group. I won't be joining you for lunch. Chen Shui has disappointment. Oh, noticing that the other woman didn't look well, she asked worriedly, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Can't it be that it's that primordial air that has left you with some kind of aftereffects? Should we go back and get him to look at it for you? Lin Ruoyu smiled slightly. I was thinking about the connection between resurrection and physics. Never figured it out. It's okay, don't mind me. Go ahead and go to class. Chen Shui breathed a slight sigh of relief. Alright, always remember to call in if you're not feeling well. Don't ever get hard. It's not needed and it's not necessary. Lin Ruoyu smiled sweetly and nodded. Good. Looking at the other woman's departing back, she let out a small sigh of relief and muttered something the moment she turned around. So, you really did come back to life? There was a moment of silence. Inside her head, an ethereal response rang out. Yes, and no. Milk tea, an extra shift to thank you all for your support. Chapter 113 Truth. Yes and no? Lin Ruoyu was confused. What does that mean? That's right. The Empress is resurrected. After Han Qianma took the Empress primordial air and injected it into her body, she didn't feel any signs of the air converging towards the cellular palace. Even the moment it was about to dissipate, the scene that everyone hoped would happen, didn't happen. Just as she also felt that this attempt had failed. An ethereal, majestic, yet very moving voice appeared in the middle of her mind. In that moment, she was so overwhelmed with thoughts that she almost screamed. Luckily, the Empress called out to her in time, and she is told, she must not speak of this matter, or else Han Qianlong will die. Only then did she hasten to cover her mouth and hide her shock with silence. The Empress responded, it's fine to say that it's a resurrection, because the previous state of this Empress was close to nothingness, with no consciousness and no perception. But not anymore. Now, this Emperor can even communicate with you. It is right to say that it is not a resurrection, because this Emperor is not dead at all. Lin Ruoyu was even more confused, finding a deserted gazebo, sitting down and rushing to ask after him. Can you be more specific? The Empress was silent for a moment. Put it to you this way. This Emperor was born in an ancient family. Those of us in this family can awaken a gift. This gift is divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, those who awaken the gift can tear through space and travel between realms. In the second stage, One can read the long river of time and see the past as well as part of the future of that realm. 100,000 years ago, this emperor awakened the first stage of his talent, traveled through the void, and when he passed by Earth, he met you and Pathfinder. 100,000 years later, this emperor awakened the second stage of his talent and foresaw that he had run out of chi and would die in the midst of the heavenly tribulation 10 years from now. And, unavoidable. So, this emperor made a decision. If you're going to die anyway, why don't you instill all of your life's kung fu into Pathfinder? Then use your physical body and Yuan Shin to answer the calamity. In this way, we won't waste more than 100,000 years of cultivation, and we can confuse Pathfinder, so that he won't join this emperor and fight against the heavenly tribulation, ultimately perish with this emperor. Lin Ruoyu didn't understand. Aren't you guys already invincible? What kind of heavenly tribulation can't even be blocked by you and him teaming up? The Empress thought about it. Saying it is the apocalypse is just to make it easier for you to understand. To be precise, it shouldn't be called a heavenly calamity. It should be called fate. Lin Ruoyu was beyond dismayed. Destiny? Isn't this a concept? There's still consciousness? The Empress continued to speak. It comes from beyond the continent of the 9 heavens, and is the underlying rule that all great worlds above the realm have to abide by. If this emperor wants to be promoted to Lord God of the continent of the 9 heavens, he has to undergo the test of it. At that time, this emperor had looked at it with his second stage talent. There wasn't a single chance of winning. Even if Pathfinder joins with this emperor, he will still end up the same way. Lin Ruoyu frowned slightly. It's not right. Pathfinder said that he had long since become the main god of the 9 heavens continent, so why doesn't he have a heavenly tribulation? But you do? There was a note of celebration in the Emperor's tone. He's had better luck. In the words of your world, he's stuck with a bug. The rules are, for you to become the main god of the continent of the 9 heavens, you have to undergo the test of the destiny that governs the continent of the 9 heavens. Pathfinder, he is an earthling, and the only thing that will test him is the fate of Earth. The destiny of the 9 heavens continent can't detect his existence at all. With a pleased smile, the Empress cheerfully said, that's why this emperor said he was lucky. Theoretically, traveling through the realms is an ability that only the Lord God has. And the reason why this emperor can travel through space is because of this emperor's special talent. Theoretically, it is impossible for a person, before becoming a main god, to travel through space. Therefore, in theory, there is no such thing as a person from World A, traveling to World B, and then avoiding the destiny of World B and growing against the odds. Lin Ruoyu understood. Because of your talent, he went to the continent of the 9 heavens even though he wasn't a Lord God, and became the main god there, not subject to fate. That crossing in the first place was no accident. It was all your help from start to finish. The Empress responded. Yes, but while he is not subject to the dictates of fate, this emperor cannot escape the sanctions of fate. Perhaps, it really was to punish this emperor for helping him get stuck in a BG once. Originally, ascending to Lord God was not a difficult task for this emperor. As a result, in the end, it turned into a situation of certain death. Lin Ruoyu sighed. You fought destiny alone to protect him. And what exactly is your current state? Can it still be being resurrected? You should understand that I'm talking about a real resurrection. The Empress thought about it. There's a chance, but it's slim. Destiny has the function of correcting chaos. For the continent of the 9 heavens, Pathfinder, an earthling, becoming the main god of the continent of the 9 heavens is a kind of chaos. If this emperor resists fate and truly becomes the main god of the 9 heavens continent, he will be able to manage and modify the heavenly Tao of the 9 heavens continent without relying on the power of the Pathfinder. Amendments would then not appear. On the contrary, if this emperor fails, the correction of fate will come. Pathfinder, who should not have become the main god of the 9 heavens continent, will also be erased after that. To answer the question you just asked, this emperor's current physical body and Yuan Shen are still resisting destiny in the outer heaven. As long as this emperor's physical body and Yuan Shen are not destroyed, destiny will not be able to draw back and execute the correction on Pathfinder. Lin Ruoyu let out a long sigh. If this time lets him know that you are suffering for him, he definitely won't just sit back and watch, but will immediately return to the 9 heavens continent to join you and fight against destiny. Sessions, the female emperor lamented. At that time, this emperor and him, both must die. Destiny and this emperor's physical body and Yuan Shen are all in the outer heaven. That place doesn't belong to any realm, any space. Pathfinder's divine sense can't detect it at all. Just resisting rather than confronting then. Fate kills this emperor for a moment. The point is, he's back on Earth now. The laws here are different from the 9 heavens continent, and the destiny over there can't create much of an impact on him now. So as long as you don't say anything, he'll always be safe. Lin Ruoyu frowned. I don't want to lie to him. It's okay if I don't know. It's all known. I'll tell him the truth sooner or later. and you know him, he won't give up on resurrecting you whether he knows about it or not. The Empress did not retort. To completely solve this problem, only the god of creation can do it. His current realm is still far from. You can tell him the truth, but only after he becomes a creation god. Otherwise, you're doing him a disservice with your confession. Chapter 114. I'm still his senior sister? Lin Ruoyu was silent for a long time and nodded. Right. So what state are you in now? The Empress responded. That's a question you've already asked. Lin Ruoyu shook her head. I mean, why? Is your consciousness in my mind? The Empress laughed. According to Earth's time, it should be 3 years ago. At that time, this emperor was still traveling the great world. When passing through Earth, I found that this place, although it belongs to the low martial blessed land, is exceptionally prosperous, so I couldn't help it and stayed for a few more days. One day, this emperor happened to come across a teenager who attempted to jump into the river because of a quarrel with a female. What happened behind? You should also know. That person is Pathfinder, and he didn't really want to jump into the river, but he was tricked by that woman. At that time, this emperor sensed that his soul power could be described as exceptionally powerful. Even on Earth, it's a one-of-a-kind existence. So, this emperor went to find out about his life. Past. In the middle of this, recognized you. It's just that at that time, this emperor was a different appearance, and the current you probably can't remember. Afterward, this emperor learned that Qian Mo was not a hypocrite, and more crucially, his soul power was strong and full of grudges, making him very suitable to be a demon monarch. Then he brought it back to the 9 heavenly continent, and as a result, it allowed him to successfully get stuck with a bug. Lin Ruoyu seemed to be thinking back to the past. We met 3 years ago? I really don't remember much. The Empress laughed. The Empress said that at that time, the Empress was a different person. Learned that you are the Pathfinder's benefactor. The one called Lu Jiaojiu. Yes, the woman called Lu Jiaojiu is just a liar. Thinking that in the future, after the Pathfinder becomes a great emperor, he might come back to look for you. So this emperor left a mark on your body that was so weak that no one else could detect it at all. To explain, the essence of the mark is a wisp of the residual soul of the person who inflicted it. It's just that the amount of this residual soul is very, very small, so small that it's negligible. This is why the person on whom the mark is applied can be found by the person who applied it at any time. Because, to seek the other is to seek oneself. Lin Ruoyu came to a realization. Got it. In my body, there is a remnant soul left behind by you, and then, injected into me, the original air that originally belonged to you, activated you. That's why you were able to awaken the consciousness within me. I don't know if I'm right in saying that. The Empress did not retort. Right. This emperor is just a consciousness now. Flesh and Yuan Shun, still resisting destiny. It's impossible to summon them over. There really isn't anything to do other than talk to you. Lin Ruoyu seemed to have thought of something. The time my weight plummeted, and several exacerbations where I almost died. It turns out that in the end, every time, they miraculously come back to life. Hardly. It is precisely because of your mark. The Empress responded. That's right. The mark this Empress has left on you is faint, but you are immortal after all. It won't go out. You can't even die if you want to. Speaking of seals, let this Emperor mention one more thing. I just said that the seal is the residual soul. The residual soul is also the inheritance. From a certain perspective, you have inherited the remnants of this Emperor's soul. Even if it's only a little bit, you should be considered this Emperor's disciple. Plus, seeing you before, Pathfinder worshipping after. So, without waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Lin Ruoyu's pretty face reddened and her beautiful eyes widened. So, technically, I'm still Pathfinder's sister? The Empress laughed. Yes, although his realm and strength is far higher than yours. In terms of seniority, he should indeed call you elder sister. Lin Ruoyu's heartbeat gradually accelerated, and her breathing became much more rapid. Suddenly, there's one more division? The feeling, it's too subtle. Then master, taking a deep breath, Lin Ruoyu respectfully asked, then what are your next plans? Though knowing that telling Han Qian Mo the truth now would only backfire. But this thing about having a guy in her head, it was really hard for her to control herself and not tell the man she liked. The Empress smiled, because it's a consciousness awakened in your body. The situation on the other side of heaven beyond heaven will not have an effect on this emperor. Nothing planned. Now that you're awake, that's it. In the back, you just communicate more with Pathfinder. For the master, it doesn't matter. Lin Ruoyu was slightly stunned. Exchange? Although she didn't understand what the other party was saying, she could sense that the communication the other party was talking about was actually in quotation marks. The Empress said blandly, the master can't do anything though. yet it can teach you a lot of theoretical cultivation skills. More importantly, the master is now one with you, and you can feel the sensations. For the master, I can feel it too. Hearing these words, Lin Ruoyu's petite body trembled, instantly understanding what was going on and looking a little overwhelmed. There was a long silence. It was only then that she sent out the feeling in her heart. Master, I really want to ask. This practice you're talking about, is it serious? Home. Sitting on the sofa, Han Qianlong ended his meditation and slowly opened his eyes. Master, ah master, have you forgotten that on Ruoyu's body, there is also an apprentice's mark? As long as the apprentice has a heart, how could the two of you not hear the conversation? That's right. As a matter of fact, the moment the Empress consciousness awakened within Lin Ruoyu's body, he sensed it. The reason why he returned to the room in the first place instead of excitedly questioning Lin Ruoyu was simply because he was calm enough. Not only do they understand that the current Empress is not fully resurrected, but they also understand that if they don't give the two girls a chance to communicate, they can't possibly learn the truth from each other's mouths. Destiny? At this moment, a seriousness that hadn't been seen in a long time surfaced on Han Qianma's face. It does seem a bit tricky, but don't worry, my disciple has already found the way to become a creation god. It's called omniscience. The disciple will grasp the underlying as well as ultimate logic of all realms, including Earth, as soon as possible. Raise the realm to the creation level. At that time, there will be no existence that will be able to limit you and limit us. Speaking of this, an unprecedented firmness surfaced in his eyes. At that time, I am the bearings, I am the geyser, I am the Guido, I am the destiny. Chapter 115, Doomed or Probable? The Han Pathfinder knew. The essence of cultivation was, in fact, to go against the heavens. Every breakthrough on a great realm was overstepping a heavenly rift and confronting the heavenly Tao. In the middle of this process, there will be a heavenly tribulation, which will lead to a life of 9 deaths. Afterwards, every time you pass through a heavenly tribulation, not only will your realm be raised by a large margin, but you will also be able to grasp more laws of the heavenly way. After experiencing all the heavenly tribulations in this realm and controlling all the laws of heaven, one is considered to have broken the heavenly way, qualified to explore the way. If you wanted to pass this stage, a strength of the heavenly God realm would be able to accomplish it. Then comes the path of cultivation in pursuit of the Great Way. The so-called Great Tao is a kind of realization that belongs exclusively to oneself on top of the heavenly Tao. To reach this stage, one's realm must step above the immortal emperor realm or the demon emperor realm. Throughout the history of the entire 9 heavens continent, there are many people who have entered the immortal emperor realm and the demon emperor realm who dare to call themselves invincible. But there are almost no people who can truly comprehend the Great Tao and become a dimensional Lord God. He did. Not only did he become the ultimate main god of this realm of the 9 heavens continent, but he also bestowed great power on the female empress, making the female empress, who was only at the demon emperor realm, a quasi-main god as well. The previous him once thought that at this point, this matter of cultivation, even if it came to an end, in the days to come, the only words are invincibility and loneliness. The so-called destiny, in his opinion, is just a restriction or interference that the heavenly Tao imposes on a certain person or a certain group of people in order to maintain the stability of the realm. I've already attained the fruit of the Great Way, above the way of heaven. Do you still need to care about the small means of the heavenly Tao? However, through this time of practicing and learning, he had a new understanding of what fate was. The moment. In the hall, countless books floated in midair, flying and turning on their own. Standing in the center, Han Qianlong faintly murmured. According to the thinking of classical mechanics, all objects, by knowing its initial state and all the forces to which it is subjected, it is then possible to surmise what its future state will be. It's even accurate to every minute, every second. That is to say, according to this thinking, from the Big Bang, all the trajectories of the movement of all things have been predetermined. A butterfly flapping its wings is not likely to cause a hurricane. It is bound to cause a hurricane. It's just that in between, it takes a process. This, then, is what is called fate. This destiny has existed since the beginning of the universe and has planned everything for the future. So if it really exists, its dimension must be above the heavenly Tao and the Great Tao. It is the lowest, most primal law of all things, of space and time. It's not at all the same concept as what I understood before. That destiny is just a means for heaven's way to restrict certain people. Wherever his eyes went, the flipping of the book would automatically stop. And looking at the words on the book, Han Qianrua frowned slightly. But the advent of quantum mechanics shattered that notion. In the microscopic quantum realm, everything is random and uncertain. Even if you know the initial position of the electron, the forces on it, and its state of motion at the time, you can't predict its trajectory at the next moment. The world is chaotic and unpredictable. All the results seen are simply the final expression of countless possibilities. When he said that, a book next to him flew out with a thought, smashing the vase on the table. The book was thrown out by me. The result produced could be nothing smashed, or it could be blown to the ground by the wind blowing in through the window, or even, as a result of the annihilation of antimatter and positive matter, which in turn causes it to simply disappear out of thin air. The reason why none of this happened was that it naturally hit the vase and fell on the table. It's because the probability of that happening is just the greatest. The mind moved slightly. Almost all of the books, all of them, fell to the ground, and only 2 books, still floating in mid-air, revolved around him. Han Pathfinder murmured, "Classical mechanics holds that fate exists. Quantum mechanics, on the other hand, holds that there is no such thing as something that must happen and that a cause produces an infinite number of effects. Reality, the embodiment of a sifting of probabilities, is, in essence, just one of the fruits." Thinking of this, he felt as if he understood something, and with a slight movement of his mind, he fused the 2 books together. It does exist, but it is not a cold, mechanical law of science. It is a person. It's just that this concept of human is beyond the perception and imagination of everyone, including myself. Wanting to see it in its truest form, it is necessary to realize omniscience first. Yes, I'm on the right track. The only way you can understand a person without being able to find it is to start with what it created, one step at a time, demystifying it, ultimately, peer into the essence of it, understand it, become it, and defeat it. At this moment, he understood something that the Empress didn't even understand. That is, what the spirit and body resist is not the true fate. It's just a projection of fate on the 9 heavenly continents. Defeating this projection doesn't make any sense. In order to become a true creator god, you must defeat it itself. The prerequisite for defeat is to know what it is, where it is, and what concept it belongs to. Otherwise, it will always be just catching the wind. To put it bluntly, it is fighting with itself. Walking to the window, Han Shenlong looked into the sky. At this moment, his eyes, as if piercing through space and time, glanced for 10,000 years and saw an unimaginable distance. The abyss is not under your feet, but over your head. He's staring into the abyss. It was gazing at him too. Pounds dash. At that moment, Han Shenrua seemed to hear a loud noise. With a turn, he disappeared directly into thin air. Showing up again, he had arrived at the Shui show group and walked behind his cousin Han Shaowan, glancing at his cousin, who stood outside the crowd, dressed slightly more maturely than before in her uniform and skirt, high heels and ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings. Han Shenrua set his sights on the body on the wall. "You guys are okay." The body was that of a man, dressed in white, hospital gown-like clothing. It was as if it had been jolted by some powerful force, cracked the wall and stuck to it, especially that head. The features are clear, but they are just flat and hideous. Han Shinwan subconsciously turned back. "Brother Pathfinder, what brings you here?" Knowing that the other party's question of "you guys" was referring to herself and Lu Xiaoxiao, she shook her head and explained with palpitations, "That person, just now, wanted to molest Mr. Lu, and then, it became like this." Chapter 116, The Sage. Molestation? Han Shenlong glanced at Lu Xiaoxiao, who was in the crowd, on the phone, looking for someone to deal with the matter. Afterwards, he turned his head to look at Han Shaowan, who was only up to his own chest height, clearly separated by half a meter, but still almost bumped into him the moment he turned around, and opened his mouth faintly. "Another Yu Jingtao?" Han Shinwan shook her head. "That man, it seems, is a follower of some sect. Door-to-door sales of peace charms." Mr. Lu told him to leave, but he didn't. Instead, he put a smile on his face and said that Mr. Lu's black aura was a sign that he was controlled by the devil. Must go back with him and be sanctioned by his holiness, so that you can wash the sin from your body and become a newborn person. Otherwise, one will fall into hell for eternity and suffer the pain of burning fire. Han Shinwan felt speechless and let out a long sigh. Mr. Lu doesn't even want to bother with him. Who knows, after being ignored by Mr. Lu, he even acted like he was crazy and suddenly pounced on Mr. Lu, saying that he wanted to forcefully help Mr. Lu and wash away his sins. At that, she couldn't help but turn around and look at the body on the wall. And then, it came to this. Han Qianmo did not say anything, just looked at the ground. The peace talisman dipped in blood appeared in his hand. Akita Group, Chairman's office. Sitting in a swivel chair, Wang Yuanfu faces a computer monitor and tablet. The moment. On the computer monitor, the previous surveillance footage was still playing. On the screen, Yu Jingtao looks like he's gone crazy, dragging his old mother, throwing her out the window, and eventually, throwing his old mother, down a 100-meter high building, fell to a pulp. At this time, he rushed in with his men and yelled at Yu Jingtao. As a result, Yu Jingtao just smiled evilly and leapt out of the window. The video is played and paused automatically. Although he had already watched it hundreds of times, Wang Yuanfu couldn't help but rub his face. Filled with despondency, he couldn't accept the fact that his elderly mother had suddenly left. He knows that the Wang family can't move on without their foster father. Without an elderly mother, it might not even be possible to maintain the status quo. The family suddenly lost all the pillars. He felt endless confusion. After a while, Wang Yuanfu raised his head and looked at his real father in the tablet computer. Do you really have a way to kill Lu Xiuxiu, the chairman of the Shui Xiu group, to avenge my mom? But how are you sure that Yu Su Su is the one behind this? The volume of the Sueisho group is no more than 1,000th of the Akita group. He still couldn't believe that a woman who wasn't even a straw general would have the audacity to go after his mother, who was one of the board members of the Akita group. On the other end of the line, the slim-looking man wearing gold-rimmed glasses had a bemused look on his face. No one knows the word XN better than I do. It's obvious that Yu Jingtao is just being XN. That's why, like a madman, he ran back to kill his boss after killing his own men. It's also easy to figure out who put him under hypnosis. Just look at who he's touched before and who he hasn't killed. After some consideration, it's not hard to see that female president of the Shui Xiu group is the most suspicious. Rubbing his face and losing several more strands of hair, Wang Yuanfu took a deep breath. If you really avenge mom's death, I'll pick you up and give you a portion of mom's shares. A portion of mom's shares. But don't think I don't know that you've been taking the money mom gave you all these years to get some kind of power, and enlisting a whole bunch of followers. How you fuck in private? Have you ever fucked anyone? Or how many people you fucked? I don't care, but if you're going to come to the Akita group, what you've done before has to stop. I'm not pitying the people you're playing with. I just care about the reputation of the Akita group. He also only recently found out the other party was a fake monk. He couldn't do it anymore, so he changed his name and started Power. It's a scam and a ripoff. How much money can you make by cheating? If the reputation of the Akita group is ruined because of the continued deception, then it would be a loss of a watermelon. On the other end of the line, He Anlu, who was sitting in the palace, nodded. Don't worry, my followers will definitely kill Lu Xiuxiu. I'll disband the church when they kill Lu Xiuxiu. After saying that, he ended the video call and looked at the hundreds of followers in front of him, who were sitting on the ground. Smile. When he said disband, he was not, of course, just waking up the group and letting them go. Rather, after draining them of their last value, with a background, send them to a mental institution. No background, killing to extinguish. With a good plan in mind, Hianlu wore a smile on his face and stood up from the futon. Boys, see, the so-called technology, the so-called convenience, are, in reality, all just means for them to control you. Imagine if there were no cell phones, no computers, no so-called currency. Wouldn't you all, then, be freer and uninhibited? Come, join me. Forget hunger, forget parents, forget children. These, all of them, are illusions, magic. Only forget them, so that you may have a true new life. Along with his speech, his most loyal followers have begun to take sacks and collect the cell phones, wallets and other valuables of those followers. Throw away your cell phones and wallets. This is heaven in its purest form, not to be tainted by the shackles of the mundane world. The followers didn't hesitate, scrambling to be the first to throw what they had on them, all into the sack. Some, even the designer clothes, designer pants, and designer bras they were wearing were taken off and put into the sack. The desire for the most complete liberation. The most loyal follower wore a satisfied smile, and as a result, when she walked up to the last follower, she was about to open her mouth, but suddenly realized, do not know when, the gate, actually stood a new followers. She was furious, because she realized that the other person wasn't wearing the clothes of a follower at all. Are you new here? Why don't you wear, then, a holy garment made of angel feathers? If it's something you bought and didn't wear, then please wear it. If it's something you haven't purchased yet, then please go next door and come back when you're done. When she finished speaking, she deliberately looked the other party up and down with a contemptuous gaze. However, the low self-esteem and guilt she expected did not appear on the other's face. Instead, it was his own body that was changing dramatically. How? Before the words left her mouth, she subconsciously turned around and looked at Hianlu on the stone steps. Your Holiness, save me, quickly use your divine power to save me. I don't want to die. As a result, just after saying the last word, she, who only had one head left, drifted away with the wind and disappeared without a trace. All of the followers present were still apathetic, as if they were soulless, staggering around like walking corpses. Hyunlu realized what was going on and laughed instead of being surprised. Inhuman? Knowing that this honored one is also an inhuman, so you just send inhuman against this honored one? That group up there. They sure are cautious. Glancing at his followers at his feet, his grin grew even more vicious. These people, however, can be ordinary people. Do you really dare to ignore their safety and make a move against this honorable man? As the words fell, the followers around them, as if on some sort of cue, rising at the same time, with a grimace on his face, he turned toward the man in the doorway. Not a single change in color could be seen on Han Qianlong's face. The moment he took a step, the hand behind his back loosened slightly. Immediately afterward, the peace talisman that he had thrown away was like a whistling arrow, rapidly shooting through. Just a second. Will be present at all the followers, all inserted into the mud. In the next instant, he arrived in front of the other party, towering over him. Hyunlu, whose smile instantly solidified, saw his own people. Suddenly, all turned into blood water. And toward himself, madly gushing, suddenly dumbfounded. Just as he realized what was going on, he jerked his head up and looked at the other man for a split second. Boom dash! A water dragon made of blood and water, fierce as a tsunami, washed directly over his face. It left him screaming in dismay as he was rushed against the wall, like a calendar, steady and unmoving. The flushing continued for a minute, and the crimson blood, which colored the entire palace red, slowly subsided. Poof dash! The moment he landed, Hyunlu steadily knelt in front of his opponent. The body shook and spat a meatball onto the ground. Chapter 117, Conceptual God? The first one. Just the beginning. Vomit. With his stomach turning over, Hyunlu's body trembled wildly and vomited a large pile of meatballs onto the ground. Some can be clearly seen as eyeballs. For the most part, it's just plain meatballs. You can't tell what part. The moment. Disgusting. Fear. Ice cold. It had long ago wrapped his body completely. The moment he raised his head, Hyunlu, who kept backing up and was unable to retreat after clinging to the wall, panicked to the extreme. You, who are you? There's no way someone from that department would kill civilians indiscriminately. You're definitely not from that department. You, who the hell are you? At first, he thought that the other party was a regular department sent over, specializing in capturing his foreigners, but now he realized that he was wrong. The other side is not even from the formal sector. The other side doesn't give a shit about civilians. In the past, he used the safety of civilians to threaten the pursuers, so as to get out of the trap, but in front of the other side, it is not useful at all. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. If you don't get it right, could really die here today. This honored one knows. As if he had thought of something, Hyunlu's horrified eyes were covered in disbelief. You're that Lu Xiao guy? Not only did this venerable one's believer fail to kill her, but he also lured you here? He couldn't figure it out. How can a female president of a small company have such a powerful patronage? It wasn't that he hadn't encountered high-ranking martial artists, nor had he not encountered top-level foreigners, but he knew that the man in front of him was, by far, the most powerful and terrifying existence he had ever encountered. All those foreigners and martial artists that he had encountered in the past, when added together, were completely inadequate in front of this man. This level of inhuman, even in the formal sector, is the level of the core leadership. What makes the head of a small company eligible for such protection? Seeing that the other side didn't make a move, while Hyunlu was flustered, a trace of happiness was vaguely born in his heart. Luckily it's this one. If it were someone else, today, I'm afraid it's really hard to escape death. Buzz dash. In the next moment, it was as if a force spread out, and a ripple rippled through the air. However, after the ripples, Hyunlu, who realized that he had not left this place, suddenly stared blankly. How? Buzz dash. Using the ability again, a similar scene happened again, and the desired result still didn't appear. No way. Hyunlu completely panicked, no longer seeing half a bit of blood on his face. How? This is absolutely impossible. Han Qianmo returned to his senses and looked faintly at the other party. What were you doing? Just now? Boom dash. Words come out of the law came into effect. Hyunlu trembled violently. He was stunned in place, and opened his mouth in a wooden voice. Back to the master. The bitch dog has two abilities. First, hypnosis, an ability the bitch dog learned from abroad, posthumously. Secondly, unique. This is the innate ability of the bitch dog, and it is because of this ability that the bitch dog can be called an inhuman. Han Qianlong's face was expressionless. Hyunlu nodded. The only thing that makes what could happen, must happen, with the proviso that what might happen must be something that the bitchy dog can do. The bitch dog can't do it. It's considered impossible. and it can't be selected as an inevitable event by the one without entering the zone. He once tried to buy a lottery ticket. As it turns out, it's impossible to buy a hit. I realized that there was no chance of winning the jackpot. Han Qianlong glanced at the other man's feet. There was a gap there, and it was obvious that underneath the floor, there was a dark passage that could be accessed and escaped from this place by simply triggering a certain mechanism. In other words, you just unleashed, only, to utilize the dark passage and escape from here. Only to fail. Because, the matter of utilizing the dark passage and escaping from here is simply impossible for you right now. What is impossible to do will not enter the zone and cannot be the only outcome. He Anlu nodded. Yes, master. His behavior was controlled, but he was still conscious. At this moment, he was already shaken to the point of no return inwardly, because he now realized that he had still underestimated his opponent's rank. The rank of the other side is not management, but top leadership, even more than the chief of the regular sector, known as the first inhuman of Daxia, which only exists in legends. In his opinion, now, it's not what Lu Xiao can do. Rather, it's a matter of how fucking virtuous I am, worthy of meeting an existence of this caliber. Han Qianlong seemed to be inspired in some way. Conceptual God. Of all the possible scenarios, pick the one that is most favorable to you and make it happen for sure. Although there are limitations. But in a way, this ability is, indeed, quite counterintuitive. Looking to the other party, he spoke faintly. Nice ability. This honored one will smile. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yanlu's eyes widened and his pupils dilated to the extreme. Snap dash. However, no matter how frightened he was, no matter how reluctant he was, he still couldn't change the ending of his body being shattered into inches and turned into blood mist. As a matter of fact, the moment Han Qianma fed the other party, he already had the intention of killing the other party's 10 clans. But the moment he was ready to strike, before his eyes, a picture suddenly appeared. The scene shows a young girl, being accompanied by her family, having a maternity checkup in an unorthodox small clinic. He could feel, the young girl was not of He Anlu's bloodline, but the child in her womb was. Instant understanding. It may be that the parents of the young girl, in order to please He Anlu, or by He Anlu compulsion, want He Anlu descended the so-called holy baby, so as to obtain the qualification to enter the heaven. That's what hoodwinked or forced their children to carry the bloodline of He Anlu. In Han Qianmo's opinion, the people who should die should be He Anlu, and those compelled parents. The young girl and the child in her womb should not suffer the consequences. For this reason, he changed the sanctions. That is, to kill all the so-called believers. Then, their souls, along with He Anlu, were imprisoned in the 19th floor of purgatory. There, Hoanlu was punished by more than just experiencing a different death every 10 minutes, a different kind of extreme pain. In between, he will also be subjected to an additional torture by the female believers and a humiliation by the male believers. Infinite loop. It shall not be terminated for all eternity. After doing this, Han Qianma turned and took a step. Arrived at the Akita Group, the chairman's office. Chapter 118 Rewards. It's really a matter of blood. The moment He Anlu's accident occurred, Wang Yuanfu felt a palpitation. The moment he called his real father, who never answered, he knew something was wrong. Damn it, that old thing. It couldn't have been caught already. Anxious Wang Yuangui did not want to sit and wait for death, just turned around, but saw a strange man, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out the window. The moment his face changed drastically, Wang Yuanfu subconsciously took 2 steps back. Who are you? Who let you in? Roll. Snap dash. Before the words left his mouth, his body exploded into plasma bit by bit, starting from his feet. It gathered in mid-air and flowed in the direction of the man as if it were a conscious creature. See this scene. Wang Yuangue understood at once. Finished with myself. It also realized that the palpitations that had just occurred had indeed come from his own father. The old man is really gone. Only, not by the regular authorities. Instead, he was obliterated by this unimaginably terrifying man in front of him. Just the same as what happened to yourself. The same? The Zhong family, the Su family, the Wu family, and all the members of the Cloud Mountain Association, as well as their families. You killed them all, didn't you? They've offended you. I haven't. Even if my big sister Wang Yuanrong has offended you, you also killed the entire Wang family. I didn't even seek revenge on you. Why? Why do you still want to rush to the end? He felt that he was already evil enough, and before that, he had been enjoying this feeling of I am evil to others, but others dare not be evil to me. As it turned out, he couldn't have expected it. How could there be someone more evil than yourself, murdering an entire clan at the drop of a hat? No revenge. Hold your breath. Also kill. This is more than unreasonable. It's just unreasonable. Han Xianlong did not answer and looked out of the window indifferently. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuanfu, who only had his head left, thought of his old mother, who had been thrown out of the window by Yu Jingtao, and his eyes widened. Yu Jingtao, are you controlling that too? My mom, did you kill her too? Lu Xiao? It's because we offended the water show group that you've come to drive us to extinction? At this moment, Wang Yuanfu's expression was completely wooden. He didn't figure it out until the moment his head completely exploded into blood. The owner of a small company that can't even afford to buy an office building. How can he or she be protected by such a devil king? Tick dash. The last drop of blood blended into the blood sphere. Standing in front of the window, Han Xianmo's thoughts moved, and the blood ball transformed into a water dragon, flying towards the distance. At the same time, he used his voice transmission to open his mouth to White Sinner in the distance. The blood of the Lord of Qi, a great tonic. Drink it while it's hot for better results. His biological father is a legend and his adoptive father is a business tycoon. She was born because of her mother's strange ideas. In the end, all the siblings around him died. He was the only one left alive and inherited the entire family fortune. In the novel, Wang Yuanfu's life is a proper template for a protagonist. Although he wasn't the main god of earth, how could Han Xianlong not see it? This kind of person is truly favored by the way of heaven. The way of heaven wants to maintain a certain balance. So to intimidate some people or suppress some people, from a certain point of view, it is an objective law. For ordinary people, to try to change this situation is to go against the grain. There will be the wrath of God. He doesn't care. What about heaven's way? Just ask it if it dares to hum. Somewhere in a dark, damp alley, the white sinners who are eating look up at the sky. It was found that the sky, which had been cloudy just a few moments ago, had turned clear and windy. The moment he received the blood, he took a deep breath and dropped to one knee. Thank you, Lord Demon, for feeding. Looking at the blood ball hovering beside him, an expectant smile appeared on his face. In this world, the only people who can't live up to it are Demon Lord and food. Hearing the other party's response, Han Xianmo did not say anything else, and the moment he stepped out of the window, he disappeared without a trace. In the office, on the table, all kinds of documents without wind. At the same moment he left, a cloud of dust converged into a white sheet of paper. On the white paper, lines and lines of text appeared. Back to the water show group. Han Xianlian saw that Lu Xiaoxiu was talking to her cousin Han Xiaowan, so he didn't open his mouth to interrupt. A few breaths later, Han Xinwan noticed Lu Xiaoxiu's shifted line of sight and turned around, only to realize that her handsome cousin had already sat down on the sofa. Guess all the problems have been solved by the cousin. Han Xiaowan then looked at General Manager Lu in front of her and spoke. Then I'll first. Out. Lu Xiaoxiu nodded, and with a hint of shyness, she walked towards the Demon Lord. Seeing this scene, Han Xiaowan, who had already walked to the door, seemed to understand something, and hurriedly closed the office door for the two. Hear the door slam. Lu Xiaoxiu in her uniform and wrap skirt sat down next to her opponent, looking a little rushed. Sorry, trouble for you again. Han Xianlong opened his mouth blandly. And how are you going to, make up for that? He didn't want to dwell on it too much. The other side says sorry, and you're going to say it's okay? It's a lot of bullshit. At the end of the day, it's not about doing what needs to be done. Instead of wasting time, let's skip the intervening rah-rah and get right to the point. With a slight tremor in her delicate body, Lu Xiaoxiu raised her head and looked at the other party dumbfounded, an apple-like blush surfacing on her originally fair and delicate face. Compensation. Compensation? Han Xianlong looked at the other party blandly. Don't tell me you don't know what it means. Face swish a moment. Was blushing red cloth? Even the white jade neck also read a large area. Lu Xiaoxiu's breathing more and more rapid. Heartbeat is also faster and faster. Understand. Right. Is this compensation for you? It's clearly a reward for me, alright. Not to mention helping people out with all their troubles, but rewarding them when they came back. It's so happy to be your woman too. Han Xianlong glanced at the other party's long legs wrapped in black silk, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then what are you waiting for? Do I still have to, teach you? Trying to control her slightly trembling petite body, Lu Xiaoxiu squirmed on her toes and left her high heels on the ground. Yes, Demon Lord. Just when the other party leaned over and he himself had already smelled that light ripe fragrance, Han Qianrua picked up the phone. Take it. Let's play a game. Looking at the cell phone handed by the other party, Lu Xiaoxiu's starlight flickered, and a hint of incomprehension surfaced in her beautiful eyes that were already drawn. Game? Chapter 119 Punishment Extra. Thanks to, I Blanche, Hatsune Miku, the king of gifts, buzz off dash. Lin Ruoyu, who was sitting on the sofa, pulled out her cell phone and saw that it was Lu Xiaoxiu calling. She hurriedly interrupted the physics teacher in front of her and raised her hand. Teacher, can I go out and take a call first? Liang Qin looked at the time. Just pick it up here. Answer the phone while listening to your teacher. This kind of thing, the teacher knows, is not difficult for you. It is not difficult. It's almost like soup. After all, she had seen, with her own eyes, the image of the other party holding a pen in one hand and, with both hands, counting 2 questions at the same time. It is possible for a school to set up a teaching team to provide one-on-one tutoring. It's not just that they went to MIT. That IQ. Not kidding you. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Okay, go on then. When she finished, she put on her Bluetooth headset and listened to the voice on the phone while listening to what the other person was saying. Liang Qin had a straight face. You just said that Lu Jiaojiao isn't Han Qianma's girlfriend. There is no unspoken relationship between the two. Okay, then let's talk about Chen Shui from the medical school. When she said that, she purposely lowered her voice with a puzzled look on her face. Honestly, the teacher called Chen Shui before she met you. Guess, what was her answer? A faint blush appeared on Lin Ruoyu's pretty face. What did she say? I thought that Lu Xiao would find himself for something. But when I picked up the phone, I could only hear the other party's breathing. Nothing was said or intended to be said. Liang Qin didn't notice the change in the other party's face and continued to speak. She told her teacher that her relationship with Han Qianmuo could only be described in 8 words. Pipe and bow. Know your roots. Her willow brows slightly knitted. Liang Qin had a puzzled look on her face. Even though my teacher taught physics, I knew that the pipe bowls described mutual trust and reliance on each other. And it can only be used between friends. Between lovers, you can use the term mutual or like glue. It's inaccurate to describe it as pipe and bow. Sighing, she was speechless. I believe that with Chen Shui's grades, she shouldn't be unaware of the meaning of this term. The reason why she used the phrase pipe and bow to describe her relationship with Han Qianlong. In the teacher's opinion, there is only one reason. Liang Qin paused. Her pretty face reddened, and the words that followed seemed a bit difficult for a teacher to say. That is, she knows that she and Han Qianmo are not really boyfriend and girlfriend. Rather, it's what you young people, with your open minds, think is reasonable, but in reality is not. Friendships. The more she spoke, the more angry she became. Liang Qin wrapped her arms around her and her tone became more serious. It's none of the teacher's business what Chen Shui thinks, but this is enough to prove that Han Qianma character is indeed not good. It does seem a bit unsavory, at least in terms of private life, and you, as the school's best hope for making a qualitative change in the quality of the school, a possibility, not just the teacher, but the entire teaching team, probably wouldn't approve of you and that kind of person. Socialize. Lin Ruoyu's face was in a trance, her eyes unfocused, and her entire face had reddened to the extreme. Noticing that the other party did not respond to her, Liang Qin spoke again. Did you listen to your teacher, Lin-san? Listen in. It was only at this time that Liang Qin noticed that something was wrong. Are you okay? Is something wrong? Your face looks, why is it so red? She was also shocked, and had never seen a person's face redden like that. Lin Ruoyu came back to her senses in a flash, pressing down the shame as well as the excitement in her heart and slowly opened her mouth. Nope, I'm fine. Taking a deep breath, she pretended to look at the other woman with a straight face. Answer the question you just asked, teacher. First, do you really know him? If you don't know, what makes you say that someone's character is not good? What if Chen Shui forced him? Or I forced him? Just because Chen Shui and I are women, whether we did wrong or not, we are victims. And whether the other person is passive or not, we are perpetrators? Is that prejudice? Do you think reasonable? Secondly, the hopes of the school have nothing to do with me. The teaching team was not my request. It was your deliberate attempt to siphon off limited resources and focus them on me for the sake of the school. I was going to ask before, is this fair to the other students? Everyone pays the same tuition, so why should I be the only one who can enjoy the many-to-one tutoring from the teaching team? And, most importantly, that's what I'm going to correct you on. I'm not the hope of the school, and don't you dare pin the hopes of the school on me. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm here for Han Qianmo. Without him, there's no way I would have chosen this. The school that once rejected me. When she finished, she got straight up. If I say so, you should understand. In my heart, Han Qianmuo will always come first. For him, I'd even give up the olive branch from MIT and Qingbei. Want me to give him up for your East Sea University? No way. It's more like giving up you guys for him. Before the words left her mouth, she turned around directly and walked out of the office, only leaving the other party with a valiant to the extreme backstory. Looking at the other parties departing back, Liang Qin was mute. In this moment, nearly having her jaw dropped in shock, she realized 2 things. Number 1. Not bad for the smartest student ever to come out of Donghai University. While answering the phone and listening to myself expound, I can also clearly remember every word I said, and even have a clear mind and reasoned rebuttal. How could the school give up such a super brain? Secondly, this threat of Han's is really tricky. The most important thing is that guy, he's not an ordinary person at all. Being around such an alien is bound to be dangerous, whether it comes from the other itself, or from those who want to target the other. These dangers cannot be ignored. How is it possible to be quiet and study in such an environment? Liang Qin took a deep breath. So, even if you are reluctant, for the sake of the school, for the future of Dasha's scientific research, the teacher is going to make you leave that man. What can be done? After thinking about it, Liang Qin decided that she would first find out the man's details. If you can't, even if you have to sacrifice yourself, I also want Lin Ruoyu to see the other party's true colors, and then let her voluntarily break up with the other party. Not caring about the physics teacher's mumbling, Lin Ruoyu, who had rushed out of the office, walked around the corner and leaned her back against the wall. At this moment, her chest was still heaving and her breathing was very rapid. Mastermind, you're actually not angry at all? At first, she really didn't know what exactly Lu Xiuxiu on the other end of the phone was trying to express, but soon, she realized, she knew about Han Shenlong and Lu Xiuxiu. At first, she thought that Lu Xiuxiu had betrayed Han Shenmo and deliberately disgusted herself. But the Empress told her that Lu Xiuxiu had already been planted with a mark and could not betray the man on the other end. It can only be Han Shenruo. She then realized, Lu Xiuxiu's move was what Lord Demon Lord meant. The Demon Lord is doing it on purpose. She didn't think anything of it. It's just that, answering the phone in front of the physics teacher, it was humiliating. Guess what? The Empress should be angry. After all, when he was in the Nine Heavens continent, the Demon Lord had only had one woman on the other side from the beginning to the end. However, to her surprise, the Empress did not get angry. Instead, she was still unusually excited. Even the person on the other end wouldn't hang up when she tried to do so in the middle of the call. Let her keep the phone in her hand and see what tricks the other side is trying to pull. She couldn't hold out any longer, which is when she hung up and stormed out of the office. And at this moment, the Empress still maintained her excitement. He's grown. It'll be fun. As his master, this emperor is definitely happy for him. How can you be angry? Lin Ruoyu was speechless. Sure enough, it's all magical girls. Before it was Chen Shui, now it's Lu Xiuxiu. This master teacher, even more than ever, the witch of all witches. Everything, just to be happy. The rest, nothing will matter. Geez, I'm not going to become like that with this group, am I? There was a hint of evil in the Empress's laughter. Stop pretending. You think that master doesn't know that actually. You are also very happy? If not, and you wouldn't. Lin Ruoyu's petite body trembled. Don't say it. Milk tea, thank you a million times over for the gifts from all the schoolboys and schoolgirls. Thanks to I Blanche, Hatsune Miku, the king of gifts sent. I wish you all a happy day, good health and all the best. May I Blanche, Hatsune Miku, I wish you all the luck in the world and never die. Voice breaking, Chapter 120, Innocence. Gone, Nightfall, Water Show Group, in the president's office. Lu Xiuxiu, who was dressed in formal attire but her stockings were missing, opened the door and looked at Han Xiaowan in front of her. What's wrong? A blushing Han Xinwan handed over a set of documents, her eyes looking away as much as possible. It's time to get off work. Mr. Lu, but this document, it has to have your signature on it. I thought I'd just wait a while. As a result, it was a long afternoon of waiting. Seeing that time was running out, she could only knock hard on the office door. Lu Xiuxiu squeezed out a smile with a flushed face. Oh, got it. It's okay, you guys go ahead and get off. I'll give the program team a call over there in a few minutes. The papers, just send them tomorrow. Han Xinwan nodded. Okay, Mr. Lu. Peeking inside, the moment her eyes widened, she hurriedly turned around and left the place as if she were running away. Who dash? Exhaling slightly, Lu Xiuxiu closed the door and after throwing the papers onto the desk, she turned towards Lord Demon, who was sitting on the sofa. A delicate blush immediately covered her pretty face. Han Xianlong opened his mouth blandly. Like it? He was obviously asking a question knowingly, and he only did that because he wanted to give the Empress a punishment. Punish the other person for fighting destiny alone, without knowing it. When consciousness awakens, it has to be deliberately hidden from the truth. As for Lin Ruoyu, he knew that the other party had long known about his relationship with Lu Xiuxiu. I've also bumped into myself and Chen Shui talking several times. In between, there were several times when Chen Shui tried to pull the other side in, but had to give up because of the shyness of the other person. At that time, he then saw, on the other's face, only shyness, and felt, in the other's heart, only impulsiveness and apprehension. I understand. Lin Ruoyu had actually accepted this a long time ago. It's just character. It's just a matter of not being able to persuade yourself to take that step yet. In his opinion, this game can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Not only can we punish the Empress, but also stimulate Lin Ruoyu to realize the two-way run earlier. With a slight shudder, Lu Xiaoxiao nodded shyly like a child who was weak after getting a bargain. It feels like we're so bad, but I don't know why. It was just fun. Loved it. Looking up at the other woman, her face was covered in apprehension and panic, and her beautiful eyes twitched slightly. Mr. Han, you know me. I wasn't like this before. I've always felt that I was a good student. I don't know why, but today has become into this. Han Qianma said blandly, you're the woman of the demon lord. From the moment you were with me, a mark was planted on your body and you became a witch. It's the nature of a witch to do as she pleases and let herself go. When he said this, he seemed to realize something and frowned slightly. Yeah, Lin Ruoyu, who had given herself her first kiss, was, in essence, considered a witch. Lu Xiaoxiao is now, more than ever, a true witch. Chen Shui, the witch of witches, Empress, the head witch. In other words, the previous game was not a punishment at all for the other side. Instead, reward? Thinking back to his past in the continent of the Nine Heavens, he was even more convinced. That's right, a mistake. The so-called punishment is not a punishment at all. Instead, it's a reward. With his knowledge of the Empress, the current Empress, who may even be at. However, he knew that the other party did not have a physical body, only a little consciousness that existed in Lin Ruoyu's body. So much for that. This was not only a reward for the Empress, but also dragged Lin Ruoyu into it. It was because he knew very well the Empress's ability to compel people. Plus, Lin Ruoyu herself is a normal woman. Now I'm afraid. Grass. The always calm demon lord couldn't help but curse darkly at this moment, although it wasn't to the point of regret. In his heart, a trace of guilt towards Lin Ruoyu did arise, because he knows. In high school, the other party was a good girl who had no desires and almost all her thoughts would only be on her studies. What other women will do, she would never do it. Yet today, such innocence may well have been broken. How could he, as the one who started it all, not feel a twinge of guilt? What's wrong? Seeing the other party's sudden change of color, Lu Xiaoxiao thought that she had done something wrong and lost her flowery face. Don't you like me like this? Mr. Han, I can change. Han Shenlong got up and touched the other's cheek. None of your business. You're doing great. I love it. Hearing this, the flustered Lu Xiaoxiao gradually settled down and looked at the other party with eyes full of adoration. Without waiting for Lu Xiaoxiao to speak, Han Qianmo lowered his head and kissed the other party on the forehead. Want to, move in with me? Lu Xiaoxiao shyly shook her head. I'm going to live with Xinwan. It's been a long time, and there's been a lot of company. It would certainly disturb your rest if I went to stay at your place. Back, and then we'll see what happens. Han Qianma didn't say anything more, hugged the other party and said tenderly, then I'll go back first. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded, flushed and hesitant. She was just about to stand on tiptoe and return the favor when she realized that the other woman had disappeared into thin air. There was a slight sigh. How come I didn't see you so fast in the afternoon? Out of the space crack, Han Shenmo saw Lin Ruoyu sitting alone in the corner of the classroom with her back to the door, her hand down. He was tinkering with something. Wakao! An instantaneous flash arrived in front of the other party, and he was just about to open his mouth when he realized that the other party was just wiping the milk tea stains from his clothes. Glancing at the milk tea on the table, Han Qianlong was slightly surprised. I remember, in high school, I think you said yourself that you didn't like milk tea, because too much milk tea just makes you fat. It was only at this time that he realized that he had completely overthought and underestimated people's determination. Lin Ruoyu looked up bashfully. It's just a sudden craving for a sip, and it shouldn't matter if you have one every now and then, right? Han Qianlong didn't open his mouth, but he could sense that the other party was lying. Glancing at the brand of milk tea, it's the same old brand that I drank myself 3 years ago. Most likely, it was 3 years ago. When Bieber came to Earth, he drank this one, thought it was delicious, and kept thinking about it. In other words, it was the Empress who wanted to drink it, not Lin Ruoyu. Without breaking down the other party's lies, Han Qianmo looked at the other party's beautiful eyes and was silent. At this moment, it was as if he really saw that Lin Ruoyu's originally stunningly beautiful face had turned into another, equally stunning and even more familiar face, out of this world. Noticing the other party's gaze, Lin Ruoyu looked surprised. What's wrong? Just one drink all. Can't even? Then I'll not drink. As soon as the words left her mouth, the voice of the Empress resounded in her mind. You listen to him so much? You're his senior sister. It's only right that he should listen to you. Of course, that's not even the point. The point is that he seems to have discovered our secret? Chapter 121, Empress, Fried Yams, YYDS. Lin Ruoyu was slightly stunned and marveled in her heart. Is it something I did wrong? How could it be exposed? The Empress smiled. You've covered it up well enough. But there's no way. He's the only true god of the 9 heavens continent. The guy sure demon. Even on Earth. He was a highly intelligent schoolboy with grades no worse than yours. With this bit of acting on our part, it's only natural that he would see the difference. Lin Ruoyu's heart tightened. What then? How am I going to explain this so he doesn't do something stupid? The Empress was silent for a moment. Wrong. For the teacher is to say that the teacher's previous thoughts. Wrong. Lin Ruoyu didn't understand. What do you mean? The Empress' tone was laced with relief. Invincibility is lonely. He's been living in the 9 heavens continent for 100,000 years. Long ago, life and death have been looked down upon, and there is no desire for anything else. Changing forms to fall in love with him is just a compromise. The teacher once tried to persuade him. Let him make more love brothers and no more redheads, so that the road of the long road of everlasting life will not be lonely. But he wouldn't. Always said, friends, a few is enough. More is just increasing the likelihood of getting backstabbed. There is no need to have too many redheads. It is enough to have a teacher. At that time, Master knew that after becoming a Lord God, his state of mind had long since reached a height that Master could not touch. Not only life and death are looked down upon, but everything in the world has been looked down upon. In such a situation, learning that Master resisted destiny, he would absolutely rush up and stand in front of Master without hesitation. Anyway, death doesn't matter to him at all. But not anymore. At this point, the Empress let out a long breath of heartfelt joy. You should have realized that too. He is not quite the same now as he was when you first saw him. Lin Ruoyu knew that when the other party said at the very beginning, she was referring to the time when Han Qianma first came back. Think about it. The Han Qianma of that time was indeed more cloudy and lighthearted, and had an attitude of indifference towards all people and things. Compared to the present, I felt that the other person at that time was a god, only divine, without human weaknesses or strengths. But now it's different. If you feel carefully, you can find that the other side of the body, there is a little temperature. Not much though, but it can make people feel warm. Make people feel that he is really a man, not a cold god. It really seems like it. Lin Ruoyu was incredibly surprised. But why is that? Tens of thousands of years of light cannot change the god. It's impossible to change just because of this short month or two, right? The Empress responded. It's not time, it's people. He has more, and immensely cherished, bonds. At first, it was his parents. Now it's you. It's Chen Shui. It's Lu Xiao. Perhaps the death of his master did have a considerable effect on him. Let him come back to Earth willing to accept the karma, even if he doesn't think it's necessary, and see you as forbidden to be with you. To put it plainly, it was you who changed him, not time. Lin Ruoyu seemed to understand something and let out a long breath of relief. It's us. The Empress did not retort. Yes, and that includes this emperor. For him now, not everything is indifferent. His own life and death are as important as yours and that of his master. So, even if he knew about Master's situation, he wouldn't recklessly fight against fate. Rather, it will be about finding the one perfect answer while keeping everyone safe, as a way to get a most perfect, happy ending. Lin Ruoyu was silent for a few moments, unable to stop feeling. I'm sorry, Master Chief. The Empress was slightly surprised. Why the sudden apology? Lin Ruoyu sighed. Because, without me and Chen Shui and the others, Qianlian would only care about you alone. No matter how much words are put into words, it never changes the fact that we parted with him. He should have belonged to you alone. The Empress smiled. Your relationship with him is in the front, and according to first come first served. The master is the junior. You don't need to apologize. It's the master who should be more thankful for you. For all of you. Because without you guys, his realm would have forever remained at the realm of immortality and immortality. And then he would have forever wallowed in the self-reproach of not being able to do anything about it. Without you guys, he wouldn't have become cheerful now, much less found that glimmer of humanity and learned to think rationally, but not paranoidly, about things. You are a blessing to him, and to the master. You think his concern is being distracted, and it might not be fair to master, or to others. It's simple. Can't we just merge, together love him? That way, he can rain on everyone's parade and leave no one behind. No? Lin Ruoyu was slightly stunned and became speechless. Axiom pick up and drive? It's not. Master, are you really the Devil's Road Empress? Not the Tainted Road Empress? This set of combos is too silky smooth. The Empress blandly said. Alright, don't dwell on it. Just now. Master was just guessing. It's not certain if he really saw the end. Let's not panic and take it easy. If he doesn't mention it, let's not mention it either. Lest we make a mess of things and it becomes clear that he doesn't know. And then he ends up exposing himself instead because he talks too much. Lin Ruoyu responded. Agreed. Communication within consciousness is transmitted only by electrical signals. Extreme speeds can even approach the speed of light. It looked as if she and the Empress had been talking for a long time. In reality, only 2 or 3 seconds had passed. After returning to her senses, Lin Ruoyu took the first moment to organize her emotions and looked at the other party in a pretense of calmness. Han Qianma said blandly, drink it, you've taken the life extension pill. Your metabolism has long exceeded that of a normal person. Regular food can't fatten you up. Lin Ruoyu asked knowingly. So what you're saying is, it's okay to eat and drink indiscriminately? She knew that what the other side thought was extraordinary food probably didn't exist on Earth. Han Qianlong didn't retort. No problem. Lin Ruoyu pretended to be happy. Then may not be polite. Han Qianlong smiled blandly. It has to be. What's the point of living a long life when you can't gain weight by eating anyhow and not enjoying life? Everlasting life is all about getting more happiness. What's the difference between living a long life and disciplining yourself, and dying and becoming a handful of ashes? In a sense, the ashes are eternal. 2. Of course, he knew very well that it wasn't Lin Ruoyu who wanted to eat and drink indiscriminately, but the Empress in her body. Milk tea, fried chicken, stinky tofu, fried yam. These are all the wishes that the Empress made to Lin Ruoyu, and they were heard in his ears. When he heard these words of tigers and wolves, Han Qianmo was confused, because he had also never expected that the Empress, 3 years ago, would have traveled the globe. Daxia, in fact, was her last stop before leaving Earth, and, still, the place to stay the longest. Through the other party's conversation with Lin Ruoyu, he learned, at first, the other party's plan was to spend 6 months traveling the entire planet. As a result, half a year later came to Daxia, stayed for 2.5 years. If she did not know that the flow of time on Earth is not the same as that of the 9 heavenly continent, she could not stay for too long. She estimated that she would stay for another 3 to 5 years or even 7 to 8 years. What's more, if she, at the beginning, chose Daxia as a starting point, it was estimated that it would not have been possible to walk out at all. In her true expression to Lin Ruoyu, Daxia's food, it really is YYYDS. Seeing that Lin Ruoyu froze for another second, Han Qianma knew that these two women, again, were chatting feverishly, so with a bitter smile, he faintly opened his mouth. It's the weekend. The food court stalls, they should all be out. How about tonight? Before he could finish his sentence, the phone in his pocket rang. Before he even pulled out his cell phone, he knew that it was his physics teacher, Liang Qin, calling. Picking up the phone, he spoke faintly. Hello, Mr. Liang. Liang Qin on the other end of the phone hesitated for a few seconds and inhaled slightly. Do you have time in the evening? The teacher has a few more words and would like to talk to you alone. Chapter 122, Movie into Reality? I told Chen Shui. Lin Ruoyu looked at Han Qianma, who was on the phone, with tenderness. She said she was going to get her nails done after school in a little while. It seems like it would take forever. Why don't you go home first? I'll bring you anything you want. She would love to hang out with this young master in front of her, but the master in his body kept chanting. Master will eat stinky tofu tonight, and master doesn't want him to see it. You watch. Plus, she did fear that the other party would get bored waiting, so she proposed a compromise. The conversation between Lin Ruoyu and the Empress was heard clearly by Han Qianma. With a bashful smile he nodded. Good, then I'll wait for you at home. It just so happens that there are physics questions that I want to ask Liang Qin. The arrangements for tonight are clear. First go to Liang Qin's place to find out what's going on. The second half of the night, we'll play together when they get home. Instead of using the shrinking ground, he chose to walk, because Han Pathfinder loved the college atmosphere on the weekends, especially at night, playing friends with friends, getting together for dinner, and playing basketball. All of them, in a relaxed and cozy state, and with a little bit of exuberance. There is no pressure to study or work. In his opinion, this should be the most comfortable time period in his entire school career, or even in his entire mundane life. So, he deliberately slowed down his pace as he passed by the playground. Although there was no intentional focus on the joy of others, it was one with this peacefulness. Whoosh dash! Just then, a basketball suddenly flew over from a distance and coincidentally smashed towards his head. Classmate, look out! Just as the voice of reminder came, Han Qianhua casually grabbed the flying basketball with one hand. There was no turning back. A gentle toss. Whoosh dash. Under everyone's stupefied gaze, the basketball threw a perfect arc in midair and fell into the basket with precision and accuracy. This scene stunned everyone present. Even those students passing by couldn't help but stop in their tracks, mute in place. The boys didn't mince words and gave top-notch appreciation. Crap. The girls, on the other hand, covered their mouths and kept sighing in their hearts. Good. So handsome. Froze in place for a moment. The ones playing basketball only rushed to Han Qianhua and apologized repeatedly. Sorry classmate. Is everything okay? That's pretty good technology. The shoes are also handsome as hell. Why don't you join us for a while? Han Qianlong did not turn around and continue to step forward. No. You guys play. Looking at the other parties departing back, the basketball team's crowd took a deep breath and looked at each other with complicated expressions. The captain, who was always watching the sneakers, couldn't help but take a deep breath. Absolutely. The pair on his feet is the limited edition from 5 years ago. The most recent appearance was at an auction abroad. The starting bids are all 500,000 US dollars. Hearing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Sneakers so pretty. Such good technology too. Obviously, this is a real master. The captain didn't retort. Go find out what class he's really in. If he wants to, make sure he joins our basketball team. I have a gut feeling that our team would be better off if we could get him on board. Don't say varsity champion. Even if it's the city championship, I'm confident I can take it down. Although the crowd looked complicated, the color of approval could not be concealed. Their conversation was heard in its entirety by Han Qianlong. The face does not change its color, and it is ignored. You're invincible and you're still playing ball? It's not a matter of being a city or world champion. This honors if really go to the game. The perceptions of this world would probably have to collapse. Watching the game is fine. Playing is not. Think back to middle school and high school, especially in junior high school. At that time, the pressure of study is not that big. When there is a game, half of the male students in the class will gather around the security room door to watch. Sometimes, even the class bell is ignored, and when you return to the classroom, you are punished by standing. When he thought about it, he couldn't help but sigh. That time, it was a real shade. Whether it's basketball or music, it's the age of the gods, and more importantly, the favorite players are still around. In the state of mind it was in, it was really enjoyable to watch. Suddenly thinking of something, he stopped and looked to the sky. After a moment, without changing his face, he withdrew his gaze and continued to step forward. They said God wanted to see the ball. So they took you. And what if my honor wants to watch the ball? Buzz dash. It was with these words that the wind and clouds surged in the western sky, as if there was a powerful force that was controlling the thunder and lightning and dominating the heaven and earth. Somewhere in a mausoleum, bang dash, a large hand suddenly reached out from beside the tombstone. In the next moment, a figure, in a very bizarre, yet very domineering posture, crawled out of the dirt and stood on the ground. Look up at the sky. He heard the word of God. You're dead, but you have an illegitimate son named Bryant, who happens to be 21 years old. He's also a once-in-a-century basketball talent. Right now, you are him. The man looked at his hands, agitated, for a long time. That's right. Resurrection is something that Han Qianhua has been able to achieve perfectly. As long as the other person's soul was still on earth and hadn't been reincarnated as a new person, he could resurrect them perfectly. Just now, he not only resurrected his favorite football player, but also resurrected many people he hoped were still alive, including Uncle Nine. Only the Empress, who wanted to be resurrected the most, could not be brought back to life. The reason is simple. The Empress is not dead. She's just resisting her destiny. Summoning the other party's Yuan Shen and physical body to Earth was something that not only he, but even the strand of divine consciousness that existed in Lin Ruoyu's body, could do. The question is, summoning the physical body and the spirit means that the sanction of destiny will also follow. It would be very irrational to fight against fate before becoming a creator god. That would not only fail to save the Empress, it would kill everyone around her. Therefore, even if he wanted to resurrect the Empress, he could only temporarily dismiss the idea. In his opinion, everything that was not as good as it should be was the result of a lack of strength. Right now, the only thing to do is get stronger. Getting Liang Qin for tutoring. It is a way to become stronger. Soon, Han Qianmo arrived at the classroom designated by the other party. The lights in the classroom seemed to be out, so you could only see through the streetlights outside. The moment he entered the door, Han Qianmo saw, sitting on the table, Liang Qin, reading the books in her hands by the weak light. That's right, it's sitting on the table. Flattering pose. At this moment, Liang Qin, who was wearing black-framed glasses, was staring intently at the introduction to physics in her hand. What she was wearing was still the same long floral dress she had worn during the day. The difference was that the hemline became very short, as if a large part of it had been deliberately torn off, transforming it from a long dress to an ultra-short one. The only hemline is short enough to just cover the important parts. Those thin legs wrapped in black silk were completely exposed. Plus, the heels had fallen to the ground and there was no cover on the feet except black silk. Han Qianma, who saw this scene, suddenly had the feeling of a movie shining into reality. Seemingly sensing his appearance, Liang Qin slowly raised her head, and the moment she saw the other party, her slightly narrowed winks were filled with an evil charm. Jade fingers raised and pushed the black-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose. Her tongue slightly licked her own red lips, and her pretty face covered in smiles was mixed with a trace of satisfaction. Here you go. Sit. Don't worry. The surveillance in this classroom is down. No one will see anything that happens here. As soon as the words left her mouth, her chest was already rising and falling violently, as if there was an excitement that was hard to contain. Milk tea, Lord Demon has learned how to perfectly resurrect a person. As long as it doesn't affect the main plot, Lord Demon will try to make it happen. So, resurrect, my love. Chapter 123, Cultivation is more important. Looking at the other party who was walking towards her, Liang Qin's heartbeat accelerated. So excited that her petite body was trembling slightly. Sneaking up on you, teacher. Haven't had a boyfriend yet. Oh, I know. All of you students, more or less, are interested in your teachers. Have that little bit of fantasies. Her chest heaving violently, she slowly parted her legs. Yes, a teacher's duty is to teach and educate. What isn't teaching? If you want to learn, teacher can teach you anything. Teach you. Glancing at the other party, who was sitting on the table with a provocative but very perverse posture, Han Qianrua spoke faintly. Answer my father's question first. A quantum field where probabilities can only be randomized? Is there any way to make what you want to happen, definitely happen? Like Schrödinger's cat. It could be dead. It could be alive. When there is no observation, it is the superimposed state of dead and alive. The moment it is observed, it collapses into a fixed certain state. Life or death. Random. Not sure. And is there any way that the cat must be dead, or must be alive? After hearing the other party's words, Liang Qin immediately froze in place, her pretty face covered in cold sweat. You, sick, aren't you? Legs are forked. You're talking to me about this? I also cut my skirt short on purpose. As a result on this, buzz dash. Without waiting for her to speak again, a powerful force forcefully suppressed her. She couldn't even continue to act if she wanted to. Noticing that the other party was not answering his question as he wished, Han Qianlong opened his mouth blandly. Who the hell are you? Words follow the law is not invalid. But words are not enough to suppress Liang Qin's soul. There was no response from the other side. That would mean that at this moment, the soul in the body was not Liang Qin, but someone else. Realizing this, he once again used the words follow the law, and this time the target was not Liang Qin, but all the souls in this body. Yet the next moment, instead, the opponent's body convulsed, and immediately afterward, he fainted. The moment the other party fell to the ground, Han Qianma's figure flashed and swept him into his arms. Feeling a soft, boneless delicacy and smelling the familiar scent of the other person's body, he knew that the body in front of him was indeed Liang Qin herself, just the soul, gone. While holding each other, Han Qianmo suddenly realized something and opened his magic pupil to look at the ceiling of the classroom. Next moment, a figure that looked exactly like Liang Qin, who was constantly waving her hands and looking flustered to the extreme, appeared in his field of vision. Mr. Liang Qin, who was in a soulful state, was really in tears at the moment. You can finally see me. Whoa, she asked Han Qianmo to meet her. Originally intended to use Lur Wei, let the other party leave Lin Ruoyu. The so-called inducements are scholarships and even grants to go abroad in violation of the law, and we guarantee that whether the other person has failed the course or not, we will give the diploma, and after graduation, we will recommend the appropriate job. Such an operation is definitely a violation. There is nothing wrong with not being reported and thus penalized by the authorities. Once a report is made, someone is bound to take the blame. She's willing to take the fall. As long as Lin Ruoyu could study well and be successfully selected to enter the Daxia Academy of Sciences, even if it meant ruining her career, she was willing. It was because she knew that Lin Ruoyu was not only the hope of promoting East Ocean University to the top school. What's more, it is a rare talent in the scientific research community of Daxia. Sacrificing the little one for the greater good was well worth it in her opinion. But whoever thought, just through the window, saw the figure of Han Qianma. He suddenly left his body. Then there was nothing to do but float in midair. Screaming, Watching yourself become unlike yourself. I even tore off the hem of my long dress, took off my high heels, and made a flirtatious gesture like a vulgar woman. After Han Qianma entered the classroom, and even seduced each other? She was on the verge of breaking down, not knowing why she had become like this. Keep shouting, that person is not me. Don't believe her. Don't look. Can't look away. But the other guy just couldn't hear. It wasn't until the other man asked the question he wanted to ask and, after realizing the end of it, shifted his eyes and saw his presence. The moment. Liang Qin's entire body was in a trance and collapsed. This current state not only overturned her perception as a physics teacher, but also made her feel an unprecedented fear. If it weren't for not being able to touch each other, she guessed that she would really be unable to suppress the panic in her heart and rush up, hugging the other party and seeking psychological comfort. Han Qianma blandly said, I'd better resurrect you first. He knew that Liang Qin, now, was considered dead. By faking death or shock, the soul returns to the body on its own. Obviously, the current Liang Qin simply couldn't do it, so he judged that Liang Qin was already dead. And the ability of the one who controlled Liang Qin's body should be to take a part of his soul and forcefully squeeze it into someone else's body, and squeeze the souls out of others. In other words, the Liang Qin just now, what lived in her body, was indeed someone else's soul. The reason why the words follow the law did not take effect, it was because the main body sensed the danger and directly crushed this part of the soul, breaking the arm to protect itself. Soon, along with Han Qianma's wave of his hand, Liang Qin's soul managed to return to his body. Not waiting for the stunned Liang Qin to open her mouth, Han Qianmo used words follow law again. Well, first answer the question I just asked. Small scene, the rest, later. Learning and practicing, more importantly. Liang Qin snapped. What the hell? No kidding, classmate. The teacher has just been resurrected and is still in a panic. No words of comfort, no explanations, just come up and ask academic questions. You're afraid you've learned to be obsessed. They say it's the teachers who are squeezing the students. Now it's clearly you, the student, who's squeezing the teacher. Though her heart spat, her body and soul, she couldn't help but move. The God particle, a concept. At first, it was thought that the essence of the quantum world was the most basic, purest energy, randomly combined into one-dimensional superstrings. One-dimensional superstrings then randomly close the loop to form two-dimensional arc strings. 2D then randomly stacked into 3D. In the meantime, the dimly lit room, all the colorful paper figures eyed the same direction. At the end of this direction sat a petite woman in a red cloak. At the moment, the woman was sitting in front of the mirror, covering half of her face and mumbling. So strong. First time I've encountered such a powerful body and soul. He looks like 17 or 18. How come it's so strong? The bright red cherry mouth stroked and outlined a wicked arc. One eye, hidden in the darkness, surfaced with sinister greed. Whoever you are, this girl is going to get you. This is the price you must pay after injuring this girl. The words fell at the same time as her small, pale hand. In the mirror, the half of her face that she had just covered with her hands was now nothing but emptiness and nothingness. Milk tea, explain that a little bit. Han Qianmo's position as the main god is stuck on a bug, and is the main war. If he really followed the rules and cultivated into the main god of the nine heavens continent, resurrecting living beings, he could definitely do it before. Although he was also the main god of the nine heavens continent, he was essentially a god of destruction. Why did you learn to resurrect the living only after you returned to Earth? Because he's originally from Earth. Some of the skills that involve basic laws definitely have to be learned on Earth. Chapter 124, Making an Agreement with Liang Qin. Lightless classroom. After listening to Liang Qin's exposition, Han Qianma had a new epiphany. The probabilities are random, but the choices are not. So does the Tao. It's not certain which Tao can be comprehended. But after the attainment of the way, everything on this path is up to the attainer. 3 lives are not really random. I say there has to be light, before there is light. Think back to Honluck. He concluded, Hianlu is not a pathfinder, but only favored by fate and peeking into the branches of the Tao. To truly turn random into choice, attainment is the only way. Unique, the rule of this ability is, out of all the things within your power, choose one and make it happen for sure. Take for example the previous book throwing. Throwing a book could result in hitting a vase, or being blown away by the wind, or more likely nothing, just falling to the ground. All of these situations, before the results are produced, have the potential to become final, but which result it will be is impossible to know without human interference. However, after using unique, you can choose one of the many possibilities as the only result. For example, if you choose a book to be blown away by the wind, then it will definitely be blown away by the wind. The limitations on Huanlu's use of this ability are that all possibilities must be within his power. He couldn't do it by smashing a book through a wall. This, then, would never happen. But Han Qianlong could do it. Therefore, when he used unique to throw the book, smashing through the wall, not to mention smashing through the earth, could occur. The ability to choose one of the situations within his power, as the only result. Such an ability, seemingly counterintuitive, was actually of little use to him. After all, for him, what is within his power means that he can definitely do it. What can definitely be done? He doesn't need the one to help choose. He can make it definitely happen. The point remains that this ability inspired him. He understood the nature of uncertainty and his state of mind was further enhanced. The moment. Han Qianlong could feel it himself. If the immortality and immortality realm was 100 steps away from the true creation god realm, then the current self had already taken more than 10 steps, though the rest of the way is still not short. But at the current rate of progress, there is indeed a future to be had. After returning to his senses, Han Qianmo looked at Liang Qin, who was sitting on the table in front of him, and unlocked the words "follow the law." He didn't open his mouth to explain, he just looked at the other person, and everything he wanted to say was poured into the other person's brain. Buzz dash! With a tremor in her delicate body, Liang Qin instantly felt a wave of memories that did not belong to her, forcefully surging into her brain. The feeling was as if the body was going to be torn apart, painful but exciting. After receiving the memories, Liang Qinren, as if she had been ravaged by the other party over and over again, was so weak that she almost fainted. Raising her head again, with a blushing face, she hurriedly wiped the corners of her red lips, the hint of crystal that almost dripped down, biting her lip and opening her mouth. So it is, heavily relieved. Her worldview, in this moment, nearly collapsed. This is unbelievable, now that I think about it. What I've been studying and researching for the past decade or two is pretty ridiculous and childish. Han Qianma said blandly, the application surface is just different. There's no point in comparing things from two worlds. Knowledge is not sinful, much less valuable. In his opinion, if it wasn't for the other parties answering questions and solving problems, he himself, perhaps, wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly. Noticing that the other party was about to leave, Liang Qin subconsciously looked up. Wait a minute. Cupping her hands around the hem of her super short skirt, she stood up slowly in her stockings and no shoes. Can you help me recover my skirt? Teacher knows that this is not a difficult task for you. This is the classroom. There were many more students and teachers outside. Just walk out. She didn't have the guts. Han Qianlong stopped and didn't refuse. Seeing that the other party did not say anything, but agreed to help his own favor, and then associated with, just now, the other party also saved himself. Liang Qin's heart cannot help but feel a little guilty. I'm sorry, teacher, before misjudged you. After possessing the memory that didn't belong to her, she learned that the Demon Zun classmate in front of her was really passive, and understand a little. Whether it is Lin Ruoyu or Chen Shui, these women, it is impossible for them to leave each other. With their current cognitive level and state of mind, they don't need to use abstinence to improve their learning efficiency. For once, it is true that one's pattern is small. Han Qianlong didn't dwell on those meaningless things, he just gave the other a curious look. Why are you standing so tall? The skirt would have been short, wearing black silk pantyhose again. You stand so high, it's hard for my father not to see it. Liang Qin shuddered slightly, her pretty face reddening. Didn't you have to use your hands and pretend to touch them when you recovered your skirt? I'm standing up straight. Hello casting spells. Han Qianmo looked at the other party faintly and was silent for a few seconds. No opening. He simply looked at the other man from the feet to the waist, and the other man's skirt automatically grew and returned to its original shape. Recovery is the same as resurrection. The point is not to reach out or to touch. Rather, it's about understanding the current state of the target and knowing the target as it is. After that, it could be perfectly restored using the method of the Great Tao. The first time he mended a skirt for another person, he reached out because at that time he hadn't realized the original state of the skirt. That's what reached out and made up as it went along. By now, he had long had a thorough understanding of this physics teacher's skirt. Of course, not only skirts, other dresses and pants also have an understanding. By the way, you don't need to see again. You just need to know the status of the skirt to make it look good again. That's finished? Looking at her long dress that had been restored as before, Liang Qin had a look of emotion on her face. Is this the power of a demon? It's really hard not to be blown away. After fixing the skirt for the other party, Han Qianmo's face did not change. Come on down. Liang Qin was slightly relieved. Thank you, fellow demon. The moment the stocking-clad feet stepped on the ground, A sense of coldness instantly spread throughout the body from the soles of the feet. Not being able to adjust the first time, she stumbled and flung herself violently into the other woman's arms. Yes. Sorry. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she lost her color, her pretty face covered in panic and scarlet. Han Qianrui, who had wrapped his arm around him to avoid him falling, felt the lightly ripe fragrance with a subdued face. He didn't say anything, but when Liang Qin came to her senses and was about to break free from her bondage, he reached out his hand and nodded on the other party's forehead. In the future, my father may have many more questions to ask you, so you can't die. Looking at the woman who was staring blankly in front of him, her eyes trembling under the light of the sky, he said in an almost commanding tone, "You are the only teacher who knows my father's secrets. In addition to the usual, you will follow the normal curriculum and teach Benjamin what he knows. And when you have time, you will learn more about physics, lest, when this honored one asks you a question, you don't know it either." Liang Qin, who was staring at the other party in a daze, was breathing rapidly, her heart was beating wildly, and her delicate body was trembling slightly uncontrollably because of her powerlessness and nervousness. Yes, I mean, good. Chapter 125, Cos Empress. After watching the other party turn around and directly disappear into thin air, Liang Qin's heart was still unable to calm down. He saved my life, and helped mend the skirt. Another good, studious boy. Give him special care in the classroom and then help him in private. It's only right, too. She's never done anything like this before. She, too, had been adhering to a scornful attitude towards such practices before, but at this moment, instead of feeling disgusted, she was secretly looking forward to it. In the safe house built by the Gao family specifically for Carter and others, looking at the text displayed on the computer screen, one of the henchmen was disappointed with a hint of contempt. Failed. Humph. Sure enough, the Daxia people just can't be relied upon, whether mutant or warrior. All of them are nowhere near as good as our American chestnut fry. Carter was also looking at the computer screen, but had a different view. But the darknet shows that this female inhuman named Little Red Riding Hood is an SSS-ranked bounty hunter. Daxia's inhumans are the equivalent of our American chestnut decoctions mutants. The data was given above. And just looking at the mutant class, she's at the top of the heap as well. What's more critical is that she has taken on a total of 11 missions, and every single one of them was of the highest difficulty. In such a situation, the success rate remains 100%. Its strength. Surely there is no doubt about it. The henchman on the sidelines laughed. The people of Daxia love to make false pretenses. In their words, it is called humane to relations. It's obvious that this 100% success rate of hers was not obtained by strength, but by using certain means. Carter turned back and looked coldly at his opponent. The dark web, founded by our people. You're thinking that she has the ability to infiltrate the management of the darknet and make them, well, her connections. Or do you think that it's the management of the darknet, who are actively helping her with the data falsification? With a sudden shock, the henchman reacted to the fact that he was lifting a stone to hit his own feet. Yeah, people take assignments through the dark web. The dark web is, essentially, again, an institution of its own people. To scold people for going through the back door is to scold one's own compatriots for opening the back door for the other side. It's not just about cursing yourself. Also denied his own just said that Daxia talent like to play the humanities speculation. What is it if you don't punch yourself in the face? Someone from the dark web. There's absolutely no way to get it wrong. The henchman reacted and hurriedly changed his words. The problem, then, is not with that Little Red Riding Hood. Instead, it's out of the target. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he said this. Can't even hold a SSS-ranked bounty hunter. Those guys, are they that tough? Carter wrapped his arms around himself. His eyes, large and narrowed into a line. Most likely, it's the official people of Daxia who are secretly protecting them. Suddenly returning to their senses, all the men nodded. This one is the most likely. If that's really the case, then wouldn't we have been exposed? Carter didn't retort and looked directly at the Lord of the High Family, who was kneeling on the ground not far away. Like a lackey. Use your connections in Daxia to check and find out what the task force is planning and for what purpose. If this time, their goal is, indeed, to get rid of us, then we'll have to retreat for now. On the contrary, we have to put out our full strength and kill those Daxia people in the shortest possible time. She knew that even if the task force hadn't found her now, sooner or later, one day, one will also notice one's presence. One more day in Daxia is a risk. The best thing to do was to investigate the true situation at hand, and then complete the vengeance as fast as possible and leave Daxia. Otherwise, Daxia, which was known as the Forbidden Land for mercenaries, would probably become the burial place for himself and his companions. Kneeling on the ground, Gao Shuabin looked anxious, but still nodded. As you wish, my most honorable Miss Carter. Returning home, Han Qianlong ate a bit of the snack that the two daughters had brought back. Thinking that I might have to find Liang Qin for extra lessons tomorrow, I went to bed early. It's late at night. A slender, slim figure pushed open the door to the room and walked into his room. Without opening his eyes, he knew who the other man was, but the moment he opened his eyes, he was still slightly stunned. This dress, Chen Shui, who was wearing a peculiar purple halter dress, was red in the face. Like it, my beloved master. The long hair that changed to purple fell softly over her snow-white shoulders. Under the moonlight, the skin that showed outside of her dress gleamed and glowed with a white shimmer. No shoes, bare feet on a clean floor give a feeling of a step in the right direction. Everything was so beautiful that people couldn't help but be mesmerized like fairies and magicians in the metaphysical world. Han Qianlong looked mesmerized. Like, this suit, where did you get it? The reason for being out of his mind. Besides the other party's pure and lustful beauty. More importantly, he felt as if he had actually seen the Empress. That's right. He had sensed the Empress's aura before the other party entered the door. The only reason why he wasn't nonchalant was because he knew that the Empress's consciousness was in Lin Ruoyu's body. The current Lin Ruoyu was inferior to Chen Shui in terms of strength and realm, much less have the innate talent of a charming body to achieve such a realistic transformation. In his opinion, this deformation was enough to make it look like a fake. Therefore, even if he felt the aura of the Empress, he could understand that the one outside the door was not the Empress, but Chen Shui, who had furthered her way of change. Smiling sweetly, Chen Shui, who had already walked in front of the other party, enjoyed the gaze of the other party as she carefully admired herself from head to toe. I familiarized myself with the characteristics of your first wife's breath when I attempted to resurrect her before. As for this set of clothes, I don't know the dress characteristics of your Nine Heavens continent, much less what the Empress usually likes to wear. You know what, Cloud Sea? I bought her cosplay costume. I don't know, like it or not. Previously, she had always thought that Lin Ruoyu was the first wife, then thought about it. According to the actual situation to judge, the Empress should be the first wife. Lin Ruoyu can only be considered a first love, on the real first to come. The other party should even be ranked behind himself and Lu Xiuxiu. After all, it's not like ambiguity is a basis for determining a relationship. Han Qianlong nodded. She doesn't have a dress like this, but she likes the color purple. In terms of overall style, it does look similar. Plus, you took her scent and mimicked it almost perfectly. Sighing slightly, he couldn't help it anymore, reaching his hand over and stroking the other man's hair. Can't say it's like. If you don't look at the face, it's practically identical. Chen Shui smiled flirtatiously and pulled out a pair of eye masks from the back. So tonight, we'll skip the faces. Milk Tea searched for the most popular secondary female characters right now. It was found that her temperament did have that slight resemblance to the Empress. It's definitely not appropriate to use it as an image of an Empress, but used as Chen Shui's female Empress look. Well, it's perfect. Chapter 126, The Charm of the Extreme Demoness. The current Lin Ruoyu was equivalent to a Xian realm martial artist, and her eyesight and hearing had been greatly improved, although the soundproof effect of the room is very good. But at the moment, wearing a nightgown, is lying on the bed. She can still hear the noise from the next door. She could hear it, and the Empress inside, naturally, could hear it as well. Listening to the beautiful music theory, the Empress smiled softly. The wench is quite resourceful, and know the reasoning behind not overstepping the bounds of the law. If you get the chance, indeed, it could use a good tune-up. Speaking of which, the Empress thought with amusement, why don't Master take her as a disciple as well? In that case, in terms of seniority, she's also considered Pathfinder's senior sister. It's also a little easier to tune in later. Lin Ruoyu, who had her eyes slightly closed, didn't respond. Being able to feel the other party's feelings, the Empress at this moment certainly knew exactly what kind of mood the other party was in. The Master is asking you a question. And, why are you holding your breath? Isn't it good to be open and honest with yourself? She seems to have missed the point. Same feeling. For the experienced one, it may be just a drizzle. But for Lin Ruoyu, who knew nothing, it was a great shock. Obviously, at this moment, she then overestimated Lin Ruoyu's perseverance. Although it was only a conscious exchange, Lin Ruoyu was still in a period of uncertainty, unable to say a complete sentence in half a day, because at this moment, her head was almost blank. Can. It feels like if one more sister in the division. Also, it's still quite interesting. The Empress tone was slightly stronger. Master is asking you, why are you holding your breath? Biting her lip, Lin Ruoyu tried to control her trembling body. Because the apprentice is afraid they'll hear it. In her opinion, if she can hear the rattling next door, surely the next door can hear this side. She was afraid that the people next door would notice her. That's why he deliberately slowed down his breathing and tightened his body. The Empress smiled, afraid of nothing. Chen Shui is only at Earth Realm strength. How could she hear this subtle change clearly? Pathfinder is fine. So, if you're so agitated, why don't you let him hear you? When he's empty, maybe he'll sneak over and hold you close. Hearing the words hold tightly, Lin Ruoyu's body trembled and her breathing became more rapid. No, I'm not ready yet. No way. Only this one. Never. The Empress's laughter was filled with flirtatiousness, as if it contained a magical power that made it hard to resist. The person he's pining for right now is for his teacher. The fact that the consciousness of the master is in your body means that your body not only belongs to yourself, but also to the master. As the first disciple of the master, and so far, the only female disciple, what reason do you have for selfishly monopolizing this body and denying the pleasures that should have belonged to your master? Lin Ruoyu, whose head had stopped thinking, didn't even realize the robber logic in this paragraph. After hearing the other's words, she immediately felt incredibly self-conscious. Master, too, I'm sorry, you tell me, what should the apprentice do? The Empress smiled in satisfaction. Good disciple. Master didn't blame you. Master is not only looking out for himself, it's more for your sake. That should be clear to you. Lin Ruoyu nodded, feeling a hint of impatience at the other party's eagerness to escape. Well, Master, you say it. Apprentice now, all at your service. The Empress knew that the time was ripe, and that now was the critical time to compel the people. With your subconscious, call out the Pathfinder's name, so that he can hear you calling. When he has locked his consciousness on your body, you will then tell him that there will be no classes tomorrow and that you will be home alone, waiting for him. Lin Ruoyu held down her knees with one hand and her chest with the other, her pretty face covered in flushes. Yes, Master. Afterward, she followed the method taught by the other party, and in her heart, she called out the 3 words Han Shen More. In just a few seconds, there was a response from the other side. Good. Lin Ruoyu was slightly stunned, never expecting that she would actually be able to talk to the other party through the wall. Stunned, he spoke shyly. Don't you even ask me what it's about. Han Qianlong responded. You sought me out, no matter what the reason for it was. Hearing this, Lin Ruoyu's heart completely melted. Unable to suppress her emotions, she sat straight up, put on her shoes, and tried to rush next door. What are you waiting for? It's now. I need to see him now. The Empress hurriedly opened her mouth to berate him. What do you want? Lin Ruoyu, who was about to get out of bed, froze in place. The apprentice wants him. Very much. Already reached the limit. The Empress laughed. Who do you want? Say it clearly. Under the pale moonlight, Lin Ruoyu's pretty face turned red. Han Qian Mo. Demon Lord. The one and only. Master. The Empress knew that the other was talking about a person, and smiled gladly. Thinking about him for what? You are someone's senior sister. You should take care of them like a sister. How can you miss people? This shameful excitement almost made Lin Ruoyu collapse. The apprentice has no bad intentions. My disciple just wants to go over and see what exactly senior brother is doing. How can you be happy like that? The Empress continued to compel. Still need to ask? He's happy. It must be because he knows that you're thinking about him. You're thinking of him, and he's thinking of you. So why not let this thought be pure, without interference? She also wanted to go directly to the next door, but she knew that Lin Ruoyu was the exiled immortal sacred body. It can't just go to waste. Even if you want to be robed with your son, you have to wait until your exiled immortal sacred body has become a great success. Lin Ruoyu, who was breathing heavily, took a deep breath and tried to suppress the fluttering in her heart. So, tomorrow? The Empress responded. Tomorrow, your master will teach you, as a senior sister, how you should take care of your senior brother. Tonight, the master will first teach you the method of casting the heart. In this way, as a senior sister, no matter how many senior sisters you have in the future, and how demonic their hearts are, you won't even suffer. Chen Shui was an innate charming body, and in her opinion, it's only a matter of time before she became a top magical girl. She herself was an extreme witch, the top of the top, and naturally knew well that a witch's ability was simply crushing for a woman of the same level. As the eldest senior sister, her own beloved, she certainly didn't want to see Lin Ruoyu being suppressed by a fellow senior sister. Although the exiled immortal sacred body is not as gifted in seduction as the innate enchanting body, the exiled immortal sacred body is not as talented as the innate enchanting body, but she also had to rely on her experience and skill to train Lin Ruoyu to a level that would be enough to suppress Chen Shui forever. Sister will always be sister. A sister can only be a sister. Primary and secondary can't be messed with. Lin Ruoyu gave a soft enunciation. Well, I will listen to my master's teachings. as the Empress transmitted the scripture of casting the heart into her sea of consciousness. Soon she calmed down and slowly drifted into sleep. Lin Ruai thought that last night's impulse was just a dream. However, when she woke up the next day, she was washing up, suddenly heard Han Qianma behind her, said what time in the afternoon. She couldn't help but feel a delicate tremor at once, realizing that everything last night was not a dream, but the truth. Frozen for a moment, with white foam still on her mouth, she looked at the other person in the mirror, red-faced, and responded, depends on when you get out of class. All right. Chapter 127, The Empress, 3 people are a good teacher. Classroom. For the first time, Han Qianlong wandered off. Last night, he has been complaining about the Empress. Why did he let things come to a screeching halt when he had already succeeded in compelling her? Is this playing with people? In the past, the other side also play their own, but not like this. He even suspected that the other party had realized that he was aware of the other party's existence. That's why they deliberately teased themselves, then thought about it. It was unlikely, he thought. The other party should still be thinking about Lin Ruoyu. The things that Lin Ruoyu said were basically witch's compulsion, but some of them did make a lot of sense. In his opinion, at least the view that the exiled saintly body cannot fall into the way is correct. Lin Ruoyu's state at that time was more due to the Empress's seduction than her own desire to be loved. It's a bit of a sin to just let someone in like that. Although the devil, there is no such thing as sin, but after all, they are their first love. It should be pure and aesthetic. Han's classmates, seeing that the other party had been drifting off, not even realizing that he had walked up beside him, Liang Qin pushed the black-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose, and with the book in her hand, she nodded twice on the other party's table. I'm guessing, teacher, that what you're thinking about has nothing to do with this class, does it? The students in the classroom laughed at this statement. Ha ha ha, all the male students, ready to see the jokes of this man who has gone off the deep end. However, Liang Qin was clustered with willow eyebrows and snapped. What are you laughing at? You guys aren't going anywhere. But did you understand what the teacher said? Anyone who dares to say they heard, will stand up by himself. Answer the teacher's questions correctly and you don't need a test at the end of the semester. You get a straight perfect score. This statement was made. The smiles on everyone's faces were suddenly gone, leaving only a face full of embarrassment. Their hearts couldn't stop complaining. You take what the physics team teaches the school's top student and you teach it in a normal, specialized class. It's weird to hear that. Do you really think that we are all geniuses who have given up MIT and have an IQ of 180 like the school bully? No, you mean well and want to be as fair as possible when it comes to teaching resources. But you should also consider the reality of each person's situation. All about fairness and no consideration of the realities of the people you are teaching. It's not called teaching. It's called torture. Although they muttered this in their hearts, not a single one of them dared to stand up and accuse the other party of being wrong. Apart from the fact that they know that the other person is doing them a favor and they can't be gracious about it. It's more important. They knew that there was really someone in this classroom who could understand the other side's teaching that only the schoolteacher could understand. This man is no one else. Exactly, just wandered off and then got scolded by the teacher. The boyfriend of the well-known flower school bully Han Qianrua. The reason why you want to see the other side of the joke. It's because the other guy stole the goddess from all the male students. It sparked outrage, but in their hearts they have to admit. Perhaps it was really only such a man that was worthy of the unique schoolmarm, though reluctantly, but can't find a reason to disparage people, but that's the only way to see people's jokes. As a result, even if they did, they ended up not being able to see it, and were even scolded by the teacher, turning it into an even bigger joke. At this moment, everyone understood one thing, this schoolgirl's boyfriend cannot be belabored, whether it's in action or mentally. Expecting to see people's jokes gets you no joy at all. All you get is suffocation. Seeing that the crowd didn't speak or stand up either, Liang Qin then let out her breath and turned back to Han Qianma beside her. Teacher will speak again. Please listen carefully. When she finished, she looked at everyone in the classroom. Especially you guys. I don't need actors in my classroom. What's the use of pretending to understand something that you clearly don't understand and acting like you're serious and have understood it? I can even tell you that what was taught today is mandatory for the final exam. If you can't pass the test, you'll have to wait until next year to retake it. Hearing this, the students in the classroom were struck by lightning, and the whole person, in an instant, became bad. Ha! No way! Teacher, are you serious? Ah ha ha ha. Can't learn? You might as well just kill me. Liang Qin ignored the crowd's grief and turned back to Han Qianma, her pretty face slightly red. She said in a voice that only the other party could hear. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Tonight, teacher will help you make it up again individually. But in class, you can't walk away. It's a matter of principle. Han Qianma said blandly. Tomorrow. I have something this afternoon. Liang Qin was slightly stunned. What does something in the afternoon have to do with the evening? Busy for so long? Okay. Still, she didn't say anything more, but nodded in agreement. Then we'll see what happens tomorrow. I'll call you when I have time. Han Qianlong didn't retort. Good. Soon the time came to afternoon. Walking out of the classroom, Han Qianma directly used 1,000 miles voice transmission to ask Chen Shui. I don't have class anymore. How about you? Chen Shui, who had already arrived at the classroom, was slightly stunned, and after calming down, she responded with her consciousness. I'm full in the afternoon. Hey, so sleepy. If I had known, I wouldn't have caused Cloud C last night. Almost killed a person. Do you really think that people are empresses? He's only at the Earth realm level. You're a demon lord, but you don't know how to take it easy. Han Qianlong was slightly relieved. You get some rest tonight. I'll go back first then. Chen Shui heard the end. Why do you feel? You're kinda happy that I have a class this afternoon? Isn't it? Again. Going to Sister Xiao Xiao. Humph. It's like this every time. Pick a time when people are busier and just won't take them. Not happy. Not happy at all. Han Qianlong smiled blandly. Not to lose Xiao Xiao. You go ahead with your classes and call me when school is over. I'll get you straight back. With that, he hung up the real wireless phone. A moment to turn around and return home. Wow dash. The moment he entered the living room, he heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Knowing that the other party is taking a bath, he exhaled slightly, and after sitting on the couch, he fumbled for the TV remote with a feigned calmness. Bathroom. Lin Ruoyu, who noticed that the other party had returned, trembled. Tilting her head back, she turned to the lotus flower, and her pretty face, dampened by the water jet, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. He's back. Master. What to do? What should I do now? There was a hint of anticipation mixed in the Empress's bland tone. Temperance. There's an old saying on your planet. 3's a crowd, 1's a teacher. Don't worry. For experience in this area, if Master dares to say first, no one in the 9 heavens continent dares to say second. Even the demon lord that your heart longs for in front of your master, is also a younger brother. Just follow the instructions of your master. Mage guarantees that this will become the best memory you will ever have. Lin Ruoyu, whose pretty face was red, her beautiful eyes widened. What's the point of having 3 people to learn from? Why does this sound weird? It always feels like, I think I've heard someone say it before? Chapter 128 Running in Both Directions. With an apprehensive yet expectant mood, Lin Ruoyu, who had finished her bath, wore a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. The moment she saw the other woman, she feigned surprise and turned shyly. You're back. I'll go get dressed first. Like a lotus flower out of the water. People can't help but see the light. Crossing his legs, sitting on the sofa and pretending to watch TV, Han Qianrua pretended to be calm. Getting dressed for what? Lin Ruoyu was slightly stunned and frozen place. You ask this question. We're going to discuss very serious issues later. Without clothes, how can we discuss it? It's too shameful to say it outright. She's going to start with study together, learning to learn, atmosphere too, before making further plans. However, without waiting for her to take another step, Han Qianma, who had disappeared into the sofa, was already standing behind her. Looking at the other party's back and smelling the scent of shampoo emanating from the other party's body, Han Qianlong exhaled slightly. Don't bother, Ruoyu-senpai. I love you. It took a whole 100,000 years for him to realize that his destiny with the other party had already begun at a very young age. He was only 5 years old at that time, and the other man, only a year or two older than him. Bullying doesn't just exist in middle school or high school, it exists in kindergarten as well. At that time, he was bullied by a group of faster developing and much taller peers, covered in mud and wretched. Just as he was being punched and kicked by the group and struggling in the mud, a big sister appeared, and helped him to get rid of his peers. He remembers that his big sister was also injured, but after chasing off the bullies, she just touched his head, smiled, and turned away. This incident, in his heart, planted a seed. That clean and innocent smiling face was also forever etched in his mind. But since then, he never saw the tall, thin big sister again. The memory, like a dream, was tucked away in the depths of his memory. Later, he meets a fat schoolmate who becomes his classmate. Later, he felt that this fat sister looked familiar, but could not remember where he had met, but only felt that when he saw the other side, it was very reassuring, very friendly. After 100,000 years, he returns to Earth and reads The River of Time. I realized that the tall, thin big sister had not forgotten him after that encounter. She thought it was because she wasn't strong enough to get hurt, and that's why she almost didn't get to keep that brother. so she started working out. The force became stronger, until one day she fell. Congenital insufficiency results in a series of organ injuries that require hormone infusions to recover. As she got better, she got fatter every day. Before entering high school, at 5 feet 7 inches, she weighed close to 200 pounds. My wish to become Hercules and protect my brother came true, but she lost the courage to confess her feelings to the other. In the long river of time, those past events, like a slideshow, played in front of Han Shanma. When I was stopped for protection money in 4th grade, the bully pointed to the alley behind me, yelled the word monster, and ran away. In 6th grade, the homeroom teacher who shaded him for not wanting to order milk was found in a trash can, bruised and unconscious. First year, the so-called class bully, after terrorizing him once, volunteered to be his little brother. Junior year, high school, through the vertical and horizontal long river of time, Han Qianma saw, the time you put yourself in a freezer. The man who saved himself didn't just open the door to the freezer. Instead, they stopped the bullies and beat the crap out of each other. Up to this point he had realized, that body like a bear, the strength of the sister, is not someone else, is exactly 5 years old when he saved himself once, and after that secretly saved himself countless times. The tall and thin big sister. It was just that the other person had changed his appearance and he had failed to recognize him. In the living room, upon hearing Lord Demon's sudden confession, Lin Ruoyu instantly froze in place, her beautiful eyes wide and at a loss for words. Why all this talk all of a sudden? Looking at the big sister in front of him, Han Qianma's eyes are like stars, and he has a lot of feelings. They say you got fat because of hormones, but I know that you're getting fat because you don't control your appetite. He knew that the other man was not a glutton for punishment. Why don't you control your appetite? It's because the other person always believes that the only way to have more strength is to eat more. There is a greater force to be able to protect those you want to protect. The one that the other person is trying to protect at all costs, even at the expense of getting fat, is none other than yourself. Lin Ruoyu, looking at each other with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. You're obese because you're a glutton. You deserve it, don't you? Just about to open my mouth and voice my displeasure. Han Qianma, who didn't realize that there was a serious problem with his expression, suddenly reached out and cupped her cheeks. Thank you, Wakuyo-senpai. In the future, together we will. Live long. A slight tremor ran through his already open mouth, but he never managed to make a single sound. Staring blankly at the man in front of her, Lin Ruoyu's heart completely melted. All of her unhappiness and apprehension, all of it dissipated, leaving only a full of emotion. Well, good. Whether it was a movie or reality, it was the most romantic thing she'd ever heard. Not a marriage proposal. Far better. Han Qianlong has no skills, only feelings. In this moment, relying on the feeling in his heart, he made the manliest decision he had ever made. Don't say anything, just kiss it. Woo. Without a bit of resistance. The moment she was kissed, Lin Ruoyu closed her eyes and her jade arms tightly embraced the other party's neck. Right at this moment, starting from the feet of the two of them, 100 flowers bloomed, and everything around them, like a tide, faded away, turning into an endless grassland under a vast river of stars. The stars twinkle and the egg-sized fireflies, together with the stars, illuminate the entire field. A breeze blew. The coverings on the duo's bodies all turned into pieces and drifted away with the wind. Lin Ruoyu, who had lost her cover, subconsciously opened her beautiful eyes, her hands intertwined, her pretty face covered in blush. The stars and the fireflies, like bright lights, illuminate each other in every detail. Looking at the ice skin and jade bones in front of him, the beauty of the school sister, Han Qianma did not say anything, directly embraced the other party in his arms. Tenderness unlimited. Chapter 129, Chen Shui, Lord Demon. Please open the microphone to communicate. The empty, bright space, echoed the fairy's question. What if that one? What to do? For later. Later, may I be like the stars and the king like the moon, and the nightly streams of light brighten each other. What do you mean? I want to be happy with you like this forever. Snap, snapping fingers. Congratulations, the wish was successful. Chapters missing, garbled, lost text. Is force majeure, found similar problems. You can try to refresh the interface or. Self-explanatory. 6:30 in the evening. Chen Shui, who was looking at her cell phone, was speechless. What's going on? Why is it always out of service? They don't get 1,000 miles a day. No, it should be 10,000 miles a day. Hi to foreign countries, right? Humph. I can't believe you didn't call me for this kind of hi-fi. What an abomination. The they she refers to must be Han Qianma and Lu Xiuxiu. After all, how could she have ever imagined that in Lin Ruoyu's head, there existed a head witch who was even more of a witch than she was? Lin Ruoyu, who originally needed 100 episodes to be taken down. Early from Jade, too, not only did he succeed in taking down the Demon Lord, but he also trapped the Demon Lord in the domain, unable to break free. Thinking that the possibility of Lord Demon and Lu Xiao going abroad should be unlikely. At this moment, it should still be in the water show group. Chen Shui, who coldly grunted, is not discouraged but excited. If you won't give me the opportunity to team fight, then this captain will take the initiative and create the opportunity. Team, your captain is here. Please open your microphones for communication. The moment she made the decision, an uncontrollable excitement had already surged within her heart, and even her slender and slim body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Trying to suppress the excitement generated by the anticipation of teamwork, she got into the new energy she had just purchased and drove in the direction of the Shihui group. 10 minutes later, the car arrived under the office building. Parking her car in the parking space on the side of the road, Chen Shui carried her small school bag and rushed into the gate with quick steps. Water show group, it's on the 22nd floor, right? Having never been here, I only remembered that Lin Ruoyu had said that the floor rented by Shui's show group was on the 22nd floor. The security guard at the door seemed to be murmuring something, too agitated to bother with her. Bull, that's awesome. How could there be such an awesome person? Chen Shui was a bit disgruntled. Hey, does this lady look like air? Give a face if you don't want to answer. Even if you want to be like the security guard in the novel and suppress me, the heroine. It's time to be professional too. Just ignore. Does that count as tugging? If so, this version of suppression is too far ahead of its time. After all, I'm not a bad dresser. And I'm not ugly. Brainless suppression is not as brainless as you are. What's going on? On a hot day, why do I suddenly feel a coolness? It's hard to believe that this is the so-called killing chi? The guard turned around in shock, only then realizing the presence of the other man. I'm sorry. What did you just say? Please say it again. Chen Shui was somewhat speechless. I just want to confirm that the water show group is not on the 22nd floor. You just need to answer yes or no, please. The guard's eyes widened and he was once again spellbound. Bull, that's awesome. You can't even imagine. That female president. How awesome she really is. Chen Shui. Psychopath. Late stage. Identification complete. However, just as she turned away and walked towards the elevator entrance, the security guard standing at the door shouted in excitement. Not the 22nd floor. It's every floor here. Chen Shui, however, was unimpressed and ignored it. Walked straight into the elevator. Not the 22nd floor, but every floor here? It means that Lu Xiao bought the whole office building. Really sick. And very sick at that. Suddenly noticing something, Chen Shui was slightly stunned. It's not right. This mentality of mine is clearly a precursor to being punched in the face. What's the situation? It's hard to believe that Lu Xiao has really bucked the trend. I who don't want to believe. About to be punched in the face by someone else pretending? Unable to resist cursing the nationalist, Chen Shui was speechless. This young lady is the leading lady, getting punched in the face by a roadie. Science? So dangerous. Luckily, this young lady is quick-witted and avoids embarrassment in advance. She had a hunch. Water show group, really happened a huge change. Lu Xiao is likely, really reverse. But she was puzzled. I clearly remember that Lu Xiao refused Lord Demon Lord's help, so how did she buck the trend? Really on her own? But it's only been a few days? Just from a little old boss with a few million in assets to a big enough boss to buy an entire building? If that's the case, that does seem a bit awesome. This building, at least, costs a few $100 million. In a few days, the value has risen from a few million to a few $100 million or even $1 billion. What is it if not bull? She didn't know how the other party did it, and in order to avoid being punched in the face, she chose to believe the security guard downstairs for the time being, and to find out the truth with a gesture of humility, with doubt and disbelief, came to the water show group. As soon as she entered, she saw the employees cheering. Yes, it was awesome. A surprised Chen Shui casually patted the shoulder of a female employee and opened her mouth curiously. You guys, what's getting high? A company party? All employees indulging together? That's just too sick. Besides, I don't see you guys taking off your clothes. The woman who was tapped on the shoulder was excited but kept her wits about her. You are? Chen Shui briefly introduced herself. Chen Shui, you're Mr. Lu's friend. What are you guys doing on? The female employee was instantly excited. You don't know? Mr. Lu is rich. We're going to get rich along with it. Yes, that was awesome. Chen Shui was somewhat speechless. What fortune? You keep screaming cool, cool, cool. Tell me clearly where, why and how cool it is. The woman employee was so agitated and breathless that she couldn't explain herself at all. It's a long story. You You'd better go to the office yourself and ask Mr. Lu himself. When she finished, she returned to the crowd, opened a bottle of champagne, and poured it over herself. Fortune, fortune, swing for the fences, swing for the fences, y'all get high, ow. Chen Shui cried and laughed, and could only turn around, walking around the crowd in the direction of the president's office. At this moment, she remembered what Lin Ruoyu had said earlier, can't help but sigh. The atmosphere of the water show group is, indeed, great. The boss is rich, the employees are happier than the boss. Such a company, I'm afraid it's hard to find with all the lanterns. Chapter 130, shooting an 80-episode drama in 2 days? Sister Xiao, what's going on here? The moment she walked into the president's office, Chen Shui saw that Lu Xiao, at this moment, was still anxiously making phone calls. Sister Xiao? Lu Xiao subconsciously turned back, hurriedly put down the phone in her hand, rushed to the other party, and grabbed the other party's wrist. Where's Pathfinder's brother? His phone? Why hasn't he been able to get through? Chen Shui glanced at Han Xiaowan next to her, her face full of confusion. I thought you had him. No? And where would he go? Lu Xiao didn't answer inside before picking up her cell phone and continuing to dial. Chen Shui had no choice but to look at Han Xiaowan. Han Xiaowan poured a glass of water for the other party and gestured for them to sit down and talk again. Here's the deal. There's been a huge change in the Akita Group. Then, Mr. Lu became the largest shareholder of the Autumn Group. This office building was originally the property of the Akita Group. So now, it has also become Mr. Lu's asset. The cluelessness in Chen Shui's eyes became clearer. Changes in the Fall Group. Sister Xiao became the biggest shareholder? Are you speaking Chinese? How come I can't understand it? She was also considered to be in the circle of rich people. How could she not know that the Autumn Group was the family property of the Wang family, which was the entire East China Sea business community, ranking third among the top magnates? The Lu family and the Wang family can be said to be at odds. Changes in the Akita Group. How did Yu Su become the biggest winner? Han Xinwan calmed the other man's emotions and took control of her own. You should watch this video first. After saying that, she pulled out a tablet and tapped on the video inside before placing it in front of the other party. The current chairman of the Akita Group has strangely disappeared. Only a copy of the will was left, along with a copy of the information, on the desk in the chairman's office. The contents of the will are roughly as follows. The majority of the Akita Group's estate came from the illegal looting of the Hensan Trading Group. The Akita Group, after viciously competing and bringing down the Hensan Trading Group, used bribes and other means to take over all of the Hensan Trading Group's properties. That's what makes it what it is today. The current chairman of the Akita Group, Wang Yuanfu, said in his will, he also formally took over the company before learning that Uncle Lu, whom he had respected since he was a child and who had been so good to the Wang family, had ended up being killed by his own father. Unable to accept this fact in his heart, that's why he chose to kill himself and transferred the largest shares of the Akita Group to Uncle Lu's only daughter, making her the new chairman of the Akita Group, because in Wang Yuanfu's opinion, all this, originally, belonged to the family. The information left behind by Wang Yuanfu is not only evidence of the Akita Group's illegal suppression of the Xianshan Group, but it also shows that this daughter is the newcomer to the business world in East China Sea, the chairman and CEO of the Shueisho Group, Lu Xiao. Seeing this, the video hadn't finished yet, but Chen Shui felt as if she had watched a drama with at least 40 episodes. The amount of information obtained can be overwhelming. This, science? Lu Xiao, who still hadn't gotten through, sighed and met the gaze of the other party and walked up to them. I checked. It's true. It's just that the existence of that evidence is somewhat unreasonable. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't specialize in keeping these meaningless things and planting hidden dangers for myself. Chen Shui inhaled slightly. So, it really was Lord Demon who helped you get it? Except that everything Wang Yuanfu said was the truth and not a play he directed? Lu Xiao nodded. It should be. All that's why I wanted to ask him why he didn't even say anything ahead of time when he did all this. Not that I blame him for being too opinionated. The main thing is that I really wasn't prepared for this kind of mess. Chen Shui smiled awkwardly. This matter? I'm afraid it's already known all over the city. Your parents at home, your brother, didn't come to you for money? Han Xiaowan seemed to know something, but didn't say anything and just looked at Lu Xiao. There was a moment of silence before Lu Xiao nodded. Following that, Han Xiaowan showed Chen Shui the second video. The scene shows Lu Jiaojiao at home, still arguing with her parents and brother. You guys, be honest, as parents, did you ever really love me or not? If I really loved me, I'd be in such a sorry state by now. Why are you guys still forcing me? He is your son. He is going to buy a house and a car and get a wife. What about me? Am I not your daughter? Don't I need to spend money and be loved? Why should I marry an old man for him? just for that measly several $100,000 of dowry. Oh, alright, tell you the truth. Both of you, including your sister, were not born to either of us. We picked it up, raising you for 20 years for nothing. Shouldn't you be grateful? So what if you marry the old man? For your brother's happiness, shouldn't you? What? I'm not your own? That is to say, the reason why you guys changed your attitude and treated me so well after Lu Xiaoxiu ran away from home, not because of awakening, but because you were worried that I would run away too, which is why you pretended to be nice to me and tricked me into staying. For the future, sell your daughter to raise your children? What's selling a daughter to raise a child? Second sister, don't make it sound so ugly, will you? Mom and dad are doing this for your own good. You're all played out now. Normal people, who would want you? The old man is rich, sick, and won't last more than a few years before he's hiccuped. Tough. It's only a few years. In a few years, you'll inherit more than half of his family fortune. It's exciting to think about. Excite your mom. You're so excited. You go fuck that old thing. I'll do the nasty stuff. I'll do it, and when I get the money, it's all yours? Fuck you. You're just a bunch of dog animals. Dash. A sudden splash of blood hit the head of the living room surveillance camera, stained the entire living room. Crap. Chen Shui raised her eyebrows and her body shivered. Not only is Lu Jiaojiao's adoptive parents and younger brother, even she, also did not expect, always soft Lu Jiaojiao, but suddenly copied the fruit knife on the table. One little friend at a time. 3 knives went down, stabbing 3 people directly to death. Not only that, as you can see through the scarlet image, after that, Lu Jiaojiao was still frantically mending. It wasn't until the 3 were chopped into mincemeat that they slowly stopped. Looking at the bloody picture, Chen Shui gulped and looked back at Lu Xiaoxiu in front of her. And that's true? Lu Xiaoxiu nodded. The video is from yesterday. I looked it up, and my biological father is, indeed, Lu Xian, the chairman of the Xianshan Trading Group. The parents I always thought of as, were actually employees of my biological father's company. Back then, my biological father was driven to extinction by the Wang family. And in a moment of desperation, he gave everything of value to my adoptive parents. Let them take me, and my sister, who is not yet a year old, and go into hiding. As a result, it wasn't enough that the 2 of them squandered that money, but they also put all the pressure of mucking around as well as raising kids on me and my sister. And finally, we were told that they raised us and that we both should be grateful. Eyes already red, she took a deep breath and touched the long-healed, but still palpable bruise on her head. I had a head injury, but how I got it, I don't remember. Perhaps it was because of that injury that I forgot my memories before I was 5. That's what made me think that the 2 of them were my real parents, and the son of the 2 of them, my real brother. Chen Shui covered her forehead with one hand and shook it. Wait a minute, give me a break. With all the commercial fights ahead of us, we could do at least 40 episodes. With the family feud behind it, it's almost 40 episodes as well. Her beautiful eyes gradually widened as she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. A full 80 episodes. 2 days. It's only been 2 days, and our demon lord has given it a shot? This efficiency, it's outrageous. Han Xiaowan had a look of emotion on her face, her beautiful eyes round and unfocused, not knowing what she was thinking. Lu Xiaoxiu did not retort, as if she had been standing before and suddenly sat down. Her heart was incredibly relaxed and cozy. She pulled out the phone and called again, wanting to share that joy with that man, and the phone still doesn't work. In the meantime, in the field, Lin Ruoyu, who had lost her flowery face, kept crying out inwardly. Too much. Why is he so much? It's been a non-stop influx. People are bursting at the seams with him. Although the Empress's response was calm, it could be clearly felt that the breathing sound was still slightly rapid. He's a demon lord. Of course he has a lot of demonic energy. Hold on a little longer. He's trying to open your Rin and Duda veins. Once he does, your Dantian will be filled with demonic chi. The realm will also directly break through from the Xian realm to the Heaven realm. Chapter 131 Breakthrough. Martial Zone. 1 hour later. Boom dash. With a loud bang, a ripple was created in the empty space of the field. It was only after another half an hour that Lin Ruoyu awoke from her coma. Before he could open his eyes, he heard the voice of the Empress. Awake. A direct breakthrough to the martial zone realm. The master really wasn't wrong. Exile the immortal sacred body, not to be encountered in 10,000 years. Even on earth where aura is thin, as long as one cultivates in the right way, strength can also soar. And the sun and moon are different. Lin Ruoyu responded feebly. You always say exile the immortal sacred body. This physique, what is so special about it? The Empress explained. Immortals in the sky fall into the mortal world and are called banished immortals. The prerequisite for being able to become an exiled immortal is to have been an immortal before. Since they are immortals, their talent and enlightenment must be top-notch. The true meaning of banished immortals is, immortals who are extremely gifted and have accomplished something are hidden in the mortal world. Possessing the exiled immortal saint body means that this person, in the early stages of cultivation, will be very swift. One doesn't even need to cultivate, only epiphanies. It's also what you earthlings call remembering the big code to gain a realm that no one else can get even after a lifetime, or even several lifetimes, of cultivation. At the starting line, one is far ahead of the others. The Empress summarized, the talent is already overwhelming, and the starting line is still winning by a large margin. Just tell me, this kind of physique, bullish or not, reasonable or not? Lin Ruoyu, it is indeed a bit unreasonable. The key person really didn't want to cultivate. Hey, forget it. Practice for fun. Skillfulness is not a problem. Learn more, and in the future, perhaps, you will be able to help your senior brother. Master, you just said that apprentice has a big number? The Empress responded. There is, I guess. Exactly who it is and what kind of existence it is, Master can't sense it right now. When I came to Earth before, my master noticed that there was a time when Earth was also a blessed place with abundant aura and a mix of gods. It's not unusual for there to be monks and immortals. Now that Earth's aura is thinning, for some reason, and thus unable to leave Earth and go to a higher dimension, there must be great powers that can only hibernate on Earth. It's just not much. Lin Ruoyu breathed a slight sigh of relief. Right, she was just asking. She didn't care about the so-called last life. After 2 seconds of idle chatter, she slowly opened her eyes, but didn't see the face she was expecting. Where are the people? It was also at this time that a gentle voice responded to her. I'm here. The moment the words appeared, a cloud of broken pieces of powder polymerized around the icy muscles and jade bones. Like a step back in time, it converged into the original dress. Glancing at her body in amazement and looking up again, Lin Ruoyu realized that she had returned home. At this moment, Lord Demon, Junior Master, boyfriend, is in the kitchen brewing tonics. What delicious food. It smells so good. Han Qianmo bashfully turned around, greeted the shy embrace of the other party, and the other party let her exchange after some, looking at the other party's face covered with red color. Gentle opening. Yang Ling fruit, 100 flowers dew, beautiful purple heavenly fragrance. Make it into porridge. It's both delicious and a great tonic, and it increases the aura in you. Glancing at the medicinal soup in the furnace, without waiting for Lin Ruoyu to speak, the Empress in her consciousness became agitated. This is my teacher's favorite agar. Though it is not fine wine, it is better than fine wine. For, it has his flavor in it. Come on, try a bowl. Although Master now has no body to absorb the aura inside, and yet you can feel it through your taste buds. Quickly, let Master be satisfied. Hurry. Lin Ruoyu took the bowl handed to her by the other party in a pretense of calmness, blowing it up as she inquired. Aren't we cultivating demons? Still need to increase your aura? Han Xianlong knew that the other party was deliberately looking for words in order to hide his heart, but he didn't break it down and answered the other party's question. You are the exiled immortal saint body, more suitable for absorbing aura. Of course, demonic fairies are also fairies. In my opinion, cultivating demons and fairies is just a different path. There is no essential difference. At the end of the day, if you want to break through the bottleneck, you'll all have to dual cultivate as devil immortals. I said before that I would set up a spirit gathering formation for Xinhuan. I haven't been able to get it in the last couple days. I don't have class tomorrow morning, so I'll take the time to get it done. At that time, when you and Chen Shui are free, if you want to cultivate magic, you can cultivate magic. And if you want to cultivate immortality, you can cultivate immortality. Don't worry about rejection or anything. I'll take care of it. Lin Ruoyu tried to remain calm as she listened to the Empress's feelings and even whispers in her head. Well, but I still prefer practicing magic. Cultivation with formations. Cultivation of the devil uses people. How can cultivation of immortality be comparable to cultivation of magic? Han Qianlong nodded. Fix it any way you want. After saying that, he took the other party's surplus waste and swept the other party into his arms. Wu family villa. The man who had made a move to kill Jiang Yunrui before had now become the junior leader of this side, responsible for contacting the master of the palace of the Panglong group. On the phone, he elaborated the current situation on this side to the other party. Earlier, we were going to use the knife to kill people. Let the Wang family deal with that reaper. In this way, not only can we test the depths of the god of death, it can also take the opportunity to get rid of the Wang family, which has colluded with the Easterning people and has been in a competitive relationship with us all along. Now, it's true that the Wang family is gone, but the identity of that reaper is getting more and more confusing. Even now, I can't be sure if the person who got Wang Yuanfu killed was that college student or not. After a few moments of silence, the master on the other end of the phone spoke of his own arrangements. Don't worry, wait and see. Men are burnt out. What Wu Zihao and Jiang Yunrui did in the East China Sea, although it was not your intention, or even something they did behind your back, but they're always from the Granite Dragon Palace, and if the other side is determined to take revenge, it's only a matter of time before they find us. Although I don't think he can be an enemy of our Granite Dragon Palace, I still think that it's better to strike first in anything. What's more, Wu Zihao's masters, brothers, and sisters, have all been unable to sit still. I'm afraid that, without waiting for you to say anything, they will descend to the East Sea and kill everyone. The woman on the other end of the line knew that this was what the other woman wanted to say. Erase their names from the dragon list. In the future, their behavior, and my Granite Dragon Palace, will no longer have anything to do with it. What they do back there, you don't have to care, and you don't have to care. This time, with them out of the way, plus that group of Easterning peoples testing, should be able to tell a little bit. The man then breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a hint of anticipation. Yes, Your Highness. In the meantime, at the back of the EGL school, a large group of EGLs had gathered in the council hall, and on every single one of their faces, there was a hint of anger. Isn't Wang Wenfu our dog? The Akita group, isn't that our thing? How is it that in just a few days, became something for that Daxiao woman? Bakayalu. Chapter 132, Opening the Spirit Gathering Formation. Instilling Spiritual Qi for Cousin. Dongyong Chamber of Commerce. Full name East Asia Co-Prosperity Chamber of Commerce. It is an international chamber of commerce with shares held by the Cabinet of Ministers of Japan, founded in Japan, which is open to all of East Asia and South Asia, the scale of the entire Asia, but also the existence of the top three. The chamber does only two things. The first is to make money to blood the Eastern Cabinet. Secondly, to invade various countries in Southeast Asia in the form of economy and culture, and to occupy the country at the economic and cultural levels. Years ago, the Dongyong Chamber of Commerce dealt with Dacia through capital entry and cultural propaganda, but with the awakening of the national bloodlust of the Dacia people, this way of theirs has become difficult. In Dacia, it has even reached the point where, as long as it is financed by the Easting people, it has to be boycotted by the whole country. For this reason, the Dongrong Chamber of Commerce could only change its course of battle in Dacia, replace capital intrusion with puppet control. The so-called puppet control is not to invest directly in a certain enterprise, but to control a group of people, so that this group of people with their help will develop rapidly and become the elite of the Dacia society. After that, then control the country of Dacia by controlling this group of people, including but not limited to the economy. The Donghai Wang family is one of them. The Akita Group, which is owned by the Wang family both explicitly and implicitly, is an enterprise founded and operated by Dacia people. In reality, however, 3 generations of the Wang family, including Wang Yuanfu, have had close relations with the East. Plus, the family already had some leverage over the Easterlings. The Akita Group has a clean and simple asset structure, but in reality, it is a true Japanese company. Of course, that was 2 days ago. Now, the company is no longer called Akita or Wang. Instead, it became Shueisyu, with the last name Liu. The moment. This group of Dongrong Chamber of Commerce executives in the council chamber could be described as incredibly depressed. Because how could they not expect that the puppet that the Chamber of Commerce had worked so hard and spent countless manpower and material resources to foster would suddenly become someone else's possession one day? What's even more frustrating is that this person is not on his own training list and does not even know him. It is more than unexpected. It's like 1,000 miles from the unexpected. Who could accept such an outcome? Seeing that everyone was in a sulky state, as the head of the Ministry of Commerce, Takayoshi Tanaka definitely had to say a few words. The facts are right in front of us, and it doesn't make much sense to dwell on the reasons why. The senior officer next to him said, "Are you saying that it's better to do what we did before and directly take action against that Dacia woman named Lu Xiuxiu?" Takayoshi Tanaka didn't argue back. Lure first, then bully. The Akita Group is the property of our Chamber of Commerce, and if she wants to be in charge of the Akita Group, she can, but only if she becomes the Chamber's loyal dog first. Otherwise, there's no business touching the empire. The head of the Budo department, Mikami Kensuke, had an indifferent look on his face. Why don't you just kill her? In his opinion, dogs should be raised from childhood. Otherwise, what is the point of having a school for the Japanese in Dacia? Halfway through a buyout, the success rate is low. Once you fail, you have to kill the other person in order not to expose yourself. He understood. Think Lu Xiuxiu this person. The probability will not accept the Chamber of Commerce's lure. Bait and switch, go through a set of processes. Odds are it will still fail, and if it fails it will still kill her. Instead of being an afterthought to wrap things up, might as well just kill it and reduce the likelihood of exposure. Takayoshi Tanaka shakes his head. She's now a popular figure in the business world of the Eastern Sea, and the takeover of the Akita Group has even made it onto the Dasha's hot search. It's too blatant to get her killed now. Follow the process first, try it. If it doesn't work, then find a way to catch her family as a handle. If it still doesn't work, then your martial arts department will step in. Anyway, there's absolutely no way the Akita Group will let her take it for nothing. The crowd nodded in agreement. Only then did Kenzuka Mikami not continue to speak, wringing his katana and closing his eyes as if he were holding something back. Just then, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the katana that was constantly trembling in his arms with a stunned expression. My spring water. Awakened. The crowd's faces changed. Confused. Tanaka Takayoshi looked at the katana in his opponent's hand, which was still pulsating, and was equally stunned. What does awakening mean? It's shaking on its own? Kenzuka Mikami nodded. Harumi is a demon sword. Master told me that demonic swords usually have blade spirits. It's just that the aura in this world is too thin and all the spirits are asleep. Now that the spring water has produced a pulsation, that means, the blade spirit has awakened. The awakening of the spirit of the sword also means, the henchmen on the side seemed to understand what was going on and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. It means that the aura of this world, revived? Hearing these words, everyone present was stunned. Whether they were martial artists or not, they all knew what the revival of aura meant to the entire world. It's not just this group of Easterlings. The martial artists and foreigners from all over the East Sea were shouting in excitement. The aura has revived? The aura has finally revived. I can break through the ceiling. The time that belongs to Lao Tzu has finally come. In the meantime, in the bachelor pad where Chen Shui previously lived, all the women, including Chen Shui, were looking at Han Xianma in the center of the living room, their foreheads covered in cold sweat, until Chen Shui opened her mouth. Aura revival. What the hell does that mean? It's a bachelor pad, but it's a great size. After Han Xinwan moved in here, Lu Xiaoxiao followed. The two women converted the only bedroom into a study-cum-office and put two beds in the living room, separated by curtains. Figured it would be convenient to make it that way since no one else usually comes over anyway. At this moment, including the two single beds, all the furniture has been emptied by Lord Demon. In the empty living room, on the floor, a round of law runes, like gears, emitted a white light and kept rotating. This is the spirit gathering formation. Only, when Lord Demon was setting up this formation, there seemed to be some problems. Responding to Chen Shui as well as the doubts of the crowd, Han Xianrua opened his mouth blandly. The prerequisite for setting up a spirit gathering formation is that the earth has to have enough aura. Obviously, earth doesn't. So, I'll use the law of creation, which has just touched the threshold, to change the energy laws here. Try to convert the heat and kinetic energy in the air into the most basic aura. If it succeeds, the aura in the spirit gathering formation will be inexhaustible. Although the speed of coalescence isn't really fast, but it's also much more convenient than converting aura with my magic chi. The wide-eyed Chen Shui pursued. And then? Failed? Han Xianlong shook his head. It worked. Only the intensity seemed a little too fierce, making the formation bigger. The moment the words fell, the field of vision quickly enlarged. If at this time, someone can be in the sky, overlooking the entire East China Sea, he must be able to see. The entire East Sea was covered by a huge spell formation. Han Xianlong sighed slightly. For you, there is no effect, but for the entire East Sea, is that the aura is revived. Chapter 133, Half Demon. The entire Eastern Sea? Lin Ruoyu, who had wrapped her arms around herself, was thoughtful. You mean the scope of the spirit gathering formation is the entire East Sea, and not limited to this apartment? Han Xianlong nodded. That's pretty much it. Lu Xiaoxiao asked. There's no need to cheapen irrelevant people. Why don't we get a new one? Han Xianlong shook his head. It can be redone, but the quality, maybe not so much. Chen Shui didn't understand. What do you mean? There's a difference in quality in this thing called aura? Han Xianlong looked to the other side. The earth has been silent for tens of thousands of years. The concentration of aura has been kept extremely low for tens of thousands of years. It means something, you know? Chen Shui looked bewildered, glancing at the equally bewildered Lu Xiaoxiao, and then at the even more bewildered Han Xiaowan, shaking her head. I don't know. At that moment, the thoughtful Lin Ruoyu opened her mouth. An era of abundant aura existed before, and that proves that the earth itself, too, is capable of generating aura. Silence is also hibernation. What Brother Pathfinder turned on was not only the switch for the conversion of energy into aura, but also the valve for the spirit storage pool. Although the efficiency of the earth in generating aura has remained at a very low level after the end times, but after all these years, the water in the pool must have accumulated quite a bit. Don't forget, the essence of this formation is still a spirit-gathering formation. It's only because of Pathfinder's brother's law of creation that it has an additional ability to transform energy into aura. Chen Shui came to a realization. I see. That is to say, what this spirit-gathering formation gathers is not only the aura that comes from energy conversion, but also the aura that the earth itself has been accumulating for tens of thousands of years. As the first spirit-gathering array in tens of thousands of years, the spiritual qi gathered at the beginning is surely the purest and thickest of the lot? Chen Shui looked at Han Qianlong. Do I understand you correctly? Han Qianlong nodded, his eyes shifting between the two women. You're both right in your analysis. All of it. Who dash? Taking a deep breath, all the women in the room, including Chen Shui, couldn't help but look at Lin Ruoyu, because they know that this is not an analysis of two people at all, but the understanding of one person. However, they didn't feel frustrated because their enlightenment wasn't as good as Lin Ruoyu's. Instead, he became excited and surrounded Han Qianma, asking after the method of cultivating aura. They knew that Lord Demon didn't just like smart women. Lord Demon's favorite is still a woman who takes the initiative. Chen Shui tugged on Han Qianma's arm and asked after him, what about back there? What are we going to do back there? Han Qianlong looked at the crowd. Outside, you can only absorb the earth's accumulated aura, and the farther away you get from here, the thinner it gets. This is the eye of the formation, and the aura produced is both that which comes from the transformation of energy and that which has accumulated on earth. It's not an exaggeration to say that cultivating here is half the work. The line of sight fell on Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui, and he first gave an account to these two women. The two of you have tried the law with your bodies, and you have entered the way with the devil, more suitable for cultivating the devil. Plus the aura here, it's not a demonic transformation. Now that they're cultivating immortality, it's definitely not as fast as the two of them. Therefore, my suggestion is that the two of you continue to cultivate the devil first, and when you reach a certain realm, I will teach you the method of dual cultivation of the devil and immortal. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui looked at each other. The two women nodded at the same time. Good. The moment Han Qianmo turned back to Lu Xiuxiu and Han Shaowan, Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui were also sent back home by him. As for you two, seeing Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui just disappear into thin air, even though she had seen it many times, Lu Xiuxiu still found it amazing. Frozen out of his mind, he snapped back to his senses only when he heard Lord Demon Lord speak. Tell me, what are we going to do? Han Qianmo looked at Lu Xiuxiu who had a serious face. You are also using your body to try to enter the Tao with the devil. By reason, it is also suitable to cultivate the devil. So I'm giving you two choices now. Move in, with me, with Ruoyu and Yuki, like the two of them, cultivate the devil first. And there's more room over there, and it's easier for you to stay. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Lu Xiuxiu glanced at Han Shaowan and shook her head with a bitter smile. It's nice to live here. Xinwan and I are used to it. I can stop practicing for a while if it's inconvenient. It doesn't matter. Han Qianlong said. Nothing square or inconvenient. Just a suggestion. Since you don't want to go over there, you can keep living here. Go back to your room first. I'll wash off the demonic aura from your body later. That way, it will be faster for you to recultivate. Turning back to Han Xinwan, he spoke faintly. I'll cleanse Xinjuan's bones and marrow first. Otherwise, with her qualifications, even if you start over, she won't be able to keep up with you. Of course he knew that not only Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui had a special physique, but Lu Xiuxiu also had one. Lin Ruoyu was the exiled immortal sacred body. Chen Shui is a congenital charming body. Lu Xiuxiu is a half-demon. The simple fact is that one of her parents, one of them is a demon. Demons, like human beings, lie between demons and immortals, and belong to a relatively vague concept. Some demons cultivate demons and some demons cultivate immortals. Therefore, based on the identity of the demon alone, it was impossible to tell whether the other party was an immortal cultivator or a demon cultivator. Lu Xiuxiu didn't have a bit of aura in her body, only a pure demonic physique, and only half of it. Therefore, in his opinion, it was fine to cultivate immortals and demons. It was mainly up to the other party themselves. Lu Xiuxiu was suddenly stunned, and immediately afterward, she was lost in thought. I wanted to ask, what do you think my parents would be like? After the Akita incident, she investigated her own life and her birth parents. What can be found are pictures of my parents when they were young. There can be no clue about the basic information about the duo. It was then that she realized that the only way to find out was to ask the general director. Han Qianma responded. I asked Long Lingshan. She went and checked out, then took the information, organized it into a document, and emailed it to me. In a minute, I'll send it to you. Lu Xiaoxiu froze for a moment. Never thought that the efficiency of the demon lord was actually so rapid. They have not yet opened their mouths. All of it? Have been dealt with? Okay, thanks. Touching the other party's cheeks, Han Qianma didn't say anything, but Lu Xiaoxiu understood and her pretty face was covered with a blush. Then I'll wait for you in the study then. You guys take your time. Without saying anything more, after the other party walked into the study, Han Qianma then turned back and looked at Han Xiaowan in front of him. You, doing? The face changed instantly. Chapter 134, Half Man, Half Fish. It's good. Han Xiaowan, who had already changed into a camisole and shark pants, and whose camisole was about to burst, was sitting on the ground, breaking her legs, but because the planet was too big, she could not break them into place. Han Shenlong could be said to be crying and laughing. Are you trying to taste feet? Han Shenwan is still working on it. Weren't you going to help me pass on my power? I see on TV. All the power transmissions have to meditate. So just, who dash? Failing once more. She sighed heavily. Hey, it still doesn't work. It's probably because my flex line is so bad that I can't break my legs up at all. She had seen Lu Xiaoxiu doing yoga. Know that sitting cross-legged does not mean bending your legs and folding them together, but rather wrapping your calves around each other, with the palms of your feet stuck in the cracks of your legs and your palms facing upwards. This move looks simple, and people who haven't practiced it, or have poor flexibility, can't really do it. Han Qianmo looked at the other party with a serious face and murmured in his heart, so skinny that you can't actually sit in a plank. It's because it's too big, isn't it? Indeed, if it's too big, it's easy to breathe poorly in that position. It's not that you can't do it, it's just that it's hard to breathe when you're in that position all the time. Smiling blandly, Han Qianmo did not go straight to the point, but chatted casually with the other party. This outfit of yours, a little smaller, I think. Marrow cleansing is a painful process. He wanted to relax the other man first, so that the pain would be much less. Han Xinwan looked up with a sudden shyness. This is what Sister Xiao lent me. I'm about the same height and weight as Susan, but for some reason, the pants are on the large side and the shirt is on the small side. As an onlooker, Han Qianmo of course knows that the reason for this situation is simply because the two have different advantages. Pick one, the position you feel more comfortable in. Without continuing this topic, Han Qianmo directly asked the other party to pose and prepare for the marrow cleansing. Any position is fine, as long as it feels comfortable. Anyway, no matter what position it is, it doesn't affect my ability to cleanse your marrow. It also doesn't hurt that you'll be wincing in pain later. Slightly stunned, Han Xinwan hid the rolling heat on her face by bowing her head. Well, good. Thinking about it, and not knowing what position is the most comfortable, she simply lay down on the ground and made a big pose. This, okay? Did I just happen to be lying in the middle of the formation? She felt ashamed of the position. But again, it's exciting. Most importantly, lying like this is really the most comfortable state. Han Xian walked over and stood between the other man's legs. You're in the middle of the living room, not in the middle of the formation. Han Xinwan, who had already closed her eyes, shuddered slightly, her expression slightly embarrassed. Am I stupid? Even if you don't have a special physique, you don't even have enlightenment. If it wasn't for your sister, I'm afraid I'm not qualified at all to become your disciple and follow you to cultivate immortality. Han Qianma said blandly, but you are my sister. No ifs. The other side is right. Under normal circumstances, such a mediocre cultivation qualification as well as that on the stupid side of enlightenment, let alone becoming his disciple, even being his disciple's disciple, of his disciple's junior disciple, he was not even qualified. But a sister is a sister. Relationships that don't need to be reasoned with. Brother Pathfinder, I'm so stupid. Will you still not be able to learn after you wash your marrow? Before the words were finished, her screams resounded throughout the hall. If it wasn't for the boundary blockade, it was estimated that the entire neighborhood could have heard it. Han Qianmo, who had already raised his hand, looked at the other party on the ground and spoke faintly. No. 3 minutes later, lying on the ground, Han Xiaowan was completely deflated. Staring at her eyes were dull, her mouth was open, and crystallized drool was running down the corners of her mouth, long before it reached the floor. At this moment, just in terms of cultivation talent, she was definitely no worse than any of Lin Ruoyu, Chen Shui, and Lu Xiaoxiu. This could be seen from the surrounding auras, which were already converging towards her. With a wave of his hand, a quilt was placed over the other man's body, and Han turned around and walked into the study that had been converted from a bedroom. There's no bed in here, just a big desk. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiu, who had already organized her desk, was leaning on it and flipping through the company documents. Noticing Lord Demon Lord's arrival, her delicate body trembled lightly, and the moment she turned back, her pretty face was covered in evening sunlight. There you are. This time. Need people. How? Han Qianmo did not answer, but directly placed his hand behind the other party's back. Lu Xiuxiu's pretty face instantly surged with an apple-like flush, and her breathing became rapid. But just as she was lightly biting her lips, closing her eyes and preparing for something, a sharp pain, however, made her delicate body tremble wildly. Her legs softened, and she sat down on the ground. It hurts. How did it hurt so much? It wasn't the first time, and it wasn't like the other guy was touching odd places. How come it hurts so much? She couldn't figure it out. Han Qianmo said blandly, "You've grown scales. I used my demonic energy to suppress the demon blood in your body, and the scales grow against the grain, so it's bound to hurt." Lu Xiuxiu, who was picked up by the other party and carried into his arms, was filled with dismay. Scales? On me? So I, really a descendant of the other? The information that Lang Lingfeng had found out was the most complete information. Even the part that can never be disclosed, which belongs to the category of occult, is covered without any cuts. She learned from the information that her father was actually a rich merchant from Southport, and her mother was an ordinary woman on the surface. But in fact, she was an alien from the deep sea. It is only because these two people have not jeopardized society, and what they have done has always benefited society, that the Secret Investigation Division has not launched an in-depth investigation into them. At first, when she saw the profile, she was a little incredulous, but she learned that she really was a half-demon, as her demon teacher had said. Alien. Han Qianlong tenderly wrapped his arms around the other. It's not alien, it's shark. In this world, people gain supernatural powers and are called inhumans. An animal's access to supernatural powers depends on whether it is psychic or not. If someone is as psychic as a human, in my opinion, they should also be called inhuman. It's only the opposite that can be called deviant. Looking at the other party's stunningly beautiful face, Han Qianmo's eyes were covered in tenderness. Your half-demon bloodline comes from your mother. She is of the shark clan, and sharks possess a spiritual intelligence similar to that of humans. So you're human too, and not a so-called alien. Lu Xiuxiu dodged the other's gaze, looking a bit self-conscious. But I'll grow scales. How do normal people grow these things? Han Qianlong smiled blandly. The scales grow because you stay in the spirit-gathering formation, an environment with abundant spiritual energy, and the demon blood awakens. And as a half-demon, you were unable to suppress the demon blood in your body, which is why you gave birth to scales. Putting aside this characteristic, your physique, but it's much stronger than the average person. If we only look at the cultivation qualifications, we can even say that your bloodline is much more honorable than the average person. Looking to the other party's back, Han Qianlong said in a playful manner, "And don't you think it's kind of fun to have scales? If I wasn't afraid you'd be scared of yourself, I wouldn't even, deliberately, try to get rid of it." Seeming to understand something, Lu Xiuxiu's pretty face, which was originally hung with inferiority complex, was suddenly covered in scarlet. You like? But I'm afraid I won't be able to be together with you if I really turn into a half-human, half-fish form, half-man, half-fish? Can't even separate the legs. Nope, it's not even legs. How do you top that? I can't. Han Qianlong moved closer to the other's earlobe. You want to learn? Well, when you do become that, I'll get my hands dirty and teach you again. Chapter 135, Ambition. The Empress has the face of all beings and can change everything. As the Empress only man, what hasn't Han Qianrua played with? He just looked indifferent. In fact, it's more fun than anyone else. Hearing the other party's promise, Lu Xiuxiu's entire body went numb and weak. So, how long is that going to take? Han Qianma said blandly, when you succeed in building your foundation, you'll be able to control the demon blood in your body as you wish, and thus control your form as you wish. Lu Xiuxiu nodded and hugged the other, pecking the other on the cheek. Yeah, when the time comes, we must, for sure, study it. After the other woman disappeared, she gathered her emotions and opened the door back into the living room. With a hint of curiosity, she lifted the quilt on Han Shaowan. There was a moment of bewilderment. So, you two are really just washing your marrow? She thought the other party was tired. It was only then that she didn't continue to ask for more and just let the other person go. As it turns out, it's not at all what you thought it would be. Everything is normal. Nothing happened that shouldn't have. Looking at Han Xinjuan's mute face, Lu Xiuxiu couldn't help but sigh. Hey, screaming so loud. I thought, I should have known. Hey. Dong Rong Chamber of Commerce, East Sea Branch, the head of the Budo Department, Kenzuka Mikami. walked into the conference room as fast as he could. The moment they saw him, the crowd immediately rose. The head of the Ministry of Commerce, Takayoshi Tanaka, even spoke directly. How's it going? Is it confirmed? Is it an aura revival or not? As a subordinate of a certain cabinet minister, in the country of Eastern Japan, he certainly knew that his country had been sealed with a certain mysterious force. As long as the aura is revived, this power can be awakened, which in turn strengthens the country and gives it a greater ability to realize the co-prosperity plan. Therefore, whether the aura revived or not, he cared very much because he knew that it was not only about the progress of the plan, but even about the fate of the entire Eastern Kingdom. Kenzuka Mikami shook his head, a disappointed look on his face. Yes and no. The crowd was dumbfounded and looked at each other. Takayoshi Tanaka frowned. What do you mean? Can you be blunt? The corner of Kenzuka Mikami's mouth twitched as he looped his katana. The aura has indeed revived, but it's limited to Dacia. To be precise, it's limited to the East Sea of Dacia. And the Empire? Not half as much. Hiss dash. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Only the aura of the East Sea has revived? How? How? Takayoshi Tanaka voiced his suspicions. Could it be that the East Sea is just the beginning? The next place to recover will be soon. And there's a good chance that it will be Tokyo? Laws? That's two places, both with the word East in them. Kenzuka Mikami shook his head. I don't know. All I know is that the Empire is not showing signs of aura revival right now. Even more so, I know that the revival of the aura will make the martial artists of the East Sea, and the martial artists of the Great Summer, stronger. This is definitely not a good thing for the Empire. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement. A long silence. Tanaka Takayoshi, who had a gloomy face, spoke coldly. Such a good thing should never be cheapened to the Dacia people. From now on, the plan against the Water Show group is cancelled. We have two things to catch up on. First, have the Empire's martial artists rush to the East Sea as soon as possible to plunder the aura and enhance their strength. Second, propose to the cabinet that the co-prosperity program be accelerated. Don't care about other countries first. Only care about Dacia. It's best to launch a direct attack on Dacia before the strength of Dacia's martial artists, as a whole, rises by one notch. Occupy the East Sea, and take over Dacia. In this way, even if the only place where the aura recovers is the East Sea, the biggest beneficiary will be us. Kenzuka Mikami was sweating profusely. The first one is no problem and it's already being done. Whether the second thing can be implemented depends not only on what the cabinet thinks, but also on what they think. So it must have taken a while. Takashi Tanaka didn't argue back and nodded heavily. No matter what, the gift from heaven should never be cheapened to these stupid Dacia people. They are not qualified to enjoy the aura. We occupied this place. This is our land of the East. Ha ha ha. MS. Carter, my abilities, it seems, have really been greatly enhanced. In the high house, a blonde teenager named Uhalus is playing with fire. Inside the manor, a dozen maids and cleaners ran desperately across the grass, but he was still caught by the flames under his control, and was burned to ashes amidst cries and struggles of agony. In response, the lord of the Gao family, Gao Shuabin, merely wiped the sweat from his forehead and did not express indignation. As far as he was concerned, the lives of a dozen maids and cleaners were worth nothing. The most important thing is to please the adults from Missouri. From the distance, Carter came with a sulky look on his face. Alesh, what are you doing? Stop it now. Although the other party killed some Dacia people, but in her opinion, meaningless killing, completely unnecessary, not to mention, now is in Dacia, not in Syria. Ikra, if he made a big deal out of it, not only would the revenge plan behind him not be able to be carried out, even he, himself, would probably die here. A near-mad grin covered Alesh's face. I was just demonstrating it to you. How about that? Awesome. If we just look at the attack power, I should be no worse than that guy. Now I can definitely be beta level. Carter sighed deeply as he looked around at the burned-out ruins. For lethality alone, it does count as beta, but only if you learn how to control it. This is not Rake, much less Syria. Even in Goliath, I probably wouldn't have stopped you. But this is Dacia. You can't do everything according to your mood. Without retorting, Alesh put the fire out and walked over to the other man. As soon as I can control this power, I'll be able to go on the mission to kill that man. Won't I? Carter looked at the other man and nodded. Tonight, you'll take the stress test, and I'll be watching. If you pass, tomorrow, you can go on a mission to kill that man. Once you succeed, you will be the biggest contributor to this operation. The organization will grant you any wish. She also did not want to delay any longer, because Gao Shuabin said, although the senior management of Dacia has not yet realized their existence, but has set up a task force to start investigating the East China Sea mutant killings. Not going through the motions. Rather, someone has to be held accountable for what came before. She knew that the Daxiao side was not joking, came here just for revenge. She didn't want to risk her life against Daxiao's mutants or even the state apparatus. Alesh looked excited. Don't worry, tonight, I will definitely pass the test. When you successfully kill the target and complete the mission, you will have to honor your previous agreement. Ha ha ha. Date me. Carter took a step back and didn't let his opponent touch him. Wait until you're through. Without fuming, with a careful look on his face, Alesh turned away, arms spread wide, and laughed up at the sky. Yes, it was awesome. Daxia is such a great place. I really love it here. The next day, Han Qianmo, who had gotten out of class, received a call from Liang Qin. There's time. Okay, I'll come over to you now. The other guy is going to fill in for him. It just so happened that Lin Ruoyu, Chen Shui, and Lu Xiuxiu were all busy with their own business, and he himself had questions he wanted to ask each other. Then he accepted the offer. There's no one around. Instead of walking, he took a direct step and walked behind the other side. Chapter 136. Feeling a cool breeze coming from behind her, Liang Qin, who had just walked into the classroom and was wiping the blackboard, was slightly stunned and turned back in shock. The moment she saw the other woman, she still looked a little flustered. This classroom is monitored. What if you walk over here like that and get caught on camera? Han Qianma said blandly. Don't worry, the surveillance here, it's broken. Liang Qin froze. When did it break? How? I don't know. When I say it's broken, it's broken. Okay. Looking outside, she sighed anyway, but the makeup isn't here, either. Before the words were finished, a touch of shyness appeared on her pretty face. Go to where I live. It's really easier to be seen here than where I live. Classes just ended. Students just left. Although she knew that the classroom would not be used again today, it was daytime after all, and people were coming and going outside. If people see you, even if there are no rumors of an affair, if you are reported for giving private tuition to students, you will still lose more than you gain. Han Qianmo directly follows the law. Don't worry, no one will see what's going on in the classroom, and no one will know that we're both here. Buzz dash. The words follow the law took effect, and with a ripple in the air, the entire classroom was enveloped in a thin, but unbreakable barrier. Those outside can't see what's going on inside. Even if you want to get closer, you will be confused by the demonic aura and subconsciously choose another classroom. Even if it is a heaven and earth movement, the people outside absolutely cannot be detected. Liang Qin had stared at the changes around her, her beautiful eyes already wide open. Really? Awesome. Okay, then we'll have class here. In her opinion, being able to fill in for each other in the classroom is really the best outcome. Whether you go to the other person's house or back to your own, you have to cover your tracks to avoid being seen. Not here. Even if they are seen, at most they will only be reported for violating the rules for running a class, not so much as rumors of flirtations with students. The heart was slightly relieved. After wiping the board clean, she opened the textbook on the teaching table and got straight to the point. You said you understood all the proper lessons the teacher taught earlier. In that case, then the teacher will go straight to the back of the lesson. Is triple speed acceptable? Teachers strive to teach all 4 years of college. This semester, Han Qianruo, who was seated in the first row of seats, responded, 10 times as much. Aim to speak within the month. I have a lot of time on my hands, but destiny doesn't give me a lot of time. In that dimension, the Empress's physical body in Yuanshan would have no problem holding out for 100,000 to 200,000 years. But this is Earth. Time flows much slower than over there. 3 years on Earth is equivalent to 100,000 years on the 9 heavens continent. The equivalent of how many years in that dimension? Who knows? The matter of becoming a creator god must be taken care of. Otherwise, when destiny strikes, all efforts will be meaningless. Liang Qin was slightly stunned. 10 times? Class, teachers are people, not video players. You're a demon lord, 100 times faster, and you can hear it all. But do you think? The teacher's mouth, is that fast? Liang Qin imagined it. 3 times the speed and you're already gasping for air. 10 times? Shall not become can't even breathe Han Qianlong didn't retort. Then, as soon as possible. He could have just used words follow laws to speed up his opponent, but he felt that would really be disrespectful to others. After all, people are teachers, cannot be treated like a machine. As long as the dry not waste, let people to death. Sighing slightly, Liang Qin said righteously, 3 times is already the limit. And, a month, 2 or 3 times at most. More than that, I can't suffer. Han Qianlong nodded. Good. We'll talk about it later if we can't handle it. Anyway, there are plenty of heavenly materials and treasures in the Qiankuan bag, so how can I tire you out by making up lessons for this demon father? Without saying anything more, Liang Qin flipped open the textbook and started teaching. Today she was wearing a long, dark yellowish-brown dress. Unlike in the past, when the hemline came to the heels, this time, it was just a little below the knees. Well-proportioned, slender calves, all exposed. Plus there are ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings underneath. Low ponytail, black frame glasses, light mature lawn skirt, small leather shoes, all over the body, filled with a light mature style of intellectual beauty. Looking at the other party who was turning his back to himself and writing on the blackboard, Han Xianlong couldn't take his eyes off the blackboard and seemed to be thinking about something. Bam bam dash. After writing down the core content to be taught today, all on the blackboard, Liang Qin exhaled slightly and turned to look at the other party. Can you read? Which ones you can see and which ones you can't say? Teachers talk about what you can understand first, and what you can't. We'll dedicate time to later and focus on. Han Shenmo looked at the blackboard and spoke faintly. Why is it that when you lecture, I listen to you? Is it difficult to realize deeper truths, even though others lecture and understand? He didn't just take Liang Qin's class, he has taken classes from old physics professors and authorities. Summarized into one sentence, the expertise spoken by these professors and authorities is indeed deeper and more top-notch than the expertise spoken by Liang Qin. It also gave the impression that he was going to have a higher IQ than Liang Qin, and knew more specialized knowledge and was more profound. But it turned out that listening to their lessons, on the contrary, was not as comprehensible as listening to Liang Qin's lessons. He'd been thinking about it a while ago, he just didn't have a clear head of steam. Liang Qin was slightly stunned and was a bit flattered to be suddenly praised. Is it possible that I am the one who likes to speak about something other than the parlor and add my own understanding to it? Like superstring theory, for example. It's just an unfalsifiable guess, not even a hypothesis. It's fine to discuss it in private, but surely as a teacher, you shouldn't bring such conjectures, which have no theoretical basis and are not endorsed by the scientific community, into the classroom. Because of that, it's easy to mislead students. She couldn't help it. Professional competence, not as good as those professors and authorities. Without the so-called cult aura, the students doze off in class. So she has to talk about something outside the classroom that sounds far-fetched but is very interesting, to bring up interest and help your own students focus. Over time, this became a habit. The results were mediocre, but she was enjoying herself. Han Qianlong nodded, thinking that was the reason. So it is. Normally, what the other side does have pros and cons, but he felt that, for himself, the other side was doing more good than harm, if not only good. The reason is simple. Knowledge. Theories that have been proven or disproven under the observable known universe no longer give him new insights. Instead, it was the kind of saber-rattling ideas, the alternative guesses, that were more likely to make him feel something. The reason for this is also simple. It can be very difficult for scientists on Earth to verify a conjecture, hindered by conditions and technology. But he's different. He had mastered the laws of energy and law in the higher dimensions, and to verify them, in most cases, all it took was a thought. Like right now. Classes stopped for a while. Han Qianma seemed to have thought of something, raised his head, and looked toward Liang Qin, who was standing on the podium with an elegant posture. Let's do an experiment. On you. Chapter 137, Demonic Qi entering Liang Qin's body. On me. Experiment on what? Liang Qin was astonished. Physics is having a lab class, but it's not in a regular classroom. Much less. I've heard of it. Having to experiment on teachers. Experimenting on people? That's a medical class. Not a physics class, right? Han Xianma's figure flashed and appeared directly behind the other party. I think that, although your IQ is average, you do have a higher level of enlightenment than those professors and authorities. With a tremor in her body, Liang Qin stroked her chest with a shocked look on her face. Will you stop this? Weirdly scary. She took 2 deep breaths before she grimaced and said in thanks. Thanks. You're so complimentary. Han Xianma said blandly. I'm not joking. In his opinion, intelligence is not the same as enlightenment. IQ is simply the ability to store and calculate. Gnosis, on the other hand, is the ability to absorb information from outside. A person, every day, receives countless messages from the outside world. People with high IQs actively sift and filter, and then for useful information, store and calculate. Such an ability cannot be said to be less than excellent, but it is not intrinsically related to enlightenment, because enlightened people automatically comprehend useful information and process it without even thinking about it. The term unschooling must refer to realization rather than intelligence. Liang Qin stared at the other party in a daze, astonished. So, what are you trying to say? It was at this moment that she realized that the other party's understanding of this world seemed to be strikingly similar to her own. To herself, after hearing the other woman's words, she had the feeling that she had found a confidant. Han Qian said, "The nature of the microcosm is probability. In the macrocosm, however, there is what is called karma and fate. How exactly two very different laws are connected? I don't know. I want you to think." Liang Qin was at a loss. "I've thought about what you're saying, but I've never gotten around to thinking about it. Of course, not only me, but the entire scientific community has not fully harmonized it. It can only be studied and applied separately. Macro laws are used in the macro and micro laws study the micro world." At that, she smiled helplessly. "If you and I can figure this out, the next Nobel Prize must be in Daxia." Han doesn't care about the Nobel Prize. He just wants to become the god of creation, control the destiny, and save the Empress. Try. You're no less enlightened than I am, just not as capable as me. I'll channel my demonic energy into you so that you can temporarily gain my power. Guaranteed. In a situation like this, you'll be able to figure out what I can't. Thinking about problems, he thought, was the same as a CPU processing a task. With a single core of 5G plus a single core of 5G, a single core can definitely exert more than 5G. That's where the team comes in. Liang Qin stared blankly at the other party, somewhat at a loss for words. "What do you want me to?" Then, Han Xianhua directly raised his hand and instilled the demonic chi in his body, starting from the other party's head. "This demonic aura, I purified it. It will only enter your brain as a pure burst of energy. Before, your brain, which would be low on energy, couldn't fire on all cylinders. Now, I give it enough energy to see how much potential it really has." The moment the energy entered her brain, Liang Qin stiffened in place, and her wide, beautiful eyes instantly turned pure black. "Ah, good. Ouch." With a slight movement of Han Qianma's mind, the podium automatically leaned under the blackboard. Liang Qin, who reappeared after dissipating, also sat on the podium with her back against the blackboard, covering his head, his legs spread slightly. "This way, you might be more comfortable." Han Pathfinder continued to instill. He was about to speak and guide the other side to control that power. Liang Qin, however, suddenly laughed. "Thank you all. Thanks for the compliments. Ho ho ho. I just did what I had to do. It's mainly due to Lin Ruoyu's hard work and talent. Anyway, I'll definitely keep trying in the future. Strive to teach more. Top talents like student Lin Ruoyu won't fail to live up to everyone's expectations." Thanks. Han Xianmo was slightly surprised and immediately stopped the infusion of demonic chi. "What did you just see?" Yelling and giggling every now and then, like a topsy-turvy woman. "Who dash?" Liang Qin, who had come back to her senses, gasped for air. "Fantastic. It was amazing. You won't believe. I just actually saw the future?" Han Qianlong frowned slightly. "The future?" Liang Qin excitedly explained. "I see everything that happens from this moment until a few years from now, including lessons for you, for Lin Ruoyu, as well as Lin Ruoyu getting the highest degree and entering the Academy of Sciences with my help, finally becoming an academician, and the image of me, as her teacher, being interviewed by the media, all as clear and crisp as a slideshow. That feeling, incomparably real. And I believe that these things will definitely happen in the future. And what I saw was definitely not an illusion." Han Qianlong thought for a moment and shook his head. "Then it's not a prophecy. Rather, it's deduction." He had seen practitioners with the gift of divination. Whatever the level, whenever a prophecy is made, it is a vague, generalized, ambiguous sign, and only part of the event can be foreseen. Previously, he thought that it might be because these soothsayers were not capable enough, and that was why the results of the prophecies were vague. After studying quantum mechanics, he knew that the nature of the world was energy and probability. Without a certain amount of cause and effect, it is naturally impossible to have accurate prophecies. Therefore, he knew that Liang Qin's clear hallucination was not a prophecy, but a deduction, a prediction made about the future under known conditions. Only, this prediction is very precise. To be precise, the picture seen by prediction is derived from this moment, one of all the possibilities. Subsequently, as long as all the conditions for triggering the possibility are met, the possibility will definitely occur and eventually become a reality. It was a very powerful ability, countless times more powerful than unique. It's just a matter of choosing one of the possibilities within your power to make it inevitably happen. What possibilities are within the power's reach? This ability, which will not tell you, can only be judged by the user. If you make a wrong judgment, unique will not take effect, just like Heian Lu at that time. For Han Qianlong, this ability, which has little utility, except for its essential logic, is worth examining. But deduction is different. Deduction can predict the future in advance. Right now, he could only trace back the long river of time and could not accurately predict the future. The existence of deduction would allow him to take many fewer detours. After a moment's thought, Han Qianma confirmed his guess and said to Liang Qin in front of him, "That's right, it's deduction. Come on, let's get on with it." Again, Liang Qin was still immersed in the joy of success and fame, when she heard the other party speak, and was just about to ask what is deduction, when the other party's demonic chi entered her body again. This, Han Qianmo didn't care about the other party's pouting, and after some indoctrination, he blandly pursued the question. "Well, this time, what results did you see?" Liang Qin opened her lassie's charming eyes, and her originally white face was covered with a flushed red, as if it could drip water. I'm embarrassed to say it. Chapter 138, Marrying Liang Qin. Han Qianlong's face was expressionless. "Say, don't make me order you." Slightly stunned, Liang Qin hurriedly lowered her head and looked away. Don't, I said." Although she hadn't experienced the other party's words follow the law, she already had a deep understanding of the strength of the student in front of her through the previous memory installation. The ability to follow the law is also understood. Be proactive and also organize your wording and speak euphemistically. Passive words. Then it can be all or nothing. No privacy at all. That state, she thought, was no different than stripping naked and standing in front of the other person. Instead of being a passive, unreserved exposer of your privacy, it's better to take the initiative and open up. At least this way, one can still hide details that one really can't talk about. I'll just say rough results. Liang Qin took a deep breath and tried to suppress her inner shame. Through this push, you learned my value. After that, every now and then, they come to me for a push. Other things, like the last push, haven't changed much. The only difference is, once, when you and I were at my house doing pushing, I saw that it was getting late, so I left you at my house for the night, and then we had a drink, and then it's. Speaking of which, her pretty face was already incredibly hot. The key details, so to speak, are not a word. Han Qianma said blandly, "And then what? What did I do back there? What did I become?" Liang Qin's delicate body trembled, biting her lips, not daring to look directly into the other party's eyes. Do you have to get to the bottom of this? Those things. I don't have to ask. I should be able to get a good idea. Han Qianlong, however, sighed slightly. You misunderstand. I'm asking what I'm doing afterward. The after refers to graduation, to leaving school, not after drinking. Turning back indistinctly, Liang Qin looked at the other party in dismay. So that's what you're asking? Who dash? Taking a long breath, her face still red, she shook her head. Afterward I was unable to face you because I couldn't. Then he resigned from his position as bishop and concentrated on the tasks assigned by the teaching team. After that, we would occasionally run into each other at school, but basically, wouldn't even say hello. Of course, I was the one who was too embarrassed to say hello, and you kept up this look of indifference. After saying those words, it was obvious to see that a hint of disappointment was hidden on her face. It seems to be complaining about the other side's lack of initiative and action. Han Qianlong was puzzled. By the looks of it, nudge can only be used on yourself. If my life and yours don't intersect too much, in extrapolation, I won't be able to see what's going to happen to me in the future. Liang Qin seemed to realize something. Her petite body trembled and she pressed herself against the blackboard. What are you going to do? No, come again? Although it's not very painful, but honestly, using this ability is really uncomfortable. Or, don't want it. Han Qianlong reached out his large hand and cupped the other's cheek. Bear with me. He needed to know which way was the fastest shortcut. The safety of many people was at stake, and he could not afford to be soft. Staring blankly at the other party's deep and fascinating eyes, Liang Qin's delicate body instantly went limp. Okay, then promise me that this time, be gentle, okay? It really hurts. Han Qianlong nodded. I'll nourish your body with magic chi later, so that you won't feel any pain. Liang Qin nodded. That's more like it. Well, come on, teacher, believe in you. Before the words left her mouth, she shuddered and instantly felt a powerful force surging into her brain. But unlike before, this time the power didn't just enter her brain, it also entered her body. The feeling was like being fully immersed in warm water, or being embraced by a gentle man in his arms. Warm, cozy, and not only do you not feel pain, but you feel comfortable. Liang Qin couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, and her petite body completely went limp. Using the most comfortable position, she sat down on the table. Han Qianmuo did not look at the other party's separated legs more. quietly waiting for the other side's push. Before that, he made a decision in his mind. That is, take more classes from each other in the future, and get more tuition from each other. Even if it's forced, make the other person take the time to meet with you. This is how he strengthens his connection. 2 minutes later, Liang Qin opened her eyes. At this moment, her face became even more flushed. Or should I just say it? Han Qianma said blandly, I can use soul search on you, but you'll be in pain. Liang Qin hurriedly waved her hand. I'd better speak for myself then. Phew, take it easy. Let me slow down for a while. This backlash is indeed a bit big. Soul search? Just by hearing the name, you can tell that this skill is pretty no nonsense. Really let you search a little. In the future, will I still have the authority of a teacher in front of you? If you catch me in the act, I'll be at your mercy, won't I? Who took a deep breath, knowing that the other party absolutely cannot soul search Liang Qin, which suppressed the trembling in the heart, looked away, whispered, at the beginning, I will give you a lesson every week to make up for. Back there, you feel it's not enough. Ask me, make it up once every 5 days, and then later, it was 3 days, 2 days, it even turned into meeting every day, and then we were together. After graduation, we even got married and many people came. A lot more happened in between, just like being discovered by Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui, and in turn, I won't go into details, but the situation, anyway, is about the same. There are 2 images that she remembers most. The first time she was discovered by Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu, as well as the wedding cave-in session. Lin Ruoyu, Chen Shui, and some women she hasn't met yet, tease her and Han Qianma, especially the latter. The scene, it could be described as unbelievably chaotic. The power of the aftermath. It took her a while to get over it. Han Qianma's brows knitted slightly, seemingly unsatisfied with this result. That's all. No clue about my cultivation? Liang Qin nodded. Yes, it was a long time ago. You left us to fight destiny, and then never came back. I saw that you never appeared again in the time that followed, and that was the end of the projection. Chapter 139, Beastly? Looks like a failure. Undiscouraged, Han Qianmo looked at the physics teacher in front of him again. Go on. We do it all the time. Trying to find that pathway I was hoping to see by tomorrow. Liang Qin's beautiful eyes rounded, just about to open her mouth to complain, but she was interrupted by his speaking again. Han Qianma comforted. Don't worry, you won't feel bad or get hurt. For the pushback later, I'll be supplying your body and brain with energy while I quench your body. Let your realm get a quick boost. Although it is false, combat is not up to the standard it should be, but the endurance and fitness gains can make you more. Liang Qin answered with a bitter smile. More durable, huh? Han Qianmo was slightly stunned and responded with a bitter smile. The words are pretty much the same thing. Looking at each other meaningfully, at this moment, Liang Qin suddenly had a feeling. The man in front of me is a scummy man who cheats himself in every way to satisfy himself. However, although it felt like such a feeling, she knew to herself that at this moment, she could not refuse everything the other party asked for. The reason is simple. In the last push, she and the other person had kind of lived half their lives. Extrapolation is no different than personal experience. At the moment, her mind had long since changed. Come on. The shyness on her face was a little less, and more of a used-to-it firmness. Liang Qin didn't say anything more, directly opened her arms and closed her eyes. Let the storm come harder, since it can't be resisted. So why don't I try to enjoy it? Han Qianlong nodded. Get ready. This time, he stood up directly. Seems to have a kind of big job, with all the strength of the momentum. Liang Qin took a long breath. Well, but the next moment, she still couldn't help but tremble violently as she screamed miserably. Soon, though, such a reaction faded away, replaced by calmness and adaptation. Looking at the other party who had already entered the state, Han Qianmo then increased the output of magic qi to help the other party, speeding up the speed of deduction. He wanted his opponent to make multiple deduction in a short period of time, so that he could save a little time. That's why the amount of magic energy was raised at the very beginning. Compared to before, the output of this one was at least 10 times more. The strengthening of the body was also going on at the same time, but because it couldn't be completely synchronized with the intensity of the demonic energy, this led to the initial screams. Of course, Han Qianmo knows that this kind of pain will only appear at the beginning, and just for a moment, or just that one moment. Later on, as his physique improved and his endurance increased, as long as he didn't violently increase the output of his magical qi, such pain would not occur again. Even if one keeps the strength of the magic energy tiny than the strength of the body, the other person can still feel constant comfort and coziness. Looking at Liang Qin in front of him, Han Xianhua said in a gentle tone. The deduction results that are more repetitive. There's no need to talk about them. Speak only of results that are significantly different, or that contain important information. This important information refers to the situation regarding my cultivation of Genesis. Liang Qin, who had her eyes closed and was lightly biting her lips, nodded. This time, we're not together, but we've stayed friends above and lovers below. I'll help you do deduction. You protect me and teach me to cultivate magic. In the end, you took Lin Ruoyu, Chen Shui, and those girls I don't recognize now, and left Earth. After that, it never came back. Han Qianlong sighed slightly. Go on. A few breaths later, Liang Qin spoke again. This time, you didn't leave Earth, but for some reason, Lin Ruoyu secretly left. Then the weirdness descends and the Earth becomes into a hell on Earth? You went to the top of the dome to resist the weirdness. You didn't show up again until the human race was completely extinct. Han Qianlong's face was expressionless. Continue to. Liang Qin didn't procrastinate. Having already entered the state, she didn't need the other party to open her mouth and would consciously move on to the next deduction. 10 hours later, a cloud of worry finally appeared on Han Qianlong's face. Thousands of deduction, and still not a single result had appeared to his satisfaction. Seeing his physics teacher was already sweating profusely, having become exhausted after repeated energizing and depleting, he then let out a slight sigh of relief and spoke. Alright, let's stop here for today. However, without waiting for him to finish his words, Liang Qin's petite body trembled wildly and her eyes snapped open. Han Qianlong was slightly stunned and rushed to pacify the other party. What's wrong? Another creepy descent. By the unnameable creepy? Liang Qin shook her head. No, not there yet this time. Looking back at the other party, her beautiful eyes kept trembling, and it was hard to hide her horror and afterthought. It was you. You're the one who killed. Han Qianlong didn't understand. I killed you? Why? Liang Qin didn't want to recall that image, but when she heard the other party ask, she still couldn't help but say, the time is next month. I'm in the classroom, giving you the proper lesson. Noticed you were wandering off. I then reminded you. As a result you suddenly stormed up and pinned me to my desk like a madman. And lifted up my skirt. The boys in the class have seen fit to come up and stop you. With a wave of your hand, you blasted them all into a bloody mist. Women in class freaked out and tried to run. How it turned out that you couldn't escape the classroom. Only in desperate calls. By you. Tortured by you. After that you then, in front of me, humiliate them all. Only to return to me again at last. With a hideous, horrible, sardonic smile that one dare not look at. And insulted me to death. Panicked, she looked at the man in front of her. Her face covered in undisguised fear. She knew that the other party was a demon lord. But how could she not expect that the other party would have such a side? So much so, that she was never able to believe what she had just deduced. Just the fear in her heart, which was incomparably real. Han Qianlong's face didn't change. Insulting people, brutally murdered, tortured to death. Such things are commonplace for him. It was only after he became a main god that he was able to restrain himself. Therefore, he was not surprised by Liang Qin's deduction this time, for he knew that he was the root of all evil. Anything unthinkable and outrageous to the point of being outrageous, in his mind, he was likely to do himself. It's just that he doesn't know when he's going to get the fun idea and implement it. For the results of this deduction, Han Qianlong did not feel unreasonable. He was just curious. What exactly was the reason for this deduction? For his anger to go out of control and even humiliate and kill Liang Qin. Doing whatever you want is the heart, but randomly killing people is not. Even for a demon exalt, there has to be a reason for killing. Liang Qin, who had curled up, shivered and looked at the other party with her beautiful eyes filled with panic. She's dead. You think I killed her? So, that's why you did that to me? Han Pianmuo pursued. By she, you mean? Liang Qin was pale. Lin Ruo, I.O.